The father, ruthless and cunning, is invincible yet utterly devoted to his child. Nian, in the entire 3,000 domains, anything that falls from the sky must bear the surname Chen. Understood, father. Chen Nian exclaimed. What should I do if father is too powerful? Upon birth, a lottery system was bestowed upon him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine ability. Words manifest reality. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a unique constitution. Supreme demon god body. I, Chen Nian, truly did not aspire to be invincible. It is solely due to my father's overwhelming strength and the system's remarkable capabilities that I find myself reluctantly invincible. In the 9 heavens demon domain, Chen family. As Chen Nian opened his eyes, he gazed in bewilderment at the unfamiliar surroundings. Everything before him was exceedingly strange. He found himself in a confined space, circular and exceedingly narrow, making even the slightest movement challenging. Moreover, he felt an incredible softness surrounding him, akin to being immersed in a realm of sponge. Turning his head, Chen Nian looked at his own body. His limbs were just beginning to develop, small and delicate, with fingers merely a centimeter in length. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Nian was utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. Disbelief etched across his face. Am I a baby? In other words, he was still in the womb. Chen Nian was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, Chen Nian did not belong to this world rather. He hailed from another realm, Blue Star. Due to an unfortunate accident, a truck driver dozing off and losing control of the steering wheel, Chen Nian met a dire fate while walking down the road. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself here. This is outrageous. I never expected to encounter something as absurd as time travel. Chen Nian mused to himself. At that moment, he resembled a curious child, looking around in wonder. Of course, he was now just an infant. Beneath him lay an exceedingly dark, elongated cord, emanating a somewhat chilling aura. However, instead of feeling fear in the presence of this aura, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This is the umbilical cord? Chen Nian's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at this peculiar object. This umbilical cord is far too dark. It resembled a black forest, ominously dense. Though he had never given birth, he was aware that an umbilical cord could not possibly possess such a hue. Just as Chen Nian was engulfed in confusion, a strange voice echoed in his ears. Ding! The multiverse lottery system is activating. 3, 2, 1. Ding! System activation successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a novice gift package. Would you like to claim it? A system? A novice gift package? Chen Nian paused for a moment, then quickly comprehended the situation. A system is an essential tool for any time traveler. He hastily thought, claim. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 20 lottery chances. 20 lottery chances? System, what do these lottery chances entail? Swiftly, the system's voice responded. Ding! This system is the multiverse lottery system. Each time the host consumes a lottery chance, they may draw from the myriad realms. 10 lottery chances can be exchanged for a super lottery, greatly enhancing the quality of the drawn items. Note, the host automatically receives 1 lottery chance each day. Upon hearing the system's succinct introduction, Chen Nian instantly understood. A lottery system providing 1 chance daily. 10 chances can be exchanged for a super lottery. Items drawn range from low to high quality. White, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. This is rather intriguing. Delighted with this newfound capability, Chen Nian glanced at his 20 lottery chances and declared, System, conduct 2 super lotteries. Without hesitation, he exchanged his 20 chances for 2 super lotteries. A 10-and-on lottery surely yields superior rewards compared to a standard draw. In the next moment, ding, lottery commencing. As the system's voice faded, 3 seconds later, it chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a special constitution. Supreme Demon God Body Gold. Supreme Demon God Body. Legend has it that this unique constitution is a fusion of the strongest divine and demonic bloodlines, embodying the sanctity of the divine and the destruction of the demonic, ranking among the top 3 in the 3,000 constitutions. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a special talent. Blessing of the Demon Path Gold. Blessing of the Demon Path. This is a divine blessing bestowed by the demon ancestor upon practitioners of demonic arts, allowing the recipient to enhance their cultivation speed tenfold. Upon seeing these 2 rewards bestowed by the system, a radiant smile blossomed on Chen Nian's infantile face. Wow, This system is remarkable. Both lottery draws yielded golden treasures. Though Chen Nian had yet to grasp the intricacies of cultivation, he understood from the detailed descriptions that the supreme demon god body and the blessing of the demon path were anything but ordinary. Ding! Would you like to claim your rewards? Claim. Chen Nian responded without hesitation. In the next moment, he felt a warm current flowing through him, coursing through his limbs and bones. The sensation was delightful, far more pleasurable than any experience he had in his previous life. Yet, being unable to speak, he could only babble within the womb, suppressing the urge to exclaim in delight. The tingling sensation was utterly intoxicating. Meanwhile, outside the womb, Xian Lingyue sensed an unusual discomfort emanating from her belly, clutching her abdomen while letting out a pained exclamation. "Madam, what is wrong?" Seeing the pained expression on Xian Lingyue's face, her maid, Ruer, hurried over to assist, her own face filled with concern. It was known that within Madam's womb lay the current head of the Chen family, Chen Tiando's son, the legitimate heir of the Chen clan, a figure of immense status. Should anything happen, it would be catastrophic. Sweat beaded on Xian Lingyue's forehead as the demonic energy within her surged, rendering her unable to speak due to the overwhelming pain. She trembled as she uttered, I think I'm about to give birth." "What? The madam is about to give birth?" Ruer was instantly both alarmed and overjoyed, urgently instructing several nearby maids. "Hurry and find a midwife. The madam is going to give birth." "Yes, yes." Several maids nodded fervently, rushing toward the door without a moment's hesitation. Just as the maids reached the doorway, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe hurriedly entered. He was handsome, yet wore an anxious expression. Upon seeing him, the maids quickly halted their steps. "Greetings to the domain lord." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Xian Lingyue's husband, the current head of the Chen family, and the domain lord of the entire Nine Heavens demon domain, Chen Tiandao. Chen Tiandao cast a cold glance at the maids, his voice frigid. "Is this a time for pleasantries? Hurry and find the midwife. If anything happens to the madam, I will hold you accountable." The fact that Xian Lingyue was about to give birth was of utmost importance. At such a time, any delay was unconscionable. Do they wish to court death? The maids shivered at his words, fully aware of the domain lord's notorious ruthlessness. Thus, they did not dare to tarry, quickly affirming, "Yes, yes, we will go at once." With that, the maids exerted all their strength to rush out and summon the midwife. Chapter 2. Where did you get this egg? Chen Tiandao hurriedly approached his wife, Xian Lingyue, who was drenched in sweat, his face etched with concern. Perhaps throughout the entire 3,000 domains, Chen Tiandao was renowned as the foremost figure of the demonic path, fierce and ruthless. Yet, in the presence of his family, he revealed a different side, resembling an ideal husband from an ordinary household. He had always doted on his wife without restraint. "Where I'm here, you have me." Chen Tiandao grasped Xian Lingyue's hand, his voice brimming with tenderness. Xian Lingyue bit her lip, enduring excruciating pain. Soon, the midwife rushed in, her hair gray and appearing to be in her 70s, yet she was actually over 200 years old. "Domain master, I am about to assist with the delivery. Please step outside for a moment." The midwife stood cautiously before Chen Tiandao. "Understood," he replied with a nod. Casting a worried glance at Xian Lingyue before whispering in her ear, "Do not worry. I will be right outside, safeguarding you." Xian Lingyue nodded emphatically. Chen Tiandao, not daring to delay, quickly exited, casting a lingering look at the midwife, and after a moment's pause, he stated, if there are any complications, the child can be sacrificed, but my wife's life must be preserved. Of course, if both my wife and child emerge safely, I shall reward you handsomely, understood? It is known that the higher one's cultivation, the lower the probability of conception for a couple. Chen Tiandao's cultivation at the Saint King level was unparalleled, making the chances of fatherhood exceedingly slim. Yet, when faced with the prospect of his future offspring and Xian Lingyue, he unhesitatingly chose her. At that moment, the unborn Chen Nian felt utterly bewildered. Is this really my father? Am I going to be strangled in the cradle before I even get a chance to be born? I understand. The midwife acknowledged, and Chen Tiandao wasted no time, swiftly making his way outside. The grand hall's doors closed slowly, and through a crack, he peered inside, his eyes filled with apprehension. At this moment, the Chen family was on high alert, with heavily armed guards stationed at every entrance. "Master." Soon, dozens of figures appeared from the horizon, halting outside the grand hall and bowing respectfully to Chen Tiandao. These were the elders of the Chen family. The Chen family ruled the Nine Heavens demon domain. comprising 36 elders, each possessing a cultivation at the peak of the Emperor realm, with several having already stepped into the Saint realm. To understand the hierarchy of the 3,000 domains, from the lowest to the highest, the levels were chi refining, transcending mortality, spirit condensation, void breaking, formless, transcendence, king, supreme, emperor, saint, and saint king. Such a force was among the most formidable in the 3,000 domains, instilling fear in countless hearts. Chen Tiandao glanced at the elders and calmly nodded. You have all returned. Elder Chen Tianan stepped forward, saying, Yes, master. I, your subordinate, knowing that the young master is about to be born, eliminated a rival in the middle domain and procured an 8-star treasure, the divine bow. To celebrate the young master's arrival, his tone was casual, as if the destruction of a middle domain was trivial in his hands. It is known that the lower realm consists of 3,000 domains. The upper domain has 10, the middle domain has 360, and the lower domain has over 2,000. Each middle domain is home to numerous experts, and Chen Tianan's ability to single-handedly annihilate one demonstrates his formidable strength. After Chen Tianan spoke, the second elder continued, Master, I have also prepared a treasure for the young master's birth. He then produced a brilliantly colored gem from his storage ring. This is an ancient wonder, the 5-colored stone. Wearing it enhances one's mental strength. Originally, this stone belonged to a prodigy. I had to exert considerable effort to acquire it. After the second elder finished, the other 34 elders presented their treasures, each obtained through arduous and often unscrupulous means. For these practitioners of the demonic path, pillaging was commonplace. Chen Tiandao nodded, fully aware of the elders' intentions. Yet his heart remained heavy with concern for Xian Lingyue and their unborn child. Just as his focus lingered on the grand hall, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged from the heavens. A black crane swooped down rapidly, carrying a young man clad in purple robes. The crane circled the grand hall for a moment before the young man leaped down, striding directly toward Chen Tiandao. He then respectfully clasped his hands together. Brother, I have returned. Am I late? The newcomer was Chen Tiandao's younger brother, Chen Tianin. Despite lacking his brother's prodigious talents, Chen Tianin was still a top-tier expert in the 3,000 domains, having reached the Saint realm at a young age, surpassing many of the elders. He had always revered his elder brother, following his lead without question. Seeing his younger brother's return eased some of Chen Tiandao's worries, and he approached with a light chuckle, patting Chen Tianin on the shoulder. You are not late. Your sister-in-law is in labor. Chen Tianin smiled in response. That's good. He then produced a massive egg from his storage ring, grinning widely. Brother, I stole this 7-colored phoenix egg from the Phoenix clan as a gift for our dear nephew. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? The mention of the 7-colored phoenix egg left the elders wide-eyed in disbelief. What? You stole a phoenix egg? Are you out of your mind? The Phoenix clan were descendants of ancient deities and currently ruled one of the 10 domains, known for their profound heritage. Generally, no one dared to provoke them, let alone steal an egg. The 7-colored phoenix egg, in particular, might signify the future ruler of the Phoenix domain, making it exceedingly rare. Chen Tiandao's lips twitched. His brother's audacity was unparalleled. Cough, cough. Tianin, where did you acquire this egg? Chen Tianin chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Well, I thought our nephew was about to be born, and I happened to pass by the Phoenix domain. I heard that the Phoenix Lord had laid an egg a century ago. I figured it would make a fitting mount for our nephew. So I devised a little scheme to steal it. Chapter 3. The Birth, a terrifying omen. Upon hearing Chen Tianin's words, everyone was left in stunned silence. Wait, this egg belongs to the Phoenix Lord? And you dare to steal it? Are you not afraid of death? Just as the conversation continued, suddenly, the grand hall's doors swung open, and a maid rushed out, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Domain. Lord, it's bad. The madam is having a difficult labor. What? Instantly, everyone tensed, their collective aura shifting. Especially Chen Tiandao, whose face was a canvas of worry. He had been married to Xian Lingyue for 312 years, their bond deep and unwavering. However, no sooner had the maid's words left her lips than a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. The once clear skies darkened ominously, as if heralding the end of days. Boom! A clap of thunder startled everyone. All eyes turned skyward, witnessing a series of bizarre phenomena. In the next moment, a black lotus materialized amidst the darkened heavens, pulsating with surging demonic energy. Suddenly, the eldest elder's eyes widened in recognition. Master, that appears to be our demonic artifact, the 9-rank Black Lotus. 9-rank Black Lotus. The item in question is a sacred relic from the legends of the demonic path, existing solely within ancient texts. It is said to be a companion treasure of the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. As the Grand Elder finished speaking, Chen Nian exclaimed in astonishment, pointing to the sky, "Brother, look, it appears there is someone seated upon that black lotus." What? Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, all eyes turned in unison toward the spectacle above. They were astonished to behold a figure, indistinguishable and cloaked in black, seated atop the pitch-black 9-grade black lotus. This is a manifestation of sacred quality, a blessing from the demon ancestor. Chen Tiandao was rendered speechless, his throat dry as he spoke in disbelief. It is known that when certain prodigies are born, extraordinary phenomena accompany their arrival, and when Chen Tiandao himself was born, the skies were alight with such wonders. These manifestations are categorized by quality, ranging from inferior to superior, with the legendary sacred quality being the highest. Each type of manifestation signifies the innate talent of the prodigy. When Chen Tiandao was born, the sky bore witness to the rolling of a demonic dragon, a supreme manifestation. Thus, from his very birth, Chen Tiandao was able to sweep through the 3,000 realms, elevating the 9 heavens demon domain from a middle realm to a higher one. Now, the child soon to be born seemed to invoke a blessing from the demon ancestor, a legendary sacred manifestation. Heavens! The birth of the young master has indeed triggered a sacred phenomenon. This is a boon for our 9 heavens demon domain. My goodness! With the young master's birth, he shall undoubtedly lead our Chen family to conquer the 3,000 realms. He is destined for greatness. Unmatched young master. As everyone was astounded by the extraordinary manifestation heralding the yet unborn Chen Nian, Chen Tian's eyes widened once more. I can't believe it. Brother, something feels amiss. The sky has changed. Chen Tian's voice trembled with fear. As an adept of the holy level, it was rare for him to display such disorder. However, the celestial phenomena were simply too overwhelming. The once pitch-black sky split in twain, one half shrouded in darkness, a blessing from the demon ancestor, while the other half radiated light, a sign from the divine. All present were left in awe. It is known that both the blessing from the demon ancestor and the divine sign are manifestations of sacred quality, yet they cannot coexist. Each phenomenon appears only once every several 100,000 years. To witness both simultaneously today was nothing short of miraculous. Should this news spread, the entire 3,000 realms would be left in shock. At that moment, the hall was filled with the sound of a newborn's cries. A midwife rushed out, her face beaming with joy, exclaiming, "Domain Lord, the lady has given birth to a son, and both mother and child are safe." Born, both mother and child are safe. Instantly, everyone was overwhelmed with excitement, especially Chen Tiandao, who repeatedly said, "Excellent, splendid. Grand Elder, send word throughout the Chen family to bestow great rewards. Especially for the midwife, she shall receive a generous gift." As long as his wife and child were safe, Chen Tiandao was not stingy with his rewards, particularly for the midwife. "Yes," the Grand Elder replied solemnly. Hearing Chen Tiandao's words, the midwife's aged face broke into a smile, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Chen Tiandao, not wishing to linger, rushed into the hall and approached Xian Linghui's bedside. He glanced at his son, peacefully lying beside her, then turned his gaze affectionately to Xian Linghui. "My dear, you have worked hard." Xian Linghui smiled gently, her fragile face filled with tenderness. It was not difficult. The couple then turned their attention to their son. "Husband, let us name our son." Naming. This was Chen Tiandao's first experience with such a task. He stood up, cradling Chen Nian, pacing the hall in contemplation. This was his own son, the future young master of the 9 heavens demon domain. His name could not be trivial. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Yuer, what do you think of the name Chen Nian?" To be honest, as Chen Tiandao pondered names, the characters Chen Nian had suddenly flashed through his mind. Xian Linghui softly murmured the name. After a moment, she nodded gently and smiled, saying, "I think it is wonderful. It possesses a certain profundity. Then, let us call him Chen Nian." With that, the couple beamed at Chen Nian, softly repeating, "Dear son, from this day forth, you shall be called Chen Nian. Little Chen Nian, I am your mother." The couple's gazes were filled with warmth, completely at odds with their status as the foremost power in the 3,000 realms. At that moment, Chen Nian lay quietly in Chen Tiandao's embrace, curiously observing all that unfolded around him. Upon hearing his name, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. It seemed that in this life, not only had he acquired a system, but his background was also extraordinary. After the naming, the elders and Chen Tianyin could no longer contain their excitement, rushing in to admire Chen Nian's cherubic features, each overflowing with delight. "Hee, little Chen Nian, I am your second uncle. Come, let me hold you. I have something special, A phoenix egg, for you to ride in the future. Chen Nian beamed as he reached out to take Chen Nian into his arms. Chen Tiandao, somewhat exasperated by his foolish brother, did not intervene. Over 30 elders surrounded Chen Nian, each presenting their prized possessions, lighting up the hall with their brilliance. Chen Nian was left in a daze. Wow, this demonic background seems rather impressive. As the elders took turns cradling Chen Nian, their eyes were filled with affection. Suddenly, the grand elder, Chen Tianan, furrowed his brow, as if struck by a realization, his gaze fixated intently on Chen Nian without wavering. Chen Tiandao sensed something was amiss and curiously asked, "Grand elder, is there something wrong?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianan nodded, saying, "Family master, I once came across a record in the ancient texts of the Chen family regarding a unique constitution, known as the Supreme Divine Demon Body." Supreme Divine Demon Body. All present were momentarily stunned. Even Chen Tiandao appeared perplexed. This constitution was unfamiliar to him. Chen Tianan continued to elucidate. It is said that the Supreme Divine Demon Body arises from the union of ancient deities and great demons. Those possessing this constitution embody both divine and demonic traits, unparalleled throughout the ages, ranking among the top 3 of the 3,000 constitutions. The ancient text had not been seen for ages, but Chen Tianan recalled such a reference. The reason for his certainty lay in the extraordinary phenomena that erupted at Chen Nian's birth, 2 sacred manifestations, the blessing from the demon ancestor and the sign from the divine. The simultaneous occurrence of these 2 manifestations is said to be characteristic of the Supreme Divine Demon Body. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in stunned silence, unable to process the implications of being ranked among the top 3 constitutions. If he were to grow, how powerful might he become? Perhaps he could even surpass Chen Tiandao and achieve the status of an emperor. It is well known that Chen Tiandao, with his demonic dragon sacred body, has reached the pinnacle of power within the 3,000 realms and holds the title of the foremost figure of the demonic path. Yet, Chen Nian's innate talent evidently surpassed even Chen Tiandao's. In the future, he could potentially astonish the entirety of the 3,000 realms. The crowd envisioned a demonic leader even more formidable than Chen Tiandao rising to prominence. In that instant, their hearts raced, their eyes filled with both awe and trepidation. Chen Tiandao recognized the gravity of the situation and addressed the assembly, saying, "Regarding Nian's constitution, no one is to breathe a word. Those who defy this order shall face dire consequences." Chen Tiandao's voice was laced with an ominous aura, causing everyone present to shiver. The reason was simple. Such a constitution was overwhelmingly powerful. Should this information leak, it could incite panic across the upper realms, and Chen Nian would likely face endless attempts on his life. Therefore, in order to safeguard Chen Nian's well-being, Chen Tiandao commanded everyone to keep their mouths shut. The elders, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, quickly clasped their hands in agreement. Naturally, they would refrain from making any reckless remarks. As elders of the Chen clan, their fates were intertwined with that of the family. Only if the Chen clan thrived could they reap greater benefits. This principle was well understood by them. As the discussions in the room came to an end, a sudden, piercing cry echoed through the air. "Chen Tianan, you shameless thief! Return my egg!" In the grand hall, the atmosphere grew tense as everyone frowned. Chen Tiandao, cradling Chen Nian, slowly made his way outside, flanked by Chen Tianan and the 36 elders of the Chen clan. In the sky above, the formidable ruler of the Phoenix domain, Feng Jihuang, soared, her massive form accompanied by hundreds of flaming phoenixes. The vibrant flames engulfed the sky, transforming the previously dim atmosphere into a resplendent spectacle. Upon spotting Chen Tianan emerge, Feng Jihuang could no longer contain her fury, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Chen Tianan, return my egg, or I shall unleash the full might of the Phoenix domain to obliterate you." It is known that for a powerful being like Feng Jihuang, the process of spawning offspring was fraught with difficulty. Moreover, the Phoenix lineage possessed potent bloodline powers, making the chance of producing a Phoenix egg exceedingly rare. This particular egg had taken her over 10,000 years to nurture, only to be snatched away immediately after its birth. Feng Jihuang was incensed and, alongside the elders of the Phoenix domain, sought retribution. She was aware of Chen Tianan's notoriety as the younger brother of Chen Tiandao, the foremost figure in the demonic realms. Yet, regardless of his status, stealing her egg warranted a preparation for death. Faced with Feng Jihuang's aggressive demeanor, Chen Tianan coughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Brother, what do we do? I can't let my nephew's gift go unchallenged." Although Chen Tianan was extraordinarily gifted, he had only recently reached the mid-stage of sainthood. while Feng Zhihuang had stood at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm for tens of thousands of years. The two were not in the same league. Within the entire Qin clan, only Chen Tiandao was qualified to engage in a one-on-one conversation with her. Chen Tiandao remained composed, bemused by his foolish brother. But he had always been one to support family over reason. Moreover, the confrontation she initiated was undoubtedly a provocation against him. In a mere 600 years, Chen Tiandao had transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable Saint King, a testament to his terrifying talent. Across the 3,000 realms, there was no one who did not fear his capabilities. Such a person naturally carried an air of pride. He coldly cast his gaze skyward, narrowing his eyes. In the skies above my Qin clan, flying is strictly prohibited. This rule has been established for centuries. Feng Zhihuang, do you dare to challenge me? His seemingly simple words bore an immense weight. A mere glance sent shivers down the spines of the hundreds of phoenixes behind Feng Zhihuang. The preeminent figure in the demonic realms was truly terrifying, his talent unparalleled. Feng Zhihuang was taken aback. She had no desire to be adversarial with Chen Tiandao. Although others might be oblivious, she, having reached the Saint King realm for many years, could instinctively sense his prowess. This human was anything but ordinary. However, her child remained with the Qin clan, the offspring she had painstakingly nurtured for millennia. And it was yet to be born, rumored to be of a multicolored lineage that could potentially break through barriers and become a nine-colored phoenix. This would grant a chance to transcend to the emperor level. With this thought in mind, Feng Zhihuang coldly declared, Chen Tiandao, I recognize your strength. But if you do not return my offspring, the Phoenix domain will exhaust all its resources to ensure a relentless feud with the Nine Heavens demon domain. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, driven by the need to protect her progeny and the future of the Phoenix domain. She was prepared for an unyielding conflict. As one of the 10 supreme domains, the Phoenix domain's foundation was unfathomable. Yet, Chen Tiandao merely chuckled, his disdain palpable. Do you truly believe you possess the qualifications for such a confrontation? His chilling voice resonated through the air. In the next instant, Chen Tiandao soared into the sky, confronting Feng Zhihuang directly. Before him stood the elite warriors of the Phoenix domain, each a formidable monarch-level combatant. Yet, to Chen Tiandao, they were nothing more than trifles to be extinguished with a mere flick of his finger. Feng Zhihuang, I have made it clear that I despise those who hover above me, and I abhor threats. Suddenly, Chen Tiandao's eyes darkened, his aura swirling with a dangerous crimson hue. The overwhelming darkness of his magic surged like colossal tidal waves, enveloping the skies of the Qin clan. Countless disciples of the Chen clan gazed in awe at the spectacle unfolding before them, witnessing the might of their clan's master, the foremost figure in the demonic realms. The dreadful aura emanating from him sent chills down the spines of the Phoenix domain's elite, even causing Feng Zhihuang to furrow her brow in apprehension. Then, without warning, dozens of massive fireballs surged forth at incredible speed towards the assembly of the Phoenix domain. These ebony fireballs burned with an unnameable flame, exuding an aura of annihilation that threatened instant death upon contact. The fireballs moved with such swiftness that they seemed to transcend the very fabric of space. Moments later, the air erupted with a cacophony of explosions echoing through the skies. Despite Feng Zhihuang's efforts to intercept the assault, she had underestimated Chen Tiandao's strength. The fireballs carried an essence of destruction, mixed with a corrosive element that threatened to consume any who came into contact with them. Though the phoenixes were naturally adept at fire control, Feng Zhihuang had to concede that the potency of Chen Tiandao's flames was indeed fearsome. Despite her successful defense, she found herself in a precarious position, while those behind her were not as fortunate. Several weaker initial-stage monarchs among the fire phoenixes were instantly reduced to ashes. With no chance to resist, the dark flames blazed across the skies of the Qin clan, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Witnessing this unfolding spectacle, the members of the Phoenix domain were left wide-eyed, their hearts racing with terror. The might displayed was beyond comprehension. Both the Phoenix domain and the Qin clan regarded Chen Tiandao with a newfound reverence. Was this truly the power of the foremost figure in the demonic realms? It was utterly terrifying. Even Feng Zhihuang, typically so proud and confident, felt a twinge of doubt. Although their encounter had been brief, she could sense the overwhelming aura of destruction emanating from those fireballs. Moreover, their speed was astounding. While others may have overlooked it as a Saint King, she recognized that Chen Tiandao's attack involved the manipulation of spatial forces. This was why the phoenixes had been unable to evade it. The enigma of spatial power was both mysterious and formidable, and to think Chen Tiandao had grasped such a profound force was truly astounding. Feng Zhihuang had no choice but to acknowledge that Chen Tiandao's strength likely surpassed her own. This realization left her in a state of shock. Despite having lived for over 30,000 years as a phoenix, she found herself eclipsed by a human who had only trained for a few hundred years. In an instant, Feng Zhihuang's expression grew grave as she gazed towards Chen Tiandao's direction. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Chen Tiandao, this esteemed one is aware of your strength. However, the phoenix egg is of paramount importance to my phoenix domain. Should you return it, I can offer other equivalent treasures in exchange. What say you? The tone of Feng Zhihuang had lost its earlier arrogance, now tinged with a hint of weakness, resembling a plea or negotiation. After all, they were in the Nine Heavens demon domain, and Chen Tiandao's power was unfathomable. She dared not act recklessly. Chen Tiandao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Feng Zhihuang and then at Chen Nian. He leisurely replied, Feng Zhihuang, I understand your offspring holds great significance for you. However, should the phoenix egg remain in the care of my son, it would indeed be a tremendous opportunity for your phoenix lineage. The notion that leaving the egg with Chen Tiandao's son would constitute a great fortune for the phoenix domain left Feng Zhihuang momentarily perplexed. Her gaze shifted towards Chen Nian, who lay quietly in Xian Lingyue's embrace. Upon meeting Feng Zhihuang's eyes, he displayed no fear, for he was well aware that despite her might, his adoptive father was evidently far superior. Suddenly, after casting a glance at Chen Nian, Feng Zhihuang froze, her expression turning dazed as she turned back to Chen Tiandao, exclaiming, This is the supreme divine. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Tiandao interrupted, Since you have perceived this, you should know how to choose. Indeed, Feng Zhihuang instantly recognized that Chen Nian was the supreme divine demon body. As the ruler of the phoenix domain, her extensive lifespan of several millennia had granted her profound wisdom. Although she had never witnessed the terrifying power of the supreme divine demon body firsthand, she understood that being among the top 3 special physiques among the myriad of bodies, its might would be formidable. Moreover, the divine attributes within the supreme divine demon body served as an unparalleled supplement for the phoenix lineage, irresistibly drawing them closer. Even the phoenix egg on the ground seemed to inch towards Chen Nian. The brilliance of divinity was an irresistible allure for the phoenix clan. In that moment, Feng Zhihuang fell into deep contemplation, her mind racing. Even if she were to reclaim her offspring today, evolving from a rainbow phoenix to a 9-colored phoenix would undoubtedly be an insurmountable challenge. However, with the supreme divine demon body by Chen Nian's side, the situation shifted entirely. Setting aside the immense destiny he carried, the potential for evolution that the supreme divine demon body promised was a compelling reason for Feng Zhihuang to concede. With a heart full of resolve, she cast a lingering glance at the phoenix egg before decisively declaring, Very well, I accept your terms. From this moment forth, my offspring shall accompany your son. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, disbelief etched across their faces, particularly the members of the phoenix domain, who could not fathom the implications. No, my lord. The young master is our future. How can this be allowed? Protested one. Indeed, my lord. We must stake everything to prevent our young master from becoming another's servant. Echoed another. In the sky, hundreds of elders from the Phoenix clan voiced their concerns in unison. They were one of the oldest clans among the 3,000 domains, steeped in deep-rooted heritage. Despite Chen Tiandao's formidable strength, they were not to be underestimated. They would rather perish than allow their young master to become someone else's steed. This was a matter of dignity. However, Feng Zhihuang merely cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, remaining silent. For they were utterly unaware of the supreme, divine demon body's might. Should this physique be fully awakened, surpassing even Chen Tiandao would merely be a matter of time. Then, with a flash, Feng Zhihuang transformed into her human form. The transformation from beast to human was no trivial feat, requiring one to reach the realm of kings to assume such a shape. As a sacred king, Feng Zhihuang found it effortless, having long since mastered her human guise. In her human form, she appeared as a stunning middle-aged woman, with exquisite features and an aura of regal elegance. Draped in a golden phoenix robe with a gaze that commanded authority, she captivated all who beheld her. Feng Zhihuang looked at Chen Tiandao and said slowly, From this day forth, my phoenix domain and the Nine Heavens demon domain shall forge a defensive alliance, united as allies, with heaven and earth as our witness. As her melodious voice resonated, thunder echoed across the sky 3 times. The realm of the 3,000 domains was unlike any ordinary world. The heavenly laws were ever present, and vows made must be fulfilled. Particularly for such formidable beings, failure to uphold their oaths would invite inner demons, leading to a grim fate. The members of the Phoenix domain gasped in shock at Feng Jiuhuang's declaration. What had prompted their leader to willingly form an alliance with the Nine Heavens demon domain? Chen Tiandao, too, was intrigued, taken aback by Feng Jiuhuang's decisiveness. Not only had she willingly offered her offspring, but she had also established an alliance before so many witnesses. Such determination was indeed remarkable. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, the potential of the supreme divine demon body was limitless. Aligning with the Nine Heavens demon domain was undoubtedly more advantageous than detrimental. Feng Jiuhuang, having lived for millennia, possessed a keen insight. Chen Tiandao nodded slightly. Since Feng Jiuhuang had made her intentions clear, he, as the ruler of the Nine Heavens demon domain, could not be ambiguous. He addressed the heavens, declaring, I, Chen Tiandao, vow to form a defensive alliance with the Phoenix domain, with heaven and earth as my witness. With these simple words, thunder rumbled anew across the sky. This was the heavenly law affirming Chen Tiandao's words. The two parties had forged an alliance, henceforth united in defense. The implications of this agreement would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the 3,000 domains. After all, the alliance of two major upper domains, each more powerful than the last, would send shockwaves across the realm. The Phoenix domain had existed for millions of years, steeped in profound legacy, while the Nine Heavens demon domain, though previously a mid-domain, had risen to prominence under Chen Tiandao's leadership, achieving the status of an upper domain. Feng Jiuhuang cast a reluctant glance at her phoenix egg before looking towards Chen Nian. She then tossed a space ring from her person, stating, This ring contains treasures I have accumulated over the years, a gift for your son. Chen Tiandao caught the ring, and upon scanning its contents with his divine sense, he was taken aback. The ring boasted a staggering 300,000 cubic meters of space, akin to a small world. Within it lay a cornucopia of treasures, glimmering elixirs, spiritual artifacts, weapons, and martial arts manuals, everything one could imagine. It was evident that the Phoenix domain's legacy was astonishingly profound. As Feng Jiuhuang gifted such a wealth of treasures without a second thought, Chen Tiandao nodded, calmly assuring, Rest assured, your offspring shall not be mistreated. With Chen Tiandao's promise, Feng Jiuhuang felt a weight lift from her mind. A figure of Chen Tiandao's caliber held his word in the highest regard. Over the years, while he had been domineering throughout the 3,000 domains, he had never faltered in his integrity. This was a notion Feng Jiuhuang believed in wholeheartedly. Very well, Feng Jiuhuang replied, satisfied. She looked at the members of the Phoenix domain and commanded, Return to the Phoenix domain. Though the members of the Phoenix domain were perplexed, they dared not defy her words. Channeling their inner energy, they flapped their wings, and in an instant, hundreds of phoenixes soared into the sky, winging their way back to the Phoenix domain, their wings igniting sparks in a breathtaking display. In the Chen family, Chen Tiandao single-handedly repelled the entire Phoenix domain, igniting a wave of exhilaration among the members, their eyes brimming with excitement. The domain master is invincible. The domain master is invincible. They cheered in unison. Although the Chen family is the foremost in the demonic path, it is not a realm of deceit and treachery. United in spirit, the entire Chen clan stands together with a solidarity that surpasses that of the so-called righteous sects, all anchored by their spiritual pillar, Chen Tiandao. He has singularly elevated the Chen family above the fray of the 3,000 domains, allowing it to shine with unparalleled brilliance. As Chen Tiandao descended gracefully, he stood beside his son, Chen Nian, casting a deep gaze at him with a slight smile gracing his lips. From this day forth, Chen Nian shall be the young master of our Chen clan. I shall take him to the ancestral grounds for a period of seclusion. He instructed that all matters of the family be handled temporarily by Chen Tianin and the Grand Elder. Furthermore, he decreed that the events of the day must remain confidential. Any breach of this command would be met with dire consequences. Swiftly, Chen Tiandao made his arrangements to lead Chen Nian into the ancestral grounds, a place rich in demonic energy and ideal for cultivation. His intention was not only to expedite Chen Nian's training, but also to diminish his prominence. The unparalleled divine demonic body that Chen Nian possessed was both invaluable and formidable. Should it come to the attention of the so-called righteous sects, particularly the pious individuals from the Buddhist realm who espouse virtue while concealing their true intentions, they would undoubtedly target Chen Nian. Thus, Chen Tiandao's actions were a protective measure, designed to obscure Chen Nian's existence until the latter could acquire sufficient ability for self-preservation before stepping into the public eye. The elders exchanged glances, expressing no dissent, and they bowed respectfully, declaring, We shall obey. Chapter 7. The Blossoming of the Lotus. Chen Nian emerges from seclusion. Time flows swiftly. For cultivators, 6 years pass in the blink of an eye. During this period, rumors concerning Chen Nian have all but faded from the 3,000 domains, and within the Chen family. His name is seldom uttered. The family members are merely aware of a young master named Chen Nian, yet none have seen him, nor do they know what he looks like. As for the circumstances surrounding his birth, the elders remain tight-lipped, for none dare defy Chen Tiandao's orders. Although Chen Tiandao spent most of the last 6 years in the ancestral grounds accompanying Chen Nian, seldom appearing in the public eye, this did not diminish the awe the clan felt for him. He is the foremost figure in the demonic path, having single-handedly elevated the Chen family to a top-tier power within the 3,000 domains. On this day, within the ancestral grounds of the Chen family, Chen Tianyin and 36 elders gathered solemnly, their expressions grave as they gazed toward the ancestral grounds, not daring to relax for even a moment. Suddenly, from the direction of the ancestral grounds, dark mist billowed forth, and a figure emerged slowly. The youth bore a stern expression, his handsome visage framed by long, dark hair cascading down his back. With hands clasped behind him, he walked toward the elders, and peculiarly, with each step he took, a black lotus blossomed beneath his feet. Despite his calm demeanor, the aura irradiating from him instilled a profound sense of dread in all present. The black lotuses were no ordinary sight. Even the elders could not discern their rank. The young master has emerged. One elder gasped in astonishment. My heavens! This aura! Could it be that the young master has already stepped into the void-breaking realm? Standing at a distance, the grand elder, Chen Nian, suddenly exclaimed, No. The blooming lotuses indicate the formless realm. The young master possesses extraordinary talent. Upon hearing the term formless realm, the elders fell silent, their faces reflecting sheer shock. The formless realm is the 5th great realm on the path of cultivation. While it may not be remarkable within the Chen family, Chen Nian is only 6 years old. To reach the formless realm at such a tender age is nothing short of fantastical. They themselves had entered the formless realm only in their late teens. Aided by the resources of the Chen family, truly, the young master's talent is unmatched. Over the 6 years, Chen Nian has spent nearly all his time in the ancestral grounds, and through his exceptional gifts and the lottery system, he has reached the pinnacle of the formless realm, a mere step away from the transcendent realm. As Chen Nian approached the elders, the grand elder was the first to bow deeply, respectfully stating, I, Chen Tianan, pay my respects to the young master. Following suit, the other elders, too, bowed in deference, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the young master. The grandeur of the moment did not surprise Chen Nian. After 6 years, he had grown accustomed to his identity. He is the son of Chen Tiandao, the most formidable demon in the 9 heavens, and the future leader of the Chen family, with a status of great distinction. He smiled, his demeanor serene. You honor me. Esteemed elders, please rise. Thank you, young master. They replied in unison. Chen Tianyin approached Chen Nian with a broad smile, exclaiming, My dear nephew, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Your second uncle has missed you dearly. For 6 years, Chen Tianyin had visited the ancestral grounds almost monthly to see his beloved nephew, whom he regarded as his own son, as he had no heirs of his own. Every time he visited, he would regale Chen Nian with tales of his exploits, of treasures pilfered from various domains, adversaries vanquished, and even the time he spied on a saintly maiden bathing. Such stories filled Chen Nian with yearning for the outside world, igniting an eagerness to venture forth. Consequently, each of Chen Tianyin's visits drew the disapproval of Chen Tiandao, who believed his brother-in-law was leading Chen Nian astray. Yet, Chen Tianyin remained undeterred, feigning ignorance to his brother-in-law's ire until the latter eventually resigned to his fate. Seeing his second uncle brought Chen Nian great joy. Hey, second uncle, remember to include me in any future escapades. Chen Tianyin instantly comprehended, grinning as he playfully nudged Chen Nian's shoulder. Of course, from now on, we shall sweep through the 3,000 domains together, conquering all the saintly maidens. Indeed, we shall conquer them all. Chen Nian replied with a chuckle. The sight of the two in high spirits left the elders utterly bewildered. The grand elder, Chen Tianan, cleared his throat and inquired, Young master, did the domain master not accompany you out from seclusion? Chen Nian shook his head. Father has recently experienced some insights during his training and intends to remain in seclusion for a while longer. Chen Tiandao's retreat was prompted by Chen Nian's earlier lottery win, which granted him access to a 9-star demonic cultivation technique. Chen Nian had presented it openly to Chen Tiandao, who was instantly captivated by its potential. It is known that the 9-star technique is among the most elite in the 3,000 domains, with the Chen family possessing only 2, one of which is incomplete. Thus, upon acquiring this technique, Chen Tiandao eagerly delved into its study, hoping to glean inspiration. Hearing Chen Nian's words, the elders' faces broke into smiles. Is the domain master on the verge of another breakthrough? How splendid! They understood that Chen Tiandao's prowess was already formidable, and a further breakthrough would undoubtedly elevate the Chen family's strength. However, they knew the matter of his seclusion must remain confidential. Chen Nian's voice was calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of intensity. This must not be disclosed. The elders exchanged glances, their hearts tightening. We understand. After a brief discussion at the entrance of the ancestral grounds, the elders escorted Chen Nian to his residence. The Chen family estate is vast, housing tens of thousands of disciples. Chen Nian's quarters are situated in the very heart of the inner sanctum of the Chen family. As they journeyed forth, Chen Tianyin, accompanied by 36 elders, encircled Chen Nian, capturing the attention of countless disciples of the Chen clan. The sight was astonishing. After all, these 36 elders, along with the second master of the Chen family, were renowned figures across the 3,000 domains. The notion that they were meticulously escorting a mere youth was utterly preposterous. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly leave many astounded. In an instant, the tale of the enigmatic young man permeated the entire Chen family, leaving the vast clan in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 8. The Nine Transformation Huangxing Nightfall. Knock, knock, knock. As Chen Nian sat cross-legged, the sound of knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. He replied nonchalantly, "Enter." With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and Chen Tianyin stepped inside. Observing this, Chen Nian rose from his bed. "Nephew, what brings you to summon your second uncle?" Chen Tianyin inquired with a warm smile. Earlier that day, Chen Nian had asked him to come to his room at night, which piqued Chen Tianyin's curiosity about the purpose of this meeting. Chen Nian smiled gently and directed his gaze toward Chen Tianyin. "Second uncle, you have been stagnating at the mid-stage of the saintly entry for quite some time, haven't you?" "Indeed," Chen Tianyin acknowledged. His talent was remarkable, yet since reaching the mid-stage of the saintly entry, he had made no significant progress for over 30 years. Although the transition to the late stage seemed merely a hurdle, it was akin to an insurmountable chasm for him. Unlike Chen Tiandao, he lacked such extraordinary gifts. This seemingly simple barrier loomed like a wall, obstructing his advancement. Though curious about Chen Nian's inquiry, Chen Tianyin nodded sincerely, "Yes. After breaking through to the mid-stage 35 years ago, I have made no substantial progress." With a sigh, he expressed his frustration. Chen Nian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he cheerfully stated, "Second uncle, I possess a remarkable item that can aid you in breaking through." "What?" Chen Tianyin was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Nian. Had it not been for his knowledge of Chen Nian's honesty, he might have thought this was a jest. After all, he was a powerful figure at the mid-stage of the saintly entry, and for someone at his level, surpassing even a minor realm was akin to scaling a mountain. Even with the resources of the Chen family backing him, he had made no progress in 35 years. "Nephew, you mustn't tease your second uncle." Chen Nian chuckled softly. "Second uncle, you are my dear second uncle. Why would I play tricks on you?" As he spoke, Chen Nian produced a golden huangxing from his spatial ring. The huangxing shimmered with a radiant golden light, its spiritual essence so abundant that upon its emergence, the spiritual energy in the room seemed to surge by 30%. Staring at the huangxing in Chen Nian's hand, Chen Tianyin was momentarily stunned. This object seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Nonetheless, he sensed that this item was far from ordinary. "Nephew, what? What is this?" Chen Nian smiled and replied, "Second uncle, you must have heard of the Nine Transformation Huangxing, right? Legend has it that on the day the 3,000 domains came into being, a huangxing tree rose majestically in the east. This tree bears fruit once every 500,000 years, producing only 9 fruits each time. That is its origin." Chen Nian's light-hearted words left Chen Tianyin momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he recalled having seen this huangxing in an ancient tome of the Chen family. It bore fruit only once every 500,000 years, with each harvest yielding but 9 huangxing, truly a treasure of immense rarity. The tree's whereabouts had since become a mystery, and the huangxing had faded from the annals of the 3,000 domains, existing only in ancient texts, never to be seen again. Upon recognizing that the huangxing in Chen Nian's possession was indeed the legendary Nine Transformation huangxing, Chen Tianyin found himself at a loss for words. No way. Nephew, you're not joking, are you? This truly is the legendary Nine Transformation huangxing." It wasn't that Chen Tianyin lacked worldly experience. On the contrary, his extensive experience made him acutely aware of the rarity of such a treasure. If this were to become known, Countless mid-stage, saintly entry practitioners throughout the 3,000 domains would go mad for it, and even mighty beings of the Saint King realm would covet it. The effects of this item were simply too potent. Chen Nian grinned and said, "Second uncle, how could I deceive you? I promised to help you break through. This should do the trick, right?" "Of course. Absolutely," Chen Tianyin exclaimed eagerly. The efficacy of the 9 transformation Huangxing would undoubtedly facilitate his advancement from mid-stage to late-stage saintly entry. In fact, the residual energy could assist him in furthering his cultivation. However, just as Chen Tianyin reached out for the 9 transformation Huangxing, he hesitated, gazing into Chen Nian's eyes. Clearing his throat, he said, "No, nephew, I cannot accept this." Chen Nian was taken aback, puzzled. "Why not? You must understand that this 9 transformation Huangxing is an invaluable asset for your breakthrough. In the face of such a tremendous opportunity, it was nearly unheard of for a cultivator to remain calm, let alone refuse it. A confrontation would be the least of concerns." Thus, Chen Nian was astonished by Chen Tiannin's refusal. Chen Tiannin suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, looking directly into Chen Nian's eyes. "Nephew, the 9 transformation Huangxing is indeed a remarkable treasure, one that I desperately need. However, such a divine object should be reserved for you. My breakthrough holds little significance for the Chen family. But with the support of this divine item, you are destined to achieve greater heights. Remember, the Chen family can do without me, but it cannot do without you. You, Chen Nian, are the future of the Chen family, the very essence of our clan." After uttering these heartfelt words, Chen Tianyin inhaled deeply, his voice tremulous with emotion. It was true. Though he longed for the 9 transformation Huangxing, his desire paled in comparison to the recognition of Chen Nian's potential. The notion of using this divine object on himself seemed misplaced, for Chen Nian was indeed the future of the Chen family, the very foundation of its existence. Feeling the sincerity in Chen Tiannin's words, warmth surged within Chen Nian, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though the outside world viewed them as ruthless beings of the demonic path, capable of merciless acts, they harbored an instinctual willingness to sacrifice for their kin. In the face of immense interests, Chen Tiannin's first thought was of his nephew. This was far more honorable than the so-called righteous individuals. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nian smiled gently. "Second uncle, please take this Huangxing. I have plenty more." This 9 transformation Huangxing was a reward Chen Nian had drawn from a lottery, having won 9 of them at once. Previously, he had gifted 1 each to Chen Tiandao and Xian Linghua, and now he intended to give 1 to Chen Tianyin, leaving him with 6. Given his current cultivation level, he could not yet consume it, for the spiritual energy within was far too profound. Should he attempt to do so, he would surely meet with disaster. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Chen Tianyin was taken aback. Such a divine object, sought after by many, yet Chen Nian had more? However, he harbored no doubts and refrained from pressing further. "In that case, I shall accept it." Chapter 9. Words manifest into reality after conversing for a while. Chen Tianyin left, brimming with excitement. Clutching the Huangxing tightly, his eyes sparkled with fervor. No one could maintain composure when faced with a breakthrough, and neither could Chen Tianyin. Observing his departing figure, Chen Nian felt a mixture of emotions, his lips curving into a faint smile. Gently closing the door, he cast a glance at the phoenix egg beside his bed and settled himself before it. This phoenix egg was brought back by Chen Tianyin from the phoenix domain on the day of Chen Nian's birth. It was the offspring of Feng Jiahuang, the ruler of the phoenix domain. Yet, despite having waited by Chen Nian's side for 6 years, it had yet to hatch, although it had grown to twice its original size. In addition, some ancient patterns appeared on the phoenix egg, intricate and profound, which Chen Nian could not comprehend. However, this little creature was quite affectionate towards him. Especially when he was cultivating, the phoenix egg would emanate a sense of joy and elation. A subtle connection had already formed between the person and the egg. Chen Nian smiled gently and caressed the phoenix egg, then settled onto his bed and summoned the system softly. "System, display my personal attribute panel." Ding, retrieving data. Host, Chen Nian cultivation level. Pinnacle of the formless realm technique. 9 transformations of the divine demon art, 9 stars. Martial arts, flower picking finger, 9 stars. World destruction sword technique, 9 stars. Illusory shadow step, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine demon body talent. Blessing of the demonic path, divine ability. Distance of a finger lottery draws remaining, 50 after years of diligent training. Chen Nian's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the formless realm, the 5th major stage of cultivation. This pace was astonishingly rapid by external standards, nearly achieving a major realm every year. If this were to leak out, it would undoubtedly leave countless prodigies agape in disbelief. Furthermore, the techniques and martial arts he possessed were equally astounding. It is essential to note that across the vast 3,000 domains, techniques and martial arts are categorized from 1 to 9 stars, from the most rudimentary to the most advanced. Chen Nian not only cultivated techniques of the 9-star rank, but also several martial arts of the same caliber. Even a single 9-star martial art could incite a storm of bloodshed. Even the most powerful figures in the upper realms would be unable to resist the temptation. After all, these were top-tier martial arts in the entire 3,000 domains, with terrifying power, especially in enhancing the combat abilities of those formidable beings. Of course, the primary reason Chen Nian could possess so many 9-star techniques and martial arts was due to his lottery system. Over the years, he had mastered the intricacies of the system. During ordinary draws, results varied from the beneficial to the mundane, with sheer luck occasionally yielding 9-star martial arts. However, most of the time, he would draw useless items like broken blades or damaged swords. When exchanging 10 regular draws for a super draw, the outcomes were generally more reliable. The items drawn were at least 6 stars or above, placing them among the quality ranks. Observing the number of lottery draws remaining on his attribute panel, Chen Nian decisively declared, "System, initiate a 10 consecutive draws." Instead of converting the 10 draws into a super draw, he opted for the 10 consecutive draws directly. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated, "Ding," commencing 10 consecutive draws. In the next moment, a massive wheel appeared before Chen Nian, densely populated with options, though he could not discern what they were. However, this wheel, though vast, was visible only to him. Others could not perceive its existence. The pointer began to spin rapidly. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1-star thermal pair of trousers. Warm and fluffy for added comfort. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2-star item. A pair of sleeves, made of ice silk. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1-star item, a broken chopping knife." As the system's announcements continued to echo in his ears, Chen Nian felt utterly bewildered. What the heck is this lottery? Thermal trousers? I'm not a thermal trousers god. Which demonic path prodigy wears thermal trousers? How embarrassing. Amidst the barrage of underwhelming rewards, Chen Nian was on the verge of giving up. Suddenly, the final draw's announcement rang out. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine ability, words become law." In that instant, Chen Nian's eyes widened in disbelief, his youthful face alight with joy. What? A divine ability? Words become law. He never imagined that his 10 consecutive draws would yield a divine ability. To understand, divine abilities are not mere martial arts. They are secret techniques, rumored to originate from the upper realms, shrouded in mystery and possessing immense power. There are very few divine abilities throughout the 3,000 domains. A standard divine ability is valued far above 3 9-star martial arts. In fact, no one would even consider exchanging a divine ability for martial arts. Previously, during a super draw, Chen Nian had unexpectedly drawn a divine ability, distance of a finger. This spatial divine ability allows for instantaneous movement across spatial boundaries. The distance one can move is contingent upon the host's strength. The greater the strength, the broader the range. With Chen Nian's current cultivation, he could teleport within a 5-kilometer radius. A mere thought could cause him to vanish from his location. Do not underestimate this 5 kilometers. If utilized wisely, it is undoubtedly a life-saving technique. Moreover, during combat, it can catch enemies off guard. Chen Nian's gaze turned towards the newly acquired divine ability. Words become law. Words become law. Once a word is spoken, all laws follow. This divine ability is extraordinarily potent. With a single utterance, the user can connect with the heaven's fortunes and seal the surrounding space. Within this space, the user resembles the very essence of the heavenly path. Upon reading the system's description, Chen Nian felt a surge of awe. He was no longer the novice who had just entered the cultivation world 6 years ago. He understood precisely how formidable this divine ability was. Once a word is spoken, all laws follow. In this limited space, he would become the sovereign, the master. Naturally, this is predicated on the opponent's strength not exceeding his own. Otherwise, the divine ability's effect would be significantly diminished. Chen Nian was not surprised by this. After all, if it worked against someone vastly stronger, it would render this divine ability invincible. However, the power of this divine ability was still exceedingly terrifying. Glancing at his personal attribute panel, Chen Nian smiled with satisfaction before casting a glance at the phoenix egg, commencing his cultivation. The following day marked the day of the Chen family's talent assessment. Every 6-year-old descendant of the Chen family was required to participate in the test. The reason Chen Nian emerged from the ancestral grounds was to partake in this very evaluation. Having been absent for 6 years, Very few in the Chen family were aware of the return of their young master. This time, he was determined to make a grand entrance. Chapter 10, Talent Assessment. The next morning. Chen Family Training Ground. The vast training ground was filled with hundreds of Chen family disciples. These were the new generation of disciples, all around 6 or 7 years old, including both collateral and direct descendants. The Chen family is a colossal clan, comprising tens of thousands of members, divided into collateral and direct lines. Apart from the family head's lineage, the distinction between collateral and direct lines is not rigid. Should a remarkable talent arise among the collateral descendants, they may ascend from collateral to direct lineage. Thus, the Chen family provides collateral disciples an opportunity for advancement. For in this clan, as long as one possesses talent and strength, one can continually climb the ranks. This has led to intense training among collateral members, instilling a sense of urgency even among the direct descendants, resulting in a thriving cultivation atmosphere within the Chen family. However, in such a world of cultivation, relentless training is beneficial for both oneself and one's family. In this realm, lacking strength could lead to becoming a mere pawn under another's command. Why hasn't the assessment begun yet? We've waited for an entire hour. Indeed. Look, even the steward responsible for the assessment has arrived. Why hasn't it started? Below the platform. The young Chen family disciples looked up, whispering amongst themselves. The talent assessment was supposed to commence an hour ago, yet there had been no sign of activity. The children, being merely 6 or 7 years old, were still immature and began to voice their complaints. Among the crowd, a flamboyantly dressed youth spoke mysteriously. I heard that a significant figure is coming for today's assessment. Upon hearing this, several Chen family disciples around him became instantly curious. Really? Is there truly a distinguished figure coming? The boy's tone was filled with skepticism. They were well aware of the prominent figures within the Chen family and had not heard of any needing to undergo a talent assessment. The youth named Chen Dao grinned and said, "Of course. My grandfather mentioned it, but he did not disclose the specific identity, and I did not dare to inquire further." Chen Dao's grandfather is the 6th elder of the Chen family, who, along with the other elders, welcomed Chen Nian at the ancestral gate that day. However, even the 6th elder refrained from casually revealing Chen Nian's identity. It would be absurd to keep so many members of the Chen family waiting for someone of significant stature. Exactly. It's simply unfair. The crowd continued to voice their grievances, each expressing dissatisfaction. Suddenly, someone in the throng shouted, "Look! Isn't that the second master and the elders?" The crowd looked up, and in the sky, dozens of figures were soaring toward the martial arts arena. The figures were familiar to everyone. They were Chen Nian, the second master of the Chen family, along with 36 elders. But wait, why was there another person in front of the elders? The crowd peered closely, and indeed, there was a young man, comparable in age to them, soaring gracefully, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm confidence. Gazing at this scene, the crowd was rendered speechless. Who exactly was this young man? Judging by the atmosphere, he was certainly not ordinary. After all, Chen Nian and the 36 elders were renowned figures in the 3,000 domains, each capable of obliterating an inferior domain with ease. To see such esteemed individuals respectfully following a young man was astonishing. Chen Nian, along with Chen Nian and the elders, descended upon the martial arts arena. "Young master, this is the Chen family's martial arts arena, the place for testing talents. Please take your seat." The grand elder respectfully addressed Chen Nian, his tone humble and his demeanor exceptionally reverent, as if he were merely a lowly attendant. Under normal circumstances, the grand elder would never exhibit such deference. But before him stood the future leader of the Chen family, the son of Chen Dao. He had no courage to act with arrogance. Chen Nian, smiling, turned to Chen Nian, "Second uncle, you are the elder. Please take your seat." After all, Chen Nian was his second uncle, and Chen Nian felt it inappropriate to claim the position. However, although Chen Nian often appeared frivolous, he was not foolish. He understood that today marked the day for Chen Nian to establish his authority and begin his leadership of the Chen family, so he naturally would not overshadow him. Moreover, this was his beloved nephew. He must cherish him. With a cheerful expression, he said, "Dear nephew, you are the young master of the Chen family, the future leader. Please take your seat, and I shall sit behind." Chen Nian hesitated for a moment, but the elders, in unison, cupped their hands and urged, "Please, young master, take your seat." The resounding voices instantly reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian glanced at Chen Nian and the elders and no longer hesitated. He slowly ascended to the highest position and sat down with an air of tranquility. However, below the stage, chaos erupted. "The young master? This young man, seemingly of the same age as us, is actually the young master of the Chen family?" The crowd was dumbfounded. For years, they had never heard of any young master in the Chen family. Suddenly, someone jolted awake. Wait, I remember. 6 years ago, the domain lord had a child, rumored to be the young master of the Chen family. But, on the day of his birth, he vanished without a trace. He recalled hearing the older generation of the Chen family mention it. 6 years ago, when the son of Chen Tiandao was born, it was said that extraordinary phenomena occurred. However, since that day, the title of young master had not been uttered again in the Chen family. They were still young, and perhaps had heard the elders speak of it in their childhood, but it had never registered in their minds. Today, upon meeting the legendary young master, they suddenly recalled it. The crowd lifted their heads, casting incredulous glances toward Chen Nian. Could it be that this is the biological son of the domain lord? Oh, it seems there was indeed such a rumor. Yes, I've heard of it too. Only the son of the domain lord could command such respect from the second master and the elders. The crowd engaged in animated speculation about Chen Nian's identity. However, over the course of 6 years, there had been no rumors regarding Chen Nian, and the crowd was unaware of his strength or talent, thus lacking any sense of reverence. Although Chen Nian was the son of the domain lord, the concept of strength prevailing in the Chen family was ingrained in every disciple, even among the collateral lines. This sentiment persisted. If Chen Nian's prowess did not compel their submission, they would only feign allegiance, harboring disdain in their hearts. Chapter 11. This old fellow is truly shameless. Amid the clamorous discussions regarding Chen Nian, the grand elder, Chen Tianan, stood up and cleared his throat. Silence. Those two simple words, infused with his vital energy, resonated in every Chen family disciple's ears, causing them to be struck silent with fear. As one of the top experts in the Chen family, at the peak of the sacred entry level, Chen Tianan's presence was formidable. The entire martial arts arena fell into a profound stillness. He continued, "Today marks the annual talent assessment for the Chen family. Next, those whose names are called shall come forth to test their talents." Having said this, Chen Tianan wasted no time and began calling names. First up, Chen Hao. As Chen Tianan's voice echoed, a boy dressed in ordinary attire hurriedly walked up. His name was Chen Hao, a collateral disciple of the Chen family. Today was his day to test his talent, a chance to alter his fate. If his talent proved exceptional, he would receive a greater allocation of resources. Clenching his fists, he nervously approached the platform, his right hand slick with sweat, gently placing it upon the testing stone pillar. This stone pillar was a treasure utilized for talent assessment across the 3,000 domains. Talent was graded from 1 to 9 stars, 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars the highest. 9-star talent was exceedingly rare, yet extraordinarily fearsome. In the vast population of the 3,000 domains, the number of individuals with 9-star talent did not exceed 1,000, an alarmingly small ratio. Each one was a prodigy. Chen Hao stood before the testing stone pillar, free of distractions. Suddenly, the pillar began to radiate light. First, a faint white glow, then it turned red, and continued to rise until, after 5 breaths, it stabilized at a certain point. The Grand Elder Chen Tianan calmly announced, "Chen Hao, 6-star talent, above average." Upon hearing Chen Tianan's words, Chen Hao's tension dissipated significantly, replaced by joy. A 6-star talent, if placed externally, would undoubtedly be considered genius in some inferior domains. He would be cherished and nurtured by various factions. However, within the Chen family, it merely classified as above average. Nevertheless, achieving above average results was commendable. Compared to those with only 3 or 4 stars of talent, Chen Hao would receive ample resources. With 6-star talent, the possibility of becoming stronger had emerged. He respectfully bowed toward Chen Tianan and, without delay, hurriedly descended. As he walked, some Chen family disciples observed Chen Hao's demeanor, their own anxiety intensifying. Their gazes varied, some filled with envy, others with disdain, and still others exuded confidence. The talent test resembled a hurdle. While it could not definitively determine future success, it could significantly predict outcomes. A 1-star talent warrior would find it exceedingly difficult to progress from the Qi refinement stage to the transcendent stage, even with relentless effort. Next, Chen Su. Chen Tianan's voice continued to resonate as one by one, the Chen family disciples ascended the stage to test their talents. Chen Su, 5-star talent, average. Chen Mei, 4-star talent, below average. As these young men and women of the Chen family completed their talent tests, their expressions upon hearing the results varied widely. Next, Chen Shui. Upon hearing those 2 words, the previously chaotic and clamorous crowd fell silent, their gazes collectively drawn to the stage. Chen Shui, the beloved granddaughter of the 3rd elder of the Chen family, was a direct descendant of the clan. From birth, she exhibited extraordinary talent and remarkable potential. It was said that at the tender age of 6, she had already transcended the mortal realm, entering the realm of concentration. She was renowned as a prodigy among her generation in the Chen family. Consequently, the crowd's attention was irresistibly captivated. The third elder, seated on the platform, felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, she was his cherished granddaughter, and to claim indifference would be disingenuous. As Chen Shui gracefully ascended the testing stage, a hint of nervousness adorned her exquisite features, and her handsome visage betrayed a flicker of excitement. Slowly, she placed her hand upon the testing stone. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted as she made contact, followed by an explosive surge of light. 1 star, 2 stars, the light soared rapidly, its imposing momentum rendering the spectators breathless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The tremendous force swept through the air, tousling Chen Shui's hair. After a brief 6 breaths, the light erupted into a dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, the evaluation of her talent was solidified. Chen Tianan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes glimmering with approval. Chen Shui, 8-star talent, exceptional. The audience collectively gasped in astonishment. What? 8-star talent? This is astonishing. Indeed. Chen Shui's remarkable aptitude secured her a prestigious position within the upper echelons of the Chen family. It is worth noting that individuals with 8-star talent were exceedingly rare within the clan. Should she not falter in her journey ahead, with her innate gifts, attaining the rank of elder would be well within her grasp. Thus, expressions of amazement adorned the faces of those present. The third elder, witnessing this spectacle, could not contain his delight. Several elders nearby voiced their admiration. Third elder, your granddaughter possesses remarkable talent. Indeed, she shall undoubtedly become a pillar of our Chen family. Absolutely. Haha. As the accolades flowed, the third elder's heart soared, yet he maintained an air of composure. With a jovial demeanor, he turned to Chen Nian and remarked, though my granddaughter possesses a measure of talent, it pales in comparison to the young master. Since Shuer is of similar age, perhaps she could serve the young master, warming his bed and attending to his laundry as a maid. His expression was one of utmost respect. However, the crowd was momentarily struck dumb by his words. Surely not. To have such a gifted granddaughter serve another? Yet, the seasoned elders soon discerned the third elder's true intentions. The term maid was merely a euphemism. Given Chen Shui's exceptional talent and beauty, it was evident that she would be a fine companion. If she spent time with Chen Nian, there was a possibility he might develop feelings for her, which would be a tremendous boon. The third elder's clever machinations did not go unnoticed. The other elders, quick to grasp his motives, inwardly cursed him for his cunning. Chapter 12. The prodigy of the Chen family. As the third elder finished speaking, before Chen Nian could respond, the other elders grew restless, each vying to offer their daughters or granddaughters to him. Young master, I just remembered my granddaughter is 8 years old and quite adept. She would be honored to assist you. Young master, I have a 12-year-old daughter. Though she is a bit older, she is quite mature. Once the third elder had initiated the conversation, the elders hurriedly followed suit, each eager to present their own offspring to Chen Nian. One elder, in a rather absurd twist, even suggested his daughter-in-law having no daughters or granddaughters of his own. This left Chen Nian, seated on the platform, utterly bewildered and sweating profusely. After all, he was not Chao Mingda, renowned for his virtuous consorts. Moreover, Chen Nian was well aware of the elders' intentions. Accepting one maid would inevitably lead to demands from the other 35 elders, all vying for their daughters or granddaughters to be taken in. This would result in a veritable horde of young women surrounding him, a situation far from decorous. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly said, I appreciate the elders' goodwill, but I must decline the offer of a maid. Upon hearing this, the elders felt a twinge of disappointment, still contemplating how to bring their daughters closer to Chen Nian. After all, at merely 6 years of age, he had already entered the realm of the formless, a talent unparalleled across the 3,000 domains. Should he succeed in breaking the void and achieving greatness, the benefits for them would be immense. Observing his nephew's awkwardness, Chen Tianyin chuckled and, glancing at the scheming elders, intervened. Enough, esteemed elders. My nephew is the young master of our Chen family and represents our collective interests. In the future, should he ascend to greatness, all of you will undoubtedly reap the rewards. There is no need for such measures as maids. As Chen Tianyin, the second elder of the Chen family, spoke, the crowd listened. They recognized the validity of his words. Chen Nian, as the young master, would bring prosperity to the elders should he achieve greatness. With this realization, the elders ceased their insistence. Meanwhile, the talent evaluation was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, the testing stone emitted a fierce radiance. Chen Nian and the elders turned their attention to the source of the intense light. It was far more brilliant than the earlier display from Chen Shui, the blinding violet hue preventing many from opening their eyes. Chen Nian widened his own, his expression a mix of disbelief and exhilaration. My goodness. Violet light. Chen Pinyin. 9-star talent. Exceptional. When the words 9-star talent were uttered, an electric stillness enveloped the Chen family martial arts arena, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. 9-star talent. This was among the most elite talents across the 3,000 domains. The rarity of individuals possessing such a gift made them the coveted targets of numerous formidable factions. Even the Chen family, as a top-tier power, could scarcely count a handful of individuals with 9-star talent. My heavens, 9-star talent. This is unprecedented. Indeed, individuals with 9-star talent were assured a place in the foremost ranks of the Chen family, receiving abundant resources for their cultivation. In the face of Chen Pingyin's 9-star talent, envy glimmered in the eyes of all present, even from Chen Shui, who boasted 8-star talent. Although the difference appeared marginal, it was akin to a chasm separating the two. Chen Nian, taken aback, turned to Chen Nian and inquired, "Second uncle, what is Chen Pingyin's background?" Clearly, Chen Nian recognized the significance of 9-star talent. As the young master of the Chen family and future leader, he was keen to assemble a capable entourage. Evidently, Chen Pinyin was an excellent candidate, with adequate resources. His cultivation would surely soar. Chen Nian, understanding Chen Nian's thoughts, replied with a smile, "Chen Pinyin is a distant relative of our Chen family. Tragically, he became an orphan at the age of 3 when his parents were killed in a surprise attack during a battle against the Qian divine dynasty. However, this young lad has since devoted himself to rigorous training and prefers not to engage in much conversation." Chen Nian briefly introduced Chen Pingyin's background. As a distant relative of the Chen family, Chen Pingyin's status is not particularly high. Furthermore, with his parents having perished in an ambush during the conflict with the Qian divine dynasty, he became an orphan, which further diminished his standing. While listening, Chen Nian contemplated the situation. He was familiar with the Qian divine dynasty. Centuries ago, before the rise of Qin Tiandao, it was one of the leading powers among the 3,000 domains, ruling over one of the 10 upper domains, the Qian divine realm, with unmatched prestige. At that time, the Jiutian demon domain was merely a middle domain, and the Chen family had yet to fully control it. Unfortunately, they encountered the prodigy Qin Tiandao, who in just a few hundred years evolved into one of the most formidable figures across the 3,000 domains. He unified the entire Jiutian demon domain and led its inhabitants to vanquish the Qian divine dynasty, promoting them to upper domain status. Consequently, the Qian divine realm plummeted from upper domain to middle domain, suffering a significant loss in strength. However, the Qian divine dynasty has long harbored resentment and has been plotting to defeat Qin Tiandao and regain their former status. Thus, over the years, skirmishes between the Qian divine dynasty and the Chen family have erupted intermittently, with both sides sustaining losses. Chen Pingyin's parents were among those who fell victim to an ambush 3 years ago during a confrontation with the Qian divine dynasty. Understanding the context, Chen Nian nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Nian, noticing this, smiled and said, "So, my dear nephew, are you interested in this young man? How about I personally recruit him to be your attendant from now on?" Although possessing a 9-star talent is exceedingly rare and indicative of a pillar of a top-tier power, such accomplishments pale in comparison to his nephew. Should Chen Nian express his desire, Chen Nian would readily retrieve any saintly progeny from various factions overnight. Hearing this, Chen Nian subtly smiled, casting an intrigued glance at the calm and indifferent Chen Pingying by the testing pillar, and gently shook his head. "No need. I have my own plans. To have such a genius willingly follow him, he must rely on his own merits to earn their submission rather than taking advantage of his status." Chapter 13, 10-star talent. Observing Chen Nian's confident demeanor, Chen Nian smiled slightly and refrained from further comments. He trusted his nephew's intelligence. On the stage, Chen Pingying slowly withdrew his hand from the testing pillar. Despite enduring hardships since childhood, which had fortified his resolve beyond that of his peers, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement upon discovering he possessed a 9-star talent. A 9-star talent. It was undeniably a gift capable of altering one's destiny. As long as he did not falter, attaining a position among the elders of the Chen family would be assured, and he would also receive considerable resources from the family in the early stages. With this thought, Chen Pingyin's heart raced as he respectfully bowed toward the grand elder before stepping down from the platform. Along the way, numerous disciples of the Chen family fixed their envious gazes upon him, their expressions betraying their admiration. They were still young children, and their thoughts were evident on their faces. Impossible to conceal, Chen Pingying quietly returned to the end of the line. Soon, the grand elder continued reading from the testing list. After announcing several more Chen family disciples, the Grand Elder's voice suddenly faltered before announcing, "Next, the young master of the Chen family, Chen Nian." Upon hearing the title of young master, all eyes naturally turned towards Chen Nian, who sat beside Chen Tianyin. Even Chen Ping'an and Chen Shui glanced over, particularly Chen Ping'an, who squinted, lost in thought. This was the first time many learned that the young master of the Chen family was named Chen Nian, the son of the domain lord. Chen Nian? I wonder what his talent is. As the son of the family head, his talent should be commendable, right? Not necessarily. No talent could surpass Chen Ping'an's, after all. He possesses a 9-star talent. Exactly. Besides, no one has heard of this young master for years. He must be too embarrassed to show himself due to his lackluster talent. Various murmurs arose from the audience, with many expressing disdain for Chen Nian. Why? Because, as the young master, he had never made an appearance since birth. It was likely due to his poor talent that he shied away from public scrutiny. Nevertheless, despite their thoughts, curiosity compelled their gaze toward him. Eager to discover what talent Chen Nian possessed, Chen Nian, unfazed, slowly rose from his seat and walked towards the testing pillar. The elders and Chen Tianyin felt a surge of tension. Their hearts raced. Although they knew Chen Nian's talent was extraordinary, after all, a 6-year-old Wuxiang realm warrior was no ordinary feat. Talent testing would provide a more objective assessment. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Chen Nian, who displayed no signs of anxiety. A subtle smile played upon his lips, and confidence radiated from his gaze. The next moment, he stood before the testing pillar and placed his hand upon it. 1 breath, 2 breaths. 5 breaths passed, yet the testing pillar remained completely still, showing no signs of change, not even a flicker of white light. The onlookers were taken aback. Could it be that the esteemed young master of the Chen family lacks any cultivation talent? This shouldn't be. The testing pillar cannot be mistaken. He surely has no talent for cultivation. Not just the audience, even the elders were filled with confusion. Why was there no change in the testing pillar? However, just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, someone in the audience suddenly shouted, "Look, the pillar has changed." Instantly, all eyes turned toward it, including the sharp gazes of the elders. Suddenly, the testing pillar before Chen Nian erupted with brilliant light, from white to red, and finally to purple. All this transpired in less than 3 breaths. One must understand that the appearance of purple light signifies a 9-star talent. However, just as the elders prepared to rise in celebration, the purple light abruptly vanished. In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A radiant 7-colored light soared from the pillar. This dazzling light was so intense that it resembled the sun, nearly blinding everyone with its brilliance, far surpassing the purple 9-star talent light emitted by Chen Ping'an. My heavens, what is this light? I can hardly open my eyes. I've never heard of anyone testing for a 7-colored talent. What in the world is this? At that moment, no one could bear to gaze directly at the 7-colored light. Even the elders on stage were taken aback, squinting towards Chen Nian. This 7-colored light persisted for a full 10 breaths before finally fading. After a brief moment of blindness, the audience once again beheld Chen Nian standing on stage. He appeared utterly composed, his exquisite features showing no signs of alteration. In that instant, whether among the Chen family disciples or the elders, everyone held their breath. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Particularly the Grand Elder, who stood beside Chen Nian, stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary testing result. A 7-colored pillar? That light was blinding. And how is this talent assessed? What on earth does this signify? In that moment, even the Grand Elder found himself at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder cleared his throat and declared, "Chen family's young master, Chen Nian, possesses a talent of 10 stars. 10 stars. This was a talent unheard of by the assembly. Everyone was momentarily stunned, including the elders on the platform, who were filled with curiosity. However, if it were not 10 stars, all the peculiarities would remain inexplicable. Yet, as soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, dissent arose from the crowd. Chen Shui stepped forward, standing at the forefront of the assembly. "Grand Elder, I believe there is something amiss with the test." Her voice echoed throughout the training ground, drawing the gaze of the crowd. The third elder, seated on the platform, was left bewildered. What on earth? His granddaughter was the first to oppose the young master? This was utterly astonishing. Chen Shui may not have been aware of Chen Nian's strength, but she certainly understood that upon his birth, 2 extraordinary phenomena had accompanied him. How could such a person be ordinary? Chapter 14. Strength is paramount. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow and looked at Chen Shui. "What insights do you have?" Chen Shui glanced at the third elder, biting her lip as she steeled herself. Although she recognized that her rebuttal might offend the young master, She was a proud individual who detested underhandedness. While the young master's noble status was undeniable, it should not render everyone a fool. She would not yield. Esteemed Grand Elder. It is well known that the highest talent achievable on the testing stone pillar is 9 stars, radiating purple light. The 7-colored light of the young master, though dazzling, has never been recorded in our ancestral texts. I believe there must be some issue at play. Chen Shui's message was clear. She suspected that Chen Nian's display of 7-colored light was suspicious and likely the result of some undisclosed special means. After all, he was the son of a domain lord, and who could say what extraordinary methods he might employ to manipulate the test results? Of course, this sentiment was not solely hers. The crowd shared the same doubts in their hearts. They firmly believed that Chen Nian must have employed some trickery. Such a 7-colored light had never been witnessed throughout the 3,000 domains. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, preparing to reprimand her, when Chen Nian interjected. Then how do you propose to prove your claims? With a smile that was both amused and serene, he regarded her, his demeanor devoid of any panic. As if he were not the one under scrutiny. Chen Shui did not hesitate in her response. Strength. The testing stone may be subject to deception, but strength cannot be fabricated. Indeed, Chen Shui's words echoed the sentiments of the crowd. The testing stone might be shielded by some peculiar means, but true strength was an undeniable testament to one's abilities. If Chen Nian's prowess could earn their respect, they would not doubt the authenticity of the 7-colored radiance. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian nodded slightly, not surprised. He turned his gaze back to the crowd, a slight smile playing on his lips. Do you all share this sentiment? The Chen family disciples exchanged glances, falling into a moment of silence before one after another voiced their agreement. Indeed, strength is the best proof. Yes, if the young master's power can impress us, we shall acknowledge the talent test. Indeed, strength is everything. The crowd rallied in support of Chen Shui. Chen Nian smiled and said, since that is your desire, let it be so. He then cast his gaze over the assembly, his expression suddenly transforming. The warmth in his eyes turned sharp, and his aura shifted dramatically. Anyone who doubts may step forward. Chen Nian's voice was calm. Yet those simple words resonated in the ears of every Chen family disciple. Those who doubt may step forward. There were no grandiose declarations of war, only a calm, yet confident invitation, as if no one could dare to refute him. Observing Chen Nian's demeanor, the crowd could not help but feel a surge of admiration. He was indeed the son of Chen Tiandao. Regardless of the circumstances, the aura of authority, composure, and self-assurance emanating from him commanded respect from many. Without hesitation, Chen Shui was the first to step forward. With a light leap, propelled by her demonic energy, she ascended the platform. After all, she possessed an 8-star talent, representing the pinnacle of the Chen family's new generation, and thus faced this moment without fear. Following her, several other Chen family disciples stepped up, their expressions revealing traces of defiance. In the Chen family, the law of the jungle prevailed. Strength held supremacy. Thus, even though Chen Nian was the son of Chen Tiandao, if he lacked strength, he would still fail to garner respect from the others. Upon seeing the group of challengers, Chen Nian smiled slightly. Is that all? Are there not more? His light-hearted question prompted several more disciples to join the ranks. Within just a few moments, 22 individuals stood before him. These 22 were among the more talented youth of the Chen family, most possessing strengths of 5 stars or above, with 3 boasting 7-star talents. With proper cultivation, they would surely become the backbone of the Chen family in the future. Pleased with this turnout, Chen Nian surveyed the crowd and noted Chen Pinyin, who stood calmly in place. A smile crept upon his lips. This fellow not only possessed commendable talent, but also exhibited caution. His reluctance to step up at this moment indicated a temperament far superior to that of Chen Shui and the others. Naturally, this display of dissent from the crowd represented a prime opportunity for Chen Nian. He was contemplating how to win over Chen Pinyin. Such a favorable chance could not be overlooked. Chen Pinyin, with your 9-star talent, do you have no thoughts on this matter? Could it be that this so-called genius is merely timid? With a knowing smile, Chen Nian directed his gaze toward Chen Pinyin, deliberately provoking him. At that moment, the crowd began to realize the implications. Indeed, the first-ranked talent, Chen Pinyin, had yet to step forward. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Chen Pinyin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen Nian would call him out. This caught him off guard, yet he quickly regained his composure, unsheathing his sword without him realizing it. Since the young master had expressed a desire to spar, he would not hold back. With that, Chen Pinyin focused his energy, and with a single powerful step, he soared onto the platform, landing with grace. This display left the entire assembly stunned. It appeared that Chen Pingyin's strength was far from ordinary. Throughout his life, he had concealed his talents. He had diligently trained, but rarely showcased his prowess among others. always maintaining a low profile. After losing his parents, he stood as the sole survivor of his family, necessitating caution. Although the Chen family rules forbade mutual harm among its members, prudence was a philosophy Chen Nian embraced. However, he was also a man of spirit, and his curiosity about Chen Nian's abilities had finally compelled him to emerge from the shadows. With his 9-star talent now revealed, there was no longer any reason to hide. Excellent. A man of spirit, just like a true son of the Chen family, Chen Nian remarked, a smile gracing his lips in approval. Chapter 15. Words manifest power. The terror of Chen Nian gazing at the assembly before him. Chen Nian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he regarded the crowd with an air of calm. Chen Shui stepped forward, drawing her white long sword from its sheath, and with a respectful gesture, she declared, I, Chen Shui, am unworthy. But I wish to be the first to receive the young master's esteemed guidance. There is no need for such formality. Chen Nian replied with a gentle smile. Why not all engage together? Together? The crowd was instantly taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. What an astonishing display. The wheel battle was already unfair, but to think Chen Nian would allow them to attack together. It is important to note that although they are quite young, they represent the pinnacle of the new generation of the Chen family, each possessing considerable strength, mostly at the transcendent stage. Furthermore, there is Chen Shui, a formidable spirit warrior, and the enigmatic Chen Nian, whose prowess remains unknown. Together, they could easily intimidate even the void-breaking warriors. As the crowd remained still, Chen Nian smiled faintly, suddenly condensing his aura, unleashing an overwhelming surge of demonic energy that erupted from his entire being. The sheer force of this dark energy was devastating. In an instant, everyone on stage, including the Chen family disciples watching from below, felt an inexplicable weight pressing upon them. This pressure did not stem from mere physical strength. Rather, it resonated from the depths of their souls, instilling a profound sense of fear. Not only the disciples, but even the elders seated on the stage, including Chen Nian, a Saint Realm warrior, sensed something amiss. Goodness, the breath of the young clan leader evokes a feeling of submission even within me, exclaimed the fifth elder. His pupils constricting as shock filled his gaze. He was a formidable mid-stage Saint Realm cultivator, yet here was a mere 6-year-old child, Chen Nian, instilling such a sensation of subservience. This feeling was not merely a reaction to Chen Nian's power. It was a deep, instinctual urge from within, as if he were compelled to kneel. How utterly astounding. This sensation of submission resembled that of a bloodline allegiance among demonic beasts. If I am not mistaken, this aura must originate from the supreme demon body possessed by my grandnephew. Chen Nian stroked his chin thoughtfully, acknowledging the strength of the aura. Indeed, I too perceive it. The young master has awakened such an unparalleled constitution, a natural leader of the demonic path. Yes, the supreme demon body, a legendary physique. Its bloodline power must be extraordinarily formidable. With our young master among us, the Chen family shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the 3,000 domains within a millennium. The crowd began to comprehend that this extraordinary aura stemmed from Chen Nian's supreme demon body. It is well known that such a physique represents the apex of the demonic path, unparalleled in its might. The sense of submission arising from the depths of their souls was akin to reverence for a leader of the demonic realm. Faced with this overwhelming presence, rather than feeling disgruntled, the crowd wore smiles, extolling the virtues of Chen Nian. The stronger he became, the greater the benefits for them. These elder figures were as cunning as old foxes, gazing at Chen Nian as if he were a priceless treasure. However, some younger disciples, whose cultivation levels were not as high, found their legs trembling in response to this aura, with some collapsing to the ground. In an instant, the way the Chen family disciples regarded Chen Nian shifted dramatically. It appeared that this young clan leader was indeed exceptional. Chen Nian, too, became increasingly vigilant, his gaze directed warily towards Chen Nian. This aura instilled within him a feeling of submission. Chen Nian silently mused. Chen Nian, with a slight smile and narrowed eyes, casually remarked, "Come forth and let me assess your strength." The crowd, recognizing Chen Nian's extraordinary nature, ceased their chatter. Chen Shui stepped forward, her white sword slicing through the air, followed by 7 or 8 Chen family disciples, all charging towards Chen Nian with fierce intent, as if they aimed to tear him apart. Yet, to Chen Nian, their attacks felt like mere child's play, incapable of stirring the slightest turbulence. He smiled faintly and uttered a single word, "Dissipate." In an instant, a tremendous surge of demonic energy erupted forth, sending several attackers hurtling away before they could even reach Chen Nian, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, all were left in stunned silence. Chen Nian had done nothing but utter a single word, effortlessly nullifying their assault and sending them sprawling. What kind of technique is this? The bizarre spectacle unfolding before their eyes surpassed all comprehension. The elders and Chen Nian were equally astonished. Could it be that he has invoked the legendary ability, words manifest reality? Chen Nian exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, it appears so. With a mere word, he can extinguish myriad foes. This power was described in the ancient texts of the Chen family. My goodness, the young master possesses such a divine ability. The elders were momentarily dumbfounded, their expressions filled with incredulity. This technique, said to have emerged over 100,000 years ago, was immensely powerful. A single utterance could stabilize the realm and annihilate countless enemies. Yet, for reasons unknown, this ability had vanished from history, surviving only in fragments within ancient tomes. What Chen Nian had just executed aligned perfectly with the descriptions of the ancient texts concerning words manifest reality. An ability long lost to time had been effortlessly summoned by Chen Nian. At this moment, the elders could only feel astonishment, devoid of any other sentiments. Since Chen Nian's birth, each revelation had been more shocking than the last. His extraordinary birth, supreme demon body, rainbow-like talents, and now the pinnacled divine ability, words manifest reality. Such prowess could not possibly belong to an ordinary 6-year-old child. Yet, despite their awareness of Chen Nian's divine ability, the elders harbored no malicious thoughts. Firstly, they dared not entertain such notions. They understood the formidable strength of Chen Tiandao, a man capable of confronting the entirety of the 3,000 domains single-handedly. Secondly, the more mysterious Chen Nian became, the more powerful techniques and treasures he would possess, ensuring a brighter future for the family, thus yielding greater benefits for them. They were not short-sighted individuals. They recognized the immense value of nurturing a growing prodigy, especially one as extraordinary as Chen Nian. Meanwhile, on the ground, Chen Shui, having been knocked to the ground, felt a sharp pain in her chest. Gritting her teeth, she endured the agony and gradually rose to her feet. At this moment, the disciples below were rendered speechless by the astounding scene. Their previously dismissive gazes transformed into expressions of shock and reverence. Humanity inherently harbors a sense of awe towards the unknown, especially in the face of Chen Nian's godlike prowess. With a mere word, he had shattered the combined assault of several opponents, including the illustrious Chen Shui. Such power was enough to instill fear in all. Chen Pinyin, observing this spectacle, became cautious. The methods employed by Chen Nian were unlike anything he had ever encountered, shrouded in mystery. The strangeness of this attack deepened his sense of gravity towards the young clan leader. What? Are you afraid to approach? Chen Nian smiled, observing the hesitance among the crowd before shifting his gaze to Chen Pinyin. Chen Pinyin, allow me to witness the extent of your 9-star talent. Among the gathered multitude, Chen Nian held great interest in Chen Pinyin, the pinnacle of the current generation of the Chen family. Moreover, he possessed a commendable disposition, which prompted Chen Nian to consider bringing him under his wing. However, such a talent could not be easily subdued merely through power and influence. Even if the words of submission were uttered, the heart would remain unconvinced. The best way to win over such individuals is to demonstrate one's strength. Chen Nian aimed to ensure Chen Pinyin understood the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. Thus, he employed a provocation. As anticipated, Chen Nian's flippant tone ignited a spark of defiance within Chen Pinyin. Although he was unfamiliar with the mysterious techniques employed by Chen Nian, he was far from intimidated. With a cold snort, he unsheathed a jet-black long knife, its blade radiating a chilling aura. This knife, though of only 4-star quality, was a treasured keepsake from his parents, symbolizing his unwavering faith. Given this, Chen Pinyin will not hold back any longer. Young clan leader, be cautious. With that, he stepped forward. His body as agile as a wild beast, the long knife in his hand moving like a venomous serpent, constantly seeking the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Suddenly, he spotted a flaw. In an instant, a smile flickered at the corners of his mouth, a fleeting joy glimmering in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed a powerful thrust of his long knife, releasing a terrifying aura of demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, the demonic energy surged throughout him, and his strength erupted in that moment. The air around him crackled ominously. He had always adhered to the principle of a single lethal strike. Upon discovering his opponent's flaw, he would not hesitate to deliver a merciless blow. His speed was astonishing, so swift that the spectators below could only catch glimpses of his afterimages. Even the elders were left in awe. Alas, this young man Chen Pinyin is remarkably fast. It seemed his strength had brushed against the threshold of the void-breaking realm. Indeed, It was unexpected to find such a genius among the collateral branches of the Chen family. The elders marveled at the demonic energy radiating from Chen Nian. At merely 6 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the concentration realm, nearing the void-breaking threshold. Such talent could hardly be regarded as insignificant, placing him among the top 5 of the thousands of disciples within the Chen family. With proper guidance, his future achievements would surely rival their own. Blood demon slash. Chen Nian shouted, swinging his knife, filling the air with the scent of blood. This was the Chen family's third-tier martial art, the blood demon slash, known for its formidable power, and it was the most potent technique he had mastered thus far. After all, he was merely a collateral disciple, having lost his parents early on, and thus lacked access to formidable martial arts. As his knife was about to cleave Chen Nian, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Chen Nian's eyes. What of the young clan leader? That strange maneuver was merely sleight of hand. Indeed, in Chen Nian's view, what Chen Nian had just performed was likely a special treasure bestowed by Chen Tiandao. Merely a trick, utterly unworthy of concern. However, the next moment, a thunderous crash resonated. Chen Nian's smile abruptly vanished. His knife had struck the ground, colliding with the blue bricks of the arena, producing a deafening sound. How could this be possible? Where was Chen Nian? Chen Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. Just then, he felt an immense force strike his back. In the next instant, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he lifted his head to see Chen Nian smiling at him. What you perceive as a flaw may merely be a ruse presented by your adversary. Chen Nian smiled slightly, looking at Chen Nian with keen interest. The so-called flaw was simply a deliberate act by Chen Nian, intended to lure his opponent into a trap. As expected, this fellow was overly confident in his abilities, having jumped at the bait without a second thought. Gazing at Chen Nian's face, Chen Nian felt a sharp pain in his back, forcing himself to stand slowly. Gripping his long knife tightly once more, he squinted, regarding Chen Nian with a vigilant expression. In that moment, all previous notions of viewing Chen Nian as a mere wastrel dissipated. This young clan leader was undoubtedly a wolf in sheep's clothing. The speed and force of that previous strike were simply unimaginable. Little did Chen Nian know that Chen Nian had not even exerted his full strength during that blow. Had he unleashed his full power, Chen Nian would undoubtedly be a corpse by now, lifeless beyond resurrection. With a faint smile, Chen Nian began to approach Chen Nian, speaking as he walked. The blood demon slash, a third-tier martial art of the Chen family, channels the blood evil energy into the blade to unleash its power. Unfortunately, your technique merely grasps the form, lacking the essence. With that, Chen Nian halted, and as the crowd wondered what he intended to do, he manifested an ordinary pure steel long knife in his right hand. Suddenly, a massive cloud of blood mist enveloped the arena. Within this mist swirled an aura of murderous intent, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene, causing the onlookers to quicken their heartbeats, sensing an ominous premonition. Only Chen Nian, standing before Chen Nian, suddenly changed his expression, as if realizing something. Before he could utter a word, the next moment, Chen Nian's knife surged forward with astonishing speed, appearing as a mere shadow. Blood demon slash. Boom. Accompanied by the strike, a cacophony erupted across the arena. The next instant, a resounding crash echoed, carving a massive pit 7 to 8 meters deep into the arena. In an instant, all eyes were wide in astonishment at this spectacle. Chapter 17. As long as I stand, the Chen family will thrive. Unfading through the ages after the deafening crash, a 7 to 8 meter deep pit lay before the spectators. Surrounding the pit was a palpable aura of blood evil energy, so potent it sent chills down their spines. Chen Nian, standing closest to the pit, shuddered. He could truly feel the profoundness of it all. The blue bricks of the Chen family's martial arts stage were not of ordinary material. They were crafted from the finest jade bricks throughout the 3,000 domains. When he had struck the ground moments ago, he left only a faint white mark, barely causing a ripple. But Chen Nian, his single strike had cleaved a pit 7 to 8 meters deep. Furthermore, the area surrounding the pit exuded a dense demonic energy that instilled a sense of dread. Though he had reached the peak of the concentration realm, Chen Nian felt utterly helpless against Chen Nian's blow. It was not merely a matter of cultivation level. It was also about understanding martial arts. He had always concealed his talents, training diligently, and with his innate gifts, he had progressed swiftly in both cultivation and martial arts. Yet, he never anticipated that in Chen Nian's presence, he would appear so utterly feeble. His throat tightened, and he felt a dryness in his mouth. Momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Nian noticed the shock reflected in Chen Nian's gaze, realizing that he had achieved his goal. With a slight upward curl of his lips, he remarked, Though this technique is merely third tier, your comprehension is profoundly shallow, grasping only the form, devoid of the essence. Young man, you have a long way to go. Despite their similar ages, Chen Nian radiated an air of maturity beyond his years. Yet, none in the crowd felt any dissonance. After all, the strength Chen Nian had just displayed was more than sufficient to teach them a lesson. Am I really that far behind? Chen Nian murmured, lowering his head. At this moment, he had completely abandoned any thought of competing with Chen Nian. After witnessing that technique, he understood the vast chasm separating them. It was akin to comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Such a disparity could not be bridged in a short time. With a deep breath, Chen Nian faced Chen Nian directly and stated plainly, "The young clan leader's strength far surpasses mine. I concede." Instantaneously, the disciples of the Chen family present at the martial arts arena collectively gasped in astonishment. Goodness! Even Chen Nian, a 9-star talent at the pinnacle of the concentration realm, was so straightforward in his concession. How terrifying must Chen Nian's strength be? Most crucially, it seemed Chen Nian had not even exerted his full power. Their battle felt more like a demonstration, executed with such effortless grace. Just one move had made Chen Nian acutely aware of the disparity between them. Upon Chen Nian's admission of defeat, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily lost in thought. Especially after witnessing Chen Nian's sword strike, it seemed to shatter their inner pride, altering their previous dismissive views of him. This young clan leader, it appeared, was far from ordinary. The crowd hesitated for a moment, then one after another proclaimed loudly, "I concede. I too concede. The strength of the young clan leader far surpasses our own, and I acknowledge it." Soon, the martial arena was filled with Chun family disciples, all of whom lost their fighting spirit, bowing deeply in the direction of Chen Nian. Even Chen Shui, who had been filled with defiance moments ago, lowered her proud head, her gaze now imbued with respect. This was the tradition of the Chen family, to always maintain reverence for the strong. Initially, she had thought of Chen Nian as merely a second-generation figure, relying on Chen Tiandao's status to appear formidable. Such a person she could not accept. However, upon witnessing Chen Nian demonstrate his prowess, that notion vanished in an instant, replaced by profound respect. Observing the subdued crowd, Chen Nian's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. Now, did anyone still harbor doubts? Did anyone still refuse to accept? His cold voice reverberated through the air, echoing in the ears of every Chen family disciple. Just moments ago, they had expressed disbelief in Chen Nian's displayed talents, forcing him to prove himself through strength. Now, having subdued them with his power, the thought of disbelief had dissipated. Chen Nian's formidable abilities even eclipsed those of Chen Nian, who possessed 9-star talent. What reason did they have to doubt any longer? Seeing that no one dared to rebut, Chen Nian turned, hands clasped behind his back, and walked step by step towards the elders. Then, he pivoted to face the crowd, and suddenly, an overwhelming demonic aura erupted from him. The chilling energy altered the very color of the sky around them. The unparalleled demonic physique naturally imposed a suppression over others, causing both the elders and the disciples below to shudder involuntarily, a fear that seemed to emanate from their innermost beings. Suddenly, Chen Nian's voice resonated throughout this realm. "As long as I exist, the Chen family shall flourish, unyielding through the ages. As long as I exist, the Chen family shall be invincible, revered across the myriad realms. Will you all follow me, leading the Chen family to unprecedented heights?" With a thunderous boom, as if in response to his declaration, the sky erupted with a clap of thunder. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, transforming from azure to pitch black, as if brewing something monumental. Countless gusts of wind swirled around Chen Nian. His purple robe billowed dramatically, and his dark hair danced wildly, accentuating his chiseled, handsome features. His eyes sparkled with an uncanny brilliance. This proclamation transcended mere words. It resembled a solemn vow to the heavens. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. In that moment, Chen Nian appeared as a deity of war. Whether among the disciples below or the elders, everyone was entranced, their gazes riveted upon him, their hearts stirred with tumultuous emotions. Such audacity in mere phrases, revered across the myriad realms, unyielding through the ages. Even Chen Tiandao would not dare utter such brazen words. Yet, here was Chen Nian, exuding confidence so profound that it felt innate, as if he were a born leader destined to realize his promises. The elders' eyes gleamed with fervor. "We are willing to follow the young clan leader. We are willing to follow the young clan leader." In an instant, the elders and Chen family disciples erupted into fervent cheers that echoed throughout the martial arena. Chapter 18. Enlisting Chen Pinyin. A full day passed since the events at the Chen family martial arena, and the once quiet Chen family was now ablaze with excitement. Why? Because 6 years ago, the legendary young clan leader, the son of Chen Tiandao, Chen Nian, had emerged from seclusion. Moreover, it was rumored that he possessed the fabled 10-star talent, having effortlessly defeated the combined forces of the younger generation of the Chen family. It is noteworthy that among these youths, most had talents rated 5 stars or higher, not to mention the exceptional talents of Chen Pinyin and Chen Shui. Yet, Chen Nian had triumphed over them without breaking a sweat, a feat beyond comprehension. In no time, the news of Chen Nian's victory over the younger generation spread like wildfire throughout the family. Especially for those disciples who had witnessed his strength firsthand, admiration was palpable. That night, in Chen Nian's chamber, a voice called out, "Have you come?" Chen Nian, who had been seated on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes with a slight grin. "Yes," a youthful voice replied, and a small figure entered through the door. It was Chen Pinyin, the owner of 9-star talent, whom Chen Nian had bested earlier. How formidable is a 9-star talent? In the entirety of the 3,000 domains, there are fewer than 1,000 individuals possessing such talent. With hundreds of billions of beings, the odds of having less than 1,000 9-star talents are minuscule. Moreover, each 9-star talent, provided they do not fall, is destined for greatness. At the very least, they are likely to break into the Saint realm and become a significant force, even establishing a central domain and attaining the status of a progenitor. It is evident that with Chen Pingyin's talent now revealed, he would receive substantial support from the Chen family. As Chen Pinyin stepped into the room, he regarded Chen Nian with a mix of reverence and awe. Others might not understand, but Chen Pinyin was acutely aware of Chen Nian's terrifying strength, which had reached an almost unfathomable level. Despite being a 9-star talent himself, he had already reached the pinnacle of the condensation stage at a young age, mere steps away from the void-breaking realm. Yet, standing before Chen Nian, he felt like a mere speck in the vast ocean, utterly insignificant. He sensed that during their earlier confrontation, Chen Nian had hardly exerted any real effort. It was clear that if Chen Nian were to unleash his full power, Chen Pinyin would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike. It was one thing if Chen Nian were a prodigy who had matured years ahead of his time, but they were of the same age, and yet Chen Nian's strength was so vastly superior. How could Chen Pinyin not be astonished? In the Chen family, there exists a unique reverence for the strong, akin to a family tradition. Chen Nian had earned Chen Pinyin's respect. "I pay my respects to the young clan leader." Upon entering, Chen Pinyin bowed deeply before Chen Nian. Chen Nian smiled gently, rising from his bed to stand beside Chen Pinyin. No need for such formality, he encouraged as he helped him to his feet. "I observed your battle today. Though your techniques may have seemed somewhat immature and your combat experience lacking, you performed remarkably well for your age. With your 9-star talent, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly accelerate." Chen Nian praised without hesitation. Yet, in response to Chen Nian's commendation, Chen Pinyin felt no trace of pride. Why? Because no matter how formidable he became, he remained diminutive in Chen Nian's presence. The sheer terror of Chen Nian's strength was indelibly etched in his mind. "I do not deserve such praise. The young clan leader's talent and strength far exceed my own. I am but a distant shadow," Chen Pinyin acknowledged. "The future of the Chen family could do without me, but it cannot afford to lose the young clan leader." Perhaps it was the early loss of his parents that instilled within Chen Pinyin a maturity beyond his years. He understood the dynamics of the Chen family clearly. Despite his high talent, it paled in comparison to the significance of the individual before him, the young clan leader, Chen Nian. Setting aside his talent, his very identity and status spoke volumes. The sole heir of Chen Tiandao, the young clan leader of the Chen family, the future helmsman, coupled with his extraordinary talent, he was destined to stir the winds of change across the world, leading the Chen family to unparalleled glory. Thus, within the Chen family, while anyone could falter, Chen Nian could not. Anyone could be deemed unimportant, but Chen Nian was irreplaceable. Hearing these words, Chen Nian's lips curled slightly, and he gently patted Chen Pingyin's shoulder. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you. It is evident that Chen Pinyin is highly regarded by Chen Nian. The latter not only possesses exceptional talent in cultivation and combat, but also exhibits remarkable intelligence. At his age, having such clarity of thought and the ability to conceal his strengths is truly rare. This young man is destined for greatness." Chen Pinyin quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "You flatter me, young clan leader." Chen Nian smiled subtly and chose not to pursue that line of conversation, instead shifting the topic with a grin. "Do you know why I summoned you today?" "Summoned me?" Chen Pinyin was momentarily taken aback. He might have had an inkling but shook his head. "I do not know." Chen Nian smiled slightly. "Follow me." and I shall guide you to the pinnacle of the 3,000 domains. Even break through the void and achieve the status of an emperor. The term emperor had been long forgotten. It had been many years since an emperor had graced the 3,000 domains. The significance of the word represented immortality and supremacy. No one could remain composed upon hearing it. Even Chen Nian found his breath quickening. If it were someone else, Chen Nian might not have believed it. However, Chen Nian might indeed possess such power. With unparalleled talent, background, and influence, he was a formidable figure. Yet, faced with Chen Nian's overtures, Chen Nian hesitated. Despite Chen Nian's strength, as a prodigy himself, he was not one to willingly remain in another's shadow. To follow Chen Nian would inevitably mean to obey him in the future. At that moment, Chen Nian could not make a decision. He cleared his throat and stated, I was born a member of the Chen family, and I would die a ghost of the Chen family. I am willing to die for the Chen family. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian smiled slightly. Chen Nian's words were quite commendable. Why? Because he mentioned the Chen family, not Chen Nian himself. In other words, Chen Nian identified as a member of the Chen family, sharing life and death with them, but not bound solely to Chen Nian. This young man spoke with remarkable eloquence. In that instant, Chen Nian regarded Chen Nian with increased admiration. From his past experiences, he knew that those who could go far were not only gifted but also possessed a strong character and intellect. It was clear that Chen Nian had the requisite intellect. However, Chen Nian was not rushed by Chen Nian's response. He cheerfully produced a scroll from his spatial ring. The scroll was a deep green hue, exuding waves of spiritual energy, suggesting an extraordinary origin. Generally, martial arts techniques in the 3,000 domains were recorded in books, while scrolls typically contained ancient techniques. Such martial arts, originating from ancient times, were of remarkable lineage, and if they were to be revealed, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among many. Chen Nian leisurely remarked, I see that you are still practicing the Chen family's introductory technique, a 4-star method, which is somewhat inadequate for your talent. Although your 9-star talent will attract family attention, at most you would be taught an 8-star technique. Most collateral disciples of the Chen family practiced the introductory technique, Qiyuan Gong, before the age of 6. This technique was merely an entry-level method, a 4-star martial art. While a 4-star technique might be regarded as a clan's foundational art in smaller domains, it was beneath Chen Nian's consideration. He smiled at the scroll in his hand and continued, What I possess is a 9-star technique, called Chen Nian Mo Gong. This technique is not from the Chen family's scripture repository, so you need not worry during your cultivation. As he spoke, Chen Nian extended the scroll towards Chen Nian, gazing at him with a cheerful expression. At that moment, Chen Nian was left in a state of shock. A 9-star technique? This was not something to be taken lightly. It was the legendary 9-star technique. Although the Chen family was one of the top powers in the 3,000 domains, 9-star techniques were scarce and certainly not freely shared. Such a technique, if made public, could incite turmoil across the 3,000 domains, even attracting the attention of the top powers among the 10 upper domains. Now, this technique lay before Chen Nian, and he found it impossible to retain his composure. His breath quickened, and he stared in disbelief at the scroll. He knew that once his 9-star talent was revealed, the family would certainly take notice. Yet, 9-star techniques were exceedingly rare. It was implausible for a collateral disciple like him to acquire one unless he made significant contributions to the family. Otherwise, given his talent, he would be lucky to receive an 8-star technique. The difference between an 8-star and a 9-star technique might seem minimal. However, in reality, it was akin to a chasm. The quality and quantity of the true energy cultivated would differ significantly. Chen Nian hesitated. Young clan leader, this technique is too precious. I cannot accept. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely chose to decline. Why? Because he understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Something given so easily might come at a cost. There is a saying, what is free is the most expensive. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian smiled with approval, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. This young man was truly remarkable. Faced with such a tremendous temptation, he managed to remain composed and even refused. This level of character is rare indeed. Chen Nian felt even more satisfied with Chen Nian. He smiled gently and without further ado pressed the scroll into Chen Nian's hands, saying, I already have other cultivation techniques. This Chen Nian Mo Gong is of no use to me. You are a disciple of the Chen family, and regardless of whether you choose to follow me, I will give you this technique because you represent the interests of the Chen family. Now take it. As he spoke, Chen Nian amiably patted Chen Nian on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Although Chen Nian was a collateral disciple, he was still a member of the Chen family, bearing the bloodline of the Chen clan. In a certain sense, their interests aligned. Only with the elevation of the Chen family's power and status would they both reap greater benefits. It was a virtuous cycle. Chen Pingyan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Staring at the deep green scroll in his hands, he was at a loss for words, tears welling in his eyes. A 9-star technique, given so freely. Such audacity was truly extraordinary. Chen Pingyan pondered for a moment, inhaled deeply, and looked at Chen Nian with respect. Regardless of whether his intent was for him to follow, Chen Nian's bravery led Chen Pingyan to believe he was destined for greatness. Thus, with humility, Chen Pingyan replied, "Thank you, young clan leader." He stepped back and half-kneeled on the ground, cupping his fists in salute. For a martial artist, half-kneeling was a significant gesture of respect, as they bow neither to heaven nor earth, but only to their parents. Chen Pingyan's willingness to half-kneel before Chen Nian without hesitation signified his emotional turmoil. However, this was entirely understandable. A 9-star technique was akin to a life-saving grace. Should such a technique be made known, it would incite envy among the major powers, potentially leading to bloodshed. Seeing this, Chen Nian smiled slightly and gently helped him up. Although Chen Pingyan said nothing, Chen Nian sensed that the matter was nearing resolution. He would only need to wait a few days to see Chen Pingyan's thoughts. However, even if Chen Pingyan ultimately chose not to follow him, Chen Nian would not suffer loss. After all, they were both disciples of the Chen family, not enemies. And their interests were shared. By providing the technique first, Chen Pingyan would undoubtedly feel grateful towards him, ensuring that in future endeavors, he would likely follow Chen Nian's lead. It was a win-win situation. Younger clan leader, the day is getting late. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I take my leave. Chen Pingyan said after a few casual exchanges. Chen Nian nodded with a smile, not stopping him. Yes, go ahead. Yes. Chen Pingyan respectfully nodded and slowly walked out. Closing the door, he glanced at the dark green scroll in his hand, then turned back to look at the door, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts, lost in contemplation. After a few moments, Chen Pingyan's gaze gradually solidified, as if he had made a decision, and he turned to glance once more behind him. With such status, charisma, talent, and strength, the young patriarch was indeed no ordinary individual. With his presence, my Chen family was bound to soar to great heights. With that, Chen Pingyan exhaled a breath of murky air, tightened his grip on the scroll, and turned to walk towards his residence. Inside the room, Chen Nian cast a glance at the phoenix egg beside him, nurturing it gently with a surge of magical energy for a moment. This radiant phoenix egg had accompanied him since birth, continuously nourished by his own magical essence night and day, and its size had been steadily increasing. It seemed that it would soon emerge into the world. Gazing at the kaleidoscopic phoenix egg before him, Chen Nian smiled with ease. He could faintly sense that the egg was on the verge of hatching. Chapter 20. The Conspiracy of the Crimson Flame, Divine Dynasty. Time passed swiftly. As the son of Chen Tiandao, Chen Nian returned to the Chen family, and the events that unfolded during the talent test quickly spread throughout the entire Chen clan. It was well known that Chen Tiandao was the pinnacle of the Chen family, single-handedly. He had elevated their once second-rate family to one of the foremost clans in the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains. Consequently, his reputation within the Chen family was unmatched. Thus, the emergence of his son, Chen Nian, naturally stirred a considerable commotion. Not only the Chen family, but also many watchful eyes throughout the 3,000 domains had taken early notice of this news. For the adversarial forces opposing the Chen family, the rise of Chen Nian was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. One Chen Tiandao had already suffocated them. Should Chen Nian's talent prove extraordinary, they would likely face a grim future devoid of hope. In the imperial capital of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, it was said that Chen Tiandao's son, hidden for 6 years, had made his appearance. Within the vast palace, an aged voice resonated, tinged with a hint of anger. With a head of white hair and a weary visage, he reclined lazily in the dragon throne, draped in a purple robe. Before him stood a young man clad in a yellow dragon robe, the 5-clawed golden dragon gleaming magnificently. Wang Tung bowed respectfully, clasping his hands, and reported, "Greetings, ancestor. Yesterday, Chen Tiandao's son, Chen Nian, returned to the Chen family in a grand manner and participated in the talent test. It is said that his aptitude exceeds 9 stars, causing quite a stir." Before the venerable ancestor, Wang Tung dared not display any disrespect. Although he was the ruler of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, this ancestor represented the last bastion of the dynasty's strength, a formidable presence of the Saint King realm. In the entirety of the 3,000 domains, countless factions existed, with experts abounding, yet those of the Saint King realm were exceedingly rare. Each one was immensely powerful, capable of annihilating an entire domain with minimal effort. It was precisely because of this ancestor that the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty managed to maintain its current standing. Otherwise, it would have long been consumed in the conflict with the 9 Heavens Demon domain. Upon hearing Wang Tung's report, a flicker of inexplicable murderous intent glimmered in the eyes of the ancestor of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Humph, he snorted, his icy voice seemingly capable of freezing the entire hall. Damn Chen Tiandao. Were it not for him, how would my Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty suffer such a fate? It was known that several hundred years ago, the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty was one of the 10 most formidable forces, renowned across the world. Though its power did not rival that of the Phoenix domain or the Buddhist domain, it had accumulated an impressive foundation over tens of thousands of years, rendering its strength formidable. Throughout the 3,000 domains, it wielded significant influence. However, all of this was altered by a young man named Chen Tiandao. Several hundred years ago, the Nine Heavens Demon Domain, where the Chen family resided, was merely a mid-tier domain, adjacent to the Crimson Flame Domain. Although the Nine Heavens Demon Domain possessed decent strength, it did not warrant the attention of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Such a mid-tier domain could be extinguished with little cost by one of the 10 foundational domains. Subsequently, a significant war erupted between the Chen family and the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Everyone assumed that the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would effortlessly crush the opposition. However, reality dealt a heavy blow to all expectations. The Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty was defeated. On that day, a young man clad in a black robe single-handedly annihilated the elite forces of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty with a mere sword. The Grand Marshal of the Crimson Flame was slain by that young man in 3 strikes. On that very day, within the Imperial City, that black-robed youth stood against an entire nation. With a single sword strike, the world trembled. Not a soul within the imperial capital of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty could contend with him. Even when several ancestors of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty intervened, they could not withstand his might. 3 of them were slain on the spot. Only the venerable ancestor before them had survived, barely clinging to life for over a century, striving to regain his former strength. That black-robed youth was none other than Chen Nian's father, the renowned powerhouse of the 3,000 domains, Chen Tiandao. Thus, whenever Chen Tiandao was mentioned, the ancestor of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty was filled with murderous intent. He loathed him. Were it not for Chen Tiandao, how could the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty be reduced to such a state? Narrowing his eyes, a cold gleam emanated from their depths as he spoke deliberately. Over 100 years ago, Chen Tiandao caused my Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty to descend into such decline. If his son were to grow strong, the demise of my Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would be imminent. Indeed, one Chen Tiandao had reduced the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty to a mid-tier domain, struggling to recover. Should his son reach his potential, the annihilation of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would become a reality. Such an outcome was intolerable to him. Wang Tung, upon hearing this, also felt a sense of urgency. He had witnessed Chen Tiandao's terrifying power and felt a tremor of fear in his heart. If that son were to flourish, the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would be on the brink of death. What should we do, ancestor? The ancestor of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, Wang Zhen, narrowed his eyes and suddenly smirked coldly. I have been plotting for over 100 years, waiting for this moment. Damn Chen Tiandao. More than a century ago, he made me endure the pain of losing my son. Today, I shall ensure he experiences a similar anguish. Indeed, over a century ago, Wang Zhen's beloved son was none other than the Grand Marshal who fell beneath Chen Tiandao's sword. The son whom Wang Zhen had held in high regard perished at Chen Tiandao's hands, a grievance he had borne for over 300 years. However, upon hearing Wang Zhen's words, Wang Tung was suddenly struck with alarm. Ancestor, that is Chen Tiandao's only son. If anything were to happen to him, the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would. It was crucial to note that Chen Nian was Chen Tiandao's sole heir. If misfortune befell him, given Chen Tiandao's temperament, the entire Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would likely face destruction. Furthermore, the repercussions would send shockwaves throughout the entire 3,000 domains. The aftermath would be something no ordinary individual could withstand. Yet, Wang Zhen merely chuckled coldly and replied, "Fear not. I set my plans in motion 100 years ago, ensuring that we remain undetected by the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty." As early as 100 years ago, Wang Zhen had begun to place spies within the Nine Heavens Demon Domain, executing his strategy with extreme discretion. Those selected would not suspect the involvement of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Moreover, to ensure safety, he had not contacted these agents in a century, making discovery impossible. Thus, he exuded confidence. Upon hearing Wang Zhen's words, Wang Tung sighed in relief, though a lingering tension remained. After all, Chen Tiandao was a complete madman. Should he truly suspect the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, they would find themselves in dire trouble. Chapter 21. The Emergence of the Young One, however. While Wang Zhen brimmed with confidence, Wang Ting harbored a sense of foreboding. It was not that he was overly timid, after all. Although the Crimson Flame divine dynasty had waned, reaching the position of a sovereign was no small feat both in strength and cunning. He was among the finest. Yet, Wang Zhen was set to confront none other than the son of Chen Tiandao, a figure synonymous with death and destruction, who had left an indelible mark upon Wang Tung. 3 centuries prior, although Wang Tung was not a peak expert, he had reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm, standing but a hair's breadth from the monarch realm. Thus, he was no insignificant practitioner. Yet, that fateful battle, he had witnessed with his own eyes the young Chen Tiandao, who was nearly his peer in age, single-handedly challenging the entire Crimson Flame divine dynasty. On that day, the imperial capital ran red with blood, countless powerful beings perished, and 3 of the 4 patriarchs were slain, leaving only the one before him, barely clinging to life. He had not even been worthy to face Chen Tiandao directly. Merely a residual wave of his sword energy had left him grievously injured. The terrifying scene was etched into Wang Tung's memory, one he would never forget. That battle saw over 90% of the Crimson Flame divine dynasty's experts either dead or wounded. It was precisely due to this devastation that Wang Tung had the opportunity to ascend to the position of monarch. However, he could not afford to forget that day. His heart filled solely with endless dread towards Chen Tiandao. Before Chen Tiandao, he lacked even the courage to draw his sword. The man was simply too formidable. Thus, it was understandable that Wang Zhen would feel such trepidation when tasked with confronting Chen Tiandao's son. For any misstep could lead to the swift annihilation of both the Crimson Flame divine dynasty and himself. Wang Zhen's keen gaze discerned Wang Tung's internal hesitation, and he scoffed, harboring a deep contempt for the younger man. Had it not been for the catastrophic losses sustained by the Crimson Flame divine dynasty in that battle, the throne would never have fallen into Wang Tung's hands. Enough, he declared. I shall handle this matter with discretion. You may leave. With that, Wang Zhen dismissed any further explanation. The agony of losing a child and the burden of a nation's downfall had him perpetually contemplating how to deal with Chen Tiandao. Now, with Chen Tiandao's son before him, he would not let this opportunity slip away. He intended to make Chen Tiandao experience the pain of losing a child. Wang Tung, recognizing the futility of persuasion, acquiesced. Although he was the monarch of the Crimson Flame divine dynasty, the true authority rested with this elder. With a resigned bow, he sighed inwardly, understood. With that, he cast one last, deep glance at Wang Zhen before stepping out, muttering the name Chen Tiandao. Wang Zhen squinted, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he gazed outside the hall, his eyes shimmering with boundless killing intent. In the 9 heavens demon domain, the Chen family. During this time, Chen Nian had been secluded in the small courtyard, engaging in cultivation aside from the occasional conversation with his mother. This was a habit he had cultivated over many years. His remarkable speed in cultivation was not merely attributed to his innate talent, but also to his unwavering diligence, a principle instilled in him by Chen Tiandao from a young age. One day, while immersed in his training, Chen Nian suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating within his room. Initially, the disturbance was faint, but gradually it intensified, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to tremble violently as it surged toward a corner of the room. He turned his gaze to that corner, where the phoenix egg appeared to come to life, surrounded by a swirling vortex of spiritual energy, greedily absorbing it all. Stunned by the spectacle, Chen Nian was taken aback. This egg had been his companion for 6 years, yet he had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. His eyes narrowed as he pondered. Could it be that this little one is about to emerge? He knew that this phoenix egg was the offspring of the sovereign of the phoenix domain, a being of extraordinary lineage that had accompanied him for 6 years. Just as his words fell, the sky outside darkened abruptly, the once clear heavens now shrouded in ominous clouds. Beneath the clouds, flashes of lightning flickered ominously as thunder began to gather. Realizing this, Chen Nian confirmed his suspicion that the little one was indeed about to be born. Typically, the emergence of extraordinary creatures is accompanied by tempestuous clouds, and this little one, the progeny of the 7-colored phoenix, had absorbed countless energies of divine and demonic nature in Chen Nian's presence. Its innate talent likely surpassed that of its mother. Soon, the 1-meter-high eggshell began to crack, splitting apart inch by inch. This was no ordinary eggshell. Even a mere fragment would be worth a fortune. Suddenly, a small head poked out from the shell, followed by the rest of its body. The small phoenix, with a crimson golden head radiating a sacred aura, resembled a deity descending to the mortal realm, while its wings were as dark as pitch, exuding a nefarious energy. Such contrasting essences coexisting within a single being was remarkable, yet they seemed to harmonize perfectly. The little creature stepped out slowly. Upon seeing Chen Nian, it felt a stirring within its very genes, as if sensing an unparalleled kinship, as if Chen Nian were its natural relative. The little phoenix beamed and was about to rush toward Chen Nian when, suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, piercing through the roof and heading straight for the little phoenix. With a thunderous crash, the bolt, as thick as a human arm, struck the small phoenix. Yet, what appeared terrifying to others caused no harm to the little one. Thanks to its seven-colored phoenix bloodline and years of absorbing Chen Nian's divine and demonic energies, it was anything but ordinary. This lightning strike was insufficient to phase it. However, the little creature seemed to possess a fiery temperament. Although the lightning had not harmed it, it stirred something within. The little phoenix's pupils suddenly transformed, blood-red eyes seeming capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the universe as it let out a piercing cry, flapping its dark wings and soaring into the sky, breaking through the roof. Witnessing this, Chen Nian smiled slightly, his expression devoid of concern. After all, with the little one's bloodline and his own presence, what could possibly go wrong? This little one certainly has a fiery spirit, Chen Nian chuckled, his figure flickering as he followed suit. Chapter 22. The power of a mighty bloodline. The commotion caused by Chen Nian quickly alerted the members of the Chen family, particularly the elders. Chen Nian was the future of the clan, and they could not afford any harm to befall him. Upon hearing the noise, the elders and Chen Tianyin rushed over with urgency. Upon seeing Chen Nian safe atop the roof, Chen Tianyin sighed in relief, asking, "Nephew, what happened? Are you all right?" His voice was tinged with anxiety, fearing for Chen Nian's well-being. The elders also wore expressions of concern as they gazed at him. Chen Nian, feeling warmth in his heart, smiled and replied, "Do not worry, uncle. I am fine. It is that little one who has emerged." Following Chen Nian's gaze, the others looked up to see a dark cloud enveloping the sky, beneath which a phoenix radiating golden light and black energy soared. Everyone was momentarily stunned. They understood the significance of this phoenix, the offspring of the sovereign of the phoenix domain, which had been Chen Nian's companion for 6 years, finally emerging today. It was simply astonishing. By heavens, this little one possesses an incredible bloodline power, the Grand Elder remarked, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Having encountered the sovereign of the phoenix domain and its seven-colored phoenix, he knew the strength of its bloodline, which was nearly ancestral. However, when he beheld the little creature before him, he was taken aback. Its bloodline power was even more formidable than that of the sovereign. Chen Tianyin exclaimed in astonishment. Could this bloodline power have returned to its ancestral roots, reaching the level of the nine-colored phoenix? The nine-colored phoenix was a legendary ancestor of the phoenix race, possessing terrifying bloodline strength. For the future, breaking through to the Saint King realm would be as easy as breathing. And there was even a possibility of glimpsing the legendary Great Emperor. Such an existence was truly extraordinary, igniting fervor in the eyes of the elders. The existence of a potential Great Emperor holds immense significance for the entire Chen family. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian remained silent, lost in contemplation. Over the years, he and Chen Tiandao had not only cultivated in the secret realm, but also delved into numerous ancient texts. The bloodline of this young creature far transcends that of the nine-colored phoenix. With the infusion of his divine demonic energy, its talent likely surpasses that of the progenitor of the Phoenix clan. After all, the origin of divine demonic energy is extraordinary, and having resided beside Chen Nian for so many years, this little one has absorbed a considerable amount of it. In the future, it might achieve even greater heights, serving as a significant boon for him. At this moment, in the Phoenix domain, the once slumbering ruler of the domain suddenly opened its eyes. A pair of colossal orbs gazed towards the heavens, sensing the birth of the little phoenix through their bloodline connection. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in the ruler's gaze. The power of this bloodline likely surpasses that of our clan's progenitor. It is simply incredible. Let it be known that the progenitor of the Phoenix clan possessed the pinnacle bloodline of the nine-colored phoenix, the most elite bloodline power across the 3,000 domains. Its strength broke through the shackles of the Saint King realm, reaching the status of a great emperor, a being of unparalleled might in the entire 3,000 domains. With the enhancement of its bloodline power, the Phoenix domain was undoubtedly the most formidable existence at that time. However, after the disappearance of the progenitor, all the great emperors across the 3,000 domains seemed to vanish overnight. Since then, the Phoenix domain has not witnessed the resurgence of the nine-colored Phoenix bloodline strength. To think that today, a descendant of such caliber has emerged, rivaling the progenitor of the Phoenix clan, what an unbelievable occurrence. The ruler's eyes brimmed with delight. The decision to keep the little phoenix by Chen Nian's side was indeed exceedingly wise. The rise of our Phoenix clan is imminent. It is worth noting that the ruler itself bears the bloodline of the seven-colored phoenix, its power nearing the nine-colored, yet that slight distance remains insurmountable. However, the ruler can distinctly sense the formidable bloodline power within the little phoenix. Hence, it is filled with gratitude for having entrusted the little phoenix to Chen Nian's care. This unparalleled divine demonic body is terrifyingly potent, truly deserving of its status as one of the most exceptional physiques in the 3,000 domains. The divine demonic power greatly benefits their Phoenix clan, and with Chen Nian backed by Chen Tiandao and the entire Nine Heavens demon domain, his future achievements are boundless, ensuring the Phoenix domain's resurgence. With this thought, the ruler of the Phoenix domain felt a surge of excitement, envisioning a glorious future for the domain. A gentle smile graced its visage as it directly transmitted a message to the elders. Relay my command to select 10 treasures from our clan's treasury to present to the young master of the Chen family. Additionally, choose 100 warriors from the Phoenix clan to accompany him as Chen Nian's guardians. It is important to note that the Phoenix clan is scarce in number, yet each member possesses extraordinary strength, given their noble bloodline. Phoenix warriors have never served as guards for outsiders due to their esteemed lineage. However, to think that the ruler of the Phoenix domain would directly offer 100 warriors to Chen Nian as protectors is astounding. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock the entire 3,000 domains. Although the elders were taken aback, they dared not defy Feng Jiuhuang's command, each nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Chen family, while the power of lightning is formidable, it is insignificant to a top-tier beast like the little phoenix, which has returned to its ancestral form. The lightning merely serves to refine its body, inflicting little to no pain. With a resounding cry, the little phoenix soared freely amidst the storm, showing no concern for the so-called lightning. Subsequently, it dived down, landing beside Chen Nian, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Just moments ago, full of vigor, it now appeared as a docile little creature before Chen Nian. The little phoenix emitted a cry, and Chen Nian chuckled. Do you wish for me to mount you? With another cry, the little phoenix beckoned, and without hesitation, Chen Nian perched himself on its shoulder. The little phoenix then let out a call and dove, soaring into the sky with Chen Nian. Although newly born, its speed rivaled that of a supreme warrior of the human realm. The immense sound of sonic booms and the fierce wind rushed past Chen Nian's ears. It was astonishingly swift. This scene did not go unnoticed by the multitude of Chen family disciples below. A phoenix, a creature that should inhabit the Phoenix domain, was now before them in the Chen family. The Phoenix domain is one of the 6 major domains, its foundation even surpassing that of the Nine Heavens demon domain. Look, there's someone on the Phoenix. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Instantly, all eyes turned in unison. Indeed, there was someone. Moreover, the figure appeared to be quite youthful, not much different in stature from them. For a moment, everyone was left in shock. My goodness, someone truly dares to tame a phoenix. Who could this be, so fearless of the Phoenix domain's retribution? In the entire 3,000 domains, few would dare to tame a phoenix. Witnessing this, the crowd fell silent, astonished that someone would be so audacious as to tame a phoenix. Among them, Chen Pingan gazed skyward, his expression a blend of disbelief. That figure, it seems to be the young master. Chen Pingan's keen eyes, having been in close proximity to Chen Nian, quickly recognized him. However, his gaze was filled with shock. The rarity of phoenixes, combined with the might of the Phoenix domain, meant that no one dared to offend them by attempting to tame a phoenix. It was akin to courting death. Yet, Chen Nian had achieved the impossible. How utterly incredible. Clenching his fists, Chen Pingan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The young master is indeed extraordinary. Recalling that night when he casually offered a 9-star cultivation technique without hesitation, and now possessing a phoenix mount, one could only wonder how many hidden cards the young master holds. In this moment, Chen Pingan's resolve solidified further. He was no fool. Despite his own 9-star talent, one of the finest in the 3,000 domains, there exists an unbridgeable chasm between geniuses. It is clear that Chen Nian is the pinnacle of genius, unmatched by any other. In comparison, all others are but ants. Unbeknownst to him, the discussions among the Chen family disciples had reached a fever pitch. After circling the skies with Chen Nian, the little phoenix gently descended, bringing him back to the courtyard. As they landed, the elders were momentarily taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. This little phoenix, having just been born, had already reached the extraordinary realm. It is remarkable to note that Chen Nian had cultivated for 6 years, barely achieving the peak of the Wuxiang realm, while this little one surpassed him from birth. One can only imagine the terrifying power of its bloodline. Moments later, the elders regained their composure and hurried over, their eyes sparkling with joy as they warmly congratulated Chen Nian, Congratulations, young master, on acquiring such an ally. Your prowess is truly remarkable, and the rise of our Chen family is imminent. The elders surrounded Chen Nian, their expressions filled with genuine delight and admiration. It was not mere flattery. Each of them felt it sincerely. The more they interacted with Chen Nian, the more they realized the depth of his capabilities, his talent, strength, and opportunities are nothing short of extraordinary, far surpassing their own youth. There was no envy among them, only joy, for Chen Nian's success was their success as well. Chen Nian's future is immeasurable. He is destined to reach even greater heights. Chen Tianning chuckled as he patted Chen Nian's shoulder, exclaiming, "Nephew, you are doing splendidly." Listening to the praise from the crowd, Chen Nian smiled subtly, remaining grounded despite the accolades. He gently stroked the little phoenix's head, feeling the affectionate bond emanating from it. "Little one, since you have just been born, how about we give you a name?" Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, the little phoenix nodded eagerly, resembling a joyful child. Chen Nian smiled faintly, stroking his chin in contemplation before speaking. "What do you think of the name Inai Huan?" As soon as Chen Nian uttered the name, the little phoenix became animated, letting out a triumphant cry that resonated throughout the entire Chen family compound. It was evident that the little creature was quite pleased with the name. Chen Nian smiled as well, satisfied with his choice. He affectionately rubbed Inai Huang's neck, saying, "From now on, you shall be called Inai Huang." The phoenix responded with a melodious call, nuzzling Chen Nian affectionately, continuously expressing its closeness to Inai Huang. Chen Nian was its nearest kin, akin to a mother. Moreover, the aura emanating from Chen Nian captivated it even more. The aura of divine and demonic energies held an inexplicable allure for the entire beast clan. Witnessing this scene, the elders' eyes gleamed with joy. For them, the stronger Chen Nian grew, the more confidence they gained. As night fell, ever since Chen Nian emerged from his seclusion, the Chen family had buzzed with activity, filled with rumors about him. The young clan leader's talent was said to be extraordinary, surpassing even the legendary 9-star potential, reaching the mythical 10 stars. His strength was unfathomable. Today, he had even tamed a phoenix as his steed. It is well known that phoenixes are among the most elite beings in the 3,000 domains, with the phoenix domain being one of the 10 most ancient realms. Its foundation is significantly deeper than that of the 9 heavens demon domain. Few dared to tame a phoenix as a mount, as it was a blatant provocation to the phoenix domain. Very few possessed such audacity. Yet, Chen Nian did just that. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the phoenix Chen Nian had tamed was none other than the progeny of the phoenix domain's ruler. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Chen Nian's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly said, "Come in." Just as he finished speaking, Chen Pinyin entered through the door. Upon seeing Chen Nian seated on the bed, Chen Pinyin's eyes brimmed with respect, his awe palpable. This reverence stemmed not only from Chen Nian's strength and background, but also from his innate talent and character. It was the first time in many years that Chen Pinyin felt such admiration for someone. "Greetings, young master," he said, bowing deeply, his gaze cast downward. Unable to meet Chen Nian's eyes, Chen Nian smiled gently. "Pinyin, what brings you here at such a late hour?" While he had some guesses regarding Chen Pinyin's intentions, he chose not to unveil them and instead regarded him with a smile. Chen Pinyin lifted his head, then knelt straight down, respectfully declaring, "In the vast Chen family, there are 2 individuals I admire most. One is the domain lord, who single-handedly led our family to glory. The other is you, young master. Your unparalleled talent is something I have never witnessed in my life. If you do not reject me, I am willing to follow you, and from this day forth, I shall heed your every command." With that, Chen Pinyin drew a long sword and made a deep cut on his hand, blood gushing forth. "I vow to follow you for life. Should I betray this oath, may heaven and earth smite me." Chapter 24. 2 treasures. Determination shone in Chen Pinyin's eyes. The blood flowed from his hand, a solemn oath made with his own blood. The celestial laws of the 3,000 domains differ from those of Earth. Oaths made here are recognized by the heavens. Should one break such a vow, they would face divine retribution. Gazing at the resolute expression in Chen Pinyin's eyes, Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. While he had suspected that Chen Pinyin sought clarity in his intentions, he had not anticipated such decisiveness from the boy, especially to the point of swearing a blood oath. Nevertheless, this only deepened Chen Nian's admiration. A mere 6-year-old child possessed such resolve, coupled with considerable talent, decisiveness, attentiveness, and, most importantly, intelligence and ambition. Such a talent is truly rare to encounter. For a moment, Chen Nian felt a great sense of satisfaction. He smiled slightly, standing up from the bed to assist Chen Pinyin, gently placing his hand over the wound. A stream of black, demonic energy flowed forth and enveloped Chen Pinyin's injury. Instantly, he felt a warm sensation coursing through him, a gentle itch at his wrist, and the bleeding ceased, leaving no scar behind. Chen Nian stared in disbelief. The young master's abilities were truly mysterious. From now on, you shall stay by my side. In the future, you will be grateful for this decision, Chen Nian said, his voice imbued with confidence. With a system at his disposal, the backing of the most elite family in the 3,000 domains, and memories from his past life. If he could not soar with such advantages, he might as well take his own life. Although Chen Nian's talent was commendable, he was not the only one. In the entire 9 Heavens Demon Domain, one of the 10 upper domains, there were several individuals with 9-star potential, and currently, around 17 members of the Chen family possessed this level of talent. 9-star potential merely indicates a faster cultivation speed compared to others. It does not guarantee a successful journey or even survival. After all, there are many geniuses, and those who do not mature into greatness are ultimately inconsequential, merely dust. Furthermore, Chen Nian's position was that of a mere branch family member, lacking a solid background, making access to superior resources a significant challenge. Without Chen Nian would fall behind from the outset. In this era of fierce competition, one misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. Only those of great fortune have the chance to rise later. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Chen Nian wholeheartedly agreed. He clenched his fists and resolutely replied, "I will obey." Chen Nian smiled in response, then produced a pitch-black spatial ring and handed it to Chen Nian, saying with a grin, "Consider this spatial ring a gift for our first meeting." Upon hearing this, Chen Nian was momentarily stunned. A spatial ring? Such an item is not commonly found. Crafted from ethereal stone, this material is exceedingly rare, and the manufacturing process of a spatial ring is incredibly intricate. A typical chi refining cultivator could never create one. As he immersed his consciousness within it and beheld the vast space inside, he was utterly astounded. This spatial ring contains 300 cubic meters? For a moment, Chen Nian felt his throat dry and disbelief filled his eyes. A spatial ring of merely 3 to 5 cubic meters is already a rare treasure of considerable value. His parents, who had been formidable fighters in the branch family, had achieved the pinnacle of the Wuxiang realm and had made significant contributions to the Chen family. Even so, the most valuable item they left behind after their passing was a 5 cubic meter spatial ring. Yet Chen Nian, with a mere wave of his hand, presented a 300 cubic meter spatial ring, filled to the brim with cultivation resources. What an extravagant gesture! Though Chen Nian did not examine the resources closely, a cursory glance revealed that the contents could entice even powerful warriors of the King realm. In the vast world of the 3,000 domains, the cultivation levels are divided as follows: Qi refining realm, transcendence realm, spirit gathering realm, void breaking realm, Wuxiang realm, extraordinary realm, king realm, supreme realm, emperor realm, saint entry realm, and saint king realm. It is important to note that he was merely a peak spirit gathering warrior, having just brushed against the threshold of the void breaking realm, despite having faced the hardships of losing his parents at a young age, which had fortified his character beyond that of his peers. Even he could not suppress the tumultuous waves of emotion within him upon receiving such abundant resources and a 300 cubic meter spatial ring. The generosity of the young clan leader was simply overwhelming. As Chen Nian hesitated, Chen Nian smiled gently and once again retrieved a long black-red blade from her spatial ring. This long knife was as enchanting as blood, its entire body a deep crimson, seemingly stained with the blood of countless victims. In reality, it was indeed so. This blade was a reward Chen Nian had obtained through a lottery from the system. It was called Blood Moon, a high-quality treasure of 7-star caliber. This knife had an extraordinary origin, possessing unparalleled sharpness, and it also had a unique function. Once unsheathed, the blood-colored blade could emit a mental attack, causing a momentary daze in the opponent. Although this daze was fleeting, in a duel between masters, even a brief moment could be decisive. Thus, despite its 7-star rating, its effectiveness was comparable to an ordinary 8-star treasure. Upon seeing this blade, Chen Nian's eyes nearly bulged with excitement, even displaying a hint of bloodshot. The moment the blade was unsheathed, he could feel its immense power. And this Blood Moon, the 7-star treasure, is also yours. Strive diligently, and do not let the blade gather dust. Chen Nian's calm voice resonated in Chen Nian's ears like a thunderclap. 7-star treasure, you gave it to me? Chen Nian's gaze was filled with disbelief. A 7-star quality treasure was not something to be taken lightly. Its worth was on par with the 300 cubic meters of spatial ring he possessed. Indeed, for someone like Chen Nian, who revered blades as life itself, the value of this knife surpassed that of the spatial ring. After a long moment of shock, Chen Nian finally responded, trembling. Young master, these gifts are far too precious. Pinyin cannot accept. Indeed, while Chen Pinyin was deeply moved, the gifts Chen Nian presented were far too valuable, almost incalculable. Hearing this, Chen Nian smiled faintly, gently patting Chen Pingin's shoulder, and said cheerfully, Pinyin, a fortune is easily obtained, but a capable general is rare. Though this treasure is remarkable, in my eyes, it pales in comparison to you. Take it and cultivate diligently. Do not bring me shame, for in the future, I will have need of your services. Chen Pinyin gazed earnestly at Chen Nian. A fortune is easily obtained, but a capable general is rare. The young master is truly extraordinary, he thought. As the saying goes, a scholar would die for a friend, and a woman would adorn herself for a suitor. At that moment, warmth surged in Chen Pingin's heart, and his eyes grew misty. He took a step back and then knelt deeply before Chen Nian. Chapter 25. The Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Thank you, young master, for your favor. This life of Pinyin belongs to you. Wherever you direct, I shall follow. With that, Chen Pinyin knelt on the ground and knocked his head heavily. Since his birth, having lost his parents at a young age, he had experienced the vicissitudes of life, resulting in his maturity and ability to conceal his true self. Chen Nian had been the only person to show him such kindness over the years. First came the 9-star technique, and now, a spatial ring and a treasured blade. Though he walked a dark path, it did not mean he was untrustworthy or ungrateful. On the contrary, it was often those from noble sects who were duplicitous and untrustworthy. By kneeling, Chen Pinyin completely subordinated himself to Chen Nian. Even if Chen Nian commanded him to die, he would not refuse. A scholar would die for a friend. Such was his resolve. Get up. I am of the dark path, kneeling to neither heaven nor earth. Except for my parents, no one else deserves your reverence. Chen Pinyin shook his head. The young master's grace is akin to a rebirth. I do not kneel to heaven or earth, only to my parents and the young master. In Chen Pingin's heart, Chen Nian held a status equal to that of his parents. It was no surprise, given the profound kindness Chen Nian had shown him. Pleased with Chen Pingin's unwavering loyalty, Chen Nian smiled. This was precisely the response he sought. With Chen Pingin's talent and disposition, he would surely be of great use in the future and would become an invaluable asset to the Chen family. It's getting late. You should return and rest, he said. Yes. Chen Pinyin replied respectfully, rising and bowing deeply before retreating. Even as he stepped outside, holding the spatial ring and the blood moon blade. His eyes remained turbulent with emotion. After Chen Pinyin left, Chen Nian calmed his mind and silently commanded, System, check personal attribute panel. Ding checking. Host, Chen Nian cultivation. Pinnacle of the formless realm technique. 9 revolutions of divine demons, 9 stars. Martial arts, flower-picking finger, 9 stars. World destruction, sword technique, 9 stars. Mirage steps, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine demon body talent. Dark paths blessing divine powers. Distance is an illusion. Words manifest the law lottery chances. 48 gazing at his attribute panel, Chen Nian did not hesitate and softly said, conduct a super lottery. The system's lottery relied purely on luck. With good fortune, one could draw items of 8-star or even 9-star quality. However, with poor luck, one might end up with mundane items such as women's underwear or silk sleeves. Yet, combining 10 ordinary draws into a super lottery significantly enhanced the quality of the items obtained, making it nearly impossible to draw something worthless. Soon, a massive spinning wheel appeared before Chen Nian, rapidly rotating. The pointer finally came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 9-star body refinement technique, divine elephant suppression technique, golden. Upon seeing the system's reward, Chen Nian was momentarily stunned, followed by an outburst of joy. The divine elephant suppression technique. This was something he was well acquainted with. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had known this technique to be exceedingly powerful. It was a qigong created by the Supreme Sovereign, positing that the human body is composed of 840 million particles. If each particle could cultivate the power of the divine elephant, it could tear the heavens and split the earth, effortlessly bringing down stars. Should all 840 million divine elephant particles awaken, one could rend stars with bare hands and traverse the cosmos, a truly terrifying prospect. While Chen Nian possessed an abundance of techniques, martial skills, and divine powers, the one thing he lacked was a body refinement technique. His physical strength was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to true body refiners. Across the vast 3,000 domains, martial artists divided into numerous branches. Besides the dark path, the orthodox path, and Buddhism, there were also other minor branches, such as body refinement. The lineage of body refinement was ancient, said to have originated from primordial times. Every body refiner did not cultivate techniques or train true qi. They solely honed their physical bodies, hardening themselves to the point of being tougher than even some top-tier 7 or 8-star weapons. Currently, in the 3,000 domains, body refiners were in decline, with few strong practitioners. However, they were not entirely absent. The decline of body refinement was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because its overwhelming power led to immense difficulty in cultivation. Each body refiner often became invincible among their peers. However, embarking on the path of body refinement meant enduring suffering beyond what ordinary people could bear. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. Thus, while body refinement was powerful, few dared to pursue it in the expansive 3,000 domains, and the number of strong practitioners was limited. As for why not pursue dual cultivation of body and martial arts, training true qi while refining the body, this was a simple matter. Throughout the past tens of thousands of years in the 3,000 domains, many had attempted this. Yet, without exception, all had failed. Why? Because human energy is limited. Dividing one's focus between true qi and body refinement often resulted in an inability to excel in either, making true progress elusive. Hence, almost no one dared to attempt this in the 3,000 domains. However, Chen Nian was different. He had a system and the endless resources of the Chen family to support him, which gave him confidence. The enhancement to combat power from dual cultivation was immense. He aspired to break through the void and attain the title of emperor. Thus, he could not afford to neglect his physical cultivation alongside his true qi. Moreover, he harbored a faint suspicion that to truly transcend and achieve the rank of emperor, it would be challenging to do so without refining the body. With the system at his disposal, it was worth a try. Resolute in his decision, Chen Nian no longer hesitated. He focused his mind and turned his attention to the divine elephant suppression technique. I must say, this practice of physical cultivation is profoundly intricate. The predecessor who created this technique is indeed a rare genius. With the activation of each particle, one can possess the strength of a colossal elephant, which is utterly terrifying. With the enhancement of the system, and coupled with Chen Nian's astonishing talent, he made significant progress in just one night, awakening as many as 20 particles. The increase in power brought by these 20 particles may not seem substantial at this moment. He could merely sense a slight boost in his strength. However, one must recognize that this is merely the result of a single night's cultivation with just 20 particles. What if there were 200 or even 20,000? Moreover, Chen Nian understands that the strength of the colossal elephant is merely the beginning. The variations of elephant kinds are myriad. The colossal elephant is but the juvenile form, which can evolve into the dragon elephant, then into the azure elephant, followed by the primal elephant, and finally culminate in the divine elephant, marking the achievement of mastery. Beyond the colossal elephant lies the dragon elephant, and beyond that, the primal elephant, leading to the divine elephant. Should one attain the level of the divine elephant, they could truly rend the stars asunder, traverse the galaxy, and achieve emperor status in physical form. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily graced Chen Nian's lips. The divine elephant's prison-breaking force is indeed extraordinary. Although this is just the beginning, Chen Nian is filled with unwavering confidence. As dawn broke, Chen Nian, seated cross-legged on his bed, gently opened his eyes. Suddenly, he sensed an immensely terrifying aura enveloping the entire Chen family, a presence that felt strikingly familiar. His brows furrowed. Could it be Uncle Second? Upon this thought, Chen Nian's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, this aura was unmistakably that of Chen Nian, the second master of the Chen family. Beneath this aura, Chen Nian could perceive an unsettling instability, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, harboring an extraordinary power. Could it be that Uncle Second is about to break through? With this realization, a glimmer of delight shone in Chen Nian's eyes. He had previously bestowed upon Chen Nian a 9-revolution yellow apricot, and to think that he would be on the brink of a breakthrough so soon. It must be said that the efficacy of the 9-revolution yellow apricot is indeed formidable. Chen Nian was already in the mid-stage of entering the Saint Realm. Should he succeed in this breakthrough, he would ascend to the latter stage of entering the Saint Realm. For those in the Saint Realm, each breakthrough is akin to a leap from mud to the clouds. The stronger Chen Nian becomes, the greater the power of the Chen family will be. With this in mind, Chen Nian wasted no time, swiftly donning his clothes and shoes, and hastened towards Chen Nian's abode. Greetings, young clan leader. The elders of the Chen family had arrived early, and upon seeing Chen Nian, they each bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with reverence. None among the 36 elders of the Chen family dared to harbor any ill thoughts towards Chen Nian. All too aware of the terrifying talent possessed by this young clan leader. How is Uncle Second faring? Chen Nian inquired softly. The grand elder, Chen Nian, stepped forward, stroking his beard with a smile. Reporting to the young master, Uncle Second is currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. However, given his talent, it should pose no trouble. At this, a tinge of envy flickered in Chen Tianan's eyes. Having lived for so many years, he was more than thrice Chen Tianan's age and had only just reached the peak of entering the Saint Realm. The prospect of achieving the legendary Saint King realm seemed almost unattainable for him in this lifetime. Yet, this young man, his junior, was on the verge of a breakthrough that would place him on par with Chen Tianan's strength. Achieving the latter stage of entering the Saint Realm at such a young age augured well for his future prospects in the Saint King realm. How could Chen Tianan not feel envious? However, despite his envy, he understood that they were family. The stronger Chen Tianan became, the deeper the foundations of the Chen family would grow. Currently, the entire Chen family relied heavily on Chen Tiandao. Though his strength was formidable, unparalleled across the 3,000 domains, the family could not solely depend on him. It must be acknowledged that both Chen Tianan and Chen Tiandao shared the same mother, both gifted with extraordinary talents. Yet, this young master before him seemed to possess even greater potential. Perhaps the hope of his own breakthrough to the Saint King realm rested upon the shoulders of this young master. With this thought, Chen Tianan felt a renewed sense of confidence. His own aspirations for the Saint King realm seemed closer than ever. Hearing Chen Tianan's words, Chen Nian nodded gently, choosing to remain silent, standing quietly as his gaze drifted toward Chen Tianan's chamber. At that moment, the entire room exuded an incredibly terrifying demonic aura. Centered around the room, a vortex was forming, greedily consuming the surrounding demonic energy. It was as if a significant portion of the Chen family's demonic energy had vanished into thin air. After all, this was the breakthrough of a master at the entering Saint Realm, which naturally consumed a substantial amount of demonic energy. All members of the Chen family stared blankly in the direction of Chen Tianan. Suddenly, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and a tempest arose. Following this, a resounding howl echoed from within Chen Tianan's room. The immense sound wave resembled a lion's roar, causing the hearts of the Chen family disciples to tremble. Chen Nian was taken aback, but as one who bore the supreme demonic body, he was not significantly affected. In the next moment, the room began to tremble violently, and a pillar of demonic energy shot upwards, immense and dark, obscuring the sky and plunging the surroundings into shadow. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced through the air, and a colossal figure ascended. It was none other than Chen Tianan. A mere heaven-s path dares to obstruct me. Humph. Chen Tianan regarded the so-called heaven-s path with disdain. Throughout his life, he had looked down upon the world. For those who follow the demonic path, cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. He had never believed in fate. If there were one person in this world he respected, it was his elder brother, Chen Tiandao. As for everyone else, even the Lord of the Phoenix domain or the leaders of the Buddhist and Taoist sects, Chen Tianan held no respect in his heart. Thus, how could he submit to a mere heaven-s path attempting to hinder his cultivation? Grasping a massive black axe, his favored weapon, the demon heaven battle axe, an 8-star treasure, he roared, "Break for me." Chen Tianan's eyes blazed crimson, his gaze filled with murderous intent, his entire being ablaze with demonic energy, resembling a terrifying demon god. Even Chen Tianan was taken aback by the sight. He had not anticipated that Chen Tianan's strength could be so formidable. This second master of the Chen family, though he often appeared carefree, possessed strength that was truly to be reckoned with. This power elicited a sense of dread even in the long-established expert who had entered the peak of the Saint Realm. Indeed, it was no wonder he was the brother of the domain master. His talent and strength were extraordinarily terrifying. Observing this scene, Chen Tianan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Chen Tiandao's younger brother was indeed not an ordinary individual. With a single swing of the axe, the chaotic sky was cleaved open, and the dark heavens were illuminated as sunlight dispelled the endless darkness. This strike carved a profound mark across the sky, causing the boundless shadows to vanish. Chen Tianan's aura stabilized, a smirk of disdain playing upon his lips. Heaven-s path? Merely this. With that, he let out a cold laugh, slowly descending, his massive axe sheathed. Yet, having just broken through to the latter stage of entering the Saint Realm, the aura surrounding him had yet to dissipate. As soon as he landed, the elders felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from him, instilling a sense of dread within them. However, Chen Nian, fortified by his supreme demonic body, felt no fear in the face of Chen Tianan's aura. "My dear nephew, Uncle Second has succeeded. From this day forth, I shall take you to the heavens and the earth, and we shall revel every day." Chen Tianan bellowed with laughter, his eyes brimming with excitement. thanks to the 9-revolution yellow apricot gifted by his nephew. Achieving this level would have otherwise taken him decades of arduous training. At this moment, Chen Nian's gratitude towards Chen Nian was beyond expression. He would willingly lay down his life for him without hesitation. Chapter 27. The succubus sect Saintess seeks an audience with his newfound strength in the late stage of the sacred entry. Chen Nian felt an immense surge of power coursing through him. His innate talent was already extraordinary, and under the meticulous guidance of Chen Tiandao since childhood, he had accumulated various hidden strengths. While he might not stand a chance against the formidable Sacred King realm, he certainly had the means to defend himself. One could assert that he was the most formidable individual beneath the Sacred King realm. Chen Nian smiled gently. Congratulations, second uncle, on advancing closer to the Sacred King realm. Although the distance between the Sacred King and the Sacred Entry might appear negligible, the disparity was profound. The phrase all beneath the Sacred King are but ants encapsulates this truth perfectly. For the human race, Sacred Kings enjoyed extended lifespans, living for tens of thousands of years. In contrast, mythical creatures like phoenixes, once they transcended to the Sacred King realm, could live for hundreds of thousands of years. Following his breakthrough to the late stage of the Sacred Entry, Chen Nian realized that the Sacred King realm was no longer an unattainable dream. Hearing Chen Nian's words, Chen Nian's heart swelled with joy. Previously, despite his exceptional talent, he felt a considerable gap compared to Chen Tiandao, making the prospect of entering the Sacred King realm seem far-fetched without extraordinary opportunities. However, with Chen Nian by his side, he sensed that the day of his breakthrough was drawing near. His enigmatic nephew was inscrutable, even to Chen Tiandao, who admitted to struggling to comprehend him. Nevertheless, the brothers tacitly refrained from probing too deeply into Chen Nian's secrets, instead granting him immense trust and freedom. Why? Because Chen Nian was a member of the Chen family. Regardless of his mysteries, the family would ultimately benefit from him. As long as the Chen family flourished, Chen Nian's status was of little consequence. Over the years, despite Chen Nian's astonishing revelations that left Chen Tiandao astounded, he never sought to uncover the details. Chen Nian understood this dynamic, which allowed him to act without restraint. In this world, secrets were commonplace among those who reached the Sacred King realm. It was the absence of secrets that was truly alarming. Such individuals, devoid of great fortune, often faltered in their journeys. Hence, Chen Tiandao was indifferent to any unique secrets Chen Nian might possess, as long as his intentions were aligned with the Chen family. As long as he remained his son, all matters would be borne by Chen Tiandao. Even if Chen Nian were to expose him, Chen Tiandao would stand firm. This was the source of the confidence of the foremost figure in the demonic path. With a hearty laugh, Chen Tianyin patted Chen Nian's shoulder. The two exchanged knowing smiles, intuitively grasping each other's thoughts. Just as laughter filled the air, a steward hurriedly entered, bowing before Chen Nian and the elders. "I am Chen Lai." Greeting the young clan leader, second master, and esteemed elders. Chen Nian was the first to speak. "Rise and speak. What is the urgency?" Noticing Chen Lai's haste, Chen Nian furrowed his brow, fearing something grave had occurred. Chen Lai, not daring to delay, promptly stated, reporting to the young master. "The saintess of the succubus sect seeks an audience." The elders exchanged glances, and Chen Nian contemplated. The succubus sect? In the nine heavens demonic realm, the Chen family stood unrivaled, ruling over vast territories. The family was not governed by a single individual. Numerous sects and families operated under its banner, including 3 sects, 1 faction, and 5 families. These 9 powers served as vanguards for the Chen family, required to provide tributes and assistance in times of war. The succubus sect was one of the 3 sects, comprised entirely of female cultivators specializing in the succubus lineage, known for their breathtaking beauty and unparalleled illusionary skills. Furthermore, the sect boasted considerable strength, with its leader being a powerful figure in the sacred entry realm. As the clan meeting was not yet convened, the saintess of the succubus sect's visit suggested pressing matters at hand, as analyzed by Chen Pingan. Chen Nian nodded in agreement and stated, "Let us proceed to learn what the saintess of the succubus sect desires." "Understood," the elders echoed, following Chen Nian. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Chen family's reception hall, where 2 women awaited, one older, appearing to be in her 30s, and the other younger. The elder, named Jiang Ping, bore the hallmark of maturity, her flawless visage revealing no signs of aging, though her pallor indicated the toll of recent battles. She was the 3rd elder of the succubus sect, a peak monarch realm cultivator. Jiang Ping glanced at the saintess beside her, hesitating before finally speaking. "Saintess, could it be that we truly must surrender our ancestral grounds to the Chen family?" The succubus sect, with its long-standing heritage, boasted a foundation that even surpassed that of the Chen family. However, under the leadership of Chen Tiandao, the Chen family had transformed dramatically in mere centuries, unifying the nine heavens demonic realm and becoming one of the top 10 powers across 3,000 domains. In stark contrast, the succubus sect had experienced significant decline over the past few millennia, suffering severe talent loss, relegating them to the status of vassals to the Chen family. If the founding members of the succubus sect were to know of this fate, they would surely be outraged. Yet, the sect found itself with no viable alternatives. The Chen family wielded immense power and was known for its ruthlessness. Any who defied them were swiftly annihilated. In the past, the Nine Heavens demonic realm was a tapestry of sects, but the Chen family's dominance had led to the slaughter of a substantial portion of dissenting factions. Thus, the succubus sect had no choice but to comply. However, with the recent calamity that had befallen them, surrendering their ancestral grounds would leave them with no honor to present to their ancestors. Jiang Ping sighed, her eyes betraying her reluctance, yet she felt powerless. Jiang Elder, I too do not wish for this outcome. However, if we do not acquiesce, my master's command may be compromised, and our sect's millennia of legacy would be obliterated. The saintess, Shui Luer, replied with a heavy heart, her gaze revealing a flicker of uncertainty. Jiang Ping, acknowledging the truth in Shui Luer's words, sighed in resignation. As they conversed, Chen Nian and the others entered the hall. Shui Luer immediately stood, her gaze drawn to Chen Nian. Despite his youth, he radiated an aura of nobility that was undeniably compelling, invoking an instinctive desire for submission within her. The impulse was not a mere illusion, but a primal response, akin to the bloodline pressures felt among mythical beasts. Chapter 28. Become my handmaiden? Greetings, young clan leader. Shui Luer, cognizant of her position, did not dare to show any disrespect. After all, this esteemed young leader was the son of Chen Tiandao himself. Just the weight of that lineage commanded reverence. Moreover, the tales of this young leader's prodigious talent and limitless potential only heightened her sense of propriety. Chen Nian sauntered to his main seat and settled down, with the elders taking their respective places. What brings the succubus sect here today? He inquired directly, eschewing any pretense. Upon hearing this, Shui Luer wasted no time. Bowing respectfully as she responded, reporting to the young clan leader, our grand elder has colluded with several other elders and external forces to usurp my master's position. I implore you to intervene on behalf of the succubus sect. With that, tears welled in her eyes, her gaze both captivating and sorrowful. Her long, fair legs were striking, and her beauty was beyond reproach, exquisitely crafted, embodying both innocence and allure. As the saintess of the succubus sect, her appearance was undeniably exceptional, making it difficult for anyone to resist her charm. However, Chen Nian furrowed his brows and let out a cold snort, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him as he disdainfully remarked, "What? Do you wish to bewitch me?" Upon hearing this, Shui Luer's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, quickly followed by a hurried bow as she admitted her fault, saying, "Luer dares not. It is only because I am a naturally born succubus, momentarily unable to control myself, which led to this grave mistake. I implore the young clan leader to forgive me." Of course, Shui Luer was well aware that her earlier actions were not due to a lack of control. While she indeed possessed a natural succubus body, she had perceived Chen Nian merely as a 6-year-old child, likely inexperienced in the world. Thus, she had intended to take an unconventional route, using her alluring nature to entice him. If Chen Nian agreed to assist her, the crisis facing the succubus sect would be alleviated. Unfortunately, Chen Nian's willpower was formidable. Despite her innate charm, she had not employed any illusions, yet he was not a mere child who could be easily swayed. Not only did he withstand her allure, but he also sensed her intentions immediately. Such terrifying strength was genuinely intimidating. Chen Nian coldly retorted, "Whether it was unintentional or not, you know in your heart." Not wishing to prolong this topic, he continued, "The turmoil within the succubus sect is a result of internal strife. My Chen family cannot intervene. I kindly ask you to return, saintess." His tone was devoid of any emotion. Although Shui Luer was stunningly beautiful, to him, who aspired to the path of greatness, even the most exquisite woman was merely a fleeting illusion, inconsequential. The demonic sects have always prioritized benefit. While the succubus sect was an underling of the Chen family, the identity of its leader held no significance to Chen. Whether it was Shui Luer's master or the current usurper, the elder, whoever held power would still owe tribute to the Chen family, and they would have to obey the commands of Chen. Thus, there was no need for the Chen family to wade through this murky water, as it was unnecessary. Chen Nian naturally viewed the matter from the perspective of the Chen family's interests. The elders and Chen Nian exchanged glances upon hearing Chen Nian's words. Their eyes filled with delight. For them, whether or not they assisted the succubus sect was inconsequential. After all, it was merely a minor subordinate sect, easily extinguished by the Chen family. However, they were more concerned with Chen Nian's approach to handling matters. It was evident that his words aligned perfectly with the interests of the Chen family, showcasing a clear and rational mindset. A capable and intelligent leader at the helm of the Chen family was what they truly needed. As soon as Chen Nian finished speaking, Shui Luer's expression grew grave. She had not anticipated that a mere 6-year-old boy would possess such insight. Truly, he was the son of Chen Tiandao, and certainly not an easy opponent. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip as though making a decision and softly said, "Young clan leader, if you are willing to assist my master, I shall follow you from this day forth, performing household duties without complaint." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping was instantly taken aback. Following Chen Nian, doing chores, and even warming his bed? What kind of operation was this? Why had there been no prior discussion? Jiang Ping's eyes were filled with disbelief as she hastily advised. "Saintess, you must not. You are the future of the succubus sect. If you proceed like this, the foundation of our sect will be lost." As she spoke, Jiang Ping became increasingly agitated, reiterating her objections. Yet, Shui Luer had not wished for such a resolution. However, aside from the ancestral ground of the succubus sect, the only other asset she had was herself. The ancestral ground was crucial to the future and foundation of the succubus sect and must not be abandoned unless absolutely necessary. Thus, her only bargaining chip was her own self. She believed that her beauty would leave Chen Nian with no reason to refuse her. Throughout the 9 heavens demon domain, she was undoubtedly the pinnacle of beauty, with countless admirers. Many young disciples of the Chen family became infatuated with just a glance, let alone the disciples from other sects and rogue cultivators outside. She didn't even need to exert her charm. Those who beheld her would be rendered speechless. Just when Shui Luer thought everything was settled, Chen Nian suddenly interjected, "Cooking and cleaning. Are you capable of that?" Shui Luer was taken aback, her expression faltering. "You seem to be someone who has never lifted a finger. What use would you be?" Regarding the matter of warming his bed, he stated, "I practice without rest, so I have no need for you." Chen Nian spoke with a calm demeanor, even a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Shui Luer was left dumbfounded. Had she just been rejected? This was the first time she had experienced such disdain in all her years. As the saintess of the succubus sect, she had always been accustomed to flattery. When had she ever faced such humiliation? Had it been anyone else, she would have drawn her sword in retaliation. However, since it was Chen Nian who spoke, she could only suppress her anger and force a smile. "Young clan leader, while I may not excel in cooking and cleaning, I am willing to learn. Furthermore, I am a naturally born succubus, with a 9-star aptitude, currently 16 years old, possessing the strength of the early transcendent stage." Upon hearing this, Chen Nian smiled slightly and replied, "Early transcendent stage, is that impressive? Is it truly formidable?" While it might not hold much weight for the elders of the Saint Realm, surely it surpassed that of a mere 6-year-old child. However, before Shui Luer could respond, she suddenly felt an immense pressure emanating from Chen Nian, leaving her breathless. In the next moment, she found herself gazing at Chen Nian, who wore a smile that was neither fully sincere nor mocking. The early transcendent stage, is that all? Chapter 29. I, Chen Nian, most loved to uphold justice. When Shui Luer sensed the aura radiating from Chen Nian, she was utterly stunned. This aura, was it truly emanating from him? After all, he was merely a 6-year-old child. How could he exude such a terrifying presence? It was genuinely chilling. This aura suggested he possessed at least the strength of a peak unmanifested realm cultivator. In the vast 3,000 domains, the ranks of cultivation from lowest to highest are Qi refining realm, transcendence realm, spirit condensation realm, void breaking realm, unmanifested realm, transcendent realm, monarch realm, supreme realm, emperor realm, saint realm, and saint king realm. The next stage after peak unmanifested realm is early transcendent stage. Remarkably, Shui Luer had only reached the peak of the unmanifested realm at the age of 14. She was astounded that a mere 6-year-old child could possess such strength. Moreover, although Chen Nian's cultivation level differed from hers, Shui Luer could sense that his strength was far beyond the typical unmanifested level. She felt a hint of deathly intent emanating from him, indicating that he could eliminate her at any moment, should he wish to. He could kill across realms. While she could also achieve this, it was only under circumstances where her opponent was an ordinary rogue cultivator without any powerful background or martial arts. Yet, she was the illustrious saintess of the succubus sect, capable of being slain by Chen Nian across realms. What a terrifying prospect. In an instant, Shuelur gazed at Chen Nian as if she were staring at a ghost, her eyes filled with fear. This boy was nothing short of a freak. Such terrifying power at such a young age was beyond human comprehension. No, her father, Chen Tiandao, was also not of this world. This father-son duo was truly formidable. Although Chen Tiandao and Shuelur were not of the same generation, she had grown up hearing tales of him from her master, instilling in her a deep-seated fear. As the foremost figure in the demonic path and the ruler of the Nine Heavens demon domain, his legacy loomed large in the hearts of all demon cultivators. However, she never expected that as Chen Tiandao's son, Chen Nian would exceed even his father's reputation. Shuelur swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, Chen Nian, with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, remarked, 9-star aptitude, a succubus body. You have a solid foundation. What a pity. It seems wasted on the succubus sect. While Shuelur's talent was indeed commendable, the resources of the succubus sect were limited, and their techniques were scarce. Their foundational technique was merely an incomplete 8-star manual, realistically closer to 7-star quality. Under such constraints, many of Shuelur's talents were squandered, which was indeed regrettable. Upon hearing this, Shuelur lowered her head, biting her lip, lost in thought. Chen Nian then remarked, however, simply such tokens cannot sway me. Unless you possess something extraordinary, I fear you must take your leave. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he regarded the two with an air of indifference. Though his smile was present, his heart was as cold as iron. He was not the type to be enamored by a woman's beauty. Undeniably, Shuelur was stunning, surpassing all the women he had encountered. Yet, what of it? Without the prowess to become an emperor, one ultimately remains but a handful of dust, fleeting and inconsequential. Thus, even if Shuelur possessed extraordinary beauty, if her offerings fell short, Chen Nian would not extend his hand to assist her. He had no intention of engaging in actions devoid of benefit. Upon hearing this, Shuelur felt a pang of urgency. She had not anticipated that Chen Nian would prove so difficult to negotiate with. Having elevated her stakes so high, the other party still refused to acquiesce. With this in mind, only one last card remained to play. Clenching her fists, she silently invoked, Master, esteemed ancestors, forgive me for my unfilial transgression. With that thought, she lifted her gaze and fixed her eyes upon Chen Nian's striking pupils, which shimmered like the sun, making it challenging to maintain her gaze. It felt as if he were a born monarch, and to stare into his eyes was an act of great disrespect. Bearing the immense pressure within, Shuelur addressed Chen Nian, enunciating each word carefully. Wait, young master, I have yet another treasure to present. Treasure? Chen Nian's interest piqued, though he maintained his indifferent demeanor. Pray, tell me this treasure is not merely yourself. At his mocking words, Shuelur felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet she refrained from retorting. Instead, she obediently retrieved a stone key from her bosom. This key is the sole means to access the ancestral grounds of our enchanting demon sect. The ancestral grounds of the enchanting demon sect? Chen Nian's brow furrowed, clearly unfamiliar with the value of this place. The elders shared similar expressions of confusion, indicating their lack of understanding regarding the treasures hidden within the ancestral site. Only Jiang Ping gazed at the key in Shuelur's hand with a pained expression, helpless to change the situation. Shuelur continued, Our enchanting demon sect is a lineage that traces back to the supreme demon sect from 300,000 years ago. However, 200,000 years ago, the supreme demon sect fell apart into 3 branches, and our sect is one of them. Throughout our sect's history, the ancestral grounds have been fiercely guarded by successive leaders. According to my master, within the ancestral grounds lies a thunder pool. The thunder pool. Upon hearing this phrase, every elder in the Chen family, including Chen Tianyin, widened their eyes in disbelief. Seeing that Chen Nian still did not comprehend the significance of the thunder pool, the elder Chen Tianyin explained. The thunder pool is the origin of all thunder in the world, an exceedingly rare place that nurtures lightning. For martial artists, it is immensely beneficial, not only aiding in the enhancement of cultivation but also serving as an exceptional training ground for those who practice body refinement. Additionally, the thunder pool may harbor a heart of thunder. Consuming it could allow one to comprehend thunder-related divine abilities, rendering it invaluable. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with eagerness. While he was indifferent to the divine abilities associated with thunder, for he had the system at his disposal, what truly mattered to him was that the thunder pool was an excellent training ground for body refinement. Just the previous night, he had awakened 20 seeds of colossal strength through his training with the divine elephant suppression technique. The prospect of accelerating his cultivation speed with the thunder pool was immensely appealing. Vivid images of his physical form traversing the stars and tearing apart constellations flooded his mind, exhilarating him to no end. With that thought, Chen Nian hesitated no longer, and his gaze towards Shui Luer softened. After all, with such a treasure at hand, they were bound as kin. There was no need for formalities among family. He cheerfully declared, "In that case, fear not, Miss Shui. I, Chen Nian, am known for my willingness to lend a helping hand and seek justice. I shall assist you." Shui Luer. The elders. Chen Tianyin. Jiang Ping. Helping others? Seeking justice? Which of these descriptors applies to you? As Chen Nian flashed a grin that revealed his pearly teeth, he appeared harmless, akin to a friendly neighbor. Yet, Shui Luer understood that he was indeed a person who would not act until assured of a return. After pleading for so long in vain, the moment she revealed her treasure, he transformed entirely. The contrast was bewildering, leaving her momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, she dared not voice her thoughts, for he was the young master of the Chen family. His agreement to assist was already a stroke of fortune, despite the likelihood of losing the ancestral grounds. If she did not rescue her master, the enchanting demon sect would perish, and she, as their saintess, would face her doom, along with the looming threat of the elders' pursuit. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Shui Luer resolutely decided to part with the ancestral grounds. Fearing a change of heart from Chen Nian, she swiftly expressed, "Thank you, young master, for your righteous assistance. I shall be eternally grateful." To her surprise, Chen Nian smiled lightly and added, "No need for gratitude. Oh, and once this matter is concluded, you may remain by my side as my maidservant to serve tea and water." Shui Luer. Did you not just refuse? Now you wish to keep me as a maid. How exceedingly opportunistic. In that moment, Shui Luer found herself utterly fatigued by Chen Nian's cunning nature. He was truly a master of manipulation. Reluctantly, she complied, "Very well." With a respectful bow, she acquiesced, while Jiang Ping stood by, hesitating to speak. Unsure of what to say in this predicament, now that matters had progressed thus far, she could only hope that Chen Nian would swiftly rescue the enchanting demon sect. "Young master, when shall we depart?" "Why, immediately," Chen Ping replied with a gentle smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He could hardly wait to explore the thunder pool of the enchanting demon sect, having long desired to experience the wonders of the divine elephant suppression technique. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Shui Luer was momentarily taken aback by his eagerness, yet she welcomed it. The sooner they reached the enchanting demon sect, the less peril her master would face. She hastily bowed. "In that case, I am immensely grateful, young master." Chen Nian smiled slightly, and then turned to his side. "Second uncle, would you accompany me on this journey?" Chen Tianyin, having recently ascended to the late saint realm, was eager to test his newfound strength. And protecting his nephew was a duty he would not refuse. "Huh. If my dear nephew requires me, I shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Rest assured, with me by your side, even the mightiest foes shall not harm a hair on your head." Chen Tianyin patted his chest, exuding confidence. Indeed, he possessed ample reason for such assurance. The second master of the Chen family was renowned throughout the 3,000 domains. Shui Luer's spirits lifted upon hearing that Chen Tianyin would join them. She was well aware of his fearsome reputation, being the only brother of Chen Tiandao. Since childhood, he had been a formidable figure, and with his presence, the elder of the enchanting demon sect would likely face insurmountable challenges. Chen Nian, smiling, had no doubts about his second uncle's capabilities and loyalty. "In that case, let us also bring along 200 of the Xianyuan guards." The Xianyuan guards were Chen Nian's personal protectors, numbering 500 in total. One should not underestimate these 500 guards. They were not just any ordinary individuals. Each Xianyuan guard was a transcendent martial artist, and among them were 5 captains, each at the kingly level of cultivation. Such a force could easily dominate any mid-domain. This merely represented a fraction of Chen Nian's protective entourage. Of course, upon hearing Chen Nian's arrangements, the elders had no objections and nodded in agreement. In the domain of the Chen family, a sleek black spirit vessel rose into the air, swiftly ascending into the clouds. The spirit vessel serves as a means of swift travel, and within the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains, crafting such vessels is an arduous task. The sheer size of these vessels makes it so that even skilled forgers require several years to complete one, resulting in their scarcity. This particular vessel is a 7-star spirit treasure, custom-made for Chen Nian, a gift from an elder of the Chen family upon his birth. It boasts remarkable speed and formidable defensive capabilities, making it a rarity, with the Chen family possessing very few of such vessels. Inside the vessel, 200 Xianshi guards stood watch while Shui Luer gazed at the rapidly soaring spirit vessel, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes. The demonist sect also had a few spirit vessels, yet they were merely 4-star, lacking in both speed and performance when compared to Chen Nian's magnificent craft. In fact, she felt somewhat embarrassed to even refer to her own as a spirit vessel. It resembled more of a dilapidated boat. Chen Nian approached slowly, standing behind Xueluer, and spoke with a smile. "We shall arrive in approximately 2 hours, so there is no need for concern." Upon hearing his voice, Xueluer quickly turned around. Recognizing Chen Nian and his companion Chen Pingyan, she did not dare to be negligent and promptly bowed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young patriarch." Chen Nian smiled gently and nodded, saying, "I see great potential in you." Startled, Xueluer was taken aback by his sudden compliment. Chen Nian continued, "Following me will prove to be the wisest decision of your life." After delivering this cryptic message, he turned away with a mysterious smile, leaving Xueluer in a daze, contemplating the retreating figure of Chen Nian. Why did he exude such confidence? What did his 9-star talent matter when compared to the young patriarch? It was akin to a firefly in the presence of a bright moon. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Xueluer's thoughts. She looked up to see Chen Pingyan, who had been standing behind Chen Nian. Although she was unfamiliar with his name, she sensed that he was no ordinary individual, emanating a formidable aura. Despite his youthful appearance, which seemed somewhat immature, his strength was extraordinary for someone of his age. However, being lectured by a mere boy irked Xueluer, prompting her to scoff. "With 9-star talent and a demoness physique, I am considered a genius across the 3,000 domains. Your young patriarch's claims are rather grandiose." Yet, as she expressed her disdain for the young patriarch, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed Chen Pingyan's otherwise indifferent gaze, and a palpable air of danger enveloped him. At 6 years old, he possessed 9-star talent and was at the initial stage of the void-breaking realm. After cultivating the 9-star technique, the Chen Nian demon art, provided by Chen Nian and utilizing various resources, Chen Pingyan had transcended the peak of the concentration realm to break into the void-breaking realm. Realizing this, Xueluer's arrogance diminished, replaced by a sense of gravity. 9-star talent. A 6-year-old in the void-breaking realm? This was indeed a monster. Why would such a prodigy willingly follow Chen Nian? As Xueluer grappled with her astonishment, Chen Pingyan suddenly drew his blade. A flash of cold light pierced through the air, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent filled the space, rendering it seemingly frozen. With a powerful push of his right foot, Chen Pingyan propelled himself forward with the speed of an arrow. In the next instant, he unleashed a chilling crescent blade that sliced through the air, its speed so swift that it appeared to freeze time itself. Xueluer's eyes widened in shock at the sudden turn of events. Chen Pingyan's strike was executed with such swiftness that she barely had time to react. Fortunately, her superior cultivation allowed her to narrowly evade the attack. As she landed, a few strands of her hair fell to the ground. "You dare to ambush me?" Xueluer glared, her eyes icy with fury. How audacious for this boy to attempt such a sneak attack. Her heart seethed with anger, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Had Chen Pingyan not been associated with Chen Nian, she would have retaliated immediately. However, faced with Xueluer's ire, Chen Pingyan's resolve remained unyielding. He coldly declared, "Those who insult the young patriarch shall face no mercy." To him, Chen Nian was akin to the heavens, his sole belief, surpassing even that of parental bonds. Anyone who dared to demean Chen Nian would be met with death, regardless of their cultivation level. With a single strike, "I shall eradicate all." Xueluer was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of Chen Pingyan's murderous gaze. She had not anticipated that a mere comment would elicit such a fervent response from him. The young patriarch's talents and abilities surpass all in the 3,000 domains. He is destined to tread the path of emperors. You are not but a frog at the bottom of a well. How dare you belittle him? Chen Pingyan's cold retort lingered in the air, and he turned away, dismissing her entirely. Watching him depart, Xueluer felt a twinge of fear. The chilling gaze and indifference displayed by this young boy left her unsettled. Though he was still in his youth, she had no doubt about his future accomplishments. With 9-star talent and such a steely disposition, coupled with the resources of the Chen family, how could this young man remain inconspicuous? Chen Nian, what manner of person are you to inspire such loyalty in a prodigy? To ascend to the realm of emperors, what audacity! You truly remain an enigma to me. Sighing softly, Xueluer's curiosity regarding Chen Nian intensified, and her initial reluctance to follow him began to wane, replaced by a burgeoning sense of anticipation. She was eager to discover what surprises this man could bring into her life. As time flowed steadily onward, Chen Nian remained diligent, even aboard the spirit vessel, continuously honing his skills. This unwavering dedication had been his creed since childhood, to seize every moment for cultivation, for without accumulating small steps, one cannot traverse great distances. Despite his unparalleled talent within the 3,000 domains, he understood that without effort, he would eventually be surpassed. He had learned this lesson well. Thus, throughout the years, even during the night, he seldom indulged in sleep, opting instead to cultivate. Report, young patriarch, we are nearing the demonist sect. The captain of the Xianshi guard stood at the entrance, speaking with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian slowly opened his eyes, responding with a quiet acknowledgement before rising to push open the cabin door. Inside the spirit vessel, Shui Luo and Jiang Ping stood anxiously, particularly as they gazed at the distant grounds of the demonist sect, their expressions fraught with worry. The betrayal of the Grand Elder had transpired overnight. As night fell, the entire demonist sect had descended into chaos. The Grand Elder had conspired with 10 other elders to rebel, even colluding with external forces, and in a single night, the demonist sect was transformed. Thanks to the valiant efforts of their master and a few remaining elders, Shui Luo and Jiang Ping had managed to escape. We are almost there. Hearing Chen Nian's voice, Shui Luo turned and nodded lightly. Suddenly, Chen Nian frowned, a look of distaste crossing his features. Chen Nian noticed his uncle's unusual demeanor and curiously inquired, "Second uncle, what troubles you?" Chen Nian squinted, focusing his mind, and his formidable spiritual sense rapidly spread out, encompassing the entire demonist sect. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "There is an unsettling presence within the demonist sect that I find quite disagreeable." Chen Nian was taken aback. An aura that displeased Chen Nian? However, Chen Nian did not delve deeper, as the presence was faint and elusive, making it difficult to ascertain its nature, perhaps a misperception. "Fear not, my dear nephew. With your second uncle here, even the mightiest of foes cannot lay a finger upon you." With a cold huff, Chen Nian's presence seemed to solidify the air around them. As a late-stage Saint Realm expert, he had begun to grasp the principles of power. It was evident that Chen Nian had made considerable strides in mastering this ability, as even a mere disdainful sound from him held tremendous weight. Chen Nian offered a slight smile and nodded in agreement. Soon, the spirit vessel hovered above the sect, descending gracefully to the ground. At that moment, the Grand Elder Luo Hongqiu narrowed his eyes, observing the approaching spirit vessel emblazoned with the Chen family insignia, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his gaze. She had not anticipated that the wretched Shui Luo would seek assistance from the Chen family. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. "Elder, what shall we do now that the Chen family has arrived?" The second elder's eyes were tinged with a hint of fear. She knew all too well the nature of the Chen family, the tyrants of the 9 heavens demon domain, the foremost power in the demonic path. Their reputation was one of arrogance and capriciousness, a view held by all. The second elder recalled the young man named Chen Tiandao, who had risen like a comet in just a few hundred years, effortlessly severing a mountain that had stood for 10,000 years with a mere strike. Such godlike prowess was enough to instill terror. Since the rise of the Chen family, they had remained subservient, naturally fostering a deep-seated fear. However, Luo Hongqiu coldly laughed, saying, "What of the Chen family? Let us not forget that we have our own external support. That esteemed individual has stated that if we obtain the key to the ancestral land, we may leave the 9 heavens demon domain and even have the opportunity to break into the Saint Realm." Luo Hongqiu had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm for many years, her bottleneck never loosening. Thus, the temptation of advancing to the Saint Realm was one she found hard to resist. The second elder's eyes flickered with greed at her words. The Saint Realm, a realm touched by the sacred, was extraordinary. Once entered, one's lifespan would greatly increase, and strength would soar beyond current capabilities. "All right, wait and act according to my signals." That esteemed individual's background is such that even the Chen family would not dare to be excessively presumptuous. At that time, with protection in place, we can also break into the Saint Realm. What could be more delightful? Upon hearing Luo Hongqiu's words, the second elder's eyes brimmed with avarice as she hastily clasped her hands. Yes. Chapter 32. Where are they? Once the spirit vessel landed, the elder Luo Qiuhong and a multitude of elders and disciples rushed forward, smiles etched onto their aged, wrinkled faces, resembling a lecherous old madam. "Welcome, esteemed members of the Chen family." Luo Qiuhong's demeanor was obsequious, her attitude impeccably humble. In her view, avoiding conflict with the Chen family was paramount. If absolutely necessary, she could only steel her heart. Thus, engaging in a confrontation with the Chen family was a last resort. As the spirit vessel touched down and the hatch opened, Luo Qiuhong looked up, locking eyes with Shui Luo. It is said that enemies meet with heightened animosity. Shui Luo's previously unsettled heart surged once more, her gaze filled with murderous intent. For the first time in a long while, she truly wished to kill someone. Upon seeing Shui Luo, Luo Qiuhong first froze, then quickly regained her composure, a sneer forming within her heart while maintaining her ingratiating facade. She understood that Shui Luo was insignificant. If she could win the Chen family to her side, Shui Luo would undoubtedly meet her demise. Luo Qiuhong's gaze shifted behind her, where Chen Nian was slowly descending. Upon seeing Chen Nian, Luo Qiuhong's brows furrowed, momentarily stunned. What manner of child, appearing no older than 6 or 7, was this? The Chen family had sent a mere child to preside? However, before Luo Qiuhong could ponder further, a figure as imposing as a mountain rendered her nearly petrified. Second master? Upon witnessing Chen Tianyin, Luo Qiuhong appeared as if spellbound, utterly shocked. Chen Tianyin, in all the 3,000 domains, especially the 9 heavens demon domain, was a figure known to all. He was the younger brother of Chen Tiandao, and the only brother at that. The weight of this lineage was self-evident. Furthermore, Chen Tianyin was no innocent. He was notorious for murder and robbery, capable of exterminating sects and clans with ease. She had only expected the Chen family to send an elder for reconnaissance. Never did she anticipate that the second master would come in person. In an instant, Luo Qiuhong felt an ominous premonition. Her once flawless plan now seemed to have overlooked something. Second master? Upon hearing Luo Qiuhong's words, the elders of the Charmed Demon sect were equally startled. Is this the second master of the Chen family? My heavens, why has this harbinger of death come here? Yet, Chen Tianyin exhibited no expression, silently standing behind Chen Nian. You are Luo Qiuhong, the grand elder of the Charmed Demon sect, correct? Upon hearing Chen Nian's inquiry, Luo Qiuhong was taken aback. She glanced at Chen Nian, then at Chen Tianyin, momentarily dumbfounded. What was the identity of this child? That even the second master held him in such esteem? Was there truly someone more esteemed than Chen Tianyin in the entire 9 heavens demon domain? Aside from Chen Tiandao, she could think of no one else. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Luo Qiuhong's mind illuminated. She had long heard of Chen Tiandao's son born 6 years ago. On the day of his birth, the skies of the entire 9 heavens demon domain had shifted. Yet, all these years, Chen Tiandao had never disclosed any information regarding this young master. Could it be that this is him? Young master is inquiring. Chen Tianyin interjected, his voice cold and commanding. The light, airy tone struck Luo Qiuhong like a thunderclap, instantly snapping her back to reality. She hurriedly replied, I report to you, young master, that I am the grand elder of the Charmed Demon sect, Luo Qiuhong. Upon realizing Chen Nian's identity, Luo Qiuhong's eyes dimmed, her spirit wavering. Why? Originally, she thought that if the other party were merely an elder from the Chen family, they could unite with that esteemed individual to eliminate him and escape the 9 heavens demon domain. With that esteemed individual's protection, she believed there would be no danger to her life. However, this individual was none other than the son of Chen Tiandao, the future ruler of the entire 9 heavens demon domain. Even with 1,000 boldness, she dared not proceed thus. Should anything happen to Chen Nian? There was no doubt that Chen Tiandao would go mad. That man was, after all, a veritable lunatic, and a madman, once unleashed, could very well shake the entire 3,000 domains to their core. If she were captured, she would likely descend into endless suffering. Moreover, with Chen Tianyin by Chen Nian's side, this was no trivial matter. With these thoughts occupying her mind, Luo Qiuhong found herself at a loss. Observing Luo Qiuhong's fluctuating eyes, Chen Nian coldly remarked, Where is the leader of the Charmed Demon sect? He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Luo Qiuhong. The primary reason he was willing to assist Shui Luo was due to the thunderpool of the Charmed Demon sect. At this moment, he simply wished to swiftly resolve the internal discord within the sect and then enter the thunderpool. The closer he drew to the Charmed Demon sect, the more invigorated the colossal power within him became. The exhilarating sensation was indescribable, even surpassing the ecstasy of physical intimacy. Thus, Chen Nian was disinclined to engage in further dialogue, directly inquiring. This, Luo Qiuhong found herself momentarily at a loss, exchanging glances with the second elder. Young master, Jiang Li has long harbored treasonous intentions. I have long admired the Chen family and am willing to offer the entire Charmed Demon sect to you. At this juncture, Luo Qiuhong could only hope that Chen Nian would overlook this matter in light of their mutual interests. Though the resources of the Charmed Demon sect were not boundless, their accumulation over tens of thousands of years was certainly noteworthy. To simply offer it up without reservation would indeed tempt anyone. Shui Luo's fury ignited further upon hearing this, especially as she witnessed Luo Qiuhong's abject servility in selling off their ancestral legacy without a shred of remorse. However, Chen Nian maintained a stoic visage, his expression as cold as ice. Do not make me repeat myself a third time. Where, precisely, are the people? Chen Nian's voice was not loud, yet it sent a shiver through the hearts of all present. It was the height of June, yet everyone involuntarily felt a chill. It was simply too cold. Even Luo Qiuhong was intimidated by Chen Nian. This seemingly youthful young master appeared far from simple. She glanced at the second elder, biting her lip as if making a decisive resolution, then stated, "If that is the case, please follow me, young master and second master." Upon hearing this, Chen Nian cast a glance at Chen Tianyin, the two exchanging a knowing look. "Lead the way." Chen Nian was disinclined to waste more breath, instructing her to guide them. Luo Qiuhong dared not delay, proceeding forward alongside the second elder, while Chen Nian, Shui Luer, and Chen Tianyin followed closely behind. This path leads to the dungeon of the succubus sect, a place Snow Luer is quite familiar with. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Luo Qiuhong respectfully announced, reporting to the young master, "Jiangli is inside." Upon hearing this, Snow Luer's heart leaped with joy, and without hesitation, she rushed inside. Chapter 33. The emergence of the Buddha domain. The young master and the second elder request your presence. Luo Qiuhong gestured for them to enter, and then stood aside with her head bowed. Chen Nian and Chen Tianyin exchanged glances, and Chen Tianyin subtly nodded. Instantly, Chen Nian understood. "In that case, let us have Elder Luo lead the way." "Yes." Luo Qiuhong dared not speak further, and immediately walked ahead with the second elder, guiding the two into the dungeon. This dungeon was where the succubus sect imprisoned serious offenders. It was dark and damp, with occasional cockroaches scuttling by, and spider webs filled the corners, creating a scene of utter disarray. There had been numerous prisoners here, but after the betrayal of two individuals, all the others were killed, leaving only Jiangli. Soon, they reached the cell where Jiangli was held. There she was, her limbs bound, her white prison garb stained with blood, her hair disheveled, and her appearance utterly haggard. It seemed she had been knocked unconscious, her mouth stained with blood, her eyes barely open, hanging on by a thread within the confines of her cell. Seeing this, Snow Luer's eyes turned red with tears. It was well known that her master was the renowned leader of the succubus sect, a stunning figure of breathtaking beauty and strength, possessing the power of the sacred realm. Such an exquisite person had countless suitors throughout the nine heavens demon domain, with some even willing to sacrifice their lives for a mere glimpse of her. Yet today, she appeared like a stray dog, battered and bruised. Having been an orphan since childhood, Jiangli had raised Snow Luer, embodying both mentor and maternal figure. Witnessing her in such dire straits was unbearable for Snow Luer, who felt an overwhelming desire to tear Luo Qiuhong and the others apart. Chen Nian glanced at Luo Qiuhong and smiled faintly. "Elder Luo, I find myself rather curious." "Curious?" Luo Qiuhong was taken aback and respectfully replied. "What does the young master wish to know?" Chen Nian looked at Jiang Li's figure and then regarded Luo Qiuhong with a knowing smile. "From what I understand, this esteemed sect leader Jiang entered the sacred realm 20 years ago and is considered a formidable expert in the nine heavens demon domain. How did your group of insignificant fish manage to capture her?" Chen Nian's words struck Luo Qiuhong and the second elder like a thunderclap. Indeed, though they were peak warriors of the Emperor realm, the disparity between the Emperor and sacred realm was as vast as the sky and the earth. In the presence of Jiangli, they were no different from mere insects. As for how they managed to capture Jiangli, they exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a chilling light. In the next moment, they swiftly retreated several meters, halting with a cold snort. "Master Yuanhui, are you not going to make your appearance?" No sooner had they spoken than a powerful voice resonated from the entrance. "Amit Ba, Master Chen, the old monk pays his respects." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. Chen Tianyin let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "I wondered why I sensed such a repugnant aura. It turns out to be you, old baldy. Yuanhui, do you dare meddle in the affairs of the nine heavens demon domain? You truly seek death." The man before them, known as Yuanhui, was one of the top powers in the Buddha domain, the fifth elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. For thousands of years, the Great Thunder Sound Temple had dominated the Buddha domain, wielding its authority with extreme arrogance. These so-called Buddhas preached compassion and righteousness while being even more tyrannical than the Chen family. In the entire Buddha domain, aside from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, no other forces remained, as the temple had eliminated all opposition through various means. For millennia, it had ruled the Buddha domain, brainwashing its inhabitants to the point where anyone who did not believe in the Buddha was deemed a heretic, and heretics faced only death. Yet these monks prided themselves on their righteousness, suppressing the demon domain and viewing its inhabitants as monsters. Thus, the conflict between the hot-tempered Chen Tianyin and the Buddha domain was particularly deep-rooted. The tension between Yuanhui and Chen Tianyin was not new, and it was astonishing that this old man dared to intrude into the nine heavens demon domain and interfere in its internal matters. However, Yuanhui merely smiled. his plump face and hypocritical laughter exuding insincerity. Bah, Master Chen, you misunderstand. These two female practitioners have contemplated abandoning darkness for light to follow the Buddha. I perceive that you possess considerable wisdom and a connection to the Buddha. Why not join me in the Buddha domain and take refuge in the Buddha? You could attain a position among the Buddhas and share in ultimate bliss. What joy could surpass that? Chen Nian snorted coldly, her murderous intent laid bare. You speak nonsense. And you too, dare you betray? I will flay you both alive and hang your skins on the city gate. These two worthless fools were audacious enough to collude with those old monks. It had been many years since Chen Nian felt such fury. If one were to ask whom he despised most in the 3,000 domains, it would undoubtedly be the hypocritical Buddhas of the Buddha domain. These individuals preached morality and righteousness while committing acts more brutal and vicious than the demon Tao. Monks? Huh, what a joke. They would not hesitate to slaughter and annihilate entire sections. While the demon Tao was ruthless, it was so only against enemies. The demon Tao valued swift retribution and acted according to their desires, never hypocritical or self-righteous. The demon Tao possessed its own integrity and beliefs. Chen Nian loathed these hypocritical old monks the most. Luo Qiuhong and the second elder exchanged glances, shivering in fear. They were not Yuan Wei and could not remain so unfazed in the face of Chen Nian's wrath. They cast pleading looks toward Yuan Wei, who smiled slightly, reciting, Bah. As he took the hands of Luo Qiuhong and the second elder in his plump ones, his lips curling upwards. Rest assured, my dear practitioners, our Buddha is compassionate. It is our duty to guide all beings. With the Buddha domain present, you need not fear. The Chen family is but a rising power. Our Buddha domain has a legacy spanning hundreds of millennia, with profound depth. What can Chen Tiandao do? Once this matter is resolved, you too can accompany the disciples of the succubus sect to the Buddha domain to share in ultimate bliss. Hearing Yuan Hui's words, the two felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the foundation of the Great Thunder Sound Temple was beyond what the Chen family could rival. Even if Chen Tiandao were extraordinary, could he truly storm the Great Thunder Sound Temple and kill them? They exchanged glances, their hearts somewhat at ease, though they found Yuan Hui's touch distasteful. Yet, for now, there was no other option but the Buddha domain. In that case, thank you, Master. We have long held admiration for the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Yuan Hui smiled slightly and nodded. The old bald man was indeed shameless. The Great Thunder Sound Temple was merely a den of filth, a gathering of self-righteous individuals. If the Buddha were to know of such descendants, he would surely be enraged. Chapter 34. Yuan Hui's ambitions. Upon hearing Chen Nian's voice, Yuan Hui turned his gaze. And who might this young practitioner be? Luo Qiuhong quickly replied, reporting to the master, this is Chen Tiandao's son, the young master of the Chen family, Chen Nian. Chen Tiandao's son? The young master of the Chen family, Chen Nian? Upon hearing Luo Qiuhong's explanation, Yuan Hui's eyes widened in surprise. He never anticipated that his visit to the succubus sect would lead him to encounter Chen Tiandao's son. 6 years ago, when Chen Nian was born, the major powers across the 3,000 domains were aware, and the Buddha domain was no exception. The Buddha domain had always regarded the Chun family of the Nine Heavens demon domain as heretics, especially Chen Tiandao, the foremost figure of the demon Tao, whom they viewed as a formidable threat. In just over a century, he had ascended to the sacred king realm, showcasing astounding talent that left many in awe. His journey was marked by an invincible streak, never having suffered defeat. Even after breaking through to the sacred king realm, he emerged unscathed from encounters with several sacred king realm experts. After the Great War, the entire realm of the 3,000 domains could not help but cast their gaze in astonishment. Countless prodigies emerged from this land, yet none possessed the terrifying prowess of Chen Tiandao. Should his son inherit such formidable talent, the Chen family would undoubtedly rise to prominence, and the entire Buddhist domain might face significant tribulations. Thus, the emergence of the young master of the Chen family naturally garnered immense attention. However, on the day of his birth, no further information surfaced, and despite their relentless inquiries, they could uncover nothing. Even after 6 years, the Buddhist domain had not abandoned the search for news regarding the young master of the Chen family. Yuan Hui did not anticipate that a mere visit to the demon charm sect, to complete the task assigned by the Buddhist son, would lead him to encounter the Chen family's young master, who had remained silent for 6 long years. It was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Should another figure like Chen Tiandao emerge from the Chen family, the Buddhist domain would likely be severely impacted. If he could eliminate the young master of the Chen family here, the Chen lineage would be severed, rendering Chen Tiandao's strength inconsequential. Yuan Hui's eyes squinted with a smile as he fixed his gaze on Chen Nian, the intent to kill brewing within him. He was well aware of Chen Tiandao's terrifying reputation and wished to prevent the rise of a second such figure from the Chen family, particularly due to their already tenuous relationship with the Buddhist domain, bordering on antagonism. Although slaying Chen Nian here would undoubtedly enrage Chen Tiandao, he thought, so what? Despite Chen Tiandao's might, our Buddhist domain boasts a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, rich in resources and formidable strength. We have produced over 100 sacred kings in this time. How could we fear a mere Chen Tiandao? The Nine Heavens Demon domain may rank among the top 10 upper domains, but it stands solely due to Chen Tiandao's support. No matter how strong he may be, he cannot surpass the profound heritage of the Buddhist domain. This is simply impossible. In Yuan Hui's mind, he held Chen Tiandao in high regard, fully aware of his fearsome nature. Yet, he believed that the great Thunder Sound Temple of the Buddhist domain was the embodiment of divinity, the true undefeated force. To him, Chen Tiandao was but a junior, and even the strongest must have their limits. Resolute in his decision, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips and addressed Chen Nian with feigned respect. Ah, so it is the Holy Son of the Chen family. I beg your pardon. I perceive that the Holy Son is naturally wise and possesses great insight. How about embracing our Buddha? The Buddhist domain ranks among the top 3 of the upper domains, with profound depth. Should the Holy Son choose to accompany me to the Buddhist domain, we would undoubtedly devote all our resources to assist you in attaining the Emperor's realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian could not help but chuckle. This old bald donkey thinks he can recruit me? Truly, his brain must have been kicked by a donkey. With a cold sneer, his gaze darkened momentarily as he retorted, this old bald donkey may not be impressive, but his thoughts are quite extravagant. The Buddhist domain? Huh, a mere den of filth. As a man of the demonic path, I relish vengeance and pursue my desires freely. I hold no regard for the hypocrisy of your kind. You bald donkeys pride yourselves on righteousness, yet your hands are stained with the blood of innocents and the plunder of lives, all while chanting Amitabha Buddha. How vile! I spit on you, acting like a whore, both a saint and a sinner. Chen Nian's words were as sharp as blades, unrestrained in their harshness. He had long studied the Buddhist domain and was well aware that the so-called Buddhas within the Great Thunder Sound Temple were far from benevolent. Although they masqueraded as compassionate figures, their hidden deeds of murder and plunder were no less than those of the Chen family. A mere disagreement could result in a massacre, disguised as salvation. They spoke of benevolence, yet their hearts were filled with greed. Consequently, Chen Nian harbored no fondness for these bald donkeys. Moreover, in this world, practitioners of the demonic path seldom recited scriptures. Their focus lay primarily on martial prowess. This starkly contrasted with the Buddhism of his previous life, where, despite the existence of some scoundrels, there were genuine masters of Buddhist teachings. These masters devoted decades to chanting scriptures and studying the sutras, cultivating themselves instead of engaging in martial conflict. This was the true calling of a monk. In contrast, the people of the Buddhist domain were more demonic than those of the demonic path, yet they claimed to be Buddhists. Truly, they were like whores, embodying both virtue and vice. Chen Tianyin, upon hearing these words, burst into hearty laughter, excitement radiating from him as he patted Chen Nian's shoulder. Ha ha ha, my dear nephew. Well said. What a refreshing tirade. For years, I have loathed these old bald donkeys. Yet, my words have never stung as sharply as yours. You may be young, but your barbs strike true. Yuan Hui, incensed by Chen Nian's remarks, felt as though he had been ground beneath the heel of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Since his birth, he had been indoctrinated day and night, his loyalty to the temple and the Buddhist domain surpassing that of ordinary folk. Naturally, he found Chen Nian's insults unbearable. Very well. You audacious holy son of the Chen family, and you too, Chen Tianyin. You shall remain here today. Yuan Hui scoffed, and his aura exploded forth. Late-stage, saintly entry. The terrifying pressure engulfed the entire dungeon, causing the once dim surroundings to tremble and flicker. How laughable. You are far from my match. Today, I shall personally eliminate you. Chen Tianyin was no easy opponent either. With a grin, his smile resembled a death knell. The two had clashed countless times before, yet neither had managed to triumph over the other. This was largely due to Yuan Hui's late-stage, saintly entry cultivation, granting him an advantage over Chen Tianyin, who was only at mid-stage. However, the latter was no ordinary foe. While Yuan Hui could easily subdue any typical mid-stage, saintly entry cultivator within 10 moves, Chen Tianyin was different. In a life-and-death battle, Yuan Hui was uncertain he could emerge victorious. What Yuan Hui did not realize was that Chen Tianyin had recently broken through to late-stage saintly entry, significantly enhancing his strength, making him the most formidable opponent beneath the Sacred King. Chapter 35. The old monk sends you to hell to kill me? Yuval demons. All must be eradicated. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens." As he spoke, Yuan Hui's eyes gleamed, stepping forward to stand before Luo Qiuhong and the second elder. Suddenly, a circular purple-gold bowl appeared in his hand. A mysterious smile graced his lips, filled with excitement. "Chen Tianin, today this old monk shall act on behalf of the heavens." With that, Yuan Hui hurled the purple-gold bowl into the air. The bowl, originally the size of a palm, rapidly expanded, enveloping Chen Nian and the others like a miniature realm. Fortunately, before his departure, the Buddhist sun had bestowed the purple-gold bowl upon him, enabling him to achieve great merit today. It is worth noting that this purple-gold bowl is an 8-star spiritual treasure, extraordinarily formidable. With Yuan Hui's cultivation, it would be nearly impossible for anyone beneath the sacred king to escape its confinement. Moreover, the purple-gold bowl was not merely a prison, it contained thousands of engraved formations. Once an enemy was ensnared within, it could unleash immediate attacks. Additionally, the bowl could isolate all traces of aura, preventing Chen Tianin from calling for external assistance. Even if Chen Tianin were exceptionally strong, today he would taste bitter defeat, along with the holy son of the Chen family. If he succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement for the Great Thunder Sound Temple, potentially earning him a coveted treasure and paving the way for his own ascension to the Sacred King realm. The Sacred King, for Yuan Hui, this was an aspiration he yearned for deeply. After 700 years of arduous cultivation, he had finally reached his current level. And what a Chen Tiandao! In a mere fraction of that time, he had surged past the ranks of the Sacred King, his strength immeasurable. To add insult to injury, Chen Tianin, as Chen Tiandao's brother, could match him in prowess. This was a deep humiliation for Yuan Hui, who had long harbored a burning desire to surpass the Sacred King realm. Today, if he could slay these two, it would surely be a significant accomplishment. As he contemplated this, Yuan Hui's eyes gleamed with a crimson hunger as he gazed at Chen Nian and Chen Tianin with avarice. "Master Yuan Hui, you must remember that Chen Nian is the sole heir of Chen Tiandao. If he perishes here, the Chen family will not let this matter rest lightly." As a member of the Nine Heavens demon domain, Luo Qiuhong was acutely aware of Chen Tiandao's terrifying nature. That man was akin to a reincarnated deity, incomparably formidable. However, at this moment, Yuan Hui's mind was solely occupied with breaking through to the Sacred King realm, leaving little room for other thoughts. Moreover, no matter how formidable Chen Tiandao might be, could he truly dare to challenge the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple alone? That would be akin to a fool's dream. Without a second thought, Yuan Hui coldly scoffed. This old monk has his own calculations. Upon hearing the indifference and chill in Yuan Hui's tone, Luo Qiuhong couldn't help but shudder. This old bald donkey seemed like a completely different person from the benevolent figure he had once been. Indeed, at that moment, Luo Qiuhong dared not voice her thoughts any further. The events that had unfolded had far exceeded her expectations, and all she hoped for now was to survive. That was her only wish. "Young clan leader, Luer apologizes for putting you in such peril." Shui Luer had also not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. If it weren't for her, Chen Nian would not be in such a precarious situation. Should anything happen to Chen Nian, the entire demonist sect would likely be reduced to ashes. Chen Nian smiled faintly, saying, "I will not go back on my word. As for this trivial purple gold bowl, it is of little consequence." He glanced at his second uncle and cheerfully asked, "Uncle, can you break it?" "Yes, but it will require considerable effort." Had it been the previous Chen Tianin, it would have been uncertain whether he could shatter this purple gold bowl. However, having just broken through to the late sacred stage, his strength had surged dramatically. With his inherent power now comparable to that of a sacred king, breaking the purple gold bowl, while not a simple task, was certainly within reach. Yet, Chen Nian merely smiled slightly and communicated through a secret method. "Uncle, shortly I will teleport you directly before that old bald donkey, and you can take him down immediately." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Teleport me out? Are you joking? As a late sacred stage practitioner, it would take me a significant effort to exit. And yet, you, a mere peak wuxiang realm martial artist, claim you can teleport me out? This must be a jest." Nevertheless, he knew his nephew never joked and was quite mysterious. Perhaps he truly possessed a method. Chen Tianin refrained from asking further and nodded silently. "All right." After reaching an understanding with Chen Tianin, he turned to Shui Luer and instructed, "Hold on to my hand tightly." Shui Luer was taken aback, but seeing Chen Nian's serious expression, she withheld her questions and nodded firmly. Meanwhile, observing the trapped individuals, Yuan Hui's gaze turned murderous as he began to chant incantations. "Chen Tianin, this old monk shall send you to hell." With that, the inscriptions within the purple gold bowl were activated, launching an immediate attack. However, at that very moment, Chen Nian murmured, a a stone's throw away. Indeed, this technique he employed was his unique ability, a stone's throw away. Although the purple gold bowl could isolate all auras, like a lid covering everyone, it could not prevent Chen Nian from utilizing his abilities. The essence of such powers is the touch of the law's strength. The technique he used, a stone's throw away, involved the spatial laws and could bypass all obstacles. Presently, Chen Nian's cultivation was not high, but once he broke through to the sacred realm, he could traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. However, at his current level, activating the technique allowed him to teleport 1 or 2 miles effortlessly, and he was merely a few meters away from Yuanhui. This distance was trivial for the application of a stone's throw away. Boom. In an instant, Chen Nian, accompanied by Chen Tianyin and Shui Luer, appeared directly before Yuanhui. In that fleeting moment, Yuanhui's eyes widened in shock. Yet, before he could react, Chen Tianyin's iron fists came crashing toward him, the dragon roaring tiger howling fist. A formidable 8-star fist technique surged through the air, infused with all of Chen Tianyin's might, showing no mercy. His fists, weighing thousands of pounds, caused the surrounding air to vibrate ominously. With Chen Tianyin's sudden appearance, Yuanhui, caught off guard, had no means to evade, even if he had foreseen the attack. Boom. A single iron fist struck directly at Yuanhui's face. In that instant, Yuanhui was sent flying like an arrow, crashing hard to the ground. The force of that iron fist was tremendous, and Yuanhui plummeted, creating a deep pit spanning dozens of meters. Chapter 36, Seeking the Demon Instantly. A massive pit appeared in the dungeon, its depth exceeding 10 meters. Dust swirled chaotically, filling the entire space. Both Luo Qiuhong and the second elder stood frozen, stunned by the sight before them. The fifth elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple had been knocked away? Surely not. Fear flickered in their eyes as they exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Soon, as the mist began to dissipate, Yuanhui's figure slowly rose from the depths of the pit. His once pristine robe lay in tatters, caked in dirt, and his once portly face was bruised and battered, resembling that of a pig's head. Several of his teeth had been knocked out. It was worth noting that Chen Tianyin had delivered that blow with full force right to his face. Though Yuanhui's strength was formidable, he had been severely injured. His visage pitifully grotesque. How is this possible? How could you escape from my purple gold bowl? Yuanhui's eyes were filled with disbelief. He simply could not fathom how the three of them had so effortlessly escaped from his purple gold bowl. This was an 8-star treasure, lent to him by the esteemed Buddha's child, with an extraordinary lineage dating back to ancient times. How could anyone break free from it so easily? Chen Tianyin smiled faintly at this revelation. Truth be told, even with his current strength, he could break the purple gold bowl, but it would not be done without great effort. At the very least, it would require a considerable expenditure of energy. Even if he did manage to escape, it would not be without significant cost. He understood that Chen Nian's earlier maneuver had indeed touched upon the power of the spatial laws. Indeed, the spatial laws. It is well known that the power of laws can only be mastered by those at the Sacred King level. Of course, to break through to the Sacred King realm, mastery of the laws is essential. There are myriad laws, and one must grasp at least one to ascend to the Sacred King stage. Presently, Chen Tianyin was gradually mastering the laws, and his progress was commendable. However, the power of spatial laws was something he might never touch upon in his lifetime. Why? Because among the myriad of laws, the two foremost are space and time. There is a saying, space is sovereign, time is revered. Both of these laws are complex, and throughout the ages, few prodigies in the vast domains have managed to master them. Yet, here was Chen Nian, a mere wuxiang realm martial artist, who seemed to grasp the legendary power of space. Although he had yet to fully form the laws, it was enough to astonish anyone. At the very least, since ancient times, there had been no reports of such a prodigy in the vast domains. Though Chen Tianyin had always known his nephew was mysterious, he now felt he had underestimated this young man. Truly, he was exceptional, perhaps even more so than his elder brother. Nonetheless, the more enigmatic Chen Nian became, the more pleased Chen Tianyin felt. This young man might indeed tread the path to the Emperor realm in the future. With this thought, a smile crept upon Chen Tianyin's face, and he shook his head, dismissing thoughts of the distant past. His gaze returned to the staggering Yuanhui, and a cold glint sparked in his eyes. This fellow was destined to die today. Chen Tianyin chuckled darkly, his eyes flashing with unrestrained malice. Old bald donkey Yuanhui, today marks your demise. With that, Chen Tianyin's aura intensified, an overwhelming demonic energy engulfing the entire dungeon, even awakening Jiang Li, who had been bound and unconscious within the cell. At this moment, Chen Tianyin appeared as a god or a demon, his flowing hair billowing fiercely. the air around him crackling with energy, and his robe flapping violently. The terrifying aura continued to swell. Nearby, Luo Qiuhong and the second elder were nearly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Even so, the two had no thoughts of escape, for they understood that fleeing to the ends of the earth would prove futile. Their sole hope rested upon Yuan Hui's victory. However, Yuan Hui was even more astonished than they were. With a row of shattered teeth, his breath was ragged, yet he clenched his remaining teeth, his gaze fixed intently upon Chen Nian's figure, articulating each word with disbelief. Entering the later stage of the Saint Realm. Indeed, it was the later stage of the Saint Realm. Upon sensing Chen Nian's power, Yuan Hui was left utterly dumbfounded. Chen Nian had unexpectedly broken through to the later stage of the Saint Realm without him even noticing. It was worth noting that Chen Nian had only been cultivating for a little over 300 years, while Yuan Hui himself had spent a staggering 700 years to reach the same stage. 700 years. The difference was more than double. Even so, Yuan Hui, who had labored for 7 centuries to attain the later stage of the Saint Realm, was still regarded as a genius by the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, with prospects of breaking through to the Saint King Realm. However, in comparison to Chen Nian, he felt a pang of despondency. This fellow had been nearly his equal even in the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, and now that he had advanced to the later stage, his strength had surged. He was perhaps truly the foremost contender below the Saint King Realm. And now, having just been ambushed and injured by him, Yuan Hui feared that his fate was truly grim. With these thoughts, a sense of fear and unwillingness welled up within Yuan Hui. His mental cultivation had not kept pace with his martial prowess. All these years, he had focused solely on martial skills, neglecting the cultivation of his mindset. Seeing Yuan Hui's shocked expression, Chen Nian felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. He grinned, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Old bald donkey, today I shall send you on your way to meet your Buddha in the western heavens." With that, Chen Nian vanished from his location like a specter. Yuan Hui's eyes widened in shock. This speed was beyond his capability to follow. The reason was simple. Chen Nian's cultivation technique was exceedingly peculiar, and the martial arts he mastered were exceptionally formidable, seemingly rooted in ancient practices, bearing traces of Chen Tiandao. As the foremost figure of the demonic path, Chen Tiandao's martial arts were naturally extraordinary. It was no surprise that Chen Nian, as his younger brother, would reflect such prowess. However, this only underscored the difficulty Yuan Hui faced. "Old bald donkey, today I shall send you off." As soon as he spoke, Chen Nian appeared in midair behind Yuan Hui. With a swift motion, a dark long sword emerged from its sheath, glinting ominously in the pitch-black dungeon like a ghostly wraith, poised to claim a life. This move was called Seeking Demons. Just as Chen Nian's voice fell, a terrifying aura surged throughout the dungeon. This technique, Seeking Demons, was one that Chen Nian had comprehended after 2 months of enlightenment on a precipice. It marked the discovery of his own path. To send Yuan Hui away with this strike was indeed an honor for him. The dreadful sword shadow swiftly engulfed Yuan Hui's figure. "No, I refuse to accept this." Only the echo of Yuan Hui's defiance lingered in the air. Chapter 37. The Bodhisattva of the Buddha Domain Boom. The entire dungeon erupted with a tremendous sound. Yuan Hui's anguished cries were instantly swallowed. When the smoke cleared, Yuan Hui's figure had vanished, leaving behind only a tattered, incomplete robe. Nothing else remained. After all, the power of Chen Nian's strike was so great that it could pose a significant threat even to formidable beings of the Saint King realm. Under such a blow, everything else had been reduced to dust. The purple gold bowl, lacking a master, fell to the ground, lying quietly. Chen Nian scoffed, disdainful, as expected, a worthless individual, not even possessing a relic. The so-called relic is the essence produced after the death of a venerable monk, though not all monks produce relics. Only those of profound spiritual attainment can generate them. Clearly, while Yuan Hui had decent cultivation, his Buddhist nature was lacking, thus he had not produced a relic. Chen Nian smiled slightly, casting his gaze towards Luo Qiuhong and the second elder. At that moment, the two were nearly paralyzed with fear, sprawled on the ground, their eyes vacant and devoid of light. "You two truly have audacity in colluding with the Buddha domain." Chen Nian's cold voice pierced through the air, causing both to kneel in terror, repeatedly bowing their heads. "Please, spare us, young master. We were blinded by folly. Please, spare us." They knelt, their heads knocking against the ground incessantly. Yet, Chen Nian's gaze grew even colder. He understood the principle of cutting down the grass to eliminate the roots. Moreover, the audacity of the other party to collude with external forces aimed at his life was something he could not tolerate. He coldly ordered, "Second uncle, flay them alive, and display their skins on the walls of our Chen family's main city. To warn all the factions in the Nine Heavens demonic domain of this fate for daring to conspire with external powers. Indeed, Chen Nian's intent was to set an example. These two were peak monarchs, recognized figures within the Nine Heavens demonic domain. Nonetheless, even so, any collusion with external forces would lead to dire consequences. It was a clear deterrent to all the major factions. Chen Nian grinned, resolute. Rest assured, dear nephew. Upon hearing the conversation between the uncle and nephew, Luo Qiuhong and the second elder were instantly struck with terror, losing control of their bodily functions. They continued to kneel, banging their heads on the ground, even shedding their garments in a desperate attempt to entice the two. Please, spare us, young master. We are willing to do anything. Spare us. Spare us. Their heads struck the ground heavily, their bodies exposed. Although they were not young, for cultivators, their skin remained well preserved, appearing merely in their 30s, still possessing a certain allure. However, Chen Nian and Chen Nian had no interest in them whatsoever. Such individuals were akin to wolves in sheep's clothing. If they were spared this time, it was likely that they would seek revenge with even greater ferocity in the future. Their existence posed a threat. Chen Nian wasted no words. A surge of sword energy erupted, and the two were instantly slain. With his current cultivation, eliminating any warrior below the Saint Realm required no effort at all. Chen Nian picked up the purple gold bowl from the ground, inspecting it curiously. An 8-star treasure was fairly decent for him. With the lottery system in place, he had several 9-star treasures and a good dozen 8-star weapons, living quite lavishly. However, this purple gold bowl was something he had never seen before. The interior was inscribed with intricate formations, quite mystical. The inscriptions were inherited from ancient times, though most had been lost to history. Such an intricate formation, inscribed within an 8-star treasure, originally meant to imprison foes, now bore offensive capabilities as well, transforming it into a dual-purpose treasure. It was indeed intriguing. Chen Nian's consciousness delved into it, and instantly, as if touching upon some restriction, a spectral figure materialized in his mind. This figure was a young monk, draped in a dark golden robe, seated cross-legged on a mat, hands clasped, radiating golden light. Suddenly, the young monk opened his eyes, golden light flickering within, gazing at Chen Nian. Chen Nian squinted. Although the figure was merely an apparition, it instilled a sense of pressure within him. Who are you? The young monk's specter suddenly spoke, resonating with profound tones. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as they locked gazes. In the sea of consciousness, Chen Nian's figure moved abruptly, a long blade appearing in his hand. Break! With a swift strike, the specter shattered. He had roughly deduced the identity of the young monk. Given his age and attire, he was likely a disciple of the Buddha domain. Chen Nian could not be bothered to engage in further dialogue, directly severing the connection between the specter and the purple gold bowl. Now, this purple gold bowl was a masterless object. Once Chen Nian imprinted his mark upon it, he could wield its power. As for the young disciple's thoughts, they were of no concern to Chen Nian. Their opposing stances ensured that they would remain in a state of irreconcilable enmity. At this moment, in the realm of Buddhism, millions of miles away, Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes, followed by a sudden spurt of fresh blood. What has happened, Master Buddha? The elders nearby rushed over, alarmed by Ling Chen's unexpected bloodshed, eager to assess his condition. Ling Chen, with a cold gaze, revealed a hint of murderous intent in his indifferent eyes. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "It is of no concern. What is the situation with Yuan Hui?" Previously, he had learned of an ancient thunder pool, a legacy of over 100,000 years, hidden within the ancestral grounds of the demonist sect. Consequently, he had discreetly dispatched Yuan Hui to investigate. Although the Nine Heavens demon domain was under the control of the Chen family, the thunder pool held immense significance for him. The heart of thunder contained within it would greatly benefit his Buddhist cultivation. Acquiring it could elevate his prowess significantly and possibly allow him to comprehend the mysteries of thunder. Such temptation was not to be overlooked. However, the precious purple golden bowl he lent to Yuan Hui had inexplicably lost its spiritual consciousness. The last image transmitted from the consciousness revealed a young individual, younger than him, yet with formidable strength. The power exhibited by that single strike was anything but simple. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of Yuan Hui's fate, given that he was far away in the Nine Heavens demon domain, with no news forthcoming. At that moment, a young novice hurriedly rushed in, breathless, reporting to Master Buddha and esteemed elders, the life lamp of Elder 5 has shattered. What? A profound silence enveloped the grand hall, disbelief etched on the faces of those present. The shattering of a life lamp signified the destruction of a person's soul. This meant that Elder 5 was dead. Chapter 38. The movement of the Buddhist sect. The news of Yuan Hui's death shocked everyone. Yuan Hui was a fifth elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, of notable status and strength, having reached the late stage of sainthood. It was inconceivable for anyone below the Saint King realm to have slain him. Yet, his life lamp had shattered. This revelation left the assembly reeling. Could it have been the work of Chen Tiandao? In the entirety of the Nine Heavens demon domain, they could hardly fathom who else could possess such strength to eliminate Yuan Hui without affording him the chance to flee. Ling Chun, upon hearing of Yuan Hui's demise, harbored a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Yuan Hui, a fifth elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and a practitioner at the late stage of sainthood, had perished in the Nine Heavens demon domain, a significant blow to their temple's strength. Furthermore, the Heart of Thunder he sought was likely seized by another. This was an affront to the dignity of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The fifth elder's death in the Nine Heavens demon domain would undoubtedly lead others to perceive the temple as cowardly. Such humiliation was intolerable to Ling Chun. With a cold snort, he addressed the gathered elders. Go, inform the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Law Elder to lead the 3,000 Buddhist soldiers to the Demonist sect. Whoever dares to kill a person from the Buddhist realm, even if it is Chen Tiandao, shall pay the price. The elders, hearing his command, did not dare voice any objections and hastily cupped their hands in agreement. It should be noted that within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, only the abbot and this Master Buddha held the authority to issue such commands to the three elders. The Master Buddha's position was paramount, even surpassing that of the abbot in the hearts of the elders. Nevertheless, there was no dissent amongst the temple's ranks, for all believed this Master Buddha was destined to lead the Great Thunder Sound Temple to greatness. Once the elders departed, only Ling Chun remained in the hall. Seated upon the meditation mat, his gaze distant as he recalled the figure of Chen Nian, who could provoke a sense of trepidation in the Master Buddha. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Amongst his peers, many were prodigies, yet few could instill such fear in Ling Chun. Chen Nian was one of the rare few. The reason for dispatching the three Saint King elders to the Demonist sect was twofold. First, to restore the dignity of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and second, to ascertain the identity of the youth who had instilled such fear in him. At the Demonist sect, Chen Nian's subordinates, Xian Wei and Chen Ping'an, had ruthlessly eliminated all loyal disciples of Luo Qiuhong, leaving not a single one alive. Retaining these individuals would only invite disaster. Although Jiang Li felt a pang of reluctance. As they were her disciples, she dared not voice her concerns. Her respect for Chen Nian was even greater than for Shui Luer, for within the entire Demonist sect, no one understood the terror of Chen Tiandao better than she. I am grateful for the assistance of the young clan leader, otherwise, the legacy of the Demonist sect would be in jeopardy. Dragging her exhausted body, Jiang Li bowed respectfully. Despite her pale complexion, her exquisite features resembled those of a delicate beauty, with a mature allure written across her face that could enchant countless souls without the aid of any supernatural powers. Chen Nian smiled slightly at her words. Jiang Sect Master, there is no need for such formality. My assistance is merely a transaction between me and Luer. Transaction? Jiang Li paused, then turned her gaze to Shui Luer. Luer, what transaction did you reach with the young clan leader? This. Upon hearing her master's inquiry, Shui Luer bit her lip, uncertain how to begin. Master, I have given the key to the ancestral grounds to the young clan leader, and from now on, I will serve as the young clan leader's maid, attending to him day and night. What? Jiang Li was instantly taken aback. The key to the ancestral grounds? And you are to become his maid? This price is far too steep, especially the key to the ancestral grounds, which was the foundation of the Demonist sect's legacy. If handed over to Chen Nian, she would feel unworthy before her ancestors. Young clan leader, isn't this transaction a bit? Before Jiang Li could finish her sentence, she caught sight of Chen Nian's teasing gaze, a hint of amusement in his expression. Jiang Sect Master, I, Chen Nian, am a man of my word. Once a transaction is established, I will not renege. However, I will not tolerate anyone backing out of our agreement. Do you understand what I mean? Although Chen Nian's words were calm, the astute Jiang Li perceived the underlying threat. Should she refuse the transaction, it was likely that the entire Demonist sect would cease to exist. She was well aware of the Chun family's ruthlessness, capable of annihilating an entire realm as easily as one might quench their thirst. Jiang Li cast a conflicted glance at Shui Luer, who also appeared anxious. It was a desperate measure that had led them to this course of action. Fortunately, Jiang Li did not blame her, as if coming to a realization. She nodded and said, Luer, present the key. Luer was momentarily stunned, but quickly retrieved a key from her spatial ring. It was a unique key crafted from ancient divine stone, impossible to replicate. Zhongli accepted the key and offered it to Chen Nian, bowing respectfully, young clan leader. This is the key to the ancestral grounds of our demonist sect. Please accept it. Whenever you wish to visit the ancestral grounds, I will have Luer guide you. Zhongli's tone was exceedingly respectful, for she understood that defiance was not an option. She had no choice in the matter. Fortunately, Chen Nian had taken Luer as his maid, which was a boon for Zhongli. Although Chen Nian had been in seclusion for years without any news, Zhongli was no fool. Anyone whom Chen Tiandao held in such high regard and protected with such intensity could not be an insignificant figure. Moreover, Chen Nian was the son of Chen Tiandao. Even if he inherited only a fraction of his father's talent, it would be formidable indeed. Thus, having Luer remain by Chen Nian's side would likely yield greater accomplishments than if she stayed within the demonist sect. After all, with the betrayal and subsequent demise of the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and a faction of elders, the Charm Demon sect has suffered a significant blow. Its vitality severely weakened. Luer clinging to the Chun family is indeed a fortuitous event for the Charm Demon sect, as it alleviates their concerns about being consumed by other rival factions. Chen Nian, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile. This Master Jiang is rather astute. He who recognizes the times is a true hero. Should Zhongli dare to decline any request, Chen Nian would undoubtedly act without hesitation. After all, he is the son of the Demon Path Sovereign, the foremost figure in the demonic realm. The act of slaying and extinguishing sects must be ingrained within him. With that in mind, he invited Luer to lead the way. Chapter 39, Slaying the Heavens, a Surge in Power. Chen Nian's purpose for visiting the Charm Demon sect was to reach the Thunder Pool. The colossal force within him was ravenous with anticipation. It felt as though a mysterious power from the ancestral land beckoned him. Upon hearing his intent, Luer cast a glance at her master, and upon receiving permission, she respectfully affirmed, yes. With that, she took the lead, stepping ahead of Chen Nian, who followed suit without hesitation. Due to the restrictions in the ancestral land, only one person could enter at a time. Prior to his entry, Chen Nian had instructed Chen Pingyan and Ni Huang to remain at the Charm Demon sect for protection. Chen Tianyin, concerned for Chen Nian's safety, dispatched individuals back to the Chun family to notify the elders to come and guard him, while he himself stationed at the entrance of the ancestral land, wary of any potential dangers. For the Chen family, Chen Nian represented the future, and his safety was paramount. Young master, you may enter directly with the key, came the assurance. The ancestral land's restrictions allowed entry solely with the key, otherwise, one would face its wrath. Chen Nian nodded, holding the key aloft as he proceeded forward. The environment within the ancestral land was serene, and he strode confidently ahead. Suddenly, a stone door seemed to respond, rising with a resounding hum. Chen Nian stepped through, but in the next moment, he was engulfed in a wave of dizziness. The world around him fading into a blinding white. It felt as though he were suspended in midair. After a prolonged interval, the dizziness subsided, and he slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted not by a serene forest, but by a precipice. The sky was shrouded in darkness, thunder rumbling ominously. Above the clouds, something seemed concealed. The thunderclouds roared, intermittently unleashing bolts of lightning that struck the mountaintop. The surrounding area was overgrown with wild grass, shrouded in darkness, and the bushes appeared blackened, as if struck by lightning. Is this truly the ancestral land of the Charm Demon sect? How intriguing! Rather than fear, Chen Nian felt an exhilarating thrill surge within him. The colossal force within him stirred. The thunder pool must lie atop this cliff. Sensing the excitement coursing through his veins, Chen Nian recognized that the thunder pool of the Charm Demon sect was indeed at the cliff summit. Just as he prepared to ascend, he realized that this ancestral land seemed to possess its own rules, suppressing his vital energy, rendering it nearly impossible to summon. This place is indeed extraordinary, with its own realm where even vital energy cannot be accessed. Acknowledging this, Chen Nian ceased attempting to manipulate his energy and instead began striding purposefully towards the summit. The path to the summit proved far more arduous than anticipated. With each step he took, he felt an immense pressure upon him, as if an invisible hand were slowly weighing him down. Fortunately, Chen Nian possessed the supreme demon body, having forged his physique from a young age through medicinal baths, rendering his body extraordinary. Moreover, he had cultivated the divine elephant suppression technique. Although he had only awakened 20 elephant particles, the enhancement to his physical form was considerable. As he pressed onward, he deduced why, over the years, the disciples of the Charm Demon sect had failed to ascend the summit. The sect primarily comprised women who focused on illusionary arts, relying on their charm to combat foes, thus rendering their physical cultivation weak. In an environment that suppressed vital energy, they naturally could not scale the cliff. Before long, Chen Nian beheld the thunder pool at the mountain's peak, a pool of violet water crackling with electricity, where bolts of lightning frequently descended from the sky, striking the surface. This thunder pool, cultivated over countless generations, contained an astonishing amount of electric power. Witnessing this, Chen Nian felt his blood quicken with fervor. He shouted, braving the pressure, and leaped toward the summit. In an instant, as he reached the top, the oppressive force that had weighed upon him dissipated, allowing him to breathe freely, his body feeling remarkably light. However, upon stepping onto the summit, the dark thunderclouds above thickened and coalesced into a massive formation. Yet, Chen Nian remained focused on the thunder pool before him, his blood surging as if it were calling out to him. This indeed was the thunder pool. It contained power formidable enough to instill a sense of awe within him. Indeed, gazing at the electric energy within the pool, Chen Nian felt a thrill of excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced. In the next moment, he leapt into the thunder pool. Upon contact, it felt as if he had triggered a hidden mechanism. The lightning within the pool surged to life, enveloping him in a wave of electric pain. The intensity of this sensation grew, yet Chen Nian did not falter. He promptly activated the divine elephant suppression technique, which coursed rapidly through his being. Not only this, but the 9 revolutions demon technique within him also operated at full throttle. In an instant, every pore of Chen Nian's body tingled with a delightful sensation. The lightning danced around him, coiling and undulating like serpents. 21 particles, 22. 301. The elephant particles within Chen Nian continued to awaken, filling his body with boundless power. The colossal force of the elephant could indeed move mountains and fill seas. While Chen Nian reveled in the nourishment provided by the thunder pool, an immense black thundercloud began to coalesce above him, expanding to a formidable size of several dozen kilometers. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from within the cloud. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, descended with precision, striking Chen Nian directly. The electric force jolted him awake, and he roared defiantly, bracing himself against the onslaught from above. Yet, the electric energy surged like a tide, each wave more forceful than the last, relentlessly bombarding his body. Time became an abstract concept as Chen Nian endured the assault, feeling numb from the relentless strikes, his hair singed away, his body cloaked in darkness. Following that initial blow, the lightning did not immediately descend again. Rather, it seemed to be gathering strength. Above him, the massive lightning dragon roared, its thunderous voice resonating throughout the sky. Indeed, the next strike was imminent. Gazing up at the charged atmosphere, Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within them. He understood that the thundercloud was amassing its energy for a potentially fatal strike. In the next moment, the lightning dragon writhed, and a colossal surge of electric energy cascaded toward him. The oppressive force, overwhelming and suffocating, sent shivers down his spine. The dense electric essence threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have succumbed to fear even before encountering the lightning. Yet, at this moment, Chen Nian felt no trepidation. Rather, his blood boiled with fervor, as if ignited by flames, the elephant particles within him roiling with energy. If that is the case, then let me witness the true power of this lightning. Boom! The instant Chen Nian's words fell, the lightning enveloped him entirely. His cries echoed through the heavens. Pain, exquisite and intense, surged through him, yet he persevered. Time stretched on, feeling as though an eternity had passed, leaving him in a state of utter numbness. Suddenly, Chen Nian's entire aura solidified. His previously closed eyes burst open, and a terrifying energy surged forth from him. Give me strength, breakthrough, transcendence. Boom. The energy enveloping Chen Nian escalated rapidly, propelling him beyond the realm of transcendence. A 6-year-old transcendent. If this were to spread, it would surely leave countless people astounded. Upon breaking through, Chen Nian felt an immense surge in power. The earlier pain from the terrifying lightning strike dissipated completely. Soon, the wave of lightning began to dissipate, gathering strength anew. However, Chen Nian scoffed. Damn it, is this never-ending? With a firm grip, a 9-star supreme treasure, the sky-slaying blade, materialized in his hand. This was a 9-star treasure he had won in a lottery. A formidable sword named Sky-Slaying. Instantly, Chen Nian's aura coalesced, and he slowly rose from the lightning pool, striding forward with a bare, charred body crackling with residual electricity. I've had enough of this. Now it's my turn. In that moment, Chen Nian's gaze transformed. His left eye gleamed with golden light, while his right eye was engulfed in darkness, a visage both divine and demonic. After his breakthrough, Chen Nian felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Coupled with the breakthrough of the divine elephant suppression technique, he felt invincible. With 10,000 particles of colossal elephant power and a transcendent cultivation base, he was unaware of just how formidable he had become. The tempestuous thunderclouds above seemed to sense something amiss with Chen Nian and gathered in a wrathful fury. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning coalesced into the shape of a mighty thunder dragon. With a cold snort, Chen Nian declared, "Heaven, taste my blade." The god-slaying strike. This was Chen Nian's most powerful move, a 9-star martial art. With one slash, he could slay gods. Instantly, the surrounding air felt as though it had solidified, and a vast blade shadow surged toward the thunder dragon, unleashing an endless torrent of demonic energy. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the skies, sending shockwaves across a 10-mile radius. In the aftermath of the explosion, the thunder dragon was obliterated, and the darkened sky was replaced by daylight, with the lightning vanishing entirely. Chen Nian scoffed, "Heaven, is that all you've got?" System, display personal attributes. Ding, retrieving data. Host, Chen Nian cultivation, early stage transcendence techniques. 9 revolutions divine demon technique, 9 stars. Divine elephant suppression technique, 9 stars. 10. 032 particles, martial arts, flower plucking finger, 9 stars. World destroying sword technique, 9 stars. Phantom steps, 9 stars. God slaying strike, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine demon body talent, demonic blessing abilities, instant travel, commanding nature lottery draws. 52 Chapter 40. Exterminate the Buddha, gazing at his attribute panel. A faint smile graced Chen Nian's lips, his body brimming with terrifying power. Early stage transcendence, 10,000 colossal elephant particles. Such overwhelming strength compounded meant that, although only at the early stage of transcendence, a single punch could easily bring down even a careless warrior of the monarch realm. With the addition of his various divine abilities, martial arts, and supreme treasures, he was nearly unmatched beneath the supreme realm. Indeed, Chen Nian, despite being merely at the early stage of transcendence, possessed strength rivaling the peak of the monarch realm. With his current talents, he surpassed even the legendary Chen Tiandao of yore. Before long, the dark clouds above gradually dispersed. Suddenly, Chen Nian sensed a powerful energy fluctuation in the sky. Upon looking up, as the clouds parted, he beheld a pulsating purple heart surrounded by flickering purple lightning. This was the Heart of Thunder. Chen Nian's eyes widened in astonishment. The Heart of Thunder was a celestial rarity that could only be formed after countless millennia within the Thunder Pool. Imbued with extraordinary thunderous energy, if refined, it could possibly grant him the insight into thunder-based divine abilities. Moreover, the lightning energy contained within would greatly benefit his physique and the cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique. Without hesitation, Chen Nian propelled himself into the sky, grasping the Heart of Thunder. Instantly, he felt a powerful current surge through him. However, having endured countless lightning strikes, his body had developed an immunity. Now, the currents emanating from the Heart of Thunder were trivial in comparison. With the pulsating heart in hand, a smile graced Chen Nian's lips as he settled into a meditative posture, beginning the refinement of the Heart of Thunder. At this moment, within the demonic enchantment sect, Chen Tianyin guarded the entrance to the ancestral grounds, watching over Chen Nian. Suddenly, a repulsive aura filled the air above the sect. He looked up to see a massive spiritual vessel, gleaming with golden light and resonating with the sounds of Buddhist chants. The Buddhist sect had arrived swiftly. With a cold snort, Chen Tianyin's eyes glimmered with boundless killing intent. Although he had anticipated that the bald monks would not rest until they sought vengeance, he was surprised by their rapid arrival. Slowly standing, he fixed his gaze upon the vessel. At this moment, Jiang Li and Shui Luer, along with the Chun family's guards, gathered around. From the vessel descended 3,000 Buddhist soldiers, each armed with various weapons, clad in coarse gray robes, chanting Amitabha. Leading them were the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Law Enforcement Elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Standing in a row, after chanting Amitabha, the Grand Elder's voice echoed throughout the demonic enchantment sect. Evil demons dare to harm the elders of my Great Thunder Sound Temple. Such crimes must be punished. Today, following the command of the Buddha's son, we shall convert the entire demonic enchantment sect. As soon as the Grand Elder's voice fell, Chen Tianyin chuckled coldly and stepped forward. How bold of you, to dare to act recklessly in my 9 heavens demon domain. Do you not fear death? Yuan Fong retorted with a sneer. Chen Tianyin, it was you who killed Yuan Hui, wasn't he it? Indeed, that old monk deserved it. And as for you bald monks, one day I will slaughter your great Thunder Sound Temple. Chen Nian had long harbored resentment against the hypocritical monks of the great Thunder Sound Temple. Behind Yuan Fong, the law enforcement elder scoffed, narrowing his eyes with an air of authority. Chen Nian, do not think that just because Chen Tiandao is protecting you, I will not dare to kill you. You dare to slay our fifth elder. Today, I will make you pay the blood debt in kind. With that, the law enforcement elder's aura solidified, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the entire demonic enchantment sect. Early stage Saint King. Indeed, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was the master of the Buddhist realm, with a profound foundation and numerous Saint King realm experts. This law enforcement elder, having lived for 2,000 years, was a formidable Saint King. Unfazed, Chen Tianyin retorted with a cold laugh. Old fool, after 2,000 years of cultivation, you've only reached the early stage of Saint King? At your age, you've truly lived like a dog's leg. It should be noted that Chen Tianyin, at just over 300 years of age, had already attained the late stage of Saint Entry, making the law enforcement elder look utterly inferior in comparison. Hearing Chen Tianyin's mockery, the law enforcement elder's eyes filled with infinite killing intent. As the law enforcement elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, he had never been spoken to in such a manner, and this was tantamount to seeking death. Humph, today I shall convert you evil demons. With that, the law enforcement elder's body shimmered with golden light, and as he clasped his hands together, the sound of mantras filled the air, and countless hands appeared behind him. 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. In the next moment, innumerable hands descended from the sky like comets toward Chen Tianyin. This terrifying presence drew the attention of all. In the absence of an emperor, the Saint King realm was the strongest force across the 3,000 domains. Observing this maneuver, Jiang Li's expression was one of both gravity and despair. This technique could easily obliterate the entire demonic enchantment sect. A Saint King realm expert could easily decimate a sect, though she herself was a formidable practitioner at the Saint Entry level. Within the eyes of a Saint King realm expert, she was but insignificant. Chen Tianyin, like him, was merely at the Saint realm, and with this strike, he was likely to meet his demise. However, before Jiang Li could react, he observed Chen Tianyin swiftly horizontalizing the blade in his hand, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Old bald ass, you think you can slay me? Break. With a single slash, devoid of any grandiosity. It was simply a straightforward maneuver. Yet, within this simplicity lay boundless might. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted in the sky, the explosive sound shattering the air. The terrifying gust of wind was so potent that even Xue Luer and Chen Pingyan struggled to withstand it. Fortunately, Jiang Li shielded everyone in time, otherwise, they would have suffered grievous injuries from this onslaught. Witnessing Chen Tianyin effortlessly counter his strike, the law enforcement elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Saint Realm warrior to withstand. Chen Tianyin's lips curled into a slight smile, the demonic aura surrounding him rising steadily. Old bald ass, today I shall return the favor. As he spoke, the blade in his hand seemed to roar, filled with wails of anguish. This strike, I have honed for a century for you bald asses. 100 years sharpening a blade. Blade name, Exterminate Buddha. As he finished, the once clear sky darkened ominously, and the entire demonist sect was filled with the sounds of wailing phantoms, an atmosphere akin to hellish terror. This technique, named Exterminate Buddha, was a blade honed by Chen Tianyin over 100 years, alongside another technique, Seeking Demons, forming his two primary lethal moves. Boom. The enormous shadow of the blade surged forward, an alarming force that caused the law enforcement elder's eyes to widen in fear, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The massive blade shadow enveloped the elder's form. Without hesitation, he channeled his true energy to form a gilded barrier. Golden Bell Shield. Boom. After a violent noise, the barrier shattered instantly. The elder's eyes widened as he realized his Golden Bell Shield had been effortlessly breached. How could this be possible? Chen Tianyin was merely a Saint Realm warrior. How could he possess such formidable power? This was inconceivable. Yet, the blade's energy showed no hesitation, swiftly engulfing the elder's figure. With a tremendous crash, the sky was cloaked in a thick plume of smoke. Once the smoke cleared, everyone fixed their gaze on the elder's direction. Cough, cough. As the smoke dissipated, a cough echoed. Moments later, they saw the law enforcement elder, tattered and bruised, his face obscured in darkness, bearing significant injuries. At this moment, he had lost the imposing aura he once held, resembling a beggar, ragged and standing aside, his eyes filled with boundless rage. Chen Tianyin, you audacious fool. How dare you harm me? Indeed, that strike had gravely injured him. It had been years since he was so severely wounded, and yet it was inflicted by a mere Saint Realm insect. The humiliation was unbearable. If this were to spread, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. Filled with anger, he cast a glance at the Grand Elder Yuan Fong and the Second Elder Yuan Ding behind him, snorting disdainfully. Having witnessed his ambush, these two merely stood by and watched, offering no assistance. He would remember this grudge. The Great Thunder Sound Temple had a long-standing heritage, and internal factional strife was inevitable. It was evident that the Grand Elder and the Second Elder were at odds with Yuan Wu, even refusing to lend a hand, leaving him to suffer disgrace. But it mattered not. Today, none of the demonic sect members present would leave alive. He suppressed the surging bloodlust, coldly snorting, his eyes radiating a terrifying murderous intent. Evil spirits, seeking death. Buddha's palm. The Buddha's palm was Yuan Wu's ultimate technique, a 9-star martial art, and also one of the Great Thunder Sound Temple's foundational martial arts. A colossal hand materialized in the sky, instantly overshadowing the entire demonist sect. In an instant, the sun was obscured, plunging the demonist sect into darkness. Gazing up at the immense palm print in the sky, Chen Nian realized the old man was genuinely enraged. However, having expended 80% of his true energy on the previous strike, he feared he could not withstand this one. Just as everyone felt the chilling aura of death, suddenly, a pitch-black sword sliced through the sky, directly severing the enormous hand. With the Buddha's palm interrupted, Jinwu spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura dimming further. Who dares to ambush this monk? Show yourself. Rage. An overwhelming tide of anger. It was the first time in many years Jinwu felt such fury. First, Chen Nian had severely injured him, and now a mysterious figure had attempted to undermine him. At this moment, he was battered and bruised, like a stray dog, utterly despondent. Sensing something amiss, the Grand Elder Yuan Fong and the Second Elder Yuan Ding exchanged glances, worry etched in their expressions. Yet, in the next moment, a languid voice resonated from beyond the heavens. Who dares to question my identity? Preposterous. You bald asses dare to invade my 9 heavens demon domain, truly showing no regard for my authority. It's been 100 years since I last intervened. It seems the world believes I have perished. With the voice echoing, a figure suddenly materialized in the sky. The newcomer donned a dark robe, a pitch-black sword levitating beside him, his handsome, yet stern visage betraying no emotion. We pay our respects to the domain lord. We pay our respects to the domain lord. Instantly, Jiang Li was taken aback upon seeing the visitor, hastily pulling Shui Luer to kneel. Following suit, all members of the demonist sect and the Chun family knelt without hesitation. The newcomer was none other than the domain lord of the 9 heavens demon domain, the foremost figure of the demonic path, and Chen Tiannin's father, Chen Tiandao. Upon seeing Chen Tiandao arrive, Chen Tiannin's heart leaped with joy. From childhood, Chen Tiandao had always protected him. The two brothers had grown up relying on one another. And to Chen Tiannin, his brother was both a sibling and a protector. His relentless efforts were all aimed at keeping pace with Chen Tiandao. Brother, these old bald asses bullied me and even sought to harm my nephew. You must avenge your brother and nephew. As he spoke, Chen Tiannin's face was twisted in despair, tears streaming down his face. Just moments ago he had exuded dominance, but now he resembled a child who had been wronged. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, directing their fury at Chen Tiannin. Chen Tiannin, you speak nonsense. You were the one who ambushed the monk, and now you slander. However, as Yuan Wu concluded, Chen Tiannin's cries grew louder. Brother, did you see that? He dares to threaten me before you. Brother, I am suffering greatly. Across the 3,000 domains. Who was unaware of Chen Tiandao's notorious ferocity and protectiveness? It was known that the 9 heavens demon domain had once been a mere middle domain, and its ascension to a higher domain was solely due to Chen Tiandao's prowess. The fearsome reputation of such a ruthless character was enough to instill dread. As Chen Tiandao listened to his foolish younger brother's lamentations, he fixed his gaze on Yuan Wu. Suddenly, he broke into a grin, a cheerful expression concealing a malicious undercurrent. Yuan Wu couldn't help but shudder. You dare come to my 9 heavens demon domain, harm my brother, and threaten my son. Your audacity is indeed remarkable. Chen Tiandao's tone was calm, yet everyone sensed an overwhelming wave of murderous intent. Instantly, the entire sky turned a dark crimson, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Yuan Wu trembled as he stammered, No, I did not harm your son. However, as soon as Yuan Wu's words fell, Chen Tiandao abruptly vanished from sight. Before Yuan Wu could comprehend, Chen Tiandao reappeared before him in an instant. The next moment, with a resounding slap, Chen Tiandao struck out. Boom. Yuan Wu's body was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing to the ground and leaving a deep crater. Trembling, he crawled from the pit, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. In that instant, Yuan Wu had lost all semblance of the revered high monk he once was. The frail visage of Yuan Wu was swollen from a single strike delivered by Chen Tiandao, his body racked with turbulent energy as he struggled against the pain. Clutching his chest, his vital energy fluctuating erratically. Yet, Chen Tiandao had no intention of sparing Yuan Wu. The sword hovering beside him surged with demonic energy. A tempest of malevolence shattering the sky. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Was this the might of the foremost figure in the demonic path? Countless onlookers gazed at Chen Tiandao's imposing figure, swallowing hard. Master Chen, surely one should show mercy where possible. Do you truly intend to challenge the revered Great Thunder Sound Temple alone? Chapter 42. The Dark Law. Although Yuan Fong had his disagreements with Yuan Wu, he could not idly watch as Chen Tiandao executed him before his eyes. Such an act would bring shame upon the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Moreover, if anything befell Yuan Wu, the abbot would undoubtedly seek retribution upon their return. Upon hearing this, Chen Tiandao's gaze turned icy as he glanced at Yuan Fong, suddenly erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha. What a joke. The Great Thunder Sound Temple? What is it to me? The crowd fell silent, taken aback. How audacious was Chen Tiandao to dismiss the Great Thunder Sound Temple, a power of considerable depth within the top 10 domains, often ranked among the top 3. The temple boasted numerous formidable Holy King-level warriors. For such a prestigious force to be treated with such disdain by Chen Tiandao was shocking. Even Yuan Fong's patience wore thin. Having grown up in the Great Thunder Sound Temple for several millennia, he would not allow anyone to tarnish its name. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered a prayer and coldly stated, "If that is the case, then I invite Master Chen to teach me. Yuan Fong is eager to learn from your prowess." "Learn? You are unworthy," Chen Tiandao scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. "You three, come at me together." "What?" The crowd collectively gasped. Was Chen Tiandao truly challenging 3 Holy King-level warriors at once? Although one was gravely injured, the remaining 2 were formidable in their own right, ancient monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, their strength unfathomable. Especially the Grand Elder Yuan Fong, who had reached mid-stage Holy King several centuries prior. His current strength was a mystery, but certainly beyond what ordinary Holy King warriors could contend with. Despite Chen Tiandao's formidable power, there must be limits. Yuan Fong's eyes narrowed with a cold smile. "Very well, you are indeed impressive. Brothers, let us join forces. I wish to see if this so-called foremost figure of the demonic path truly possesses the skill." "Yes." The second elder, Yuan Ding, nodded in agreement. The law enforcement elder, sporting a swollen visage, reluctantly echoed, "Very well." Truth be told, he was loath to engage further. Given the current situation, fighting seemed futile. Yet, with Yuan Fong's insistence, he felt he had no choice. To refuse would be to lose face. As Chen Tiandao prepared to strike, a sudden cacophony erupted from deep within the demonist gate, startling the onlookers. A moment later, a young boy appeared, stepping forth from a stone door, riding upon a black lotus that turned in the air. Barefoot and draped in a long robe, his indifferent aura resembled that of a celestial being, yet the demonic energy emanating from him suggested he was a fallen demon lord. "Big nephew," Chen Tianyin exclaimed, joyously recognizing Chen Nian, who emerged unscathed from the ancestral grounds. He, uncle, father." Chen Nian grinned, his youthful face brightening with delight. "Father? Uncle? Was this the son of Chen Tiandao?" Yuan Fong was aware that 6 years ago, Chen Tiandao had fathered a son, only for the Chen family to conceal him entirely, leaving no trace for 6 years. Yet today he had finally made his appearance. Observing the aura surrounding Chen Nian, Yuan Fong felt a surge of unease. At merely 6 years of age, he exhibited initial stage extraordinary cultivation. Such talent rivaled their own progeny, the Buddha's son. Furthermore, Yuan Fong sensed that Chen Nian's vitality surged like a dragon, indicating an exceptionally robust physique. Should this child reach maturity, he could potentially surpass even Chen Tiandao. With a flicker of murderous intent in Yuan Fong's eyes, Chen Tiandao discerned it immediately. Narrowing his gaze upon Yuan Fong, he sneered. "It seems you harbor malicious intent towards my son. Such a sentiment cannot be allowed to persist in this world." Initially, Chen Tiandao had no intention of taking Yuan Fong's life. After all, as the Grand Elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, his position was significant. Slaying him would surely incite the temple's wrath, potentially igniting a domain war. While Chen Tiandao feared not conflict, he recognized that such a war would lead to countless casualties for the Chen family. However, Yuan Fong's audacity in wishing harm upon Chen Nian was intolerable. For Chen Tiandao, his family represented his most profound vulnerabilities. His wife, brother, and son were the most cherished individuals in his life, deserving of his protection. Yuan Fang's murderous intent towards Chen Nian rendered him a target that must perish, regardless of the consequences. With that thought, Chen Tiandao's figure vanished, appearing before Yuan Fang in the blink of an eye. Drawing forth his long sword, its dark blade emanated a chilling aura, reminiscent of an unparalleled demonic weapon poised to annihilate the world. Shadow Strangle. The sword splintered into countless shards, soaring skyward towards Yuan Fang's face. Startled, Yuan Fang quickly summoned a golden bell barrier while wielding his staff to defend. The second elder, witnessing the unfolding chaos, rushed forward to assist. In an instant, the golden barrier shattered, and the two barely managed to withstand Chen Tiandao's initial onslaught. Yet this was merely an appetizer. Chen Tiandao's eyes darkened, his hair billowing as if caught in a storm, softly murmuring, "Shadow, cage." Suddenly, darkness enveloped the entire realm, and a colossal black cage materialized around Yuan Fang and Yuan Ding. Seeing this unfold, both men were struck with astonishment. Is this the Dark Law? It was known that any warrior aspiring to ascend from the Holy Realm to the Holy King Realm must grasp the power of law. There existed myriad laws, each varying in strength. The Dark Law ranked among the top 10, a rarity across the vast domains for centuries. Those who mastered the Dark Law were indisputably extraordinary prodigies. And Chen Tiandao was one such figure. Trapped within the cage, their strength diminished against the consuming darkness, for this was Chen Tiandao's domain. "Brother, let us break this cage together," Yuan Fang urged, nodding in agreement. They could only hope to shatter this prison. Failure meant certain death. With that, they summoned their Buddhist light, channeling the power of law. Vajra Arhut demon-subduing technique. Robe of the demon-subduing technique. In unison, they poured every ounce of energy into a singular point, launching an explosive attack. The violent impact reverberated throughout the shadowy cage. However, in the next moment, they were horrified to discover that the cage remained utterly unscathed. Chapter 43. Sovereign over all, I had no intention of killing you, but you, in your folly, dared to harbor murderous intent towards my son. Within the shadowy cage, Chen Tiandao floated, his form merging with the surrounding darkness. This was his realm, where he reigned supreme as the sovereign of all. When a king is enraged, countless corpses lie in his wake, rivers run red with blood. He regarded Yuan Fang with disdain. This old monk dared to wish harm upon Chen Nian in his presence, a truly reckless act. Chen Tiandao understood that failing to make an example of Yuan Fang would only invite treachery in the future. Chen Nian was his sole son, a being of extraordinary mystery, possessing talents that far surpassed even Chen Tiandao's own youth. He represented the future of the Chen family. If Chen Nian were to encounter misfortune, Chen Tiandao would dare to make the entire world pay the price alongside him. A mere great elder of the Buddhist realm, not even worthy of a fraction of my son's finger. Upon finishing his declaration, Chen Tiandao vanished from sight, melding into the shadows. Ruling the world, he murmured softly. In an instant, the entire shadow prison erupted with demonic energy, an overwhelming force rising to form colossal black dragons. My heavens! The power of the Domain Lord is truly terrifying. Indeed, what does the Buddhist realm matter? With the Domain Lord present, I fear no one in the Nine Heavens demon domain. Absolutely, the Domain Lord is invincible. Even Chen Tianyin gazed in awe at Chen Tiandao's display of dominance. Look, dear nephew, your father is extraordinarily formidable, radiating an aura of absolute power. In an instant, Chen Tianyin transformed into a devoted admirer, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Over the years, he had always aspired to emulate Chen Tiandao. No matter the circumstances, he unconditionally believed in him, a sentiment inherent to his role as a younger brother. Chen Nian too was struck by Chen Tiandao's might. In this moment, Chen Tiandao resembled a king of the night, his eyes ablaze with endless black flames. He was a born emperor, the sovereign of darkness. Yuan Fang, today I shall send you down to meet your so-called Buddha. With that, an immense explosion reverberated through the air. The next moment, the heavens and earth resonated with despairing wails. No, Chen Tiandao, old monk, I refuse to accept this. Regrettably, as Yuan Fang finished speaking, his body exploded instantaneously, his flesh and blood disintegrating, leaving not even a complete corpse. A torrential rain of blood began to fall from the skies. This was the harbinger of a Saint King realm warrior's demise. Once a Saint King touches the Tao and connects with the heavenly path, their passing summons a blood rain. This is the heavens lamenting. Witnessing this scene, countless eyes were filled with shock. The denizens of the Nine Heavens demon domain and the congregation of the Great Thunder Sound Temple were equally astonished. It is important to note that Yuan Fong was a great elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, with mid-level Saint King cultivation, and he was so effortlessly slain by Chen Tiandao. This was truly horrifying, especially Elder Yuan Wu, who now cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. With a mid-level Saint King elder gone, how far could he be from his end? Chen Tiandao scoffed, dispersing the shadow prison and gazing at the dazed second elder. Yuan Ding, return and inform the elders of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, those bald donkeys, that if they dare to bully the weak and harm my son, I shall annihilate the entire Buddhist realm. Remember this, I speak with conviction. The Buddhist realm is one of the 10 upper domains, vast in expanse and teeming with life. Yet, no one dared to doubt the veracity of Chen Tiandao's words. His voice resonated as though it emerged from the depths of the abyss. Yuan Ding shivered, his gaze towards Chen Tiandao filled with trepidation. Although they had been warned of Chen Tiandao's terror, experiencing it firsthand was a different matter altogether. Today's encounter was beyond mere horror. Even a mid-level Saint King elder had been easily crushed by Chen Tiandao. Could there truly be anyone in the Great Thunder Sound Temple capable of resisting the sword in Chen Tiandao's hand? This thought quickly spread within Yuan Ding's mind. However, he knew that now was not the time for such reflections. Nodding repeatedly, he abandoned his previous arrogance. After all, life is far more precious than pride, especially for those like them who have painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years to reach the Saint King realm. The higher one's cultivation, the more one fears death. The time invested is monumental, and no one wishes to perish at this juncture. Yes, the old monk shall convey your message. Yuan Ding's tone lacked its usual firmness, and he could not even muster the courage to meet Chen Tiandao's gaze. The power of the dark laws was indeed too terrifying, and it frightened him profoundly. Though he had narrowly escaped with his life today, it would take decades of cultivation to recover. As for Elder Yuan Wu, his fate was even more tragic. Having been battered by both Chen Tianin and Chen Tiandao, he emerged gravely injured. Without some celestial treasures to aid his recovery, he would likely suffer lifelong consequences. Seeing that the Buddhist disciples lacked the courage to continue the fight, Chen Tiandao disdainfully regarded them. These bald monks, who appeared venerable, were in truth cowards, afraid of death. A bunch of worthless beings. If they cannot even comprehend life and death, how can they hope to achieve progress? The path of cultivation is inherently a defiance against the heavens. Without the courage to face death, there is no hope of reaching the pinnacle. Chen Tiandao looked down upon each of these old fellows. Enough, begone. Remember, should any of you dare to step foot in the 9 heavens demon domain again, meddling in its affairs, I, Chen Tiandao, will personally send you to meet the Buddha. The crowd shuddered at his words and quickly nodded in agreement. Soon, the second elder and Elder Yuan Wu picked up the relic left by Yuan Fong after his demise and hastily departed aboard their spiritual vessel towards the Great Thunder Sound Temple. They dared not linger in this cursed place, especially Elder Yuan Wu, whose face burned with humiliation at the memory of the great elder's death before his eyes. Chen Tiandao was truly terrifying. As they observed the retreating figures of the Buddhist disciples, an uproar of joy erupted within the Demonist Gate. The Domain Lord is invincible. The Domain Lord is invincible. Throughout the Demonist Gate, every gaze was filled with reverence for Chen Tiandao. He had effortlessly slain a great elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, single-handedly defeating 3 formidable Saint King warriors. How astonishing was this? If this were to spread, the entire realm of 3,000 domains would be shaken to its core. Chapter 44. Invincible below the Emperor, 1 for 1 above the Emperor at this moment. Within the Buddhist realm, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was in chaos. The life lamp of the Great Elder had shattered. It is worth noting that the Great Elder was one of their most elite warriors, with mid-level Saint King cultivation, and there were only a handful capable of killing him across the 3,000 domains. Moreover, the second Elder and Elder Yuan Wu were also present. With 3 Saint King warriors mobilized alongside 3,000 Buddhist soldiers, how could such power encounter calamity? This was inconceivable. At this moment, all the elders gathered in the main hall, their expressions grave, some even tense. The abbot slowly entered from the doorway. With white hair and beard, he stood around 5 feet tall, donned in a golden robe, radiating a divine glow, and wore a serious expression as he entered. Except for the Bodhisattva, the surrounding elders rose to pay their respects. In the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Bodhisattva and the abbot held equal status. Their relationship was delicate, akin to one being the current Buddha and the other the future Buddha. He calmly approached the main seat, recited a prayer, and then sat cross-legged. The life lamp of the Great Elder has shattered. Do you, Bodhisattva, know why this is so? The abbot spoke bluntly. His gaze was piercing, and his expression remained composed, revealing no hint of joy or sorrow. Yet, the elders could sense the abbot's anger, rendering them silent and fearful. It should be noted that this abbot was a renowned figure throughout the 3,000 domains, having long since reached late-stage Saint King cultivation. Recognized as one of the top 10 experts in the realm, the bodhisattva furrowed his brow and explained, in response to the abbot, a few days ago, I dispatched Elder Wu to the Nine Heavens Demon Domain's Demoness Gate to seize the ancestral key, intending to acquire the Heart of Thunder. Unexpectedly, Elder Wu's life lamp shattered, prompting me to send the Great Elder, Second Elder, and Elder Yuan Wu to the Nine Heavens Demon Domain. Upon hearing this, the abbot's brow furrowed deeper, his expression darkening. The Nine Heavens Demon Domain. However, before he could utter a word, a young monk rushed in from outside. Revered Abbot, Buddha child, esteemed elders, the Second Elder and the Law Elder have returned. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, and the abbot commanded, Go, summon them in. Soon after, the Second Elder entered, accompanied by the rather portly Law Elder. The sight before them left the onlookers in stunned silence. What on earth? Who is this pig-headed figure? He seems familiar, yet I cannot place him. Greetings, Abbot, Buddha child. The Second Elder and the Law Elder bowed respectfully. It was only upon hearing the Law Elder's voice that the crowd recognized him, and their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. This was the Law Elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, known for his ruthless demeanor and strict adherence to the rules. A figure who could instill fear in the hearts of the disciples. Yet now, he appeared transformed into a pig-headed creature. The contrast was staggering, shattering their perceptions entirely. They swallowed hard. Even the abbot wore a perplexed expression, furrowing his brow and inquiring, What has transpired? The Second Elder cast a sideways glance at the Law Elder and began to explain, Revered Abbot, the three of us were dispatched by the Buddha child to the succubus sect, only to encounter Chen Tiandao. Chen Tiandao. The mere mention of this name cast a shadow over the abbot's face. In the entire Buddhist realm, only he understood the terror embodied by this foremost figure of the demonic path. A prodigious talent. He would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 in the annals of the 3,000 domains spanning millions of years. The abbot, furrowing his brow, asked, Did Chen Tiandao say anything? The Second Elder, compelled by the abbot's inquiry, spoke without reservation. Chen Tiandao warned that if our Great Thunder Sound Temple dared to lay hands on his son, he would annihilate the entire Buddhist realm. Furthermore, the reason the Grand Elder was slain by Chen Tiandao was due to his murderous intent towards Chen Tiandao's son. As the Second Elder finished speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the great hall, broken only by the sound of hurried breaths. Suddenly, an elder shattered the silence, exclaiming, How outrageous! A mere Chen Tiandao dares to oppose our Great Thunder Sound Temple and threatens to obliterate the entire Buddhist realm. He truly knows no bounds. Indeed, he is but a vile demon. Such audacity. Another elder chimed in. I propose we mobilize our forces to the Nine Heavens Demon Domain, otherwise the world will think we fear him. Well said. I second that motion. Let us march against the Nine Heavens Demon Domain and eliminate Chen Tiandao. Yes, let us eliminate Chen Tiandao. Instantly, the great hall erupted with fervor, the elders' eyes blazing with indignation. Chen Tiandao's actions were a blatant provocation against the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The slaying of the Grand Elder and his threats to annihilate the Buddhist realm were intolerable. Each elder held a high position, and none could abide such indignity, especially considering the Nine Heavens Demon Domain was merely an upstart. Their Buddhist realm boasted a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years. How could they possibly fear a mere Nine Heavens Demon Domain? Listening to the uproar within the hall, the abbot calmly interjected, Enough. Instantly, the previously noisy hall fell silent, all eyes turning towards him, including Ling Chun, who was curious about the abbot's intentions. This matter ends here. Furthermore, from this day forth, none of you old warriors are permitted to take the initiative against Chen Tiandao's son. As the abbot's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the great hall. This matter ends here, and we are forbidden from acting against Chen Tiandao's son? What is the meaning of this? They had always conducted themselves with brazen authority, and no power had dared to provoke them without consequence. Even Ling Chun was perplexed, unable to comprehend why the abbot seemed so fearful of Chen Tiandao. Could it be that this man possessed such terrifying strength that even the abbot trembled? How could that be possible? Sensing the confusion among the crowd, the abbot's gaze turned somber as he slowly revealed, 50 years ago, the rulers of the top 10 upper domains convened in a hidden realm for a grand philosophical debate, to which I was also invited. After the discussions, we 10 engaged in a contest there, and I personally witnessed Chen Tiandao's prowess. The audience listened intently, and Ling Chun inquired curiously, Revered Abbot, how formidable is Chen Tiandao's strength? The abbot suddenly closed his eyes, sighed, and murmured, "He is invincible beneath the great emperor. Above that, he exchanges blows evenly." Upon hearing the abbot's words, the eyes of all present widened in shock. What? Invincible beneath the great emperor. He exchanges blows evenly above. This is truly terrifying. In the current 3,000 domains, there are no great emperors left. Does this not imply that Chen Tiandao is the foremost figure in the 3,000 domains? How can this be? He has only cultivated for a mere 300 years. The elders present had devoted hundreds, even thousands of years to achieve their current strength. The strongest among them, the abbot, had taken 2,000 years to reach the peak of the Holy King realm. Even so, he was considered a prodigious talent. Yet Chen Tiandao had surpassed him in just over 300 years. How could such an extraordinary being exist in the 3,000 domains? Could he be a reincarnation of an ancient deity? While the crowd was filled with questions, they dared not challenge the abbot's assertion. Ling Chen also furrowed his brow, having known of Chen Tiandao's ferocity, but now realizing just how exceptional he truly was. 300 years. It was indeed formidable. The abbot had refrained from sharing this information with them, as it might diminish their own prestige, especially given that this man was a supreme demon. The abbot turned to Ling Chen, stating, "However, there is no need for alarm. The era of great conflict has begun. The path to emperorship is open. The Buddha child possesses an innate Buddha heart and shall inevitably ascend to the emperor realm, surpassing Chen Tiandao in due course." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders softened. Indeed, no matter how powerful Chen Tiandao might be, their Buddha child was destined for greatness. Reputed to be a reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, Chen Tiandao was merely a few hundred years ahead of him in age. In the future, the Buddha child could very well step into the emperor realm and surpass Chen Tiandao. With the abbot's reassurance, the elders' hearts began to settle. "Amitabha, I shall not fail to meet your expectations." The Buddha child's expression turned serious as he recited a Buddhist chant, and the elders nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the hall of the succubus sect, Chen Tiandao lounged casually on the floor, flanked by Chen Nian and Chen Nian. Chen Nian's face radiated joy as he eagerly recounted his achievements to Chen Tiandao. "Hey, brother, you should have seen it. That bald old monk was severely injured by me in one move. If I refine my skills a bit more and grasp the power of the rules, I could take him down in a single blow." With his entry into the holy realm, Chen Nian had indeed earned the right to boast about injuring a peak holy king. Chen Tiandao smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Indeed, your cultivation speed is commendable." Though Chen Tian's pace of advancement could not compare to Chen Tiandao's, it was impressive among the talented individuals of previous generations. Chen Tian chuckled, his heart brimming with happiness. Since childhood, his greatest desire had always been to earn his brother's recognition. All along, he regarded Chen Tiandao as his ultimate goal, which is why he exerted himself so diligently. Today, receiving Chen Tiandao's praise, Chen Tian was naturally overjoyed. "Nianer, you truly astonish me," Chen Tiandao remarked, turning his gaze to Chen Nian with a beaming smile. With his current level of cultivation, Chen Nian held no secrets before him. He could easily discern the young man's true prowess. At the tender age of 6, he was already at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm, with vitality as fierce as a dragon. With such strength, he could likely vanquish even an ordinary monarch-level expert effortlessly. This level of power transcended mere terror. It was nothing short of miraculous. Reflecting on his own 6-year-old self, Chen Tiandao realized he was not nearly as formidable as Chen Nian. Moreover, the boy was shrouded in mystery, possessing an array of treasures, techniques, and martial arts. Chen Tiandao himself had even acquired a 9-star technique from Chen Nian, gaining substantial insights from it. However, he had never considered inquiring about the origins of these extraordinary items. Everyone harbored their own secrets. And as long as Chen Nian harbored no ill intentions towards the Chen family, that was sufficient. Chen Nian scratched his head and chuckled. Though he concealed his secrets well, he understood that he could not hide anything from the father of the foremost figure in the demonic path. Just fortunate to have stumbled upon some minor opportunities. He replied with a grin. "Minor opportunities?" Chen Tiandao smiled lightly, not pressing the matter further. Instead, he said, "With your current cultivation, it is time for you to venture into the world and broaden your horizons." Although Chen Nian possessed adequate strength, he lacked experience and needed to undergo more practical training. Chen Nian nodded in agreement. "Yes? Some time ago, I arranged a marriage for you. You should pay a visit soon," Chen Tiandao announced. "Marriage? Are you joking?" Chen Nian was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden news of his father arranging a bride without prior warning. "Father, are you serious?" Chen Tiandao smiled gently. "I never joke. Rest assured, The betrothal I have arranged for you will surely please you." With that, he rose, pacing slowly within the grand hall, hands clasped behind his back. In the 3,000 domains, there are 10 top-tier powers, each occupying one of the 10 upper regions, renowned for their unmatched strength and resources. The marriage I have arranged for you is with the holy maiden Lin Qiqing of the Zishu Divine Sect, one of those 10 powers. The Zishu Divine Sect, occupying the Zixiao domain among the 10 regions, was on par with the Chun family in prestige. With a remarkable lineage, countless disciples, and a legacy spanning over 100,000 years, its foundation was no less formidable than that of the Buddhist domain. Each generation, the Zixiao Divine Sect produced one holy maiden and one holy son, both of whom were unparalleled prodigies. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian furrowed his brow. "Father, even if the Zixiao Divine Sect is powerful, I shouldn't have to compromise, right? I haven't even met Lin Qiqing yet. It feels inappropriate to be betrothed without any acquaintance." In this lifetime, Chen Nian focused solely on cultivation and viewed matters of romance with indifference. Furthermore, he believed that if marriage were to occur, it should stem from mutual affection rather than arranged circumstances. Seemingly anticipating Chen Nian's response, Chen Tiandao chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I would never lead you astray. There are 3 reasons for this betrothal. First, the holy maiden possesses unparalleled beauty that is a boon for you. Second, she is a natural eye saint body, an exceptional partner for dual cultivation, which would greatly enhance your prowess. Third, if you are betrothed to the holy maiden, you will gain the opportunity to enter the Zixio secret realm together after a year. This is the primary reason for my insistence on this engagement." Indeed, Chen Tiandao's strong advocacy for this betrothal was chiefly motivated by the opportunity to access the Zixiao secret realm. The Zixiao secret realm? Chen Nian asked, somewhat puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of such a place. Chen Tiandao smiled slightly, explaining, "The reason the Zixiao Divine Sect has endured for millions of years without decline is due to its founding ancestor, the Zixiao Divine Emperor, who is hailed as the strongest emperor in the history of the 3,000 domains. The Zixiao Divine Emperor is universally acknowledged as the foremost emperor, possessing the power to alter the heavens and the earth. The sect he established has thrived for over 100,000 years, remaining one of the top forces in the 3,000 domains." Chen Nian and Chen Tianyin listened intently as Chen Tiandao recounted the history of the Zixiao Divine Sect. The Zixu Divine Emperor was a figure that even Chen Tiandao admired greatly, with talents that were truly extraordinary. A single individual founded the Zixu Divine Sect, which has continued to be a leading power for over 100,000 years. Chen Tiandao paused before continuing. The Zixiao secret realm is a legacy left by the Zixiao Divine Emperor, opening once every 200 years. Each time, only 20 individuals may enter, and they must be under the age of 30. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian began to grasp the significance of the Zixiao secret realm. It was a treasure passed down by the Zixiao Divine Emperor, and it was likely one of the reasons for the enduring strength of the Zixiao Divine Sect. "The reason I want you to be betrothed to the Holy Maiden is that only disciples of the Zixiao Divine Sect can enter the secret realm. The only way for an outsider to gain entry is through a betrothal with the Holy Maiden. However, securing such a betrothal is exceedingly difficult. Throughout the history of the 3,000 domains, only one person has successfully become engaged to the Holy Maiden." Only one person? Chen Nian was intrigued. Over 1,000,000 years, only one individual had managed to become engaged to the Holy Maiden. This person must possess extraordinary capabilities and unmatched charm. With a grin, Chen Nian remarked, "Father, who is this remarkable individual? They must possess quite the talent to secure such a betrothal." Upon hearing this, Chen Tiandao's expression darkened. "First of all, this is not eating soft rice. Secondly, that individual is your father." Chen Nian was taken aback. "The person who eats soft rice is my father? Does that mean my mother was the previous holy maiden of the Zixiao Divine Sect?" Nearby, Chen Tianyin, witnessing the banter between father and son, nearly succumbed to laughter, rolling on the ground in amusement. "You won't believe it. The first person to call you eating soft rice is my nephew." Ha! Seeing Chen Tianyin's jovial demeanor, Chen Tiandao was filled with indignation and kicked him aside. "Get out of here." Chen Tianyin was swiftly shoved aside but couldn't help stifling his laughter as he stood nearby. Chen Tiandao shot a glare at his foolish younger brother and then turned serious. "The Zixu secret realm harbors great secrets. Were it not for my fortunate entry into the secret realm back then, I would not possess my current strength." Though Chen Yin was unaware of the exact extent of Chen Tiandao's power, he was not naive. His father could easily obliterate mid-level Holy King realm warriors. It was evident that in the entire 3,000 domains, few could rival Chen Tiandao. If such a powerful figure claimed he would not have reached his current level without the Zixiao secret realm, It indicated that the realm indeed held profound mysteries. It was no wonder that the Zishu divine sect had endured through the ages. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Nian ceased his laughter and stood up. I understand now. I shall visit the Zishu divine sect tomorrow. Chen Nian finally comprehended his father's intentions. Setting aside the allure of the holy maiden's beauty and her ice saint body, the opportunity to enter the Zixiao secret realm was enough to stir his ambitions. Chen Tiandao smiled gently. There's no rush. The Zishu divine sect is not without its dangers. When I married your mother, I made many enemies, so you must remain vigilant. I will arrange for a protector to ensure your safety. It is important to note that the Zixiao divine sect has always had one holy son and one holy maiden, who grew up together. The ancient traditions of the Zixiao divine sect dictate that the holy son must wed the holy daughter. However, the previous holy daughter was forcibly taken by Chen Tiandao, thus creating numerous adversaries within the sect. Although they are wary of Chen Tiandao's formidable strength and cannot openly act against Chen Nian, employing subtle tactics is not beyond the realm of possibility. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianyin chuckled and said, Brother, let me accompany my dear nephew. With me by his side, you need not worry. I shall bear the banner and protect the path. Chen Tiandao retorted, What do you mean by bearing the banner? You can barely manage to stand. I have no faith in your abilities. With your pitiful strength, you remain nothing but an ant until you ascend to the Saint King level. While Chen Tianyin was unmatched among those at the entry to Saint Realm, he still fell short compared to the formidable Saint Kings. The chasm between these realms is vast and not easily crossed. Though Chen Tianyin had once severely injured Yuan while using various secret techniques, had it not been for Chen Tiandao's timely intervention, he would have met his demise. Starting tomorrow, you and I shall return to the ancestral grounds. Until you reach the Saint King level, you are forbidden from leaving. Chen Tianyin exclaimed, What? Forbidden from leaving until I reach the Saint King level? Goodness, you might as well kill me. The leap from the late entry to Saint Realm to the Saint King realm is an immense hurdle, as comprehending the power of the laws is exceedingly difficult and may take a lifetime for an ordinary person to overcome. Although Chen Tianyin possesses remarkable talent, grasping the power of the laws in a short time is still a formidable challenge. Brother, can you truly treat your beloved younger brother this way? Chen Tianyin pleaded, blinking his eyes earnestly at Chen Tiandao. However, Chen Tiandao merely snorted, If you cannot break through to the Saint King realm, then you shall remain in the ancestral grounds for your entire life. Chen Tianyin was left speechless, cursing himself for his earlier bravado. Ninth ancestor, come forth. As Chen Tiandao's voice faded, an elderly figure clad in a black robe materialized behind him. This man emitted no demonic aura, appearing as an ordinary old man. Yet his haggard face bore a long scar that rendered him intimidating. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Tianyin swallowed hard, incredulity written across his face. Wow, what? Ninth ancestor, you're still alive. The ninth ancestor, a powerful elder of the Chen family from generations past, had once been at the initial Saint King level and had not been seen for hundreds of years. The last time Chen Tianyin had encountered him, he was merely a teenager. He had assumed the ninth ancestor was long dead, only to discover that the old man still lived. Impudent child, dare you curse your own ancestor? Do you believe I 1T seal your cultivation and toss you into the sea of blood to feed the fish? Upon hearing the ninth ancestor's threat, Chen Tianyin fell silent. He had grown up hearing tales of this elder, whose reputation for ruthlessness was legendary. The ninth ancestor had a volatile temperament, known to kill at the slightest provocation. However, it had been 300 years since anyone had heard from him, and Chen Tianyin had thought him deceased. 3 centuries ago, the ninth ancestor had been a Saint King level powerhouse, and now, after so many years of hidden existence, one could only imagine the terror he might now embody. Yet, Chen Tianyin understood that being killed by the ninth ancestor would be as trivial as slaughtering a chick. Oh, ninth ancestor, I was just joking. Please don't be angry. I'm overjoyed to see you alive. The ninth ancestor shot him a disapproving glare. You always have something foolish to say. Years ago, I was ambushed by those bald monks from the Buddhist domain, leaving me gravely wounded. If not for Tiandao's assistance, I would have perished within the ancestral grounds. Indeed, the ninth ancestor had returned to the ancestral grounds severely injured due to the scheming of the Buddhist monks. Had Chen Tiandao not intervened with various secret medicines, he would have long since become dust. Chen Tiandao smiled faintly. The debts between the Great Thunder Sound Temple and our Chen family will one day be settled. At the mention of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, a glint of murderous intent flickered in the ninth ancestor's eyes. Those hypocrites, who vilified them as demonic, were far more nefarious in their actions. One day, I shall personally annihilate the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the ninth ancestor declared, his scarred visage appearing even more fearsome. Chen Tiandao nodded. I have summoned the ninth ancestor for an important task. He then gestured towards Chen Nian with a smile. This is my son, Chen Nian. I asked the ninth ancestor to protect him. Indeed, Chen Tiandao had brought the ninth ancestor out from the ancestral grounds to act as a guardian for Chen Nian. No problem. As the helm of the Chen family, I, Chen Feng, am at your service. Chen Feng, the name of the ninth ancestor, turned his gaze to Chen Nian, suddenly widening his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, Tiandao, your son is even more extraordinary than you. In his youth, the ninth ancestor had regarded Chen Tiandao as the future of the Chen family, and he had not disappointed that trust. Yet, now seeing Chen Nian, the ninth ancestor was filled with astonishment. The boy possessed initial transcendent cultivation, his vitality akin to that of a dragon, and the flickering power of lightning surrounding him. Such a terrifying presence was indeed that of a mere 6-year-old child. This father-son duo was truly astonishing, each more remarkable than the last. The talent displayed by Chen Nian left the ninth ancestor envious. In his youth, he had also been a celebrated genius, but compared to Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian, he felt utterly inadequate. How enviable! Chen Tiandao remarked with a smile, the future generation surpasses the former. My son possesses the potential of an emperor. The ninth ancestor nodded, grinning. Indeed, he possesses emperor-level potential. With both of you, the Chen family is bound to reach unprecedented heights. The excitement was palpable. At that moment, the ninth ancestor looked at Chen Nian with stars in his eyes, as if beholding an unparalleled beauty. With Chen Nian, the Chen family had a bright future. Such talent would surely lead to their rise. He even envisioned the day they would vanquish the great Thunder Sound Temple. Rest assured, Nianer, I will take good care of you. I, Chen Feng, swear by the heavenly Tao to protect Chen Nian, never to abandon him in this lifetime. Without hesitation, the ninth ancestor swore an oath, pledging his life to guard Chen Nian. In him, he saw the future of the Chen family. After years of waiting, he finally glimpsed the hope of the family's resurgence. Chen Tiandao had elevated the Chen family to one of the top 10 powers. Now, Chen Nian was poised to elevate their influence to even greater heights. Upon hearing the ninth ancestor swear an oath, even Chen Tiandao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the ninth ancestor's decisiveness. Yet, for one who had faced countless life and death situations, all that mattered now was nurturing the next generation. The talent of Chen Nian was bound to astonish the entire 3,000 domains. Stepping forward, Chen Nian clasped his hands in greeting. Chen Nian pays his respects to the ninth ancestor. Excellent. The ninth ancestor laughed heartily, patting Chen Nian on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with approval. This lad is impressive. Nianer, with the ninth ancestor by your side, fear not. There are but 20 individuals in the entire 3,000 domains capable of withstanding my blade. As he spoke, the ninth ancestor's aura surged. A terrifying demonic energy enveloped him, instantly sweeping across the entire Demoness Gate. Many sensed this overwhelming presence and shuddered in fear. Even Jiangli, who was recuperating in her chamber, felt a tightening in her chest. This aura was clearly not that of the domain lord. Indeed, the Chen family's foundation was extraordinary. Closing her eyes slowly, she dared not entertain any other thoughts. Goodness, the ninth ancestor's power is unparalleled. Nephew, with the ninth ancestor here, no one can harm you. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains, countless beings existed. Among them, only a mere 20 could withstand the ninth ancestor's might. Among the 20 individuals, the number capable of defeating the 9 ancestors is even fewer. Such strength is indeed exceedingly formidable. Although the Chen family has only risen to prominence in recent centuries, lacking the deep-rooted heritage of the other major powers, Chen Tiandao's years of management have rendered the Chen family anything but ordinary. In light of this, Chen Nian expresses gratitude to the 9 ancestors. Ha ha ha, no problem. I hope to witness the day you ascend to the rank of emperor. Within the Grand Hall, the atmosphere among the 4 members of the Chen family is vibrant and lively. Chen Tiandao and the 9 ancestors also take the opportunity to enlighten Chen Nian on various matters pertaining to his future cultivation. They too have progressed step by step from the qi refining stage, forging their paths through centuries of struggle, accumulating invaluable experience in both combat and martial arts that is worthy of emulation. The conversation continues until dusk, leaving Chen Nian feeling immensely enriched. Chen Tiandao waves his hand and instructs, Nianer, you should rest for a few days at the Charm Demon sect with the 9 ancestors, and once matters are settled, proceed directly to the Zixiao Divine sect. All right. Chen Nian agrees with a nod. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Jiangli has already arranged a room for him. Young master, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command. I shall take my leave and allow you to rest. MHM. Chen Nian responds. and Jiang Li gently closes the door behind him. After Jiang Li departs, Chen Nian summons the system. System, display my personal attributes panel. Ding, retrieving data. Host, Chen Nian cultivation. Initial stage of transcendence techniques. 9 turns divine demon technique. 9 stars. Divine elephant suppressing prison force. 9 stars. 32. 32 particles. Martial arts. Flower pinching finger. 9 stars. Annihilation sword technique. 9 stars. Phantom steps. 9 stars. God-slaying slash. 9 stars. Physique. Supreme divine demon body talent. Demonic blessing divine ability. Distance of 1,000 miles. Words manifest law. Thunder domain lottery draws. 49 Chapter 48. The Zixiao Saintess's steaming bodice. Originally, Chen Nian had awakened with just over 10,000 giant elephant particles, but after absorbing the heart of thunder, the terrifying energy purged his cells, catapulting the count to over 30,000 particles. This exponential increase in power is astonishing. Furthermore, Chen Nian directly comprehended a thunder-based divine ability, the Thunder Domain. This domain utilizes the power of lightning to construct an area that not only unleashes formidable electrical force, but also restricts opponents' speed and strength, akin to a simplified version of a law. One must understand that the terror of those at the Saint King level stems primarily from their mastery of the laws. The power of these laws touches upon the realm of the Tao. What Chen Nian has grasped, the Thunder Domain, is indeed a fearsome simplified law. It is no wonder that the child of the great Thunder Sound Temple placed such immense value on the Heart of Thunder, sending 5 elders to seize it, followed by 3 Saint King elders. Little did they know that all their efforts benefited Chen Nian. He smiles faintly as he gazes at his lottery draw points and decides to perform 10 consecutive draws. System, 10 consecutive draws. Ding, drawing in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a common iron sword, an ordinary iron sword. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the bodice of the Zixiao Saintess, steaming hot. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special trait, celestial immortal aura, increases affinity with all opposite genders, golden. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item, concealment pearl, golden. After the 10 consecutive draws conclude, Chen Nian is taken aback. To have received 2 golden treasures in a single draw is indeed a stroke of good fortune. His gaze shifts to these 2 golden rewards. First, the celestial immortal aura. It enhances all opposite genders' fondness for Chen Nian. Although this does not provide a direct boost to his power, it is undoubtedly a rare and valuable asset, an essential artifact for a man reliant on charm. The second item, the concealment pearl, allows him to mask his presence. Should he wish, those beneath the emperor rank would be unable to perceive his cultivation level. This utility is significant, as currently, his cultivation is as conspicuous as being naked in front of the great powers. Today, the 9 ancestors easily discerned his cultivation level. If he can conceal his cultivation, he could deliver a decisive blow to his enemies. Feigning weakness often yields unexpected results, much like a venomous snake lying in wait. Once prey enters its territory, it transforms into a harbinger of death. After collecting these 2 golden treasures, Chen Nian's attention shifts to the other items. The ordinary iron sword? Discarded. This item, the Zixiao Saintess's bodice? Astonished, Chen Nian gazes at the purple bodice, exuding warmth and a fragrant aroma, rendering him momentarily speechless. It appears to be freshly changed, its alluring scent igniting a myriad of fanciful thoughts. How peculiar. Without having seen the person, the bodice has mysteriously found its way to him. Chen Nian is left speechless. Truly, my marvelous system. Clearing his throat, he promptly stashes the item into his spatial ring. Since he is bound for the Zixiao divine sect, it may prove useful. Naturally, this item must remain hidden from the Zixiao Saintess. Otherwise, she might perceive him as a pervert. In such a case, Chen Nian would find himself at a loss for words. The other items are mundane and of no use, which he dismisses aside. As night deepens, he sits upon his bed and begins his cultivation. Meanwhile, at the Zixiao divine sect, within the quarters of the Zixiao Saintess, Lin Qingcheng is bathing in her room, enveloped in steam. She delicately wipes her flawless skin. At the tender age of 14, although still young, her beauty and figure have already blossomed. Her exquisite visage and perfect form would undoubtedly leave any onlooker envious, even captivating women. However, at this moment, Lin Qingcheng's expression is somewhat grim. Who is Chen Nian, and why has my master betrothed me to him? Today, her master, the sect leader of the Zixiao divine sect, informed her of an engagement with the son of Chen Tiandao from the 9 heavens demonic domain, Chen Nian. Although Lin Qingcheng is reluctant to marry the sect's heir, Wang Duan, the thought of being betrothed to a stranger fills her with great unease. Moreover, as she knows, this Chen Nian is merely 6 years old. still an immature child. The notion of being engaged to such a young boy is difficult for her to accept. Yet, she cannot defy her master's orders. Having been raised by her since childhood, even if she disagrees, there is little she can do. With a sigh, Lin Qingqing's forlorn expression reflects her deep sense of melancholy. As the saintess of the Zixiao divine sect, her future has never truly been in her own hands. After a while, she shakes her head, resolving to take things as they come. Rising from the tub, her lithe figure becomes even more alluring under the flickering candlelight. With a statuesque frame, she emerges from the wooden tub, her pale skin glistening like exquisite jade. Just as she prepares to dress, a frown suddenly creases her brow. Where's my bodice? Lin Qingqing is momentarily stunned. She distinctly remembers placing it here. So how could it be missing? As a practitioner at the king level, she certainly does not suffer from memory issues. Thus, it must mean that someone has stealthily taken her bodice. The thought sends a chill down her spine. Swiftly, she turns and hastily dresses, fearful that the intruder may still be nearby. While she had been contemplating her engagement, the audacity to silently steal her bodice could not be executed by an ordinary person. Furthermore, this is the inner sanctum of the Zixiao divine sect, guarded by numerous elders. It is inconceivable for an outsider to abscond with her bodice unnoticed. Lin Qingqing narrows her eyes, an icy aura radiating from her, encasing her surroundings in a frigid grip. This is no ordinary ice, but the utmost chill, akin to the frost from the depths of the abyss. Could there be a traitor within the sect? Lin Qingqing furrows her brow, extending her senses, yet detects nothing amiss. She did not wish to escalate the matter. After all, if word got out that her undergarment had been stolen, it would surely ignite endless discussions within the Zixiao sect. If I discover who dares to steal my undergarment, I shall cleave you in twain with a single strike. Lin Qingqing snorted coldly, her heart filled with displeasure, blood surging within her. After turning to sit cross-legged on her bed, she began her cultivation only after calming her breath. Chapter 49. Willing to be the strongest blade in the young master's hand. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window, casting a warm glow upon Chen Nian's face. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Chen Nian to open his eyes and calmly respond. Enter. In an instant, Shui Luer pushed the door open. Dressed in a flowing black gown, her long hair cascading elegantly, she appeared as a mature beauty. I pay my respects to the young master. The proud demeanor that once adorned Shui Luer's face had vanished, replaced by a gaze filled with reverence as she looked at Chen Nian. This reverence stemmed not only from the formidable Chen family and the invincible Chen Tiandao, but also from Chen Nian himself. Having cultivated for 16 years, she had only attained the initial stage of the extraordinary realm. Yet Chen Nian, merely 6 years old, had already surpassed that. Moreover, Shui Luer sensed that Chen Nian's extraordinary state was fundamentally different from her own. In other words, he could extinguish her life with the same ease as crushing an ant. This realization left Shui Luer, who had always possessed a sense of pride, feeling somewhat defeated, knowing she was inferior even to a 6-year-old child. Fortunately, she had come to understand a truth. In this world, there exist prodigious talents, much like Chen Tiandao, the terrifying monarch of the demonic path, who commanded respect from all. Clearly, Chen Nian belonged to this category of individuals. Shui Luer recognized that although she possessed a 9-star talent, she still fell short compared to those youthful prodigies. The best course of action was to follow in the footsteps of these extraordinary beings. If Chen Nian were to ascend to the imperial realm one day, her own achievements would not be far behind. Thus, after contemplating throughout the night, Shui Luer eagerly arrived at Chen Nian's chamber early in the morning. What is it? Upon hearing Chen Nian's inquiry, Shui Luer suddenly knelt, clasping her hands in salute, her expression turning serious, the previous flirtation entirely absent. The young master aspires to great heights. With your innate talent, you shall undoubtedly tread the imperial path and shatter the stars, entering the supreme realm. Luer knows her talent is ordinary, and I swear by the heavenly Tao that I shall follow you for life, obeying any command you give, even at the cost of my life. This was the first time Shui Luer had knelt before anyone other than her master, and yet she felt no humiliation. Rather, there was a flicker of anticipation within her. Bowing her head, she dared not meet Chen Nian's gaze, her heart racing with a mix of tension and excitement. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Nian was somewhat taken aback by Shui Luer's unexpected resolve. Very well. Following me will not be an easy path. There may be a price to pay, even one of life. Are you truly prepared for this? Upon hearing this, Shui Luer understood it as Chen Nian's acceptance of her pledge. She quickly replied, The Tao has 50 heavens and 49 transformations. We cultivators strive for the unknown. I am certain that the young master is my path, and I shall follow you for life, unwavering. Please judge me, young master. With that, Xuelua bowed her head deeply, her eyes filled with determination. The recent events with the demonist sect had imparted a vital lesson to her. Strength is paramount. Only by following the strong can one grow stronger. Though the demonist sect wielded considerable power, it was nothing compared to the Chen family, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. In comparison to Chen Nian, she felt like a firefly against the bright moon, vastly outmatched. She yearned for strength. Excellent. Chen Nian smiled slightly, pleased with her resolve. He valued not only talent, but also character in those he chose to associate with. Chen Pingyan had demonstrated this, and now Xuelua was no different. With her 9-star talent, she was already commendable. More importantly, Xuelua possessed a commendable spirit. In this world, those lacking the desire to grow stronger would inevitably meet a tragic end. Rise. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side. Upon hearing this, Xuelua's eyes lit up with joy. Thank you, young master. She stood, her excitement palpable as she gazed at Chen Nian, feeling an indescribable elation. In her heart, she felt a strong conviction that following Chen Nian would be the most astute decision of her life. Though uncertain of the source of this feeling, it grew ever stronger. Step forward. Without hesitation, Xuelua approached Chen Nian. He produced an ancient, purplish-black scroll from his spatial ring, its intricate patterns exuding an aura of profound mystery. Merely sensing this aura caused Xuelua to hold her breath, her gaze fixated on the scroll with fervor. This is the 9-star technique, demonic spirit art, perfectly suited for your demonic physique. Cultivating it will yield remarkable results. This demonic spirit art was a reward Chen Nian had obtained through a lottery. A 9-star technique ideally suited for those of demonic heritage. Once mastered, it could be terrifying, capable of ensnaring countless souls within an illusion. It bore similarities to the infinite Tsukuyami from an anime Chen Nian had seen in his past life, albeit even more formidable. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Xuelua was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the scroll in his hand. This is a 9-star technique. A 9-star technique. What does that even mean? In the entire 3,000 domains, such techniques are exceedingly rare. The techniques practiced within the demonist sect were merely a flawed 8-star technique. While superior to 7-star techniques, its deficiencies rendered it significantly vulnerable. Yet here was Chen Nian presenting a 9-star technique. How could this not astonish her? Seeing Xuelua in a daze, Chen Nian smiled gently, placing the scroll in her hands. Remember, I do not tolerate waste among my subordinates. I possess ample techniques, martial arts, and resources, but I require you to demonstrate your worth. What significance does a 9-star technique hold? To Chen Nian, it was of little consequence. What he sought was the value others could provide him. If, despite the techniques, martial arts, and resources he offered, Xuelua failed to rise, then he would reclaim all that he had bestowed upon her. I, Chen Nian, do not nurture incompetence. Xuelua comprehended Chen Nian's intent. Gripping the scroll tightly as she respectfully bowed, I shall obey. Lure will not disappoint the young master's expectations. I am willing to be the strongest blade in your hand. With that, Xuelua's gaze grew ever more resolute. She knew she had made the right choice, fully aware of the path ahead. Either she would follow the young master into the imperial realm, or she would perish. She was determined to become the strongest blade in Chen Nian's grasp. Chen Nian felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing this, a smile playing on his lips. Good, take it and cultivate. Tomorrow, we shall go to the Zixiao sect together. And remember, the existence of this technique must remain a secret. Yes, I shall obey. Chapter 50, The Enchanting Jiangli. After Xuelua left, Chen Nian rose, stretching lazily before stepping outside. Chen Pingyan resided in the adjacent courtyard, where the sounds of sword energy slicing through the air reached his ears. Chen Nian smiled faintly, intrigued, and made his way over. There, he found Chen Pingyan clad in martial attire, diligently practicing his swordsmanship, drenched in sweat, while the 9th ancestor sat nearby, offering guidance with keen interest. Raise the sword hilt 3 inches. Move your left foot 1 inch to the right. Increase your speed. Engage your core, and exert your strength. Observing the 9th ancestor instructing Chen Pingyan, Chen Nian smiled, captivated by the scene. It was undeniable that the 9th ancestor, as a master of the Sacred King realm and one of the most formidable beings in the 3,000 domains, possessed an astute eye. He effortlessly discerned the subtle mistakes in Chen Pingyan's every move. Soon, Chen Pingyan completed a set of sword drills, his body drenched in sweat, panting heavily. In terms of diligence, he was no less committed than Chen Nian. Orphaned from a young age, he inherently understood the significance of strength, his heart yearning fervently to grow stronger. The desire for power consumed him. Greetings, young master. Upon noticing Chen Nian's arrival, Chen Pingyan hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. Chen Nian smiled gently, approaching him to pat his shoulder, saying, Well done, you've made considerable progress. He recalled when he first took Chen Nian under his wing. The boy's movements were still quite unrefined. Now, though still somewhat lacking, he had made remarkable strides compared to before. Additionally, he remembered the testing tournament when Chen Nian had reached the pinnacle of the spirit consolidation stage. With Chen Nian's guidance through the 9-star technique, the Chen Nian demon art, coupled with various resources, Chen Nian's cultivation had directly surged to the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. It is worth noting that in the entire 3,000 domains, the cultivation levels ascend from Qi refinement, transcendence, spirit consolidation, void-breaking, formless, transcendental, monarch, supreme, emperor, saint entry, to Saint King. Remarkably, Chen Nian had reached the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm at just 6 years old. Though still falling short compared to Chen Nian, he was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. You flatter me, young master. Chen Nian chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes at Chen Nian's praise. The patriarch slowly rose, stroking his beard, and with a warm smile remarked, Nianer, this lad possesses commendable talent. I can see he has a natural affinity for the sword, coupled with diligence. Indeed, a splendid prospect. I never anticipated our Chen family would have so many promising individuals in this generation. Early that morning, before dawn, the patriarch had heard the sound of sword practice emanating from Chen Nian's courtyard. Out of curiosity, he had approached to find the boy diligently training. After observing for a time, he took the initiative to offer his guidance, moved by his kin's potential. Chen Nian's aptitude and excellent disposition made him a promising student. The patriarch mused that with time, he could become a significant asset to the Chen family. Chen Nian, grinning, suggested, Patriarch, if you have time, you should teach him more. It would surely benefit our family. The patriarch nodded in agreement. Indeed, should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. I will gladly impart a few techniques when time permits. Chen Nian, elated, repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Patriarch. The patriarch laughed heartily, patting Chen Nian on the shoulder. You, a mere 6-year-old, speak with such maturity. Just as his words fell, he suddenly paused. Why can I sense no energy fluctuations from Nianer? Just yesterday, I could distinctly perceive his cultivation level at the initial stage of transcendence, an aura so formidable it evoked envy even in me. Yet now, he resembles an ordinary 6-year-old child, devoid of any spiritual energy emanations. Even I, a Saint King, cannot discern his true state. How curious. The patriarch pondered this mystery but had no intention of prying. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and if Chen Nian had none, he would not go far. After all, Chen Tiandao had been shrouded in enigma throughout his youth. Chen Nian smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. At that moment, a maid from the Charm Demon sect arrived to convey a message, reporting to the young clan leader. The sect master has prepared a meal for the esteemed guests in the main hall. Very well, lead the way, Chen Nian replied. The maid complied and guided the trio toward the main hall. Following a fierce battle, the Charm Demon sect structures lay in ruins, appearing desolate. However, the main hall remained unscathed, likely protected by some array. At the entrance to the hall, Jiangli personally came to greet them, showing no pretense before the young clan leader. After all, should Chen Nian take offense, Chen Tiandao could easily render her non-existent. Greetings, young clan leader, patriarch. Although Jiangli did not recognize the patriarch, she could surmise he was a significant elder of the Chen family. Chen Nian nodded, subsequently following Jiangli inside. He took his seat at the head of the table, flanked by the patriarch, Chen Nian, and Jiangli. Meanwhile, Shueluer, having received the techniques from Chen Nian, was engrossed in her closed-door cultivation. The allure of the 9-star technique was extraordinary, capable of driving one to madness. Especially as Shueluer was fervently eager to strengthen herself, making her impatient to practice. Younger master, this is the spring tea I personally brewed for you. Please have a taste, Shueluer said, donning a black short skirt that barely reached the tops of her thighs, the subtle allure sparking the imagination. Her upper attire was minimal, revealing a pristine expanse of skin. As she bent down before Chen Nian, the scene was breathtaking. Undeniably, the women in this world seemed to have developed their physical prowess exceptionally well due to their martial training. Chen Nian found himself momentarily flustered by the sight. The little enchantress, clad so provocatively, is it intentional? He cleared his throat and accepted the tea handed to him by Shueluer. Cough, cough, that's enough. You may retreat to your cultivation. Upon witnessing his reaction, Shueluer smiled coyly. Having known Chen Nian for so long, she had never seen him in such an awkward state. It seemed her charm was still quite effective. At your command, should the young master require anything, just summon Luer, and I shall fulfill any desire of yours. With a playful grin, she gracefully withdrew. Her departing figure was even more alluring, swaying as she walked, her movements perfectly captivating. Each twist caused her skirt to flutter, tantalizingly revealing just enough before it fell back into place, leaving one guessing what lay beneath. Chen Nian watched the little enchantress leave, a helpless smile gracing his lips. Though Shui Luer had not employed her bewitching powers, her allure had been cultivated over the years through every gesture and glance. Moreover, her revealing attire surely hinted at ulterior motives. Chen Nian, being a normal man, naturally harbored desires. After all, he was a demon and would not suppress his true nature. To act freely was the essence of being a demon. Alas, he was only 6 years old, still too young and undeveloped. Beside him, Ai Huang nuzzled against Chen Nian, her pitiable demeanor evoking sympathy. Despite being born into the extraordinary realm, before Chen Nian, she appeared more akin to a child. Chen Nian affectionately stroked Ai Huang's forehead and retrieved several elixirs from his spatial ring, tossing them into her mouth. 6-star elixirs, go and refine them. Ai Huang chirped joyfully, her eyes sparkling with delight. As a 9-colored phoenix, the power of her bloodline was extraordinarily potent. With ample resources, her cultivation would naturally advance. The elixirs were her most cherished treats, akin to sweet candies, infused with immense energy, making them the finest supplements for her. Although the elixirs contained a trace of toxic essence, Ai Huang's flames could easily refine away any impurities. With a gentle smile, Chen Nian slowly closed his eyes and began his cultivation. The passage of time seemed swift for those engrossed in their training. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Is that the Zishu divine sect? Shui Luer pointed excitedly at a towering divine mountain in the distance. In all her years, she had never ventured beyond the 9 heavens demon domain, let alone to one of the top 10 powers, the Zishu divine sect. The divine mountain she indicated was resplendent and brimming with spiritual energy, surrounded by 18 peaks. The group followed her gaze, and indeed, it was the Zishu divine sect. The 9th ancestor nodded, speaking up. Having traversed the top 10 powers of the 3,000 domains in his earlier years, he was well acquainted with the Zishu divine sect. The Zishu divine sect certainly possesses a grand presence, Chun Pingon remarked, gazing intently at its location. Though the Chun family's architecture was splendid, it paled in comparison to the Zishu divine sect. The 9th ancestor smiled slightly. This is a top-tier power with a lineage spanning over 1,000,000 years. It is indeed extraordinary. However, when it comes to strength, my Chun family holds its ground. The Zishu divine sect is deeply rooted. Yet the Chun family is not as simple as it may seem. On the surface, it appeared that only Chun Tiandao possessed formidable strength, but in reality, their hidden prowess was significant. For instance, the 9th ancestor had been concealed by Chen Tiandao for centuries, leading the outside world to believe he had perished. Had it not been for the need to protect Chen Nian, he might still be in hiding. Fear? Impossible. Moreover, with Chen Nian in this generation, there was even less reason to feel intimidated. 9th ancestor, Chen Nian said cheerfully, surely the Zishu divine sect is not a monolith? Upon entering an unfamiliar territory, Chen Nian naturally sought to gauge the internal dynamics of the sect. The 9th ancestor nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Zishu divine sect comprises several factions. Aside from the sect master, there are 18 inner elders, each occupying one of the 18 peaks. Their strengths vary from the Saint Realm to the Saint King Realm. This Zishu Saintess is the current sect master's most cherished disciple, and she is also your mother's junior sister? Chen Nian was taken aback upon hearing this. What? What on earth? Seeing Chen Nian's bewildered expression, the 9th ancestor chuckled, patting his shoulder. Do not panic. Your mother is the current sect master, Xian Qianqiu's own daughter. When your mother wed your father, your grandfather had yet to accept this Zishu Saintess. Besides, we are of the demon path. It bears no consequence. As he spoke, the 9th ancestor raised an eyebrow at Chen Nian, his eyes glimmering with mirth. Chen Nian thought to himself, it was indeed thrilling, albeit slightly beastly sounding. He swallowed hard. The 9th ancestor continued with a gentle smile. Nianer, as you proceed to the Zishu divine sect, you must be wary of 2 individuals. 2 individuals? The 9th ancestor did not keep him in suspense, stating, the first is the current 6th elder of the Zishu divine sect. He was the previous sect's saint's son, harboring resentment since your father took his wife. The second is the current Zishu saint's son. One was a father who had stolen another's wife, and the other had been betrothed to Chen Nian. This duo was nothing short of a saintess love rivals. One could not help but feel sympathy for these 2 past figures. Their wives had been taken from them without warning. The 9th ancestor laughed. The Zishu divine sect has quite the intriguing custom. Each generation's saint's son and saintess need not be disciples of the sect master. All disciples may compete for the position based on talent and strength. The current saint's son, Wang Duanjing, is the personal disciple of the previous saint's son, who is also the sixth elder. Chen Nian was momentarily stunned. Good heavens! These two have both lost their wives to my father and me. What a tragic fate. The ninth ancestor declared authoritatively, but worry not, Nianer. The sect master is your grandfather, and with me here to protect you, even the Zixiao saint's son would be unbothered. Fear not. Although Xian Qianxiu had been quite displeased since Chen Yan's mother, Xian Lingwei, married Chen Tiandao, resulting in their estrangement, they were still blood relatives. After all, Chen Nian was his grandson. It is said that grandparents often favor their grandchildren. Could Xian Qianxiu bear to watch Chen Nian be bullied? Certainly not. Chen Nian smiled gently. Rest assured, ninth ancestor, I understand. Fear? There is nothing to fear. After all, his father was Chen Tiandao, and besides the nine heavens demon domain, the Phoenix domain also supported him. What was there to fear? The spirit vessel sped through the air. Meanwhile, the Zixiao divine sect was anything but tranquil. In the sect master's chamber, Master. The young master of the Chen family has entered our Zixiao divine sect's territory and will arrive in approximately half a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing the report from his eldest disciple, Xian Qianxiu's aged visage brightened with excitement, trembling with anticipation. 6 years had passed since Chen Yan's birth. He had longed to meet his dear grandson. However, due to the estrangement between mother and father, Xian Qianxiu had been unable to bring himself to visit. Nevertheless, his heart had never ceased to yearn for Chen Nian. Xian Qianxiu's wife had passed away long ago, leaving him with only his daughter Xian Lingwei, his sole family. With Chen Nian's birth, he had gained another cherished relative. Good, wonderful. Wei Yang, do you think this outfit looks appropriate? Is it too disheveled? And should I trim my beard? I hope I won't frighten my grandson. Seeing his master in such a fluster, Wei Yang was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. Master, do not worry. I believe my nephew will be thrilled to see you. Xian Qianxiu's spirits lifted at those words. He smiled broadly. Go. Summon all the inner and outer elders as well as the true disciples to join me in welcoming my grandson. The atmosphere surrounding Xian Qianxiu was quite formidable. All the elders and true disciples within the sect were gathered, representing nearly the entire might of the Zixiao divine sect. Such a terrifying display of strength was merely to welcome Chen Nian, illustrating the significant status he held in Xian Qianxiu's heart. Yes, Wei Yang replied eagerly, promptly bowing and exiting to inform the elders and true disciples. Only Xian Qianxiu remained in the room, joyfully arranging his garments. Meanwhile, at Zicheng Peak, the domain of the sixth elder's lineage, Wang Duan spoke with a grim expression. Master, it is said that the Chen family's young master is nearly here. His gaze was fierce, revealing a glint of malice. The sixth elder, Li Xiaotian, snorted disdainfully, his grip tightening on the chair as veins throbbed on his forehead. This is intolerable. I was the previous Zixiu saint's son, and according to tradition, I should have wed the last saintess. Yet, that Chen Tiandao interfered and took my bride. Now, his son seeks to claim my disciple's fiancée. This is sheer audacity. With that, Li Xiaotian bellowed, shattering his cherished blue and white porcelain cup against the floor. The memory of that incident from centuries past still nauseated him, filled with humiliation, knowing that his wife had been taken from him while he was powerless against that man. He bore the ridicule of many within the Zixiu divine sect, who mocked him as weak and worthless, though that event had transpired hundreds of years ago. The thorn remained embedded in his heart. He had hoped his disciple, now the Zixiao saint's son, would marry the saintess and redeem his past disgrace. Yet, he never anticipated that Chen Tiandao's son would snatch away his disciple's bride. Enraged, he contemplated confronting the sect leader, but Xian Qianxiu, being both Lin Qingqing's mentor and Chen Nian's grandfather, would undoubtedly favor his own kin. Damn that Chen Tiandao! Li Xiaotian seethed, frustration radiating from him. However, he dared not confront Chen Tiandao directly. Despite his rapid cultivation, he was merely on the brink of the Saint King realm, a far cry from the monstrous talent of Chen Tiandao. Master, what shall we do? Can we really let this go? Wang Duan could hardly accept the situation. Lin Qiqing was renowned as one of the 3 great fairies of the 3,000 domains, possessing extraordinary talent and breathtaking beauty. Wang Duan, one of her admirers, had envisioned a smooth path to marrying her, only to be thwarted by a mere 6-year-old boy. The resentment of a stolen bride was a vendetta not easily forgotten. Wang Duan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness passing through them. Hundreds of years ago, I failed to confront Chen Tiandao, a regret I have borne for life. Today, I shall do everything in my power to assist you in vanquishing Chen Nian. It was precisely because of that incident that Li Xiaotian had been haunted by inner demons, which now impeded his progress at the half-step Saint King realm. Today, he was determined to lend Wang Duan his strength, not only for Wang Duan's sake, but also for his own. Rest assured, my dear disciple. Here in the Zixiao divine sect, Chen Nian is but an outsider who cannot stir up trouble. Moreover, besides myself, your ancestral master has recently broken through, which will provide you with ample support. Upon hearing that his ancestral master had emerged from seclusion, Wang Duan's eyes sparkled with hope. His ancestral master was the supreme elder of the Zixiao divine sect, his status rivaling that of the sect leader, with many elders having once been his disciples. Wonderful. If the ancestral master aids us, there is still a chance. Li Xiaodian's lips curled into a slight smile. While my ancestral master and I cannot directly confront Chen Nian, if you were to inadvertently slay him, the Chen family would be powerless to retaliate. After all, disputes among the younger generation are not interfered with by the elders, and if one were to perish, they would have only themselves to blame. This has been the long-standing rule in the 3,000 domains, and even Chen Tiandao cannot openly defy it. Wang Duan's spirits soared at this revelation. Fear not, master. A mere 6-year-old child? I could crush him as easily as squashing an ant. With fierce determination in his eyes, Wang Duan scoffed at the thought of a child daring to challenge him. Just as they were plotting, a disciple's voice interrupted from outside, reporting to master. The sect leader has sent word that all elders and true disciples are to gather in the main hall to welcome the Chen family's young master. Exchanging glances filled with cold malice, the master and disciple shared a sinister smile. Let us go and meet this young master of the Chen family. Yes, outside the grand hall of the Zixiao divine sect, all the elders and true disciples awaited in silence. Xian Qianxiu stood at the center, casting anxious glances towards the distant sky. Behind the elders stood the true disciples, their eyes filled with disdain and jealousy. Lin Qiqing, the dream goddess of all disciples, was now betrothed to the Chen family's young master, who was merely a 6-year-old child. Had it not been for his fortunate parentage, how could Lin Qiqing ever have been his? Envy and jealousy brewed among them. At that moment, a massive spirit vessel soared above the Zixiao divine sect, leaving the inner and outer disciples bewildered. Is that not the vessel of our Zixiao divine sect? Look at that emblem. It seems to belong to the Chun family of the Nine Heavens demon domain. The Chen family? What purpose do they have in our Zixiao divine sect? It is said that the Chen family's young master is to be betrothed to the saintess. What? My saintess, how could you marry into the demon path? Zhu Dazhuang lamented, his robust figure overshadowed by despair. When word spread that Chen Nian was arriving to propose to Lin Qiqing, the entire Zixiao divine sect erupted in fervor. Lin Qiqing was one of the 3 great fairies of the 3,000 domains, revered for her beauty and talent. Countless admirers were astounded that she would consider marrying a 6-year-old child. Will the saintess find happiness in this union? Master, look, that is the Chun family's vessel. Wei Yang exclaimed excitedly. Xian Qianxiu's gaze followed, fixing on the enormous spirit vessel that obscured the sun as it approached the Zixiao divine sect. The elders and true disciples also turned their attention towards it. Finally, they have arrived. Li Xiaodian narrowed his eyes, exchanging glances with Wang Duan, both harboring a chilling malice that was hard to conceal. Soon, the spirit vessel landed, and Chen Nian descended slowly, accompanied by Chen Pingan and Shui Luer, with Jiuzhu bringing up the rear. At this moment, Jiuzhu concealed his immense cultivation, appearing as a somewhat fierce old man. As Chen Nian stepped off the vessel, Xian Qianxiu swiftly approached, standing face to face with his grandson. Chen Nian smiled gently, bowing respectfully. Grandson Chen Nian pays his respects to grandfather. Prior to his arrival, his father had advised him to be particularly close to his grandfather, for he had once taken away his daughter. This was a debt to be repaid by the son. Seeing Chen Nian, Xian Qianxiu nearly shed tears of joy. Yet, in front of so many, he restrained himself, maintaining his composure as the sect leader. Ah, my dear child, you are already 6 years old. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you. Xian Qianxiu knelt beside Chen Nian, affectionately stroking his cheek as they exchanged warm smiles. Come, my child, let us go to the main hall. Yes, Chen Nian replied cheerfully. Taking Chen Nian's small hand, Xian Qianxiu led him towards the main hall. As they moved, all eyes turned towards Chen Nian. Hundreds of gazes, including those of powerful saint kings, fell upon him, yet Chen Nian remained blissfully unaware, continuing to walk with a bright smile. Li Xiaodian and Wang Duan stood amid the crowd, casting icy glances at Chen Nian, their eyes burning with jealousy and barely concealed murderous intent. Chen Nian clearly sensed the murderous intent directed at him. He glanced over and recognized Wang Duan and Li Xiaodian, calculating their identities in his mind. A disdainful smile crossed his lips. He regarded them as mere unfortunate souls. Centuries ago, Li Xiaodian was unable to rival his father, and today Wang Duan would undoubtedly be no match for him either. At the back of the crowd, a woman in white caught his attention. Her gaze flitted between Chen Nian and his attendant, Shui Luer. This woman was Lin Qingqing, who snorted in displeasure. Noting the absence of any true energy emanating from Chen Nian, yet he accompanied such a beautiful servant. He seemed nothing more than a dandy. For reasons unknown, Lin Qingqing felt a tinge of resentment upon seeing Xue Luer closely following Chen Nian. Xue Luer's beauty was undeniably exceptional, rivaling Lin Qingqing's, and perhaps even surpassing it in allure and voluptuousness. Yet, despite merely observing Chen Nian from afar, she felt an inexplicable charm emanating from him that was difficult to dismiss. Lin Qingqing huffed softly and silently blended into the crowd as they entered the grand hall. Soon, everyone gathered in the main hall of the Zishu divine sect. A place of opulence adorned with gleaming golden pillars and obsidian floors, illuminated by radiant lights. "Come, Nianer, you are a guest. Sit beside your grandfather," said Xian Qianxiu, who occupied the principal seat, directing Chen Nian to the left side closest to him. Though just a 6-year-old child, he was the beloved son of Chen Tiandao, the prince of the Nine Heavens demon domain, and no one dared to slight him. With a faint smile, Chen Nian seated himself cross-legged, while the 9 ancestors settled beside him. Xue Luer and Chen Ping'an, however, lacked the standing to sit, and quietly stood behind Chen Nian. The true disciples were nearly drooling at the sight of Xue Luer behind Chen Nian. It was well known that her beauty was on par with Lin Qingqing's. If Lin Qingqing were likened to a pure white Tianshan snow lotus, untouched by the murky waters, then Xue Luer resembled a striking rose, captivating all who beheld her. Her exquisite visage, enchanting smile, and alluring presence stirred envy in many, including Wang Duan, who swallowed hard, feeling his resentment towards Chen Nian deepen. "Damn Chen Nian. With such a beautiful attendant, he still covets my Qi-Qing." He cursed inwardly, though his face remained impassive. Soon, the maidens of Zixiao divine sect began to serve a variety of exquisite dishes, each imbued with profound spiritual energy, sourced from formidable beasts. Before Chen Nian lay dishes such as the void-breaking crimson flame chicken, deep-sea cod, and the extraordinary mammoth. The spirit wine on the table was rich in energy, rivaling that of 4-star elixirs. "Come, Nianer, after your arduous journey, eat up. This feast was specially prepared for you by your grandfather," commanded Xian Qianxiu. Chen Nian smiled gently, and soon everyone began to indulge in the feast. The hall appeared harmonious, yet each person harbored ulterior motives. Xue Luer bent slightly, pouring a full cup of spirit wine for Chen Nian, her white chest almost brushing against his face. This simple gesture ignited envy among the true disciples, who couldn't help but feel bitterness. After a satisfying meal, they transitioned to the day's main topic. "Nianer, I have discussed your engagement with Qi-Qing with your father. 3 days from now will be an auspicious day for the engagement ceremony at Zixiao divine sect." Upon Xian Qianxiu's announcement, the hall erupted in uproar. Though many were already aware of this development, hearing it from Xian Qianxiu himself felt different. The true disciples present cast envious glances at Chen Nian, who was merely a 6-year-old child. Can he truly handle this? They wondered, especially since he had such a stunning attendant as Xue Luer, whose attributes drew envious gazes from many. Just as Chen Nian was about to speak, a young man with a square face and a curved blade interjected. Reporting to the sect master, I, Zhang Haoyan, believe this engagement is inappropriate. According to our ancestral traditions, the holy maiden should marry the holy son, and brother Wang Duan is talented and handsome, a model for all disciples. How can we allow the holy maiden to wed a mere child with no skills? Zhang Haoyan's words instantly sparked heated discussions throughout the hall. Indeed, the holy son is exceptional, and the holy maiden has grown up alongside him. They are a perfect match, echoed others. How can our holy maiden marry a demon? The chorus of discontent swelled, causing Wang Duan to smirk. Zhang Haoyan was his lackey, and they had conspired to pressure Xian Qianxiu to end the engagement. Sensing the rising opposition, Xian Qianxiu frowned, preparing to reprimand them. When another voice rang out in the hall, Xue Luer narrowed her eyes, her previously charming demeanor turning fierce, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her gaze. "How dare you disrespect my young master?" In an instant, a mysterious power radiated from Xue Luer. Zhang Haoyan, who had just spoken, suddenly looked dazed, dropping his weapon and frantically fleeing the hall, tearing off his clothes as he ran. However, as he stripped down completely, he spewed blood and collapsed, unconscious. Xue Luer snorted, dispelling her illusion. The bizarre scene left everyone in stunned silence. What just happened? Did Zhang Haoyan go mad? Someone exclaimed, realizing he had fallen victim to an illusion technique. Illusions, capable of killing without a trace, focused on mental attacks, ensnaring the unguarded. The crowd's gazes turned warily toward Xue Luer, their eyes betraying newfound caution. They recognized that the earlier incident was her doing. A woman so enchanting, yet capable of such ruthless power, startled even Wang Duan. Illusion techniques were rare in the 3,000 domains. Shui Luer coldly surveyed the hall, her gaze settling on the fallen Zhang Haotian. Dare to insult my young master? Consider this a warning. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Her words plunged the hall into a brief silence. As the true disciples regarded Shui Luer with a hint of fear, Zhang Haotian was no weakling. He was at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm and wielded a curved blade with notable skill. To see him so easily subdued was terrifying. In that instant, the true disciples' glances toward Chen Nian were tinged with an inexplicable dread. Wang Duan suddenly scoffed, rebuking, "How audacious! Chen Nian, you allow your subordinate to harm the disciples of Zixiao divine sect. Is this how you show respect to our sect?" With that, Wang Duan positioned Chen Nian against the rest of the disciples. If Chen Nian had openly admitted his fault, it would signify his disdain for the Zixiao sacred sect. Even if Xian Qianxiu wished to marry the saintess to him, the elders and disciples would likely oppose it. Conversely, should Chen Nian lower his head and apologize, Wang Duan's intentions would be fulfilled. Yet, Chen Nian merely scoffed, raising his gaze slightly to cast a fleeting glance at Wang Duan, causing the latter's heart to race as if he were being scrutinized by an ancient beast. "What are you? How dare you reprimand me?" Those seemingly innocuous words instantly silenced the grand hall, leaving countless individuals breathless, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Many were struck by Chen Nian's audacity. This was the Zixiao sacred sect, and he had just insulted its current saint. "Chen Nian, you seek death." Wang Duan's veins bulged, his eyes blazing with fury. A murderous intent laid bare. Wang Duan had long harbored resentment toward Chen Nian for coveting his fiancée, and now the latter dared to humiliate him before the elders and true disciples. A profound disgrace. Nevertheless, Chen Nian merely cast a disinterested glance in his direction, entirely dismissive. Amidst the peculiar gazes surrounding him, Chen Nian slowly rose, a confident smile gracing his lips. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to the Chen family's prince, his ethereal demeanor enveloping the entire hall. With hands clasped behind his back, despite his youth, he exuded an air reminiscent of a celestial being, particularly with his calm and composed expression, captivating many. Even Xian Qianxiu could not help but be astonished. He had assumed his grandson was an ordinary individual, devoid of remarkable talents. However, it now appeared otherwise, especially given this remarkable aura. He had witnessed countless prodigies rise, yet none quite like Chen Nian. "Grandfather, esteemed elders, true disciples of the Zixiao sacred sect, I wish to convey two matters. First, my mother is the previous saintess of the Zixiao sacred sect, and the sect master is my grandfather. Hence I harbor no malice towards the Zixiao sacred sect, nor do I look down upon it. Second, I am aware that many among you harbor grievances regarding my engagement to Lin Qingcheng, perhaps even resentment, yet I am indifferent. A small bird knows not the ambitions of a swan. If anyone is dissatisfied, I am prepared to engage them." His assertiveness was truly formidable. Everyone was left speechless by Chen Nian's audacity. However, the next moment, his aura surged, leaving the entire hall in stunned silence. Transcendent stage initial. At that instant, as the presence emanating from Chen Nian enveloped them, all were left dumbfounded. Was being at the initial stage of transcendence impressive? Certainly not. For the Zixiao sacred sect, numerous warriors had reached this realm, and most true disciples possessed comparable prowess. Yet, one must remember that Chen Nian was merely a 6-year-old child. What had they been doing at 6? Digging in the mud? Good heavens, am I losing my mind? A 6-year-old transcendent? My goodness, it is indeed transcendence. Could this be the Chen family's prince? Such talent was terrifying. Countless true disciples whispered amongst themselves, their words brimming with astonishment. Such talent could not merely be described as monstrous. It was indeed defying the heavens. A 6-year-old transcendent was a rarity not just in the Zixiao sacred sect, but across the vast history of the 3,000 domains. Not only the true disciples, but even the 18 elders of the Zixiao sacred sect were visibly taken aback. Xian Qianxiu was particularly shaken. "My goodness, my grandson has reached transcendence at 6? This talent surpasses all in the Zixiao sacred sect. Even the legendary Chen Tiandao likely did not possess such overwhelming potential." At that moment, the thoughts of those present in the hall varied greatly. Wang Duan snorted coldly, his gaze icy as he regarded Chen Nian. What nonsense is this about a 6-year-old transcendent? Perhaps he is merely using some secret treasure to deceive us. As soon as Wang Duan's words fell, several individuals suddenly awakened to the possibility. Indeed, a 6-year-old transcendent. How could that be? Perhaps he was just utilizing a treasure to project an aura to intimidate others. In this day and age, there were plenty of charlatans. Coupled with their existing animosity toward Chen Nian, they were even less inclined to believe in his transcendent capabilities. especially Wang Duan's sycophants, who quickly echoed, "Exactly, the saint is correct. How could a 6-year-old be a transcendent warrior? Surely you do not believe yourself to be a reincarnation of an ancient deity, do you? 6-year-old transcendent? What a joke. The saint does not possess such talent. How could you? Indeed, just a show-off." Wang Duan had been running the sect for years and, with the help of his master, managed to incite a group of true disciples to question Chen Nian's strength. Even some elders regarded Chen Nian with skepticism. In response, Chen Nian smiled faintly, looking at Wang Duan with a mocking expression that unsettled the latter. For so long, Wang Duan had been the one looking down on others. He never imagined that one day he would be the subject of such scorn, especially from a mere child. The look in Chen Nian's eyes was akin to that of observing a monkey, derisive and mocking. "Is that so? How would you like me to prove myself?" Chen Nian smiled slightly, his expression one of disdain, his gaze indifferent as if he perceived not the Zixiao saint, but a mere waste. Wang Duan felt uncomfortable under Chen Nian's scrutiny, but suppressed his anger, fixing a determined gaze upon him. "Since you claim to be at the transcendent stage, our Zixiao sacred sect also has numerous transcendent warriors. Why not have a match? Let us witness the strength of the Chen family." Wang Duan's suggestion garnered immediate support from the true disciples. Indeed, if the Chen family's prince possessed such extraordinary talent, they should engage in a contest. "Exactly. I, too, have just entered the transcendent stage and wish to spar with the prince." "Me as well." Wang Duan's words ignited the fighting spirit of countless true disciples. An outsider vying to marry their saintess. How could these disciples, who had long been enamored with Lin Qingcheng, possibly swallow such indignation? Silence. The prince has traveled from the 9 heavens demon realm and is a distinguished guest of our Zixiao sacred sect. How can you be so disrespectful? An elder, receiving a signal from Xian Qianxiu, intervened to defuse the situation. Upon hearing the elder's intervention, the crowd fell silent, hesitant to speak. Only Wang Duan sneered. "The elder's words are misguided. The prince wishes to prove his strength, and we merely wish to witness his prowess. It just so happens that this junior beside me has reached the mid-stage of transcendence and desires to test the prince's skills. Surely, the prince would not refuse?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention turned toward Wang Duan. Beside him stood a wiry, shifty-eyed man, not particularly tall but exuding a lecherous air, wielding a slender black sword. Was that not Li Feng? TSK. This Li Feng is a loyal lackey of the saint and possesses mid-stage transcendence. No small feat, indeed. It is said that this lad killed a late-stage transcendent bandit last month during his training. TSK, the prince may be in for trouble. Upon seeing Li Feng, the crowd displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Setting aside whether this prince was truly at the transcendent stage, even if he were, he likely would not stand a chance against Li Feng. It was well known that even late-stage transcendents struggled against him. Li Feng stepped forward, leering with a smug grin. "I am Li Feng of the Zixiao sacred sect, and I hope the prince will offer some guidance." Surely, the prince is not afraid. Upon hearing Li Feng's taunts, Chen Nian frowned, finding the noise unbearable. "What are you? How dare you challenge me?" A mere lackey thought he could provoke him? It was akin to a dog attempting to bite him. Did he really intend to engage in a tussle with a dog? If Chen Nian were to accept this fool's challenge, it would imply he was stooping to a dogfight. Wang Duan's ulterior motives were transparent to him. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. His gaze towards Chen Nian filled with a fierce intensity. Meanwhile, Wang Duan, stoking the flames, coldly mocked Chen Nian. "Is the emperor's child afraid?" "Afraid?" Chen Nian let out a hearty laugh, then disdainfully retorted, "This emperor's child has no interest in dogs. However, your dog seems to be rather disobedient. Daring to look at me with such a gaze. Allow me to teach it a lesson." As Chen Nian's words fell, the crowd stared at him in confusion, uncertain of his meaning. However, the next moment, Chen Nian let out a cold snort, extending his finger, flower-plucking finger. In an instant, a terrifying demonic aura engulfed the entire great hall, and everyone felt the sheer horror of Chen Nian's technique. It is worth noting that this was a 9-star martial art, combined with Chen Nian's formidable true energy. Not only was Li Feng merely a mid-stage extraordinary warrior, but even a late-stage extraordinary warrior would be gravely injured. Boom. The true energy struck Li Feng, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut, utterly defenseless, as he coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious to the ground. Chen Nian coldly smiled, looking mockingly at Wang Duan. "Remember, manage your dog well. Do not let it gaze at me in such a manner, or next time I shall send it to hell." Chapter 56. Chen Nian's Mockery, the Battle of Words. Chen Nian's gaze was icy, regarding Wang Duan as if he were a mere corpse, devoid of any warmth. Although his nature dictated that Li Feng was destined to die, this was his first visit, and the sect master was his maternal grandfather. One could not simply resort to murder upon arrival, for that would incite the entire Zixiao sect against him. Establishing his authority was paramount. As for Wang Duan, with his considerable murderous intent towards Chen Nian, he would not be spared. Chen Nian had devised a plan. He would first ruin Wang Duan's reputation before claiming his life. The essence of killing lies in striking at the heart. Upon witnessing Chen Nian's single finger injure Li Feng, the great hall of the Zixiao sect fell into an eerie silence. Countless true disciples and elders were filled with astonishment. They were acutely aware of Li Feng's strength. Despite his somewhat unsavory demeanor, he was no weakling. A mid-stage extraordinary warrior, his mastery of the fine sword rivaled that of late-stage warriors. The fact that such prowess was so easily dispatched by Chen Nian was unfathomable. My heavens, how is this even possible? They certainly did not believe that Chen Nian and Li Feng were merely acting. Such a performance was implausible. Wang Duan swallowed hard, gazing at Chen Nian with a mix of fear and disbelief. That finger strike had been perilously close, and he had felt its overwhelming force. Yet, Chen Nian was merely a 6-year-old child. How could this be? Esteemed guests, is there any dissent? Chen Nian surveyed the room, smiling cheerfully. Dissent? Who in their right mind would dare to dissent now? Wang Duan scoffed, feeling utterly humiliated, and immediately turned away. Li Xiaodian, incensed, could hardly believe that his meticulously crafted plan had allowed Chen Nian to shine so brilliantly. Damn it, Chen Tiandao, why is your son such a prodigy just like you? I refuse to accept it. At that moment, Li Xiaodian's heart was in turmoil, grappling with the inexplicable nature of Chen Tiandao's son. The grudge of 300 years over a stolen wife weighed heavily on his mind. Watch closely, Chen Tiandao. You took my wife, and one day, I shall have my disciple slay your son. Li Xiaoyan's gaze towards Chen Nian flickered with a transient murderous intent. Xian Qianxiu sat in the master's seat, witnessing his grandson's spirited demeanor, his smile nearly overflowing. Although he was the sect master of the Zixiao sect, he was not the sole authority. Besides him, there existed a grand elder of equal strength, and the sixth elder, Li Xiaodian, was that grand elder's disciple, meaning many elders aligned with the grand elder. Ah, Nianer, your talent is unparalleled, hardly matched throughout the 3,000 domains. Chen Nian smiled modestly, replying, Grandfather, you flatter me. Observing Chen Nian's courteous and humble demeanor, the crowd found it difficult to reconcile this with the audacious and domineering figure from moments ago. Since there are no doubts regarding Nianer's talent, let us discuss the betrothal ceremony. The auspicious day is in 10 days. I shall host a betrothal for you and Lin Qingqing. As Xian Qianxiu's words echoed, the great hall fell into silence once more. Clearly, the sect master was quite pleased with Chen Nian. After all, one was a beloved grandson, and the other a cherished disciple. It was only natural to keep the fortune within the family. Yet, the crowd dared not cast envious glances at Chen Nian, for they could all see that his talents were no less than those of Chen Tiandao. And who was Chen Tiandao? The foremost figure of the demonic path throughout the 3,000 domains. With his strength alone, he had propelled the Chen family into one of the top 10 powers, dominating the 3,000 domains for centuries. They had all witnessed the terrifying talent and power of Chen Tiandao, and fear gripped their hearts. Now, Chen Nian could be considered the next Chen Tiandao, perhaps even stronger. Naturally, they felt trepidation. However, Li Xiaodian coldly interjected, rising to his feet, Sect Master. I believe this matter is ill-advised. According to their respective lineages, Nian and Qingqing should be aunt and nephew. If Nian were to marry Qingqing, it would surely disrupt the order of kinship, and the Zixiao sect would become a laughingstock to the world. Furthermore, according to ancient customs, the holy maiden should wed the holy son. How can this be altered simply by the sect master's word? I propose a contest between the emperor's child of the Chen family and my disciple. The victor shall be betrothed to Qingqing. Upon Li Xiaoyan's declaration, the great hall erupted in uproar. Indeed, according to lineage, Lin Qingqing was Chen Nian's aunt, and should they become engaged, it would surely attract significant controversy. Furthermore, the tradition of the holy maiden marrying the holy son had persisted for hundreds of thousands of years. If Xian Qianxiu were to directly marry Lin Qingqing to Chen Nian, it would provoke discontent among the sect's disciples. After all, they perceived Chen Nian as an outsider. And for Xian Qianxiu to cast aside the sect's holy son for an outsider would leave many feeling cold-hearted. Xian Qianxiu understood the gravity of Li Xiaoyan's words, narrowing his eyes as a chill permeated the air. Nianer, what are your thoughts on Elder Li's statement? Chen Nian, upon hearing this, did not respond directly but smiled lightly. Turning his gaze towards Li Xiaotian, you must be the renowned sixth elder of the Zixiao sect, Li Xiaotian. Am I correct? Li Xiaotian coldly chuckled. Indeed. Chen Nian's lips curled into a smirk as he taunted. My mother has often recounted tales of you, elderly, mentioning how you were once brought to your knees by my father, begging for mercy like a dog. I never imagined I would have the honor of meeting you today. Truly, you are a paragon of humility. Xian Xianxiu, Wang Duan, the disciples and elders. Everyone was utterly stunned by Chen Nian's words. What? How ruthless. While others might have approached with subtlety, he had launched a direct assault, pouring salt into old wounds. It was unbearably cruel. They were well aware of the past when Li Xiaotian had been mercilessly beaten by Chen Tiandao, ultimately kneeling and pleading for mercy. Many elders recalled the incident, but out of respect for the grand elder backing Li Xiaotian, they had refrained from mentioning it over the years. Who could have predicted that Chen Nian would expose this taboo before so many? This was worse than a public slap to the face. Li Xiaotian's expression darkened, his mood shifting as if a volcano were ready to erupt, and a terrifying aura caused the true disciples to tremble in fear. Wang Duan understood that his master was genuinely enraged. The topic of Chen Tiandao was undoubtedly a sensitive one for him, and today, Chen Nian had shattered that taboo in front of such a large audience. Chen Nian, do you realize you are playing with fire? Li Xiaotian's eyes blazed with fury, fixating on Chen Nian. If looks could kill, Chen Nian would have met his end 1,000 times over. Is that so? Chen Nian's lips curled into a sly smile as he continued to mock. What? Are you looking to seek revenge for the humiliation my father inflicted upon you? Is it truly the case that the esteemed sixth elder of the Zixiao sect possesses such a lack of composure, resorting to bullying a mere 6-year-old child? The author humbly implores for a wave of encouragement and support, promising to exert every effort for additional updates tomorrow. The more encouragement and gifts received, the more updates will follow. The author expresses heartfelt gratitude to all the charming readers. Chapter 57. Has Chen Nian lost his mind? Boom. Chen Nian's words struck Li Xiaotian's ears like a thunderclap. Instantly, a surge of blood rushed to his head, his eyes turning crimson, and a terrifying aura of killing intent enveloped him. The murderous intent emanating from a peak Saint Realm warrior instilled fear in many of the true disciples, and even some elders sensed a hint of dread. It is important to note that Li Xiaotian was the previous holy son of the Zixiao sect, endowed with exceptional talent and once poised to succeed the sect's leadership. However, the emergence of Chen Tiandao shattered his resolve, rendering any future breakthroughs to the Saint King realm nearly impossible. Of course, there was a singular method to achieve such a breakthrough: to defeat Chen Tiandao in a direct confrontation. Yet, the likelihood of success in this endeavor was virtually non-existent. Given Chen Tiandao's current strength, Li Xiaotian wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike. The disparity between them was akin to an ant attempting to crush an elephant. Observing the furious expression on Li Xiaotian's face, Chen Nian smiled faintly, exuding an air of calmness. What a jest! In front of so many witnesses, would Li Xiaotian dare to strike? Even if he did, could he surpass the 9 ancestors? Moreover, there was his grandfather to consider. Elderly, please do not be angry. Anger is of no use. You wouldn't dare lay a hand on me, so why bother? Anger only harms oneself. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, everyone in the grand hall fell into a stupor. What? Is this truly a 6-year-old child? The brutality of his words was utterly terrifying. Li Xiaotian would likely take years to recover from the shock of Chen Nian's statement. It might even haunt him during his future cultivation, potentially leading him astray. The impact of these words was no less humiliating than when Chen Tiandao had once trampled Li Xiaotian underfoot, employing strength instead of words. Li Xiaotian clenched his fists, snorted coldly, and reluctantly let go of his anger. He indeed did not dare to confront Chen Nian openly, regardless of the possibility of success, should he manage to prevail. Chen Tiandao would likely annihilate the entire Zixiao sect. The mere thought of Chen Tiandao sent shivers through Li Xiaotian, invoking a fear that resonated from the depths of his soul. However, Chen Nian then smiled slightly and shifted the conversation. I know that elderly harbors discontent regarding my engagement to Lin Qingqing. Allow me to offer you an opportunity. The crowd fell silent. Even Li Xiaotian and Wang Duan looked on with curiosity. In 10 days, my betrothal ceremony with Lin Qingqing will take place. If Wang Duan feels dissatisfied, I am willing to engage in a one-on-one match before all the disciples of the sect. Should I lose, the engagement shall be nullified. Should I win, then Lin Qingqing will marry me. What say you? Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the hall. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Nian's words, their expressions filled with bewilderment. They had not anticipated such a proclamation from him. It must be noted that Wang Duan was the holy son of the Zixiao sect, a prodigy of exceptional talent, endowed with a unique physique, the Xiaoyang body, and a formidable warrior of the King realm. How could a mere child in the extraordinary realm dare to challenge him to a duel? It seemed absurd. Even Li Xiaotian and Wang Duan were momentarily dumbfounded, perceiving Chen Nian's words as a jest. Did he truly believe that his extraordinary realm prowess could surpass the king realm Wang Duan? How could that possibly be? Xian Qianxiu promptly scolded, Nian, do not jest in the grand hall. Engagements are matters of parental arrangement and should not be taken lightly. He was deeply unsettled by Chen Nian's declaration, fearing that his grandson might impulsively make a grievous error in judgment. Chen Nian's talent was indisputable, indeed top tier. Even Wang Duan could not compare. However, he was still young. How could he possibly stand against Wang Duan? Yet, Chen Nian had his own plans. Although he appeared to be at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm, he was also a physical cultivator, and the might of his divine elephant suppression technique was not to be underestimated. With over 30,000 awakened particles, Chen Nian's physical prowess was comparable to that of a king realm warrior. Coupled with his unparalleled demon body, various divine abilities, and 9-star martial arts, one could say he was invincible below the supreme realm. He felt confident in facing Wang Duan. Moreover, if he did not defeat Wang Duan openly, the entire Zixiao sect might never accept him. It would be better to resolve this matter decisively. Furthermore, he intended to eliminate Wang Duan entirely to prevent future complications. The hatred stemming from a stolen bride is a burden no man can endure. Chen Nian preferred not to leave any potential threats lingering. Rather than keeping a venomous snake that coveted him, it was wiser to eradicate the root of the problem. Since Wang Duan sought to kill him, he would preemptively eliminate Wang Duan and thereafter devise a plan to deal with Li Xiaotian. Such was the path of the demonic way. Grandfather, I am not jesting. However, I do have a condition. A condition? Li Xiaotian swallowed hard and exclaimed excitedly, What? What condition? Chen Nian replied calmly, I demand a life and death duel. A life and death duel? Are you out of your mind? The so-called life and death duel requires both parties to sign a death warrant. Only one may survive for the battle to conclude. No one had anticipated Chen Nian would make such a bold proposal. Li Xiaotian and Wang Duan exchanged a glance, reading surprise in each other's eyes. This was a double blessing. Very well, I accept your challenge. No backing out. Wang Duan stood excitedly, his eyes gleaming with joy. What does it matter that Chen Nian possesses extraordinary talent? He is merely an insignificant figure in the extraordinary realm. Crushing him is akin to squashing an ant. Chen Nian's lips curled into a slight smile. It is settled then. It is settled. Wang Duan echoed eagerly. Seeing that the two had reached an agreement, Xian Qianxiu, despite his reluctance, had no recourse. He gazed deeply at his grandson, whose confident demeanor left him somewhat astounded. Could it be that Chen Nian truly harbored confidence? At this moment, within the Zixiao sect, in the Holy Maiden Hall, Lin Qingqing sat upright on her bed, and upon hearing the maid's report, her eyes widened in disbelief. Linger, are you certain? Indeed, Holy Maiden, it is undoubtedly true. I witnessed it with my own eyes in the Grand Hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing furrowed her brow, muttering to herself, What on earth does Chen Nian have up his sleeve? Does he truly believe that he, a mere extraordinary realm child, can defeat Wang Duan? Though she harbored no affection for Wang Duan, she had to admit that his strength was far from weak. Among the King Realm warriors, he was undoubtedly a top-tier presence. How could Chen Nian, a mere novice in the extraordinary realm, hope to rival him? It seemed absurd. How could the son of Chen Tiandao and Xian Linghua possibly be a madman? Lin Qingsheng paced back and forth in the hall, her curiosity regarding Chen Nian intensifying. This fellow appears to be far from ordinary. Chapter 58. A small favor. The banquet welcoming Chen Nian concluded, and the guests began to depart. This celebration was undoubtedly the most spectacular event they had ever attended. They witnessed the prodigious talent and sharp tongue of the Chen family heir, as well as the sight of elderly being publicly humiliated by a child. Yet, the most shocking revelation was the impending life and death duel in 10 days. This extraordinary child, Chen Nian, was set to face Wang Duan in a battle to the death. Soon, this news spread like wildfire throughout the Zixiao sect. Is this true? The Chen family heir has reached the extraordinary realm at 6 years old? My heavens. Bah, what does it matter that he is extraordinary at 6? He is merely lacking in wisdom. Does he truly think he can defeat the Holy Sun? Indeed, the Holy Sun is a prodigious warrior of the King Realm, blessed with the Shaoyang body, undoubtedly a top-tier King Realm fighter. Exactly, this Chen family heir is surely doomed. The Zixiao sect buzzed with discussions regarding the one-on-one life and death duel between Chen Nian and Wang Duan. Almost everyone believed that Chen Nian was doomed. No matter how extraordinary a person may be, there must be a limit. A 6-year-old prodigy was already enough to astonish the entire 3,000 domains. Yet he still dared to challenge a formidable expert of the King realm. This was no ordinary King realm warrior. He was also a young genius, a top-tier king. Even Xian Qianxiu lacked confidence at this moment. In the Great Hall, only Xian Qianxiu, Chen Nian, and Jiuzhu remained. Nianer, you are being foolish. Wang Duan's strength is not to be underestimated. Throughout the 3,000 domains, fewer than 10 warriors beneath the Supreme Realm can defeat him. You have only just broken through to the Extraordinary Realm. How can you engage in a life-and-death battle with him? Xian Qianxiu spoke with evident anxiety. Jiuzhu remained silent. Having spent some time with Chen Nian and knowing he was not foolish, yet he truly could not comprehend today's situation. Looking at the two elders, Chen Nian smiled slightly and said, Grandfather, Jiuzhu, I am not foolish. How could I seek my own demise? Upon hearing this, Jiuzhu and Xian Qianxiu exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting confusion. I have confidence. The simplicity of those 4 words struck them with astonishment. How confident? Jiuzhu inquired with curiosity. 100%. Chen Nian replied confidently, his eyes betraying no hint of worry. Since he dared to proceed, he must possess complete assurance. Jiuzhu and Xian Qianxiu exchanged another glance, swallowing hard. This young man was indeed audacious. However, since Chen Nian had expressed his intentions, they naturally respected his wishes. In that case, grandfather will not stop you, but do exercise caution. Jiuzhu nodded in agreement. Rest assured, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will risk breaking the rules to save you. Indeed, Jiuzhu had already resolved that if Chen Nian were to falter, he would disregard the rules to rescue him. Chen Nian's life was paramount. As for the rules, to hell with them. He was a demon, after all. Chen Nian felt warmth in his heart at those words, smiling and nodding without rebuttal. The 3 conversed for a while longer in the Great Hall before taking their leave. Xian Qianxiu had already arranged the most luxurious guest rooms for Chen Nian and the others. Initially, Xian Qianxiu wanted Chen Nian to stay with him for several nights, as he had not seen his dear grandson since his birth and naturally wished to bond. However, Chen Nian declined his grandfather's kindness, aware that he harbored many secrets. Although Xian Qianxiu was his grandfather, he was not his biological parent, and it was prudent to remain cautious. One must never place too much trust in others, even family. Chen Nian also refrained from revealing his secrets to Qin Tiandao and Xian Linghua. Young master, this is the Mingmu tea I prepared for you. Shui Luer entered with a radiant smile, placing a cup of tea before Chen Nian. Dressed in minimal attire, her sheer black veil left little to the imagination, and a faint, alluring fragrance wafted from her. Chen Nian smiled slightly and said, Very well, unless there is nothing else, you may leave. However, Shui Luer did not hurry to depart. Instead, she turned and brought in a basin of warm water. Luer will first assist the young master in washing his feet. With that, she set the basin at Chen Nian's feet and bent down. Clad as she was, the moment she crouched down, the sight of her ample bosom was laid bare before Chen Nian's eyes. He swallowed hard. This little enchantress was indeed enticing. Shui Luer seemed to sense Chen Nian's reaction, giggling with delight as she removed his shoes and placed his feet into the water. The temperature was just right, clearly indicating her thoughtfulness. After all, she was the holy maiden of the charmed demon sect. Did she not feel it beneath her dignity to wash my feet? Shui Luer shook her head affirmatively, saying, It is a great honor for Luer to serve the young master. I wish to devote my life to your side. Her words were sincere, devoid of any pretense. During this time, her cultivation had significantly improved due to the 9-star technique Chen Nian had given her, and he had generously provided her with various 8 and 9-star techniques. Shui Luer saw hope for her future, a hope that Chen Nian had granted her. In other words, Chen Nian had given her a new life. Chen Nian smiled slightly at her words, choosing not to speak further. Shui Luer diligently washed his feet, her delicate hands rubbing and kneading, creating a delightful sensation. It must be said that Shui Luer, with her origins in the charmed demon sect, could make even a simple foot wash feel tantalizing. After a quarter of an hour, Jiuzhu pushed the door open, and Shui Luer exited with the basin of water. Nianer, what urgent matter did you summon me for in the middle of the night? Jiuzhu, having been cultivating in the next room, hurried over upon receiving Chen Nian's call. Chen Nian smiled and asked, Jiuzhu, if you were to conceal your presence, would anyone in the Zixiao divine sect be able to detect you? Jiuzhu paused, puzzled by Chen Nian's sudden inquiry, and with a smirk, he replied confidently, My concealment techniques are unparalleled. Even your father might not detect my presence. Indeed, Jiuzhu was truly unmatched in this regard. Chen Nian then smiled and said, Very well. I have a small favor to ask of you. What favor? Nianer, just ask. Jiuzhu would brave any peril for you. Chen Nian chuckled, then retrieved a purple belly band from his spatial ring. Though it had lost its warmth, a lingering fragrance still emanated from it. This is the holy maiden of Zixiao's belly band. I hope you can quietly place it in Wang Duan's room. Jiuzhu. There's more to come. The author is striving to write diligently, exhausting himself to please the readers. Everyone, please be patient and leave a 5-star review, urge for updates, and consider small gifts. Thank you. Chapter 59. The Cunning Chen Nian. Third update. Staring at the purple belly band before him, Jiuzhu fell into contemplation. Did he agree too hastily? This was indeed peculiar. A belly band belonging to the holy maiden of Zixiao? Was there something particularly alluring about the color purple? Jiuzhu swallowed hard, observing the belly band in Chen Nian's hand, which still exuded a fragrance. Nianer, now that you have acquired the holy maiden's belly band, you must honestly tell me if you have any peculiar inclinations. Chen Nian. For a moment, Chen Nian was at a loss for words. Would you believe me if I said it was a prize from a lottery? He cleared his throat, his face reddening, and continuously insisted, cough, Jiuzhu. That is not the point. The important thing is to place this item quietly in Wang Duan's room without him noticing. With that, Chen Nian winked at Jiuzhu, his clear and bright eyes resembling those of a little devil at that moment, mischievous and charmingly devious. Jiuzhu glanced at the purple belly band in Chen Nian's hand, then at the cunning expression on Chen Nian's face, immediately grasping the young man's intentions. What a crafty plan. Wang Duan is truly unfortunate to encounter you, Chen Nian. His reputation is surely at stake. Very well. Jiuzhu pondered for a moment before agreeing. He took the purple belly band from Chen Nian, feeling its coolness and smooth texture, along with its overwhelming fragrance. Jiuzhu took a light whiff. Surprisingly, it was quite pleasant. Clearing his throat, he felt a bit embarrassed. Then I shall take my leave. Go. Chen Nian chuckled, a flash of cunning in his eyes. The reason for his actions was clear. Firstly, Wang Duan held some reputation within the Zixiao divine sect, and many disciples were loyal to him. Should he be directly killed, it might incite resentment among some. Therefore, this strategy aimed to tarnish Wang Duan's reputation first. If the news of him stealing a belly band were to spread, his family's honor would be thoroughly disgraced. Secondly, the plan was to disrupt his Dao heart. If the incident of stealing Lin Qingqing's belly band were to leak, Wang Duan's resolve would undoubtedly be shaken, providing an advantage when they eventually clashed. It could be said that this plan offered countless benefits with no drawbacks. As for whether his methods are despicable, Chen Nian is utterly unconcerned. He is a demon. How could he care for such moralities? Achieving one's goals is of utmost importance. In the evening, within the grand hall of the Sixth Elder, several flickering oil lamps cast a dim light, rendering the vast hall somewhat somber. In front of the hall, Li Xiaodian stood before Wang Duan, a slight smirk gracing his lips. This Chen Nian truly does not know the heights of heaven or depths of earth, believing that a modicum of talent renders him invincible. Though Li Xiaodian was astonished by Chen Nian's terrifying talent, he never anticipated that Chen Nian would dare to challenge Wang Duan, and even to a life-and-death duel. Was he courting death? It is crucial to note that this was a challenge initiated by Chen Nian himself, even if he were to perish. Chen Tiandao would be powerless to intervene. Wang Duan, too, could not suppress his sneers. It was absurd. He was no fool. How could he possibly be bested by a mere 6-year-old child? What of the extraordinary realm? Countless warriors of the kingly stage had met their demise at his hands over the years. He never imagined that the renowned first of the demonic path, Chen Tiandao, would father such a foolish son. Rest assured, master, I shall avenge you. Upon hearing the name Chen Tiandao, Li Xiaodian's eyes reddened. He let out a hearty laugh and patted Wang Duan's shoulder. Excellent. With you in action, I have every confidence. This time, let that Chen Tiandao experience the pain of losing a child. It was fortuitous that should Wang Duan triumph over Chen Nian, he could then become betrothed to Lin Qingqing, achieving 2 objectives with 1 stroke. However, one must not underestimate the opponent. After all, he is the son of Chen Tiandao, and there may well be hidden tactics at play. In the end, Li Xiaodian offered a word of caution to Wang Duan. After all, he was the biological son of Chen Tiandao, and there could be unforeseen methods at his disposal. Yet, upon hearing this, Wang Duan's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely disregarding Li Xiaodian's advice. He had long coveted Lin Qingqing, with her ethereal beauty and otherworldly demeanor, reminiscent of a celestial being fallen to earth. Moreover, Lin Qingqing possessed the frozen saint body. Cultivating with her would greatly enhance his own prowess. What of hidden methods? Regardless of background, he was merely an extraordinary warrior. How could he possibly overturn the heavens? The two, master and disciple, exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter as if victory was already assured. The dim lights of the hall flickered with their mirth. Under the cover of night, Jiuzhu concealed his presence and made his way to Wang Duan's courtyard. As the holy son of the Zixiao divine sect, Wang Duan had his own private courtyard, complete with several beautiful maidservants. The courtyard was rich in spiritual energy, with babbling brooks adding to its charm. Jiuzhu, however, paid little heed to the scenery, lightly stepping in and slipping inside. This should be the boys' room. Upon entering the master bedroom, Jiuzhu surveyed the area. The room was rather simplistic, containing merely a bed and a desk. Where should this be placed? He surmised Chen Nian's intentions, thus needed to find a spot that would neither be discovered by Wang Duan nor be overly concealed. After much contemplation, he lifted Wang Duan's bedding and, with a sinister grin, tucked the item beneath it. Perfect. Having completed this task, Jiuzhu suddenly heard voices from outside. Greetings, holy son. Two maidservants bowed deeply upon seeing Wang Duan's return. Wang Duan seemed rather exhilarated this evening, nodding and quickening his pace. Hearing the commotion outside, Jiuzhu's lips curled into a wicked smile. Young lad, having provoked my imperial son, you truly are unfortunate. Do take heed in your next life. With that, he concealed himself and departed Wang Duan's residence. With his prowess, he could remain undetected by anyone within the Zixiao divine sect, should he so choose. Upon returning, Jiuzhu reported back to Chen Nian. Upon receiving the good news from Jiuzhu, a faint smile appeared on Chen Nian's lips as he began to secretly plan his next move. On the following morning, Chen Ping'an and Shui Luer respectfully bowed. Greetings, young master. Chen Nian smiled, rising to say, accompany me to the Holy Maiden's Hall. The Holy Maiden's Hall was where Lin Qingqing resided, situated on an isolated peak near the main summit. Hearing this, Shui Luer hesitated. Young master, you and Lin Qingqing are not yet betrothed. Is it appropriate to visit her chamber so suddenly? After all, Lin Qingqing is a lady, and Chen Nian's unannounced visit could raise eyebrows. What's appropriate or not? I, the imperial son, choose to go, thus it is suitable. Chen Nian's tone brooked no argument. He sought Lin Qingqing not to nurture affection, but for ulterior motives. Shui Luer, hearing this, dared not speak further. As they stepped out, Chen Nian summoned the phoenix. Usually, the phoenix resided within the beast ring on Chen Nian's person, a small space designated for storing magical beasts. With a cry, the phoenix emerged, excitedly nuzzling against Chen Nian, achieving the mid-exceptional stage. Excellent. With continued effort, it would soon reach the kingly stage, at which point it would no longer need to remain within the beast ring. The phoenix, possessing the bloodline of the nine-colored phoenix, harbored terrifying power. Coupled with Chen Nian's provision of high-tier elixirs, its cultivation speed was remarkably swift. Hearing Chen Nian's words, the phoenix appeared elated, shaking its head and affectionately rubbing against him. Chen Nian chuckled, ruffling the phoenix's feathers before mounting its back, turning to Shui Luer and Chen Ping'an, saying, you too, come aboard. Yes. They quickly joined Chen Nian atop the phoenix, which let out a triumphant cry before soaring into the sky. Shui Luer's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was her first time riding a phoenix, and the sensation was utterly enchanting. One must realize that the phoenix is among the top magical beasts across the 3,000 domains, its bloodline power immensely formidable. The Lord of the Phoenix domain is a peak powerhouse. Throughout the entire realm, few would dare to openly capture a phoenix as a mount. If the Phoenix domain were to discover this, it would be a capital offense. As the phoenix flew above the Zixiao divine sect, it instantly captured the attention of countless disciples. Is that a phoenix? Indeed. How could a phoenix appear in our Zixiao divine sect? Has some elder tamed a phoenix as a mount? That phoenix seems to be heading towards the Holy Maiden's residence. Could it be that the Holy Maiden has tamed a phoenix? The crowd erupted in excited speculation, their eyes betraying their thrill. The legendary phoenix, ruler of the Phoenix domain, was something they had only heard of but never seen, an aerial sovereign. Wherever the phoenix flew, disciples of the Zixiao divine sect looked on in awe. Even the elders and stewards exhibited envy. Although their cultivation levels were not low, none would dare to capture a phoenix, as it would equate to waging war against the Phoenix domain, a responsibility no one wished to shoulder. Soon, they landed outside the Holy Maiden's Hall, and Chen Nian stowed the phoenix back into the beast ring. This is the Holy Maiden's Hall. Who goes there? As they steadied themselves, 7 or 8 maidservants approached. These maidservants had been trained by Lin Qingqing, each possessing cultivation at the condensation realm, a commendable level for them. I am Chen Nian, the imperial son of the Chen family, here to see Lin Qingqing. Chen Nian smiled gently, his demeanor calm. The maidservants exchanged looks of astonishment upon hearing his name. Chen Nian, who in the Zixiao divine sect did not know him. The imperial son of the Chen family, Lin Qingqing's future husband. Please wait, imperial son. I shall inform Her Highness the Holy Maiden. With that, one maidservant hurried into the hall, returning after a brief interval, respectfully stating, The holy maiden requests that only the imperial son may enter. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian turned back to glance at the two individuals. You two wait for me here for a moment. Yes, they replied, clasping their hands in acknowledgement. Under the guidance of a maid, Chen Nian proceeded into the courtyard. Chen Pingyan cast a silent glance at Shui Luer before stepping aside to a secluded area to practice his swordsmanship. His movements were swift. Despite being only at the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm, each strike was executed with precision and ferocity, embodying a ruthless spirit. These sword techniques had been imparted to him by the 9 ancestors, and he diligently practiced daily, akin to a devoted ascetic. Watching Chen Pingyan train, Shui Luer felt a surge of admiration. Although Chen Pingyan's talent did not rival that of Chen Nian, his relentless dedication to cultivation was truly formidable, earning her respect. Observing his youthful diligence, Shui Luer adjusted her mindset and began her own training in illusionary arts in another corner. As Chen Nian entered the side courtyard, he was greeted by the fragrance of purple lotus flowers. This exquisite purple spirit flower bloomed once every 2 years, each flowering accompanied by a subtle, enchanting aroma. The courtyard was tidy and pristine as Chen Nian followed the maid to the entrance. The emperor's son requests your presence. The saintess awaits you indoors. All right, Chen Nian replied without hesitation, pushing the door open. Inside, a young girl clad in a flowing white gown sat gracefully on a mat. Her stunning visage and ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial being. Even Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Her appearance was comparable to that of Shui Luer. Yet their demeanors contrasted sharply. While Shui Luer exuded a flirtatious charm akin to a mischievous sprite, Lin Qiqing radiated an aura of otherworldly grace, untouched by mortal concerns. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a fact that explained why so many disciples of the Zixiao divine sect were entranced by her. Upon noticing Chen Nian's arrival, Lin Qiqing regarded him with curiosity, as this marked their first face-to-face encounter. He was merely a 6-year-old child, yet his countenance lacked any semblance of childishness. Instead, it bore a tranquil confidence, enveloped in an almost imperceptible aura of detachment. This celestial quality of Chen Nian captivated Lin Qiqing. He appeared anything but a reckless fool courting disaster, yet how could he possibly contend with Wang Duan? What brings the emperor's son here? Lin Qiqing's voice was exceptionally light and ethereal. Chen Nian smiled slightly, casually selecting a mat to sit upon. I merely wish to see what my fiancé looks like. Chen Nian spoke candidly, and Lin Qiqing showed no sign of disdain, maintaining her calm demeanor. Your fiancé, perhaps not for certain. If the emperor's son loses to Wang Duan, it is likely we shall never see each other again. Chapter 61. Does Chen Nian wish to break off the engagement? Hearing this, Chen Nian's lips curled into a subtle smile. What? Does the saintess believe I will lose? Lin Qiqing pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Chen Nian's confident expression, finding it somewhat inscrutable. Your talent is indeed formidable, but your impatience may hinder you. In my estimation, your chances of victory do not exceed 10%. In truth, Lin Qiqing considered even that figure optimistic, as she was well aware of Wang Duan's strength, which far surpassed that of an ordinary transcendent realm warrior. Although Chen Nian's talent was astonishing, he remained in the early stages of the transcendent realm. Chen Nian, however, responded with a mysterious smile, whether I live or die. The saintess will soon find out. Nevertheless, I have come to speak with you about 2 matters. 2 matters? Lin Qiqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What matters could they be? Chen Nian chuckled. I know you are dissatisfied with your grandfather's decision, yet you also harbor resentment towards Wang Duan. You do not wish to marry anyone. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiqing fell silent. As Chen Nian had stated, she was reluctant to wed, but lacked the power to alter her fate. Despite her lofty status as a saintess, she could not dictate her own destiny. Chen Nian cast a sidelong glance at her and continued. You possess the ice saint body. Cultivating together would greatly enhance your prowess. However, I, the emperor's son, do not concern myself with such matters. The path of cultivation is inherently rebellious. Relying on a woman to advance is beneath me. Lin Qiqing, intrigued, wondered what Chen Nian truly meant by this. He continued, my agreement to this engagement is not for your ice saint body, nor your beauty, but solely for the Zixiao secret realm. Indeed, Chen Nian's consent to the engagement was motivated by his curiosity about the Zixiao secret realm. His father's remarkable achievements were closely tied to this mystical place. Without it, Qin Tiandao would not have reached such terrifying heights. Thus, Chen Nian sought entry into the realm, and the only way to do so was through this engagement, granting him the status of a disciple of the Zixiao divine sect. Therefore, this was the crux of his willingness to engage, rendering Lin Qiqing's beauty and the allure of her ice saint body irrelevant. In this world, strength was paramount. Beauty could be appreciated, but not coveted. I, the emperor's son, promise that once I return from the Zixiao secret realm, I shall break off our engagement. This way, you need not worry about a partner. At this, Lin Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something incomprehensible. Chen Nian wishes to break the engagement? Lin Qingqing was aware that her beauty drove countless men to madness. Even Wang Duan was infatuated with her. Yet, she never expected that Chen Nian would show such indifference towards her appearance, even contemplating breaking their engagement. This was utterly astonishing to her. Is what you say true? Lin Qingqing's voice trembled slightly, tinged with excitement. Chen Nian smiled lightly. Is there any reason for me to deceive you? Indeed, Chen Nian had no need to fabricate lies. Moreover, as the emperor's son of the Chen family, he was far too esteemed to stoop to deceit. Instantly, Lin Qingqing became unsettled. Her gaze at Chen Nian now filled with tumultuous emotions. Why would you do this? Lin Qingqing was perplexed. Her beauty was undoubtedly captivating, and her talent was unparalleled. She could not fathom why Chen Nian would voluntarily seek to break their engagement. For an ordinary man to be engaged to her would be a cause for celebration. Chen Nian calmly regarded Lin Qingqing. You are indeed beautiful, yet it matters not to me. My ambition lies in transcending the realm of emperors. To discover what lies beyond this world, what exists above the emperors. In other words, I intend to shatter the barriers of these 3,000 realms, thus. Your celestial beauty holds no significance for me. His voice was calm, yet it resonated in Lin Qingqing's ears like a thunderclap, awakening her to a profound realization. She stared in shock at this man, who was so much younger than her, yet somehow found herself unable to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. His ambition was staggering. Not only did he aspire to surpass the emperor, but he also dared to envision a reality beyond. She could not comprehend the source of his courage and confidence. After a long moment, Lin Qingqing gradually regained her composure and nodded. I understand. With that, she regarded Chen Nian with a complex expression, part relief, part disappointment. He was the first man to remain unmoved by her beauty, even choosing to forsake it, which left her with a sense of defeat. This was the nature of women. When men pursued her, she felt disdain, yet when they withdrew, exhibiting indifference, it incited feelings of inadequacy. However, Lin Qingqing quickly steadied her emotions and spoke. Regardless, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Although she felt a pang of disappointment, she was grateful not to be forced into a marriage with someone she did not love. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. Chen Nian smiled subtly, aware that he had achieved his objective. His visit to Lin Qingqing was indeed purposeful. The first matter serves as a prelude, aimed at garnering Lin Qingqing's favor, while the second matter is the true purpose of his visit. Chen Nian cheerfully stated, and at this moment, Lin Qingqing's attitude towards him began to shift. Her gaze imbued with a hint of gratitude, her voice losing its previous chill. You speak, she encouraged. I wish to have a thorough discussion with Wang Duan. Might the saintess accompany me to his courtyard? Lin Qingqing was taken aback. Chen Nian sought to converse with Wang Duan. Given their relationship, what could they possibly discuss? Could it be that Chen Nian wished to reconcile with Wang Duan? Such a notion seemed implausible. Lin Qingqing furrowed her brow, curiosity piqued. What could you possibly have to talk about with him? In response, Chen Nian casually replied, just a casual chat. Knowing oneself and the adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. It's prudent to probe for information. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement. From her perspective, Chen Nian's chances of victory appeared slim, thus, gathering intelligence beforehand could potentially unveil Wang Duan's weaknesses. Very well, if that is the case, I shall accompany you, she agreed. Previously, Lin Qingqing would have dismissed Chen Nian, but having won her gratitude through his withdrawal from their engagement, she felt compelled to assist him in this small request. Chen Nian smiled subtly, elated within. The performance was about to commence. As they stepped outside, Chen Nian called over Shui Luer and Shen Pingyan, who were practicing nearby. Upon seeing Shui Luer, Lin Qingqing could not help but frown slightly. The woman beside Chen Nian was equally striking, her innate allure conspicuously captivating. It was no wonder Chen Nian showed little interest in her own appearance. A twinge of discomfort flickered through Lin Qingqing, though she concealed it well. Young master. Shui Luer and Shen Pingyan greeted with a bow. Chen Nian smiled gently. This is Lin Qingqing, the saintess of the Zixu divine sect. The two glanced at Lin Qingqing. Shen Pingyan remained unaffected, as his heart belonged solely to his sword. Women merely slowed his pace. However, Shui Luer exchanged a glance with Lin Qingqing. A hint of competitive spirit ignited within her. Women often engage in comparisons, particularly those endowed with beauty. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, unless one is male and the other female. Nonetheless, Shui Luer graciously offered Lin Qingqing a polite smile. Let us go find that saint's son, Chen Nian suggested, a smile gracing his lips as he summoned the phoenix. Upon witnessing the majestic bird, Lin Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. A phoenix? Is this your steed? She asked, incredulous. Indeed. Come aboard, Chen Nian replied, leaping onto the phoenix's back, with Chun Pingyan and Shui Luer following suit. Lin Qingcheng remained momentarily stunned, gazing at the phoenix in disbelief. As the revered saintess of the Zishu divine sect, she had never dared to possess such a creature, and the regal aura radiating from it was unmistakable. Yet, she hesitated not, gracefully mounting the phoenix. It soared skyward, heading towards Wang Duan's residence. As they flew, Lin Qiqing stood behind Chen Nian, her gaze fixed upon him, filled with curiosity. This Chen Nian was truly enigmatic. Not only was he willing to annul their engagement, but he also possessed a phoenix steed. Moreover, his attendant was not only equally beautiful, but also possessed considerable cultivation talent. In that moment, Lin Qingqing began to waver in her confidence regarding the outcome of the battle between Chen Nian and Wang Duan. Could it be that Chen Nian would truly be defeated? Before long, they arrived at Wang Duan's courtyard. The instant they landed, Wang Duan sensed their presence. Chen Nian, he hissed, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. However, as his gaze shifted to Lin Qiqing behind Chen Nian, his expression transformed. Qiqing, what brings you here? Wang Duan was genuinely surprised by their unexpected companionship. A smile crept onto Chen Nian's lips. My fiancé is accompanying me on a stroll. Do you have any objections? Wang Duan seethed internally at Chen Nian's cheerful demeanor. Yet in Lin Qingqing's presence, he dared not express his ire. Instead, he turned to her. Qiqing, it has been a while since we last met. How about we retire to my room for a discussion? Lin Qingqing's brow furrowed at his overly familiar tone, but glancing at Chen Nian and recalling his request, she nodded in acquiescence. Very well. Upon hearing her agreement, Wang Duan was elated, as if fortune had smiled upon him. After years of knowing Lin Qingqing, she had never shown him any warmth, let alone entered his residence to converse. His excitement was palpable as he cast a triumphant glance at Chen Nian. Chen Nian, Qingcheng and I are going to have a serious discussion. You are not welcome here. However, before he could finish, Lin Qingqing interjected, if he does not accompany me, then neither shall I. Wang Duan was taken aback, his expression one of utter confusion as he glanced between Chen Nian and Lin Qingqing, feeling as though he had just swallowed something foul. Chen Nian could hardly contain his amusement at Wang Duan's misfortune. May I enter? You may, Wang Duan replied tersely, his heart already plotting Chen Nian's demise. Just wait, in a few days, I shall slay you before the entire sect, and then Qingcheng will be mine. The two followed Wang Duan into his courtyard, where he eagerly stood beside Lin Qingqing, meticulously detailing the layout of his abode, attempting to flaunt his status. Lin Qingqing showed little interest, while Wang Duan, undeterred, pressed on. Inside, he cheerfully remarked, Qingqing, this is my room. See how tidy it is? Lin Qingqing replied flatly. Unable to hold back, Chen Nian burst into laughter. Wang Duan shot him an irritated glare before returning his attention to Lin Qingqing. Is it just me? Or does this room have a peculiar scent? A peculiar scent? Wang Duan frowned, instinctively asking, what scent? Chen Nian, grinning, explained, I am naturally sensitive to scents, and I detect the fragrance of my fiancé lingering in your room. Wang Duan and Lin Qingqing shared a bewildered glance. Noticing Lin Qingqing's disapproving expression, Wang Duan hastily protested, see Chen Nian, you mustn't make baseless accusations. How could there be any trace of Qingqing in my room? Is that so? Chen Nian smirked, feigning a search. Suddenly, he paused before Wang Duan's bed, declaring, the scent emanates from here. Could it be that you have secretly hidden away something belonging to my fiancé? At the mention of belongings, Lin Qingqing's brow furrowed. She suddenly recalled misplacing a personal item during her recent bath. Could it be that Wang Duan had taken it? Doubt crept into her gaze as she looked at him. Wang Duan, taken aback, exclaimed, impossible. I, Wang Duan, am above such underhanded actions. Chen Nian maintained his playful demeanor. Is that so? With that, he boldly lifted the bed cover, revealing a purple undergarment before their eyes. Wang Duan was left speechless, exclaiming, what the hell? Who on earth has placed this undergarment beneath my bed? I am being slandered. Chapter 63, Wang Duan is flustered. Upon discovering the purple undergarment lying on his bed, Wang Duan felt as if the sky were about to collapse. Who dares to tarnish my reputation? Lin Qingcheng, with narrowed eyes and an aura of chilling wrath, gazed at her undergarment resting quietly beneath Wang Duan's bed, and she began to piece together the events. 5 days prior, while bathing, Wang Duan had seized the opportunity to stealthily take her undergarment. This was a personal belonging of hers, and now he had placed it beneath his bed, indulging in lewd fantasies each night. The thought of Wang Duan's lascivious expression at night made Lin Qingqing feel a wave of nausea wash over her. Her entire being trembled with a palpable murderous intent. Though she had previously detested Wang Duan, She had never harbored thoughts of killing him, until today. Wang Duan, how dare you steal my personal belongings while I bathe? Wang Duan, upon hearing her words and witnessing the fury radiating from Lin Qingqing, shivered in fear. Glancing at the snickering Chen Nian beside him, he hurriedly exclaimed, Qingqing, you must believe me. I, Wang Duan, am a man of integrity. It must have been this rascal who placed it in my room. You must trust me. However, Lin Qingqing's cold laugh cut through his words. My personal item was stolen 5 days ago, long before he arrived at the Zixio sect. Could it be that he possesses the ability to steal across vast distances? Realization struck Wang Duan as he stammered, wait, Chen Nian only arrived at the Zixio sect yesterday. How could he have stolen Lin Qingqing's undergarment? Thus, the calculations led to the inescapable conclusion that the culprit was none other than himself. No, I did not steal anything. Panic engulfed him. Yet, just as he attempted to explain further, Lin Qingqing had already drawn her sword. Icebound for 1,000 miles. A frigid radiance burst forth, instantly freezing the entire courtyard. The ice was of an extreme cold, and just as the blade was about to sever Wang Duan's head, he narrowly evaded Lin Qingqing's strike. However, his hair was left disheveled, giving him the appearance of a madman. He intended to continue his defense, but, upon witnessing Lin Qingqing's wrathful visage, he swallowed hard, daring not to linger. He glanced at the window and hastily fled. His strength paled in comparison to Lin Qingqing's, especially when she was enraged. A woman's fury escalates her combat prowess dramatically, and thus, Wang Duan opted for a strategic retreat. But Lin Qingqing, consumed by rage, would not let him escape so easily. With a cold snort, she declared, today it shall be either your demise or mine. Wang Duan had dared to steal her personal item, a complete affront to her dignity. With that, Lin Qingqing leaped forward, propelled by her fury. In the room, only Chen Nian remained, wearing a broad grin. With both of them gone, he felt free to chuckle. He picked up Lin Qingqing's purple undergarment from the bed. Admiring its quality, silken to the touch, it seemed as sturdy as a third-tier magical artifact. With a smirk, he stored the undergarment in his spatial ring as evidence. Then, Chen Nian strolled leisurely out the front door. Upon exiting the courtyard, he was met by Shui Luer and Chen Pingyun. Young master, I just saw Lin Qingqing chasing after Wang Duan. Shui Luer remarked, perplexed. The way they were acting didn't seem like a mere quarrel. It appeared to be a genuine fight. Especially Lin Qingqing, whose furious demeanor resembled a vengeful deity intent on annihilating Wang Duan. A smile crept onto Chen Nian's face as he replied, Wang Duan stole Lin Qingqing's undergarment and hid it beneath his bed, which I discovered. Shui Luer and Chen Pingyun exchanged bewildered glances. Wang Duan stole Lin Qingqing's undergarment? How bizarre. Shui Luer furrowed her brow. Wait, isn't Lin Qingqing the young master's fiancée? Why is the young master so amused that his fiancée's undergarment was stolen? Chen Nian chuckled. Come, let us find Lin Qingqing together. With that, he summoned the Qi Huang, and the three mounted it, ready to search for Lin Qingqing. Meanwhile, Wang Duan was running for his life, with Lin Qingqing in hot pursuit. Yet Lin Qingqing's speed surpassed his, and in no time, she caught up with him. After exchanging a few strikes with her sword, Wang Duan managed to create a bit of distance again. The surrounding disciples looked on in confusion. Why was the holy maiden Lin Qingqing chasing after the holy sun in a seemingly deadly game? What on earth is happening? The holy maiden is attacking the holy sun? I heard that the holy sun had stolen the holy maiden's undergarment and hidden it under his bed, and she just found out. What? Upon hearing that Wang Duan had stolen Lin Qingqing's undergarment, the disciples of the Zixio sect were left utterly perplexed. Is this some kind of twisted game? Stealing undergarments? Wang Duan, as the holy son of the Zixio sect, usually carries himself with such dignity. How could he commit such an act? In an instant, Wang Duan, standing among the disciples, plummeted. After all, it would have been one thing if he had stolen someone else's undergarments, but to steal Lin Qingqing's? Countless disciples revered her as their dream goddess, and many had spent sleepless nights fantasizing about her. Yet now, the undergarment of their dream wife had been stolen by another man. How could this not feel like betrayal? Wang Duan had become the target of universal disdain within the Zixio sect. Master, please help me. Wang Duan sprinted to Li Xiaoyan's residence. Li Xiaoyan had heard Wang Duan's cries and rushed out, only to witness Lin Qingqing pursuing him with her sword drawn. He quickly intervened, allowing Wang Duan to take refuge behind him, gasping for breath. He had narrowly escaped Lin Qingqing's relentless pursuit, having sustained several cuts from her sword. Qingqing, why are you pursuing my disciple? Do you not know the sect's rules against infighting? Li Xiaoyan admonished, but Lin Qingqing merely huffed, her eyes glinting with icy fury as she glared at Wang Duan. At that moment, Chen Nian along with several elders and the sect leader arrived, having heard the commotion. 5 days ago, while I was bathing, Wang Duan stole my undergarment and hid it beneath his bed. Chapter 64. The situation escalates. Upon hearing Lin Qingqing's declaration, the elders and Xian Xianxiu were momentarily stunned. Wang Duan had stolen Lin Qingqing's undergarment and hidden it in his own bed? What a perverse act. Even Li Xiaoyan's composure faltered as he turned to his beleaguered disciple, his brows furrowed in disbelief. Duaner, did you truly steal Qingqing's? Before he could finish, Chen Nian produced Lin Qingqing's undergarment from his spatial ring. You lie. This undergarment was just retrieved from your room. One can never truly know a person. I never expected you to stoop so low as to steal my fiancée's undergarment. Chen Nian's face bore a mix of anger and revulsion, an expression that caught Shuai Luer off guard. Young master, were you not just in high spirits? Wang Duan felt as if he had swallowed a dead fly. Utterly at a loss for words, his face contorted in a picture of grievance. Lin Qingqing let out a cold snort. Elder Lu, kindly step aside. I intend to end his life. This seemingly mundane statement was laced with boundless fury. Elder Lu was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing at Wang Duan behind him. And for the time being, he refrained from interjecting. At this juncture, Xian Qianxiu spoke up. Although Wang Duan is at fault, his crime does not warrant death. However, to instill discipline among the disciples, some form of punishment is necessary. Wang Duan shall henceforth face the wall at the reflective cliff for 10 days. The reflective cliff was no ordinary place. It was a cursed location within the Zixiao sect, where one's internal energy would be suppressed and cultivation restricted. Moreover, those who entered would endure mental torment, their ears filled with indescribable sounds seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld. Many disciples had lost their sanity after merely contemplating there for a time. Hearing this, Li Xiaodian and Wang Duan could only acquiesce to the punishment. For the theft of Lin Qingqing's undergarment was no trivial matter. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Chen Nian cheerfully returned Lin Qingqing's undergarment to her. One could never truly know a person's heart. It was astonishing to discover that Wang Duan was such a beastly pervert. In response to Chen Nian's words, Lin Qingqing wholeheartedly agreed, having never expected the seemingly upright Wang Duan to be such a person. Thank you for today, she expressed her gratitude. Chen Nian first consented to the dissolution of their engagement and then assisted her in reclaiming her undergarment, leaving Lin Qingqing with nothing but appreciation for him. Chen Nian waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. I shall take my leave now. All right. The two exchanged farewells, and soon after, Chen Nian, Shuai Luer, and Chen Ping'an returned to their respective residences. Before departing, Lin Qingqing shot a fierce glare at Wang Duan, letting out a cold snort as she left. Now, only Wang Duan and Li Xiaodian remained, exchanging glances. Tell me honestly, what transpired today? Li Xiaodian asked, somewhat irate, unable to believe that Wang Duan would commit such an act. Wang Duan, upon hearing this, recounted the events of the day with utmost sincerity. After listening, Li Xiaodian frowned. Are you saying that both Chen Nian and Lin Qingqing voluntarily went to your room today? Indeed, Wang Duan affirmed. Li Xiaodian narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. You've fallen into Chen Nian's trap. This matter today is undoubtedly connected to him. Though lacking proof, Li Xiaodian was acutely aware of Chen Nian's cunning. He recalled how Chen Tiandao had once played him in a similar fashion. The Chen family had always been unscrupulous, employing every underhanded tactic imaginable. When you played openly with them, they resorted to deceit. Yet, when you attempted to play deceitfully, you would find yourself utterly outmatched. Recalling the mischief Chen Tiandao had wrought upon him, Li Xiaodian felt his teeth grind in frustration. The Chen family was infuriating, completely disregarding conventional rules. Upon hearing this, Wang Duan suddenly came to a realization. He let out a cold snort, his intent to kill Chen Nian intensifying. This individual had not only tarnished his reputation among the disciples and elders of the Zixiao sect, but had also sullied the favorable impression he had sought to cultivate with Lin Qingqing. This was utterly intolerable. Fear not, master. What is a mere reflective cliff? After 10 days, I shall certainly deliver Chen Nian's head to you. Wang Duan declared with conviction. 10 days would pass swiftly for them, and by then, no one would be able to save Chen Nian. Indeed, in the face of overwhelming strength, Chen Nian's petty tricks would amount to naught. Li Xiaodian nodded in agreement, firmly believing in Wang Duan's prowess. It would be laughable if he were unable to defeat a mere child. Wang Duan wasted no time, tidying up briefly before setting off for the reflective cliff. In the Sanus Hall, upon returning, Lin Qingqing still felt a simmering anger for not having slain Wang Duan. Clutching the purple undergarment in her hand, the thought of it being so brazenly violated by Wang Duan made her feel as if it were sullied, prompting her to snort coldly. Channeling her energy to shatter the undergarment. Sitting on the cushion, Lin Qingqing gradually regained her composure and reflected on the events of the day. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. Something about the day's occurrences seemed amiss. From Chen Nian's unexpected visit to their joint venture to Wang Duan's chamber, culminating in the discovery of the undergarment. Everything appeared to be too coincidental. This very coincidence left Lin Qingqing perplexed. However, the undergarment had been lost 5 days prior, at which time Chen Nian had yet to arrive at the Zixiao sect. How could he have possibly stolen it? After all, Lin Qingqing was unaware of the existence of such a miraculous system. She shook her head, dismissing the notion that she was overthinking. It was all mere coincidence. After all, the timeline of the undergarment's loss and Chen Nian's arrival at the Zixiao sect did not align. Damn Wang Duan, that beast. Lin Qingqing snorted, her eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Soon, the events of the day rapidly spread throughout the Zixiao sect. When Wang Duan was punished to face the wall at the reflective cliff for 10 days, some disciples who had initially doubted the claims were left speechless. I can't believe Wang Duan is such a beast, stealing even the saintess's undergarment. Truly outrageous. Indeed, not only lewd but also despicable. I heard Wang Duan seized it while the saintess bathed. Perhaps she was even peered at. What? It's utterly scandalous that my saintess was spied upon by such a perverted fiend. Indeed. Instantly, the Zixiao sect erupted in condemnation. Even Elder Lu Li Xiaodian found himself embroiled in the backlash. Some even suggested that Li Xiaodian had orchestrated Wang Duan's theft. The situation escalated absurdly, ultimately morphing into the rumor. Young Master Wang steals undergarment at midnight. The master and disciple engage in nightly saliva flow. Chapter 65. Betrothal. Wang Duan emerges. 10 days pass swiftly. Throughout this period, discussions regarding Wang Duan among the disciples of the Zixiao sect never ceased, with voices of condemnation resonating throughout the sect. After all, he had stolen the undergarment of Lin Qingqing, the dream lover of every disciple. However, amidst the uproar, another significant event began to overshadow the criticisms directed at Wang Duan: the betrothal of Chen Nian and Lin Qingqing. Today marked the day of their engagement, and the entire sect was festooned in celebration. Master, the time is almost upon us. We should head to the main hall, Wei Yang said respectfully. Xian Qianqiu sighed, his gaze filled with concern. Alas, it is time to go, but my heart is still troubled for Nianer. Despite Wang Duan facing the wall at the reflective cliff for 10 days, he would undoubtedly emerge in poor condition today. Yet, even in a weakened state, he was a formidable warrior of the King realm, while Chen Nian was merely an initial-level extraordinary martial artist. How could he possibly stand against Wang Duan? He feared for Chen Nian's safety within the Zixiao sect. After pondering for a moment, Wei Yang reassured him, Master need not worry. Although I have not interacted much with Nianer, I can sense that my nephew is no ordinary person. Moreover, my junior sister's connection with Chun Tiandao is not simple. Their son is unlikely to be underestimated. Hearing this, Xian Qianqiu nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. Let us proceed. Regardless of what transpires, I must ensure Nianer's safety. Xian Qianqiu's resolve grew more steadfast. Should Chen Nian falter, he would not stand idly by and witness Wang Duan slay him. For Chen Nian was one of the few kin he had in this world. At this moment, the exterior of the Zixiao sect's main hall was bustling with activity. Disciples from the outer to inner gates, as well as true disciples, had gathered in anticipation. The elders had also arrived early to await the proceedings. The sect master has arrived. With a shout from a disciple, Xian Qianqiu made his entrance. We pay our respects to the sect master. The crowd dared not be negligent, and all disciples and elders bowed in unison. No need for courtesy. Today marks the auspicious day when Lin Qingqing, the saintess of the Zixiao sect, is betrothed to the heir of the Qin family from the Nine Heavens demon domain. Upon this announcement by Xian Qianqiu, his attendant promptly responded, yes. Soon after, Lin Qingqing appeared, clad in a resplendent red robe, walking gracefully through the air, each step conjuring a frost of eternal ice beneath her feet. The surrounding disciples gazed up in admiration, their eyes brimming with affection. Dressed in her captivating red attire, Lin Qingqing's meticulously crafted visage radiated in ethereal beauty, her cold demeanor an inexorable allure to the multitude of disciples. Beautiful, truly breathtaking, they exclaimed in reverence. Greetings, saintess. Greetings, saintess. With each step, numerous disciples bowed in respect. Within the Zixiao sect, Lin Qingqing's renown rivaled that of Xian Qianqiu himself. In no time, she stood beside him, slightly bending to acknowledge him. Master. Excellent. Xian Qianqiu's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of her. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. What is that? The onlookers turned their gazes to the source, witnessing a magnificent phoenix soaring above. That SA phoenix. I've seen it flying over our Zixiao sect just days ago. Indeed, I have too. Look closely. Isn't that the heir of the Chen family atop the phoenix? A prominent disciple recognized Chen Nian, recalling the indomitable presence he had exhibited in the main hall. Indeed, it is. Could it be that Chen Nian is the master of this phoenix? My heavens! The Chen family's legacy is indeed profound to command such a creature as a mount. As they beheld Chen Nian atop the phoenix, envy filled the eyes of the disciples. The phoenix, a sovereign of the skies, was a creature few dared to ride, not even Xianxianxiu, unless he intended to provoke a war with the phoenix domain. Yet, Chen Nian displayed such audacity. The phoenix let out a resounding cry above the Zixiao sect before circling once before Chen Nian gracefully leaped down, landing beside Lin Qingqing. This entrance elicited gasps of astonishment from countless disciples. Even the esteemed elders and true disciples were left in awe. Grandfather, Chen Nian smiled gently, paying his respects to Xianxianxiu. Very well. Xianxianxiu smiled back, his gaze towards Chen Nian filled with affection. He stepped forward. Addressing the crowd with a voice imbued with spiritual energy, this sect hereby announces the engagement ceremony of the heir of the Chen family and Lin Qingqing. Let it commence. Wait. Just as Xianxianxiu concluded, a voice resonated from the sky. The crowd looked up to see a disheveled man emanating a chilling aura, his face contorted. Isn't that Wang Duan? Recognizing him, the disciples noted his disheveled state. Having emerged from a period of reflection, he had rushed directly to the ceremony without taking the time to groom himself. He had endured much and was determined to make Chen Nian pay dearly. Wang Duan approached slowly, his gaze fixated on Chen Nian and Lin Qingqing. Chen Nian, our debts are far from settled. He hissed, his eyes filled with malice. It was Chen Nian who had caused him to be in such a state and diminished his reputation among the disciples. Curse you, Chen Nian, murmured the disciples, speculating on Wang Duan's current appearance. How did Wang Duan end up like this? Humph. Night after night, obsessing over the saintess, how could he not be despondent? Indeed, who would have thought he would stoop so low as to steal from the saintess? Thank goodness it was just her undergarment and not something more intimate. They laughed. Listening to the murmurs around him, Wang Duan was seething with rage. Damn it, it's all Chen Nian's fault for ruining my hard-earned reputation. Chen Nian's former loyal followers kept their distance, fearing the backlash of association. Chen Nian, if you have the guts, come down here. Wang Duan roared again, his fury intensifying. Xianxianxiu attempted to intervene, calmly stating, Wang Duan, your energy is still unstable. Thus, I permit you to retreat and recuperate before facing Chen Nian. What say you? However, Wang Duan scoffed, I appreciate your intentions, sect master, but today, my battle with Chen Nian is inevitable. It is either his demise or mine. Before Xianxianxiu could respond, an ancient voice echoed from the heavens. Sect master, since my disciple has declared battle, let it be so today. I shall observe. Should he lose, it will be a fate well deserved. As the voice faded, a white crane glided gracefully into view, upon which an elderly man with white hair and piercing eyes, wielding a whisk, descended. The crowd fell silent in awe. Who is this person? He exudes an aura of celestial wisdom. Wait, I recognize him. Isn't he the Grand Elder? The true disciples, having seen the Grand Elder's visage before, quickly identified him. This venerable figure had lived for thousands of years, his power beyond measure, rumored to possess transcendent abilities. The 9 ancestors exchanged wary glances at the sight of the Grand Elder. Do you know him? Chen Nian inquired softly. The 9 ancestors, with narrowed eyes, nodded gravely. His name is Li Jiushuan, the Grand Elder of the Zixiao sect. He has lived for at least 3,000 years, predating even myself. Indeed, when Li Jiushuan wielded his power, the 9 ancestors had just been born. He is a figure of terrifying renown. The Grand Elder approached Li Xiaodian, prompting joy from both him and Wang Duan. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Grandmaster. They bowed respectfully. The elders and disciples of the sect, including Xianxianxiu, followed suit. Rise. The Grand Elder smiled kindly. He then turned his piercing gaze upon Chen Nian. I presume you are the heir of the Chen family? Indeed, I am Chen Nian, heir of the Chen family, he replied, unwavering. Very well. The Grand Elder acknowledged without further ado, recognizing that at his age, he would not belittle the younger generation. I have heard that you and my disciple Wang Duan have agreed to a life-and-death duel. Is that correct? Yes, Chen Nian replied calmly. Li Jiushuan couldn't help but regard Chen Nian with a newfound respect. This young man indeed possessed the charisma reminiscent of the legendary Chen Tiandao, perhaps even surpassing it. My purpose in emerging from seclusion is to oversee your life-and-death duel with Wang Duan. Rest assured, I shall not intervene in your battle. Yet I shall not permit others to meddle, he declared, casting a glance at Xianxianxiu and then at Jiuzhu, a confident smile gracing his features. Though both Xianxianxiu and Jiuzhu were formidable experts, they paled in comparison to him. When he reigned supreme, These two had only just entered this world. Li Xiaodian was well aware of the existence of Xian Qianxiu and Jiu Zhu, fearing that they might attempt to rescue Chen Nian at a critical moment. Hence, he summoned the Grand Elder to ensure fairness. In his eyes, there was no doubt that Chen Nian would meet his demise in this confrontation. Jiu Zhu and Xian Qianxiu exchanged a glance, sensing the situation had become rather precarious. Xian Qianxiu stammered, preparing to voice his concerns. But Chen Nian simply smiled and calmly stated, "If that is the case, I thank you. However, I hope that should Wang Duan falter, you will honor your promise and refrain from intervening. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was Chen Nian mad? Did he genuinely believe he could triumph, daring to threaten the Grand Elder? Even Li Jiushuan was taken aback, surprised by Chen Nian's audacity, which surpassed even that of his father, Chen Tiandao. He squinted, attempting to peer into Chen Nian's depths, yet a mysterious force seemed to obstruct his inquiry. With a sigh, he remarked, "No wonder you are Chen Tiandao's son. Rest assured, I have promised not to intervene." "Excellent," Chen Nian replied, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he stepped forward. The surrounding disciples and elders retreated, clearing space for the impending clash. Lin Qingqing, amidst the crowd, gazed at Chen Nian's silhouette with a hint of concern. Naturally, she wished for his victory. Should he prevail, he would annul their engagement, freeing her from marrying another and allowing her to pursue the path of greatness. All eyes were fixed upon the two combatants. "Chen Nian, today marks your demise." Wang Duan grinned, his eyes filled with murderous intent. At this moment, he yearned to eliminate Chen Nian more than anyone else. It was this boy who had precipitated his current plight. If he did not kill him, he would never overcome this hurdle in his life. Chen Nian, hearing this, merely smiled faintly and retorted, "Oh, a pervert who steals others' undergarments thinks he can kill me? You are not worthy." Incensed by Chen Nian's taunt, Wang Duan could no longer contain himself. "Chen Nian, I will have your life," he bellowed, dashing forward in a blur. The speed of a sovereign realm warrior was not to be underestimated, especially one as exceptional as Wang Duan. His moves flowed like water, swift and fluid. Chen Nian, however, remained vigilant, tracking Wang Duan's approach. Heavenly profound nine fists, Wang Duan executed several rapid movements, appearing before Chen Nian, his fists a whirlwind of shadows that obscured direction, filling the air with countless fist silhouettes. This was Wang Duan's signature move, a lethal technique. To unleash it right from the start indicated his intent to eliminate Chen Nian without hesitation. The onlookers gasped. Such a strike could easily injure even a supreme realm warrior if not approached with caution. As they witnessed Wang Duan's technique, concern for Chen Nian's safety blossomed. Just as the fist shadows were about to descend, Chen Nian suddenly vanished from sight. The sky filled with hundreds of fist shadows that crashed into the ground, creating deep craters. When the dust settled, the crowd was astonished to see Chen Nian had appeared behind Wang Duan, and scathed, their expressions a tableau of shock. Li Jiushuan, with his level of cultivation, could easily discern what had transpired. Just as the fist shadows were about to strike Chen Nian, he had inexplicably disappeared. That speed resembled teleportation. Realizing this, Li Jiushuan's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, "How is this possible? This boy has mastered spatial power." Chapter 67. The mystery of Chen Nian. The power of space is enigmatic, with few below the Holy King realm capable of harnessing such abilities. Moreover, Chen Nian was merely an initial stage extraordinary warrior. How could he possibly wield spatial power to execute teleportation? It was utterly unfathomable. In an instant, Li Jiushuan's gaze towards Chen Nian shifted from derision to caution. Truly, he was the son of Chen Tiandao, a prodigy from a young age. In the arena, Chen Nian had evaded Wang Duan's assault through teleportation. Seizing the fleeting moment of Wang Duan's distraction, he resolutely summoned his true energy. Flower plucking finger. This technique, part of the 9 stars martial arts, was no trifling matter. When mastered, it could kill invisibly, even allowing a single finger to transcend spatial distance and strike instantaneously. Dozens of finger techniques swiftly sliced through the air. At this moment, Wang Duan had yet to register Chen Nian's presence behind him. By the time he sensed it, evasion was impossible against the onslaught of finger strikes. Boom. Several techniques struck Wang Duan, causing him immense pain in his chest, propelling him backward to crash heavily onto the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The spectators stood in stunned silence, bewildered. Who just saw how Chen Nian got behind Wang Duan? I didn't see it clearly. It was as if it happened in an instant. Was that really the power of an initial stage extraordinary warrior? Heavens, Chen Nian is terrifying. As the crowd marveled at Chen Nian's fluid assault, Wang Duan gradually rose from the ground. Despite the significant damage Chen Nian had inflicted, he was a mid-level sovereign warrior, his strength formidable. After enduring Chen Nian's strike, he dusted himself off, his expression neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow. Chen Nian, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. However, you shall surely perish today. With that, Wang Duan's true energy surged, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only a series of afterimages. Fast, incredibly fast. Even Chen Nian felt the need to exercise caution. Wang Duan's speed was challenging to track. Suddenly, Chen Nian felt a terrifying surge of true energy rushing toward him from the front right. He quickly maneuvered, summoning a protective barrier of true energy. Boom! Wang Duan's relentless barrage of attacks descended like a waterfall, swift and fierce. Chen Nian struggled to discern the direction of the onslaught, only able to defend himself in a haphazard manner. My heavens, Wang Duan's speed is astonishing. I can hardly perceive his figure. Indeed, the prowess of a top-tier sovereign realm warrior was extraordinary. This assault was daunting not only for sovereign realm warriors, but could easily spell disaster for even those at the supreme realm. If so, does that not mean Chen Nian is in grave danger? The crowd, witnessing Chen Nian's defensive struggle, began to believe that his end was imminent. Li Xiaoyan's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with mirth and delight. Chen Tiandao, today you shall taste the agony of losing a son, he thought, reveling in the anticipation of Chen Nian's downfall. Yet suddenly, Li Xiaoyan's grin faltered. In the arena, Chen Nian, who had been frantically defending, suddenly steadied himself and uttered a single word, slow. Upon hearing this command, Wang Duan, who had been brimming with excitement, felt his movements abruptly hindered as if an unseen force bore down upon him, making it difficult to advance. This mysterious power resembled an invisible hand, a manifestation of Chen Nian's divine ability, word of command. However, given Chen Nian's current cultivation level against the sovereign Wang Duan, this ability could only temporarily restrict his movements, and the exertion on Chen Nian was considerable. However, for a life-and-death struggle, this was sufficient. In an instant, Chen Nian captured Wang Duan's silhouette. A slight smile graced his lips as his long sword unsheathed, seemingly of its own accord. The world-extinguishing sword technique. This art, among the 9-star sword techniques, contained a terrifying power of annihilation. The moment it was activated, those observing from a distance felt an overwhelming aura of destruction. The intent to extinguish the world was not to be taken lightly. Had Chen Nian reached the pinnacle of cultivation, this strike would truly possess the capability to obliterate worlds. Boom. As he unleashed the strike, Wang Duan initially intended to evade, yet an inexplicable, mysterious force restrained his movements, severely hindering his speed. He realized that evasion was no longer an option. In a fleeting moment, gritting his teeth, he summoned a shield of true energy to withstand the blow. However, he underestimated both Chen Nian's prowess and the might of this sword. The shield managed to withstand the impact for merely a breath or two before shattering. With the sword energy hurtling towards Wang Duan's body, bang, 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 the deafening sounds left countless onlookers in shock. My heavens, this is Chen Nian's sword, how terrifying. Goodness. As expected of the demon path's chosen one, this is no mere early extraordinary level. Even I, a warrior of the kingly realm, cannot withstand this strike. Who can deny it? I have cultivated for decades only to find myself inferior to a mere 6-year-old child. It feels as though my life has been in vain. Brother, have some confidence. Even in the next life, it would be in vain. One must acknowledge that Chen Nian's strike transcended the power of the extraordinary realm. Even lesser warriors of the kingly realm would likely be slain by this move. Li Jiushuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze towards Chen Nian shifting once more. He had thought himself adequately cautious of Chen Nian, yet now he realized his error. Chen Nian could no longer merely be termed an anomaly. He was even more formidable than Chen Tiandao, his father, though others may have been oblivious. Li Jiushuan distinctly sensed that Wang Duan could have evaded the strike, but was constrained by an unseen force that severely impacted his speed, compelling him to rely on sheer force to resist. This mysterious power, even Li Jiushuan had yet to comprehend, yet Chen Nian had mastered it. The power of space, the arcane force from the void, and the sword technique imbued with destructive might. Chen Nian, you truly have opened my eyes. Li Jiushuan squinted, his eyes now tinged with a hint of greed. Chen Nian was shrouded in secrets, a mere 6-year-old, yet capable of wielding such profound mysteries. How could this not stir his desire? He had been stuck at the threshold of breakthrough for countless years, yearning for advancement. The Emperor, a realm capable of driving multitudes to madness. Should he attain that, he would be willing to do anything. Apologies for the delay. I attended a gathering today. The author is diligently typing away and humbly thanks everyone for their 5-star reviews. Chapter 68. I have lived in vain for over 3,000 years. As the smoke dissipated, the gazes of the crowd converged. Wang Duan slowly crawled out from a several-meter-deep pit, his appearance a sight to behold, his once splendid robe now tattered and torn, his face disheveled, blood trickling from his lips. At this moment, he appeared more wretched than a beggar. Staggering towards Chen Nian, his countenance was pale. The power of Chen Nian's recent strike had delivered a significant blow. The disciples and elders who had been observing were utterly astonished. Chen Nian had injured Wang Duan to such an extent? My heavens, is this truly Wang Duan? Goodness, the might of Chen Nian's strike is overwhelmingly powerful. Even Wang Duan has been reduced to this state. Indeed, it is excessively ruthless. Witnessing Wang Duan's battered form, the crowd was filled with dread. He approached Chen Nian unsteadily. His gaze fixated on him with an intensity akin to that of an ancient beast poised to tear him apart. Chen Nian, you are indeed extraordinary, a once-in-a-generation genius. Wang Duan panted heavily, staring deeply at Chen Nian. It must be said, Chen Nian is the most monstrous talent he has ever encountered, without exception. Yet today, he is undoubtedly destined to perish. Monstrous? A talent not yet grown is nothing at all. To compel me to resort to this move, you may take pride in that. With that, a blazing flame ignited around Wang Duan, radiating a potent corrosive energy. Not far away, Lin Qingqing squinted, her eyes betraying concern for Chen Nian. Lin Saintus, do you know what technique Wang Duan is employing? Shui Luer inquired softly. Lin Qingqing's composure wavered. She had not anticipated Wang Duan would resort to such a technique. Wang Duan possessed a unique physique, the lesser yang body, and the flames he conjured were akin to the sun's fire, possessing immense corrosive power. After a pause, Lin Qingqing continued, moreover, Wang Duan has employed a secret method to elevate his cultivation to the late kingly realm, coupled with this solar fire. Even I might not withstand the might of this technique. Indeed, Wang Duan was truly fighting for his life. The special secret method to enhance one's cultivation, combined with the sun's fire, resulted in a dramatic surge in his combat prowess. However, this technique bore significant repercussions after its use. Wang Duan would exhaust his true energy and be unable to utilize it again for 3 months. It was a case of inflicting 1,000 damage to oneself while attempting to slay the enemy. No one could have anticipated that Chen Nian's strength was so formidable as to compel Wang Duan to wield such a technique. Shui Luer felt a wave of panic. If even Lin Qingqing was so cautious, she understood the technique's gravity. At that moment, Jiu Zhu and Xian Qianxiu exchanged glances, both comprehending each other's thoughts. They intended for one to hold off Li Jiushuan while the other rushed to aid Chen Nian. However, their subtle intentions were transparent to Li Jiushuan, who suddenly enveloped the area with his true energy. Should anyone dare to make a move, he would strike down upon them in an instant. Alas, even combined, Jiu Zhu and Xian Qianxiu were no match for Li Jiushuan's strength. With no recourse, they could only pray that Chen Nian could withstand this blow. At this moment, Wang Duan's aura grew increasingly formidable, causing even Chen Nian to involuntarily flinch. He had not anticipated that Wang Duan possessed such a hidden card. However, that was all there was to it. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he exuded an aura of thunder. If that is the case, then I shall test this technique against you. With that, dark thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and around Chen Nian and Wang Duan, dense purple lightning began to manifest. These bolts of lightning constructed an enclosed space, encircling the two. The electric energy intensified, even resonating with the sound of dragon roars. What is that? Why are there lightning bolts surrounding them? No, it seems that it is not merely lightning. Those bolts are forming a space. My heavens, even this mere hint of thunder's power sends chills down my spine. What kind of anomaly is Chen Nian? In an instant, countless onlookers were consumed by this existential inquiry. Chen Nian, what manner of being are you? Can such an aura truly emanate from an ordinary extraordinary realm warrior? Why, when we are both extraordinary, do I feel like a mere waste? Meanwhile, Li Jiushuan's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to witnessing a ghost. This is a domain? A domain. A capability only attainable by warriors of the Saint King realm. Chen Nian has mastered it? Though the power Chen Nian wielded was not as potent as that of a Saint King's domain, it was undeniably authentic. My heavens, Li Jiushuan gasped, staring at Chen Nian in utter astonishment. In his several millennia of existence, this was the first time he had encountered such a prodigy. Chen Nian appeared less like a mere mortal and more akin to an ancient deity reincarnate. I have lived in vain for over 3,000 years. Li Jiushuan stared blankly at Chen Nian, lamenting. The next moment, solar flare. In the realm of thunder and lightning, Wang Duan and Chen Nian suddenly unleashed their vital energies. In an instant, Two formidable streams of power clashed violently in the cosmos. One was the fiery force of the blazing sun, while the other was the purple thunder of the nine heavens. The terrifying aura caused some disciples with weaker cultivation to faint on the spot, and even a few warriors at the king and extraordinary realms found it difficult to withstand, their hearts filled with trepidation, as the thunder and fire wrestled fiercely. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion rose, and the competition arena was instantly engulfed in thick smoke. As countless spectators gazed intently at the stage, eagerly awaiting the identity of the ultimate victor, today's contest truly opened their eyes. Whether they were inner or outer disciples, or even true disciples, they were witnessing firsthand the battle among the prodigies. It became evident that cultivation levels could not entirely represent strength, especially for these exceptional beings. The strike just exchanged between the two could have effortlessly annihilated any ordinary peak king realm warrior and posed a significant threat even to some weaker supreme realm experts. Look, Chen Nian is still standing. A disciple suddenly exclaimed in excitement as the smoke began to dissipate, drawing the attention of the crowd. Chen Nian stood, sword in hand. Blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, his body trembling, he was gravely injured, yet he remained steadfast. In stark contrast, Wang Duan lay on the ground, having exhausted his vital energy after delivering that strike, utterly powerless. The victor was clear. Chen Nian, sword raised, took a step, then another, slowly advancing toward Wang Duan. All eyes followed him. As he approached Wang Duan, poised to strike down his opponent, Li Xiaotian suddenly interjected, "Chen Nian, spare him. How about granting him his life?" At that moment, Li Xiaotian was genuinely flustered. He had never anticipated that Wang Duan would truly lose, let alone face death at Chen Nian's blade. Spare him? Chen Nian laughed heartily, casting a disdainful glance at Li Xiaotian. If I were the one lying there today, would you spare me? Li Xiaotian was left speechless. Indeed, had Chen Nian been the one defeated, he would have longed to see him suffer 1,000 tortures, never considering mercy. Noticing Li Xiaotian's silence, Chen Nian coldly declared, "You self-proclaimed righteous ones are indeed hypocritical. You only permit the slaughter of others while refusing to accept your own demise. What a farce." With that, Chen Nian's gaze shifted to the fallen Wang Duan, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Today, I shall remind you, those who kill are forever killed." With those words, Chen Nian raised his sword. In the next instant, a large head soared into the air. No, Li Xiaotian's eyes turned crimson upon witnessing this. Wang Duan had been nurtured by him for over a decade. Their bond was akin to that of father and son. Now, to see him slain by Chen Nian's hand filled Li Xiaotian with unrestrained fury. At that moment, his hatred for the Chen family reached its zenith. He seethed, fists clenched, his gaze fixated on Chen Nian. All eyes were on Chen Nian. Before the battle commenced, no one could have envisioned that he would be capable of slaying Wang Duan. Not even Lin Qingqing. After all, she understood Wang Duan's strength well. In a desperate fight, even she might not be able to defeat him. Chen Nian was merely a novice in the extraordinary realm. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? However, reality delivered a resounding slap to her face, as Chen Nian indeed triumphed over Wang Duan. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. In her eyes, a mixture of gravity and admiration for Chen Nian emerged. Chen Nian had reached his limit as well. His vital energy was depleted, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Li Jiuxuan looked at Chen Nian with a smile that concealed a wealth of intrigue. To him, Chen Nian resembled a treasure trove, having slain a top-tier king warrior with merely the strength of an early extraordinary realm cultivator. Such talent had not been witnessed in the vast 3,000 domains for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, this young man seemed to possess an endless array of hidden cards, each more astonishing than the last. With so many secrets, how could one not be tempted? As for Wang Duan's death, it was inconsequential to him. Merely a disciple, his demise was of little relevance. Gaining the secrets held by Chen Nian could be the key to becoming an emperor. Li Jiuxuan squinted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The heir of the Chen family is indeed remarkable. Able to slay a top king warrior with nothing but his early extraordinary strength. A feat unheard of in the last tens of thousands of years across the 3,000 domains. Chen Nian replied calmly, "You overstate my abilities." Li Jiuxuan stroked his beard and smiled slightly. "I would like to invite this young prodigy to my residence for a discussion on the Tao. What say you? A discussion on the Tao?" Chen Nian's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Li Jiuxuan's seemingly amiable demeanor with rising wariness. This old man must have taken a keen interest in the mysteries I possess, especially after my recent display. Chen Nian retorted coldly, "What if I refuse?" "Refuse?" Li Jiuxuan burst into hearty laughter, his eyes glinting with avarice. "No one has ever been able to decline my invitation." In his heyday, Li Jiuxuan was indeed a domineering figure, known for his unwavering resolve. He had retreated into seclusion solely to break through to the emperor realm, allowing the world to forget his former might. Yet, his innate arrogance remained unmasked. Now, sensing that Chen Nian might hold the key to a grand opportunity for imperial ascendance, how could Li Jiuquan possibly relinquish his grasp? Chen Nian's expression grew serious. At his side, Jiuzhu and Xian Qianqiu also sensed the underlying tension in Li Jiuquan's words. The two exchanged glances, and in an instant, they moved to shield Chen Nian. Elder, not only is Nian my grandson, but he is also a distinguished guest of the Zixiao sect. Your actions are inappropriate, Xian Qianqiu stated, his gaze fixed on Li Jiuquan with intensity. Li Jiuquan merely chuckled derisively. Inappropriate? Huh, what a joke. I, Li Jiuquan, have never needed others to dictate my actions. I will claim the secrets possessed by this young man. Upon hearing this, Xian Qianqiu's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, in the next moment, Li Jiuquan flashed forward, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chen Nian, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed. Jiuzhu and Xian Qianqiu exchanged determined glances. Fully aware of their next move, they launched simultaneous attacks, aiming to overwhelm Li Jiuquan. It was important to note that both were peak Saint King realm warriors, undeniably among the top fighters in the entire 3,000 domains. However, Li Jiuquan simply smiled with confidence, his eyes reflecting disdain. Saint King realm? Too weak. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly neutralized their attacks. As he advanced slowly, he mocked, ignorant fools. Do you really believe that mere late Saint Kings can impede me? I am a half-step emperor. How could you hope to compare? Half-step emperor. That was a realm just beneath the emperor level. Although it might seem that there was only one tier separating half-step emperor from late Saint King, the reality was a chasm as vast as the heavens. The mere mention of the word emperor signified a level of power that was far from simple. While he was still a distance from becoming a true emperor, he was far beyond the reach of these Saint King warriors. Undeterred, the two renewed their assault, gathering their vital energies once more. The terrifying force of their combined strikes was not to be underestimated, far surpassing the earlier clash between Chen Nian and Wang Duan. Their palms could easily shatter mountains. The skies above the Zixiu sect darkened as the winds and clouds shifted ominously, the convergence of their energies causing some disciples to faint. Boom. As their attacks struck Li Jiuquan, he casually summoned a green protective barrier of vital energy. The impact of their strikes on this barrier stirred not even a ripple, dissipating into nothingness. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the two individuals could not help but widen their eyes, their gazes filled with astonishment directed towards Li Jiuquan. Though they were already aware of the vast disparity between their strengths, they could not have anticipated that their attacks would fail to even graze the opponent's attire, effortlessly thwarted. It was utterly terrifying. A slight smirk played on Li Jiuquan's lips as he glanced at the duo, softly uttering, "Seal." In an instant, countless vines materialized around them, binding them tightly. These vines were infused with the power of the laws, rendering any escape impossible. Faced with the confinement of a semi-emperor level powerhouse, the two were naturally unable to break free. Jiuzhu glared at Li Jiuquan, his expression filled with murderous intent, and roared, "Li Jiuquan, if you dare to harm Nian, Chen Tiandao will not spare you." Upon hearing the name Chen Tiandao, Li Jiuquan momentarily froze, a flicker of trepidation crossing his heart. Despite the fact that Chen Tiandao had only cultivated for a mere 300 years, he surpassed Li Jiuquan, who had practiced for over 3,000 years. Li Jiuquan even speculated that Chen Tiandao might be a reincarnation of an ancient being, for how else could one cultivate so rapidly? Nevertheless, the opportunity to ascend to the emperor's realm lay right before him, tantalizingly close. He could not possibly relinquish it. Furthermore, should he uncover the secrets residing within Chen Nian and achieve a breakthrough to the emperor level, what was one Chen Tiandao to fear? Thus, with a slight curl of his lips, Li Jiuquan coldly laughed. "Chen Tiandao? Merely a child. What have I to fear?" With that, he stepped forward, poised to seize Chen Nian. However, just as he extended his hand, a terrifying sword aura surged forth, aimed directly at his hands. Instantly sensing the imminent danger, he deftly evaded the attack. Yet, the sword aura seemed relentless, charging at him once more. With no choice left, Li Jiuquan summoned all his protective energy to defend himself. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the sword aura dissipated, shattering Li Jiuquan's protective barrier. He quickly lifted his head, only to hear a familiar voice resonating from the clouds. "Li Jiuquan, daring to harm my son, it seems you do not regard me highly." In the next moment, Chen Tiandao descended from the sky, accompanied by Chen Nian's mother, Xian Lingwe. The couple floated down gracefully, drawing the gaze of everyone present. My heavens, Could this be the renowned first of the demonic path, Chen Tiandao? He appears remarkably youthful. Whispers of astonishment filled the air as the disciples marveled at the sight. They had witnessed scenes that were rare over centuries. First, Chen Nian, with his extraordinary initial cultivation, had slain Wang Duan, followed by the suppression of 2 late-stage sacred kings by an elder. Now, even Chen Tiandao had personally arrived. It was exhilarating, beyond compare. Upon seeing Chen Tiandao's arrival, a hint of trepidation flickered in Li Jiuxuan's eyes, his confidence faltering. Although he had secluded himself for many years, he was well aware of the rumors surrounding Chen Tiandao. To break through to the semi-emperor level in just a few hundred years was a feat that only those ancient powerhouses could achieve. Chen Tiandao and Xian Lingyue landed before Chen Nian. Seeing her son in a state of distress, Xian Lingyue's heart ached, and she swiftly cradled him in her arms. "Nianer, mother is here, you have suffered." Chen Nian, her beloved son born after 10 months of pregnancy, was a source of profound affection for her. "Do not worry, mother. I am fine. I am merely exhausted," he reassured her. He had sustained no injuries in his battle with Wang Duan, but had simply depleted his energy. Yet, seeing her son in such a woeful state, Xian Lingyue's heart ached deeply. "Good son, I shall avenge you." Rising slowly, her gaze turned fierce as she looked towards Li Xiaotian, coldly declaring, "Tiandao, leave that old fool to you. I will take care of Li Xiaotian." With that, Xian Lingyue's aura surged, her initial stage sacred king power erupting. Witnessing this, Chen Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected his mother to possess sacred king-level cultivation. While this may not be significant in the presence of semi-emperor powerhouses like Chen Tiandao and Li Jiuxuan, the fact that Xian Lingyue had cultivated for just over 300 years and achieved such prowess was indeed astonishing. Good. Chen Tiandao, observing his wife's furious demeanor, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Li Xiaotian. His wife was no delicate flower. She was a force to be reckoned with. Chen Nian was undoubtedly her Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to harm him would meet their demise. With a swift motion, Xian Lingyue charged at Li Xiaotian, brandishing a silver spear. Her speed unmatched. The elders of the Zixiao divine sect, witnessing this, dared not intervene. Although Xian Lingyue was no match for them, Chen Tiandao was present. Who would risk incurring his wrath? Besides, Xian Qianxiu was her father. They were family, and there was no need for conflict. As Li Xiaotian saw Xian Lingyue rushing towards him with fierce intent, his pupils constricted. "Where? No. Where? No?" Xian Lingyue sneered in fury. "How dare you call me where? Li Xiaotian, you harm my son. Today, I shall take your life." With that, she thrust her spear forward. Purple extreme, breaking the heavens. The spear tore through the darkness, slicing through the sky, aimed directly at Li Xiaotian's throat. Realizing her intent to kill, Li Xiaotian wasted no time, channeling his energy to swiftly block with his sword. However, as a sacred king-level powerhouse, Xian Lingyue was not to be underestimated, and Li Xiaotian, having been stuck at the pinnacle of the holy realm for years due to mental barriers, was no match for her. With a single strike, Li Xiaotian was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Chen Tiandao observed the scene with a slight smile, reassured by his wife's combat prowess, and then turned his gaze to Li Jiuxuan, his expression growing increasingly cold. "Old fool, dare to lay a hand on my son, and if I do not slay you today, I shall have lived this life in vain." Li Jiuxuan scoffed, unperturbed. "Chen Tiandao, do not think I fear you. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens and eliminate you." "Eliminate me?" Chen Tiandao laughed heartily, his disdain evident. "The last person who dared speak to me thus has been ground to dust. You shall be next." With that, Chen Tiandao vanished in a flash, melding into the darkness. Taste my wrath. Darkness prison. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, transforming into a pitch-black abyss. Chen Tiandao became the sovereign of this night. In the next moment, the power of the laws surged forth, and a colossal prison enveloped Li Jiuxuan and Chen Tiandao, encasing them entirely. Seeing this, Li Jiuxuan narrowed his eyes, hastily channeling his energy, refusing to underestimate the situation. This was Chen Tiandao's domain of laws, and the dense aura of darkness instilled a sense of dread within him. "Welcome to my realm. Within this prison, I am the emperor." Apologies, dear readers, for the interruption. I have matters to attend to at home today. I shall resume writing first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you for your understanding. To Li Jiuxuan. Chen Tiandao was merely a junior. With a flick of his finger, the sword was drawn. A sword cleaved the heavens. In an instant, a Qinggang sword soared from his back, hurtling towards the vital point of Chen Tiandao. The sword energy was exceptionally domineering, imbued with Li Jiuxuan's law power. It was no surprise that Li Jiuxuan could break through to half-step emperor after 3 millennia. he was far from an ordinary individual. He had mastered 9 laws, each exceedingly potent. Seeing the fierce approach of the flying sword, Chen Tiandao remained unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips. With a wave of demonic energy, he effortlessly shattered the sword. Li Jiuxuan, if you wish to harm me, you are sorely mistaken. With that, Chen Tiandao vanished once more into the night, seeming to be omnipresent within the dark confines. Darkness strangled. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, countless tendrils erupted from the shadows, swiftly lunging toward Li Jiuxuan. Each tendril was infused with the power of the dark laws, rendering any escape futile. Li Jiuxuan sensed the impending danger and promptly summoned his true energy for defense, activating his protective aura. Yet the tendrils were seemingly immortal. They could not be slain or severed. Each time one was cut, another would sprout anew. With a cold snort, thousands of sword energies erupted from his being, countless sword shadows slicing through the dark prison. All swords returned to the source. In the next moment, the sword energy within Li Jiuxuan surged forth like wild stallions charging. Break! A deafening roar echoed as the dark prison was instantly cleaved apart by Li Jiuxuan's sword energy, illuminating the previously dim sky once more. Noticing this, Chen Tiandao's lips curled into a slight smile, intrigue glimmering in his eyes. The old man possessed some strength. Thus, he decided to indulge him. Li Jiuxuan, unwilling to fall behind, sneered, Chen Tiandao, you are but a young upstart. Do not be so presumptuous. If you have the ability, take your battle beyond the heavens. Very well, Chen Tiandao replied without hesitation. After all, both were half-step emperor-level powerhouses, should they truly engage. The Zixiao sect would likely be reduced to rubble in an instant. In a flash, both figures vanished from their original positions, soaring into the sky. The onlookers were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle. Who do you think will win between the Elder and Chen Tiandao? Of course, it will be the Elder. He has cultivated for over 3,000 years, with unfathomable strength. No matter how powerful Chen Tiandao is, he is but a mere child in comparison. Indeed, the Elder was a figure of great repute thousands of years ago. His might is unparalleled. Exactly. The Elder is no fool. After cultivating for millennia, how could he possibly lose to Chen Tiandao? The disciples of the Zixiao sect buzzed with discussions, their words imbued with confidence in the Elder. After all, the Elder had trained for 3,000 years. Even a fraction of his power could rival Chen Tiandao. Meanwhile, Chen Nian sat quietly below, observing the unfolding drama. He harbored no fears for his formidable father. Growing up in the ancestral grounds under his father's care, he understood the man well. Despite his father's domineering demeanor, he would not act unless he was entirely confident. Once he took action, it signified his assurance. Moreover, a man who ascended to half-step emperor within 3 centuries must possess formidable means. Chen Nian's gaze shifted to his mother, where Li Xiaotian was being relentlessly pushed back by Xian Lingyue, left with only the option to defend. It was known that Li Xiaotian's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Saint realm, significantly distant from the Saint King level. Furthermore, Xian Lingyue's strength, being initially at the Saint King realm, was not merely superficial. Under Chen Tiandao's tutelage, even mid-level Saint King cultivators might not stand a chance against her. After merely a few dozen exchanges, Li Xiaotian was battered and bloodied. You error, are you truly intent on ending my life today? He gasped, defending himself. Xian Lingyue coldly scoffed. You plotted against my son and dare to plead for mercy? With that, she wielded her spear, striking him away. Seizing the opportunity while he was gravely wounded, she thrust forward without hesitation. The spear pierced Li Xiaotian's chest, eliciting a wretched cry before he collapsed. The thrust had pierced his heart. Not even an emperor could save him now. Xian Lingyue cast a cold glance at Li Xiaotian, devoid of any compassion. He deserved this fate for daring to harm her son. The elders watched in silence as Xian Lingyue felled Li Xiaotian, standing quietly by. Their attention fixated on the battle between the elder and Chen Tiandao. The outcome of their confrontation would ultimately dictate the tide of battle. In the moment after Xian Lingyue pierced Li Xiaotian, the elder was suddenly struck down by Chen Tiandao's sword, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive pit several meters deep. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Had the elder been defeated? They watched as Li Jiuxuan slowly emerged from the abyss, exchanging a cold gaze with Chen Tiandao, who spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. I have not fought earnestly in many years. This is intriguing. Chen Tiandao's expression was peculiar, his eyes shrouded in darkness, a sight that sent chills through countless onlookers. He extended his right hand, his aura shifting dramatically as an abundance of spiritual energy converged around him. In an instant, the spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles diminished by 30%. Old man, This move has been in my contemplation for 3 years. Today, let me show you. As Chen Tiandao spoke, a colossal black dragon manifested in the sky, soaring and roaring, its terrifying sound reverberating through the air. Heaven Devourer. With thunderous booms, the black dragon seemed to come alive, swirling clouds and exhaling mist, charging towards Li Jiushuan. Sensing this overwhelming aura, Li Jiushuan's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily summoned his protective true energy. The black dragon roared, hurtling toward Li Jiushuan. The sound of its dragon's roar sent shivers down the spines of many. Even Jiuzhu and Xian Qianxiu, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of dread wash over them. They both understood that if this dragon were to come for them, they would have no means to defend themselves against such a formidable attack. In an instant, the dragon collided with Li Jiushuan's protective true energy. The azure aura seemed to encounter a natural enemy, instantly dissolving beneath Chen Tiandao's black true energy, shattering the protective barrier. Boom! The black dragon engulfed Li Jiushuan, transforming into black flames that raged upon him. Despite his attempts to quell the flames with his true energy, he found himself utterly powerless to extinguish them. Panic surged through Li Jiushuan. He could genuinely sense the breath of death. No. How is this possible? What kind of flame is this that cannot be extinguished? Chen Tiandao, what sorcery are you employing? Indeed, even after living for over 3 millennia, Li Jiushuan had never encountered such a terrifying flame. Once touched, all efforts to extinguish it proved futile. Knowing he was a half-step emperor-level powerhouse, the inability to quell such flames was a testament to their horror. Having lived for 3,000 years, he had never witnessed such a fearsome blaze. Chen Tiandao's lips curled into a faint smirk as he approached Li Jiushuan, speaking calmly. This technique is called Heaven Devourer, a flame I have forged through 3 years of merging the laws of darkness and devouring. Nothing can extinguish it. Beneath the emperor level, few can stand against it. Li Jiushuan's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the revelation. How is this possible? The flames before him were an astonishing fusion of the laws of darkness and the laws of devouring. It is well known that both of these laws rank among the top 10 in power, immensely formidable. For an ordinary person, mastering even one is an arduous task, let alone mastering both. Yet, Chen Tiandao not only commanded both, but also amalgamated them into an irresistible force of flame, which devoured everything in its path, leaving nearly nothing able to withstand it. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Li Jiushuan gazed at Chen Tiandao with wide eyes filled with dread, questioning how such a formidable being could exist in this world. Li Jiushuan had broken through to the semi-emperor realm over 1,500 years ago and mastered 9 laws. The most potent being a sword law, which ranked among the top 10 of the 3,000 laws. Even so, he had taken over 100 years to merge just 2 lower-level laws. Yet, Chen Tiandao accomplished the fusion of 2 top 10 laws in a mere 3 years. Such talent, who could rival it? At that moment, Li Jiushuan's gaze shifted to Chen Nian. If anyone could compete with Chen Tiandao's talent, it would be Chen Nian. Yet they were father and son. In an instant, Li Jiushuan's expression dimmed. How could it be that the Chen family produced such prodigies in the entire 3,000 domains? Good heavens! Was it possible that in this vast expanse, the future would bear the name Chen? Li Jiushuan felt excruciating pain as the flames seared him. He sensed his power ebbing away. This was not merely the fire scorching him, but it was also devouring his very strength. After all, it was born of the laws of devouring, which naturally possessed such power. In a brief moment, less than 10% of Li Jiushuan's strength remained. He let out a howl, filled with regret, wishing he had refrained from attacking Chen Nian earlier. 3,000 years of arduous cultivation had been reduced to naught. His wrath was palpable. Chen Tiandao, Chen Nian, I shall haunt you both as a ghost. With the last vestiges of his strength, Li Jiushuan roared. However, Chen Tiandao merely smirked, disdainfully stating, Li Jiushuan, this flame can consume your very soul, which means you are unworthy even to descend to hell. Indeed, under the consuming flames, Li Jiushuan was rendered unfit even for the afterlife, let alone to become a ghost. With a heart full of resentment, Li Jiushuan was engulfed by a swirling mass of black flames, truly dissipating into the cosmos. The fall of a semi-emperor was marked by a sudden downpour of blood rain. This blood rain was far more torrential than that which fell when the monk was obliterated. The disciples of the Zixiao divine sect stood in stunned silence, their eyes filled with terror. The once mighty elder, who had shaken the world a millennium ago, had been effortlessly slain by Chen Tiandao. The power of this man was terrifying beyond measure. My heavens, the elder has fallen. 3,000 years of painstaking cultivation were obliterated in an instant. Who exactly was Chen Tiandao, achieving such strength in a mere 300 years? Could it be that he was an emperor in a past life? Even if he were an emperor reincarnated, such absurdity would be unfathomable. Perhaps he was in existence beyond the emperor? At this moment, all were left speculating about Chen Tiandao's identity. How could anyone attain such terrifying power in just 300 years? Yet, amidst the murmurs of the disciples, Chen Tiandao paid no heed. Observing the spot where Li Jiuxuan had vanished, a slight smile gracing his lips, a semi-emperor, 3,000 years of cultivation, indeed harbors considerable energy. My own cultivation has improved somewhat. Splendid. Indeed, after the flames consumed Li Jiuxuan, nearly 80% of his energy had been absorbed. The remaining 20% simply dissipated into the ether. The power of the laws of devouring was extraordinarily potent, firmly placed within the top 10 of the 3,000 laws, and was not inferior to the laws of darkness that Chen Tiandao wielded. The mere ability to devour the cultivation of others was enough to stir envy in countless hearts. However, Chen Tiandao seldom employed the power of devouring to absorb others' cultivation, as most energies were impure and chaotic. Absorbing them would require further refinement, making it less efficient than cultivating oneself. Yet, Li Jiuxuan was different. A semi-emperor who had cultivated for 3 millennia, his energy was remarkably pure and terrifyingly potent. Thus, upon absorbing his essence, Chen Tiandao's cultivation advanced significantly. A subtle smile appeared on his lips as he gracefully descended. At that moment, Xian Lingyue approached, and the couple exchanged smiles, their gazes shifting to Chen Nian. Nianer, with your father and mother here, no one can harm you. Chen Tiandao's commanding words caused many to gasp in awe. Such dominance. Yet, no one dared to refute him. Chen Nian smiled gently, while Xian Lingyue cheerfully remarked, Good son, today is your betrothal. Let us not dwell on the recent disturbance, but continue. In this moment, the couple's fierce protectiveness struck fear into many hearts. Yet their gentleness towards family was palpable. Looking at Xian Lingyue's smile, Chen Nian felt warmth in his heart and asked with concern, Mother, are you unhurt? Xian Lingyue replied with a smile, I am fine. A merely Xiaodian cannot harm me. In their youth, their strengths were closely matched. But now Xian Lingyue could easily defeat him. Not to mention Chen Tiandao, whose mere glance could annihilate him. Afterward, Xian Lingyue turned to Xian Qianqiu, her expression turning solemn as she respectfully bowed. Daughter Xian Lingyue pays her respects to father. Tears welled in Xian Qianqiu's eyes. Since Xian Lingyue and Chen Tiandao departed from the Zixiao divine sect, he had not seen his daughter again. The bond of blood could never be severed, even if they were both sovereigns. He nodded heavily. It is good that you have returned. In that moment, he was no longer the sect leader, but simply a father longing for his beloved daughter. They exchanged smiles, and the barriers between them dissipated. Xian Lingyue smiled and said, Father, we came to attend Nianer's betrothal. Now that the pressing matters are settled, shall we continue? Of course. Xian Qianqiu readily agreed. As the grandfather of the groom, he was naturally delighted. He quickly instructed the disciples to clean up the battlefield. Lin Qingqing also approached Chen Nian, her gaze filled with newfound respect rather than disdain for his displayed power. Are you unhurt? She asked softly. With both Xian Lingyue and Chen Tiandao beside him, Lin Qingqing felt somewhat constrained, especially considering the brutal side of the couple that had just been revealed, evoking a sense of fear within her, a fear of the powerful. Chen Nian smiled slightly and replied, I am fine, just a bit exhausted. A few days of rest will suffice. That's good. Lin Qingqing nodded obediently, her previous frosty demeanor thawing considerably. This is Qingqing, a truly beautiful young lady, Xian Lingyue thought, admiring Lin Qingqing's exquisite features and charming looks. The girl showed promise. If she were to marry Nianer, it would indeed be a fitting match. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly said, Qingqing pays her respects to senior sister. Seeing Xian Lingyue, Lin Qingqing felt a surge of nervousness, unsure whether to address her as aunt or something else. Addressing her as aunt would imply that Xian Lingyue was on the same generational level as Xian Qianqiu, which seemed inappropriate. In her flustered state, the term senior sister slipped out. Although they were indeed sisters in the sect, their ages differed greatly, and they had never met before. The moment Lin Qingqing laid eyes on Xian Lingyue, she was struck by her beauty. It was well known that Xian Lingyue had once been a renowned beauty throughout the 3,000 domains, her fame even surpassing Lin Qingqing's. After marrying Chen Tiandao, she radiated an additional mature charm. In contrast, Lin Qingqing felt somewhat overshadowed. After all, a married woman can sometimes be more charming than a young maiden. Upon hearing this, Xian Lingyue was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Good. In this world, the significance of familial hierarchy is not heavily weighed, especially considering that Chen Nian and Lin Qingqing share no blood relation, rendering the matter rather trivial. Therefore, even if Lin Qiqing is technically Chen Nian's aunt by relation. It is of no consequence, and no one dares to voice any objections. Soon, the Zixiao sect seemed to return to its usual state, albeit lacking 3 chattering individuals. The disciples of the 3rd generation had met grim fates, yet the members of the Zixiao sect remained silent, for the legendary Chen Tiandao was still present. Who would dare to express dissent? The engagement ceremony continued. Despite her youth, Chen Nian bore no trace of childishness on her face, and Lin Qiqing rarely displayed a hint of a smile. Lin Qiqing's smile resembled the melting of an icy mountain, heralding the revival of all life. And Chen Nian couldn't help but find it beautiful. Regarding her engagement to Chen Nian, on one hand, she did not harbor any dislike for him. In fact, she even held a degree of admiration. On the other hand, Chen Nian had previously promised to annul the engagement, leaving her with no reason for discontent. As for whether Lin Qiqing was genuinely happy about the possibility of annulment, that remained uncertain. After the engagement ceremony concluded, the entire Zixiao sect erupted with excitement. The events of that day surpassed anything they had ever experienced in their lives. The young master of the Chen family, wielding extraordinary initial prowess, had decisively slain the holy son of the Zixiao sect and became engaged to its holy maiden. Chen Tiandao single-handedly vanquished the esteemed elder of the Zixiao sect. These pieces of news swiftly spread across the 3,000 domains, leaving countless individuals in shock, even some long-hidden ancestors unable to maintain their composure. Chen Tiandao's strength is formidable. Even half-step emperors are no match for him. The Zixiao sect's foundation was not trivial either. That old fellow Li Jiushuan was certainly not weaker than any elder. Yet he met his demise unexpectedly. Chen Tiandao is intriguing. I sense the winds of a great conflict approaching. In the Buddhist realm, the abbot squinted his eyes, muttering a prayer, then sighed. The Chen father and son elude even my understanding. The future of our Buddhist sect seems concerning. The 9 heavens demon realm and the Buddhist realm were natural adversaries, especially since the rise of Chen Tiandao had intensified their conflict. Now, with the Chen family's immense power and the emergence of 2 prodigies, Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian, the abbot couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The bodhisattva remained indifferent. His gaze neutral. There is no need for concern, abbot. I will handle the Chen family, young master. Are you confident? Ling Chen replied calmly. Indeed. But I require the use of our temple's treasure, the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree is said to have been used by a revered ancestor of the Great Thunder Sound Temple to attain enlightenment. It is a treasure that enhances the probability of understanding the Dharma. The deeper the understanding, the greater the chance of enlightenment. However, each activation of the Bodhi tree demands a considerable amount of resources as nourishment. Only with a continuous supply of energy can enlightenment be achieved. This immense resource expenditure even causes discomfort to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, but after a moment's contemplation, the abbot consented. Though the resource consumption is substantial, with the onset of a great conflict, should the bodhisattva lag behind, the Great Thunder Sound Temple might one day face annihilation. Thus, they would heed the bodhisattva's counsel and pool the temple's resources to assist him in attaining enlightenment. Thank you, abbot. Ling Chen's eyes, previously devoid of emotion, now sparkled with a hint of color. Beyond the Buddhist realm, the other top 10 upper realms were also stirred, with some reclusive ancestors beginning to emerge. Chapter 74. Breakthrough to the mid-transcendence. More than 10 days had passed since the engagement ceremony, and the Zixiao sect gradually returned to tranquility. Chen Tiandao and Xian Lingwei departed 2 days after Chen Nian's engagement, while Chen Nian and her companions remained at the Zixiao sect. With the secret realm of the Zixiao sect set to open in a year, Chen Nian chose to wait there. The primary reason for her visit to the Zixiao sect was indeed that secret realm. Following her engagement to Lin Qiqing, their residence was arranged adjacent to Lin Qiqing's. Mere steps apart. Had this been before, Lin Qiqing would have likely been displeased. However, now, she felt no discontent. Instead, she often visited Chen Nian to discuss cultivation matters. At this moment, within Chen Nian's courtyard, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly diminished, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy in Chen Nian's room, causing a 50% drop in the energy within a 3-kilometer radius. Lin Qiqing immediately sensed the change, her eyes slowly opening as she murmured, "This talent is indeed terrifying. He is on the verge of a breakthrough, and he is absorbing an astounding amount of spiritual energy. His cultivation method must be extraordinary." Indeed, Lin Qiqing recognized that Chen Nian was about to break through. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Chen Nian's abode with fervor. It was astonishing that such a significant amount of spiritual energy was required merely to advance from initial to mid-transcendence, revealing the extent of his talent. Within the room, Chen Nian sat cross-legged, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Jiuzhu Shuelur and Chun Pingan discerned the commotion emanating from Chen Nian's room and hastily positioned themselves outside to guard her. The spiritual energy continued to flow in abundantly. After approximately 15 minutes, the atmosphere in Chen Nian's room reached its zenith. With a resounding boom, the barriers within Chen Nian shattered. Countless true qi surged into her dantian, and the cells within her body rejoiced. Mid-transcendence, Chen Nian slowly opened her eyes, feeling the abundance of true qi, a smile creeping onto her lips. Her gaze glimmering with surprise. Since her battle with Wang Duan, she had gained profound insights, and after several days of focused cultivation, she had finally breached the barrier to mid-transcendence. System, check personal attributes. Ding checking. Host, Chen Nian cultivation, mid-transcendence technique. 9 turns divine demon art, 9 stars. Divine elephant suppressing prison technique, 9 stars. 35,000 particles. Martial arts, finger of flower plucking, 9 stars. Annihilation sword art, 9 stars. Illusory shadow step, 9 stars. God-slaying slash, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine demon body talent. Blessing of the demon path special aura. Celestial immortal aura divine abilities. Infinity, words manifest reality. Lightning domain lottery chances. 62 Chen Nian's cultivation had advanced from initial to mid-transcendence, significantly boosting her strength. And the number of particles within her body had increased by several thousand, now totaling 35,000. With this breakthrough, her power surged by at least 30%. One must not underestimate this 30%. The previous Chen Nian could already defeat Wang Duan, and with her current cultivation, vanquishing him would be even easier, without sustaining any injuries. System, 20 consecutive draws. Seizing the momentum from her recent breakthrough, Chen Nian initiated a round of 20 draws, hoping to obtain some exceptional items. Ding. Commencing lottery. Congratulations, host, you have received 5-star short sword, specifically for slaying. Congratulations, host, you have received 6-star cutlery set, high-class exclusive. Congratulations, host. You have received a special physique, sword-bearing body, golden. Congratulations, host, you have received fiery dragon fruit, golden, X5. Before long, the 20 draws concluded, and Chen Nian's lips curled into a subtle smile upon examining the results. 2 golden rewards were quite satisfactory. She glanced hastily at the other items, not lingering, her focus returning to the 2 golden items. One of them was the special physique, sword-bearing body. The sword-bearing body ranks among the top 100 among countless special physiques. Although it pales in comparison to Chen Nian's supreme divine demon body, it remains formidable, particularly for those adept with a sword. It would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Possessing the sword-bearing body would greatly enhance one's comprehension of swordsmanship. In addition, this physique possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, its power not inferior to Wang Duan's Xiaoyang physique or Lin Qingqing's Ice Saint physique. However, Chen Nian naturally looked down upon such a physique. After all, he possessed one of the top 3 special physiques, the supreme divine demon body, an embodiment of both offense and defense. Imbued with boundless transformations, the intricacies of which were far from superficial. Next, his gaze shifted to the 5 flame dragon fruits, also golden in hue. Their medicinal properties were no less potent than the 9 transformed yellow apricot he had encountered previously. Moreover, their greatest utility lay in aiding martial artists in comprehending the laws of the universe. Indeed, for those at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, this was an extraordinary tonic. To transcend from the Saint Realm to the Saint King Realm, the key lay in grasping the power of the laws, and the flame dragon fruit was a catalyst for this understanding. Of course, with Chen Nian's current cultivation level, he was not yet able to consume the flame dragon fruit, for the energy contained within was far too potent. Should he attempt to ingest it now, he would be unable to absorb it, and there was a significant risk of his body exploding. Nevertheless, while he might not need it at the moment, his second uncle could certainly benefit from it. Chen Tianyi was currently stuck at the Saint Realm, just a wall away from breaking through to the Saint King Realm, lacking only the comprehension of the laws, which this fruit could provide. With this thought, a smile crept upon Chen Nian's lips, and his heart swelled with joy. Soon, the 3 members of the Zhou ancestors, sensing the silence within the room, made their way to the door. "Young master, is everything all right?" Upon hearing the calls from outside, Chen Nian smiled gently and replied, "Come in." "Yes." The 3 pushed the door open. Chen Nian, who had been sitting cross-legged, rose and greeted them with a cheerful demeanor. Due to the concealment pearl, they could not sense his aura, but judging by his spirited appearance, it was evident that he was in good form. Zhou ancestor smiled and inquired, "Is everything fine, Nianer?" "Rest assured, Zhou ancestor, I am quite well, merely experiencing a breakthrough in my cultivation. The others were taken aback upon hearing that Chen Nian had made a breakthrough. At just 6 years old, he had already reached the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. Such speed was truly astonishing. The disparity between individuals was even greater than that between humans and dogs. After exchanging a few words, the group prepared to leave when Chen Nian called out to Chen Pingyan. "Young master, is there something you need?" Hearing this, Chen Nian's smile broadened. "I have a fortuitous opportunity for you." Although the Aegean physique was somewhat superfluous to Chen Nian, it represented a significant opportunity for Chen Pingyan. Chen Pingyan was taken aback. Being referred to as an opportunity by the young master meant it was certainly no ordinary matter. In fact, it was likely even more precious than the 9-star technique previously bestowed upon him. With this thought, Chen Pingyan's breath quickened. Chapter 75. The Implantation of the Aegean Physique. "Open your mind," Chen Nian said calmly. Without hesitation, Chen Pingyan complied. Although for a martial artist, opening one's mind meant temporarily entrusting one's life to another, which could lead to instant demise should Chen Nian harbor any ill intentions, Chen Pingyan did not waver. His life, his everything, belonged to Chen Nian. If Chen Nian desired his life, he would offer it without hesitation. Seeing this, Chen Nian smiled faintly and placed his palm on Chen Pingyan's forehead. In the next moment, Chen Pingyan felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body, as if a unique power was controlling him. Faced with this mysterious force, though he did not comprehend what was happening, he trusted that the young master would not harm him, so he kept his mind steady and silently endured the experience. The enigmatic energy surged through his body, cleansing him thoroughly. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Nian's hand slowly withdrew from Chen Pingyan's head, and he smiled. "It is done. Is that all?" Chen Pingyan opened his eyes slowly, gazing around in bewilderment. He sensed that something within him had changed. His 5 senses felt heightened, and everything around him seemed different. Most notably, he felt a profound connection with the sword in his hand, as if it possessed a spirit. In other words, it was not merely the sword he held, but all swords in the world that seemed to resonate with him. And the sword techniques he had previously struggled to understand suddenly became clear, as if an entire new world had opened before him. The path of the sword appeared to be illuminated. Cultivation, much like learning in Chen Nian's previous life on Blue Star, was fundamentally the same. The reason why geniuses are deemed as such is that their minds operate differently, allowing them to grasp knowledge with extraordinary speed and integrate it seamlessly. Chen Pingyan now mirrored this understanding, as if a door had been unlocked within him. Chen Nian smiled. "Do you sense any changes?" Chen Pingyan nodded vigorously. "Yes. I feel as though everything around me has transformed. The sword in my hand seems to have awakened a spirit, and I can now perceive its essence. Additionally, the sword techniques that once eluded me now seem clear." Chen Pingyan expressed his thoughts candidly. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian nodded with a smile. "I have just implanted a special physique within you, the Aegean physique." "A special physique? The Aegean physique?" Chen Pingyan was momentarily stunned, standing there in disbelief. Special physiques were almost exclusively innate, with few emerging through acquired means. Even if they did, it typically required the intervention of powerful beings employing extraordinary methods and immense resources to forge them for their descendants. In the current realm of 3,000 domains, it was nearly impossible for an acquired special physique to manifest. Yet, the young master had managed to implant the Aegean physique within him, a physique documented in ancient texts, ranking among the top 100 special physiques, renowned for its formidable capabilities in both offense and defense, and significantly aiding in the comprehension of the sword path. This special physique was perfectly suited for Chen Pingyan, yet the fact that Chen Nian could implant it was simply astonishing. Despite his prior awareness of the young master's profound mysteries and capabilities, this action left him deeply shaken. However, even though he was unaware of how Chen Nian accomplished this, as the young master's most loyal follower, Chen Pingyan would never question him. What the young master commanded, he would obey. What the young master did not mention, he would not inquire about. At that moment, Chen Pingyan knelt on both knees, respectfully bowing. "I thank you, young master. Your grace is immeasurable, and I pledge my life to follow you." He was aware that such a special physique was far more valuable than the 9-star technique, and Chen Nian had so generously bestowed it upon him. This immense favor felt akin to being reborn. Chen Nian smiled gently. "Rise, for you have chosen to follow me, and I shall not be stingy. From this day forth, cultivate diligently and do not disappoint my expectations of you." Chen Nian held great hopes for Chen Pingyan. The lad exhibited commendable talent, a good disposition, and remarkable diligence. Now equipped with the Aegean physique, he was on par with the sons of various major factions. With Chen Nian's support, he was destined for greatness, becoming his right-hand man. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingyan's eyes brimmed with tears. Though the loss of his parents had matured him beyond his years, he was still but a 6-year-old child. And the young master's kindness left him at a loss for words. "Do not worry, young master. I shall train earnestly and repay your kindness." Chen Nian smiled slightly. "Good. However, today's events must remain a secret. Do you understand? Should others discover that I possess the ability to implant special physiques, it would send shockwaves throughout the 3,000 domains. The enhancement provided by a special physique is truly formidable. And the number of martial artists who possess one is exceedingly rare, far less than 1 in a million." Chen Ping'an replied respectfully, "I shall obey." Chen Nian nodded in approval. The lad was quite astute. A gentle reminder was all that was needed. Now, go forth and cultivate. This physique requires deep comprehension. The Aegean physique is not to be taken lightly. Understood. After speaking, Chen Ping'an once again bowed to Chen Nian before turning to leave. Shortly after his departure, Lin Qiqing pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Chen Nian, the frost on Lin Qiqing's face diminished considerably, shedding her previous demeanor that kept others at bay. After all, she genuinely admired Chen Nian. At such a young age and possessing such formidable strength, he was indeed extraordinary. "What brings you here?" Chen Nian asked, somewhat surprised to see Lin Qiqing. "Did you just experience a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Lin Qiqing nodded in response. "Just a minor breakthrough." "Minor breakthrough?" Lin Qiqing exclaimed, incredulous. "You drained a significant portion of the spiritual energy within a 5-kilometer radius. This is my residence, where the concentration of spiritual energy is 2 to 3 times denser than the outside world. I can hardly fathom how you cultivate to achieve such terrifying results." Chen Nian merely smiled in silence, and Lin Qiqing, foregoing any further small talk, proceeded to address the main topic. "The opening of the Zixiao secret realm will occur in a year. There will be 20 individuals permitted to enter, of which 18 must undergo selection apart from you and me. The master mentioned that your 2 attendants may also participate in the sect selection as your followers, but whether they qualify will depend on their strength." Chapter 76. A year. Chen Nian's progress. Chen Nian was somewhat taken aback by this information. Previously, the Zishu divine sect had no such precedent. However, upon reflection, he deduced the reasons. Firstly, Xian Qianxiu was his maternal grandfather, naturally inclined to favor Chen Nian. Secondly, the incident involving Chen Tiandao, slaying a high elder of the Zixiao divine sect, had instilled a sense of fear among the elders, thus granting Chen Nian a favor. After all, this favor was not insignificant and would surely evoke gratitude from Chen Nian, while for the elders, it was merely 1 or 2 slots, subject to competition from Chen Nian's attendants. Therefore, it was merely a gesture of goodwill. Yet, with only a year until the Zixiao secret realm opened, Chen Ping'an's current strength likely wouldn't suffice due to his young age, although Shui Luer might just be able to keep pace. "Please thank my grandfather for me," Chen Nian said, nodding. Lin Qiqing responded affirmatively, "Of course." After a brief conversation, Lin Qiqing took her leave, as she was not one to engage in idle chatter. Although she bore no ill will towards Chen Nian, she preferred quietude over conversation. Time passed swiftly. A year later, during this time, Chen Nian devoted himself to cultivation daily at the Zixiao divine sect, while also mentoring Chen Ping'an and Shui Luer. Both of their cultivation progressed rapidly, given their 9-star talents, which facilitated not only their speed of cultivation, but also their innate abilities. Especially Chen Ping'an, whose diligent training, coupled with the enhancement from the Aegean body, significantly accelerated his progress. In his room, Chen Nian opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. System, check personal attributes panel. Beep, retrieving data. Host, Chen Nian cultivation. Peak extraordinary realm technique. 9-turn divine demon art, 9 stars. Divine elephant suppression technique, 9 stars, 70. 000 particles, martial arts. Finger of flower plucking, 9 stars. Annihilation sword technique, 9 stars. Illusory shadow step, 9 stars. God-slaying slash, 9 stars. Life and death talisman, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine demon body talent. Blessing of the demon path special quality. Celestial immortal aura divine powers. Reach the end of the earth, words become law. Thunder domain, soul binding lottery chances. 30. After a year of cultivation, Chen Nian's strength surged once more. Not only did his cultivation reach the peak of the extraordinary realm, but his divine elephant power also escalated to an astonishing 70,000 particles. With such immense power, Chen Nian could effortlessly slay an extraordinary realm warrior with a single punch. His prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Over the year, Chen Nian had participated in multiple lottery draws, most yielding items of mediocre quality. However, he was particularly pleased with 2 items. One was a 9-star technique named Life and Death Talisman. This technique involved using water to form ice shards that could be implanted within a person's body for control. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it could effectively control others. Unless Chen Nian directly interacted with the target's life and death talisman, even a Saint King realm expert would struggle to break free from its control, highlighting its formidable nature. The second item was even more precious to Chen Nian, a divine power named soul binding. This ability allowed him to capture the souls of any entity upon their death, enabling the use of their spirits. Even if a Saint King realm expert perished, as long as their soul remained intact, he could bind it. The power of the captured spirit would be approximately 50 to 80 of its original strength, a detail Chen Nian had yet to test. As with his current cultivation, he could bind no more than 3 souls. He preferred to wait for stronger souls to capture in the future. Over the year, Chen Nian had also grown taller. His daily training, combined with nourishing meals, made 7-year-old Chen Nian appear more mature than many 12 or 13-year-olds. Savoring the sensation of his enhanced cultivation, he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. "Come in." Shuai Luer entered, saying, "Young master, today is the day of the grand competition. The sect master invites you to attend." The grand competition was to determine the candidates for entering the secret realm 5 days later. Apart from Chen Nian and Lin Qingqing, all other disciples of the sect were eligible to participate. "Very well," Chen Nian replied. "Have you prepared accordingly, Luer? Do you feel confident?" Shuai Luer giggled, her charming demeanor radiating playful confidence. "Rest assured, young master, I would never dare to bring you shame." With that, she flashed a sweet smile, her aura gradually emanating as she revealed her peak extraordinary realm strength. Under Chen Nian's guidance, Shuai Luer's abilities now rivaled those of an initial stage King realm expert. In fact, if she unleashed her full power, she could easily overpower most initial stage King realm warriors. Chen Nian nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Shuai Luer's diligence over the past year. She playfully twisted her body, accentuating her already alluring figure, her graceful curves captivatingly enticing. Over the past year, Shuai Luer had come to understand Chen Nian's character well enough to know he would not be angered easily. Though Chen Nian felt a slight dryness in his throat, he could only smile helplessly. "Let us go." "Yes," Shuai Luer responded, following Chen Nian, and they invited Chen Pingyan to join as well. After a year of arduous training, Chen Pingyan had reached the mid-stage of the formless realm. Transitioning from the mid-stage of the void realm to the mid-stage of the formless realm in just 1 year was an impressive feat. However, due to his age, he was still unable to participate in such a competition. While it was regrettable, there was no other option. The trio boarded the Phoenix, which, due to its bloodline, had effortlessly reached the peak of the extraordinary realm and was on the verge of breaking into the King realm. However, Chen Nian had instructed it to suppress its cultivation to avoid rapid advancement that might hinder its future potential. Even so, it had grown significantly in size. Shuai Luer playfully patted Chen Pingyan on the shoulder. "Don't be disheartened. Even if you don't enter the secret realm, with young master by your side, your future achievements may very well surpass mine." Seeing that Chen Pingyan remained somewhat somber, Shuai Luer continued cheerfully. "How about this? When I return from the secret realm, I'll bring back some valuable items and share half with you. That should bring a smile to your face." Upon hearing this, Chen Pingyan felt warmth blossom in his heart. Despite Shuai Luer's flirtatious and whimsical demeanor, she genuinely cared for him, treating him like a younger brother. Moreover, Chen Pingyan, despite his youth, was diligent, earning Shuai Luer's admiration. With a newfound smile breaking through his earlier discontent, Chen Pingyan replied, "Thank you." Shuai Luer giggled, "No need for such formalities with me, dear brother." Chen Pingyan merely cast a fleeting glance at Shuai Luer's bosom before turning his head away. Women, after all, only serve to impede the swiftness of my sword. Chapter 77. Shuai Luer's opponent. The crowd soon arrived at the martial arts arena of the Zishu Divine Sect, a venue where the disciples of the sect engaged in combat. As the majestic Nihuang circled above the arena, the disciples remained unfazed, for Chen Nian had spent a year within Zishu Divine Sect, making such sights commonplace. A few descended from Nihuang's expansive back, after which Chen Nian stored it within the beast-taming ring. He approached Lin Qingqing, and after a year of cultivation, her aura had noticeably strengthened, now merely a hair's breadth away from the supreme realm. Her innate talent was commendable, and with the pressure exerted by the prodigious Chen Nian, it was impossible for her to slacken her efforts. Grandfather, esteemed elders, Chen Nian greeted cheerfully, and the others were cautious not to appear negligent. Although technically an outsider, no one within Zishu Divine Sect dared to treat him as such, for the lingering might of Chun Tiandao commanded respect. "Welcome, Nian. Sit and observe how our Zishu Divine Sect's disciples perform." Those participating in today's selection were the Cr. Mi de la Cr. Mi of the younger generation within Zixiao divine sect. Excellent. Chen Nian settled beside Lin Qingqing, and soon the matches commenced. The first bout featured two esteemed disciples of the sect, one named Deng Guang, at the initial stage of the monarch realm, and the other named Li Tianhan, equally at the initial stage of the monarch realm. Both exhibited commendable prowess among their peers, with substantial hopes of securing one of the 18 coveted spots. Alas, fate dictated that they face each other in the very first round, thereby sealing one of their fates. From the outset, the two were well matched, unleashing their full strength in combat. For them, this battle was more than a mere contest. It was a pivotal moment determining their futures. Victory would grant them access to the Zixiao divine sect's secret realm, having grown up within its confines. They were acutely aware of the realm's mysteries, a legacy left by the sect's founding patriarch, a figure whose might reverberated throughout the 3,000 domains. The enduring legacy of Zixiao divine sect and its continued standing among the top 10 domains hinged on this secret realm. Every time it opened, the disciples who entered would garner immense inheritances, significantly boosting their cultivation. Thus, neither was willing to squander this opportunity. As the duel unfolded, dust and debris filled the air, with every strike executed without restraint. In the face of ambition, the bond of brotherhood held little value. For the inner and outer disciples, this battle was a spectacle of skill, each move eliciting cheers from the onlookers. Yet, to Chen Nian and Lin Qingqing, both fighters were rife with vulnerabilities. Were Chen Nian to intervene, employing merely 30% of his strength, he could easily vanquish either within 2 moves. After watching for a brief moment, he averted his gaze, losing interest. Ultimately, Deng Guang narrowly triumphed over Li Tianhan, advancing to the next round. Following this match, the bouts continued in rapid succession. After about half an hour, it was finally Xue Luer's turn. Chen Nian's interest was piqued, and he focused intently on the arena, a sentiment echoed by Lin Qingqing, whose gaze lingered on Xue Luer, imbued with an inexplicable intensity. Upon her entrance, Xue Luer captivated countless disciples with her stunning beauty, rivaling that of Lin Qingqing. Her enchanting form and alluring visage rendered many uninitiated disciples flushed with admiration, even before she employed any illusions. Her opponent, also an esteemed disciple at the initial stage of the monarch realm, was named Guanxian, a figure of considerable repute within Zixiao divine sect. His prowess was not inferior to those at the mid-stage of the monarch realm, and previously, Wang Duan had sought to recruit him as a confidant, only to be rebuffed. It seemed unfortunate that Xue Luer encountered Guanxian in the first round, suggesting a potential defeat. Indeed, while Xue Luer is as beautiful as an angel, Guanxian is a true martial devotee, indifferent to women. Moreover, he previously rejected Wang Duan's overtures, so Xue Luer, who remains at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, stands little chance. As the spectators below murmured, it became evident that Guanxian was no ordinary adversary, and Xue Luer's journey might well end here. Guanxian, please enlighten me. Xue Luer. The two exchanged formal bows before immersing themselves in the duel, their gazes fixed intently on one another. Aware of Guanxian's formidable nature, Xue Luer steeled herself for the encounter. Suddenly, Guanxian made his move, wielding a colossal soul-severing blade, its gleam as sharp as lightning. Despite its bulk, he wielded it with an astonishing grace, appearing almost weightless. Even Xue Luer couldn't help but marvel at his skill. This blade had been honed by Guanxian over many years, and coupled with his innate talent, his mastery was undeniable. Observing this, Xue Luer swiftly maneuvered, employing her agility to evade his attacks. Although her offensive prowess lacked the ferocity of Qin Pinyin, her speed was commendable, and she adeptly utilized the 9-star body technique, Lingbo Weibu, to evade Guanxian's every strike. Your maidservant has been well trained, Lin Qingqing remarked with interest, surprised by the talent exhibited by Chen Nian's attendant. The pinnacle of the extraordinary realm appeared to be on par with a disciple at the initial stage of the monarch realm. Yet Chen Nian merely smiled. This is merely the beginning. Though Xue Luer often seemed frivolous, she was, in truth, exceptionally pure and remarkably dedicated to her martial pursuits. Her true potential had yet to be unveiled. Indeed, as Chen Nian's words faded, Xue Luer executed a swift turn, positioning herself behind Guanxian. Just as he was about to strike, the scene before him transformed abruptly. A pink chamber adorned with flowers appeared, revealing a soft bed where a youthful woman reclined. Her graceful form and delicate features mesmerized countless onlookers. Chapter 78. The terrifying illusion. Guanxian's heart had long been steeled against feminine allure. With a scoff, he discerned the illusion crafted by Xue Luer. Among the disciples of Zixiao divine sect, there was a growing awareness of Chen Nian and his companions, with Shui Luo garnering the most intrigue. This enchanting woman was not merely a beauty, she was a formidable practitioner of illusions. Her skills had once allowed her to silently ambush a fellow disciple within the Grand Hall. Guanxian, recognizing her trick, smirked as he approached the illusory woman, intent on dispelling the illusion by eliminating her. Yet, upon drawing closer and recognizing her features, he froze in astonishment. This was Lin Qingqing. Indeed, the enchanting figure before him was none other than Lin Qingqing, exuding a warmth and gentility that starkly contrasted her usual aloof demeanor. In that instant, Guanxian found himself entranced. His resolute rejection of Wang Duan's offer had been largely influenced by his feelings for Lin Qingqing, a sentiment that had blossomed since their childhood in Zixiao divine sect. The feelings began as an innocent ignorance, gradually intensifying over time. He came to realize that this sentiment was none other than love. He discovered that he had fallen for Lin Qingqing. However, the statuses and talents of both had undergone significant changes. Although he was also a true disciple, he was far inferior to Lin Qingqing, the holy maiden. Lin Qingqing possessed a 9-star talent and an ice holy body, while he only had an ordinary 8-star talent, though he could be considered a minor genius. In comparison to a prodigy like Lin Qingqing, he was akin to a firefly next to the bright moon, vastly outmatched. Therefore, he could only strive tirelessly to cultivate and enhance his strength, hoping to approach Lin Qingqing, draw near to her, and even protect her. He had thought he could effortlessly shatter Shui Luo's illusionary realm, but the moment he laid eyes on Lin Qingqing, everything else faded from his mind. Gazing at Lin Qingqing with deep affection, he was instantly captivated. The onlookers noticed Guanxian standing frozen in place, realizing he had fallen victim to Shui Luo's illusion. Shui Luo, concentrating her mind to manipulate the illusion, was cautious, knowing that Guanxian was a powerful warrior of the King realm, superior to her. If he were to break free from her illusion, it could backfire on her. However, observing the current situation, she felt satisfied. Since she had constructed this illusion, she could see everything transpiring within it. A slight smile crept onto her lips as she realized Guanxian harbored a secret affection for Lin Qingqing, seemingly quite profound. Yet, it was unfortunate that he encountered an anomaly like Chen Nian. Guanxian understood that throughout his life, he could never surpass Chen Nian in any regard, be it family background, talent, or appearance. Thus, he buried this love deep within his heart, but within Shui Luo's illusion, he could no longer contain the endless yearning within him. Look, everyone. What is Guanxian doing? My goodness, it seems he is kissing. What the heck? Kissing the air, and he looks so pleased with himself. How bizarre. Wait. Listen, it seems he is calling out Lin Qingqing's name. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that the woman in Guanxian's illusion was indeed Lin Qingqing. Though his voice was not loud, the martial artists present, all of considerable prowess, could hear him clearly. Lin Qingqing's expression darkened instantly, casting a displeased glance at Shui Luo. Her heart unsettled. Shui Luo was publicly tempting Guanxian, indulging herself within the illusion. Although it was not reality, it would undoubtedly stir countless imaginations. She stole a glance at Chen Nian, seeing his calm demeanor, devoid of any reaction. For some reason, Lin Qingqing felt a sense of relief, as if she was concerned about what Chen Nian might think. When did she start caring about Chen Nian's feelings? Something felt amiss. Shaking her head, she quickly dismissed such emotions and turned her gaze back to Shui Luo, her calm eyes now tinged with hostility. From the moment Lin Qingqing first laid eyes on this woman, she had taken an immediate disliking to her, sensing an inevitable entanglement between them in the future. Shui Luo felt similarly, suddenly solidifying her right hand to shatter the illusion. At that moment, the Lin Qingqing that Guanxian beheld began to fade, and cracks appeared in his heart's resolve, leaving him dazed. Without hesitation, Shui Luo lunged forward with her sword, the agile blade striking like a venomous serpent. Aiming directly for a lethal target, Guanxian seemed to sense the imminent danger and quickly awakened, summoning his true energy to defend himself. However, he underestimated the power of Shui Luo's strike, caught off guard. Bang! Guanxian's heart shattered under the blow, and the sword struck him directly, with a resounding crash. His protective energy shattered instantly. The sword energy propelled him from the stage, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His spirit was visibly diminished, especially his once resolute and indifferent gaze, now betraying a hint of panic and an inexplicable emotion. This signified the complete collapse of his heart's resolve. If he could not recover from this, it would be nearly impossible for him to progress in his life. Such is the terrifying nature of illusions. Once ensnared within another's illusionary realm, a wavering will could lead to the collapse of one's heart, or worse, death on the spot. In this round, Lure emerges victorious. The host announced loudly. The disciples began to murmur amongst themselves, casting mocking glances at Guanxian. The sudden onslaught of attention caused Guanxian to crumble under pressure. He hurriedly stood up, avoiding eye contact, and rushed out of the arena. Lure descended from the stage with a smile, gradually making her way to Chen Nian's side and offering him a slight smile. Young master, I have not disgraced my duty. To be honest, my victory today was rather fortuitous. Had my opponent not held such strong attachments, I would have needed to employ more cunning tactics to succeed. Indeed, Chen Nian replied with a subtle smile and a nod. Lin Qicheng, observing their harmonious interaction, felt a tinge of displeasure. She cast a cool glance at Lure and remarked, Miss Xue's illusionary techniques are indeed remarkable. I hope for the opportunity to spar with you. Lure, not one to back down, smirked slightly and replied, I am merely a servant to the young master. If the holy maiden desires, I would be willing to practice with her. Lin Qicheng snorted softly, and the two women exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with an unspoken challenge. Chapter 79. Entering the secret realm. As evening fell, the martial competition within the Zixu divine sect concluded. 18 disciples were selected, aside from Lure. The remaining 17 included 16 true disciples and 1 inner sect disciple. The inner disciple piqued Chen Nian's interest. His name was Li Guangdao, a mid-level extraordinary cultivator, renowned as the foremost inner disciple of the Zixu divine sect. His swordsmanship was exceptional, exuding a royal power imbued with a sense of ferocity. Though he was merely at mid-level extraordinary, he had triumphed over an extraordinary peak disciple and an early-stage king realm true disciple, showcasing his commendable strength and talent. Moreover, this young man radiated a rebellious aura that particularly appealed to Chen Nian, leaving him with lingering thoughts about him. After the competition, the disciples took 5 days to recuperate, and today marked the day they would enter the Zixu secret realm. This secret realm was enigmatic. Every disciple who emerged from it experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. However, those who had entered it maintained silence about their experiences, leaving the outside world oblivious to its secrets. What was certain, however, was that it was a substantial opportunity. Elders, lend me your strength to unlock the secret realm. Xian Xianxiu stood before the assembly, brandishing a golden token, the key to entering the secret realm. However, this key required immense true energy to activate. Xian Xianxiu alone could not suffice, and he needed the support of the elders. Upon hearing this, the assembly did not hesitate. One by one, they infused their true energy into the token. In an instant, the golden token erupted with a terrifying radiance, bathing the area in a warm glow. Moments later, a stone door rose from the ground. The token flew forth, embedding itself in a keyhole of the door. With a resounding rumble, the stone door swung open. The secret realm is now open. You may enter. The secret realm will remain accessible for 5 days. After that, you will be expelled from it. This secret realm opened once every 200 years, lasting for 5 days, after which everyone would automatically be ejected. Chen Nian and the others exchanged silent glances. Without hesitation, he stepped forward with determination. Lure obediently followed behind him, and seeing this, Lin Qicheng also quickened her pace to join them. As Chen Nian stepped through the door, he was immediately engulfed by a disorienting whirl. A blinding white light flashed before him, and consciousness faded from his mind, leaving only an expanse of white. After an unknown duration, Chen Nian suddenly regained awareness. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of bewilderment in his gaze. Surrounding him was a vast ocean of flowers, countless blossoms encircling him, towering at about half a meter high, each exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Chen Nian regarded his surroundings with a degree of caution. To his astonishment, this secret realm revealed itself as a miniature world, a convergence of sun, moon, and stars. Indeed, a remarkable place. Observing the sky with intent, he noted the brilliance of the sun, distinct from the one outside. It was a unique sun of this realm. He continued forward, meticulously exploring everything in his vicinity. Suddenly, as he prepared to advance, a voice resonated from above, belonging to a middle-aged man. Welcome, juniors from the 3,000 domains, to this secret realm. I am the Divine Emperor of Zixu. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Nian halted in his tracks. The Divine Emperor of Zixu. It was well known that even his father held immense respect for this emperor, and naturally, he would not dare to show any disrespect. The Divine Emperor continued. All who enter this secret realm must reach the temple within 5 days. Everything you desire awaits you there, located at the very center of the realm. Any occurrences within the realm must not be disclosed to the outside world. Violators shall be mercilessly dealt with. Each of you must gauge your own capabilities. With that, the voice of the Divine Emperor faded into the air. The mention of the temple invigorated Chen Nian. He could not help but acknowledge the grandiosity of the divine emperor's claims, promising everything to those who sought it. However, recalling his father's words that without the Zixiao secret realm, his achievements would be impossible, Chen Nian felt a surge of anticipation. The temple, he was eager to discover what it truly was. Without hesitation, he activated his movement technique and sped towards the center. Since only 20 individuals could enter the secret realm at a time, lest it destabilize under too many occupants, he had left his companion, Ai Huang, by the side of the 9 ancestors. Otherwise, they might have swiftly ascended together. Though Ai Huang was merely at the extraordinary level, her speed rivaled that of a supreme level warrior. Chen Nian raced forward with urgency. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him. In the next instant, the earth before him split open, and a multitude of creatures surged forth from the chasm. Immediately, Chen Nian came to a stop, his gaze fixed on the swarm of creatures. They were an array of insect-like beasts, small in stature, akin to locusts, with wings fluttering frantically. The swarm surged forth like a tidal wave, their presence formidable, predominantly at the extraordinary level, with some reaching the rank of sovereign beasts. These creatures were unlike anything Chen Nian had encountered before. They were undoubtedly unique to this little world. He surmised that these insects were a test left by the divine emperor of Zixiao. After all, if everyone could easily reach the temple, it would lack any challenge. A subtle smile graced his lips as he unsheathed his sword. Annihilation. A terrifying wave of sword energy erupted, instantly slicing countless insects into fragments. However, the onslaught of the annihilation sword energy did little to stem the tide. Swarms continued to emerge from the earth. Chen Nian scoffed, unwilling to waste time on these nuisances. Who knew how many more creatures lurked beneath the surface? Focusing his energy, he propelled himself forward at an incredible speed. As the insects charged towards him, Chen Nian's lips curled into a smirk. Thunder Domain. In an instant, he unleashed the Thunder Domain, rendering him a sovereign among the fray. The multitude of approaching insects was obliterated by the crackling power of lightning. Just as he neared the massive fissure, the swarm intensified, stronger than before, with dozens of sovereign-level insects erupting forth as if to prevent his entry into the chasm. Chen Nian sensed their intent and felt a flicker of curiosity about what lay within that rift. After dispatching a few sovereign insects with a swift strike of his sword, he darted towards the fissure. The area was engulfed in darkness. Yet, countless creatures lurked in the shadows, all lunging at Chen Nian with voracious intent. Chapter 80. Taming the mother insect. Though the number of insects was overwhelming, and many were sovereigns, they were no match for Chen Nian. He cleaved through them with relentless speed, heading straight for the core of the earth. Soon, he beheld the ground below. There it was, the mother insect. Deep within the earth, he encountered a colossal insect beast, sprawling across the ground. This creature was unlike the others, towering over 2 meters and stout in form. Surrounding it were countless smaller insects, and Chen Nian deduced that this must be the mother insect, the one commanding the swarm. Upon noticing Chen Nian, the mother insect appeared startled, hastily summoning its minions to attack. Yet, the insects posed no threat to him. Although he was merely at the pinnacle of the extraordinary level, his true strength rivaled that of a supreme-level warrior, while these creatures were at best sovereigns, incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Intrigued by the mother insect, Chen Nian approached cautiously, and with each step, a throng of insects charged at him. However, the aura of divine and demonic energy, coupled with the Thunder Domain, reduced the weaker insects to ashes before they could even reach him. As the mother insect sensed Chen Nian closing in, it grew increasingly anxious, urging more of its minions to attack. Seeing this, Chen Nian smiled subtly. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of sword energy, instantly slaying several insects that stood in the way of the mother. With its defenses crumbled, the mother insect panicked, emitting a faint cry filled with fear. Chen Nian could clearly hear the mournful sounds emanating from it, piquing his curiosity even further. Truth be told, this was his first encounter with such a creature, and he found it fascinating. While these insects posed no risk to him, they would be a formidable challenge for any ordinary warrior. Even a supreme-level fighter would struggle against such an unending swarm. On the battlefield, they would indeed be a weapon of mass destruction. He placed his sword upon the mother insect. Sensing his murderous intent, it emitted a few weak cries, each tinged with a sense of pleading, as if begging Chen Nian for mercy. Although the mother insect was of sovereign strength, it lacked mobility and could only summon its minions for protection. Unlike typical sovereign beasts that could transform, this mother insect was bound to its form. Even a saint-level warrior could not change its shape. Moreover, the mother possessed no combat capability of its own, relying solely on its ability to command the swarm. "Oh, are you afraid?" Chen Nian chuckled softly, intrigued by this creature. After all, he knew very little about it. and ancient texts offered scant information. Perhaps he could bring it back to show his father. It might prove useful. With this thought, Chen Nian concentrated his energy, conjuring a black ice pillar from thin air. This was the newly acquired 9-star martial art, life and death talisman. While it could control a person, he was uncertain if it would work on the mother insect. Resolute in his decision, he thought that if the talisman failed, he would simply slay it and use the soul-binding technique. After all, he was unaware of the mother insect's capabilities and without control. Keeping such a creature by his side would be akin to possessing a ticking time bomb. With a swift motion, the life and death talisman was implanted within the mother insect. It let out a mournful cry, and in the next moment, Chen Nian sensed a shift within the creature. The talisman anchored itself to the mother insect's soul. The terror of this 9-star martial arts lies not in the physical realm, but in the essence of the soul, where the life and death talisman is implanted. Once the soul is tainted by this talisman, the fate of the opponent rests solely within Chen Nian's thoughts. Should the adversary harbor any treasonous intentions, Chen Nian would perceive it instantly. At this moment, he felt the surge of fury emanating from the mother insect's consciousness. A slight smile graced his lips as he subtly amplified the power of the life and death talisman. In the next instant, the mother insect emitted a piercing wail of agony, while the surrounding beasts hesitated to intervene, paralyzed by Chen Nian's overwhelming aura. The mother insect writhed in torment, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful lament. Due to his connection with its soul, Chen Nian understood the meaning behind its cries. Moments later, the mother insect could no longer endure the pain. It howled repeatedly, begging Chen Nian for mercy. Observing this, Chen Nian's smile widened slightly. He spared it for the time being, imparting a lesson instead. Instantly, the mother insect subdued, emitting sounds of submission from its consciousness. Chen Nian, with a slight smile, calmly requested, "Elaborate on your origins." The mother insect comprehended his words. Although it could not grasp human language, Chen Nian's control over its soul allowed for mutual understanding. It revealed itself as the Yuhuang mother insect, a rare and formidable creature. Such beings are exceedingly scarce, nearly extinct in the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains. Due to their terrifying potential, once fully grown, they could wreak havoc upon other species. A single mother insect can command countless lesser beasts. For instance, this particular mother insect, at the peak of the king realm, could summon beasts of the same realm or lower, thus creating a beast tide. While king realm beasts may not seem formidable, what if this mother insect ascended to the saint king realm? Who could withstand the onslaught of innumerable saint king and entry saint beasts? Although their strength pales in comparison to that of human cultivators, the sheer numbers are daunting. Should the mother insect reach the emperor realm, it would be an even greater calamity. For these reasons, the beasts in the 3,000 domains have all but vanished. Furthermore, the mother insect possesses extraordinary cultivation talent. It requires no deliberate training, simply absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to grow. The more spiritual essence it consumes, the faster its cultivation advances, and the stronger it becomes. With this newfound knowledge of the Yuhuang mother insect, Chen Nian felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. By inadvertently controlling a mother insect, with proper nurturing, it could prove to be a significant ally in the future. A smile graced Chen Nian's lips, and he expressed with cheer, "From this day forth, you shall unconditionally obey my commands, or else you understand the consequences." The mother insect, recalling the excruciating pain inflicted by the life and death talisman, found itself devoid of any rebellious spirit. It emitted a few mournful cries in submission. Chen Nian, satisfied, absorbed it into his Beastmaster ring. On the first day of the new year, after a busy day, the update comes a bit late. I wish all the handsome readers in Tomato good health, academic success, career achievements, and increasing charm, with partners as stunning as school flowers. Thank you for your support, and please leave a 5-star review. The author is forever grateful. Chapter 81. The giant python having tamed the mother insect, the surrounding beasts followed into the Beastmaster ring. Fortunately, Chen Nian's ring had ample space. Otherwise, he would have struggled to contain the multitude of beasts. After managing the beasts, Chen Nian felt elated, knowing that the mother insect would serve as a tremendous asset. Not to mention the combat prowess of these beasts, which could undoubtedly incite a beast tide. But the connection between the mother insect and its offspring allowed them to act as surveillance, transmitting their perceptions directly to the mother insect's consciousness. With his control over the mother insect's soul, Chen Nian could grasp their intentions, effectively granting him an army of subordinates and spies. Such power was invaluable. Chen Nian's smile widened as he infused his energy and soared into the skies, departing the canyon. It was time to visit the temple. From the mother insect, Chen Nian learned that the temple lay to the northeast, a mysterious location where the mother insect had dwelled for countless years without ever venturing forth. It had previously dispatched beasts to investigate, but each one met with a mysterious demise upon entering the temple's domain. Even the mother insect itself had been warned off by an unseen force. Thus, it had refrained from further inquiries, only retaining knowledge of the temple's location while remaining oblivious to the secrets within. Chen Nian sped forward without hesitation. 2 days later, after continuous travel, he finally beheld the temple's majestic structure perched atop a towering mountain, enveloped by an enigmatic force that obscured its true nature, revealing only a faint ethereal silhouette. Just as Chen Nian prepared to press on, a thunderous sound echoed in the distance, prompting him to hasten towards the source. There, he witnessed a colossal python, approximately 30 to 40 meters long, launching a swift attack toward 2 women, Shui Luer and Lin Qingqing. The 2 were fleeing desperately, launching attacks to impede the python's advance. However, as a peak existence of the supreme realm, the python was on the verge of transformation into a dragon, rendering their efforts to inflict harm negligible. They could only continue their frantic escape. Suddenly, the python unleashed a spray of green venom, striking Lin Qingqing. Although protected by her defensive qi, the venom's corrosive properties dissolved her defenses. Though she reacted swiftly, she still found herself tainted by the venom. Instantly, her complexion paled, and her qi circulation faltered. It was crucial to note that this python was nearing dragon transformation, its strength formidable, and the potency of its venom was such that in mere moments, Lin Qingqing began to feel the effects. Shui Luer, noticing Lin Qingqing's condition, felt a surge of concern. However, her illusions had no effect on the python. Given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, any direct attempt would only result in backlash. She could only evade, but her speed was vastly outmatched. Lin Qingqing, are you all right? Shui Luer called out urgently as they continued to flee. Despite their differences, Lin Qingqing was still the fiancée of her family's young master. Lin Qingqing, with a pale face and waning spirit, replied, I'm fine. We must escape quickly, otherwise, neither of us will survive. Indeed, with the python targeting them, they faced imminent peril. Suddenly, as if fate conspired against them, a swarm of beasts appeared before the 2 women. Startled, they felt a surge of dread. With predators both ahead and behind, the situation was dire. Under normal circumstances, these beasts, despite their numbers, would pose little threat. However, the current circumstances were far from ordinary. To their astonishment, the swarm of beasts surged past them, charging directly toward the python. Countless creatures filled the air, forming a barrier of sorts. Though these beasts were merely of the extraordinary and king realm, their sheer numbers were enough to distract the giant python. It roared in fury, unleashing a frenzied assault. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Qingqing and Shui Luer managed to create some distance between themselves and the chaos. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. Turning back, they beheld the python's head severed cleanly by a single strike, its massive form collapsing as blood splattered across the ground. The 2 women, taken aback, ceased their flight, their eyes wide in disbelief at the sight before them. This was a creature of the peak supreme realm, adorned with dragon-like horns, on the cusp of transformation. Yet it had been so effortlessly dispatched. A familiar figure emerged before the 2. It was Chen Nian. Young master. Chen Nian leaped down with a subtle smile, standing before them. Fortunately, the giant python had just been enraged, allowing him to deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, it would have required more effort. Indeed, the ease with which Chen Nian dispatched the colossal serpent stemmed from his concealed position, where he seized the opportune moment to strike decisively. Had he not done so, the matter would not have been resolved so swiftly. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Lin Qingqing suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, collapsing onto the ground. Chen Nian and Shui Luer rushed to her side. Young master, Lin Qingqing has been struck by the python's venom. She must be poisoned. At that moment, Lin Qingqing's complexion was pale, her internal energy somewhat dimmed, indicating the presence of poison. Without hesitation, Chen Nian lifted Lin Qingqing, channeling his internal energy into her to purge the toxins. However, the toxicity of the giant python was exceedingly potent, clashing violently with Chen Nian's internal energy within Lin Qingqing's body. Her breath became increasingly feeble, prompting Chen Nian to retract his energy. If this continued, Lin Qingqing might perish from the strain. Is she going to survive, young master? Chen Nian furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. Yes, turn your head away. Shui Luer was taken aback, but complied obediently. Chen Nian then placed Lin Qingqing gently on the ground and knelt beside her, gazing at her delicate, porcelain-like skin, almost irresistible. Even Chen Nian found himself swallowing hard, for she was none other than the renowned Lin Qingqing, the object of many a man's dreams. Yet, he knew this was not the time for such thoughts. In the next moment, Chen Nian cut his palm, allowing a drop of black blood to emerge, suspended in the air. As the supreme divine demon body, his blood was unlike that of ordinary beings, brimming with formidable demonic power. His intent was to utilize his own blood as a conduit, aided by his internal energy, to expel the poison from Lin Qingqing's body. Given the potency of the python's venom, relying solely on his internal energy would prove insufficient. With that, Chen Nian infused the drop of blood into Lin Qingqing. Under the impetus of his internal energy, the blood rapidly expanded within her, and the toxins, sensing the formidable substance, scurried away like mice fleeing a cat. They either fled in panic or were annihilated by the demon blood. The divine blood was not something mere python venom could rival. Had Chen Nian been poisoned, the demonic power within him would have obliterated the toxins instantly, posing no threat whatsoever, for the supreme divine demon body grants complete immunity to all earthly poisons. In a matter of moments, the toxins within Lin Qingqing were entirely eradicated. Her internal energy began to restore, her complexion improving slightly, although she remained weak. Lying on the ground, still unconscious. The python's venom was exceedingly fierce, while Chen Nian's divine blood was equally potent. Thus, the ensuing battle between the two was naturally intense. It was only natural that Lin Qingqing remained temporarily incapacitated. Chen Nian instructed Xue Luer beside him, speaking calmly. All right, turn her around. Yes, Xue Luer, seeing Lin Qingqing lying on the ground, seemed to understand everything in an instant. Chen Nian added, now, help her dress properly. Oh, okay, I'll do that. With a cough, Xue Luer began to adjust Lin Qingqing's attire. After a quarter of an hour, Xue Luer had successfully dressed Lin Qingqing, who lay quietly on the ground. Approaching Chen Nian, Xue Luer's face flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with affection, her features dusted with a hint of dirt. Young master, it seems I may also be poisoned. Her words carried a hint of allure, her delicate expression evoking a sense of sympathy. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. Where are you poisoned? Observing Xue Luer's lively demeanor, she hardly seemed afflicted. Xue Luer cast a playful glance, gazing at Chen Nian with an innocent look. Young master, it appears I am poisoned. Could you assist me? Chen Nian, are you out of your mind? You dare to tease? Nevertheless, Xue Luer's playful provocation left Chen Nian feeling parched, though he managed to restrain himself. He lightly tapped her forehead, chiding, at such a young age. You should not learn such ways. Just then, a cold voice interjected, shameless. Lin Qingqing slowly sat up, her complexion still somewhat pale, but noticeably improved. The drop of blood Chen Nian had provided was extraordinarily potent, not only dispelling the toxins but also imbued with a powerful energy that had rapidly restored her. Enough for her to regain consciousness. Seeing this, Xue Luer smiled gently, pouting playfully, unfazed by the situation. She cared not for the opinions of others. As long as the young master was pleased. Of course, with others present, it would be inappropriate to openly flirt with him. She stood up with a cheerful demeanor, offering Chen Nian a sweet smile. Chen Nian, witnessing this, felt a surge of irritation. This girl was indeed a handful. Clearing his throat, he turned to Lin Qingqing and rose to her side, asking, are you feeling better? Upon hearing his words, Lin Qingqing's face flushed slightly. Though she had just fainted, her awareness was not entirely lost. She grasped the essence of what had transpired. Although Chen Nian had acted to save her, she found it somewhat difficult to accept. However, she could not harbor resentment toward him, and it seemed a peculiar affection for him had taken root within her, a feeling akin to a deep-seated kinship. Yes, Lin Qingqing murmured softly, a hint of color returning to her pallid face, followed by a silence as she lowered her gaze. Chen Nian, understanding her sentiments, smiled and nodded. It will soon be dark, the temple is not far. Let us rest here for the night before setting off. According to the mother insect's knowledge, the temple was nearby, and given the potential dangers of the secret realm at night, it was wiser to rest, allowing both Xue Luer and Lin Qingqing to recuperate. Both women readily agreed, recognizing their need for rest. All right, they replied in unison. However, after speaking, Lin Qingqing cast a faint glance at Xue Luer, letting out a soft huff before falling silent. The night sky in the secret realm was adorned with countless stars, resembling a vast net enveloping the clouds. After a night of meditation, both Xue Luer and Lin Qingqing had sufficiently restored their internal energy and healed their wounds. The trio set forth towards the temple's direction. With the guidance of the mother insect, they encountered little trouble along the way. By evening, they arrived at the base of the mountain housing the temple. The mountain was not high, yet it seemed to possess an inexplicable force, preventing them from utilizing their internal energy to ascend directly. They could only climb step by step. Just as they prepared to ascend, Lin Qingqing noticed several disciples from the Purple Clouds sect approaching. The leader was none other than Li Guangdao, the foremost disciple of the inner sect, accompanied by 4 other esteemed disciples. "Greetings, Saintess." Upon seeing Lin Qingqing, the group bowed in unison. Li Guangdao, too, set aside his usual arrogance, respectfully greeting Lin Qingqing. "Are you all well?" Lin Qingqing inquired. Li Guangdao shook his head, saying, "We encountered some minor troubles on the way, but they have all been resolved." Chen Nian observed that this young man had progressed from the mid-transcendent stage to the late transcendent stage. Moreover, the internal energy surged violently, harboring an extraordinarily ferocious power within. It seems this young man has encountered some fortuitous opportunity, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of strength, to the extent that even the few true disciples appear to be subtly inclined to follow his lead. Quite intriguing. A faint smile graced Chen Nian's lips as he pondered, finding himself increasingly fascinated by Li Guangdao. Chapter 83. The Statue of the Divine Hall. The group engaged in no idle chatter, preparing instead to ascend the mountain. The Divine Hall towered in the clouds above, with a considerable distance remaining to the summit, and the restrictions here forbade flight, compelling them to ascend step by step. As they set foot at the mountain's base, an invisible pressure enveloped them. However, the pressure at the foot of the mountain was relatively mild, having little effect, though Chen Nian keenly sensed a subtle shift. Should they reach the summit, the pressure would likely intensify significantly. Without uttering a word, the group silently began their ascent. They traversed swiftly, and after approximately 2 hours, they had covered half the distance. At this juncture, the pressure they felt grew increasingly burdensome. Each step seemed to amplify the weight upon them. Nonetheless, the current pressure was still bearable. This must be the restriction set by the Purple Cloud Divine Emperor. "I feel as though I am carrying 1,000 pounds, Lin Qingqing remarked softly beside Chen Nian. Although 1,000 pounds was trivial for her, they were only halfway up the mountain, with the daunting summit still far off. With each step, the pressure magnified exponentially. If they reached the peak, it would likely feel like bearing 1,000,000 pounds, or even more. Chen Nian nodded solemnly. "Maintain the circulation of your internal energy. We must not deplete it, or we shall perish." His words were devoid of jest. Apart from himself, the others were not physically trained and could only rely on their internal energy to withstand the intangible pressure. Should their energy be exhausted too quickly before reaching the summit, they would likely be crushed by this overwhelming force. Lin Qingqing responded with a gentle nod. After a brief moment of rest, they resumed their journey. As they ascended from the halfway point, the pressure grew increasingly oppressive. Time slipped by, and darkness began to envelop the sky. Finally, they neared the summit, with only 10 steps remaining to the Divine Hall. However, along the way, 2 true disciples of the Purple Cloud sect could not endure and withdrew. At this moment, apart from Chen Nian, Lin Qingqing, and Shui Luer, there remained only Li Guangdao and another true disciple of the king's realm. Although Chen Nian felt the pressure upon him, being physically trained, the divine elephant suppression technique flowed continuously within him, allowing him to merely break a sweat with little consequence. In contrast, Lin Qingqing and Shui Luer appeared pale, their legs trembling. Yet, neither was one to easily concede, both gritting their teeth in determination. Li Guangdao and the other true disciple were not faring much better. Chen Nian glanced at Shui Luer and Lin Qingqing, stating calmly, "The pressure for the final 10 steps will likely be the sum of all previous burdens." Chen Nian narrowed his eyes and spoke. The pressure for these last 10 steps would be nearly equivalent to the cumulative strain they had endured thus far, and it was evident that Lin Qingqing and Shui Luer were nearing their limits. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed their eyes. "Let's give it our all." Shui Luer inhaled deeply. She understood this was an invaluable opportunity, one she did not wish to forsake. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. Chen Nian smiled and said, "Give me your hands." The two exchanged glances, uncertain of Chen Nian's intentions, yet trusting him implicitly. Without further inquiry, they each took one of his hands. Instantly, Lin Qingqing felt a jolt akin to an electric shock. This was her first close contact with another male, and notably, it was with her fiancé. Chen Nian, grasping their hands, unleashed his internal energy, enveloping both of them in a protective cocoon of formidable energy. Throughout their journey, Chen Nian had refrained from utilizing his internal energy, relying solely on his physical prowess to reach this point, thus preserving nearly all of his energy. With Chen Nian's energy to shield them, both women felt the pressure dissipate entirely, allowing them to breathe deeply. Chen Nian leisurely led the two toward the Grand Hall, and in no time, the trio entered its vast interior. Li Guangdao and the other true disciple remained at the foot of the mountain, bewildered. Having nearly exhausted their internal energy, they now lacked the strength to reach the Divine Hall. The true disciple assessed his internal energy reserves, recognizing his inability to persist, and thus chose to retreat down the mountain. Li Guangdao glanced at the departing disciple, scoffing dismissively before continuing onward. Though his internal energy was also waning, he refused to surrender. As a martial artist, one must possess the courage to face death, otherwise, achieving greatness in life would be impossible. With each deliberate step, his indomitable spirit surged forth, his eyes blazing red as blood trickled from his lips. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Upon taking the final step into the divine hall, Li Guangdao collapsed to the ground, his gaze filled with exhilaration. He had succeeded. Through sheer willpower, he had entered the divine hall. Inside, upon seeing Li Guangdao, Chen Nian could not help but express a hint of surprise. This young man possesses a remarkably resolute spirit, especially evident in his eyes, which radiated defiance. Approaching him, Chen Nian produced a 7-star pill and tossed it into Li Guangdao's hand, then turned away, saying nothing further. Holding the fragrant 7-star pill, Li Guangdao was taken aback. As an inner disciple of the Purple Cloud sect, he had never encountered a pill of such high quality. This was his first experience with a 7-star pill. He glanced at Chen Nian, hesitating not a moment before consuming it. Instantly, the pill's potent spiritual energy surged through Li Guangdao's body, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, rapidly restoring his internal energy. Meanwhile, the eyes of Chen Nian and his companions were drawn to the interior of the divine hall. Before them stood a multitude of statues. Each statue depicted a unique warrior, wielding various weapons, their expressions and postures diverse and intricately crafted, appearing almost lifelike. Chen Nian's gaze swept across the hall, which housed over 1,000 statues. Yet, some bore cracks, their luster diminished. The statues were arranged along both sides, resembling courtiers, all guarding the central statue. As Chen Nian approached, he observed the central statue lounging upon a throne, draped in a long robe, wielding a sharp sword, and surveying the assembly with a gaze that seemed to bear judgment. Meeting the statue's eyes, Chen Nian felt a tremor within. He could not discern who this figure was, yet the mere glance imbued him with a sense of trepidation. Chapter 84. The Legacy of the Purple Cloud. Divine Emperor. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Divine Hall. You are the 3,121st batch of warriors to enter this sacred place. The voice resonated once more within the hall. Next, please relax your minds and attune yourselves to the essence of the statues, proceeding to the one that resonates most closely with you to receive the legacy. Indeed, this divine hall serves as a sanctuary of inheritance. These statues represent the great emperors and formidable warriors of the past 3,000 realms. While the reasons for their presence here remain unclear, the significance is undoubtedly profound. Behind each statue lies a stone door, granting access to the realm of inheritance. The cracks upon certain statues indicate they have already bestowed their legacies. The hall has likely facilitated the transfer of over 700 legacies, leaving over 300 still available. Among them, Chen Nian surmised that the most precious legacy belonged to the statue upon the throne, followed closely by the 3 seated statues beneath it, of which one had already imparted its legacy, leaving 2 yet to be claimed. The 3 companions exchanged glances and, without hesitation, immersed themselves in contemplation, slowly attuning to the energies present. The moment he closed his eyes, it seemed as though the entire world transformed. Before him lay an expanse of darkness, punctuated by countless white orbs of light scattered across the stone statues. These luminous points surged towards Chen Nian as if they had encountered a celestial being, each racing towards him with fervor. This, no doubt, was the selection process of the statues, signifying their acknowledgement of Chen Nian. It was remarkable for an ordinary person to attract even a couple of these lights, yet Chen Nian had elicited a radiant glow from all the statues in the space. However, just as he pondered which choice would be most favorable, 2 statues beneath the throne suddenly emitted eerie beams of light, one a deep crimson, the other a profound azure. These 2 lights darted towards Chen Nian, while the surrounding white orbs recoiled, as if confronted by something fearsome. Chen Nian recognized that the quality of these 2 lights surpassed that of the others, suggesting a legacy of considerable significance. While all the statues within the temple were of emperor-level status, it was evident that the 2 corresponding to these lights possessed extraordinary strength. As Chen Nian contemplated which light to select, the dark space before him began to crumble. The 2 lights flickered uncertainly, retreating as if they had encountered something terrifying. From the throne, a brilliant purple light burst forth, illuminating the entire sky. In that instant, all the other orbs of light dissipated, as if repelled by the radiant purple beam. Could it be that the figure upon the throne wished to bestow their legacy upon him? At this thought, Chen Nian's heart raced with anticipation. He recalled how his father, Chen Tiandao, had gained immense power after receiving a legacy from the Zixiao divine sect, rendering him nearly invincible across the 3,000 domains. If he were to attract the favor of the being behind the throne and accept their legacy, he might surpass even Chen Tiandao. He slowly opened his eyes, finding that Shui Luer and Lin Qingcheng had also awakened, both gazing at him intently. Young master, I sensed the call of that statue, Shui Luer exclaimed, her eyes alight with joy. It was known that these statues were all of emperor-level existence, and obtaining their legacy would greatly enhance her power. Chen Nian smiled and nodded knowingly. Lin Qingcheng, not to be outdone, declared, I have chosen that one. What about you? As she pointed to a statue positioned before the one Shui Luer had chosen, Chen Nian replied with a smile, that one. As they followed his gaze, Lin Qicheng's expression froze in disbelief. Chen Nian, you cannot be serious. That figure is our Zixiao divine sect's founding ancestor, the Zixiao divine emperor. Having seen the portrait of the Zixiao divine emperor before, she instantly recognized the statue. The notion that the Zixiao divine emperor favored Chen Nian was utterly astonishing. It was well known that this emperor was hailed as the mightiest among emperors, a kingly presence among the many. The thought that such a being would wish to bestow a legacy upon Chen Nian was beyond comprehension. Of course, I am not jesting, Chen Nian assured them. Now, you two should proceed to your respective stone doors and accept the legacies. Exercise caution. Though shocked, Lin Qicheng and Shui Luer had come to understand Chen Nian's extraordinary nature over the past year. Thus, any peculiar occurrences surrounding him were no longer unfathomable. All right, they replied in unison, resolutely heading towards their chosen stone doors. Chen Nian glanced at Li Guangdao, who was still in a state of perception, before striding towards the stone door behind the Zixiao divine emperor. As he approached, the door swung open, revealing an abyss of darkness. Yet an overwhelming force seemed to beckon him inside. He stepped forward, and the door closed silently behind him. The next moment, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a breathtaking meadow alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Before him lay a tranquil purple spring, its surface undisturbed, surrounded by a vast expanse of violet blooms, an exquisite scene reminiscent of a painting. While Chen Nian marveled at his surroundings, a figure materialized silently behind him. You are the first to enter here, the figure declared. Chen Nian turned swiftly to face a middle-aged man clad in a regal purple dragon robe, exuding an air of authority that was palpable, as if he were one with the very fabric of the universe. Are you the Zixiao divine emperor? Chen Nian inquired hesitantly, noting the striking resemblance to the statue. The man's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, yes, and yet, not entirely. After a brief pause, he continued, I am but a fragment of the Zixiao divine emperor's divine essence, having awaited a worthy successor for over 1,000,000 years. Chen Nian was taken aback. The idea that a fragment of divine essence could endure for such a duration was astonishing. May I inquire why you have chosen me? He asked. Throughout the ages, countless prodigies have emerged in the 3,000 domains. Surely some must possess extraordinary talents? The Zixiao divine emperor nodded. Indeed, I have encountered innumerable talents over the past 1,000,000 years. 2 centuries ago, there was one whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to yours, a talent that would have shone brightly in my era. However, he lacked the supreme divine demon physique, and thus, I did not select him. 2 centuries ago, bearing some resemblance to himself? Was this not his father? Chen Nian was astonished to discover the Zixiao divine emperor's high regard for his father, who was deemed a prodigious figure in that era. The Zixiao divine emperor continued, in this world, there exist myriad physiques, each possessing strengths and weaknesses. Among them, 3 physiques stand supreme. 3 supreme physiques? Chen Nian queried, his curiosity piqued. The emperor took his time to explain, it is said that time reigns as king, and space holds reverence. These 2 physiques rank among the 3 greatest. Mastering them to their fullest potential allows one to reverse time and traverse the river of history. Yet, beyond these, there exists the most formidable physique, known as the supreme divine demon physique. It embodies the essence of both yin and yang, harnessing divine and demon powers, manifesting only once every 1,000,000 years. I was the last, and you were the first to emerge after me. Chen Nian nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the Zixiao divine emperor's desire to pass on his legacy was not solely due to his talent, but also because of his supreme divine demon physique. Only such a physique could fully inherit the emperor's legacy, and should Chen Nian refuse, the next successor would not be found for millennia. With this understanding, he acknowledged, I comprehend now. After a moment, he continued, however, I am curious as to why, despite the multitude of emperors within the temple, all have seemingly vanished from the 3,000 domains. Chen Nian noted the absence of over 1,000 emperor-level beings. Surely, It cannot be that they all perished at once. The Zixiao Divine Emperor's expression remained calm as he shook his head. Your current cultivation is too low. In due time, when you break through to the Saint King realm, you will come to understand. For now, your focus should be on rapidly advancing your cultivation. Chen Nian recognized the truth in his words, nodding in agreement. Indeed, his current level of cultivation was insufficient to change anything, and it would serve him best to concentrate on his training. Only by elevating his power could he seek answers regarding the fate of the emperors of the 3,000 domains. As I immersed myself in the pool, the essence of the Supreme Being imparted the wisdom accumulated over a lifetime unto me. A gentle smile graced Chen Nian's lips, his heart swelling with joy. This was the legacy of the Purple Sky Divine Emperor, a treasure of immense significance. Without hesitation, he submerged himself in the violet spring, and upon entry, a terrifying energy concealed within surged forth. Though the origin of this spring remained a mystery, its terrifying energy was undeniable, for it belonged to the Purple Sky Divine Emperor. Chen Nian centered his thoughts and settled into a meditative posture. Suddenly, an array of images flooded his mind, various techniques, profound insights, and cultivation experiences. The scenes flashed before him at an astonishing speed, yet they were etched indelibly in his consciousness. However, the vast knowledge embodied in the teachings of the Purple Sky Divine Emperor was far beyond what Chen Nian's current mental fortitude could fully grasp, resulting in him assimilating only 5%, while the remaining 95% was preserved within his mind through arcane methods. Just as he thought it was over, the violet spring began to tremble violently. Countless droplets shot skyward, cascading over Chen Nian's form. The energy contained within the spring resonated deeply with him, causing the divine and demonic power within to revel in exuberance. Unbeknownst to him, this spring's formidable energy was infused with divine and demonic essence, intended to forge an unparalleled foundation for his path. Though Chen Nian possessed a solid foundation, it fell short of the ultimate level, despite swift advancements in the early stages. His progress would be constrained after breaking through to the Emperor realm. This meant that if he did not transform his foundational base, any future attempts to grow stronger post-Emperor would become increasingly arduous. His body was washed repeatedly in the spring, a blend of pain and ecstasy intertwining within his mind. The process of forging an unparalleled foundation necessitated the shattering of the previous one, followed by its reconstruction, a harrowing ordeal. Yet, the divine and demonic essence invigorated Chen Nian's being. Amidst this emotional turmoil, he lost track of time, absorbed entirely in the experience. Gradually, he sensed the pain subsiding, the pleasurable sensation fading. He slowly opened his eyes to find the violet spring completely depleted. Clenching his fists, a profound aura enveloped him, harmonizing with his very essence, as if they had seamlessly merged. Have I reached the King realm? The realization struck him, and he was momentarily taken aback. To have effortlessly ascended to the King realm at the tender age of 7 was astonishing. If word of a 7-year-old king were to spread across the 3,000 domains, it would surely incite a seismic upheaval. Moreover, the immense power within him had undergone a qualitative transformation, its magnitude soaring. System, check personal attribute panel. Beep accessing now. Host, Chen Nian cultivation, King realm technique. 9 transformations of divine demons, 9 stars. Divine elephant suppression technique, 9 stars. 999 particles. Martial arts, flower plucking finger, 9 stars. World annihilation sword technique, 9 stars. Phantom step, 9 stars. God layer slash, 9 stars. Life and death talisman, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine demon body. Supreme foundation talent. Blessing of the demon path special aura. Celestial aura divine powers. Reach the horizon. Word becomes law. Lightning domain. Soul binding lottery chances. 30 gazing at his attribute panel. Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with delight. The King realm cultivation, alongside an astounding 999 divine elephant particles, signified a dramatic increase in strength. Additionally, he noted the emergence of a supreme foundation in his physique. Chen Nian had previously heard of this from Chen Tiandao. Most individuals possessed lower or mid-tier foundations, while those achieving upper tier were true geniuses capable of pursuing the path of the great Tao. The rarest foundation, the supreme foundation, was said to require extraordinary circumstances to attain. Chen Tiandao was a possessor of this legendary foundation, and now, Chen Nian too had secured a supreme foundation, laying a robust groundwork for his future. As he contemplated his attributes, a flicker of joy illuminated his gaze. In a moment, the Purple Sky Divine Emperor materialized before Chen Nian, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with appreciation. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Your talent is exceedingly rare in the history of the 3,000 domains spanning millions of years. You are akin to that man from 2 centuries ago, yet your potential appears even more formidable. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian promptly rose and respectfully bowed to the purple sky divine emperor. Chen Nian, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Such kindness shall be etched in my heart. Though Chen Nian belonged to the demon path, he was not ungrateful. He understood the value of gratitude. The purple sky divine emperor not only forged him an unparalleled foundation but also imparted his insights and understanding of techniques, saving Chen Nian immeasurable time and presenting him with greater possibilities. Such magnanimity was akin to a rebirth. Previously, Chen Nian's cultivation had resembled a solitary endeavor, devoid of any reference. However, with the memory inheritance from the purple sky divine emperor, and as a fellow possessor of the supreme divine demon body, Chen Nian's path to cultivation would undoubtedly be more unobstructed. The purple sky divine emperor chuckled heartily. Your gratitude brings me joy. However, there is a matter I must caution you about. Please, divine emperor, speak. The purple sky divine emperor continued. My inheritance is a supreme treasure to others. Even a pig following my teachings could achieve the holy king realm and even break through to the emperor realm. But you are different. You must forge your own path. My path can only serve as a reference. As the adage goes, those who learn from me shall live. Those who imitate me shall perish. Do you understand? Chen Nian nodded earnestly. I understand. He was not like the ordinary. With his talent, he could not solely rely on the purple sky divine emperor's path. Following it entirely could lead him to break through to the emperor realm, but he would never surpass the purple sky divine emperor in this lifetime. This was the essence of those who learn from me shall live. Those who imitate me shall perish. Chen Nian grasped this wisdom. Seeing his comprehension, the purple sky divine emperor nodded with satisfaction, casting his gaze toward the heavens. Before I depart, I shall bestow upon you one final gift. A gift? Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback, filled with anticipation. With a wave of his hand, the purple sky divine emperor conjured a 7-tiered exquisite pagoda into his palm. The pagoda, though modest in size, radiated a soft golden light. This is the heaven-reaching pagoda, a divine tower I once utilized. Heaven-reaching pagoda? Such a grand name. Chen Nian mused, intrigued. The purple sky divine emperor explained, this pagoda consists of 7 layers and can contain all things. Should you encounter any threats, you may seek refuge within. No one below the emperor realm can harm you. Moreover, you can control the pagoda's movement from within, allowing for swift escapes. However, it has suffered damage and can only withstand attacks from those beneath half-step emperor level. You may recognize it as yours by dropping blood upon it and nurturing it with your divine and demonic essence. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian's eyes glimmered with excitement. This object was an exceptional means of escape. Whenever he sensed imminent danger, he could swiftly retreat into the heaven-reaching pagoda and make a hasty exit, leaving his adversaries bewildered. Although the Tower of Heaven suffered some damage, it remained capable of withstanding the realm beneath the half-emperor level. This was undoubtedly a significant boon for Chen Nian. After all, in an era where the 3,000 domains emperors had vanished and half-emperors lurked in the shadows, the tower afforded Chen Nian an almost immortal existence. With that, the divine emperor Zixio entrusted the tower to Chen Nian, his gaze lingering on it with a hint of nostalgia. Hurry, blood seal your allegiance, urged the divine emperor. Chen Nian nodded in affirmation, understood. He then drew a blade and made a small incision on his fingertip. Dark blood flowed forth, cascading onto the tower. In the next instant, the tower radiated an otherworldly glow, and Chen Nian felt an instantaneous connection with it. He immersed his consciousness within the tower. The structure comprised 7 levels, each possessing vast expanses, collectively rivaling the space of an entire domain. Such magnitude was sufficient for Chen Nian to accommodate all members of the Chen family within. Grateful for this treasure, Chen Nian bowed once more. Thank you, Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor Zixio smiled gently. No need for formality. Time is of the essence. You must depart now. Remember to train diligently. Chen Nian nodded, of course. No sooner had he responded than he felt a force of repulsion enveloping him, rendering his consciousness hazy. When his eyes opened again, he found himself outside the secret realm, accompanied by Shui Luer, Lin Qingcheng, Li Guangdao, and 6 other disciples of the Zixio divine sect. The latter 6 had not entered the divine hall and thus had not received any inheritance. Meanwhile, Xin Xinqiu, Jiuzhu, and several elders of the Zixio divine sect had been waiting at the entrance of the secret realm. Upon seeing Chen Nian emerge, Jiuzhu's worries were finally alleviated. Despite the myriad opportunities within the secret realm, dangers lurked as well. Had Chen Nian fallen, Jiuzhu would have carried that guilt for a lifetime, and the entire Chen family would face significant repercussions. Nianer, Qian Qianxiu and Jiuzhu approached simultaneously. Grandfather Jiuzhu. Chen Nian greeted them with a cheerful smile. Recognizing his demeanor, they sensed that he had surely gained something substantial from his time in the secret realm. Excellent. It is good to see you safe. Come, let us head to the main hall. Your grandfather has prepared a celebratory feast in your honor. Thank you, grandfather. Chen Nian smiled, following the group to the main hall. The evening was filled with joy and merriment. Later that night, upon returning to his room, Shuai Luer pushed the door open. I pay my respects to the young master, she exclaimed, kneeling with a smile. Rise, Chen Nian replied nonchalantly. You must have gained much from the secret realm. With a grin, Shuai Luer nodded. Indeed, young master. The emperor from whom I received my inheritance is named the Moon Charm Empress, and she practiced illusions, much like myself. I have inherited all her teachings, including various techniques and martial arts. Chapter 87. Have you lost your mind? The Moon Charm Empress is said to be a paragon of grace and power. Her mastery of illusions unparalleled and her might extraordinary. Undoubtedly a formidable emperor. With the inheritance from the Moon Charm Empress, Shuai Luer is destined to achieve great heights. Nonetheless, she continued to show Chen Nian profound respect, even more so than before. She was astute enough to recognize her position. Despite her newfound abilities and status as a prodigy in the 3,000 domains, she understood that all her achievements were a gift from Chen Nian. Without him, she would be nothing. Therefore, her heart brimmed with gratitude, and she was eager to share every detail of the Moon Charm Empress's teachings with Chen Nian. However, Chen Nian showed little interest. Well done. Obtaining an emperor's inheritance is a testament to your talent, but remember to train diligently and avoid complacency. Yes, I shall obey. Shuai Luer replied respectfully with a gentle smile. Chen Nian nodded, and she added, Young master, I am concerned for Ping'an. He did not enter the secret realm to receive an inheritance, and I fear he may be disheartened. Despite Chen Ping'an's exceptional talent, he was still too young at 7 to qualify for the Zixiao secret realm. He would have to wait for 200 years to have another opportunity, by which time it would be too late. Chen Nian smiled softly. Do not worry, I have my own plans. An emperor's inheritance is merely that. If he lacks it, it is of little consequence. With my support, the Chen family will not be overshadowed by those emperors. Understood, Shuai Luer replied, refraining from further discussion. After a brief exchange, she departed, leaving Chen Nian to meditate and reflect on the insights and experiences imparted by the divine Emperor Zixiao. Although he would not follow the divine emperor's path step by step, the wisdom gleaned would undoubtedly enrich his own journey. The following morning, after a full year spent at the Zixu divine sect, primarily for the secret realm, Chen Nian recognized that the time had come to return home. He had acquired all that he needed, and a sense of longing for home stirred within him. Yet, before departing, there was a matter he needed to address. Previously, Chen Nian had promised Lin Xingqing that he would annul their engagement upon exiting the secret realm. Now, as he prepared to return home, it was the perfect opportunity to fulfill that promise. Chen Nian bore no regrets regarding the annulment. Despite Lin Xingqing's stunning beauty and exceptional talent, it mattered little to him. His aspirations transcended mere titles like Saint King or Emperor. He aimed for a realm beyond that. In the Grand Hall, Xian Qianxiu and the elders were seated when Chen Nian entered. All the elders rose in respect. Grandfather, I have come to bid farewell. After a year away, I intend to return to the Nine Heavens Demon Domain. Xian Qianxiu felt a twinge of reluctance. Throughout the year, despite his many responsibilities, he had made a point to visit Chen Nian for meals whenever he had the chance. As the head of a sect, he cherished familial bonds. And Chen Nian was the only family he had left besides Xian Lingwei. Nianer, won't you stay a little longer to keep your grandfather company? Chen Nian smiled. Grandfather, I have gained insights during my training and wish to return for a period of intense cultivation. I promise to visit often when time permits. Seeing his determination, Xian Qianxiu nodded silently. However, before I leave, there is something I must request of you, grandfather. The assembly fell silent, and Xian Qianxiu was momentarily taken aback before responding. What is it, Nianer? I wish to annul my engagement. The words reverberated through the hall, plunging it into a profound silence. Annul? Annul the engagement? Lin Qicheng, the object of countless admirations across the 3,000 domains. Chen Nian had been betrothed to her, yet he now sought to dissolve that bond? It was preposterous. Xian Qianxiu's brow furrowed in disbelief. That is not permissible. It was a pact made between your father and me, and it cannot be altered. The elders echoed their disapproval. Indeed, this is a matter of great significance. The marriage cannot be retracted. Precisely. You are already betrothed to the saintess. Should you annul the engagement, how would the various powers in the 3,000 domains perceive our Zixu divine sect? Unquestionably, the elders opposed Chen Nian's desire to annul the engagement. The news of their betrothal was well known throughout the 3,000 domains. To retract, it would be a significant blow to the sect's reputation. Moreover, all present were acutely aware of Chen Nian's prodigious talent. Each wished to tether him to their own chariot. Thus, it was only natural that none were eager to relinquish their hold. Observing the unanimous responses around him, Chen Nian remained unperturbed and spoke calmly. Grandfather, you are well aware of Lin Qingqing's temperament. A forcibly coerced fruit is never sweet. Let us do this instead. I shall follow Lin Qingqing. If she is unwilling, we will call off the engagement. What do you say? A subtle smile graced Chen Nian's lips. How could Lin Qingqing possibly disagree to annul the engagement? She couldn't have lost her senses. Thus, the marriage was effectively nullified. The elders exchanged glances at a loss for words. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. I do not agree to the annulment. The crowd turned in unison to see Lin Qingqing entering the grand hall with measured grace. Clad in elegant white, unlike before, her face bore no signs of coldness, but rather a hint of mirth, indicating her good spirits. However, Chen Nian was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Have you lost your mind? Qingqing, do you truly oppose the annulment? Xian Qianqiu's tone was somewhat agitated. He had anticipated the marriage would be called off. Yet Lin Qingqing seemed to be in favor of it. As long as she was willing, Chen Nian had no grounds to proceed with the annulment. With a gentle smile, Lin Qingqing bowed to Xian Qianqiu and affirmed, Yes, master, I do not agree to the annulment. Chen Nian was instantly taken aback. But I thought you wished to call it off? Lin Qingqing replied, I have never considered annulling the engagement. One must abide by the whims of fate. I, Lin Qingqing, am not one to be choosy. Chen Nian retorted, Abide by whims? Is that truly your sentiment? Perhaps you should reflect on your words. The elders' faces broke into amused smiles, offering their reassurances. Indeed, our holy maiden has never contemplated an annulment. Precisely, this marriage is thus established. With that, Lin Qingqing effectively dashed any hopes of annulment. In the grand hall, Chen Nian refrained from further protest, for insisting on the annulment would surely incite the displeasure of the entire Zishu divine sect. After all, the initial engagement with Lin Qingqing was primarily to gain entry into the Zixiao secret realm. Now that he had obtained opportunities from within the realm, would he cast aside Lin Qingqing? Such an act would be inappropriate. Furthermore, he harbored no aversion towards her, and Xian Qianqiu, as his grandfather, was also acting in his best interest. Chen Nian did not wish to cause him any distress. He cast a lingering glance at Lin Qingqing and chose to remain silent. That evening, within Lin Qingqing's chamber, as Chen Nian entered, Lin Qingqing, who had been meditating on her bed, opened her eyes, a smile gracing her features. I anticipated your arrival, she said, her smile unwavering since Chen Nian walked in. Without hesitation, Chen Nian closed the door and casually took a seat, calmly inquiring, Why did you retract your decision regarding the annulment today? To be frank, Chen Nian found it perplexing. Not long ago, Lin Qingqing had gone to great lengths to avoid marriage. Now, with the opportunity laid before her, all she needed to do was voice her desire to cancel the engagement, and it would be over. Yet, she unexpectedly reversed her stance, as if her mind had been caught in a door. Lin Qingqing, not taken aback, contemplated for a moment before responding. I simply believe that marrying you wouldn't be so bad. Chen Nian was momentarily speechless. Lin Qingqing continued. Though we've known each other for only a year, I have witnessed your exceptional talent and strength, which I find commendable. Your ability to surpass me in cultivation fills me with admiration. You remain undistracted by the allure of women. Even with Shui Luer by your side, your focus remains steadfast, and your mindset is admirable. You saved me in the secret realm, and with your blood coursing through my veins, I find myself harboring inexplicable feelings towards you. In simpler terms, I believe I have developed affections for you. Despite their age difference, it was insignificant in this fantastical world where powerful warriors could live for millennia. Moreover, Chen Nian was still young and would mature in due time. A few years meant little to those on the path of cultivation. A single retreat could span several months. Chen Nian, upon hearing her words, fell into silence. He could sense Lin Qingqing's feelings towards him. Regarding matters of the heart, Chen Nian had always held a nonchalant attitude. Whether love existed or not had little bearing on his ambition to reach the summit. He was a devil, living freely without the constraints imposed by so-called righteousness. After a lengthy pause, he nodded and said, Very well, I shall grant you 10 years. If you still wish to marry me after that time, come find me at the Chen residence. How does that sound? Excellent. Lin Qingqing readily agreed. Having made her decision, she resolved to visit the Chun family in the Nine Heavens Devil Domain. For someone like her, if she did not love, no matter what the other party did, her demeanor remained cold. Yet, if she genuinely loved someone, she would face any danger without hesitation. This was Lin Qingqing's Achilles heel. It was evident that she had indeed developed feelings for Chen Nian. The young man possessed a charisma that belied his years, impressive both in intellect and strength. Then I shall take my leave. I will depart for the Chun residence tomorrow, Chen Nian declared. Agreed, Lin Qingqing nodded, and Chen Nian returned to his quarters. The night sky was clear, adorned with countless stars. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside Chen Nian's room. Come in, he replied without hesitation. Shortly after, Chen Pingan entered, stating, Young Master, Li Guangdao, an inner disciple of the Zhixiao divine sect, wishes to see you. Oh, Chen Nian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Guangdao would come to see him at this hour. After exiting the Zhixiao secret realm, Chen Nian had instructed Chen Pingan to seek out Li Guangdao and inform him that he could provide everything he desired, power, status, resources, and strength should he choose to follow him. Chen Nian found the young man intriguing. Not only had he entered the divine hall, but he had also acquired a legacy. It appeared that the power of that legacy was formidable. Please, show him in, Chen Nian said with a faint smile. Yes. Chen Pingan turned to leave and soon returned, leading Li Guangdao into the room. Since emerging from the Zhixiao secret realm, Li Guangdao's cultivation had surged significantly, having broken through from mid-transcendence to peak transcendence. Now just a stone's throw away from the king realm, the young man exuded a dominating will, which had enabled him to enter the divine hall even when his energy was spent. Do you understand why I called for you? Chen Nian asked directly. Li Guangdao nodded. I do. Chen Nian smiled and continued. So, what have you decided? Are you willing to follow me? Li Guangdao showed no hesitation. He had come prepared. I know you are the heir of the Chen family, endowed with extraordinary talent and boundless resources. Although I have acquired a legacy within the Zhixiao secret realm, it is merely a legacy. Without resources, my progress and cultivation would be significantly hampered. In this era of great contention, a single misstep can lead to a cascade of failures. I, Li Guangdao, am ambitious, and your prowess compels me to wish to ascend to greatness alongside you. Though Li Guangdao was brash and domineering, he was far from foolish. In fact, he was more perceptive than most. As merely an inner disciple of the Zhixiao divine sect, he held no power or influence. Despite having obtained a legacy, it was merely that, a legacy, devoid of the resources necessary for rapid advancement. Even if the sect nurtured him, the process would be painfully slow. In this tumultuous era, if he did not devise a plan, he might miss out on opportunities at the pinnacle of this world. Li Guangdao was determined not to lead a mundane life. Thus, he was prepared to take a gamble. Gambling on the path alongside Chen Nian promises a brighter future. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian's lips curled slightly upwards, his gaze reflecting a hint of satisfaction. This individual, much like Chen Pingan, possesses a keen intellect, making him a valuable asset. Indeed, from this moment forth, if you faithfully follow this prince, you shall not be treated poorly. Yes, Chen Nian nodded, then produced a spatial ring, stating, This ring is for you. It contains sufficient resources for you to cultivate to the Emperor realm. Since you have inherited the legacy of the great Emperor, I shall not burden you with additional martial arts manuals. With that, Chen Nian tossed the ring to Li Guangdao. Upon receiving the ring, Li Guangdao glimpsed the resources within and was momentarily dumbfounded. My heavens, so much wealth. Chen Nian casually offered a ring containing resources exceeding the total he had gathered over the years by a factor of 10. His breath quickened, and he hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, Thank you, Prince. Chen Nian smiled faintly and tossed a blade, declaring, This sword, named 7 Knights, is an 8-star precious blade. It will suffice for now. I shall procure a better one for you later. Chapter 89. Return to the Chen family. As Li Guangdao beheld the 7 Knights sword, he was momentarily paralyzed with awe. This was an 8-star precious blade, a rarity in the 3,000 domains, capable of inciting fierce competition among countless warriors upon its emergence. The weapon he wielded as the first inner disciple of the Zhixiao divine sect was but a 6-star blade, a mere shadow compared to the 7 Knights. The nonchalance with which Chen Nian bestowed such a treasure left Li Guangdao astonished, realizing the magnitude of his benefactor's generosity. With his heart racing, Li Guangdao gazed at the blade in his hands, then knelt on one knee, declaring, I, Li Guangdao, pledge my loyalty to the young master. Chen Nian's generosity assured him of a promising future under his guidance. After all, Chen Nian was young, extraordinarily talented, immensely powerful, and possessed a formidable background. Following such a prodigy would undoubtedly lead Li Guangdao further along his path. All right, rise, Chen Nian replied with a slight smile. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow we shall visit the Chen family. As for the Zhixiao divine sect, I will personally address the matter. Given Chen Nian's relationship with the Zhixiao divine sect, securing Li Guangdao's position was trivial, especially since it was Li Guangdao's own choice. Understood, I shall obey. Li Guangdao bowed again and respectfully exited Chen Nian's chamber. That night, under a sky adorned with countless stars, Li Guangdao emerged from Chen Nian's room, his heart brimming with joy. He gazed at the precious blade in his hand, excitement coursing through him. No warrior could remain indifferent to a fine weapon, and neither could he. The prospect of possessing an 8-star precious blade had seemed a distant dream, now realized. Moreover, this was merely a token of Chen Nian's goodwill. Who knew what greater treasures awaited in the future? With a smile, Li Guangdao thought, "It seems I have made the right choice." For a cultivator, success in cultivation demands not only talent, but also resources and a robust background. Without these, even the most gifted individual may struggle, unless they possess extraordinary fortune. With Chen Nian's support, Li Guangdao knew he would surely advance further. The following morning, Chen Nian and his companions prepared to depart from the Zixiao divine sect. The spiritual vessel was docked at the Grand Hall's entrance. After exchanging farewells with Xian Qianxiu and the elders of the Zixiao divine sect, they boarded the ship and set sail. On board, Chen Nian's gaze fell upon a corner where Lin Qingqing stood silently. Their eyes met. Soon, the spiritual vessel commenced its journey. Chen Nian smiled faintly, then withdrew his gaze. The Chen family in the Nine Heavens demon domain lay countless miles from the Zixiao divine sect, and the journey would take several days. For everyone aboard, those days passed swiftly. Eventually, they beheld the city of the Chen family. It was Li Guangdao's first visit to the Nine Heavens demon domain, and he was filled with curiosity about his surroundings. While many spoke of the Nine Heavens demon domain as a den of evil, where the populace suffered, Li Guangdao observed that within the Chen family city, the citizens lived in peace and prosperity, bustling streets resembling any other city, devoid of the terror that outsiders described. This reputation stemmed from the emergence of a new upper realm, which threatened established powers, prompting attempts to tarnish its image. The Chen family had already received word of Chen Nian's return, and preparations were underway throughout the household, including among the elders, to welcome him back. At this moment, in the Chen family courtyard, countless disciples stood awaiting the arrival of a massive spiritual vessel, which descended slowly. As Chen Nian and his companions disembarked, thousands of Chen family disciples bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the prince. Welcome back, prince." The thunderous chorus reverberated throughout the Chen family estate. Behind them, Shui Luer and Li Guangdao stood in astonishment. They realized that among the disciples were many of remarkable talent, and to witness such a multitude kneeling in homage was astonishing. Even the elders standing by in agreement. They had been aware of Chen Nian's elevated status, yet the scale of this reception surpassed their expectations. "Please rise," Chen Nian said with a gentle smile, his voice infused with genuine energy that resonated throughout the estate. Hearing his command, the disciples responded in unison, "As you command." At this juncture, several elders approached with expressions of delight. "Young master, after a year away, we are honored to welcome you back. Your aura has deepened. You must have ascended to even greater heights." Indeed, the young master's talent is unmatched across the 3,000 domains. The elders showered Chen Nian with praises, their faces alight with smiles. To outsiders, they might be seen as ruthless agents of the demonic path, capable of slaughtering entire realms without hesitation, yet before Chen Nian, they appeared humble and eager to please. They felt no shame in their demeanor, as Chen Nian's identity and talents warranted their admiration. "Thank you for your kindness, elders. Your dedication to the Chen family is truly commendable," Chen Nian replied with a modest smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the elders beamed, responding, "It is no trouble at all." Elder Chen Tianan spoke slowly. "Young master, the family head awaits you in the Grand Hall and has requested your presence." "Very well," Chen Nian acknowledged, nodding in agreement. He then turned to Li Guangdao and Shui Luer, instructing, "Elders, please arrange accommodations for them nearby my courtyard." The elders exchanged glances. Although Li Guangdao and Shui Luer did not possess talents on par with Chen Nian, they were still regarded as exceptionally gifted within the 3,000 domains. Recognizing their status as Chen Nian's companions, the elders acted promptly, with the third elder saying, "Rest assured, young master, I shall make the arrangements immediately." "Excellent," Chen Nian affirmed, then turned to give a few more instructions before striding purposefully towards the Grand Hall. As he passed, every disciple of the Chen family bowed and greeted him respectfully. Chapter 90. Astonishment. I pay my respects to Father. In the Grand Hall, Chen Nian bowed in reverence. Chen Tiandao lay languidly in his chair, eyes closed, his form seemingly merging with the world around him. Without careful scrutiny, one might not even perceive his breath. Every movement he made appeared to resonate with the very laws of the universe. He gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of joy illuminating his otherwise placid gaze. To the outside world, he was the sovereign of the Nine Heavens demon domain, the most formidable figure across the vast 3,000 domains. However, to Chen Nian, he was simply a father, one who naturally cherished his child. With a grin, Chen Nian approached and seated himself on the ground. I'm back. Chen Tiandao examined Chen Nian closely for a moment before nodding in approval. Quite impressive. Your cultivation has advanced significantly. The supreme foundation of the Tao has been established. It seems you have received a considerable inheritance. Though the number of emperors within the Purple Cloud secret realm was considerable, not every emperor possessed the knowledge of forging the supreme foundation. Only the most elite among them would understand such techniques, thus indicating that Chen Nian's inheritance was indeed remarkable. Chen Nian smiled and confirmed, yes, I received the inheritance from the Purple Cloud Divine Emperor after entering the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Tiandao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The Purple Cloud Divine Emperor. He was renowned as the most powerful emperor in the history of the 3,000 domains, his prowess terrifyingly formidable. While Chen Tiandao had faith in Chen Nian's talent and anticipated a worthy inheritance, he had not expected him to acquire the legacy of the Purple Cloud Divine Emperor. The notion was almost beyond belief. Is this truly so, Nianer? Chen Tiandao inquired, hesitance lacing his voice. Chen Nian nodded affirmatively. It is indeed the Purple Cloud Divine Emperor. Excellent. Truly wonderful. A glint of excitement sparked in Chen Tiandao's eyes as he applauded. It appeared that Nianer's talent surpassed even his expectations. Through the concealed pearl on Chen Nian, he discerned his cultivation level instantly. His vitality surged like a dragon, emanating an aura of terror, and he had already reached the realm of a monarch at merely 7 years of age, even more daunting than Tiandao himself in his youth. Gazing intently at Chen Nian, Tiandao marveled at the emergence of such a prodigy in the Chen family after him. Should they both flourish? The entirety of the 3,000 domains might well belong to the Chen family. I am truly gratified that you have obtained the inheritance from the Purple Cloud Divine Emperor. However, it is imperative that you diligently cultivate moving forward. Your rapid breakthroughs necessitate a period of refining your foundations. For now, refrain from venturing out and focus on honing your skills at home. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your training, feel free to seek guidance from me or from the ninth ancestor. Chen Nian understood the importance of solidifying his foundation, as a stable mindset was often even more critical than mere strength in the realm of martial arts. An unstable heart could lead to irreparable harm during forced cultivation or might even provoke madness. I understand. If there is nothing else, you may go and visit your mother, Chen Tiandao suggested with a smile. Though Chen Nian resided within the Purple Cloud Divine sect, Xian Lingwei's heart was fraught with worry, being the sole parent concerned for her only son's safety. Very well, Chen Nian replied. Yet, he added, there is one more matter. With that, he summoned the mother worm from his beast control ring. Father, this is the mother worm I reclaimed from the Purple Cloud secret realm. The sight of the mother worm left Chen Tiandao once again astounded. He gazed wide-eyed at the creature, astonishment washing over him. This entity had vanished millions of years ago, seemingly never to have graced the annals of history within the 3,000 domains, known only through fragments in ancient texts. He possessed some understanding of this creature, knowing it to be exceptionally troublesome, capable of summoning countless beastly insects to assault foes. If the enemy could not identify the mother worm's location, they would be mercilessly overwhelmed by a relentless barrage of insect swarms. Furthermore, should the mother worm possess emperor-level cultivation, it could summon emperor-level insects. A prospect that was indeed terrifying. Though my knowledge of such beings is limited, encountering it is fortuitous. Once the mother worm's cultivation advances, it will serve as a tremendous boon to you. However, its growth demands vast resources. Even the entirety of the 9 heavens demon domain's resources combined may not suffice to elevate it to the Saint King realm. Indeed, while the mother worm is formidable, it has its drawbacks. Its resource consumption is immense. Even exhausting all resources of the 9 heavens demon domain may not guarantee its elevation to the Saint King realm. Not to mention, each subsequent ascension beyond that requires an astronomical amount of resources. Chen Nian nodded. I understand. I will manage the resources. Very well. Chen Tiandao, reassured, refrained from further interference. His son was enigmatic, evidently capable of handling matters independently. After their conversation, Chen Nian proceeded to visit Xian Lingwei. The mother-son reunion after more than a year was filled with joy, and they conversed for quite some time before Chen Nian returned to his own residence. The third elder had arranged for Shui Luer and Li Guangdao's accommodations well in advance, conveniently located near Chen Nian's separate courtyard, adjacent to Chen Pinggan's dwelling. That night, Chen Nian summoned the Grand Elder. Greetings, young sovereign. Chen Tianan saluted with a bow. Good to see you, Grand Elder, Chen Nian replied with a warm smile. Indeed. Young sovereign, it has been quite some time. What urgent matter brings you to summon me at this late hour? Chen Nian responded with a faint smile. Grand Elder, your cultivation has been stagnated at the peak of the Saint Entry realm for many years, has it not? Chen Nian, taken aback for a moment, then answered earnestly, yes. Young sovereign, I have been stuck at this peak for over 27 years, unable to step beyond it. Perhaps my talent is lacking, rendering me incapable of comprehending the power of the laws. The comprehension of laws is notoriously challenging. Many who reach the Saint Entry realm spend their entire lives without making further progress. Chen Nian's expression bore a hint of melancholy as he sighed softly. Chen Nian, perceptive as ever, detected this despondence and smiled reassuringly. There is no need for the Grand Elder to lose heart. I possess a method to assist you. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. Chen Nian then slowly produced a crimson gold fruit from his spatial ring. Instantly, the room was suffused with an intoxicating fragrance, laced with a faint aura of law. What is this? Chen Nian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chen Nian's lips curled into a slight smile. This is the blazing flame dragon fruit. It can aid the Grand Elder in comprehending the power of the laws. Blazing flame dragon fruit. Chen Nian's eyes widened further. Disbelief etched across his face. He had encountered references to this legendary spiritual item in ancient texts, known for its ability to assist those at the Saint Entry realm in grasping the laws. It was crucial to understand that comprehending the laws required exceptional talent. Chen Nian had been stuck at the peak of the Saint Entry realm for over a century, primarily due to the difficulty of grasping the law's power. If he were to consume the blazing flame dragon fruit, the likelihood of him breaking through to the Saint King realm would increase significantly. However, such legendary items had long vanished from the world, and he had never laid eyes on one until now. Chen Nian swallowed hard, incredulous. Young sovereign, is this truly the blazing flame dragon fruit? Observing the Grand Elder's astonishment, Chen Nian simply smiled calmly. Indeed, this blazing flame dragon fruit should be of great benefit to the Grand Elder, no? Chen Nian nodded vigorously. Yes, it is indeed beneficial. His excitement was understandable. After all, achieving the Saint King realm was a monumental milestone. After a lifetime of effort, he had only managed to reach the peak of the Saint Entry realm, and though it appeared to be just a step away, the chasm between them was vast. The formidable power of the Saint King realm is not something that a practitioner of the Saint realm can compare to. Unlike Chen Tiandao, he lacks the ability to fight beyond his tier. However, Chen Tianan, upon reflection, hesitated and remarked, Young master, the blaze dragon fruit is exceedingly rare. You are the future of the Chen family. I dare not covet it. Although Chen Tianan yearned to break through to the Saint King realm, he understood that Chen Nian was the true hope of the Chen family. Such a divine object should rightfully be enjoyed and utilized by Chen Nian, for otherwise, it would be a waste. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian smiled slightly. While the elders of the Chen family each had their own agendas, their loyalty to him and the family was beyond question. With a smile, he handed the blazed dragon fruit to the Grand Elder, saying, Grand Elder, please take it. I have no need for such things. Though the blazed dragon fruit could assist a practitioner in the Saint realm in comprehending the power of laws, its consumption also bore risks. The use of such a heavenly treasure came with limitations. Forcing oneself to comprehend the laws through the fruit could complicate future breakthroughs to the Emperor realm. Chen Nian's aspirations extended far beyond merely attaining the Saint King realm. Chen Tianan, initially taken aback, soon grasped the implications and tightly clutched the blazed dragon fruit. Unlike Chen Nian, he lacked extraordinary talent. Reaching the pinnacle of the Saint realm was only possible due to Chen Tiandao's support, having been stuck at this peak for many years without external assistance. He feared he might never reach the Saint King realm. As for the legendary Emperor realm, it was a distant dream he scarcely dared to entertain. He excitedly nodded. I understand. Thank you, young master. After which, he bowed slightly to Chen Nian. This gesture expressed profound gratitude. For a practitioner at the Saint King realm could enjoy an extended lifespan of several millennia. If Chen Tianan could break through from the peak of the Saint realm to the Saint King realm, it would be akin to a rebirth. Chen Nian smiled gently, waving his hand. Grand Elder, you are too courteous. It is getting late. Please take your leave. Yes, I shall not disturb the young master's rest. I will take my leave, replied Chen Tianan, bowing once more before turning to depart. Watching Chen Tianan's retreating figure, Chen Nian smiled softly. Initially, he had intended to give the blazed dragon fruit to his second uncle. But upon learning from Chen Tiandao that his uncle had gone into seclusion and would not return until he broke through to the Saint King realm, Chen Nian refrained from further inquiry. After all, with Chen Tianan's talent, breaking through to the Saint King realm was not an insurmountable challenge. Especially with Chen Tiandao's guidance. Time passed swiftly. Early the next morning, Chen Nian set off alone to the ancestral grounds, intending to enter seclusion. Having received the legacy of the purple cloud divine emperor, he required time to assimilate this newfound knowledge. After all, it contained the insights of the most powerful emperor, along with martial arts teachings. While Chen Nian did not plan to follow his steps meticulously, the guidance he provided was invaluable. The ancestral grounds were a forbidden area of the Chen family. Traditionally, only the family patriarch was permitted entry. Yet, Chen Nian was an exception, having grown up there. Enjoying extraordinary freedom of movement in and out of the sacred site, with no one daring to challenge him. Before entering the ancestral grounds, Chen Nian summoned Chen Pingan, Shueluer, and Li Guangdao. You three, focus on your cultivation. This young master will be in seclusion for a while. The Chen family has ample resources. Simply seek out the third elder for assistance. This is my token, which Pingan shall safeguard. With this token, you may freely access the scripture repository and other key areas. Except for the 9th floor, where only a few 9-star martial arts are restricted, having instructed them to diligently cultivate. Chen Nian assured them that the Chen family would provide all necessary resources. Occupying the 9 Heavens Demon Domain, one of the top 10 superior regions, the family possessed an abundance of resources. However, with many disciples in the family, resource allocation was inevitable. Fortunately, the trio, being exceptionally gifted and close to Chen Nian, would have sufficient resources. Moreover, Chen Nian's token was of the utmost prestige. With it, they could access various places within the Chen family, including almost all martial arts in the scripture repository, with the exception of a few from the 9th floor. Chen Pingan accepted the token respectfully, stating, "Understood. Rest assured, young master, we will cultivate diligently." "Excellent." Chen Nian nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. After giving his final instructions, he turned and entered the ancestral grounds. Within, the spiritual energy was abundant, far surpassing that of the outside world, almost palpable. A single day of cultivation here equated to 4 or 5 days outside. Upon entering, Chen Nian did not linger. He was well acquainted with every aspect of the ancestral grounds. Thus, he immediately sat cross-legged, commencing his cultivation. Circulation is the essence of the Tao. The interplay of yin and yang embodies the Tao. They are the embodiment of the Tai Chi. Yin and yang are merely expressions of a singular essence, where yin flows as yang. These thoughts of the purple cloud divine emperor's explanation of the supreme demon body echoed in Chen Nian's mind as he spoke softly, the demonic energy within him growing ever stronger. This energy seemed to form a cycle, nourishing both his body and soul, continuously elevating his mental realm. Chen Nian could distinctly perceive the flow of this energy within him. Chapter 92. 10 years of seclusion. As spring faded into autumn, the ancestral grounds remained eternally vibrant. Chen Nian tirelessly cultivated within, dedicating his days to martial training and absorbing the insights imparted by the purple cloud divine emperor. The journey from an ordinary individual to the most powerful emperor was fraught with challenges. Each step of cultivation brought him significant gains, greatly enhancing his state of mind and comprehension. 10 years slipped away in an instant. At this time, Chen Nian was 17. Other than the occasional exit from the ancestral grounds, he had remained there for a full decade. Outside the ancestral grounds, the aura of the secret realm began to waver, and suddenly, the stone door at the entrance swung open. Standing outside were numerous elders, along with Chen Pingan, Shueluer, and Li Guangdao. After 10 years of cultivation, supplemented by the abundant resources of the Chen family, the trio had made remarkable strides in their abilities. Particularly, Shueluer and Li Guangdao. Both had acquired the emperor's legacy within the purple cloud secret realm, significantly enhancing their innate talents and cultivation speeds. Now, Shueluer had broken through to the late stage of the supreme realm, while Li Guangdao had surpassed her, advancing from the king realm to the pinnacle of the supreme realm, mere steps away from entering the emperor realm. The emperor realm represented a critical juncture in a warrior's journey. Those who reached this level could be considered formidable experts. Although Chen Pingan had not received the emperor's legacy, he possessed the Aegean body implanted by Chen Nian, coupled with the accumulation of various resources and his own training. At a young age, he had already reached the late stage of the king realm. Suddenly, the stone door opened. A man and a woman emerged slowly. Chen Nian led the way. His handsome features sharply defined. Now 17, his appearance was extraordinarily striking, with a refined visage, a devil-may-care smile, and an alluring gaze that captivated all. Each step he took was deliberate, exuding a mysterious aura that seemed to meld him with the world around him. Following Chen Nian was a spirited young girl, radiating an aura of fiery red energy. This was his steed, an Huang. Even at the king realm, an Huang had already taken on a human form. And after amassing countless resources, she remained in the Emperor realm, capable of incredible speed. When she flew at full force, even practitioners in the Saint realm would struggle to keep up. Greetings, young master. Upon seeing Chen Nian emerge, everyone hurriedly clasped their hands in salute. Although Chen Nian's aura was not overtly apparent, the elders could sense a terrifying presence emanating from him, instilling a sense of dread within them. It was an unknown fear. Chen Nian resembled a black hole, inscrutable and unfathomable, yet his strength was undeniable. Please rise, Chen Nian said with a slight smile, his tone nonchalant. His gaze turned to the Grand Elder, and with a subtle grin, he remarked, Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Holy King realm, Grand Elder. Our Chen family now boasts another formidable Holy King. Upon receiving the flame dragon fruit gifted by Chen Nian, the Grand Elder cherished it immensely. After Chen Nian entered seclusion, the Grand Elder also began his own retreat. After 5 years of arduous training, he finally broke through to the Holy King realm, significantly enhancing his strength and extending his lifespan. His once gray beard was now no longer white, and his thinning white hair had regained its thickness and darkened somewhat. The Grand Elder's heart brimmed with gratitude towards Chen Nian. Had it not been for the flame dragon fruit, he could not fathom how long it would have taken him to reach the Holy King realm, perhaps 10 years, 100, or even a lifetime without success. Thank you, young master. Your kindness is something I shall never forget. Wherever you may need me, I would brave fire and water for you. The Grand Elder's gaze was filled with unprecedented affirmation. Achieving the Holy King realm allowed him a glimpse of the world beyond. He firmly believed that Chen Nian was the chosen one destined to lead their family into the future. With him, the Chen family would only grow stronger. The Grand Elder's words were laden with sincerity. After speaking, Chen Nian smiled slightly and shifted his attention to Shui Luer and the others. It seems you three have not slacked off during my absence, he noted, observing their significant progress in cultivation. The trio beamed at Chen Nian's praise, their faces alight with smiles. We vow to follow the young master to the ends of the earth. Indeed, Chen Nian replied. After a brief exchange at the entrance to the secret realm, they returned to the courtyard surrounding Chen Nian. After 10 years of rigorous training in the secret realm, he had rarely emerged. His meals had been delivered to the entrance, but the fruits of his labor during those years were immense. Shui Luer had prepared a bath for him in his chamber. After a decade without emerging, it was time to cleanse himself. He disrobed and stepped into the wooden tub, leisurely reclining in the steaming water. Though the water was scalding, it posed no harm to Chen Nian. The clear water washed over him, and at 17, his physique had matured significantly, especially since children in this world began cultivating from a young age. Shui Luer stood at the doorway and softly inquired, Young master, do you require my assistance with your bath? Now, Shui Luer had grown to be quite graceful, her figure more pronounced than before, and the allure on her face was undeniable. No need, you may leave for now. I wish to rest a while, Chen Nian replied. Throughout his 10 years in the secret realm, he had scarcely rested, dedicating his days to cultivating his true energy and honing his physical prowess, occasionally reflecting on the insights of the divine Emperor Zixiao. Yes, Shui Luer dared not linger and gently closed the door behind her. Alone in the room, Chen Nian sat in the tub, closed his eyes, and softly called out, System, display my personal attributes. Ding. Accessing now. Host, Chen Nian Cultivation, Mid-Stage Sovereign Realm Techniques, 9 Transformations of Divine Demons, 9 stars. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, 9 stars. 999, 9999 Particles. Martial Arts, Flower Pinching Finger, 9 stars. Annihilation Sword Technique, 9 stars. Illusory Phantom Steps, 9 stars. Godslaying Slash, 9 stars. Life and Death Talisman, 9 stars. Star Crushing Fist, 9 stars. Physique, Supreme Divine Demon Body Talent, Blessing of the Demon Path Special Aura, Celestial Immortal Aura Divine Abilities, Reach the Ends of the Earth, Words Manifest as Laws, Lightning Domain. Soul Binding Lottery Draws, 100 Gazing at his attribute panel, Chen Nian's lips curved into a subtle smile, satisfaction swelling within him. In a decade, he had progressed from the early stage of the sovereign realm to the mid-stage, and this was with him deliberately slowing his cultivation pace. Had he exerted his full effort, he would have likely already ascended to the holy realm. Furthermore, his greatest advancement lay in the divine elephant suppressing prison technique, awakening a staggering 999 particles. The next step was to transform all the giant elephant particles into dragon elephant particles to complete his metamorphosis. Over the course of 10 years, Chen Nian's cultivation had significantly advanced, and his demeanor had grown increasingly composed. After soaking in the tub for over half an hour, he slowly rose, drying himself off. Shui Luer re-entered, pouring out the water from the tub, behaving like a devoted attendant. Young master, the madam is aware of your emergence and requests your presence at her residence. A servant girl, who served Xian Lingyue, entered, her gaze averted, not daring to meet Chen Nian's eyes. It was well understood that Chen Nian was the beloved son of Xian Lingyue and Chen Tiandao, blessed with unparalleled looks and an exceptional presence that drove the women of the 3,000 domains to madness. Chen Nian glanced at the servant girl and replied casually, "All right." After a decade of seclusion, he had not seen his mother, and upon emerging, Xian Lingyue had long been yearning for him. Just as he finished bathing, the servant girl arrived to summon him. Shui Luer assisted Chen Nian in dressing, her gentle fingers gliding over him, her enchanting gaze seemingly ensnared by an invisible thread. "Young master, you are ready," she said. "Yes," he acknowledged. "Shall I have you accompany me? Would you like me to?" Shui Luer asked softly. During Chen Nian's seclusion, she had often visited Xian Lingyue. Chen Nian met her gaze and nodded. "Let us go together." "Hee, all right." Shui Luer giggled, her eyes sparkling with joy. The duo made their way to Xian Lingyue's residence. As the matriarch of the Chen family and the favored wife of Chen Tiandao, Xian Lingyue's abode was far from ordinary. The estate was exceptionally spacious and bright, with a long river flowing through it, flanked by various flowers and trees, resembling a paradise on earth that instilled peace upon entry. "Greetings, mother." Upon seeing Chen Nian bow, Xian Lingyue's calm demeanor ignited with warmth, her face lighting up with joy as she rushed towards him. "Nianer, I have missed you dearly. You have finally emerged. After 10 years in seclusion, I have thought of you day and night. How have you fared? Have you eaten well? Are you sleeping soundly? Don't let the pressure overwhelm you." Xian Lingyue's initial words were a cascade of concern and affection. Chen Nian, her only son born after 10 months of pregnancy, would be cherished regardless of his circumstances. The brilliance of maternal love shone through. Chen Nian felt a warmth in his heart, and seeing his mother's concerned expression, his voice softened considerably. "Fear not, mother. I am well and have made significant progress in my strength." Xian Lingyue felt a wave of relief wash over her at Chen Nian's maturity. After some time, she turned her gaze to Shui Luer, who was no stranger to her after years of frequent visits. "Luer, you seem to have grown thinner from your training. Come, try these pastries." As she spoke, Xian Lingyue gestured towards a platter of delicacies. Shui Luer grinned and, without hesitation, took a piece, savoring it with delight as the aroma enveloped her senses. "Auntie, this is delicious." Upon hearing the praises from Shui Luer, Xian Lingyue chuckled and replied, "This was specially prepared by my servants." The three conversed in the courtyard for a while when suddenly a middle-aged man approached, carrying a bowl of white liquid. "Madam, the 10 complete dragon bone soup you requested for the young master is ready," he announced as he placed the bowl on the table. Xian Lingyue smiled gently and said, "Thank you, stewardly." This man, named Li Jian, had served the Chen family for over a century, proving his loyalty to be quite dependable. The Chen family was vast, with many stewards, but Li Jian was one who had long served Xian Lingyue. "No trouble at all," he replied modestly, glancing at Chen Nian before lowering his head in silence. Xian Lingyue smiled and said, "Nianer, you should try this soup. The dragon bones within are rare treasures that your father sought for many years. Dragons had vanished from this realm long ago, their whereabouts unknown. It was well known that dragons were once the sovereigns of the earth, possessing immense power. Even newly hatched dragons were formidable, requiring little training to ascend in strength, much like today's phoenixes. However, while the phoenix lineage still persisted, the dragon lineage had long since disappeared. Thus, the remnants of a dragon were exceedingly precious, particularly the dragon bones, which were highly nourishing. This 10 complete dragon bone soup was an ancient recipe, crafted using secret methods to significantly enhance vitality. Seeing the steaming bowl of soup before her, Chen Nian smiled and, without hesitation, nodded. "All right." She lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. The energy contained within the dragon bone soup surged through Chen Nian's body, replenishing her essence. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. While the spiritual energy nourished her cultivation, another terrifying force began to corrode her body. It was a toxin, slowly invading her being. Xian Lingyue and Shui Luer seemed to notice Chen Nian's distress and hurriedly inquired, "Nianer, what is happening? Young master, are you all right?" After a brief pause, Chen Nian's pallid face began to regain some color. She waved her hand lightly, saying, "It's nothing. But there is poison in this soup." At Chen Nian's words, both Xian Lingyue and Shui Luer were taken aback, springing to their feet. Chen Nian fixed her gaze on the remaining soup in the bowl, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She did not know who sought to harm her, but this individual intended to kill her. Although she was unaware of the specific poison used, she recognized its colorless, odorless, and highly toxic nature. This poison would undoubtedly prove fatal even to those at the sacred realm, and could severely injure anyone at the sacred king level, let alone someone of her royal cultivation. Fortunately, Chen Nian possessed an unparalleled divine body, capable of resisting all toxins. Otherwise, today would have been perilous. Chapter 94. Soul Binding, revealed. Upon learning of the poison in the soup, Xian Lingyue and Xue Luer felt a tightening in their hearts. In the vast Chen family, someone dared to poison Chen Nian? Was this not akin to courting death? Chen Nian was the young master, the son of the foremost figure of the demonic path. Who would dare to poison him? With a steely gaze, Chen Nian looked coldly at stewardly, who maintained an indifferent expression as if he were uninvolved in the affair. Yet, Chen Nian knew that this matter was inextricably linked to this man. Tell me, who instructed you to poison me? Chen Nian's voice was frigid, calm as if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss. However, Xue Luer, familiar with Chen Nian's temperament, recognized that he was genuinely enraged. Stewardly raised his head, and suddenly his expression shifted. The once timid and fearful gleam in his eyes turned sharp and menacing. His benevolent demeanor transformed into one of ferocity as he coldly snorted. Chen Nian, you are doomed. I have plotted this scheme for over a century. The weak water poison is incurable. Today, Chen Tiandao, you shall experience the pain of losing a child. Ha ha. The courtyard echoed with Steward Li's maniacal laughter. He gazed at Chen Nian as if he were observing a corpse, his eyes glinting with malice and satisfaction. The pain of losing a child, national grievances, and family vendettas would finally be avenged. The weak water poison was an ancient and exceptional toxin, entirely devoid of an antidote, and no remedy could be found in this world. Even if Chen Tiandao possessed exceptional skills, there would be no turning back. However, Chen Nian merely scoffed, gazing at Stewardly as if he were a fool, mocking, is that so? The weak water poison is nothing but mediocre. It is unfortunate that despite your century-long planning, you have failed to kill me. Stewardly, upon hearing this, stared in disbelief at the vibrant and rosy Chen Nian. How? How is this possible? This is the weak water poison. An ancient toxin. How could Chen Nian possibly be unscathed? I saw him drink it with my own eyes. His voice trembled, lips turning purple and face paling. He had long prepared for his own demise, but he never expected Chen Nian to emerge unscathed. Had all his years of patience been in vain? Chen Nian let out a cold laugh, ignoring Li's questions, and instead coldly demanded, I ask you, who commanded you to do this? It was known that over 100 years ago, he had not yet been born. This enduring patience had persisted within the Chen family for over a century without detection, an impossible feat for a single person. Moreover, it was inconceivable that a mere steward could acquire such an ancient and extraordinary poison. Although shocked, Steward Li quickly took a deep breath and regained his composure. Do not ask, I will not tell you. He had orchestrated this scheme for over a century. Although it had not succeeded, he would never implicate those behind him. With that, Li's complexion darkened, his lips quivering, before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Xue Luer was momentarily stunned, rushing forward to examine Li's condition. Young master. He has ingested poison. He must have bitten down on something. The toxin is too potent. He is beyond saving. Unlike Chen Nian, who was immune to all toxins, Li Jian was not so fortunate. Xian Lingyue squinted at the lifeless body of Steward Li, a man who had served her for over a century without revealing any signs of treachery. She had never suspected him, even allowing him to prepare the very drink Chen Nian consumed. To her astonishment, he had concealed his intentions so deeply. Nianer, this lead may be severed. Though she yearned to uncover the mastermind behind this plot, with Li's suicide, the Chen family had too many enemies, given their history of violence and plunder. Moreover, Chen Tiandao was notoriously tyrannical, naturally garnering numerous foes. With Li's death, Xian Lingyue truly could not fathom who had orchestrated this. However, Chen Nian remained unfazed. He slowly approached Li's fallen form, a cold smile gracing his lips as he murmured, just died. The soul has yet to disperse. In an instant, Chen Nian's gaze sharpened, and he slowly uttered two words, soul binding. Indeed, Chen Nian activated his divine ability, soul binding. As long as a being had just perished, this ability could capture their soul for his own use, harnessing a fraction of their power, approximately 50 to 80% of their prime. Of course, Steward Li possessed no combat prowess. Nonetheless, Chen Nian sought to use this ability to uncover who had attempted his assassination, a question of utmost importance. In the next moment, a swirl of white mist materialized before Chen Nian. Xian Lingyue and Xue Luer exchanged puzzled glances, both unaware of Chen Nian's intentions, yet they quietly observed, not uttering a sound. In the blink of an eye, Butler Li's figure materialized before the crowd, startling both Xue Luer and Xian Lingyue. Chen Nian had somehow conjured the other party's soul body. Even Butler Li himself appeared utterly bewildered. He had clearly just perished after taking the medicine. How could this be? Furthermore, he found himself unable to discern any aspect of his own condition. At this moment, he was merely a soul. What on earth was happening? Chen Nian, what have you done? Panic began to creep into Butler Li's demeanor. Death did not frighten him, but the current situation seemed far more terrifying. He was unaware of the means at Chen Nian's disposal, yet as the young master of the Chen family, he knew that Chen Nian's capabilities were certainly not trivial. Chen Nian fixed a cold gaze upon him, and the tranquility in his eyes sent a shiver down Butler Li's spine. I shall ask you once more, who instructed you to poison me? The chill in Chen Nian's voice made Butler Li tremble involuntarily. However, at this critical juncture, he stubbornly held his ground. And no one. I acted alone in my desire to poison you. Is that so? Chen Nian scoffed. Sensing the man's obstinacy and deciding it was time to teach him a lesson, he spoke slowly. The reason you are still alive is that I, the Imperial Prince, have seized control of your soul. In other words, you are under my command. As long as I wish for you to live, you shall remain unharmed. Upon uttering those words, Butler Li was suddenly engulfed by excruciating pain. The sensation was terrifying, alternating between icy cold and volcanic heat, accompanied by a gnawing torment that seemed to consume his very essence. The agony was intense, a prolonged suffering that felt far worse than death itself. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he could no longer endure. With a trembling voice laced with desperation, he finally relented. I will tell you everything. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian withdrew his punishment. Having endured such torment, Butler Li dared not conceal anything further and hastily confessed, It was the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty that commanded me. I have been hiding here for over a century, waiting for the opportunity to eliminate Chen Tiandao's offspring. Chapter 95. Flattening the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. The Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty? A voice from the entrance interrupted, prompting everyone to turn. They beheld Chen Tiandao entering slowly from outside. His expression was calm, betraying no emotion, yet his eyes shimmered with an endless killing intent. Salutations, father. Salutations, domain lord. Chen Nian and Shui Luer both bowed in respect. Chen Tiandao nodded before asking, Nianer, are you unharmed? Chen Nian shook his head. I am fine, father. Although the poison they used was potent, my supreme devil body is uniquely resilient to all toxins. The individuals from the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty had plotted for years to poison Chen Nian. Yet they had overlooked a crucial detail. His supreme devil body granted him immunity to all poisons. Upon hearing that his son was unharmed, Chen Tiandao let out a slow sigh of relief, though his murderous intent remained unabated. In the past, the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty had governed the Crimson Flame Divine Domain, one of the 10 superior domains possessing formidable power. At that time, Chen Tiandao had led the Chen family to greatness, reducing the Crimson Flame Divine Domain to a mere mid-domain. Although the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty was no longer a superior domain, it had amassed a foundation over hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, during the rise of the Chen family, their own foundation was not particularly deep, leading Chen Tiandao to refrain from annihilating them completely. Now, those rogues dared to stir trouble again, even targeting his son. They were asking for death. Nianer, how do you wish to proceed? Chen Tiandao's gaze upon Chen Nian was devoid of joy or sorrow. Chen Nian met his father's gaze, understanding that Chen Tiandao was testing his resolve. Without hesitation, he replied with a cold smirk, Since the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty dares to plot against me, it has no reason to exist any longer. Ha ha. Excellent, my son. You are decisive. Chen Tiandao laughed heartily, filled with appreciation. He then retrieved the Black Gold Family Lord token from his possession. As he infused it with his vital energy, the token rapidly ascended, enlarging in the air above the Chen family, capturing the attention of countless disciples. Chen Tiandao's voice echoed throughout the sky. All elders and disciples of the Chen family, gather your belongings within 15 minutes and assemble in the Great Hall. Those who disobey shall be executed. The menacing decree reverberated through the entire Chen family, igniting a fervor among the disciples. What? The family lord's token has been activated. Is there to be a grand undertaking? Did you not hear the endless killing intent in the family lord's voice? Someone must have provoked our Chen family. Humph. Those who dare challenge us shall have their skin flayed. Finally, we can go to war. I've been itching for a fight. This time, I shall slay a city to sharpen my demonic blade. The entire Chen family erupted in excitement. Although the disciples were unaware of the exact circumstances, they understood that their family was preparing for war. The Chen family had rested for many years, and it was time to make their presence known. Over the years, the Chen family had nurtured a core force comprising tens of thousands of direct and collateral descendants, all of whom were elite warriors. Each disciple consumed far more resources than their counterparts in other factions, and in addition to these, the Chen family commanded an outer force of over 1 million. These individuals, although not bearing the Chen surname, were vassals to the Chen family. Moreover, the various factions within the Nine Heavens demon domain would unconditionally send disciples to fight should the Chen family declare war. In this land, the Chen family was akin to a divine entity. Even if these factions were reluctant to engage, they had no choice. Any hesitation would lead to their sects being reduced to ashes by Chen Tiandao. At that moment, within the Chen family Great Hall, 18 elders, along with countless stewards and disciples, had gathered. From above, the scene appeared as a dark mass. The collective aura of the disciples altering the very color of the skies above the Chen family and the Nine Heavens demon domain. In the high heavens, Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian descended, standing before the throng. Salutations, Domain Lord. Salutations, Young Master. The multitude of voices coalesced into a thunderous chorus that resonated throughout the Nine Heavens demon domain. No need for formalities. Chen Tiandao's calm voice rang out, prompting the disciples to rise, gazing up at his imposing figure. This man stood as a pillar of strength for the entire Chen family. He cleared his throat, and his steady voice reverberated through the air. Esteemed ones, I wish to announce something. Today, my son Chen Nian was poisoned by an infiltrator from the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Had it not been for divine protection, he would have perished at the hands of that assassin. Upon hearing Chen Tiandao's words, the entire Chen family erupted in uproar. What? The young master was poisoned? The Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, weren't they the ones we nearly obliterated? Damn it. They dare to cause trouble again. They truly do not know their place. We must eradicate them. Yes, annihilate them. Instantly, the fervor among the Chen disciples soared, each one vowing to destroy the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. The elders, too, were equally animated, their emotions exceeding even those of the younger disciples. They had thrived in the Chen family for so many years, and it was thanks to Chen Tiandao that they enjoyed their current status, while Chen Nian represented their future. Moreover, these elders, to varying degrees, had benefited from Chen Nian's kindness, particularly the Grand Elder, who had attained the Sacred King realm due to the fiery dragon fruit bestowed by Chen Nian. Upon hearing of the treachery against Chen Nian, he was immediately enraged, wishing to storm into the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty at that very moment. Master of the house, we are willing to serve as your vanguard and obliterate the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Indeed, the young master is the future of our Chen family. How audacious of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty to plot against him. They are courting death. Yes, let us annihilate the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. A chorus of elders eagerly pledged their support. The entire Chen family, comprising tens of thousands, was filled with righteous indignation, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chen Tiandao cast a glance at Chen Nian, his icy gaze directed towards the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, imbued with profound and chilling malice. Did they truly mistake him for a sickly cat simply because he had not roared? Drawing a deep breath, he coldly declared, Disciples of the Chen family, heed my command. All disciples of the Chen family, including peripheral disciples and all forces of the Nine Heavens demon domain, mobilize at once to crush the Crimson Flame Divine Domain. Chen Tiandao was genuinely enraged, nearly calling upon all the forces of the Nine Heavens demon domain. Crush the Crimson Flame Divine Domain. Crush the Crimson Flame Divine Domain. The air above the Chen family resonated with thunderous roars, vowing to make the entire Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty pay the price. Chapter 96. The reaction of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. While the Chen family was fervently rallying their forces, all the direct and collateral disciples, along with peripheral disciples and the major forces of the Nine Heavens demon domain, set their sights on the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. In an instant, the 3,000 realms were in turmoil, all major forces focusing their attention on the conflict between the Chen family and the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Meanwhile, at the assembly of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, all ministers were thrown into a state of panic upon learning that the Nine Heavens demon domain intended to mobilize against them. Your Majesty, I have heard that the Prince of the Nine Heavens demon domain has been poisoned and ambushed by individuals from our Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Now, the Nine Heavens demon domain is preparing to march against us. Your Majesty, I believe our immediate priority should be to seek peace. Indeed, the Nine Heavens demon domain has spent over a century recuperating and developing. Their strength has multiplied manifold. Our current situation is far from being their match. We implore your Majesty to reconsider. The court erupted into chaos, yet nearly all officials, whether civil or military, clamored for peace. Why? It was because Chen Tiandao had once single-handedly instilled deep psychological scars in them. Now, With the decline of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty and the meteoric rise of the Chen family, their strengths were no longer on the same level. How could they possibly contend against Chen Tiandao? Was it not preferable to survive rather than provoke the Chen family? After all, he was the prince of the Chen family. Wang Ting sat uneasily upon the throne, feeling burdened by unspoken grievances. He was acutely aware of the Chen family's might. However, this incident was not of his design. It was orchestrated by their ancestor, Wang Zhen. He found himself powerless. Just as Wang Zhen was pondering what to say to his ministers, a frail figure slowly entered the hall, bringing an immediate hush over all present. No one dared to utter a word. This elder was none other than Wang Zhen, the ancestor of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. He walked deliberately into the hall, approaching the throne. The ministers dared not meet his gaze. Upon reaching the dragon chair, Wang Ting hastily rose to pay his respects. "I pay my respects to the ancestor." Wang Zhen responded calmly, then turned to address all the ministers in the hall. His gaze was piercing, causing many ministers to feel their scalps tingle with dread, some trembling uncontrollably due to their lesser cultivation. "I have heard that you wish to seek peace." His tranquil voice echoed through the grand hall, saturating the atmosphere with a palpable murderous intent. No one dared to respond, for they all understood that speaking at this moment would be tantamount to courting death. Wang Zhen snorted coldly, "A bunch of spineless cowards. Over a century ago, our Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty was defeated by Chen Tiandao, losing over half our territory. In that battle, countless powerful warriors perished, including even my son. From that day forth, I vowed to ensure that the blood debts owed to the Nine Heavens demon domain would be paid in full. I have plotted for an entire century, only to see it all come to naught." Wang Zhen's voice resonated through the hall as the ministers listened in silence, refraining from speech. Yet they all recalled that fateful battle, when Chen Tiandao alone dragged the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty into the abyss, marking the beginning of its decline. Wang Zhen inhaled deeply and scoffed. "Since then, the bones of my Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty have been broken, our spines shattered, leaving all our subjects unable to stand. Although our strength has waned, we still possess the capability to fight. If we do not engage now, in 50 years, 100 years, or even 500 years, we will be left at the mercy of the Chen family, and that is when you will truly be in peril." The ministers exchanged glances, their hearts stirred by Wang Zhen's words, for he spoke the truth. Although the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty had suffered a significant decline and lost much of its territory, they still had the foundation of tens of thousands of years and the capability to fight. However, if they waited several hundred years, the Chen family would become even more formidable, with Chen Nian ultimately maturing into a powerhouse. At that point, the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would truly be left defenseless. Wang Ting found himself lost in contemplation. Observing the reactions of the ministers, Wang Zhen continued, "Though the Chen family comes with great ferocity, we of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty are not without the means to resist. I have come out of seclusion to confront the Chen family. The ancestral artifact of our Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty has been unsealed. With this artifact, I can contend with Chen Tiandao. All you need to do is deal with the million-strong army of the Chen family." Although the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty was in decline, it still possessed a million-strong army. Furthermore, this army was not composed of mere commoners. They were all warriors. Should the million-man army unite and coordinate their formations, even a Sacred King realm expert would find it challenging to contend with them. The ministers exchanged glances before turning their gazes back to Wang Ting. After a moment of consideration, Wang Ting nodded, saying, "The ancestor speaks wisely. If we do not fight with all our might now, then in 50 years, even if we wish to engage, we will be incapable." The ministers had all witnessed the growth of the Chen family over the years. Upon hearing Wang Ting's words, they all nodded in agreement. Wang Zhen, observing their response, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He had long desired to engage in battle with the Chen family. Although he had failed to poison Chen Nian this time, he had unsealed the ancestral artifact of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. With his strength at the late Sacred King realm, he might be able to slay Chen Tiandao. After all, it was an artifact. Once Chen Tiandao fell, the entire Chen family would be left leaderless, with no one capable of opposing him. Wang Zhen proclaimed loudly, "In that case, let us prepare our troops. Summon forces from all regions, and march forth. I will personally command the operation. This time, I will undoubtedly confront the Nine Heavens demon domain." This would be the final battle between the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty and the Chen family. If victorious, the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would reclaim its former glory and ascend back to a position among the top 10 realms. If defeated, the dynasty would be obliterated, and the entire Crimson Flame Divine Domain would fall under the dominion of the Chen family. Yes, the ministers had no other choice but to ready their forces for battle. They could only hope for victory in this decisive confrontation. Wang Teng paused and declared, "This time, I shall personally lead the front line alongside you all, sharing in our fates." This battle would determine either their survival or their demise, marking a desperate struggle for the Crimson Flame divine dynasty. Thus, this battle was one they could not afford to lose. Wang Teng's presence at the front lines would undoubtedly bolster morale. Moreover, he was no ordinary warrior, possessing the strength of the Sacred King realm, which could prove advantageous. Seeing his determination, the ministers ceased to harbor further doubts. After all, with the emperor himself leading the battlefield, what objections could they possibly raise? "We obey your command, and shall shed our last drop of blood for the Crimson Flame divine dynasty. Long live the Crimson Flame divine dynasty. Long live the Crimson Flame divine dynasty." Chapter 97. The war begins, a father and son's conspiracy in just one day. The entire Nine Heavens demon domain rapidly prepared for battle. All the spiritual vessels, weapons, and elixirs needed for combat were ready. The Nine Heavens demon domain resembled a meticulously crafted war machine, ready to operate at full throttle upon the onset of conflict. The supply of elixirs and weapons was virtually limitless. Over the years, the Chen family had undertaken substantial reforms within the Nine Heavens demon domain, not without purpose. Besides the Chen family, other major forces were also mobilized, and the combined strength of the domain was undeniably formidable. The call to arms resonated throughout the skies of the Nine Heavens demon domain, where tens of thousands of spiritual vessels floated, their sheer numbers blocking out the sunlight. These represented the elite combat power of the Nine Heavens demon domain. In this battle, the domain was deploying its full might to eradicate the Scarlet Flame divine dynasty. It had been many years since such a significant conflict had erupted across the 3,000 domains. Previously, even battles between two domains were often limited to national confrontations among lower realms, with large-scale conflicts being rare at the middle realm level. The upper 10 domains seldom engaged in warfare, as such confrontations would be catastrophic. The Chen family, a newly ascended upper domain, faced off against the former hegemon, the Scarlet Flame divine dynasty, an encounter that captivated many observers. As the spiritual vessels sped toward the Scarlet Flame divine dynasty, the two domains were in close proximity, with the journey to the border taking merely half a day. At this moment, within Chen Nian's spiritual vessel, Shui Luer, Chen Ping'an, Li Guangdao, and Nai Huang sat before him, their faces reflecting a mix of tension and excitement. This was their first participation in a conflict of such magnitude. Soon, they would witness a grand spectacle of combat, with countless martial artists clashing in a spectacle of millions. "We are about to reach the border. This time we shall confront the Scarlet Flame divine dynasty head-on, sweeping them away with our collective might," Chen Nian declared. Li Guangdao grinned, his fierce gaze glinting with murderous intent. "Rest assured, young master, I, Li Guangdao, fear nothing in battle. Those who dare to plot against you will face my wrath." Chen Ping'an shares an unbreakable enmity with the Scarlet Flame divine dynasty. All three affirmed, with Chen Ping'an's hatred running deepest, as his parents had perished in conflicts with the Scarlet Flame divine dynasty. For a son to not avenge his parents' deaths would be a life wasted. Moreover, Chen Nian himself had been targeted by the Scarlet Flame divine dynasty, a matter that crossed Chen Ping'an's threshold of tolerance. And Nai Huang, who had matured into a humanoid form and attained the rank of emperor, still retained the innocence of youth akin to that of a 4- or 5-year-old human. Yet, she held an unwavering trust in Chen Nian. Looking up at him, she obediently stated, "Whatever the young master wishes, Nai Huang shall comply." Chen Nian smiled gently at her words. "This domain war will serve as a crucible for your growth. Only through battle can your strengths be forged. However, as my trusted confidants, your safety is paramount. Here are 4 talismans, one for each of you. Should you encounter an overwhelming foe, shatter the talisman, and it will transport you 1,000 miles away." 4 talismans appeared in Chen Nian's hand, gifts from a recent draw, capable of ensuring their escape in dire circumstances. He possessed only 10, and as his most trusted aides, he would not allow them to fall into peril. The 4 received the talismans with gratitude, carefully stowing them away, aware of their life-saving potential. "Thank you, young master," they expressed in unison. Chen Nian waved dismissively. "No need for thanks. Go now and prepare for battle. This confrontation allows for no defeat." "Understood," they replied, departing to ready themselves. As dusk fell, the Chen family's myriad spiritual vessels arrived at the border between the Nine Heavens demon domain and the Scarlet Flame divine dynasty. Within the main camp, Chen Tiandao occupied the central seat, flanked by Chen Nian, the elders of the Chen family, and the leaders of various forces within the Nine Heavens demon domain. Almost 70% of the domain's strength had been mobilized for this campaign. "Domain Master, the The Scarlet Flame Divine Dynasty's vessels have yet to arrive. Should we not launch a night raid to catch them off guard? Proposed the Grand Elder Chen Nian, having arrived first at the border. A surprise attack on their stronghold could catch the enemy unprepared, gaining the upper hand. However, Chen Tiandao merely smiled and shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. A night raid? That will not be necessary. Our purpose is to thoroughly eradicate the Scarlet Flame Divine Dynasty and to annihilate all their main forces here. His confident declaration reverberated throughout the camp. Yet, Chen Tianan expressed concern. Domain Master, although the Scarlet Flame Divine Dynasty is weakened, they still command 1,000,000 troops. If we engage them head-on, our losses could be significant. I propose enlisting the assistance of the Phoenix Domain and the Zishao Divine Domain. With our three forces united, we could minimize our casualties. The Grand Elder believed the enemy's depth was substantial, and direct confrontation could lead to a Pyrrhic victory. The Phoenix Domain had allied with the Nine Heavens Demon Domain, and the Zishao Divine Sect was a natural ally. Their combined presence would alleviate much of the pressure. However, Chen Tiandao firmly dismissed this proposal, gazing sternly at Chen Tianan. Grand Elder, you are mistaken. First, the men of the Chen family fear not death. In this battle, I shall place them at the forefront. Only through the crucible of fire and blood can they truly grow. Second, the Chen family's grievances are ours to settle. We require no outside assistance. Lastly, I will deal with that old fool and his artifact. As for the so-called 1,000,000 troops, I trust in Yenner's command. His hidden trump cards will ensure our losses remain minimal. Chen Tiandao was aware of the Scarlet Flame Divine Dynasty's key strengths, namely that old foe and his artifact. But he was undeterred. He believed that with effort, he could ultimately overcome them. Furthermore, he knew of Chen Nian's possession of a mother bug, a crucial weapon in large-scale warfare. Chen Nian, sensing the confidence in his father's words, smiled knowingly. Rest assured, father. The Scarlet Flame Divine Dynasty's 1,000,000 troops are nothing but refuse in my eyes. What of 1,000,000 troops? I command a legion of beast bugs, and under my care. The mother bug has reached the late stages of Emperor rank, allowing me to summon countless beast bugs of Emperor rank and below. Coupled with the 1,000,000-strong forces of the Nine Heavens Demon Domain, the so-called army of the Scarlet Flame Divine Dynasty is merely a joke. Seeing the unwavering confidence between father and son, the others fell silent. Even Chen Tianan's unease dissipated. After all, this duo was shrouded in mystery. And with such confidence radiating from them, there was little to fear. Let us proceed, they declared in unison. Chen Nian smiled faintly. Very well. Rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Your efforts will be needed. We shall obey, they replied, bowing respectfully before exiting the main camp. Within the tent, only Chen Nian and Chen Tiandao remained. Come forth, ninth ancestor, Chen Tiandao spoke calmly. In the next moment, the figure of the ninth ancestor materialized before them. Since returning to the Chen family, he had remained hidden, rarely showing himself. You shall accompany Nian tomorrow. Refrain from engaging in battle, he instructed. Understood. The ninth ancestor nodded in acknowledgement. He naturally understood that Chen Nian's safety was of utmost importance. Father, can we defeat the Qian Divine Dynasty, which possesses divine artifacts? Although Wang Jun was no match for Chen Tiandao, that man wielded a divine artifact. This battle was bound to involve a war of annihilation. And divine artifacts would surely come into play. Chen Tiandao scoffed. While divine artifacts are extraordinary, their efficacy depends on the wielder. He is merely an old fool, capable of delaying his demise for a while. With a few strategies, I can dispatch him. Chen Tiandao's power was not something that could be extinguished by a single divine artifact. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian felt reassured. I understand. In that case, I have another request for you, father. Chen Tiandao paused and asked, what is it? If you defeat that old wretch from the Qian Divine Dynasty tomorrow, could you leave him to me for execution? Chen Tiandao was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly recalled the incident from the day before when Chen Nian had imprisoned Steward Li's soul, and he seemed to grasp something. His dark eyes glanced at Chen Nian, and without further comment, he simply nodded and said, since my son has spoken, I shall comply. Chen Nian smiled faintly. After all, that old man was a late-stage Saint King. If he could bind his soul, it would mean possessing a Saint King as an enforcer. The temptation was significant. Thank you, father. Tomorrow on the battlefield, I will ensure that the 1,000,000-strong army has no chance of return. Very well. Chen Tiandao smiled slightly, clearly pleased. Only the 9 ancestors looked at this father-son duo with a shiver. They were each more formidable than the last. Thankfully, they were family. Otherwise, one might not even know how they met their end. The night fell, and the Qian Divine Dynasty's army reached the border. Both sides mobilized millions of troops. Leading the Qian forces was Emperor Wang Tong, whose 3 armies were bolstered by high morale. Soon, the skies brightened. At this moment, Within the camp of the Nine Heavens demon domain, all troops had assembled, a sea of soldiers stretching endlessly. The impending conflict loomed like the apocalypse. Standing at the highest point, Chen Nian infused his voice with true energy, resonating throughout the entire army. All listened to my command. Advance. Kill. 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 The thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as the army commenced its movement. Meanwhile, the Qian divine dynasty's forces arrived as well. The two sides were merely over 100 meters apart, creating a vast battlefield between them. Surrounding them were wild woods, autumn winds howling, with yellow sand strewn across the ground. The atmosphere was cold and menacing. Chen Nian, after more than a century. Today I shall avenge my son and the Qian divine dynasty. Wang Zhun glared with fury, his words dripping with rage. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. And his hatred for Chen Nian had reached its peak. His only son perished at Chen Nian's hands, and the Qian divine dynasty had nearly crumbled due to him. After languishing for years, Wang Zhun could no longer contain himself. Today, he would spare no expense to employ the divine artifact to utterly annihilate Chen Nian. However, observing Wang Zhun's demeanor, Chen Nian merely sneered, dismissing him entirely. You old fool, back then I spared you. Today you dare to stir trouble again. Attempting to poison my son. I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, and grind your bones to ashes. If Wang Zhun had not targeted Chen Nian, this battle would not have commenced. It was his attack on Chen Nian's reverse scale that had provoked this conflict. Dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and die. Chen Nian was far superior to mere dragons. Wang Zhun snorted coldly, unafraid. For he wielded a divine artifact that had been passed down for over tens of thousands of years within the Qian divine dynasty. With the artifact's enhancement and his own cultivation as a late-stage Saint King, he believed he could certainly kill Chen Nian. Nian, I leave this to you. I shall capture Wang Zhun alive. Chen Nian spoke slowly. Trusting his son with the million-strong army was a testament to his faith in Chen Nian. Yet, Chen Nian was equally confident as he smiled and replied, Do not worry, father, as long as that old fool has a breath left. I will ensure his soul is eternally bound and force him to serve as my enforcer. Trust me. Chen Nian smiled faintly, his figure vanishing as he rushed towards Wang Zhun. Without hesitation, Wang Zhun charged forward, holding the divine artifact. As the two exchanged blows, a tremendous wave surged forth. They deftly ascended into the sky, as the ground below was not suitable for their battle. At their level, engaging in combat would inevitably affect their armies. Young master, what should we do? Should we attack? The Grand Elder Chen Nian approached, whispering into Chen Nian's ear. Attack? Chen Nian smiled slightly, maintaining his composure. Grand Elder, do not be anxious. Look there. The Grand Elder followed Chen Nian's pointing finger and saw a massive swarm of creatures racing towards the Qian divine dynasty's forces. Is that a horde of beast insects? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, a vast swarm of beast insects was hurtling towards the million-strong army of the Qian divine dynasty. The sheer density of these creatures indicated that there were at least several 100,000. Moreover, Chen Nian sensed that these beast insects were formidable, with the weakest at the extraordinary realm, and many reaching the sovereign and supreme realms, even some at the monarch level. It was known that these beasts could decimate adversaries in lower realms. The sheer strength of this horde was terrifying. Although beast insects were weaker than warriors of the same level, their overwhelming numbers compensated for this disparity. Hundreds of thousands of beasts, densely packed, obscured the sun itself. The Qian divine dynasty soon realized the predicament. The horde of beast insects was charging towards them. Your Majesty, we are in grave danger. Tens of thousands of beast insects are heading our way. This must be the demonic magic of Chen Nian. The left chancellor cried out in panic. He had been reluctant to engage in war with the Nine Heavens demon domain, especially since the Qian divine dynasty had weakened considerably and the demon domain was shrouded in mystery. There was little to gain from such conflict. However, Wang Tung had refused to listen. Now, faced with an onslaught of countless beast insects, the left chancellor was in a state of despair. The sheer quantity of these beast insects, each possessing considerable strength, posed a significant threat to their army. In an instant, Wang Tung found himself flustered. He had never witnessed such an overwhelming horde of beast insects and had no idea where they had come from. But one thing was certain. These creatures were undoubtedly linked to the Chen family. Quickly, form ranks. Do not panic, Wang Tung shouted. The generals hurriedly went to organize the troops. However, it was too late. The speed of the beast insects was astonishing, especially those at the monarch level, who reached the Qian divine dynasty's army in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the beast insects began to bite and crash into the ranks. Chaos erupted within the vanguard of the Qian Divine Dynasty's army, and Wang Ting, feeling the mounting panic, urgently commanded, "Steady, do not panic." Speaking thus, he summoned his true energy, unleashing a wave of golden energy that obliterated dozens of beast insects in front of him. However, the beast insects had already infiltrated the army. Although Wang Tung was a formidable Saint King, he could not launch large-scale attacks against his own troops. These were all soldiers of the Qian Divine Dynasty. He could not bring himself to harm them. He could only issue orders to attack, while simultaneously fending off the beast insects. The Qian Divine Dynasty's army, primarily composed of cultivators, had many lower-ranked soldiers whose cultivation levels were not high. Most were at the extraordinary or spirit-gathering realms, with those at the skywalking realm being the captains. In contrast, the beast insects were all at least at the extraordinary realm, leading to catastrophic losses for the entire Qian Divine Dynasty army due to the chaos. Fortunately, many of the military generals within the army possess formidable skills, having reached the realm of the holy. Moreover, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty has its own powerful warriors at the Holy King level. However, following this recent clash, the entire army of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty has suffered significant casualties, losing more than half of its forces, and their formations have been thrown into disarray. Most critically, their morale has plummeted, with some soldiers casting fearful glances toward the Nine Heavens Demon Domain. Although they did not experience the battles of yore, the relentless might of the Nine Heavens Demon Domain over the years has instilled a profound sense of dread within them. The recent inexplicable assault by beasts and insects has further magnified their fear to an extreme degree. Chapter 99. Chen Nian takes the field. Young master, look. The Red Flame Divine Dynasty's army is in chaos, with casualties exceeding half, and their formations are far from orderly. The Grand Elder, Chen Nian, spoke with palpable excitement in his eyes. Although he was unaware of the origin of these beasts and insects, he was certain that they were somehow connected to Chen Tiandao and his son, Chen Nian. This single assault by the beasts had decimated a significant portion of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's million-strong army, severely diminishing their morale. It was undeniably the perfect moment to strike. Chen Nian, clearly aware of this, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. It is time. With that, he rose, and all eyes turned toward him. Drawing a black longsword from his person, he pointed skyward and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, heed my command. Flatten the Red Flame Divine Domain and seize the Red Flame Divine Dynasty." Chen Nian's voice resonated powerfully, igniting a wave of exhilaration among countless disciples of the Nine Heavens Demon Domain. As practitioners of the demonic path, they relished the thrill of violence, and the prospect of conquering a domain was enough to stir their passions. The spoils of war, filled with treasures from a former top-tier domain, awaited them, and many among them thrived on the bloodshed, honing their skills through the enemy's lifeblood. In an instant, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Demon Domain erupted into a fervent roar. Then, with a thunderous command, Chen Nian shouted, "Kill." Immediately, a dark tide surged forth, as countless disciples charged toward the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. The elders and stewards of the Qin family and various factions were equally elated, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The Grand Elder, assured of Chen Nian's safety under the protection of the Ninth Ancestor, joined the charge alongside the Chen family elders. Faced with such an overwhelming force, the already beleaguered army of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, having suffered from the surprise attack of the beasts, fell into further panic. Some soldiers could barely grip their weapons, their trembling legs betraying their fear, terror. Few could maintain their composure in the face of death, especially the soldiers of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, who had merely sought a means to survive rather than to protect their homeland. The thought of death left them in a state of sheer dread. Soon, over 1 million disciples of the Nine Heavens Demon Domain surged forward, igniting the battlefield with chaos. Countless soldiers found themselves straddling the line between life and death. Chen Pingan and his companions, having already surged to the forefront, were formidable warriors in their own right. Though Chen Pingan was a king-level martial artist, his overall prowess rivaled that of a late-stage supreme. Fueled by his anger toward the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, he showed no mercy in battle, striking down foes with ease, his blade claiming multiple lives with each swing. Covered in blood, he reveled in the exhilaration of combat, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. Witnessing the fierce battle unfolding before him, Chen Nian felt his own blood boiling. Gripping his sword, he chuckled, "Ninth Ancestor, I shall join the fray." "Excellent." The Ninth Ancestor, concealed in the shadows, nodded in agreement, having no intention of denying him this opportunity. His sole task was to ensure Chen Nian's safety, and he would not interfere with Chen Nian's ambitions. Without hesitation, Chen Nian plunged into the tumultuous fray. With a swift stroke of his sword, Several soldiers of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty were cleaved in two. His movements were as swift as a ghost, augmented by the power of spatial energy, allowing him to match the speed of even high-level holy warriors despite his own mid-level royal cultivation. As Chen Nian wreaked havoc, a general from the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, also a holy warrior, caught sight of him. A smile crept across the general's face as he envisioned the accolades that would come from capturing or slaying Chen Nian. With this thought in mind, he quietly observed Chen Nian for a moment. As Chen Nian dispatched two soldiers with a single sweep, the general leaped into action, aiming a heavy sword down upon him, intent on ending Chen Nian's life. However, Chen Nian had long since noticed this adversary. A smirk appeared on his lips as he vanished just as the general's blade descended. The general's strike met only the empty air, leaving him bewildered. Where is he? The general looked around in confusion. In the next moment, a tremendous force struck him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. After a moment of recovery, he rose to find Chen Nian standing before him, a mocking smile on his face. Chen family prodigy, today, I, Zhang Hua, shall take your life. Take my life? Chen Nian scoffed, regarding him as if he were a fool. You are not worthy. A mere early-stage holy warrior posed no threat to him. Zhang Hua, wielding his heavy sword, charged at Chen Nian with remarkable speed, his movements a blur on the battlefield. Yet, to Chen Nian, this speed was painfully slow. You are too slow, he sneered, unleashing a surge of true energy that radiated an overwhelming killing intent. World-extinguishing sword technique. In an instant, Chen Nian vanished from sight, as if he had traversed through space, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhang Hua's pupils constricted in alarm as he frantically searched for Chen Nian. Before he could comprehend the situation, a terrifying wave of true energy descended from above. Trembling, he dared to look up, only to see a colossal sword shadow piercing down. The oppressive aura rendered him immobile, as if the sword energy was a homing projectile aimed directly at him. Boom. The massive sword energy struck Zhang Hua, who had no opportunity to scream before being utterly obliterated. A holy warrior had fallen just like that. The ninth ancestor, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Nianer, your strength is truly becoming terrifying. At merely 17 years of age, you possess such power. It's unprecedented. Chen Nian's might was indeed formidable. At 17, he had single-handedly slain a holy warrior. With a slight smile, he replied, Ninth ancestor, this is just the beginning. There is no challenge here. Perhaps I should test my skills against the Emperor of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. Chapter 100. Confrontation with Wang Teng. Test against the Emperor of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. He is a holy king-level warrior. Although Wang Teng's power was not particularly overwhelming, he was a bona fide early-stage holy king. While this posed little challenge to the ninth ancestor, Chen Nian, being merely a mid-level royal, would certainly find himself outmatched. However, the ninth ancestor did not refuse, a smile gracing his lips. I too am eager to witness your strength. Go ahead, Nianer, with me protecting you. He shall not harm you. Though there was still a gap between Chen Nian and Wang Teng, the ninth ancestor's presence assured him that even the mightiest opponent could not pose a threat. Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. Very well, ninth ancestor. I shall go now. Engaging in combat with those who surpass oneself serves as the most effective catalyst. Chen Nian has always been an unrestrained madman. For him, only battle can ignite his true potential. After receiving the permission from the nine ancestors, he sped forth, racing towards the location of the royal banner. Along his path, Chen Nian cleared obstacles with ease. The so-called soldiers and warriors before him were mere decorations, unable to withstand even a few exchanges. Naturally, the commotion caused by Chen Nian did not escape Wang Teng's notice. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Nian's position and inquired, Who is that? The surrounding right chancellor observed for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, Your Majesty, that is Chen Tiandao's son, Chen Nian. Upon hearing the name, Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback before elation surged within him. This is indeed the son of Chen Tiandao. If he could capture him alive and use him to threaten Chen Tiandao, it would be a monumental achievement. The heavens have not forsaken me. You all guard the royal banner while I personally confront this young lad. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Although the emperor had been preoccupied with state affairs for years, he was undeniably a formidable figure at the Saint King realm. Conversely, Chen Nian, no matter how powerful, could not possibly reach such heights. The outcome of their confrontation seemed predetermined. Nianer, he approaches from 100 meters to your right, came the voice of the nine ancestors in Chen Nian's ear. He turned his gaze and happened to spot Wang Teng on his right. Clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe and wielding a Fa Tian Huaji, Wang Teng glared fiercely, radiating an aura of authority without needing to express anger. Although he appeared somewhat submissive in front of Wang Zhen, He was, after all, the emperor of the Qian divine dynasty and a powerhouse at the Saint King realm. In the presence of other ministers, Wang Teng was a figure of great gravitas. I am the emperor of the Qian divine dynasty. Are you the son of the Chen family? Wang Teng's voice resonated indifferently. Chen Nian smiled faintly. Indeed. I am seeking you out to test the metal of my sword. Seeking me out? Wang Teng scoffed coldly. You are courting death. Today I shall capture you alive. With that, Wang Teng moved. His figure vanished in an instant, his speed augmented by the power of the loss, reaching an extreme that even Chen Nian found difficult to gauge. However, possessing mastery over spatial power allowed Chen Nian to perceive his opponent's presence through the fluctuations in the surrounding space. Suddenly, a Fantian Huaji thrust forth from Chen Nian's diagonal front, its overwhelming energy nearly crushing him. In an instant, Chen Nian employed his spatial power to swiftly distance himself from Wang Teng. The latter's strike missed, and he halted, gazing at the 10 meters separating them with astonishment. This lad has actually comprehended spatial power. How could a mere sovereign realm youth grasp such a concept? Wang Teng had aspired to comprehend spatial power upon his breakthrough to the Saint King realm, for time is king and space is revered. Mastery over the laws of space would significantly elevate his future potential and grant him an immense advantage over peers of the same rank. Yet, he had spent 50 years barely scratching the surface of spatial power, ultimately resorting to the simpler wind laws. While wind laws greatly enhance speed, they pale in comparison to spatial laws, which possess inherently greater offensive capabilities. Hence, witnessing Chen Nian wield spatial power filled Wang Teng with shock and a surge of jealousy. The Chen father and son truly were formidable. Chen Nian, it appears I can no longer spare you. Wang Teng sneered, then instantly activated the power of the wind laws, manifesting a domain of wind around Chen Nian. Oh, you've unleashed your laws. It seems rather impressive, Chen Nian remarked nonchalantly, instantly igniting Wang Teng's fury. With a cold snort, filled with malice, Wang Teng declared, Today, I shall capture you alive and then compel Chen Tiandao to withdraw his forces. Chen Nian, you have brought this upon yourself. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng vanished again. Within this law domain, his speed surpassed that of before, approaching the realm of spatial power. Were it not for Chen Nian's ability to sense the surrounding spatial vibrations, his physical eyes would have failed to discern Wang Teng's figure. Chen Nian gathered his energy, channeling his physical prowess, as an immense force erupted within him, manifesting as countless colossal particles. Star-shattering fist. This strike represented Chen Nian's strongest technique, combining the might of the colossal particles and boundless energy. With a single punch, he nearly tore through space itself, causing a resonant roar akin to a dragon's cry to echo across the battlefield. Boom! Chen Nian's fist collided with Wang Teng's Fantian Huaji, creating a violent clash that destabilized the domain Wang Teng had conjured. What kind of power is this? How can this lad withstand my strike? Wang Teng's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a bona fide powerhouse at the Saint King realm, while Chen Nian was merely a sovereign. How could he endure such a blow? Wang Teng had held nothing back in this attack, and yet Chen Nian had managed to withstand it, even causing Wang Teng to feel a tinge of apprehension regarding the strength he had unleashed. What manner of being is this? What extraordinary talents do the Chen father and son possess? As the confrontation reached its apex, both Chen Nian and Wang Teng were propelled backward. Chen Nian was thrown back several meters, barely managing to stabilize himself. He clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet inside, he felt exhilarated, for he had seemingly touched the threshold of the dragon elephant. Indeed, combat is the finest catalyst. Wang Teng steadied himself in midair and then looked at Chen Nian with a cold smile. Boy, your energy is depleted, isn't it? I wonder what you plan to use to contend with me. Chapter 101. The heavens seek to annihilate the Qian divine domain. That last strike had indeed exhausted all of Chen Nian's energy, leaving him nearly bereft of strength. However, he showed no signs of panic, instead boldly admitting, Indeed, I am out of energy. I can no longer fight. Wang Teng's lips curled into a slight smirk as he slowly approached Chen Nian. In that case, surrender willingly. Rest assured, as long as your father withdraws his troops and vows never to enter my Qian divine domain, I will guarantee your safety. Indeed, as long as Chen Tiandao remains alive, Wang Teng could never kill Chen Nian, nor dare to inflict torture upon him. After all, Chen Nian was Chen Tiandao's only son. If anything were to happen to him, Chen Tiandao would go mad. And could the Qian divine dynasty withstand his wrath? Capturing Chen Nian alive and coercing Chen Tiandao to forever refrain from entering the Qian divine domain was the most ideal course of action. However, Wang Teng underestimated Chen Nian. Chen Nian chuckled. A splendid idea, but alas, you cannot accomplish it. Cannot accomplish it? Wang Teng was taken aback, and Chen Nian continued. Through our battle, I have gained significant insights, so now I must retreat to seclusion. I shall leave you to contend with another opponent. Wang Tong. He stared at Chen Nian in utter bewilderment. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, a small tower appeared before Chen Nian. This was the Tongtian Tower that Chen Nian had obtained in the Zixiao secret realm. Chen Nian smiled cheerfully. 9 ancestors. I leave this emperor of the Qian divine dynasty to you. I shall take my leave to recuperate. Rest assured, Nianer. A voice echoed from an unknown source. Chen Nian nodded in satisfaction, waved goodbye to Wang Tong, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Wang Tong stood there, bewildered. What in the world? How could he disappear within my law domain? Surprisingly, there was not even the slightest hint of breath. Yet, before he could react, a chill ran down his spine. As if a great terror loomed. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared before him. It was none other than the 9 ancestors. With a half-smile, he fixed his gaze upon Wang Tong, exclaiming, "Ah, the emperor of the Crimson Flame divine dynasty, what great prowess you possess. Yet you dare to attempt to capture the heir of the Chen family? Today, I shall seize you instead." With that, the 9 ancestors vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Wang Tong. One must understand that the 9 ancestors were a formidable force in the late stage of the Saint King realm, their power reaching the heavens, unlike Wang Tong, who had only just entered this realm. With a cold snicker, he sealed Wang Tong's cultivation and effortlessly lifted him with his gigantic hands. Bound by the 9 ancestors, Wang Tong found himself unable to move, a flicker of terror igniting within him. He had not anticipated that the Chen family possessed such a powerful figure. This strength was on par with Wang Zhen's. The Chen family, aside from Chen Tiandao, harbored such a formidable presence. They had concealed themselves too deeply. Heaven seemed intent on obliterating the Crimson Flame divine domain. With the 9 ancestors in play, the chances of a turnaround for the Crimson Flame divine domain were nearly non-existent. Unless Wang Zhen could slay Chen Tiandao. But was that truly a possibility? Wang Tong would rather believe that Chen Tiandao would be the one to vanquish Wang Zhen. After all, the man's terrifying power had long since carved an indelible mark in his mind. The 9 ancestors grinned widely, lifting him as one would a chick. Before soaring into the air, a thunderous roar erupted, resonating across the battlefield. People of the Crimson Flame divine domain, your emperor is in my grasp. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and perhaps you may yet find a path to survival. Should you remain obstinate, I shall annihilate your entire family. In an instant, the 9 ancestors' voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Countless soldiers beheld their emperor, ensnared like a helpless chick in the hands of the 9 ancestors, and their fighting spirit evaporated. How could they possibly hope to win when their emperor was captured? Furthermore, the 9 ancestors had declared that should they refuse to surrender, their families would face slaughter. Many of these soldiers and generals had families. Even if they lacked wives and children, they had parents and kin. Who would not consider the safety of their loved ones? At that moment, the forces of the 9 heavens demon domain were already overwhelmingly powerful. The Crimson Flame divine dynasty was merely struggling like a cornered beast, utterly incapable of victory. In just over an hour, the Crimson Flame divine dynasty had suffered tens of thousands in casualties, with many more wounded. Consequently, some began to lay down their weapons and kneel. Once the first surrendered, a cascade of others followed suit, fearful of being the last to submit. Many hastened to kneel in submission. Within mere moments, nearly all the soldiers of the Crimson Flame divine dynasty had capitulated, leaving only a handful of diehard loyalists, who were swiftly dispatched by the disciples of the 9 heavens demon domain. With the tide of battle now decided, the 9 ancestors commanded that the weapons of these surrendered soldiers be confiscated, sealing the outcome of the conflict. Now, all that remained was for Chen Tiandao's side to triumph, and the 9 heavens demon domain would secure a resounding victory. Wang Tong's gaze shifted to the heavens, where Chen Tiandao and Wang Zhen were locked in fierce combat. Wang Zhen wielded a golden yellow imperial seal, a sacred artifact of the Crimson Flame divine dynasty. It was the very presence of this artifact that had prevented Chen Tiandao from annihilating the Crimson Flame divine dynasty over a century ago. In those days, his cultivation had not sufficed to contend with the imperial seal. However, 100 years had passed, and his power had significantly advanced. No matter how formidable the imperial seal may be, to him now, it was merely a matter of employing a few tactics. Wang Zhen was panting heavily, his true energy nearly depleted. The exertion of wielding the sacred artifact took its toll. He had expected to overpower Chen Tiandao swiftly, but it appeared that reality was far different. Chen Tiandao's strength surpassed all his expectations. They had battled for over an hour, neither able to gain the upper hand. Instead, Wang Zhen found himself drained, while his opponent remained unfazed. If this continued, he would inevitably be worn down by Chen Tiandao. No, this could not go on. After a powerful strike, Wang Jun gasped for breath, feeling the tumult of true energy within him. Yet, Chen Tiandao wore a relaxed smile, saying, "What's wrong, old man? Struggling to keep up? It seems the imperial seal isn't all that impressive after all." Wang Jun's face shifted through shades of green and purple upon hearing this. The imperial seal, which he held dear as a lifeline, was humiliated before Chen Tiandao. It was a profound disgrace. However, Chen Tiandao continued, leisurely remarking, "Look below. Your emperor has been captured, and your army has surrendered. I suggest you do the same. Perhaps you may be granted a complete corpse and suffer less torment. Would you not agree?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jun glanced down. The sight nearly caused him to explode with fury. The tens of thousands of soldiers of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty were all kneeling in surrender. Meanwhile, Wang Tung was being held by an old man like a mere chick, utterly powerless. What a shameful humiliation. Truly, it was an unprecedented disgrace. Seeing this turn of events, Wang Jun felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. With a face filled with murderous intent, he glared at Chen Tiandao, his eyes brimming with malice. "What? Still not surrendering?" Chen Tiandao regarded him with a half-smile, his words laced with provocation. He was well aware that this old man would never yield. After all, he had been the one to slay Wang Jun's only son, leading to the extinction of his lineage. For a warrior, bearing a child is a formidable challenge, especially for one as old as Wang Jun, who had little hope of fathering another. This was a manifestation of the balance of the heavens. If strong and weak alike had an equal chance to reproduce, the powerful would live for countless years, and eventually, their progeny would dominate the entire realm. Thus, the heavens' restraint on the offspring of the strong was a means of maintaining equilibrium. Wang Jun spat in contempt before seizing the imperial seal in his hand. The seal instantly gleamed with golden light, and golden dragons burst forth from within. This was the spirit of the imperial seal. Every entity in existence, from the smallest blade of grass to the grandest tree, possesses a spirit, how much more so for weapons. Yet, only the spirits of sacred artifacts could manifest, unleashing tremendous power. "Chen Tiandao, today, I shall contest you with all my might." With that, Wang Jun poured all his true energy into the imperial seal, sending forth numerous golden dragons. Intrigued by this display, Chen Tiandao's interest was piqued. So this is the spirit of the artifact? Quite fascinating. The Chen family, though not lacking in heritage, did not possess a sacred artifact to suppress. The Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty had inherited this artifact for countless years. Absorbing the essence of its fortune, Chen Tiandao could sense that these golden dragons were not mere entities, but were composed of the very essence of fortune, intertwined with threads of causal power. Causality ranked among the top 10 of the myriad laws, being exceedingly difficult to comprehend, and even harder for ordinary beings to perceive. Yet, it was ever present. Intriguing, truly intriguing. "Old man, let me see just how powerful this imperial seal is." With that, Chen Tiandao's form began to transform. His body vanished, leaving only a swirling mass of dark mist in his place. It was as if the darkness concealed something terrifying, causing even Wang Jun to tremble. In the next moment, from within the black mist, a colossal dragon emerged. This dragon was entirely black, immense beyond measure, with 5 claws, truly a genuine 5-clawed divine dragon. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens, reaching even the combatants below, though they could not discern the unfolding events from afar. Only the 9 ancestors gazed up at the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that Chen Tiandao would reach such heights. It was indeed formidable. Wang Jun, too, wore a face of disbelief. Having lived for so many years, he had witnessed many wonders, yet he was utterly taken aback by Chen Tiandao's transformation. This is dragon transformation. Chen Tiandao, what manner of creature are you? Capable of transforming into a dragon, and a legendary 5-clawed divine dragon at that. One must understand that the dragon race was once the pinnacle of all species. Apart from the phoenix, no other race can compare to the dragons. The dragon race excels in attack, defense, speed, and recovery, embodying an all-encompassing strength. After the dragons mysteriously vanished, humanity pondered how to attain such formidable power. It was during this time that a mystical discipline was conceived, known as dragon transformation. This technique entails rigorous cultivation, gradually transforming parts of the body, such as the arms and thighs, into dragon-like features, ultimately leading to a complete metamorphosis. Once transformed, one's strength would undoubtedly surge. However, this ancient technique had long been lost to time, and the requirements for mastering it were exceedingly demanding, rendering it a rare treasure. Not to mention, the 5-clawed divine dragon, which Chen Tiandao had mastered, was the most powerful among the dragon lineage. The notion that a human could achieve such a form would surely astonish the dragon race. Wang Zhen could hardly believe that someone had actually cultivated this technique, and that the individual in question was Chen Tiandao. Chen Tiandao, with a cold smirk, declared, "Old fool. I had no intention of engaging with you, but your obstinacy in attempting to poison my son compels me to capture you alive and flay you alive." With that, the colossal form of Chen Tiandao, now transformed into a dragon, charged toward the multitude of golden dragons. Though numerous, the golden dragons paled in size before him, akin to the disparity between an adult and an infant. With a mighty roar, he shattered 2 golden dragons in an instant, and then soared through the air, executing agile maneuvers. The sky was the ideal battleground for a dragon, as the wind swirled around him. Wang Zhen, controlling the golden dragons, felt beads of perspiration accumulating on his forehead, his internal energy rapidly depleting as he found himself at a loss against Chen Tiandao, who relentlessly inflicted harm upon him. With each golden dragon that fell, Wang Zhen's injuries multiplied. As the final golden dragon was obliterated by Chen Tiandao, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his presence rapidly diminishing, nearly devoid of energy. In disbelief, he gazed at Chen Tiandao, unable to fathom how this man could possess such strength. Despite having cultivated for merely 300 years, the many emperors of the ancient realms throughout history had never exhibited such terrifying prowess. How could it be? Chen Tiandao, who on earth are you? Yet, Chen Tiandao merely chuckled coldly, offering no response. He transformed back into human form and approached Wang Zhen, who was ensnared by countless black vines that had inexplicably sprouted from the ground. In his prime, Wang Zhen could have easily broken free, but now, with his energy nearly exhausted, his struggles were futile. With a faint smile, Chen Tiandao remarked, "As I said, I intend to capture you alive. Your fate will be left to my son." Wang Zhen, perplexed, felt a sense of foreboding. As Chen Tiandao manipulated the vines, they descended rapidly, creating a thunderous noise that attracted a multitude of onlookers. Soon, the 2 figures hovered in midair, revealing Wang Zhen, disheveled and bound by vines, resembling a lost dog. Particularly for the members of the Qian divine dynasty, their expressions were filled with terror. Wang Zhen, their spiritual pillar and mightiest warrior, had been captured by Chen Tiandao. In that instant, all hope dissipated. In the aftermath of this battle, the 9 Heavens demon domain emerged victorious, with Chen Nian's insect army inflicting minimal casualties, less than 20,000, while the Qian divine domain suffered nearly 70,000 losses, with 30,000 taken captive. This staggering ratio of losses was unimaginable. Chen Tiandao did not intend merely to defeat the enemy's forces. He aimed to conquer the entire Qian divine domain, which was once one of the 10 great upper realms, vast in territory. Although half of it had been consumed by the 9 Heavens demon domain under Chen Tiandao's leadership, a wealth of resources and population remained in the other half. If they could annex the Qian divine domain entirely, the Chen family's influence would undoubtedly swell. Having endured a day of grueling combat, the remaining forces gathered to recuperate. In the main camp, only Chen Tiandao, his son Chen Nian, and the captured Wang Zhen remained. "Nianer, I have brought this old fool for you. Do as you please," Chen Tiandao stated, regarding Wang Zhen's life as inconsequential. Were it not for Chen Nian's request to capture him alive, he would have likely ended Wang Zhen's life without hesitation. Chen Nian grinned and rose. "Thank you, father." He approached Wang Zhen, whose smile was anything but reassuring, sending a shiver down Wang Zhen's spine. "What do you intend to do?" Wang Zhen stammered, swallowing hard, a sense of dread enveloping him. Chen Nian, with a subtle smile, drew the 9-star sword, the slaying blade, and slowly brought it to Wang Zhen's throat. "Are you afraid of death?" he inquired lightly. Wang Zhen felt surprisingly at ease upon hearing this. "Afraid of death? I have lived for so many years. I have long since transcended the fear of life and death. If you were to kill me, I would not fear it. Death is something I have come to understand after years of cultivation." He glanced at Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian, then with a cold laugh, continued, "If you have the capability, send me off. Even in death, I will curse you both day and night." "Curse us? You likely won't have that opportunity," Chen Nian chuckled. Without hesitation, he struck, decapitating Wang Zhen, whose head flew through the air before landing heavily on the ground. Chen Tiandao was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Chen Nian would employ some method to torment the old man, yet he had killed him outright, which seemed rather lenient. However, as it was Chen Nian's choice, he refrained from comment. Suddenly, just as Chen Tiandao prepared to rise and depart, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. A wisp of blue smoke drifted by, and Wang Zhen's soul materialized before Chen Nian. "What sorcery is this?" Chen Tiandao observed with curiosity as Chen Nian summoned the essence of the deceased, a technique capable of manifesting the soul after death. Furthermore, He sensed that this soul retained 60% of Wang Zhan's original strength. Though flawed in character, Wang Zhan was not lacking in power. At 60% of his late-stage Saint King strength, he was comparable to a peak mid-stage Saint King, perhaps even stronger than the average mid-stage Saint King. Wang Zhan, utterly bewildered, stared in disbelief at his severed body and his newly formed soul. What is happening? Am I dead? Why am I not in hell? What is going on? Chen Nian, what have you done to me? He seethed, glaring at the grinning Chen Nian, whose smile sent chills down his spine. Chen Nian replied with a smirk. What have I done? From this day forth, your name shall no longer be Wang Zhan. You shall be known as 9527. 9527? What does that mean? Wang Zhan struggled to comprehend. Suddenly, he felt as if 1,000 arrows pierced his heart, followed by an icy chill enveloping him. But that was not the end. Moments later, he felt as though he had plunged into a furnace, the searing flames threatening to consume him. Then, he experienced the sensation of countless ants gnawing at his flesh. The itching was unbearable. He writhed on the ground in agony, enduring the torment of his soul. The torment he experienced was unlike anything Wang Zhan had felt in his years of cultivation. He collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Chen Nian, if you have the ability, just kill me. In my suffering. At that moment, he yearned for death. For the pain inflicted by Chen Nian was far more terrifying than death itself. Yet, Chen Nian merely smiled, his delicate features adorned with an unsettling charm. Kill you? Oh no, that would be far too mundane. As he spoke, the pain Wang Zhan endured doubled once more. He writhed on the ground, and after a considerable struggle, he could no longer bear it, continuously pounding the earth. Chen Nian, I was wrong. I beg you spare me. In that instant, the imposing demeanor Wang Zhan once held vanished, replaced by a posture of desperation. He could no longer withstand the torment. With just a single thought from Chen Nian, he was subjected to hours of pain, a torment that pierced his very soul, each moment stretching into what felt like a century. Wang Zhan could endure no more. Chen Nian, however, ceased his torment, and in an instant, Wang Zhan felt as though he had emerged from drowning. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with terror. Chen Nian, I was wrong. Chen Nian, upon hearing this, smiled slightly. It's good that you recognize your mistakes. Now may I ask, what is your name? 9527. Though Wang Zhan was reluctant, he understood that from this moment forth, the once formidable Wang Zhan would cease to exist. From now on, he would be known solely as Chen Nian's servant, 9527. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian's lips curled into a slight smile. This was the terrifying power of soul binding. Even a peak Saint King like Wang Zhan, once under the control of soul binding, would never escape its grasp. As for whether Chen Nian feared Wang Zhan would turn against him, he held no such concerns. Under the influence of soul binding, Wang Zhan's attacks could not harm him in the slightest. Chen Nian could control Wang Zhan's soul at will, sensing his every thought. Should Wang Zhan even entertain the notion of betraying Chen Nian could instantaneously dictate his life or death and seize control of his soul's powers. It could be said that Chen Nian now wielded absolute dominion over Wang Zhan's very essence. Chapter 105. Refining the Divine Artifact. Nianer, your methods are indeed enlightening. Chen Tiandao, witnessing Chen Nian's complete subjugation of Wang Zhan's soul, was filled with astonishment. After years of martial study, he had never encountered such a peculiar technique. This young man always seemed to conjure new tricks. Chen Nian smiled gently and replied, merely a trivial skill, hardly worthy of note. Chen Tiandao chuckled heartily, brushing it off. The secrets Chen Nian possessed were even more profound than his own, yet he never pried into them. Being able to control this old fellow is a safeguard for your safety, but remember, these are merely external forces. True strength comes from within, do you understand? Chen Tiandao feared that Chen Nian might become so engrossed in these arcane techniques that he would neglect his cultivation. After all, in this world, power was paramount. Chen Nian understood this well, nodding in agreement. Father, rest assured, I comprehend. Chen Tiandao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He suddenly produced the national treasure of the Qian divine dynasty, the imperial seal. This artifact, infused with substantial causal and fortuitous power, was immensely potent. In Wang Zhan's possession, it would greatly amplify his strength. With Wang Zhan's prowess as a late-stage Saint King combined with the imperial seal, even a typical half-step emperor would be no match for him. However, it was unfortunate that his opponent was Chen Tiandao. Below the emperor, he was invincible. Above the emperor, he would trade blow for blow. Nianer, this imperial seal contains causal and fortuitous power. Take the time to comprehend it, and keep it for your protection. With that, Chen Tiandao casually tossed the artifact to Chen Nian. Nearby, Wang Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Tiandao, Are you truly giving this divine artifact to your son? The allure of a divine artifact was immense. If a 9-star weapon could attract the attention of various factions, the emergence of this divine artifact would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm, igniting chaos across the 3,000 realms. Divine artifacts were crucial to the foundations of major powers. In critical moments, they could mean the difference between life and death. Wang Zhen had exerted considerable effort to acquire this artifact, yet Chen Tiandao barely glanced at it. Chen Tiandao, upon hearing Wang Zhen's exclamation, laughed dismissively. A divine artifact? Aha. To me, it is merely a trinket. Even if all the divine artifacts in the world were combined, I would not bat an eye. Observing Chen Tiandao's unbridled confidence, Wang Zhen felt utterly deflated. Initially, he had been reluctant to accept that Chen Tiandao, a mere junior with over 300 years of cultivation, could be so formidable. However, upon hearing his words, Wang Zhen realized he had lost not in vain. The Qian divine dynasty had also not lost in their endeavors. Such a figure was a once-in-a-million-year prodigy. Arrogant yet extraordinarily gifted. Wang Zhen even glanced at Chen Nian, feeling that this young man might be even more terrifying than Chen Tiandao. What lineage did this father and son possess to be so formidable? Chen Nian, upon hearing this, did not refuse, smiling warmly. Thank you, father. Chen Tiandao replied with a gentle smile. Enough of the formalities between us. Go and refine it. Yes. Chen Nian nodded. Chen Tiandao left the main camp with a smile, and Chen Nian looked at Wang Zhen before returning him to the storage space. The souls bound by the soul binding technique would have a designated storage space, akin to a slot, one soul corresponding to one slot. With his current cultivation, Chen Nian could store up to 10 souls. After securely storing Wang Zhen, Chen Nian left the main camp and returned to his tent to begin refining the imperial seal. The allure of a divine artifact was undeniably immense, and its enhancement to Chen Nian's strength would be significant. Ding! The system has detected a divine artifact on the host, which can assist in refinement. The process of refining such an artifact was exceedingly intricate. Given the existence of a spirit within the artifact, Chen Nian, with his current cultivation, would require at least half a year to tame it. However, with the system's assistance, he found himself saving considerable time. He chuckled softly, refine it. Shortly thereafter, he felt a connection with the imperial seal. Ding! Congratulations, host, refinement successful. As the system's voice echoed, a vast luminous screen appeared before Chen Nian. Imperial seal, long subjected to the nurturing of causal and fortuitous power, it possesses formidable causal and fortuitous abilities. Long-term, where grants a chance to comprehend the laws of causality and fortune. Function 1. Summon the fortuitous golden dragon. The strength of the dragon correlates with the host's cultivation. Function 2. Plunder fortuity. Seize the creations of heaven and earth. May plunder others' fortuity, but if the target possesses significantly greater fortuity, the host will suffer backlash. Gazing at the features displayed on the luminous screen, Chen Nian felt a sense of clarity. The functionalities of this divine artifact were indeed substantial. Not only could it aid in comprehending the laws of causality and fortune, but it could also summon a fortuitous golden dragon for battle. It is worth noting that the laws of causality and fortune are notoriously difficult to grasp, as they are not as tangible as elements like wind or fire. These laws exist at every moment, yet are imperceptible, only to be understood through sensation. Such abstract laws are inherently challenging to comprehend. Beyond these two applications, there existed a remarkably formidable capability, the ability to plunder fortuity to enhance oneself. Indeed, Chen Nian could use the imperial seal to seize the fortuity of others to nourish himself. However, if he were to use it against someone with fortuity greater than his own, he would face considerable backlash. The nature of fortuity is quite enigmatic. Wang Zhen refrained from using the fortuity plundering technique against Chen Tiandao precisely because he knew that Chen Tiandao's fortuity was far from simple. In a mere span of 3 centuries, achieving such a realm would undoubtedly necessitate extraordinary fortune. With a nascent understanding of the purpose of this imperial jade seal, Chen Nian focused his mind and placed it within his dantian, nurturing it with tranquility. Time swiftly passed. The next day, the forces of the 9 heavens demon domain set forth once more, racing towards the imperial city of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. The expanse of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty was vast, however, since the emperor had been captured and the ancestral patriarch slain. The once mighty army of 1,000,000 had suffered catastrophic losses, with the remainder either perishing or being taken captive, leaving the dynasty bereft of any means to resist. The towns and cities they passed offered no semblance of opposition, and the commanders of the fortifications had no desire to fight back. As such, their advance was relentless, and within just 2 days, they reached the imperial city. At the present moment, beneath the walls of the imperial city. Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian led an army of 1,000,000, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, while the city remained firmly shut. The defender of the city was the commander of the Forbidden Army, Li Jian, a mid-stage Saint King in cultivation. Who is the commander? Open the gates for me. Chen Tiandao bellowed at the city gates. His thunderous voice instilled fear in the hearts of the soldiers atop the walls, as they had heard of the recent defeat of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty's 1,000,000-strong army. Terror gripped them, for the army of the Nine Heavens Demon Domain had arrived at the imperial city with astonishing swiftness. Should they seize the city, the Crimson Flame Divine Domain would be rendered extinct. Li Jian sneered. Chen Tiandao, you have slaughtered 1,000,000 soldiers of the Crimson Flame Divine Domain. I would relish the opportunity to flay you alive. His eyes were filled with rage. A staunch loyalist of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, he would never consider surrendering. Upon hearing that Chen Tiandao had decimated much of their army and even captured the emperor and the patriarch, he was seized by fury, spitting a mouthful of blood. Chen Tiandao, observing Li Jian's demeanor, couldn't help but smirk. It appeared the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty still had some backbone. How delightful. With a smile, he turned to Chen Nian. Nianer, I leave this matter in your capable hands. He entrusted Chen Nian with the task, both to establish her authority and to assess her capabilities. As the future leader of the Chen family, she needed not only exceptional talent, but also wisdom and ruthlessness. In this world, it was a predatory one. To avoid being devoured, one must be fierce. With a faint smile, Chen Nian nodded and then glanced at Chen Ping'an and Li Guangdao, instructing, you two, bring forth the emperor of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Yes. They clasped their hands and promptly turned to escort the emperor forward. At this moment, Wang Teng was sealed of his powers, devoid of any true energy. His hair was disheveled, and his dragon robe lay in tatters. After several days of confinement among the forces of the Nine Heavens Demon Domain, he appeared spiritually depleted, as no one there coddled him, and many disciples had taken to provoking and insulting him. Had it not been for Chen Tiandao's prior decree forbidding his execution, he would have undoubtedly met a brutal end. Chen Tiandao, if you possess the ability, then kill me. Wang Ting glared, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As the emperor of a nation, being captured was an indignity beyond measure. He even contemplated suicide, yet before the 9 patriarchs, he felt akin to a helpless chick, utterly powerless to act. Ignoring him, Chen Nian approached with a cheerful demeanor and seized him, tossing him towards the front lines. Behold who this is. Her voice swiftly captured the attention of the defenders atop the city walls, including Li Jian. As they beheld the figure, they were momentarily stunned. Is that His Majesty? Look quickly. Is that not His Majesty? My heavens, it truly is the Emperor. How has he been captured? The soldiers whispered among themselves, filled with horror and dread. With the Emperor himself taken prisoner, did they still have any hope? Heavens, this Chen Tiandao is utterly terrifying. The soldiers exchanged anxious glances, their voices tinged with trepidation. If even their Emperor had been captured and discarded like a dead dog, what hope remained for them? Li Jian's face turned ashen as he gazed at Wang Teng, his expression shifting uncertainly as he pondered his thoughts. If you do not open the gates and surrender, I shall display Wang Teng's head for all to see. Chen Nian's threatening voice echoed, leaving the entirety of the Crimson Flame Divine Domain in stunned silence. Their eyes shifting towards Li Jian, anxiety brewing within. Li Jian's countenance was equally pale and grim. At that moment, Wang Teng suddenly shouted, Li Jian, I command you not to open the gates. Immediately activate the formation of the Crimson Flame Divine Domain and defend the city to the death. We cannot allow these demonic forces to succeed so easily. The Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty possessed a formation passed down since ancient times, renowned for its formidable power, once activated. It was nearly impossible for ordinary men to breach. Upon hearing this, Li Jian was moved to tears. He bowed deeply towards Wang Teng and proclaimed, all soldiers, heed the Emperor's command. Activate the formation and vow to defend against the invasion of the enemy. Yes, we obey. In an instant, the morale of the Crimson Flame Divine Domain surged. Chen Nian scoffed, glancing at Wang Teng's figure, acknowledging that he possessed some valor. However, such a person could not be spared. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her sword, and in an instant, Wang Teng's head fell to the ground. Unseen by the masses, a greenish shadow entered Chen Nian's body, Wang Teng's soul. Subsequently, she turned to the 1,000,000 soldiers behind her and declared loudly, the Emperor of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty is dead. All heed my command. Obey the prince's orders. Follow the prince to breach the imperial city and slaughter all within. Indeed, without hesitation, Chen Nian issued the command for massacre. The term massacre entailed leaving no woman, child, or elder alive within the city. Since the enemy had vowed to resist to the death, they would fight to the bitter end, leaving none behind. Furthermore, the order to massacre would invigorate the soldiers' spirits while simultaneously crushing those of the adversary. For once the decree for massacre was issued, all treasures acquired would belong to the soldiers, including women and spiritual herbs. This was the imperial city of the Crimson Flame divine dynasty, rich with prestigious families. And treasures were plentiful. In an instant, the soldiers of the Nine Heavens demon domain had their eyes ablaze with fervor, gazing at the imperial city as if it were a treasure trove. Kill them all, leave not a single soul. We obey. With that, the soldiers charged forward, 1,000,000 strong, encircling the imperial city from all directions. At this juncture, the city's formation was also activated. The assault of 1,000,000 was momentarily halted by the formation. However, while formidable, the formation was not invincible. Though it did not shatter immediately under the onslaught, it began to tremble slightly, with continuous assault day and night. It would surely be breached within 2 days. Well done, Nian, Chen Nian praised with a smile. Truthfully, he had not anticipated that Chen Nian would so decisively issue the command for massacre. Her ruthlessness surpassed even his youthful days. Chen Nian responded with a gentle smile. However, this formation is sturdy. 1,000,000 attacks may well take 2 days. 2 days? Chen Tiandao chuckled heartily. No need, just watch your father. With that, Chen Tiandao ascended into the air, drawing the gaze of all present, including every soldier below. Li Jiuan squinted, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. Then, without warning, Chen Tiandao unleashed a strike. Break the limits. In the next instant, the formation violently shook, and countless cracks began to appear. With Chen Tiandao's strike, the entire formation erupted with fissures, causing the soldiers within to panic and look to Li Jiuan in confusion. And Li Jiuan himself was equally astonished. The Grand Formation, over the years, had never been so thoroughly breached. It is crucial to understand that this was the might of Chen Tiandao's punch. Panic set in. How could Chen Tiandao possess such formidable strength? This formation was theoretically capable of withstanding the attacks of all beings beneath the Emperor, and it should have been impossible to breach in such a short time. Yet, with just a single strike, the formation sustained immense damage. The disciples of the Nine Heavens demon domain, witnessing this scene, were filled with exhilaration. The Lord of the domain is invincible. They cheered for Chen Tiandao's unparalleled prowess. That punch surpassed the combined might of 1,000,000 warriors. Chen Tiandao smiled faintly again, his fists gathering an overwhelming surge of demonic energy. Godslayer. In an instant, the very heavens and earth transformed in hue, the sky turning pitch black as the surging demonic energy crashed forth like tidal waves, striking heavily against the formation. Boom. The formation shattered with a resounding crash, countless fragments scattering like leaves in a storm. The formation was broken. At this sight, the entire army of the Qian divine dynasty appeared as if all hope had drained from their eyes. Even Li Jiuan's heart felt engulfed in despair. It's over. The Qian divine dynasty is doomed, he thought. The strength of the Nine Heavens demon domain was terrifying. Even the 1,000,000-strong army of the Qian divine dynasty had been nearly annihilated. How could their elite forces stand a chance? The moment the formation collapsed, the disciples of the Nine Heavens demon domain surged forward, their eyes gleaming red as if they had laid eyes on an unparalleled treasure. Indeed, to them, the Qian divine dynasty was filled with priceless treasures ripe for the taking. They rushed forward, eager to seize control of the city walls, afraid of losing their chance. This was their royal city, steeped in history for hundreds of thousands of years. Who would not covet it? Yet, Li Jiuan remained undeterred, fighting with every ounce of strength he had left. He feared not death, but he wished to die with purpose. Chen Nian exchanged a glance with his father, and in an instant, Chen Tiandao understood his son's intent. He nodded, and then, in a flash, appeared before Li Jiuan. Li Jiuan barely had time to react before his entire cultivation was sealed, rendering him immobile. With a single motion, Chen Tiandao lifted Li Jiuan effortlessly, despite the latter being a mid-stage Saint King. To Chen Tiandao, the power of a mid-stage Saint King was no more significant than that of an ant. With force, he threw Li Jiuan before Chen Nian. Li Jiuan glared fiercely at Chen Nian, the very one who had just slain their emperor. Humph, Chen Nian, if you have the ability, just kill me. Even as a ghost, I shall not let you off. He yearned for death. Even after spending centuries attaining the Saint King realm, he felt no regret and would never surrender. A warrior, after all, only knows to die standing, not kneeling. Chen Nian regarded this resolute figure with a measure of admiration, smiling as he said, "Rest assured, you shall die, but you have no right to become a ghost." Clearly, Li Jiuan failed to grasp the meaning behind Chen Nian's words. Yet, in the next moment, the sword in Chen Nian's hand descended swiftly, and a massive head rolled through the air before crashing to the ground. At this juncture, a faint azure light was drawn into Chen Nian's body. Now was the opportune moment to seize the city. There was no time to deal with the souls of Li Jiuan and Wang Tong. He turned to Chen Tiandao and suggested, "Father, should we not first secure the Forbidden City? It is the residence of the royal family of the Qian divine dynasty." While Chen Nian allowed the disciples of the Nine Heavens demon domain to sack the city, both to satiate their bloodlust and to win their loyalty. The Forbidden City held immense significance and could not be subjected to slaughter and pillaging. After all, the treasures within the city were worth far more than the collective wealth of the Qian divine dynasty. Chen Tiandao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Forbidden City harbors numerous rare treasures, and the Wang family possesses several tomes of 9-star martial arts. If we can acquire them, it will greatly benefit the future of the Chen family. Although these 9-star martial arts held little value for Chen Tiandao personally, they would be invaluable to the entire Chen clan. The might of the 9-star martial arts could enable the Chen family to cultivate more gifted disciples, and the boundless resources within the Forbidden City would undoubtedly elevate their power to new heights. Chen Nian smiled and nodded. Subsequently, he, Chen Tiandao, the 9 ancestors, and 3,000 black armored guards hastened toward the Forbidden City to enforce their control. The majority of the royal family within the Forbidden City dared not resist. Indeed, some had already fled with their families upon hearing news of the army's catastrophic defeat. The 3,000 black armored guards successfully secured all entrances to the royal city, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Then, Chen Tiandao, Chen Nian, and the 9 ancestors made their way directly to the royal family's library. Within this library lay the ancestral texts of the Wang family, accumulated over countless generations. The library soared 12 stories high, housing a plethora of martial arts teachings, even surpassing the Chen family's library in richness, given that the Wang family had a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, while the Chen family was merely a rising power. At the entrance to the library, Chen Nian summoned Wang Zhen forth. Upon witnessing Wang Zhen, the 9 ancestors were momentarily taken aback, ready to act, but were halted by Chen Nian. "Do not be alarmed, he is one of us." "One of us?" The 9 ancestors looked on in confusion. However, seeing Chen Nian's calm demeanor and Chen Tiandao's composed expression, he retracted his energy. He gazed once more at Wang Zhen. Sensing something was amiss, before him stood a figure that resembled merely a soul. Chen Nian spoke directly. 9527. "How many martial arts tomes are there in this library?" Although Wang Zhen was reluctant to answer, fearing Chen Nian's punishment, he complied and reported, replying to the young master, "There are 6 tomes of 9-star martial arts, 45 tomes of 8-star martial arts, and 23,234 tomes of 7-star and below martial arts within the Wang family library." Countless volumes of martial arts represented a significant resource. Additionally, the library was guarded by an elder at the initial stage of the Saint King realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Tiandao nodded, as he too sensed the presence of an initial stage Saint King. Chen Nian smiled and said, "In that case, you shall eliminate this elder." Chapter 107. The treasure vault. Upon hearing Chen Nian's instruction, Wang Zhen was shocked, and the 9 ancestors were dumbfounded. Good heavens, was this not too ruthless? To command Wang Zhen to kill his own family elder, was this not a heartless act? The 9 ancestors swallowed hard, gazing at Chen Nian with newfound respect. This young man, though not yet old, possessed a truly ruthless heart. Wang Zhen hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Young master, is that truly appropriate?" Chen Nian sneered. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling?" As he spoke, Wang Zhen felt as though countless ants were crawling over him. It was unbearable. The memory of Chen Nian's previous punishment loomed over him. He quickly replied, "Why yes, young master, I am willing to go." "Excellent." Chen Nian chuckled darkly, retracting his punishment. As Wang Zhen felt his body return to normal, a shiver ran down his spine, and he promptly soared into the library. Although Wang Zhen was now merely a soul, his strength was only at 60% of his former self. He had previously been a late-stage Saint King, making him more than capable of dealing with an elder in the initial stage of the Saint King realm. Approximately 15 minutes later, Wang Zhen emerged, dragging the lifeless body of an elder behind him. The body showed no signs of life, utterly devoid of breath. Chen Nian nodded, a smile on his face. "Well done." He then fixed his gaze upon the corpse, and with a swift motion, unleashed a palm strike, instantly reducing the body to a grotesque mass beyond recognition. His actions clearly indicated a lack of trust in Wang Zhen, fearing that the latter might employ some trickery to feign the old man's death. Thus, out of caution, Chen Nian delivered a decisive strike to the corpse, ensuring that, should the other party attempt to deceive through a false death, it would be utterly conclusive. Observing Chen Nian's method of handling the situation, both Zhou Zhu and Chen Tiandao nodded in silent approval. This young man not only exhibited ruthlessness, but also demonstrated remarkable prudence, qualities that are indeed rare. One's character largely determines their success, and it was evident that Chen Nian's disposition earned the respect of both elders. Chen Tiandao then spoke. Zhou Zhu, guide 2 black armored guards to gather the martial arts scriptures from the Sutra Pavilion and secure them within this ring. Meanwhile, Nian and I shall pay a visit to the treasure pavilion of the Qi Yan Divine Dynasty. Given the immense wealth of the Qi Yan Divine Dynasty, it undoubtedly possesses treasures beyond the Sutra Pavilion. The so-called treasure pavilion is a repository for spiritual treasures and celestial materials. With the resources of the Qi Yan Divine Dynasty, it stands to reason that there will be a plethora of valuable items. Casting a glance at Wang Zhun, Chen Tiandao calmly instructed, "Lead us to the treasure pavilion." Wang Zhun nodded repeatedly, not daring to show any resistance. He felt utterly helpless. Confronting the Chen father and son was beyond his capability. To avoid incurring Chen Nian's wrath, Wang Zhun obediently led the two towards the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion of the Qi Yan Divine Dynasty lay deep within the palace, and Wang Zhun hastened their journey. Soon, the trio arrived at a vast underground chamber. Wang Zhun opened the door to the chamber and turned to the two, saying, "This is the treasure pavilion of the Qi Yan Divine Dynasty, filled with countless treasures amassed over hundreds of thousands of years." As the door to the chamber swung open, Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian's eyes widened in astonishment. The underground space was immense, spanning approximately 3,000 to 4,000 square meters, dominated by a grand subterranean palace. Inside, an array of extraordinary treasures and celestial materials dazzled the eye. A cursory glance revealed an abundance of weapons, none inferior to the 7 stars grade, and the quality of the medicinal herbs was equally impressive. Chen Tiandao even spotted several 9 stars spiritual herbs, which were exceedingly rare and beneficial even to those at the Saint King level. There's dragon rock grass. It seems the Qi Yan Divine Dynasty's resources are indeed substantial, he mused, a glimmer of delight in his gaze. This herb had been extinct for many years, and after years of searching in vain, he had unexpectedly discovered it within the Qi Yan Divine Dynasty's subterranean chamber. This discovery could significantly aid his transformation into a dragon. After carefully stowing away the dragon rock grass, a fragment of curiosity caught Chen Nian's attention. "What is this shard?" he wondered aloud, picking up an ornate box that contained a gilded fragment. Wang Zhun interjected, "Young master, this is a relic passed down from our ancestors, said to be a shard from the divine realm. Despite my extensive search, I have found nothing conclusive regarding it." The shard was remarkably resilient. Even Wang Zhun's most forceful attacks could not leave a mark upon it, and he was oblivious to its material composition, thus leaving it in the Sutra Pavilion. Suddenly, Chen Nian heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. "Ding! A divine realm origin fragment has been detected in the host's possession. This fragment can be used for system upgrades. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade?" The notion of a divine realm origin fragment suggested its significant potential, and the system's claim that it could facilitate an upgrade intrigued him. Since his birth, Chen Nian had been afforded a fixed number of lottery draws each day, with 10 accumulated draws allowing for a super lottery, but he had never encountered the possibility of an upgrade. Realizing the fragment's importance, he chose not to upgrade at this moment. Unsure of the consequences of an upgrade while still in the underground chamber, he decided to postpone it until he was outside. He carefully tucked the fragment into his spatial ring. Wang Zhun observed Chen Nian's actions with confusion but dared not question him. The father and son continued to survey the treasure-laden chamber, meticulously examining each item, eager to claim anything of value to store in their respective spatial rings. Given their familial bond, there was no need for pretense. They simply took what they liked. Their almost predatory behavior caused Wang Zhun considerable distress, for these treasures represented the accumulated wealth of the Qi Yan Divine Dynasty over countless years, now being spirited away. Yet, contemplating the impending downfall of the dynasty, his mood brightened slightly. After all, it would soon be lost. A single misstep leads to eternal regret, he thought, resigning himself to being Chen Nian's subordinate. Whatever direction Chen Nian chose, Wang Zhun would not dare oppose. Before long, the father and son concluded their extensive collection. Sharing a knowing smile, Chen Tiandao declared, "Let the clan elders seal this location, meticulously account for everything, and prepare for transport back to the Chen family." Naturally, all these treasures were to be returned to the Chen estate. Chen Nian smiled gently, echoing his father's sentiment. "Very well, I shall inform the Grand Elder." With that, Chen Nian led Wang Zhen out of the palace. Chapter 108. Subduing Wang Tung and Li Jiuan swiftly. Chen Nian notified the Grand Elder to ensure that all treasures within the underground chamber were catalogued and prepared for transport back to the Qin family. The sheer volume of treasures left the Grand Elder astounded. The resources of the Qi Yin divine dynasty were indeed profound, capable of elevating the Qin family's strength by at least 2 tiers. Among the clan, the Grand Elder was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about familial affairs. Over the years, he had diligently managed the family's matters and was well aware of the immense value these treasures held for the Qin family. Furthermore, the various martial arts techniques found within the treasure pavilion constituted a remarkable windfall. The decision to assault the Qi Yin divine dynasty had proven exceedingly astute. Within the palace, the Qin family members bustled about, while Chen Nian exited the palace, accompanied by Shui Luer, wandering through the city. The once grand imperial city lay in ruins, littered with corpses and engulfed in chaos, the air thick with smoke and the sounds of battle. Despite having never visited this city before, Chen Nian could surmise its former splendor, now obliterated by the incursion of the Nine Heavens demonic realm. Help, help me. A frantic cry for assistance pierced the air, prompting Chen Nian and Shui Luer to turn in its direction. They beheld a young woman, her garments tattered and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, pursued by 2 disciples of the blood demon sect. Upon spotting Chen Nian, the woman appeared to have found a glimmer of hope, rushing to his side and kneeling before him, repeatedly bowing her head and pleading, "Young master, please save me. Please. I beg you." Her face was awash with tears. Just 2 hours prior, she had been the cherished daughter of the minister of the Qi Yin divine dynasty, enjoying a position of immense privilege. Yet, within that brief span, her father had perished, the city had fallen, and the entire Qi Yin divine dynasty had vanished. Their ministerial residence had been assaulted by the forces of the Nine Heavens demonic realm, with countless disciples of the demonic sect storming in, eliminating all male members and ravaging the women before slaying them. Not a single soul had survived from the minister's household. She felt an intense hatred towards the demons of the Nine Heavens for their merciless cruelty. Just as several disciples of the blood demon sect were about to discover her, she had desperately fled. However, upon reaching the main street, she was stunned to find the once vibrant thoroughfare transformed into a scene of carnage, with corpses strewn about and devastation everywhere. In her panic, she could think of nothing but running forward, until she encountered Chen Nian. Uncertain of his identity, she nonetheless sensed an extraordinary aura about him and could only hope that he might be her salvation. At that moment, 2 disciples of the blood demon sect pursued and caught up, gazing at the woman kneeling on the ground. A wicked smile crept across their faces as they said, "Hee hee. Still thinking of escaping? The entire imperial city is surrounded by our Nine Heavens demon domain. If you have the capability, just try to run." One of them added, "Honestly, you might as well surrender." With that, they rubbed their hands together, grinning mischievously, their malicious intent evident. Chen Nian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is going on?" Initially, the 2 had their attention solely on the woman, but upon hearing Chen Nian's voice, they turned to him. However, the moment they laid eyes on him, the 2 disciples from the blood demon sect nearly weakened in the knees. "Zhang Da of the blood demon sect pays respects to your excellency. Li Da of the blood demon sect pays respects to your excellency." They had previously seen Chen Nian's face before the Great Formation and were utterly startled to encounter him here, their hearts racing with trepidation. Chen Nian did not elaborate further and simply asked, "Whose is she?" In response, the 2 disciples, fearful of his authority, replied, "Reporting to your excellency. This woman is the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family from the Prime Minister's residence." The Prime Minister's residence? A family of officials, indeed. However, to Chen Nian, they were merely insignificant insects. He held no interest in these 2 foolish individuals, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded, "All right, you 2 may leave." They cast a reluctant glance at the woman, but dared not defy Chen Nian's orders. After all, women were plentiful in the imperial city. Although such exquisite ones were rare, it was not worth risking their lives for a single woman. "Yes," they replied, bowing and retreating. Seeing the 2 depart, the woman let out a long sigh of relief. She then turned to Chen Nian, bowing deeply, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me, my lord." However, her words only elicited a light laugh from Chen Nian. "When did this emperor say I would save you?" The woman was taken aback. Unsure of what Chen Nian meant, he allowed them to leave because of her relatively noble status. It seemed unworthy for those 2 foolish men to force themselves upon her. Ultimately, she was a citizen of the Qi Yin divine dynasty, and Chen Nian had no habit of eradicating the roots of trouble. With a flick of his wrist, a small hole appeared on her forehead, and in an instant, she fell lifelessly to the ground. Shuelur, standing behind him, displayed no signs of surprise. To her, eradicating threats was merely a basic principle. If one could not even accomplish that, the world of cultivation may not be suitable for them. Moreover, Shuelur was wholly obedient to Chen Nian's decisions. Let us return to the camp. I have gained some insights and wish to enter seclusion. Chen Nian's interest in the matter of system evolution remained substantial. He was curious about the effects of this evolution. Shuelur nodded in agreement, yes. As they walked through the imperial city, the chaos surrounding them did not disturb their composure. Cannibalism was merely the essence of this society. Furthermore, Chen Nian had previously given these individuals a chance. Had they complied and opened the city gates, the massacre would not have occurred. Soon, they returned to the camp, where Shuelur stood guard outside Chen Nian's tent. Chen Nian retrieved the fragment from his spatial ring. The fragment appeared unremarkable. System evolution. Ding. Divine realm origin fragment detected. System evolution commencing. Evolution time, 3 hours. Countdown begins. As the system's voice echoed, a countdown commenced. Chen Nian took this opportunity to release the souls of Wang Tong and Li Jian. The moment they were freed, confusion filled their eyes. Where are we? Who am I? Chen Nian? Li Jian stared at Chen Nian in disbelief. Didn't I die? Wang Ting shared a similar expression of terror. Chen Nian smiled slightly and stated, from now on, you two shall be my henchmen, understood? Chen Nian's henchmen? Clearly, the two were taken aback. Disbelief etched across their faces. Humph, Chen Nian, you must be dreaming. Even if I died, I would never serve as your henchman. Li Jian retorted angrily. However, Chen Nian merely smiled and replied, you are already dead, Li Jian. Wang Tong, you are dead. It was this emperor who captured your souls using a secret technique. You are now merely souls. Souls? The two looked at their translucent bodies, beginning to realize the gravity of their situation. Wang Tong scoffed, what of being a soul? You annihilated my Qian divine dynasty. I, Wang Tong, will never be your henchman, even if my soul is extinguished. The destruction of his nation weighed heavily on him. As a monarch, he felt profound sorrow and anger. How could the Qian divine dynasty, built over tens of thousands of years, vanish in the blink of an eye? Yet, Wang Tong's words did not surprise Chen Nian. He cheerfully remarked. The last one to say something similar was Wang Zhun. Both men's eyes widened in shock. Ancestor? However, before they could inquire further, an intense itching suddenly overwhelmed them, as if countless ants were crawling over their bodies. And that was just the beginning. Alongside the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at their hearts, they felt waves of chilling cold and searing heat intermittently. Countless pains assailed them incessantly. They feared not death. But this suffering was terrifying. It felt like time stretched infinitely. Chen Nian, I was wrong. Wang Tong was the first to plead for mercy. As the emperor of the Qian divine dynasty, he had never endured such agony. He simply could not withstand it. What legacy of ancestors was worth mentioning compared to this suffering? Chen Nian smiled slightly and lifted the punishment from Wang Tong, then quietly awaited Li Jian's plea for mercy. Although Li Jian was slightly more resilient than Wang Tong, he was not much better off. After a brief period of time, Li Jian too could no longer bear it and began to beg for mercy. Chen Nian, observing their terrified expressions, chuckled, from now on, should either of you disobey my orders, I can make that pain multiply by 10,000 times. Understand? They exchanged glances, the memory of their recent suffering fresh in their minds. Naturally, they dared not contradict Chen Nian. Thus, they nodded like chicks pecking at grain, understood. Seeing that Wang Tong and Li Jian were somewhat perceptive, Chen Nian smiled faintly and summoned Wang Zhun. Upon witnessing Wang Zhun's sudden appearance, both Wang Tong and Li Jian's eyes widened in shock. Ancestor? Wang Zhun's face displayed embarrassment. For having fallen from ancestor to servant of Chen Nian was hardly commendable. Wang Zhun acknowledged awkwardly, standing behind Chen Nian. The three exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Zhun was at the late stage of the Saint King realm, while Li Jian was at the mid-stage, and Wang Tong at the early stage. With the protection of these three, Chen Nian's safety would significantly increase. As for whether they might harbor ulterior motives, Chen Nian felt no fear. He could completely control their thoughts. In fact, if he wished, he could reduce them to mindless souls, knowing only how to fight. However, he had no desire to do so, as it would diminish their combat effectiveness. After retracting the three into his body, the system's upgrade was nearing completion. A voice rang in his ears, ding. System upgrade countdown. 3, 2, 1. In the next moment, a massive luminous screen appeared before Chen Nian. Host, Chen Nian cultivation level. Mid-stage Emperor Realm techniques. 9 transformations of divine demons. 9 stars. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, 9 stars. 999, 9999 particles. Martial Arts, Flower Plucking Finger, 9 stars. World Annihilation Sword Technique, 9 stars. Mirage Steps, 9 stars. God Slayer Slash, 9 stars. Life and Death Talisman, 9 stars. Star-Shattering Fist, 9 stars. Physique, Supreme Divine Demon Body Talent. Blessing of the Demon Path Special Aura. Celestial Being Aura Divine Abilities. Journey of 1,000 miles. Law Following Words. Thunder Domain. Soul Binding Subordinates. Chun Pingan, Shui Luer, Li Kuangdao, Wang Zhun, Wang Tung, Li Jiuan Points. 100,000. Upon witnessing his system, Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. The lottery section had vanished, replaced instead by a point system. With a bewildered expression, Chen Nian inquired, "System, where has the lottery section gone?" Ding. After this system's upgrade, the lottery function has transformed into a points exchange system. The host may access the marketplace and utilize points for exchanges. The host's previous 100 lottery chances have been converted into points at a ratio of 1,000. The host can acquire points through 1. Killing. The higher the talent and strength of the target, the more points obtained. 2. Tasks. The system will sporadically issue tasks, which the host may choose to complete for substantial points. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Nian finally comprehended it. This upgrade had turned the former lottery system into a marketplace exchange. In this new light, he found it quite agreeable. The uncertainty of the previous lottery was excessively high, and he could only draw once per day without any additional chances, relying solely on luck. On occasions, poor luck resulted in drawing 9 pairs of women's undergarments in a 10-draw session. However, with the marketplace points exchange, Chen Nian could select precisely what he desired. Opening the marketplace, Chen Nian focused his mind and entered the marketplace. It was categorized into several sections, including pills, spiritual herbs, weapons, martial arts, and physiques. There was nothing beyond imagination that the system could not provide. As long as the points were sufficient, anything was possible. Curiously, he opened the physique interface. The first 3 options that captured his attention were Supreme Divine Demon Body, Time Sacred Body, and Space Sacred Body. Each of these 3 physiques was priced at 10 billion points. Although the required points were substantial, they were incredibly worthwhile for these physiques. Following that were various other special physiques, such as Starry Sacred Body, Purple Gold Sacred Body, Battle Saint Body, Ice Cold Sacred Body. The list was extensive, filling several pages, encompassing all the sacred bodies ever existing in the 3,000 realms. Prices ranged from 10 million to 1 billion points. Among them, Chen Pingan's sword body was valued at 100 million points. After perusing the special physiques, Chen Nian turned his attention to the spiritual herbs and weapons. Aside from divine artifacts, the marketplace offered all kinds of 9 stars weapons. He speculated that the marketplace would likely update in the future and divine artifacts would eventually appear. Observing the vast array of options in the marketplace, a satisfied smile crept upon Chen Nian's lips. Chapter 110. Point Farming Baby with only 100,000 points. He lamented that he could afford nothing of value. The Time Sacred Body and Space Sacred Body were exceptional items, yet priced at 10 billion, the gap was immense. However, recalling the system's explanation, he remembered that points could also be earned through killing. The higher the target's cultivation, the more points gained. An ordinary person 1 point, a beginner in the Emperor Realm 50,000 points, a beginner in the Supreme Realm 300,000 points, a beginner in the Emperor Realm 1,000,000 points, a beginner in the Saint Realm 10,000,000 points, a beginner in the Saint King Realm 100,000,000 points. Understanding the system's explanation, Chen Nian realized that 10 billion points were not insurmountable. He simply needed to slay 100 Saint King Realm experts. However, if Chen Nian dared to massacre 100 Saint King Realm beings, the entire 3,000 realms would likely be thrown into chaos, uniting against him. After a brief contemplation, he summoned Wang Tung and Li Jiuan. "Greetings, young master." Upon seeing Chen Nian again, the two displayed great respect, their recent punishment fresh in their minds, leaving them reluctant to defy him. Chen Nian acknowledged them with a nod and produced 2 black robes. These robes, recently acquired from the marketplace for 50,000 points each, held considerable value. They could conceal the wearer's cultivation levels and prevent inspection by those below the emperor level. Put on these robes and head to the Buddhist domain. To the Buddhist domain? Wang Tung and Li Jiuan exchanged confused glances. "Young master, what is the purpose of going to the Buddhist domain?" The Buddhist domain lay millions of miles away from the Qian divine domain, at the far western edge of the 3,000 realms, resembling a hub of brainwashing. The inhabitants of the Buddhist domain were thoroughly indoctrinated by the Great Thunder Sound Temple, which did not endear them to Wang Tung and Li Jiuan. Yet, Chen Nian merely smiled and stated, "To kill." Killing? The two grew increasingly perplexed. "Kill whom?" Chen Nian replied nonchalantly, "Commence slaughtering martial artists, particularly those of higher cultivation. Leave no one alive." Wang Tung and Li Jiuan were dumbfounded by Chen Nian's command. Were they to embark on a massacre in the Buddhist domain, sparing not a single martial artist? The thought was staggering. "Young master, the Buddhist domain is not to be trifled with. If we are captured..." Both feared being seized by the Buddhist monks, knowing well that no good would come from being caught. Chen Nian calmly reassured them. "These robes can conceal your cultivation and evade detection by those below the emperor level." He then produced 2 talismans. "Each of you will take one. If you encounter an overwhelming opponent, shatter the talisman to be instantly transported to my side." These talismans, known as tracking position talismans, had been previously marked by Chen Nian. They would ensure that the two could return to him without hindrance from any spatial restrictions. Given that these were premium items from the system, he was not stingy with them. Now that the marketplace was operational, each talisman was worth 100 million points, a remarkable asset for ensuring their safety. Chen Nian intended to utilize the two for point farming, thus providing them with the best resources. Seeing the black robes and talismans in their hands, a glimmer of joy flickered in their eyes. "We obey." Wang Tung and Li Jiuan accepted the command without hesitation. As for why Chen Nian wanted them to wreak havoc in the Buddhist domain, they dared not question him. "Go." "Yes." After donning the black robes, the two swiftly made their way towards the Buddhist domain. With their cultivation levels, they would face minimal issues unless they encountered mid to late stage Saint King realm experts. Time passed swiftly. Within just 2 days, the imperial city of the Qian divine dynasty lay in ruins, the air thick with the scent of blood. The armies of the Nine Heavens demon domain had established their presence in the various cities of the Qian divine domain. From this moment forth, the Qian divine domain would cease to exist, fully absorbed into the Nine Heavens demon domain. This vast territory would further enhance the strength of the Nine Heavens demon domain. However, such expansion inevitably carried risks. In the short term, the former residents of the Qian divine domain would feel no sense of belonging to the Nine Heavens demon domain, and the existing management systems would conflict with those of the Nine Heavens, requiring an adjustment period. Of course, Chen Nian would not concern himself with these matters. The elders of his clan would manage them adeptly. Upon returning to the Chen family, the entire clan flourished, from the elders to the direct and collateral disciples, each brimming with excitement. The family resources became more abundant, allowing for greater distribution among its members. Moreover, within the family's treasury, the variety of martial arts and techniques had more than doubled, which was an immense boon for the clan. Chen Nian directly proposed that the first 4 levels of the treasury be opened without restriction, allowing any family disciple to study any martial art free of charge. Although the martial arts on these levels were not exceedingly rare, they were all rated between 1 to 4 stars. And a 4-star technique could incite a frenzy if introduced in a lower realm. This opportunity for unlimited learning and perusal was a tremendous advantage for the family's disciples. Time passed swiftly as Chen Nian sat in his room cultivating. Thanks to the presence of Wang Tung and Li Jiuan, his points surged daily, often increasing by tens of millions to several billion. These two, being souls, had no need for food or rest, making Chen Nian's exploitation of their abilities astoundingly effective, akin to a capitalist in a past life witnessing such shrewdness. One day, a knock echoed outside Chen Nian's room. "Enter," he called. Shui Luer slowly stepped in, cupping her hands in salute. "Young master, the Zixiao divine sect has arrived." Lin Qingqing. Chen Nian suddenly recalled that today marked the day of their decade-long agreement. It must be said, Lin Qingqing was quite punctual. "Let us go and take a look." Chen Nian spoke calmly. "Yes." Shui Luer obediently followed. As they exited the room, he called out for Ni Huang, who descended gracefully from the sky. Although Ni Huang was capable of transforming, she preferred her role as Chen Nian's steed. "Onward to the Great Hall," commanded Chen Nian. "Yes." Both he and Shui Luer mounted Ni Huang, who soared towards the Great Hall. Upon entering the hall, Chen Tiandao and Xian Linghua occupied the main seats, accompanied by various elders of the Chen family. The Zixiao divine sect was represented by Lin Qingqing and 10 elders led by the Grand Elder. When Lin Qingqing laid eyes on Chen Nian, her previously frosty demeanor seemed to thaw slightly. Despite a decade apart, she recognized him instantly. The aura he exuded was unmistakable. "The 10 years have passed, and I have come," Lin Qingqing said with a slight smile. She had pondered their agreement daily, driven by the fear that Chen Nian's cultivation might surpass hers. Thus, she dedicated herself to training, bolstered by the emperor's legacy she obtained in the Zixiao secret realm, her own efforts, and the resources of the Zixiao divine sect. Lin Qingsheng had finally broken through to the late stage of the sovereign realm, a commendable achievement. With her various abilities, she could even contend with those in the holy realm. Chen Nian discerned her level instantly and nodded with a smile. Impressive. You have indeed worked hard. Lin Qingsheng's heart soared at his praise. During her years in the Zixiao divine sect, joy was a rare visitor, yet before Chen Nian, an innate sense of familiarity arose within her, stemming from the blood he had offered her to save her life. Xian Lingyue was equally pleased with her future daughter-in-law, cheerfully stating, Nianer, Qicheng has come today regarding your marriage. Your father and I are in agreement. After all, Lin Qingsheng was exceptionally talented and beautiful, a paragon among the realms. Such a daughter-in-law was undoubtedly to their satisfaction. Lin Qingsheng's gaze held a glimmer of hope. Chen Nian surveyed the assembled company, his eyes settling on Lin Qingsheng before he slowly spoke. Father, mother, I do not intend to marry at this time. The path of cultivation demands singular focus. I wish to wait until I achieve the realm of the emperor before considering marriage. To break through to the emperor before marriage? The notion seemed mythical in the current realm, where no one had achieved such a height for thousands of years. Even those stuck at the half-step emperor level could only wonder when they might ascend. Yet, the elders of the Chen family appeared unfazed by Chen Nian's lofty ambition. In their eyes, only two individuals had the potential to reach the emperor realm: Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian, who had become the spiritual pillars of the clan. However, the elders of the Zixiao divine sect were growing anxious. The grand elder stood hastily, exclaiming, Young master, for thousands of years, no one has broken through to the emperor realm. This realm seems to be shackled, and it is implausible to expect the saintess to wait millennia for your ascent. It had indeed been eons since an emperor-level warrior had appeared, and many half-step emperors had tried and failed to break through, believing the realm was bound by some restriction that required an invincible stance to overcome. Yet, Chen Nian was filled with confidence. Bearing the system and the legacy of the Zixiao divine emperor, failing to ascend to the emperor realm would be a waste of potential. He glanced at the grand elder and declared, 300 years. In 300 years, I shall undoubtedly break through to the emperor realm. 300 years? The assembly was stunned by Chen Nian's audacious claim. The concept of achieving the emperor realm in such a short span was almost unfathomable. Chen Tiandao, a prodigy among prodigies, had only reached the half-step emperor level after 300 years, and advancing further was a formidable challenge. For ordinary cultivators, breaking through the sovereign realm within a millennium was already remarkable, while achieving the half-step emperor level in 2,000 years marked one as extraordinary. Thus, Chen Nian's assertion shocked everyone, including the elders of the Chen family. Just as bewilderment enveloped the room, Lin Qicheng spoke up, I believe in you. Her earnest gaze met Chen Nian's. I trust that you will reach the emperor realm in 300 years, and I will strive alongside you. Chen Nian's prodigious talent was well known to her, and despite the incredibility of his claim, she believed him. Chen Tiandao, seated at the head, regarded his son's confidence with thoughtful approval, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Since my son has declared it, I shall also place my faith in him. Thus, let us wait for 300 years until you achieve the emperor realm before discussing marriage. With Chen Tiandao's words, the matter was settled, leaving little room for further debate. Although the grand elder of the Zixiao divine sect remained skeptical, he knew better than to voice his doubts at this moment. Lin Qingsheng added, before you ascend to the emperor realm, may I join you in your cultivation? I wish to keep pace with you. Of course, Chen Nian replied calmly. Wonderful. Lin Qingsheng rejoiced at his response. She turned to the elders of the Zixiao divine sect. If you have no further business, you may return. I will accompany Chen Nian in his training. The elders hesitated momentarily, but seeing Lin Qingsheng's determined expression, they realized resistance was futile, and thus, they respectfully acquiesced. Very well. The matter of marriage has been settled, and Lin Qingsheng has brought forth another significant piece of news. There is something I must tell you, she said. In half a month, a gathering of the most exceptional talents from the 3,000 realms will be held in the Wuji divine dynasty, open to all young prodigies from across the land. A gathering of all prodigies? Chen Nian looked at Lin Qingsheng with a hint of confusion, as he had not heard of this event before. Lin Qingsheng slowly elucidated. This is the first grand assembly of prodigies in the 3,000 realms in millennia, aimed at bringing together the world's elites for competition and ranking. As the saying goes, in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. Naturally, prodigies must also be ranked. However, Chen Nian shook his head, expressing disinterest. I have no interest in such matters. Rankings are merely hollow titles, lacking allure for me. Lin Qingqing seemed to anticipate Chen Nian's reaction, smiling as she remarked, "Yet, this gathering will not be so simple. The prodigy who ranks first will be awarded a divine artifact." Upon hearing Lin Qingqing's words, Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. A divine artifact? Such an item could command the fate of an entire realm. Even a 9-star weapon is considered a supreme treasure, capable of stirring significant upheaval across the 3,000 realms. Let alone this divine artifact. If word got out, it could incite major conflicts among the upper domains, perhaps even spark a great war. The notion that this prodigy gathering would offer a divine artifact as a reward was simply astonishing. Not only Chen Nian, but everyone present was stunned by Lin Qingqing's declaration, with only Chen Tiandao maintaining a calm demeanor. To him, a divine artifact was of little consequence. He was indifferent. What kind of divine artifact? Chen Nian inquired curiously. Lin Qingqing shook her head. I do not know. The Wuji divine dynasty has not disclosed that information. Perhaps only those who qualify will learn of it in the end. Chen Nian nodded lightly, refraining from further questions. This prodigy gathering had piqued his interest, especially with the promise of a divine artifact as a prize for the top contender. He felt a growing curiosity. In that case, I shall go as well. Let us depart together in a few days on the spirit vessel. Very well. Lin Qingqing smiled slightly, expressing her agreement. The gathering would assemble the foremost prodigies from the entire 3,000 realms. Only warriors under 50 years of age and of the Emperor realm or above were eligible to participate, as Chen Pingyuan and his companions did not meet the requirements. Only Chen Nian, Lin Qingqing, and Enai Huang could compete. Both Chen Nian and Enai Huang were at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. Yet in terms of true combat prowess, even those at the Sacred Realm might find it challenging to surpass them. Chen Nian's skills were formidable, while Enai Huang possessed the awakened bloodline of the 9-colored phoenix, making her unmatched in lineage throughout the 3,000 realms. Her cultivation advanced merely by absorbing energy, leading her to awaken ancestral memories at a certain level of cultivation. Lin Qingqing, as a late-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse, also possessed skills comparable to those at the Sacred Realm, making her a top contender as well. After a few days of training within the Chen family, the trio departed for the Wuji divine dynasty aboard the Chen family's spirit vessel, accompanied by the 9 ancestors. The 3,000 realms are home to 10 upper domains, each immensely powerful, harboring countless formidable warriors. The Wuji divine dynasty occupies the central region of the 3,000 realms, rich in spiritual energy and filled with experts. The Wuji divine realm is the strongest among the 3,000 realms, boasting profound heritage, even drawing some caution from Chen Tiandao. Although he was not afraid, he would not easily provoke them, indicating the Wuji divine dynasty's significance. Among the 10 domains, aside from the Jiutian demon domain, Phoenix domain, Zixiao divine domain, and Buddha domain, there are 5 other domains. These include the northern barbarian domain, whose inhabitants venerate the barbarian god and cultivate purely their physical bodies, devoid of any true energy cultivation. Warriors of the barbarian domain are typically tall, starting at a minimum height of 2 meters, naturally suited for the body cultivation path, possessing tremendous strength. To the south lies the Miaojiang divine domain, renowned for its mastery of toxins and various insects. Even those at the Sacred King realm would not dare underestimate the bizarre insects passed down through generations in Miaojiang. Who knows what strange poison could arise from there? The Taoist sects of the 2 branches include the Shangqing sect in the Shangqing divine domain and the Xianmen in the Xian domain. These sects usually refrain from conflict, focusing solely on the pursuit of the Tao, with their disciples enjoying a stellar reputation throughout the 3,000 realms. Lastly, there is the Emotionless Divine Palace, situated in the Emotionless Divine Realm. This palace is shrouded in mystery, admitting no more than 100 disciples per generation. Yet, each of these disciples possesses extraordinary talent, and with the full resources of their realm supporting them, their cultivation progresses rapidly. Among the 10 domains, the Wuji Divine Realm stands as the mightiest, the Emotionless Divine Realm, the most enigmatic. The fact that the Wuji Divine Realm offers a divine artifact as the prize for first place at this gathering attests to its remarkable status. This event draws the finest prodigies from the 3,000 realms, with participants all being at least of the Emperor realm, some even at the Sacred Realm level. Achieving such a feat in just 50 years is no small accomplishment, marking them as the elite of the elite. In addition to the prodigies from the 10 upper domains, there will also be representatives from hidden families and even apprentices of semi-emperor level powerhouses participating in this competition. Thus, without a doubt, this prodigy gathering is a grand event for the entire 3,000 realms. Inside the spirit vessel, Chen Nian sat cross-legged, intently focused on the marketplace interface, contemplating purchases for the upcoming prodigy gathering. Recently, with the assistance of the Sacred King Realm powerhouses Wang Teng and Li Jiuan, his points had surged. Originally possessing only 100,000 points, he now boasted an astonishing 3,100,000,000 points. Although he still faced a considerable gap to acquire a Space Saint body, which costs 1 billion points, purchasing other spiritual items posed no challenge. Wang Teng and Li Jiuan had been enjoying their time in the Buddha domain, remaining active near its borders. Their covert operations, including merciless killings, left no trace, allowing them to evade significant disturbances. Although some individuals from the upper echelons of the Buddha domain had been dispatched to investigate, they were merely sending in those at the sacred realm, posing no threat to the two sacred kings. Thus, they continued to accumulate points for Chen Nian without any immediate danger. Surveying the diverse offerings in the marketplace, Chen Nian's attention was drawn to the Earth Vein Fire Lotus. Earth Vein Fire Lotus price, 1. 5 billion points function, a 9-star body cultivation holy medicine. With a brief description and a hefty price tag, Chen Nian recalled his previous battle against Wang Teng during the assault on the Crimson Flame Divine Realm. Following that encounter, he had felt a burgeoning potential for a breakthrough in his Divine Idol Restraining Prison technique. Now, having amassed 999 giant elephant particles, he stood at the pinnacle of the first stage, just a step away from transcending to the dragon elephant power. The transformation of the elephant type is multifaceted. The giant elephant evolves into the dragon elephant, and the dragon elephant into the azure elephant, leading to the primordial elephant, culminating in the divine elephant, a grand transformation. Chen Nian was prepared to transition from the giant elephant to the dragon elephant, necessitating the Earth Vein Fire Lotus to facilitate this leap. Once the giant elephant power transforms into the dragon elephant, Chen Nian's physical form would undergo a qualitative change. System, exchange for the Earth Vein Fire Lotus. Ding. Earth Vein Fire Lotus exchange successful. In the next moment, after the deduction of 1.5 billion points, a radiant Earth Vein Fire Lotus materialized before Chen Nian. As the fiery red lotus appeared, the temperature in the room surged dramatically, the surrounding air heating up significantly, accompanied by a rapid escalation in spiritual energy. The Earth Vein Fire Lotus, a rare flower that flourishes in the depths of the earth, possesses the essence of the earth's core fire, radiating an intense heat that renders it a sacred remedy for physical cultivation. For martial artists focused on body refinement, the worth of this single flower far surpasses that of several 9-star weapons. Without hesitation, Chen Nian grasped the fiery lotus before him. Although it was searingly hot, such temperatures were trivial for a warrior of his caliber. He positioned the lotus before him and promptly ingested it. Within Chen Nian's body, the lotus unleashed an immense surge of spiritual energy. Without delay, he activated the divine elephant suppression technique, commencing the arduous process of tempering his flesh. The path of physical cultivation is fraught with excruciating pain. At this moment, Chen Nian felt every inch of his skin burning, every cell seemingly ablaze. However, this burning sensation was a necessary rite of passage. The reason many warriors shy away from the path of body refinement is not only due to its immense difficulty, but also because the journey is laden with suffering. Every step is arduous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a descent into madness. Thus, few choose this path. The barbarian tribes, unable to cultivate true qi, rely solely on the fortification of their bodies, compounded by their innate physical prowess, which results in their exclusive focus on bodily strength. Before long, Chen Nian sensed he had reached his limit. The cells within him were extraordinarily invigorated. A cry of immense pain escaped his lips, startling Lin Qingqing and Ni Huang aboard the spirit vessel. Just as they intended to investigate the commotion, they were halted by the ninth ancestor. Nianer is in the midst of cultivation. Do not disturb him. Although the ninth ancestor was uncertain of what Chen Nian was practicing, he dared not intrude, aware that any interruption could lead to catastrophic consequences in a warrior's training. Upon hearing the ninth ancestor's warning, Lin Qingqing and Ni Huang hesitated, their gazes filled with concern as they turned toward Chen Nian's chamber. Moments later, an array of fiery true qi circled within Chen Nian, and the tumultuous spiritual energy began to gradually subside. Slowly, he opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the previously agitated true qi around him quieted. A glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. At long last he had broken through. The divine elephant suppression technique had taken a significant leap forward, an immense enhancement to Chen Nian's power. He had transitioned from the strength of the giant elephant to the might of the dragon elephant, marking a transformation from quantitative to qualitative change. System, Display personal attributes. Beep. Retrieving data. Host. Chen Nian cultivation level. Mid-stage monarch realm techniques. 9 transformations of divine demons. 9 stars. Divine elephant suppression technique. 9 stars. 1000 dragon elephant particles. Martial arts. Flower pinch finger. 9 stars. World destruction sword technique. 9 stars. Illusory shadow step. 9 stars. God-slaying slash. 9 stars. Life and death talisman. 9 stars. Star-shattering fist. 9 stars. Physique. Supreme divine demon body talent. Blessing of the demon path special aura. Celestial immortal aura divine abilities. Within reach of heaven. Words manifest law. Thunder domain. Soul binding supporters. Chun Pingan. Shualuer. Li Guangdao. Wang Zhun. Wang Tong. Li Jian points. 1. 6 billion in this moment. The previously amassed 999 giant elephant particles had vanished, leaving only 1,000 dragon elephant particles. While the number of particles appeared diminished, the transformation in strength was monumental. With his current physical cultivation, even 100 previous versions of himself would not stand a chance against him now. This was the chasm of difference. Feeling the dragon elephant power coursing through his veins, Chen Nian rose, gently pushing open the door. Lin Qingqing and Ni Huang rushed over. Chen Nian, are you all right? Master, are you unharmed? In response, Chen Nian offered a slight smile. I am fine. My cultivation has simply progressed. Do not worry. Reassured by Chen Nian's words, the two of them relaxed and exchanged a few casual remarks before returning to their chambers to resume their training. The 9th ancestor approached Chen Nian. Although the secret treasures on Chen Nian impeded his probing, the immense vitality he exuded upon breaking through was enough for the 9th ancestor to surmise the nature of his training. Nianer, you have chosen the path of physical cultivation? The path of body refinement is indeed arduous. It requires a vast array of resources, relentless training, and the endurance of immense suffering at each turn. Chen Nian nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I have explored this route. The 9th ancestor sighed softly. Pursuing both qi and martial arts is a formidable endeavor. You must be prepared. The bottlenecks encountered during your ascension to the emperor stage will likely be even more pronounced. The benefits of dual cultivation are substantial, yet the drawbacks are equally apparent. Chen Nian understood this truth well and nodded calmly. I comprehend. Having chosen this path, I shall persevere. The 9th ancestor sighed again, a wry smile gracing his lips. You and your father share the same tenacity. Very well, I shall not dissuade you further. With a subtle smile, Chen Nian refrained from further discourse. The spirit vessel soon sailed beyond the realm of the 9 heavens demon domain, approaching the Wuji Empire. The 9 heavens demon domain, located in the east, had seized the territory of the former Qian divine domain and now bordered the land of the Wuji Empire. Both territories belonged to the upper realms. Thus large-scale warfare was uncommon, with only minor skirmishes occurring at the borders, all considered normal. Standing atop the spirit vessel, Chen Nian and the 9th ancestor gazed upon the expanse of the Wuji divine domain. Chen Nian noted a hint of melancholy in the 9th ancestor's eyes. Have you visited the Wuji divine empire before? Chen Nian inquired. The 9th ancestor nodded. In my youth, I traveled here. At that time, the 9 heavens demon domain was merely a mid-tier domain, and the Chen family was not nearly as formidable as it is now. I approached the Wuji divine empire with trepidation, as if walking on thin ice. Reflecting on his youth, the 9th ancestor became nostalgic. Time has flown swiftly. Over 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Opening up a stream of memories, the 9th ancestor continued with a smile. Back when I journeyed through the Wuji divine empire, I encountered a maiden from one of the 4 prominent families. We shared a fleeting connection, but alas, our differences in status rendered it impossible to flourish. At that time, the Chen family was still weak and could not capture the attention of the Wuji divine empire. Thus, our ill-fated bond came to an abrupt end. Chen Nian listened attentively to the 9th ancestor's reminiscences, respecting the past without interrupting. Regrettably, the world had changed, and with it, the people. Chapter 114. Arrival at the Wuji divine empire. The spirit vessel sped along, and within 2 days, the group beheld the imperial city of the Wuji divine empire. This empire is one of the top-tier domains among the 10, boasting an imperial city of unparalleled grandeur. The towering city walls, standing 70 to 80 meters high, are constructed from the finest material, the heavenly patterned stone, a rare and exquisite substance, enhanced by formations. Even a strike from a Saint King realm expert would struggle to shatter these walls. At this moment, the city entrance was bustling with a throng of people, all eagerly awaiting entry. Let us descend outside the city. Understood. The spirit vessel landed just outside the city, and as the 4 disembarked, The surrounding guards took notice and hurried over. Miss Qingcheng, it has been a long time. Among the guards, a young man clad in a brocade robe approached, holding a folding fan and wearing a warm smile. Upon recognizing him, Lin Qicheng nodded in acknowledgement. Has His Highness the Second Prince been waiting here for long? Qin Chuan smiled gently, radiating an aura of springtime warmth. I have been tasked by my royal brother to await your arrival. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Chen Nian. You must be the illustrious Chen Nian of the Chen family. I am Qin Chuan, the second prince of the Wuji Divine Empire. I have long heard of your reputation, and upon meeting you, it is clear you are indeed remarkable. Qin Chuan's demeanor was exceedingly gracious, eliciting no trace of disdain. Chen Nian gazed curiously at the second prince of the Wuji dynasty, having long heard of the three royal princes, each a paragon among men. The eldest prince, Qin Zheng, was born to inherit the throne, possessing extraordinary cultivation and exuding a regal aura, commanding the respect of court officials. The second prince, Qin Chuan, was gentle and refined, yet somewhat indulgent, often seeking pleasures in brothels and music halls, though his talent for cultivation was remarkably high. The youngest prince, Qin Sun, was known for his astute strategies. Having been hailed as a prodigy in his youth, he preferred solitude, leaving many in the dark about his enigmatic character. In the royal family, one would expect fierce rivalry among the princes for the throne, yet these three shared a strong bond as brothers, with the eldest prince's ascension to the throne already assured, leaving no ambition for the others. Thus, the Wujia dynasty enjoyed harmony, free from the strife of power struggles. Chen Nian smiled faintly, expressing his admiration for the second prince. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted to Nai Huang, sensing an unusual aura about her, suggesting she was no ordinary human. This is my maid, Nai Huang. A maid? Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow in disbelief. She must be extraordinary, with such a rich bloodline. She cannot be ordinary. Though he could not discern Nai Huang's true nature, he had begun to suspect that she was not of human origin. You have acquired quite a remarkable maid, Chen Gongzi. Your praise is excessive, Chen Nian responded, wishing to steer the conversation away from Nai Huang. Qin Chuan, noticing this, laughed heartily and took Chen Nian's arm, guiding him further into the palace. It is an honor for our Qin family to host you, Chen Gongzi. Allow me to show you around the royal city as a gesture of hospitality. One could not deny Qin Chuan's exceptional social skills. His actions left no room for criticism from Chen Nian. As they walked through the royal city, the guards greeted them with utmost respect. Upon entering the city, the scene opened up, bustling with various vendors calling out their wares. After a while, Qin Chuan turned to Chen Nian and Lin Qicheng, inquiring if they had accommodation. If you have no place to stay, I have several residences in the royal city that you may choose from. Those residences were privately owned by Qin Chuan. Chen Nian smiled and politely declined. Thank you for your kind offer, but we already have arrangements. Qin Chuan nodded, pulling out an invitation. The grand event will commence in 5 days. But there is a grand auction in the royal city in 3 days. You are most welcome to join us. Certainly. Chen Nian accepted the invitation, placing it in his spatial ring before bidding farewell to Qin Chuan and heading to their lodgings. The courtyards within Wujia Royal City were indeed precious. But the Chen family also possessed several luxurious estates here, maintained by their servants. Along the way, Chen Nian curiously asked Lin Qicheng if she knew Qin Chuan prior to this. Lin Qicheng nodded. 5 years ago, during my travels, I had a confrontation with the second prince in a secluded realm. His strength was on par with mine, perhaps even surpassing it, and his methods were rather mysterious. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian's lips curled slightly. Interesting. He was merely attempting to gauge my strength earlier, but alas, he failed. Qin Chuan's earlier friendly demeanor was a guise to assess Chen Nian's abilities. However, due to Chen Nian's protective treasures and restrained aura, Qin Chuan could discern nothing. Lin Qicheng understood, while Nai Huang pouted. Master, he attempted to probe me as well, but my bloodline restrictions thwarted him. As a descendant of the nine-colored phoenix bloodline, Nai Huang was beyond the comprehension of even a saint king, making it impossible for a mere royal warrior like Qin Chuan to unveil her true nature. Chen Nian nodded, comprehending the situation. Let us proceed to our lodgings. The group continued on their way. Meanwhile, within a grand hall of the Wujia Imperial Palace, Qin Zheng greeted Qin Chuan upon his return. You have returned, little brother. Did you meet the Chen family heir? Qin Chuan glanced at his elder brother and younger brother. Qin Sun, nodding, indeed I did. How does his cultivation compare to yours? Qin Sun, though only 13, was the strategist of the Qin family, prompting Qin Zheng to lean in with interest. Qin Chuan's expression turned serious. I could not see through his strength. It seems he may surpass mine. What? Both Qin Zheng and Qin Sun exchanged incredulous glances. They were well aware of Qin Chuan's innate talent, blessed with the starry saint body and a 9-star aptitude, allowing him to attain the peak of the royal realm at just 25, making him a formidable contender. He truly is the son of Chen Tiandao. He is indeed remarkable. The three brothers regarded one another, their expressions contemplative. 3 days swiftly passed, and today marked the grand auction held once every decade in the royal city. Organized by the Qian family, one of the 4 prominent families of the Wujie dynasty. The other 3 families were Han, Sun, and Zhao, all powerful entities second only to the royal family, with the Qian family overseeing the dynasty's finances, making them quite affluent. As Chen Nian and his companions approached the auction's entrance, they were halted by guards demanding invitations. Chen Nian produced the purple gold invitation given by Qin Chuan, causing the guards' demeanor to shift instantaneously, their faces alight with smiles. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I notify the steward. This auction required invitations for entry, and invitations varied in rank. The purple gold invitation held by Chen Nian was the highest tier, requiring a steward-level attendant for reception. After a brief wait, a young woman in a light green dress emerged, her eyes sparkling as she addressed Chen Nian. Greetings, young master. I am Qian Luo. You may call me Luo. May I inquire your esteemed name? Chen Nian. Chen Nian. Upon hearing this name, the young attendant's expression brightened, recognizing the illustrious heir of the Chen family, known far and wide due to his father's formidable reputation. Ah, it is an honor, young Master Chen. Please, follow me. Chen Nian followed without hesitation, and soon they entered a luxurious private room. Young Master Chen, this is one of our top-tier private boxes, number 2. Please wait a moment. The auction will commence shortly. Very well, Chen Nian replied. The room offered an excellent view, allowing them to see all activities outside, while the glass ensured their privacy from the outside. Most seats were filled, and Chen Nian noticed 3 towering figures at the back, giant barbarians, approximately 3 meters tall, their muscular forms strikingly evident, appearing somewhat slow-witted. Those must be the barbarians from the barbaric domain, Chen Nian remarked. Lin Qingqing nodded. Indeed, the one in the center is the prince of the barbarian domain, Man. I have heard of him in my earlier years. He is the most favored son of the barbarian emperor, having awakened the strongest physique among the barbarians. The barbarian god tyrant body, endowing him with extraordinary physical prowess. It was said that the barbarians believed this Prince Man was sent by the barbarian god to save them, which led to his spoiled and willful demeanor, making him extremely domineering and vengeful. The barbarian god tyrant body? Quite intriguing. Chen Nian mused, glancing towards Man, whose formidable physical cultivation stirred a sense of challenge within him. Despite having practiced the divine elephant suppression technique for so long, he had never encountered a body cultivator before. Just as Lin Qingqing finished speaking, Man suddenly rose, roaring in displeasure. Humph! I am the son of the barbarian emperor, and yet I am not granted a prestigious private room? How outrageous! Do you dare believe that I will smash your pathetic auction house? The tremendous uproar instantly drew the attention of everyone present. The human warriors in the hall expressed their disdain for the arrival of these barbarians. Especially upon witnessing Man's arrogant demeanor, their eyes filled with contempt. Although the barbarians occupied a territory, it was merely a savage land devoid of any cultivation talent, filled with brutish individuals who could only hone their bodies. At that moment, the auction house manager hurried over. Esteemed young master, our private rooms have already been arranged, and I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. However, Man let out a cold snort, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. What? Is my identity as a prince of the barbarian race not worthy? His thunderous inquiry further incited the crowd's dissatisfaction. Just as the manager stammered, uncertain of how to respond, a youthful voice suddenly resonated from the number 5 private room. Your lack of access to the private room is simply due to your unworthiness. A mere barbarian dares to act recklessly. The words from the number 5 private room reverberated throughout the entire auction house. The term barbarian instantly enraged Man, who shouted towards the direction of the 5th room. Arrogant. Who are you? If you have the guts, come down and compete with me. I shall beat you to a pulp. Man despised being labeled a barbarian. In his mind, the barbarian race was the supreme lineage, far nobler than those of the human race. Within the 5th room, a young man chuckled disdainfully. I, the holy son of the upper clear sect, Shen Wanlang, do not stoop to the level of a barbarian. However, if you seek trouble, feel free to come. I shall be waiting. Upon hearing the name of the upper clear sect, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Goodness, he is the holy son of the upper clear sect. This barbarian has truly kicked a hard stone. Indeed, that sect is one of the 2 foremost Taoist sects, possessing profound mystical arts that no barbarian could rival. Moreover, I have heard that this holy son is a legendary figure with the Xian Shui sacred body and possesses remarkable cultivation. Chen Nian had seldom paid attention to the prodigies of the 3,000 domains, so he was not well versed in Shun Wanlong's background. Nonetheless, he was aware of the Upper Clear sect's reputation, being one of the two great Taoist sects among the top 10 powers in the 3,000 domains. Lin Qingqing, noticing Chen Nian's lack of knowledge in this regard, smiled and explained. Shen Wanlang is the holy son of the Upper Clear sect, the son of the current sect master, and possesses the Xian Shui sacred body, known for his proud disposition. As Lin Qingqing's words fell, another voice emerged from the 6th private room. Ba, I am the monk Ling Chun, the Buddha's son from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Prince Man, since the auction house has made its decision, it only indicates your insufficient status. Since you have come, why not accept it peacefully instead of becoming enraged? The crowd watching the spectacle was further astonished upon hearing Ling Chen's voice. The Buddha's son from the Buddhist domain, Ling Chen, was indeed a significant figure. As the two spoke, Man felt his anger reaching its peak, ready to unleash it. Yet, before he could utter a word, a clear female voice resonated from the 3rd private room. I am Lin Susu, the holy maiden of the Mystic Gate. If you continue to be noisy, I shall personally escort you out. A collective gasp swept through the audience once more. What? Another prominent figure. A holy son of the Taoist sect, a holy maiden of the Mystic Gate, and even a Buddhist son. Each of these three is a person of great renown in the 3,000 domains. As the three spoke simultaneously, Man could not help but feel a tremor of surprise within him. Though he was arrogant, he was not foolish. However, he was still frustrated. What about the other 3 private rooms? I refuse to believe they hold more qualifications than I, the prince. Please, a wave of gifts, a push for updates, 5-star reviews. The author strives to deliver more chapters, I beg. Chapter 116. The Humiliated Man. 3 updates delivered. Man's voice echoed throughout the auction house once more. The crowd was genuinely curious about the identities of those seated in these 6 private rooms. After all, the previous 3 were all holy sons and holy maidens from the top 10 domains, each holding the highest status in the 3,000 domains. Where do these wildlings come from? Truly bothersome. I had no intention of engaging, yet you dare to escalate matters. I am Yaolinger, the holy maiden of the southern wilderness, divine domain. Wildling, do you wish to test my poison insects? The voice from the 4th private room floated through the air. Instantly, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. The poison insects of Miaojiang were terrifying and varied. Provoking them could lead to an untimely demise. Moreover, these insects were bizarre, with some capable of rendering men impotent in an instant. Such a fate would be a tremendous humiliation for any man. Hence, despite the southern wilderness divine domain's low profile, no one dared to provoke them. Having faced another setback, Man knew of Miaojiang's fearsome reputation, a group not to be trifled with. Just as the words from the 4th private room faded, a voice from the 1st private room, belonging to Qin Chuan, resonated calmly. What? The royal city belongs to my Qin family. Is this private room not fit for this prince? A sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd as they recognized the familiar voice. It was none other than the 2nd prince of the Wuji dynasty. The Wuji dynasty's momentum exceeded that of the other 10 domains, with formidable strength. Even Man, no matter how arrogant, would not dare to provoke the Wuji divine dynasty. In the face of consecutive setbacks, Man's heart boiled with indignation, his gaze burning with fury. Although the 2 elders beside him urged him to remain calm, he remained obstinate. His eyes landed on the number 2 private room, which had remained silent. He smirked, believing he had found an easy target, and shouted loudly, "Which coward occupies the number 2 private room? Come out and face me." The spectators turned their attention to the 2nd private room, including the previously mentioned holy sons and holy maidens. The significance of the number 2 private room was different. Under Qin Chuan's authority, it indicated that the occupant's status was no ordinary matter, perhaps even surpassing their own. Get out. Chen Nian's command reverberated throughout the auction house. A mere vocal wave shook the entire venue. Man was momentarily taken aback, then snorted coldly. What a rodent. If you have the guts, come out and fight me. Chen Nian sneered, a hint of menace flashing in his eyes. Chen family, Chen Nian. The 4 brief words stunned everyone at the auction house. The occupant of the 2nd private room was none other than the illustrious Chen Nian, the young master of the Chen family. Just recently, the Chen family had obliterated the Red Flame divine domain, and this news reverberated in everyone's minds, catapulting Chen Nian's fame to new heights. The Red Flame divine domain had once been one of the 10 top domains, and its destruction showcased Chen Tiandao's might. Upon hearing the name of the Chen family, Man fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word. Before his departure, his father, the barbarian emperor, had warned him that he could provoke anyone, but must never cross paths with the Chen family. That Chen Tiandao was a madman, an invincible one at that. To provoke such a person would mean the annihilation of the entire barbarian domain. More than a century ago, the barbarian emperor had fought with Chen Tiandao, initially dismissing him as a mere junior, confident of an easy victory. Yet, in just 50 exchanges, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. Had it not been for the cost of his own blood to unveil his hidden cards, he might not have survived to this day. If one were to inquire about the individual whom the barbarian emperor most fears, the answer would unequivocally be Chen Tiandao. Thus, even before Man emerged, the barbarian emperor had specifically cautioned him against provoking the scion of the Chen family. Otherwise, that madman Chen Tiandao would undoubtedly retaliate. Moreover, Chen Tiandao's vengeance is devoid of reason, should Chen Nian be offended. It is likely that he would lead the entire Chen clan into a direct confrontation with the barbarian domain. He is a veritable lunatic. Man recalled his father's words, and in that moment, he fell silent, his simmering anger extinguished. And I, the holy maiden of the Zixiao divine sect, Lin Qingqing. What? Do you require us to make space for you? Lin Qingqing's voice rang out, instantly silencing the entire auction house. What? The holy maiden of the Zixiao divine sect, Lin Qingqing, is actually in the same private room as the scion of the Chen family? Both of these individuals are backed by the 10 major powers and possess extraordinary talents. Even Man, no matter how oblivious, would not dare to ask these two for space. Upon reflecting on the situation, Man realized that all those present were beyond his reach. Each of the 6 private rooms belonged to one of the 10 major powers, each formidable in its own right. The second elder tugged at Man's sleeve, whispering, "Your Highness, perhaps we should retreat." Man scoffed, but reluctantly took a seat. The onlookers stifled their laughter, mocking the barbarians for daring to act recklessly in the human auction house without a moment's reflection on their standing. The long-standing animosity between the barbarians and the humans was well known, but currently, the humans held the upper hand, rendering the barbarians weak. The auction house manager, seeing that the commotion had subsided, cheerfully stepped onto the stage and announced, "All right, everyone, please do not mind the earlier interruption. Our auction will commence." With a gesture to the backstage, he continued, "Let us welcome our first item for auction, the Fox Maiden." At this, several attendants wheeled in a cage. Within knelt a young woman with fluffy ears, her demeanor pitiful. The Fox Maiden is a transformed fox demon. However, due to the rampant hunting of the fox clan by humans, many fox communities have perished, leaving only a scant few surviving, let alone those who have transformed. These Fox Maidens are naturally beautiful, with captivating features that entice many wealthy individuals. As soon as the Fox Maiden appeared, several men in the front row began to salivate. Engaging with a Fox Maiden is undoubtedly an exhilarating prospect. The atmosphere in the auction hall surged with excitement, particularly among the older gentlemen in the front row, their eyes gleaming with desire. The starting bid for this Fox Maiden is 10,000 yuan stones. The yuan stone serves as the currency for practitioners in this world. While 10,000 yuan stones is a considerable sum, every martial artist present at this auction is of noble birth, possessing deep connections. Consequently, as soon as the base price was announced, bids began to flood in. I bid 15,000. I bid 20,000. Before long, the Fox Maiden's price skyrocketed. But the bidders were predominantly older gentlemen, while youthful prodigies like Chen Nian remained uninterested. A mere Fox Maiden, no matter how lovely, holds little allure for those with steadfast ambitions for the supreme path and the title of emperor. Soon, the bidding concluded, and the Fox Maiden was sold to a stout, middle-aged merchant for 17,000 yuan stones. Though the price was steep, it was worth it for him, as the rarity of a Fox Maiden made the experience worthwhile. Quickly, the next round of bidding commenced, presenting the next item for auction, a pristine 9-star battle axe. This axe originates from an ancient relic, weighing a staggering 100,000 pounds, forged through ancient techniques, rendering it sharper than modern 9-star weapons. Upon sighting the 9-star battle axe, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their expressions filled with astonishment. Is the auction house mad? They dare to present a 9-star weapon from ancient times? This was unfathomable. Such treasures are relics of a bygone era. Acquiring such an artifact would significantly enhance one's strength. The fervor in the auction hall was palpable, even stirring the interest of the holy sons and maidens seated in the private rooms. Although they had no practical use for the axe, bringing it back to their sect would undoubtedly bolster its prestige. Particularly, Man's eyes widened with fervor. "Second elder, I must acquire this battle axe." He was a practitioner of body cultivation, Yet the weapons in the barbarian domain seldom met his standards. They were either too light or lacked grandeur. This battle axe, weighing 100,000 pounds, was perfectly suited to him, and its design was exceptionally appealing. Should he acquire it, the boost to his combat power would be monumental. The second elder nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I have brought with me 100 billion yuan stones, more than sufficient." What does 100 billion yuan stones signify? Such an amount could easily purchase several lower domains. Or even a collection of weaker mid-domains combined would not equate to its value. Upon hearing this, Man-Man's spirits soared. The auctioneer then announced, "The starting bid for this battle axe is 5 billion yuan stones." A collective intake of breath resonated through the auction house. 5 billion yuan stones represents an immense fortune. Merely the entrance bid eliminated many from contention. Man was the first to raise his bid, enthusiastically exclaiming, "I bid 10 billion yuan stones." 10 billion? He doubled the opening bid immediately. However, for a 9-star weapon, such a bid was not unexpected. Yet, before his excitement could settle, others began to raise their bids. "I bid 15 billion, 20 billion, 23 billion. The price continued to soar, reaching an astonishing 48 billion. Man called out again, "I bid 55 billion. This price had already exceeded the battle axe's worth, especially since it is a weapon rarely utilized by ordinary martial artists. Moreover, few present could harness its true power given its weight of 100,000 pounds. He scanned the room and declared, "I, Man, Prince of the Barbarian Domain, have taken a liking to this battle axe. I hope everyone will grant my domain a modicum of face today." As soon as Man's words fell, those who had been hesitating to compete withdrew from the bidding. Though the barbarian domain might be perceived as a savage land, it is nonetheless one of the 10 major domains, its strength not to be underestimated. They were not the holy sons and maidens of the 10 major powers. They lacked the backing to challenge the barbarian domain. Should they offend Man today, they may find themselves facing repercussions in the future, not only losing the weapon, but perhaps even their lives. After a brief contemplation, everyone relinquished their bids. Seeing this, a wave of joy surged within Man, a slight smile gracing his lips, as if the weapon he coveted was within his grasp. 55 billion once, 55 billion twice. Just as the auctioneer was about to finalize the sale, a voice rang out from box number 5. A mere barbarian, what value does your face hold? If you lack funds, return from whence you came. This holy son bids 60 billion. The voice of Chen Nian reverberated throughout the auction house. The audacious and disdainful voice instantly provoked the ire of Man. "What do you mean, Chen Nian?" Man glared, nearly exploding with fury at the thought of a prize slipping through his fingers. However, in the face of Man's roar, Chen Nian merely shrugged it off with a cold chuckle. "What do I mean? Is it not clear? A mere barbarian dares to wreak havoc on the territory of my human race? Remember, your face holds little value." Such arrogance, an extreme display of hubris. Yet, the audience seated below was thoroughly entertained. Indeed, this was the domain of the human race, and a mere barbarian had the audacity to speak so brazenly. It was utterly ridiculous. Chen Nian watched the spectacle with keen interest, chuckling, "This is quite amusing. The clash of two formidable forces is indeed captivating." Man snorted in frustration. Though infuriated, he found himself unable to retaliate against Chen Nian. Instead, he raised his bid, "I offer 6.5 billion, 70 billion. The moment Man's words fell, Chen Nian's voice floated casually through the air once more. 70 billion had already surpassed the true value of the 9-star battle axe. Man scoffed, 80 billion. The sudden increase of 10 billion spirit stones drew gasps from the crowd. Goodness, was this the depth of the top 10 upper domains? It was terrifying. The spectators were left dumbfounded. "Holy son, bidding any higher may lead to a loss," murmured an elder in a white robe beside Chen Nian. Chen Nian nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I am merely toying with that barbarian. A mere savage dares to act recklessly here." From beginning to end, Chen Nian had no intention of acquiring this battle axe. Although it was a 9-star treasure, it held no utility for him. He merely disapproved of Man's deliberate price inflation. The price had already risen sufficiently, and there was no need to bid further, lest he end up with an unwanted burden. Thus, when Man called out 80 billion, Chen Nian ceased to speak. With a cold snort, Man, noticing no further bids, felt a slight relief from his earlier frustration. Thankfully, he had brought 100 billion spirit stones. Otherwise, he would have truly fallen short. Although he had spent a bit more, acquiring this ancient 9-star battle axe was worth it, as he understood its potential to greatly enhance his combat prowess. 80 billion once, 80 billion twice. As the auctioneer called out twice, A smile crept upon Man Man's face, revealing his relaxed demeanor. However, Chen Nian's voice abruptly halted Man Man's smile. I bid 81 billion. 81 billion? This was a blatant provocation. The crowd erupted in laughter at Chen Nian's bid. Seated in a private room, Shen Wanling was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. How intriguing. It seemed that this scion of the Chen family was indeed a man who repaid grievances. After all, how could the son of Chen Tiandao suffer losses? A glimmer of interest shone in Shen Wanling's eyes as he observed Chen Nian. He was a proud individual, with few worthy of his attention in the world, yet Chen Nian seemed to possess a certain charm. Not only Shen Wanling, but others in the private rooms also shared knowing smiles. Qin Chuan exclaimed, "Ha ha, this Chen family prodigy is truly fearless." Ling Chun murmured a prayer, gazing thoughtfully at Chen Nian's room, a smile playing on his lips. Lin Susu and Miao Linger exchanged glances, both revealing amusement. Only Man Man was left seething with rage, suppressing his fury as he barked, 85 billion, 86 billion, 90 billion. Man Man abruptly escalated the bid to 90 billion, a price that could nearly purchase 2 9-star treasures. Buying this axe for such a price would be a significant loss. Yet, in his anger, Man Man no longer cared about the price. His eyes were already bloodshot with determination. Before he could savor his moment, Chun Yin's voice floated in again, 91 billion. The crowd was astonished by Chun Yin's audacious offer. Truly, he was the sole heir of Chen Tiandao, overflowing with wealth. 91 billion was enough to purchase several lower domains. In his fervor, Man Man intended to raise his bid further, but was restrained by the second elder beside him. Your Highness, 91 billion has already far exceeded the value of this axe. Please, do not act impulsively. We only brought 100 billion spirit stones on this trip. However, the elder's words only fueled Man Man's fury. Humph, if Chen Nian can afford it, why can't I? I possess 100 billion, and I will wager it all. With that, the second elder attempted to offer further counsel, but upon witnessing Man Man's bloodshot eyes, he realized his words would fall on deaf ears and could only sigh in resignation. Man Man waved his hand, his furious voice echoing throughout the auction house. I bid 100 billion. Chen Nian, if you have the ability, continue bidding. The announcement of a 100 billion bid sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? 100 billion for this wretched axe? Have they lost their minds? The auction house was reaping substantial profits. Indeed, this was equivalent to a direct doubling of the price. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, all eyes turned toward Chen Nian's private chamber, eager to see if he would continue to bid. Chen Nian smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "This wretched axe is not worth this price. I shall forego it and leave it to you, Man." The crowd. Beside him, Lin Qingqing and N.I. Huang burst into laughter. You've made my day, master. Is this not a scheme to ensnare him? Indeed, 100 billion spirit stones for an axe? I fear the barbarian king will be utterly incensed if he learns of this. The barbarian domain was not particularly affluent. 100 billion spirit stones represented a significant fortune. Having already been swindled out of several tens of billions by Shen Wanlang, and now by Chen Nian, Man was left bewildered, utterly unlucky. Chen Nian smiled faintly. This young master holds grudges. Consider this merely a small lesson. He still recalled Man's earlier rudeness. The audience erupted in laughter. This Chen family scion is truly a remarkable figure. I can't stop laughing. That barbarian must be fuming. Indeed, having reached 100 billion, to then declare it not worth that price was utterly hilarious. Look at that barbarian. His face is turning green with rage. The spectators wore expressions of amusement. And even Qin Chuan and Shen Wanlang, the revered sons and daughters, could not help but chuckle. This was sheer mockery. After the brief interlude involving Man, the auction house returned to its normal proceedings. However, Man's spirit stones had been nearly depleted, leaving him unable to participate in subsequent bidding. Chen Nian had his sights set on several body-refining spiritual herbs. Although merely 8-star, they were still commendable, and he spent some money to acquire them. As the auction drew to a close, the auctioneer smiled broadly, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the pièce d'argent of today's auction, the most valuable treasure to grace our establishment in several centuries." The crowd stirred with curiosity. A treasure deemed so precious by the Qian family auction house could only be extraordinary. A maid clad in a black short skirt approached, cradling a Zeton box. She placed the box on the table, and the auctioneer smiled as he slowly opened it, revealing a small green wooden shard within. The shard was palm-sized and emanated a rich aura of life. This is it. Some powerful warriors in the forefront had already recognized this object. Their voices slightly hoarse. The person in charge did not hesitate and stated directly, "Indeed, This is the fabled branch of the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life? Although some had guessed it, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 119, Auction. The name of the Tree of Life was unfamiliar to many now, and most powerful beings were unaware of its existence. In truth, the Tree of Life dates back to the origin of the world. It existed long before the birth of countless races. Legend has it that the Tree of Life originated from the upper realm, taking root in the 3,000 domains, eventually growing into a towering tree. Each year, it produces 10 drops of life water, imbued with an extraordinary life force. Consuming a single drop not only significantly extends one's lifespan, but also aids in breaking through cultivation levels. Moreover, the immense life force contained within can assist humanity in comprehending the law of life. The law of life is akin to a healer in a game, possessing formidable healing abilities that can nourish all living things, as well as terrifying offensive capabilities that can strip away life from all beings. Such a formidable law ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 laws. However, the Tree of Life had vanished since ancient times. It was surprising that an auction could present a mere branch. While this branch itself might seem insignificant, every part of the Tree of Life possesses the potential to evolve independently into a complete Tree of Life. If cultivated properly, its value would be incalculable, likely capturing the attention even of top-tier figures like Chen Nian. Thus, this item is indeed priceless. At that moment in the auction house, the attendees were still enveloped in shock. My heavens, the auction house dares to auction even a branch of the Tree of Life. The horror of it all. Legends say that even a broken branch can develop into a towering tree. Indeed, if nurtured properly, should it truly grow into the Tree of Life, its worth would be beyond measure. The crowd buzzed with discussions about the branch of the Tree of Life. Clearly, the prospect of immense profit had stirred their ambitions. Meanwhile, within various private rooms, the thoughts of the saints and saintesses were diverse. One saint remarked, although this branch holds considerable value, the cost of nurturing it into a Tree of Life is exorbitant. I have read in ancient texts that cultivating the Tree of Life requires boundless soil, constant irrigation with holy spring water, and high concentrations of spiritual energy. Even with all these conditions met, it would take at least 100 years for it to grow into a Tree of Life. Besides, Shen Wanlang, an elder, gently elucidated. Logically, if the branch was indeed valuable and had the potential to evolve into a Tree of Life, the auction house would not dare to put it up for sale. The reason it was being auctioned was that the house had no means to cultivate this branch back into a Tree of Life. Even if they invested all their resources, success would be elusive. Furthermore, should they successfully nurture it into a Tree of Life after a century, the power of the Wang family could not possibly contain it. It would either have to be surrendered to the royal family or seized by other forces. Hence, the best course of action is to auction it. Shen Wanling nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Third elder, I understand the cost of nurturing this branch is steep, but if successful, our Qing sect's power will undoubtedly surge. After all, it is the legendary life water. Perhaps our sect can rise to become the leading force in the 3,000 domains. Indeed, although cultivating this branch is fraught with challenges, the benefits of success would be immense. Not only would the life water enhance lifespans and assist warriors in comprehending the law of life, but the terrifying energy contained within could also help saint-level experts break through to the Saint King realm, without any limitations or side effects. Even those at the Saint King level or semi-emperor level would find substantial benefits. The third elder nodded thoughtfully at Shen Wanlang's words. The saint's reasoning was sound. If they truly succeeded in cultivating the Tree of Life, the strength of their Qing sect would dramatically increase, potentially allowing for the mass production of Saint King level experts. Shen Wanlang smiled in agreement. It was not only him. All the saints and saintesses, including Ling Chun, shared the same sentiment. Should they succeed in cultivation, the advantages would be monumental. Chen Nian, do you intend to bid on this branch? Lin Qingqing inquired curiously from the side. Chen Nian nodded solemnly, stating, yes. The Tree of Life is invaluable. Once cultivated successfully, it would greatly benefit both the Chen family and myself. Moreover, what Chen Nian did not disclose was his confidence in nurturing this branch within a short time frame. Indeed, in a short time, the Tree of Life requires boundless soil and holy spring water, both of which are available in his marketplace. Additionally, with the Celestial Tower, consisting of 7 levels, he can nurture the Tree of Life within it. Although it requires 100 years, Chen Nian's marketplace system includes an acceleration device for spiritual herbs, which could expedite the cultivation process by up to 10-fold. This means that if Chen Nian wishes to cultivate this Tree of Life, he would only need 10 years. 10 years is negligible for a warrior, especially a Saint King level expert, who might spend years in seclusion. Thus, Chen Nian was determined to acquire this branch. Soon, the person in charge observed the reactions of the crowd below, smiled faintly, and proclaimed aloud, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are all aware of the value of the tree of life, so I shall not elaborate further. The starting bid for this branch is 1 billion stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 100 million stones. Indeed, the starting price for a mere branch is 1 billion stones, even surpassing the starting price of the 9-star war axe. However, no one found this unreasonable, as it is a potential source for nurturing the tree of life, making a higher price quite justifiable. As soon as the person in charge finished stating the starting price, bids began to emerge immediately. I bid 15 billion. I bid 20 billion. In just a few moments, the price soared to 70 billion stones. I bid 90 billion stones. Ling Chun's voice rang out, causing everyone to shudder. Goodness, the son of the great Buddha temple has also joined the fray. 90 billion stones, nonchalantly stated. Shen Wanling laughed heartily. Little monk, you think you can take it for 90 billion stones? Dream on. I bid 100 billion. The declaration of 100 billion instantly ignited the entire venue. Wow, the saint of Qing's sect is so audacious. Of course, this is Qing's sect, one of the top 10 forces, legendary in the Taoist sect. For an ordinary person, becoming an outer disciple would already be a dream, let alone being a saint. I bid 150 billion. A crisp voice resonated from the third private room. Chapter 120, The Audacity of Chen Nian. Lin Susu's voice echoed throughout the auction house. 150 billion stones. In an instant, the price surged by 50 billion. A significant increase. My heavens, is this the holy maiden of the mystic sect? To increase the bid by 50 billion so casually, it's truly terrifying. The depth of the top 10 upper domains is unfathomable. I cannot compete. 150 billion once. 150 billion twice. The auctioneer prepared to finalize the bid when Shen Wanlang interjected. 200 billion stones. Lin Susu, if you can surpass this price, I shall yield the branch to you. 200 billion stones is already Shen Wanlong's maximum offer. He cannot go higher. After all, while the branch of the tree of life is precious, whether it can be cultivated remains uncertain. The price of 200 billion yuan stones is now sufficient to purchase a central domain. At this moment, Man gazed enviously at the ongoing bidding, feeling a deep sense of jealousy. Despite being one of the top 10 powers in the upper domain, why was there such a vast difference? As a prince, he felt as impoverished as a beggar. Others could casually produce 1 or 200 billion, while he could barely muster 100 billion, which was a special allocation from the barbarian emperor for this occasion. Beyond that, he had nothing left, especially after being swindled by Shen Wanlang and Chen Nian. Man was truly at a loss, on the verge of tears. The 200 billion price was exorbitant, and Lin Susu couldn't help but contemplate seriously. If purchasing this branch failed to yield a viable cultivation, it would result in a needless loss of 200 billion yuan stones, a substantial sum indeed. Even if her master were to remain silent, other elders and disciples would likely voice their discontent. Thus, Lin Susu chose to remain silent. As the price of 200 billion was announced, no other major powers dared to continue bidding. It was simply too high, with the risk of cultivation outweighing the potential benefits. Shen Wanlang breathed a sigh of relief, realizing this was the utmost he could offer. If further bids arose, he feared he would be powerless. Just as he prepared to reap the fruits of victory, an unexpected voice shattered his dreams. 210 billion. The sudden proclamation captured everyone's attention. Even the auctioneer was exhilarated, astonished that the branch of the tree of life could fetch such a high price, an incredible profit. The Chen family's young master in box No. 2 had bid 210 billion. Was there anyone willing to outbid him? The auctioneer's excited voice echoed, sending a shockwave through the crowd. 210 billion. Is this the foundation of the top 10 powers? How extravagant. Selling off my family's entire estate wouldn't even amount to a tenth of that value. The Chen family's young master had remained silent for some time, but his first bid was indeed a bombshell. Truly, he was the son of Chen Tiandao. Countless whispers filled the air. Shen Wanlong's exhilaration plummeted as he had assumed victory was in his grasp. After all, 200 billion was already a considerable sum, far exceeding the branch's worth. He had been gambling on the possibility of cultivating the branch into a tree of life. However, he had not anticipated Chen Nian's sudden intervention, raising the bid by another 10 billion. Shen Wanlang narrowed his eyes and calmly remarked, Chen family young master, this branch may not necessarily lead to a tree of life. You should consider that this 200 billion could very well be a wasted investment. His intent was twofold, to dissuade Chen Nian and to gauge his confidence in successfully cultivating the branch. If Chen Nian truly believed he could cultivate it into a tree of life, the audience would never allow him to take the branch away, as its potential would significantly bolster the Chen family's power. even if they failed in the endeavor. Chen Nian sensed the underlying motives and smirked, exuding arrogance as he replied. My Chen family occupies the Nine Heavens demon domain, having annexed the Crimson Flame divine domain. 200 billion is a trivial amount for me, if necessary. I could simply use it for firewood. If you wish to continue, feel free to raise your bid. I am not short on funds and can accompany you to the end. His audacious declaration left the crowd in awe. However, it was also a fact. The Nine Heavens demon domain was indeed affluent, with a history of plundering and conquest. 200 billion was not a significant amount for Chen Nian, the sole heir of Chen Tiandao, who commanded immense respect from the elders and disciples of the Chen family. The entire Chen family stood united behind him, providing him access to all their resources. In contrast, figures like Man Man, Shen Wanlang, and Lin Susu, though backed by the top 10 powers, lacked the cohesion and resource mobilization that Chen Nian possessed. This was the crux of their disparity. Shen Wanlang found himself at a loss for words. Beyond 200 billion, he simply could not afford to bid any higher. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Nian claimed the branch. The auctioneer's voice resonated throughout the hall. 210 billion, once. 210 billion, twice. 210 billion, thrice. Congratulations to the Chen family young master for acquiring this branch of the Tree of Life. Incredible. 210 billion was the highest price he had ever witnessed in his career. He would receive a small commission, which, albeit modest, was nonetheless a fortune given the sum involved. The atmosphere in the auction house was electric, filled with disbelief as witnesses to this extraordinary event. Man Man scoffed, his expression darkening. He realized not only was he inferior in status, but his financial capacity paled in comparison. While Chen Nian casually produced over 200 billion yuan stones, he struggled to gather 100 billion. Damn it, let's go. He fumed, rising angrily to exit. The allure of the impending 9-star battle axe had waned in significance. Chen Nian smiled lightly, standing up. Let us go see that branch. All right. Lin Qingcheng and Ni Huang nodded obediently, though they were unaware of Chen Nian's intentions. Meanwhile, Jiu Zhu observed Chen Nian thoughtfully. Having spent considerable time with him, he understood that Chen Nian was not one to suffer losses easily. His substantial investment in the branch might indeed indicate a genuine means of cultivating it. With that thought, Jiu Zhu's breath quickened. This was the Tree of Life, worth more than its weight in gold, potentially surpassing even an upper domain in value. With a sense of elation, Jiu Zhu followed closely behind Chen Nian to finalize the transaction. Chapter 121, Cultivating the Tree of Life, continued, young Master Chen. Upon arriving backstage, a melodious female voice called out to him. A woman in a flowing emerald gown approached, her refined, subtle makeup giving her an air of maturity, suggesting she was in her 30s. After addressing Chen Nian, she smiled and stepped forward, holding a wooden box, the very one that contained the branch of the Tree of Life. I am Qian Yun, the younger sister of the Qian family head and the manager of this auction house. She introduced herself with utmost respect, fully aware of the significance of her guest. The Qian family, while notable as one of the 4 great families of the Wujia divine dynasty, was dwarfed by the Chen family's stature, making any comparison futile. Chen Nian smiled slightly, nodding in acknowledgement before producing a spatial ring, erasing his consciousness from it. This ring contains 210 billion yuan stones. Miss Qian may verify it. Seeing Chen Nian's straightforwardness, Qian Yun happily handed over the wooden box, her consciousness sweeping through the spatial ring. I have complete faith in young Master Chen's integrity. There is no need to count the stones. This is the branch of the Tree of Life. Please accept it. Qian Yun understood that someone of Chen Nian's caliber would never resort to deceit. The stones inside would only ever exceed expectations, never fall short. As she spoke, Chen Nian accepted the wooden box and gently opened it. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of life surged forth, rich and potent. Although he had previously sensed the terrifying vitality of the branch, confronting it directly for the first time revealed its true magnitude. He quickly closed the box, satisfied, and placed it within his spatial ring. With that, I shall take my leave. Chen Nian smiled, gesturing for his companions to follow as they departed. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the day's auction, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to examine the branch of the Tree of Life in greater detail. If this entity is successfully cultivated, it would not only lead to a remarkable advancement in his cultivation, but also significantly enhance the overall strength of the Chen family. After Chen Nian and the others departed, a young man clad in a black 4-clawed python robe appeared beside Qian Yun. Your Highness, the second prince. Qian Yun quickly bowed in greeting upon recognizing the visitor, who was indeed the second prince, Qin Chuan. His gaze was deep as he stared in the direction Chen Nian had just left, murmuring to himself, Chen Nian, do you truly possess the means to cultivate this branch? Qin Chuan was already aware of the existence of this branch. It was precisely because the royal family had expended vast amounts of resources without success that the Qian family decided to auction it. He had not anticipated that Chen Nian would spend such a considerable sum to acquire it. 210 billion stones was no trivial amount. Moreover, based on Qin Chuan's understanding of Chen Nian, he was certain that the latter was no fool. Thus, he found himself questioning whether Chen Nian genuinely had the ability to cultivate this branch. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret for having put the branch up for auction. However, with Chen Nian having already taken it, there was no way to retrieve it. He sighed and said, "Very well, let us depart." Yes, Chen Nian soon returned to the secluded courtyard. You too may continue your training. Do not disturb me for the next few days, as I require some time in seclusion. With the Celestial Talents Conference yet to commence, Chen Nian intended to dedicate himself to the cultivation of the life tree branch and see if he could succeed. Understood. The two nodded and retreated to their respective rooms. Nianer, do you have confidence in cultivating this life tree branch? Chen Nian cheerfully nodded. I have an 80% certainty. 80% is already quite high. Upon hearing this, the ninth ancestor became excited. Perhaps with the life water condensed from the life tree, I too may have the opportunity to advance further. The miraculous uses of this life water are boundless. Very well, Nianer, rest assured, the ninth ancestor will guard you. No one shall intrude. Good. Chen Nian smiled slightly, responded affirmatively, and then turned to enter his room. System, display personal attribute panel. Beep, retrieving data. Host, Chen Nian cultivation. Mid-stage Emperor Realm techniques. 9 transformations of divine demons, 9 stars. Divine elephant suppression technique, 9 stars. 1000 dragon elephant microparticles. Martial arts. Flower plucking finger, 9 stars. Annihilation sword technique, 9 stars. Illusory steps, 9 stars. Godslaying slash, 9 stars. Life and death talisman, 9 stars. Star-shattering fist, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine demon body talent. Blessing of the demon path special aura. Celestial immortal aura abilities. Reach the horizon. Words manifest law. Thunder domain. Soul binding assistance. Qin Pingan. Shueluer, Li Kuangdao, Wang Zhan, Wang Tong, Li Jiuan points. 4. 8 billion gazing at the points displayed in the system. Chen Nian smiled faintly, knowing that his companions Wang Tong and Li Jiuan, far away in the Buddhist realm, had not been idle. Their points had surged significantly. However, he could also surmise that the Buddhist realm was likely beginning to take action due to the substantial number of martial artists killed, which had contributed to his points. Although this had occurred on the border of the Buddhist realm, the sheer scale of the slaughter could not have gone unnoticed. Nonetheless, Chen Nian was not overly concerned, as he had provided them with a rune. In case of emergencies, they could tear the rune to summon him instantly. Even the most formidable opponents at the peak of the Saint King realm would be unable to impede them. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Nian shifted his focus away from them. He opened the marketplace panel and sought the 2 spiritual materials necessary for cultivating the life tree branch, Holy Spring and Boundless Soil. The Holy Spring, said to be sourced from the legendary Sacred Mountain, flowed through the divine realm. The Boundless Soil, on the other hand, was an exceedingly rare earth, nearly impossible to find across the 3,000 regions. The mere act of locating these 2 materials was already quite challenging, not to mention their stringent requirements for a rich spiritual energy environment. Chen Nian examined the details. The Holy Spring cost 300 million points per vial, containing over 3,000 drops, which would suffice. The Boundless Soil was slightly more expensive, at 1 billion points for half a pound. Without hesitation, Chen Nian spent 13 billion points to acquire both. Soon, a large handful of Boundless Soil and a vial of Holy Spring appeared before him. He smiled slightly and summoned the Tower of Heaven. The tower manifested in his hand, taking the form of a small yet exquisite 7-layer pagoda. Having been nourished by Chen Nian's demonic energy, the tower had regained much of its luster. With a thought, Chen Nian vanished from his location. Today, he had gone out to dine and had yet to return home. The author would continue updating after returning. Thank you all. Chapter 122. Retreat if overwhelmed outside. The ninth ancestor, stationed as a guardian, sensed Chen Nian's sudden disappearance and was momentarily taken aback. However, recalling Chen Nian's enigmatic nature, he refrained from investigating further and remained vigilant. At this moment, inside the Tower of Heaven, Chen Nian had entered. The space within the tower was vast. This was merely the first layer, and the tower itself stood 7 layers tall. The concentration of spiritual energy in the first layer was similar to that of the outside world, but it increased exponentially as one ascended. Without hesitation, Chen Nian made his way to the 7th layer. where the concentration of spiritual energy was approximately 20 times that of the outside world, sufficient for the growth of the life tree branch. He took out a wooden box and opened it. The branch appeared before him, and a rich aura of life instantly filled the space. Even as a mere branch, it radiated an astonishing vitality, let alone the actual life tree. Chen Nian placed the life tree branch into the boundless soil and then poured in the holy spring. Just 3 drops sufficed to enhance the vitality in the 7th layer even further. After a brief moment, he observed a tender leaf sprouting from the branch. Though delicate, it seemed to pulse with the rhythm of life. Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with delight. It worked. Yes, it has succeeded. A smile spread across his face, filled with joy. The 200 billion stones spent seemed exceedingly worthwhile at that moment. He then opened the marketplace once more to exchange for a 10-fold accelerator. The accelerator would expedite the cultivation of spiritual herbs, capable of increasing the growth rate by up to 10 times. Beep, 20 billion points deducted, processing exchange. In the next instant, the branch appeared to undergo a transformation, and a flash of white light surged forth. Moments later, several tender leaves sprouted from the branch, its growth accelerating dramatically. With the 10-fold acceleration, the speed was astonishing. What would typically take a century for the life tree to develop could now be achieved in merely 10 years. Having completed all necessary actions, Chen Nian chose not to linger within the Tower of Heaven, allowing the life tree to grow autonomously inside. The spiritual energy within the tower would not diminish. And both the holy spring and boundless soil were already prepared. All that was needed was for the life tree to grow on its own. Chen Nian would simply need to visit occasionally to water it with the holy spring. In about a decade, the life tree would likely reach maturity. If one day the entire 3,000 regions discovered that Chen Nian possessed a life tree, the entire Wujin dynasty would surely regret having auctioned off this branch. Chen Nian could almost envision their remorse. Upon returning to his room, the 9th ancestor immediately sensed Chen Nian's presence again. Although he was unsure of the reason for Chen Nian's sudden disappearance, he did not inquire further, as it was Chen Nian's secret. At this moment, in the Buddhist realm, Your Majesty, why has the young master sent us to the Buddhist realm to slaughter cities on such a grand scale? Li Jiuan and Wang Tung had been rampaging through the borders of the Buddhist realm, and with their strength as Saint Kings, they were formidable instruments of destruction. Positioned on the outskirts of the Buddhist realm, where the population was sparse, their actions had not raised immediate alarm. However, the Buddhist realm had begun to stir in recent times, for the number of lives taken by the duo had been staggering. Wang Tung narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment, yet ultimately shook his head. I cannot fathom it. It is best to follow orders and work diligently. These matters are beyond our comprehension. Moreover, even if we did understand, it would be of no consequence. Ever since being bound by Chen Nian, Wang Tung had shed the solitary demeanor he once possessed. He had repositioned himself appropriately because he understood that Chen Nian now held the power to determine their fates with a mere thought. Thus, both he and Li Jiuan had no choice but to accept Chen Nian's commands unconditionally. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. As for why Chen Nian was undertaking these actions, it fell outside his purview. Even if he were to know, it would change nothing. Li Jiuan sighed deeply in response to Wang Tung's words, acknowledging the truth in them. Suddenly, as if sensing an unusual disturbance, Wang Tung furrowed his brow, apprehensive that trouble was brewing. Trouble? Before Wang Tung could finish his sentence, a figure appeared on the horizon, gradually drawing nearer. It resembled a Buddha, with a round face, large ears, and a belly so ample that it could not be concealed by his robe, which left it exposed. A perpetual smile adorned his face. This individual possessed at least mid-level Saint King strength. Your Majesty, we may not be a match for him. Although Li Jiuan also boasted mid-level Saint King strength, he was, at that moment, merely a soul entity, roughly equivalent to early to mid-level Saint King strength, creating a significant disparity between him and the Buddha. Wang Tung understood this and declared solemnly, "Run." Without hesitation, the two transformed into streaks of light, fleeing. However, the Buddha had already noticed their escape and would not allow them to evade. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, and his rotund face seemed to curl in delight. Just a couple of mice, thinking they can escape before me. How laughable. In the next moment, the Buddha lifted a wine jug to his lips, took a swig, and then exhaled towards the sky. Instantly, a nearly imperceptible wall of water appeared before Wang Tung and Li Jiuan. This wall, though seemingly fluid, acted as a barrier that could not be breached without being shattered. The two exchanged glances and unleashed their full soul power against the water barrier. However, despite their formidable strength, their attacks merely caused a slight tremor, failing to shatter it. At that moment, the Buddha had caught up with them, uttering Amitba. You two have slaughtered 13 cities in my Buddha domain. You ought to provide an explanation. Who is it that directed you? Wang Teng and Li Jiuan donned black robes purchased by Chen Nian from the system, rendering the Buddha's probing efforts fruitless. Wang Teng sneered. You are not worthy to know. Is that so? The Buddha responded with a calm demeanor, unperturbed. It seems I must take action. Amitabha. With that, the Buddha's figure vanished, only to reappear before Wang Teng in an instant. His colossal palms swept through the air, aimed directly at Wang Teng. Within those hands resided an immense Buddha essence that traversed space. Just as the palm was about to descend, Wang Teng and Li Jiuan unsheathed their swords in unison, combining their efforts to counter the strike. Given their current state as soul entities, their strength had significantly diminished. Had Li Jiuan been at his peak, he could have battled this Buddha for several rounds. After a brief exchange, Wang Teng and Li Jiuan quickly reached a conclusion. This old monk was no ordinary foe. His cultivation level appeared to have reached the pinnacle of mid-level Saint King, just a step away from advancing to late-level Saint King. Faced with such a formidable adversary, they recognized their inability to prevail. We cannot win. We must withdraw. Withdraw? The Buddha erupted into laughter, dismissively retorting, Amitabha. Gentlemen, I have already enveloped this area. There is no escape for you. It would be wiser to surrender and spare yourself some pain. The surroundings were indeed ensnared by the Buddha's domain, and with Wang Teng and Li Jiuan's capabilities, shattering it was impossible. However, before the Buddha could revel in his triumph, the two produced a talisman each from their belongings. Although the Buddha was uncertain of its nature, he sensed its significance. Just as he prepared to thwart their actions, Wang Teng and Li Jiuan tore the talismans apart. A flash of white light enveloped them, and in the next instant, they vanished from sight. The Buddha's eyes widened in disbelief. How? Is this possible? Their presence has vanished instantaneously. This is my domain. He had cultivated within this domain for hundreds of years, and yet, how could they simply disappear without a trace? He immediately expanded his consciousness, scouring the vicinity. The scrutiny of a Saint King was formidable, extending over 100 miles, yet he found nothing. This matter must be reported to the abbot, he resolved, turning to return to the Grand Thundersound Temple to relay what had transpired. Having practiced for over 1,000 years, he had never encountered such an extraordinary event, nor had he seen any talisman like the ones they possessed. This could potentially be a significant conspiracy against the Grand Thundersound Temple, and time was of the essence. In the infinite divine dynasty, at Chen Nian's abode, the two materialized beside him, kneeling in respect. Chen Nian opened his eyes, regarding them curiously. What has transpired? Why have you returned so suddenly? Reporting to the young master. We slaughtered 13 cities at the border of the Buddha domain, attracting attention, and a mid-level Saint King Buddha was dispatched. We are not his match, Wang Teng explained. Chen Nian nodded with a calm demeanor, recognizing that their current strength was indeed inadequate against a mid-level Saint King Buddha. For now, remain by my side. In due time, you may venture out again. Given that they were now targets of the Buddha domain's scrutiny, it was prudent to maintain a low profile for a period. Otherwise, the next time, they might face more than just a mid-level Saint King warrior. Should Wang Teng and Li Jiuan be captured, it would undoubtedly impact Chen Nian significantly. Understood, they replied, and Chen Nian subsequently summoned them back into the soul-binding space. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day of the talented gathering arrived. This event drew the attention of all youthful prodigies across the 3,000 domains. Why? Firstly, the talented gathering was a major event of the 3,000 domains. Gaining recognition at such a gathering would undoubtedly lead to fame across the realms, a thrilling prospect for those eager for renown. Secondly, the grand prize for the first place was an artifact, while the top 100 would receive various substantial rewards, given that this was the infinite divine dynasty, a premier power. Lastly, many prodigies sought to engage in discourse and exchange during the gathering, as conversations with peers could often yield insights surpassing years of solitary cultivation. Thus, this talented gathering was unprecedented in its grandeur. Early in the morning, Chen Nian had completed his preparations and turned to Lin Qingqing and Enai Huang with a smile. Let us go and witness the talents of the 3,000 domains. Chen Nian's smile was serene, his tone composed, revealing no hint of the pressure that might accompany such an event. While these prodigies were esteemed figures within their respective sects and factions, to Chen Nian, they were merely ordinary. Very well, Lin Qingqing replied calmly. Enai Huang's face was alight with excitement, as this would be her first encounter with such a multitude of warriors from various clans. The three proceeded forward, with the 9 ancestors discreetly guarding them. At that moment, the imperial city was abuzz with activity. Crowds of onlookers had gathered at the city gates, where a towering stone pillar stood prominently before them. The stage was set for an extraordinary gathering. The guard spoke softly, and shortly after, a man in a brocade robe stepped forward, holding a folding fan, accompanied by several servants. "Young master, you can do it. You must succeed." The man in the brocade robe smiled slightly, exuding confidence. In the next moment, his right hand formed a fist, and an immense surge of spiritual energy filled the air. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as it struck the stone pillar. Yet the pillar remained utterly unmoved. Instantly, a faint glow emerged from the stone, although it was dim. The guard glanced at it and remarked casually, "Peak of the king realm, but the brightness is insufficient. You are not qualified to enter." Next, upon hearing the guard's words, the young man grew anxious. "What does it matter that I am at the peak of the king realm? Why am I being denied entry? I am only 22 years old and already a peak powerhouse. Is that not a talent in itself?" It is important to note that in the city where the young man resided, his level of talent was considered exceptional, a source of pride and hope for his family. Upon hearing that the young hero's conference was being held, he had traveled a great distance with his servants to attend, only to find himself unable to meet even the threshold for entry. However, the guard merely glanced at him dismissively, sneering, "Apologies. But the minimum cultivation level required for the conference is the early stage of the supreme realm. Your strength is too weak. The king realm may be significant elsewhere, but here in the imperial capital of the Wujia dynasty, it is akin to that of an ant. Even a royal guard surpasses you in strength." The young man, clearly unconvinced, scoffed, "I must see how many people in this world are qualified if I am not." The guard disdainfully retorted, "A frog at the bottom of a well." In the next moment, Chen Nian arrived with Lin Qingqing and Inai Huang. The guard, keen-eyed, immediately sensed that the trio was extraordinary. Their auras were stable and revealing no hint of their true power. This was undoubtedly an existence he could not provoke. "Greetings, young master. Are you here to participate in the Young Heroes Conference?" "Indeed," Chen Nian replied softly. The guard immediately began to flatter him. "Please, use all your strength to strike this stone pillar to test your power." Witnessing the guard's obsequious demeanor, the young noble could scarcely contain himself and sneered. "You look down on others with those dog-like eyes." His mutterings were heard by both Chen Nian and the guard, yet due to the presence of others, the guard refrained from responding, merely smiling and welcoming Chen Nian. Without hesitation, Chen Nian glanced at the stone pillar before casually unleashing a punch. The immense demonic energy nearly knocked several bystanders off their feet, with some weaker ones collapsing to the ground. Mid-stage of the king realm? The guard's eyes widened in disbelief at Chen Nian's power. A youth at such a young age reaching the king realm was a true prodigy among prodigies. The previously boastful young noble found himself frozen in place, incredulity written across his face as he muttered, "King realm? How is that possible?" The man before him appeared younger, yet possessed the strength of the king realm. In his own family, only the elder reached such a level. And that elder was over 400 years old, now frail and lacking vitality. "Young master, please place your hand on the bone age testing stone to measure your age," the guard said cautiously, fearful of displeasing Chen Nian. "Very well," Chen Nian replied lightly, placing his hand on the stone. A beam of white light illuminated the area. 17 years old. The crowd gasped in disbelief. A 17-year-old in the king realm? The young noble swallowed hard, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had thought his own talent was unparalleled, only to realize he was nothing in comparison. 17 years old and already at the king realm. This was unprecedented in his experience. In his hometown of Yuanshan City, he was the scion of one of the three major families, a position of high status with exceptional talent. Yet today, his lofty heart shattered in an instant. Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Qingqing and Inai Huang began testing their cultivation levels. Late stage of the king realm. Mid-stage of the king realm. The gathered crowd watched in solemn silence, astonished that not only Chen Nian, but also his two companions were of the king realm. When had young prodigies become so commonplace? The young noble felt his worldview shatter. In his family, the elder was frail and barely reached the initial stage of the king realm, relying on the power of their ancestors to maintain their dominance in Yuanshan City. Now, it all seemed trivial. The guard, now brimming with flattery, recognized the trio's extraordinary status and quickly gestured, "Please, enter. Once inside the imperial city, someone will guide you." "All right," Chen Nian replied calmly, leading Lin Qingqing and Inai Huang into the imperial city. Although Jiuzhu was Chen Nian's protector, he lacked the qualification to enter the imperial city, which was home to many formidable figures. As Chen Nian and the others walked further into the city, the guard cast a glance at the young noble and scoffed. "Do you now understand what a prodigy is, frog at the bottom of a well?" Had it been earlier, the young noble would have surely argued with the guard. But now he comprehended the vast gap between himself and the prodigies, realizing he was merely a frog in a well. Clenching his fists, he turned away with a grim expression, his two attendants hastily following. "Young master, wait for us." Meanwhile, after entering the imperial city, a young eunuch approached. He appeared youthful and handsome, exuding a delicate aura. This was Chen Nian's first encounter with a eunuch. "Please, follow me," he said. "All right." After acknowledging him, Chen Nian and his companions followed the eunuch as they made their way toward the palace. The palace was vast, even larger than that of the Qian divine dynasty. Guards were stationed every few steps, and after navigating through corridors and turns, the young eunuch brought them to a grand palace. "Please enter." The servant takes their leave. With a respectful bow, the young eunuch exited. Chen Nian and his companions exchanged glances before calmly stepping inside. Inside the grand hall, countless prodigious warriors had gathered, seated upon numerous cushions, many of which were already occupied. Among the cushions, 10 were positioned in a prime location. Chen Nian noticed several individuals already seated upon these cushions, including the prince of the barbarian domain, Man, and Qin Chuan. The other 3 were unfamiliar to him, but likely belonged to the 10 great powers. As expected, upon noticing Chen Nian and Lin Qingqing's arrival, Qin Chuan rose and approached with a smile. "Chen brother, Lin girl, please take a seat. These 10 cushions are reserved for representatives of the 10 great powers. Wherever there are people, there is a world," Chen Nian replied with a slight smile, glancing at Lin Qingqing and Ni Huang as they ascended to the cushions. Qin Chuan hesitated slightly, eyeing Ni Huang. "Chen young master, your maid may not be permitted to sit here." Although Ni Huang's strength was sufficient, her status as Chen Nian's maid disqualified her from such a position. At this moment, all eyes turned toward them. Chen Nian smiled gently. "She is not my maid." "Not a maid?" Qin Chuan was puzzled. Chen Nian chuckled. "She is the offspring of the holy master of the Phoenix Domain, the Phoenix Domain's holy maiden, Ni Huang." "The holy master's daughter of the Phoenix Domain? The holy maiden of the Phoenix Domain? Are you jesting?" The crowd gasped. They had never heard of the holy master having a daughter. Moreover, she maintained a remarkably close proximity to Chen Nian, almost resembling a handmaiden. She hailed from the illustrious Phoenix Domain, one of the most gifted races. Although Qin Chuan appeared utterly bewildered, he understood that Chen Nian would have no reason to deceive him. He gazed in a daze at the figure of Ni Huang, recalling his initial sense of unease regarding her aura, which was overwhelmingly potent. It turned out she was a descendant of the Phoenix Domain. With this realization, he cupped his hands and smiled. "I apologize, Miss Ni Huang. I was remiss. Please, take a seat." "And no trouble at all," Ni Huang replied sweetly, shaking her head. Chen Nian offered Ni Huang a gentle smile as he introduced the 3 companions. "This is the holy son of the Shangqing sect, Shen Wanlang. This is the holy maiden of the Xian Men, Lin Susu. This is the holy maiden of Miaojiang, Miao Linger. And this is the prince of the barbarian domain, Man." Qin Chuan introduced each individual to Chen Nian. He then turned to the group. "Everyone, this is Chen Nian, the heir of the Chen family. This is Lin Qingqing, the holy maiden of the Zixiao divine sect. And here is the holy maiden of the Phoenix Domain, Ni Huang. Happy Valentine's Day to all." Chapter 125, A Gathering of Talents. The onset of war. Chen Nian's gaze drifted across Shen Wanlang, Man, Lin Susu, and Miao Linger. It was undeniable that these individuals were worthy representatives of the top 10 domains, possessing extraordinary cultivation. All 4 emanated an aura that surpassed that of sovereigns, exuding a sense of steady power and vibrant vitality, their presence imbued with an unmistakable strength. Moreover, they appeared to be quite youthful. Such prodigious warriors, cultivated with utmost effort by the foremost domains, were not to be underestimated. Even Man, who had previously suffered humiliation at the auction, was formidable in his own right. Though lacking true energy, his robust life force suggested he was no ordinary opponent. This was indeed intriguing. If these prodigious warriors were too weak, Chen Nian would find little interest in the proceedings. After all, he had come to this gathering not only for the artifact, but also to engage with the prodigies of the 3,000 domains, seeking opportunities for breakthrough. His previous encounter with Wang Teng on the battlefield had resulted in a qualitative leap in his divine statue's prison-conquering technique. Combat served as the finest catalyst for growth. The assembly nodded in acknowledgement, and soon, Chen Nian and his companions settled upon 3 adjacent cushions. Presently, 8 representatives from the 10 great divine domains had arrived. They awaited only the Buddha domain's disciple Ling Chun and the legendary son of the Forgetting Emotion Divine Palace. The Forgetting Emotion Divine Palace was shrouded in mystery, with only a handful of disciples emerging each generation, each one a paragon of extraordinary talent. Before long, Ling Chun, accompanied by two junior brothers, strode in. His demeanor was calm and composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Chen Nian approached to greet him, and Ling Chun accepted graciously, taking a cushion beside Chen Nian. Benefactor Chun, a pleasure to meet you. Ling Chun recited a soft ba, smiling gently at Chen Nian, although the true meaning of that smile was known only to him. Chen Nian's heart sneered, his tranquil gaze flickering towards him as he replied coolly, "The pleasure is mine." The great Thunder Sound Temple and the Nine Heavens Demon Realm were at odds, and Chen Nian understood that this monk, while appearing genial, likely harbored thoughts of his own demise. As time ticked by, the moment drew near, and the prodigies were nearly all present. Aside from the 9 of them, there were a total of 2,340 prodigious warriors seated below. These champions hailed from across the 3,000 domains, each with varying degrees of influential backing. Each possessed talents that ranked among the very best within their respective factions. Furthermore, a few in attendance were disciples of late-stage holy kings or even half-step emperor-level beings. The Forgetting Emotion Divine Palace has arrived. A voice exclaimed from the entrance, and instantly, all eyes turned towards it. A young man in white entered gracefully, his visage radiant with the bloom of peach blossoms, exuding an ethereal charm akin to an immortal descending from the heavens. His aura was concealed, revealing not a trace of his true strength. Upon seeing him, the crowd's attention was captivated. Even Chen Nian found himself stealing glances. After a prolonged moment, he narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of pressure and threat emanating from this individual, attesting to his formidable prowess. Chen Nian quickly rose, warmly approaching, Prince of the Infinite Imperium, Chen Nian. May I inquire your esteemed name? Chen Nian was not particularly well informed about the Forgetting Emotion Divine Palace, as its enigmatic nature made it difficult to ascertain details. Few disciples ventured into the world, and news about their sect was scarce. Li Ma Xuan, of the Forgetting Emotion Divine Palace. With those simple 7 words, a collective gasp echoed through the assembly. Li Ma Xuan. Despite the palace's obscurity, his reputation had reached the ears of many present. He was the current son of the Forgetting Emotion Divine Palace, and was hailed as the strongest prodigy in millennia. The Forgetting Emotion Divine Palace had produced countless prodigies over the years, yet Li Ma Xuan's claim to be the foremost was astonishing. Little was known about him beyond this. Even among those from the top 10 domains, Chen Nian, astonished by the palace's participation in this gathering, noted that they had seldom attended previous grand events. Chen Nian smiled slightly. "Brotherly, please take a seat." "Thank you," Li Ma Xuan replied indifferently, calmly making his way to the designated area, his expression as frigid as an unmelting glacier. His arrival added a palpable tension among the assembled talents. Chen Nian approached the main seat and announced, "Welcome to the Infinite Imperium, as we commence the first grand gathering of prodigies from the 3,000 domains." This inaugural assembly was a novel experience for everyone, and curiosity loomed over Chen Nian's intentions. He continued, elaborating on the rules. "The purpose of this gathering is to select the top 100 prodigies, followed by a martial exchange of insights. Since time immemorial, there has been no first in literature and no second in martial prowess. No warrior would willingly accept being subordinate to another. Prince Chen, are you suggesting that we should all compete one by one?" One questioned. With over 2,000 prodigies present, it would take at least a month to conclude such individual matches, rendering it impractical for the assembly. Indeed, with such a multitude, individual matches would require a month at the very least, another echoed. Precisely. Seeing the confusion among the attendees, Chen Nian smiled and clarified, "Of course not. Please follow me." Though curiosity sparked, the assembly obediently trailed behind Chen Nian. Before long, they arrived at an expansive martial arena, the royal training ground of the Infinite Imperium. The arena featured 10 platforms, each spaced closely together. With a swift motion, Chen Nian leaped onto one of the platforms, addressing the gathered crowd below. "Here, we have 10 platforms. Anyone who can endure 5 rounds on a platform qualifies for the next round. If there are no challengers, that individual advances by default." In essence, these platforms served as a filtering mechanism. To withstand 5 rounds against 5 prodigies would be a testament to one's exceptional talent and strength. Chen Nian's proposal garnered the approval of the assembly. He smiled. "Now, I invite the holy sons and holy maidens from the top 10 domains to each occupy a platform. Should there be no challengers, they shall advance." This strategy aimed to prevent any of the holy sons and maidens from facing elimination in the first round, as a clash between Chen Nian and Ling Chun would inevitably result in one being ousted, a scenario Chen Nian wished to avoid. Chapter 126. Chen Nian's cold-blooded nature. After Chen Nian's declaration, the assembly raised no objections. "Let us proceed." Chen Nian stated coolly, and Lin Qingqing and Ni Huang nodded in agreement as the three of them took to different platforms. The arena was vast, its floor crafted from a unique and exceptionally hard material, impervious even to the mightiest of holy kings. As Chen Nian and his companions ascended the stage, the challenge commenced. I am Zhang Yuan from the Zhang family of the Hanlin domain. I seek guidance from the heir of the Chen family. No sooner had Chen Nian stepped onto the platform than a young man soared towards him. The Hanlin domain, a prominent region among the 3,000 domains, was well known to Chen Nian, particularly due to its historical grievances with his own Jiutian demon domain. In the past, Chen Nian's father, Chen Tiandao, had nearly eradicated it. Zhang Yuan, the paragon of the Hanlin domain at the age of 37, had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm and exuded an impressive aura. Unfazed, Chen Nian smiled lightly. Let us make this quick. I am pressed for time. Despite Zhang Yuan's formidable power, he paled in comparison to Chen Nian. The prowess of a martial artist, while significantly influenced by their realm, was not absolute, especially for those of their caliber. Realm was merely one aspect. Upon hearing Chen Nian's dismissive words, Zhang Yuan sneered. I, Zhang Yuan, shall repay the shame of the Hanlin domain 100-fold today. With that, he propelled himself forward, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, a massive blade appeared just inches above Chen Nian's head, poised to strike. However, as Zhang Yuan anticipated his success, Chen Nian's figure blinked out of existence, leaving the blade to crash harmlessly to the ground with a resonating thud. At that moment, behind Zhang Yuan, Chen Nian's cold laughter echoed. Break. He delivered a swift kick aimed at Zhang Yuan's back. Caught unawares, and with Chen Nian's incredible speed, Zhang Yuan had no opportunity to evade. The impact was thunderous, sending him hurtling through the air, where he managed to right himself. But before he could catch his breath, Chen Nian's next kick descended upon him, landing heavily on his chest. The overwhelming force caused Zhang Yuan to spew a mouthful of blood, followed by the sickening sound of cracking ribs. He collapsed onto the stage, dazed. Chen Nian gazed down at Zhang Yuan with a cold, indifferent expression, as if observing an inanimate object devoid of warmth. He approached Zhang Yuan, placing a boot upon his face, rubbing it back and forth. The onlookers were struck with dread at this display. What was this? A brutal display of heartless dominance? Defeating an opponent was one thing. Such arrogance was simply tyrannical. Zhang Yuan was backed by a significant regional power, yet here he was, humiliated. Chen Nian's eyes glinted with mockery as he addressed Zhang Yuan. It seems you harbored murderous intent towards me. Zhang Yuan, seething with anger, glowered back, his heart ablaze with fury. Chen Nian, your Jiutian demon domain killed my grandfather and humiliated my father. My Hanlin domain has suffered at your hands. If I cannot slay you today, I vow to do so in the future. This humiliation, I, Zhang Yuan, will repay 100-fold. Hearing this, Chen Nian chuckled. 100-fold repayment? With your meager talents, you could be granted a century, and it would still be impossible for you to surpass me. In fact, the gap would only widen. Yet, Chen Nian had no intention of letting him off the hook. He would not leave himself vulnerable to any potential threats, no matter how insignificant they seemed. With a derisive smile, he declared, I had no intention of killing you, but your intent to harm me leaves you with no opportunity for revenge. Rest assured, your Hanlin domain will soon follow you into oblivion. Before Zhang Yuan could comprehend, Chen Nian channeled his energy, and with a resounding boom, Zhang Yuan's body was violently torn apart, lifeless. The spectators shivered at the sight. Though the tournament did not prohibit lethal force, most champions refrained from killing opponents lacking the will to fight. Yet Chen Nian, after maiming Zhang Yuan, executed him coldly, his methods shockingly brutal. The onlookers were paralyzed by fear. Chen Nian had not broken any rules. While his methods were ruthless, they were within the bounds of the competition. Furthermore, his formidable strength and the might of the Chen family, led by the notoriously protective Chen Tiandao, rendered any provocation against them utterly foolish. With a cold glance at Zhang Yuan's remains, Chen Nian kicked the body off the stage and surveyed the crowd. Is there anyone else? Witnessing his merciless demeanor, the gathered champions trembled. Not only was Chen Nian's power daunting, but he also exhibited an utter lack of compassion, dispatching foes without hesitation. The uncertainty of their fate, should they challenge him, left them paralyzed. Life was precious, and none wished to gamble it away in a moment of defiance. Thus, the champions exchanged wary glances, none daring to challenge Chen Nian. This reaction was precisely what Chen Nian sought. By eliminating Zhang Yuan, he not only eradicated a potential threat, but also instilled fear among the remaining champions. Soon, no one was willing to face him, effectively allowing Chen Nian to advance automatically. He descended from the stage with a smile, unperturbed by the fearful gazes directed at him. As he stepped aside, he observed the battles of the others. Lin Qingqing and Nai Huang faced opponents of the mid-emperor realm, reputedly disciples of a late-stage holy king. However, neither Lin Qingqing nor Nai Huang, despite being women, were weaklings to be trifled with. Taking advantage of their skills, Lin Qingqing effortlessly dispatched her opponent from the stage, while Nai Huang, embodying the essence of the nine-colored phoenix, unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed the arena in an inferno. Soon, both Nai Huang and Lin Qingqing secured their advancement. Their prowess was undeniable, and they faced their opponents without trepidation. Chen Nian's gaze remained fixed on Li Mashuan, the son of the Forgetting Emotions Palace. From the moment he entered, Chen Nian sensed a formidable aura emanating from Li Mashuan, one that even instilled a hint of pressure. Among the myriad martial artists in the 3,000 domains, including the 10 renowned holy sons and daughters, Chen Nian had never felt such intensity. The Forgetting Emotions Palace was indeed enigmatic. Li Mashuan's movements were fluid and graceful, akin to a dance in the air, combining elegance with precision. His control over his energy was impeccable, effortlessly defeating his opponents without wasting a single ounce of strength. As the day drew to a close, the first round of competition concluded, leaving only over 500 champions from an original pool of more than 2,000. Those who did not qualify were dismissed from the palace, much to their chagrin. As evening approached, Qin Chuan smiled and addressed the remaining champions, esteemed guests. The remaining 500 are the finest from the 3,000 domains and the pride of their respective factions. The Wuji divine dynasty has prepared a banquet, and my father shall personally attend. Please follow me. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? The emperor of the Wujigod dynasty would also be present? It was known that unlike the younger generation, the emperor of the Wujigod dynasty was of the same era as Chen Tiandao, possessing astonishing cultivation, reportedly having reached the threshold of a half-step emperor long ago. With Qin Chuan's assertion, the assembly had no reason to decline. Following Qin Chuan, they arrived at a grand palace, where numerous guards stood outside, each wielding long spears, all at the level of supreme beings. Even a mere captain among them was of royal caliber. After all, this was the heart of the imperial palace, responsible for the emperor's safety, and thus the guards were formidable. As they streamed into the grand hall, they found themselves seated at tables laden with an array of spiritual wines and exquisite delicacies, all appearing extraordinarily appetizing. Soon, 3 figures entered through the doorway. Leading them was a robust middle-aged man, draped in a golden dragon robe, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. His visage was such that ordinary people dared not gaze directly upon it. The middle-aged man made his way to the main seat and, after taking his place, offered a faint smile, addressing the assembly. Welcome, esteemed talents, to the Wujigod dynasty. I extend my heartfelt greetings to all of you. Indeed, this middle-aged man was none other than Emperor Qin Tianyu of the Wujigod dynasty. The 2 young men flanking him were his sons, Qin Zheng, the eldest prince, and Qin Sun, the 3rd prince. These are my sons, Qin Zheng and Qin Sun. You are all pure martial artists. I encourage you to engage in fruitful exchanges. At this, the crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Nian's gaze settled on the eldest prince, Qin Zheng, and the 3rd prince, Qin Sun. Both were undeniably exceptional. The eldest prince emanated a regal aura, as if born to be an emperor, exuding calmness and confidence. Chen Nian could not ascertain his precise strength, but surmised he had already entered the sacred realm, having surpassed 50 years of age this year, which explained his absence from the talent gathering. As for the 3rd prince, Qin Sun, he was somewhat peculiar. His cultivation was not lacking, yet he paled in comparison to his 2 elder brothers. However, the young man wore a perpetual smile, his keen eyes seemingly able to pierce through the veils of the world and discern the hearts of men. No wonder the world spoke of the Wujigod dynasty's emperor siring 3 extraordinarily gifted princes, heralding a great future. Before Chen Nian could withdraw his gaze, both Qin Zheng and Qin Sun fixed their eyes upon him. After a brief moment of mutual observation, Chen Nian averted his gaze. Emperor Qin Tianyu continued, I believe you are all curious why the Wujigod dynasty is willing to offer an artifact as the grand prize for this talent gathering. At this, all eyes turned toward him, genuinely intrigued. Indeed, it was perplexing why the Wujigod dynasty would be so generous as to bestow an artifact as the highest reward. Artifacts were unparalleled treasures capable of suppressing the fate of an entire region. Even a late-stage sacred king like Wang Zhen could contend with Chen Tiandao using an artifact. Although Wang Zhen ultimately fell short, it was solely due to Chen Tiandao's overwhelming strength, not a reflection of the artifact's insignificance. To offer such a reward at this talent gathering was astonishing. Moreover, the top 100 would receive various rich rewards, prompting speculation about the Wujiga dynasty's intentions. With a slight smile, Chen Tianyu elaborated, 10 years ago, our dynasty uncovered a hidden relic within our territory. After extensive searches by our formidable warriors, we finally unveiled the secret of this mysterious realm. This realm was the site of an ancient battle, after which all the emperors of the 3,000 domains vanished without a trace. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. An ancient battle in the 3,000 domains. Following this war, all the emperor-level beings disappeared. The ancient period was shrouded in the mists of time, spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Even the longest living ruler of the Phoenix domain had little understanding of the secrets of that era. Countless upheavals had transpired over such an expanse of time, making the historical events all but unknowable. This ancient battlefield, forged by countless emperors, held many secrets following the disappearance of the emperors. Your Majesty, how does this relate to the current talent gathering? One of the young talents inquired. His curiosity mirrored in the eyes of the assembly. Indeed, this secret realm was discovered within the Wujiga dynasty, and logically, it should remain undisclosed, allowing for clandestine exploration to reap its rewards. Yet, Chen Tianyu smiled and replied, this realm is shrouded in mystery. Our dynasty's experts perused countless records to find relevant accounts. The ancient battlefield can only be accessed once, and only 100 individuals may enter at a time. Additionally, participants must be under 50 years of age, otherwise, those who force their way in will meet a swift demise. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian grasped the situation. The ancient battlefield could only be accessed once, with a limit of 100 entrants. If Chen Tianyu chose to keep this knowledge secret, allowing only the Wujiga dynasty's talents to enter, it would suffice. However, the quality of talents within the dynasty alone would be insufficient to fully exploit the resources within, and many might even perish. Thus, the optimal solution was to invite the talents of the entire 3,000 domains to partake. Among billions of inhabitants across these domains, selecting 100 would yield the CRME de la CRME of talents, each possessing formidable potential, with many capable of breaking through to the Sacred King realm. Yet, it was evident that Chen Tianyu would not benevolently allow everyone to enter without a price. He was an emperor, not a philanthropist. As anticipated, Chen Tianyu smiled and stated, the reason I am hosting this talent gathering is to invite the extraordinary of the 3,000 domains to enter this ancient battlefield. Of course, this secret realm is fraught with peril. Should anyone wish to abstain, I do not coerce you to stay and may leave at will. Upon hearing this, the crowd remained motionless. Peril? What did that matter? The essence of martial cultivation was to defy the heavens. If one did not venture forth to seek opportunities, merely clinging to life in fear was futile. Observing their resolve, Chen Tianyu was not surprised. After all, every martial artist present had persevered to reach this stage, driven by their aspirations for greatness. With a slight smile, he continued, however, only 100 may enter this secret realm, so only the top 100 from this talent gathering will be permitted entry. Moreover, any treasures extracted from the realm shall see the Wujiga dynasty retain 20%. Chen Tianyu was no fool. He had invested greatly to attract these individuals, even offering an artifact as bait, all for the treasures hidden within the secret realm. 20%. Each participant would yield 2%, amounting to a substantial sum even after accounting for potential casualties. Nevertheless, the assembly bore no objections to the Wujiga dynasty's proposed distribution. After all, the secret realm was their discovery, and the talent gathering was a reward orchestrated by them, making the 2% allocation reasonable. I agree. Someone voiced from the crowd. I concur. I have no objections. Soon, all present expressed their agreement. Witnessing this scene, Chen Tianyu's heart brimmed with delight. This ancient battlefield, the site of countless emperors' final clashes, would undoubtedly harbor myriad treasures. Even a mere 20% would suffice to fill their coffers. Moreover, his second son, Qin Chuan, would also be among those entering. The Wujiga dynasty had executed a masterstroke, maximizing their benefits. With hearty laughter, Chen Tianyu raised his goblet and declared, then I wish all esteemed talents fortune in seizing opportunities, and may you one day transcend to the realm of emperors. With that, he downed his drink in one go. The crowd did not dare to be negligent, raising their cups and drinking in unison. That night, everyone harbored different thoughts, contemplating the matters of the ancient battlefield. Who wouldn't wish to seek more opportunities, perhaps even a chance to become an emperor? Soon, the banquet reached its zenith, filled with the elite martial artists from various powerful factions, who, in their exuberance, began to dance with their swords and engage in spirited discussions. The grand hall was enveloped in a joyful atmosphere. Chen Nian, Lin Qingcheng, and Ni Huang sipped their wine while listening to the eloquent discourse around them. At that moment, Qin Zheng and Qin Sun approached, standing beside Chen Nian. Qin Zheng raised his cup and said, "Young Master Chen, I am Prince Qin Zheng of the Wuji Divine Dynasty. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and today, I see it is indeed well-deserved. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face." Qin Zheng bore no malice, and Chen Nian naturally responded with warmth. He smiled and raised his cup, saying, "Your Highness is too kind. Who does not know that the three princes of the Wuji Divine Dynasty are known as the Three Dragons, each possessing extraordinary talents?" The two exchanged polite smiles, and Qin Sun gazed at Chen Nian with bright eyes, saying, "I, Qin Sun, toast to young Master Chen alongside my royal brother." With that, the two brothers raised their cups and drank heartily. Chen Nian reciprocated without hesitation. Many onlookers noticed the exchange, although they were unsure why the two princes honored Chen Nian. No one dared to feel discontent, for Chen Nian's status was undeniable. The banquet concluded with merriment. Later that night, as Chen Nian departed the palace with Lin Qingcheng and Ni Huang, Jiuzhu had been waiting outside the palace gates for some time. "Are you all right, Nian? He inquired. Chen Nian smiled and shook his head. "I am fine. Let us talk as we walk." "Good." The four of them walked along the path, and Chen Nian asked, "Jiuzhu, are you familiar with the ancient battlefield?" "The ancient battlefield?" Jiuzhu furrowed his brow slightly before nodding gently. "I know a bit." "Why do you ask?" Chen Nian smiled and explained. "The reason the Wuji Divine Dynasty has organized this gathering of elites, even at the cost of using divine artifacts to attract numerous martial artists to compete, primarily revolves around the ancient battlefield." Chen Nian recounted the events that had transpired at the Wuji Divine Dynasty banquet. Upon hearing the conclusion, Jiuzhu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although he had anticipated that this gathering of elites would not be simple, he did not expect it to involve the ancient battlefield. Taking a deep breath, he said gravely, "Nian, you must be cautious. The ancient battlefield is renowned as a place of peril." "Peril?" Chen Nian, Lin Qingcheng, and Ni Huang exchanged puzzled glances, not comprehending Jiuzhu's implication. Jiuzhu sighed and said, "I do not know much, but the ancient battlefield has buried many great emperors. It is said that a world-shattering battle once erupted there, and since then, no emperor-level power has emerged in the 3,000 realms. The battlefield is rumored to be filled with deathly energy, and there are even terrifying entities lurking within. Deathly energy is a type of aura that can impact a martial artist's cultivation. Prolonged exposure can dull one's ability. Furthermore, the ancient battlefield is fraught with dangers, and one misstep may lead to eternal entrapment, rendering it more perilous than ordinary secret realms." Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, my master has also spoken of the considerable dangers there." Chen Nian responded with a smile, "Since I have chosen the path of cultivation, there is no place devoid of danger. Having embarked on this journey, I must not be timid, no matter how treacherous the ancient battlefield may be. If others dare to venture, then I, Chen Nian, shall also go." His voice brimmed with confidence. As the son of the demon path, he would not be daunted by others' courage. "After the start of the term on the 19th, I will ensure to add more chapters. I apologize for the busyness these past few days." And Ai Huang chuckled, her innocent gaze filled with trust. Ever since her birth, Chen Nian had nurtured her and remained by her side, and there was an aura within him that made her feel a deep connection. Thus, she placed her unwavering trust in him. Lin Qingqing nodded in affirmation, saying, "I too am unafraid." Chen Nian smiled gently, reassuring Jiuzhu, "Rest assured, I am confident. No matter how perilous the ancient battlefield may be, it cannot deter me." His smile radiated assurance. The ancient battlefield, however treacherous, posed no threat to him. Within him resided not only the mother insect but also the souls of Wang Zhan, Wang Teng, and Li Jiuan, all of whom possessed the cultivation of Saint Kings. Moreover, even if the mother insect and the three great Saint Kings proved ineffective, he had one last trump card, the Tower of Heaven. Should the situation turn dire, he could simply retreat within. As long as his adversary was not an emperor-level powerhouse, they could not harm him. With such an array of hidden strengths, Chen Nian felt no trepidation. Seeing his confidence, Jiuzhu refrained from further cautioning him, recognizing that this young man, much like his father, was audacious. Regardless of the dangers ahead, they would charge forward without hesitation. However, what Jiuzhu did not know was that despite appearing reckless, both Chen Nian and Chen Tiandao had their own plans when confronting danger. If this ancient battlefield proved too perilous for Chen Nian's means, even if the allure was great, he would not proceed. After all, While treasures within the ruins were enticing, life remained paramount. With a system as a precious boon, he already possessed the foundation to become an emperor. Other acquisitions were merely embellishments. Thus, while outsiders might view Chen Nian as reckless, he was, in fact, exceedingly prudent. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Chen Nian, Lin Qingcheng, and Ni Huang re-entered the palace. Today marked the second day of the elite competition. While many had initially come seeking fame and fortune, from this day forth, the focus shifted toward the opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield. For numerous martial artists, this was a chance that might never arise again in their lifetimes. Although the ancient battlefield was fraught with danger, its treasures were invaluable. Should one find remnants left by great emperors, the path to becoming an emperor would be even closer. Hence, the battles today promised to be even more brutal. As the attendees gathered, Qin Chuan strolled forward with a smile, saying, "Welcome to the second round of assessments. Today marks the continuation of our elite gathering. Please follow me." With that, Qin Chuan strode outside, and the crowd followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a secret realm where Qin Tianyu, along with Qin Zheng and Qin Sun, awaited their arrival. Once everyone had assembled, Qin Tianyu rose and addressed them, "Esteemed elites. This is one of our Wuji Divine Dynasty's secret realms, and it will serve as the primary battlefield for your second round of combat." With a smile, Qin Tianyu continued, "Within this secret realm reside countless demon beasts. Each of you will carry a token. For every demon beast you slay, you will earn corresponding points. The more points you accumulate, the higher your ranking. This assessment will last for 3 days, after which the secret realm will automatically transport you out. Please note that only the top 100 from this round will be granted entry to the ancient battlefield." Qin Tianyu's voice resonated in the ears of the crowd, and Chen Nian and the others quickly understood. This was a secret realm of the Wuji Divine Dynasty, where each participant would wear a token and earn points by slaying demon beasts. The higher the points accumulated, the better the ranking. Only the top 100 would gain access to the ancient battlefield. Naturally, the secret realm was fraught with peril, with the most formidable beasts reaching even the Saint King level residing at its core. However, as long as one did not provoke them, there would be little risk. Yet, should misfortune strike and one attract their ire, death would be the only outcome. Moreover, the points earned would vary based on the cultivation levels of the demon beasts slain. A Supreme Realm demon beast is worth between 1,000 to 9,999 points. A Monarch Realm demon beast ranges from 10,000 to 99,999 points. An entry to the Saint Realm demon beast holds a value of 100,000 to 999,999 points. As for the Saint King Realm demon beasts, each begins at a staggering 10 million points. However, Qin Tianyu does not believe these youngsters can slay a Saint King Realm beast. After all, most of them possess only the cultivation of Supreme or Monarch realms, and a Saint King Realm demon could likely dispatch them with a single strike. The disparity between their strengths is simply too vast to be bridged by mere talent. Having spoken, Qin Tianyu opened the entrance to the secret realm and cheerfully remarked, "You all have 3 days. Give it your all." With that, some warriors eagerly leaped into the secret realm, followed by many others, apprehensive of being left behind. Chen Nian, however, remained calm and turned to Ni Huang and Lin Qingcheng, softly instructing, "Hold on to my hands tightly. Do not let go, so that we can be transported together." The transportation within the secret realm is random, but if 2 individuals hold hands while entering, they can arrive at the same location. Ni Huang and Lin Qingcheng readily agreed, nodding with assurance, "All right, no problem." "Yes, master." Soon, as the crowd flowed in, Chen Nian grasped Lin Qingcheng and Ni Huang's hands and approached the entrance. The 3 exchanged glances, and then Lin Qingcheng and Ni Huang each took hold of Chen Nian's hands. Ni Huang appeared cheerful, her face radiating joy, while Lin Qingcheng's cheeks subtly flushed, biting her lip. The surrounding warriors looked on with envy. Chen Nian was flanked by the Saintess of the Phoenix Domain on one side and the Saintess of the Purple Sky Divine Sect on the other, both stunning beauties with formidable backgrounds. What man would not feel a twinge of jealousy at such a sight? At the moment Chen Nian leaped into the realm, Qin Zheng couldn't help but click his tongue in envy, exclaiming, "This Chen family heir is truly fortunate, surrounded by 2 prominent beauties, each from one of the top 10 powers. The Chen family is indeed formidable." Qin Sun narrowed his eyes, gravely stating, "Brother, I have a feeling that the Chen family may be our biggest rival in the Wuji Divine Dynasty. The Forgetting Emotion Divine Palace is mysterious but has few disciples. The Chen family has recently absorbed the territories and resources of the Qi Yin Divine Dynasty, significantly enhancing their strength. Coupled with support from the Phoenix Domain and the Purple Sky Divine Realm, their power may even surpass that of our Wuji Divine Dynasty. Chen Tiandao is a force to be reckoned with across the 3,000 domains. The Nine Heavens Demon Realm's influence is certainly not to be underestimated. Qin Zheng nodded in agreement, then glanced at Qin Tianyu before falling silent. Chapter 130. The Shadow of Chen Nian. After a brief moment of dizziness, Chen Nian slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay an expansive forest, where trees as thick as 5 men could embrace stood tall, soaring over 100 meters into the clouds. Lin Qingqing and Enai Huang were undoubtedly present before him, both quickly awakening with expressions of delight, especially Enai Huang, who brimmed with curiosity about the secret realm. Suddenly, a massive holographic display appeared in the sky, showcasing the rankings of the participants. The leader was a certain Zhang Hao, boasting an impressive score of 3,500 points. Chen Nian had no recollection of this individual. Likely an average warrior who entered early and managed to slay a few demon beasts, thus claiming the top position. Enai Huang eagerly urged, "Master, let us quickly hunt down some demon beasts. Look, others have already slain several. We cannot fall behind." Lin Qingqing concurred. Enai Huang is right. Chen Nian, let us go. However, Chen Nian merely smiled and shook his head, cryptically stating, "There is no rush. Let them busy themselves for now. We shall find a place to rest and reap our rewards when night falls." Reap our rewards at night. Lin Qingqing and Enai Huang exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily taken aback. What does that mean? Lin Qingqing inquired, perplexed. Chen Nian, with a mischievous grin, produced a token inscribed with a large 0. This token not only allows for the slaying of demon beasts to earn points, but also enables the transfer of points. Therefore, there is no need for us to exhaust ourselves hunting demon beasts. We can rest and wait for nightfall to harvest the rankings of other warriors. Lin Qingqing. Enai Huang. Wait, is that even possible? Although it seemed somewhat underhanded, it certainly appeared to be a sound strategy. If they fought tirelessly like the other warriors to kill demon beasts for points, their combined strength would undoubtedly secure them a respectable rank. However, the thought of 3 continuous days and nights of slaying beasts was exhausting. It would be far better to conserve their energy and then seize the points from others. Even if just one of them acted alone, they would be formidable enough to contend with anyone, even the likes of Li Mashuan from the Forgetting Emotion Divine Palace. Chen Nian's strategy, while somewhat unscrupulous, was entirely within the rules. Lin Qingqing and Enai Huang, though women, were certainly not naive. The path of cultivation is fraught with competition. Seizing opportunities is a skill in itself. What is wrong with earning a living through one's abilities? Any objections? I agree. I have no objections either. Without hesitation, Lin Qingqing and Enai Huang voiced their support. Chen Nian smiled slightly. Let us find a suitable place to rest and prepare for our nighttime endeavors. A moonless night is perfect for mischief. With their minds made up, the trio set off in search of shelter. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the forest, Man dispatched an early-stage Monarch Realm Snow Demon Wolf with a powerful punch, instantly earning himself 15,000 points, which elevated his rank from 11th to 9th. A smile graced Man's face as he entered the top 10. As a body cultivator, his prowess suited him well for hunting demon beasts in this forest, as he hardly felt fatigued, being virtually invincible in close combat. He did not require the same recuperation as ordinary warriors and could slay beasts at an accelerated rate. The rules of this round seemed tailored for him. 9th place, just wait, I will soon be at the top. He looked up at the ranking display above, scanning from top to bottom. Suddenly, he froze. Where's that Chen Nian fellow? Man held a particular interest in Chen Nian for 2 reasons. First, because Chen Nian's father was someone even Man's father, the mighty Man Huang, feared, giving Man a heightened awareness of Chen Nian. Second, the incident at the auction house still gnawed at him. Not seeing Chen Nian's name filled Man with delight. Chen Nian, this time I shall see how you contend with me. The thought of outshining Chen Nian filled him with exhilaration, further fueling his enthusiasm for hunting demon beasts. Other prominent warriors also noticed Chen Nian's absence from the rankings, leading to a ripple of confusion among them. While other warriors might not have cared, Chen Nian was different. The Chen family heir, the son of Chen Tiandao. How could he possibly be unranked, let alone beyond the top 100? This was utterly inconceivable. Meanwhile, figures such as Shen Wanlang, Lin Susu, and Miao Linger were comfortably within the top 15, with some even ranking in the top 5. The undisputed leader was Li Mashuan from the Forgetting Emotion Divine Palace, amassing points at an astonishing rate, while Qin Chuan held a solid 2nd place. With a significant point gap between them, Li Mashuan's speed in slaying demon beasts was remarkable, often increasing his score dramatically in less than 15 minutes. As night gradually fell, some warriors began searching for caves to rest for the night, as slaying demon beasts was mentally taxing, and neglecting rest could lead to serious issues. Within a certain cave, Qin Xuan gazed at the rankings overhead, still not spotting the names of Chen Nian, Lin Qingcheng, or Enai Huang, his brow furrowing in concern. Could it be that the three of them do not intend to enter the ancient battlefield? Qin Xuan struggled to comprehend Chen Nian's intentions, initially believing he was hesitant to enter the ancient battlefield. Yet, a sense of disbelief lingered within him. This could not be. He was not alone in his confusion. Shen Wanlang wore a similarly perplexed expression. He considered Chen Nian to be neither timid nor lacking in strength. How could he be unranked? Something was amiss. As the crowd speculated about Chen Nian's motives, within a secluded cave, Chen Nian rose, brushed off the dust from his attire, and with a slight smile, remarked, "The night has fallen. It is time for us to depart. The hour of the hunt has arrived. I wonder which unfortunate souls will cross paths with me today." The vastness of this secret realm suggested that encountering Chen Nian should be a rare occurrence. After gathering their belongings, the two companions followed Chen Nian with smiles, ready to embark on their journey. Chen Nian deployed his mother insect to release beast insects that sought out nearby warriors. Although these beast insects possessed royal-level cultivation, their combat prowess was modest. However, their stealth capabilities were commendable. Soon, one of the beast insects returned with information. Chen Nian smiled slightly and said, "Follow me." The trio swiftly made their way to a towering tree. Beneath its boughs sat a warrior, meditating to restore his inner energy. Chen Nian recognized him as Li Yuntian, a mid-stage royal and a prominent figure from the central domain, ranked 69th on the leaderboard. A respectable position indeed. Chapter 131. What a coincidence. Li Yuntian, exhausted from a day of combat, had chosen this tree to recuperate when suddenly he sensed an anomaly. Upon opening his eyes, he was nearly struck with terror at the sight before him. A man and three women had appeared silently, as if they were phantoms. Chen family prodigy? Li Yuntian immediately recognized Chen Nian, alongside Lin Qingcheng and Enai Huang. While not all of the hundreds of prodigies knew each other, these three were among the top elite of the upper domains, making it impossible for Li Yuntian to be unfamiliar with them. With a sly smile, Chen Nian replied, "Indeed." The malevolent gleam in Chen Nian's eyes made Li Yuntian swallow hard. Though they all stood at the same royal level, the disparity in their strengths was unmistakable. Nothing could compare. "What do you intend to do?" Li Yuntian asked, his voice trembling slightly. Chen Nian smiled faintly and said, "I wish to borrow something from you." "Borrow something?" Li Yuntian was taken aback, unsure of Chen Nian's ulterior motives. "What do you want to borrow?" "Points." "Points?" Li Yuntian was momentarily stunned. Then he looked up at Chen Nian in bewilderment. "Are you serious? No wonder I haven't seen your name on the leaderboard today. You plan to steal points." Anger boiled within him as he gripped the token tightly, unwilling to relinquish it. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuntian finally relented. "Fine, I can give it to you." He slowly stood and extended the token toward Chen Nian. However, halfway through the gesture, he suddenly dashed backward at an astonishing speed, fueled by all the true energy in his body, even igniting his blood essence. This acceleration surpassed even the peak royal warriors. Yet, Chen Nian merely smiled, turning to his companions, and said, "Wait for me here." "All right." Enai Huang and Lin Qingcheng nodded in agreement without hesitation. In the next instant, Chen Nian vanished from sight. Utilizing his spatial movement ability, at his current cultivation level, he could teleport within a 20-kilometer radius, an ability that could dramatically alter the outcome of battles among warriors. Moments later, while Li Yuntian sprinted in terror, he was met with the chilling sight of Chen Nian appearing directly before him. "What the?" With a cold smirk, Chen Nian wasted no words. He kicked, sending Li Yuntian crashing into a sturdy tree, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell to the ground, eyes wide with fright. The difference in their strengths was staggering. The disparity between prodigies was greater than that between ordinary people and dogs. "I will give you 3 breaths time. If you do not comply, do not blame me for what happens next." Chen Nian's voice echoed ominously. Li Yuntian cast a deep glance at Chen Nian, then at the token in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly declared, "Fine, I will give it to you." With that, he hurled the token toward Chen Nian. Chen Nian caught the token and glanced at it, noting the impressive figure of 360,000 points. Accumulating such points in a single day was commendable for someone ranked 69th. Chen Nian smiled as he transferred the points into his own token, watching as his total soared to 360,000. The enormous display in the sky shifted, erasing Li Yuntian's rank and replacing it with Chen Nian's name. With a satisfied smile, Chen Nian tossed the token back to Li Yuntian. You were wise to comply. Having concluded the encounter, he swiftly returned to Lin Qingcheng and Enai Huang, chuckling softly. We have what we need. Let us move on to the next target. All right, they replied, smiling. The vast forest was enveloped in silence as the three figures seamlessly navigated through the underbrush. 2 hours later, as the night deepened, they arrived at a riverbank. Enai Huang pointed ahead. Master, I hear sounds up ahead. There seems to be a battle. Being of the Phoenix clan, Enai Huang's hearing far exceeded that of humans. Chen Nian smiled. Let us investigate. Without pause, the trio surged forward once more. At the riverbank, Man had just slain a giant crocodile, his body drenched in the blood of the beast. This crocodile was a late-stage royal beast, having awakened a trace of ancient bloodline, and the battle in the water had certainly favored it. After considerable effort, Man had finally defeated the creature, earning a substantial reward of 90,000 points. His rank had ascended from 9th to 8th. Although this may seem a minor improvement, advancing in the top 10 was a formidable challenge. He leaped into the river to clean himself, the thick blood dispersing in the water, deterring other beasts from approaching. Tonight, if he could slay a few more royal beasts, he might reach 7th place. Man reveled in his calculations, exuberant at the thought of his points. His physique could endure for 3 days and nights of relentless combat, and each battle ignited a fervor within his veins. Suddenly, he sensed movement in the nearby thicket. Instantly alert, he knew the approaching presence was formidable. Without hesitation, he leaped from the water, swiftly grasping his battle axe. Emerging from the foliage were Chen Nian, Enai Huang, and Lin Qingcheng. Upon recognizing Chen Nian, Man's vigilance did not diminish. Instead, he gripped his axe even tighter. What a coincidence! Chen Nian broke into a smile as he slowly approached, though the smile lacked innocence. Chapter 132, The Battle of Vitality. Chen Nian, what do you intend to do? Man snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the three with wariness. Chen Nian cheerfully replied, I wish to borrow something from you. Borrow something? Man's brow furrowed, regarding Chen Nian with suspicion. What do you wish to borrow? Your points. Chen Nian grinned. Man was taken aback. So, you've come to rob my points. His tone shifted as anxiety gripped him. He faced 3 opponents, each formidable in their own right. Though he possessed great strength, battling 3 warriors of equal rank posed a significant risk. However, as a prince of the barbarian domain, pride forbade him from yielding. Chen Nian, do you dare defy the rules? Defy the rules? Where is it stated that one cannot seize points? Besides, even if I were to break the rules, what could you do about it? Chen Nian's smile remained calm, yet it bore an undercurrent of ferocity. Man scoffed, gripping the token tightly, unflinchingly meeting Chen Nian's gaze. The token is right here. Come and take it if you can. With that, Man's imposing figure surged with a powerful aura. As a prince, he was no weakling. His cultivation had already reached the late stages of the sovereign realm. His body was as tough as iron, and Chen Nian could even hear the sound of bones grinding. Yet, Chen Nian had long desired to test his mettle against a capable body cultivator. With a slight smile, he removed his outer clothing, revealing a physique that, though not as massive as Man's, was undeniably fit and robust. Observing this, Man felt a flicker of surprise, uncertain of Chen Nian's true capabilities. Do you need our assistance? Chen Nian? Lin Qingcheng, her cheeks flushed, commented, captivated by Chen Nian's physique. Not for now. I wish to test him first. With that, Chen Nian's form flickered, and he charged forward, relying solely on his physical strength without employing any internal energy. He had finally encountered a body cultivator and was eager to gauge his own physical prowess, especially since his cultivation in the divine elephant suppression technique had transitioned from the giant elephant particle to the dragon elephant particle, signifying a qualitative shift in his physical capabilities. Chen Nian met Man's punch head-on. Feeling no internal energy within Chen Nian's blow, Man was initially puzzled but quickly dismissed it with a sneer, filled with disdain. In terms of body cultivation, he was unafraid of anyone. With a derisive smile, he unleashed his massive fist, envisioning the moment Chen Nian's bones would shatter. After all, with his current physique, if his opponent did not utilize internal energy, there was no chance of victory. However, the moment their fists collided, Man's eyes widened in disbelief. A tremendous force surged through him, leaving his arm aching. Both fighters staggered back a few steps to regain their footing. Man clutched his right hand, still trembling from the impact of their clash. He could hardly believe that Chen Nian could match him purely on the basis of physical prowess. No, it was even more than that. Chen Nian seemed to hold a slight advantage. While Chen Nian's arm throbbed as well, it was nowhere near as severe as Man's discomfort. Intrigued, he regarded Man, feeling a surge of excitement within. Again, Chen Nian exclaimed, his smile widening with exhilaration. Man felt the same thrill, despite the pain in his hand. He had not encountered a challenger of Chen Nian's caliber in a long time, especially not among human warriors. Again, Man was equally determined, his toes digging into the earth before he launched himself forward once more. Their fists clashed again, sending shockwaves that rippled through the surrounding space, causing frail branches to splinter. Lin Qingqing and Ni Huang were left in awe. Though they knew of Chen Nian's formidable skills, they had never realized the extent of his physical cultivation. Even the pure body cultivator, the prince of the barbarian domain, was no match for him. This was utterly terrifying. The two women instinctively stepped back, feeling the pressure of the surrounding energy waves. In mere moments, the two had exchanged blows over 100 times, each punch carrying the weight of their full strength. Without holding back, after years of refining his physique, Chen Nian had never felt such exhilaration before. Chen Nian, you are the strongest body cultivator I have encountered among my peers. After another exchange, the two separated by several meters, Man regarding Chen Nian with newfound seriousness. But this ends here. In an instant, Man radiated a terrifying aura, an ancient power emanating from him. As the favored offspring of the barbarian emperor, he possessed the barbarian divine body, the most potent physique among the barbarians, granting him immense physical strength from birth. Now, as he activated his barbarian divine body, a menacing aura enveloped him, his vitality surging. Man's frame ballooned, doubling in size, with veins and muscles becoming pronounced. Chen Nian sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Yet, rather than feeling intimidated, Chen Nian's blood surged with fervor. If that is the case, let me show you my strength. Chen Nian retorted with a cold smile. Unleashing his own aura, he fully activated the divine elephant suppression technique, and not only that, he invoked the supreme demon body. While not as fortifying as the barbarian divine body, the supreme demon body was one of the top 3 special physiques, providing a significant enhancement to physical capabilities. The air around him crackled with a terrifying energy, rippling across the sky. Numerous hidden warriors sensed the two formidable auras, their expressions filled with dread as they dared not approach. Such a level of conflict was beyond the reach of ordinary prodigies. Even Lin Qingqing and Ni Huang felt the oppressive atmosphere, knowing that only through their own internal energy could they withstand the oncoming pressure. Chen Nian, prepare to face my barbarian divine fist. A pair of colossal fists manifested in the air. Chen Nian sneered, his vitality surging. Breaking Saint Fist. Chapter 133. Chen Nian's body cultivation in an instant. Their fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shattered trees within a radius of several dozen meters. Man showed no signs of restraint, pouring all his strength into the blow, the immense exertion leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. He could hardly believe that Chen Nian was so formidable, possessing such unparalleled physical prowess. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of clashes, Man felt he had reached his limits. If he continued, he risked breaking bones. Yet, he could not believe that Chen Nian could endure longer than he could. Gritting his teeth, Man's eyes turned crimson, unleashing a devastating force. Die, he roared, channeling every ounce of strength. In that moment, he resembled a gambler who could not leave the table, betting everything on a final gamble, either victory or injury, even at the cost of his life. A terrifying force surged forth. Chen Nian, however, did not dare to be careless. Boom. A punch was thrown. In that instant, he heard a sound akin to shattering. The next moment, Man was sent hurtling backward, flying 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground, his arm shattered, emanating an aura of despair. Exhausted, a spurt of fresh blood escaped his lips. Man looked at Chen Nian with a face full of terror, disbelief etched across his features. It was utterly inconceivable. Chen Nian had bested him in the very domain of physical cultivation where he had always held the upper hand. Despite the formidable prowess of those human warriors, Man felt no fear, nor did he harbor any trepidation. He had always walked the path of physical cultivation with absolute confidence in his physique. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Nian shattered that confidence. No wonder his father, the emperor, harbored such fear of Chen Tiandao. It was akin to the feeling he now experienced towards Chen Nian. The Chen father and son duo was indeed terrifying. At that moment, Chen Nian was not faring much better. He had exhausted every ounce of his strength. Man's physical cultivation was not significantly inferior to his own. Were it not for the formidable might of the divine elephant suppression technique, it could have been he who lay defeated. However, after this battle, Chen Nian's mastery over his own physical cultivation had reached an even greater perfection, and he had gleaned some profound insights. One must concede that for warriors, Combat serves as the finest catalyst for growth. Feeling the heaviness in his arms, Chen Nian slowly approached Man, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded him with indifference. Hand over the token, he commanded. With his arms broken, Man was devoid of any possibility of resistance. He inhaled deeply. Chen Nian, must you truly be so ruthless? The points on that token were earned through a day and night of struggle. Over 3 million points had been painstakingly accumulated by Man through relentless combat. Just as he saw his ranking rise to 8th, envisioning a potential first, Chen Nian had arrived. Without a word, Chen Nian approached him, bent down, and seized the token from his waist, a faint smile curling his lips. Ruthless? It seems you wish for death? His words dripped with amusement. However, Man shivered, a chill running through him. Truth be told, he genuinely feared Chen Nian might kill him. At present, he possessed no capacity for resistance. Should Chen Nian choose to, he would be nothing more than flesh on a chopping block, utterly defenseless. Chen Nian, resembling a madman, evoked a sense of dread in Man, who dared not respond and simply turned his head away. Chen Nian cast a brief glance at him, then, losing interest, directly transferred the points from Man's token to his own. In an instant, the 123,000 points he had acquired through a night of robbery, combined with the 303,000 points from Man, catapulted his total to over 4,200,000 points. Such a staggering accumulation propelled Chen Nian's ranking from 48th to 3rd. Indeed, he soared to the 3rd position. The first was Li Mashuan, the son of the Forgetting Emotions Divine Palace, with a staggering 5 million points, while the second was Qin Chuan, with 456,000 points. A narrow margin compared to Chen Nian. Observing Chen Nian's meteoric rise in points, the prostrate Man seethed with jealousy. Damn it, Chen Nian is truly a dog. And I had over 300,000 points. Simultaneously, countless talented warriors were taken aback by the drastic changes on the leaderboard. 3rd place, Chen Nian, has surged by over 300,000 points? How is that possible? Did he slay a Saint King level beast? No, surely it cannot be. Wait. Where has the 8th-ranked prince of the barbarian domain gone? Soon, many noticed this glaring oversight. The former 8th-ranked prince, Man, had vanished, and Chen Nian had surged into 3rd place. At that moment, in a certain cave, Qin Chuan quickly grasped the implications of the rankings. A smirk forming on his lips as he exclaimed, "So that's it, Chen Nian, you never intended to slay beasts yourself from the start. Robbing. How fitting for one from the 9 heavens demon domain. After all, as the foremost in the realm of demonic paths, robbery has always been their hallmark. Today, the Chen family had achieved such prominence, closely tied to their adeptness at thievery. Stealing was indeed an admirable trait. Li Mashuan also lifted his gaze, momentarily stunned, before lowering it again, resuming his relentless slaughter of beasts. His speed in dispatching them was astonishing, nearly 1 sword thrust per beast, as he effortlessly severed their heads from their bodies, primarily targeting late-stage royal beasts. In another corner, the holy maiden of the Xian men, Lin Susu, gasped in surprise, murmuring, "Chen Nian, intriguing." Miao Linger, witnessing this scene, became even more excited, exclaiming, "Right. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered to slay beasts myself. I could have just robbed them. Hee, I'm truly clever." With a giggle, she prepared a potent sedative, capable of incapacitating even late-stage royal warriors. With this drug in hand, acquiring points would be effortless, saving her the trouble. She was grateful to Chen Nian for providing such an enlightening strategy. In no time, the news of Chen Nian's ascension to 3rd place reverberated among the talented warriors in the secret realm, each harboring their own thoughts. Some weaker warriors began to feel a twinge of fear, anxious about losing their points to Chen Nian. "Chen Nian, are you all right?" Lin Qingcheng hurried over. Concern etched on her face as she noticed his labored breathing. Chen Nian inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, shaking his head. "I'm fine. Let's move on to the next." "All right." With that, Lin Qingcheng and Ni Huang fell in step behind Chen Nian, resuming their quest for prey. Chapter 134, Weeping Man after a night of hunting. The points for Chen Nian, Lin Qingcheng, and Ni Huang surged dramatically. Chen Nian's score soared from 4,200,000 to 5,400,000, placing him 2nd. Lin Qingcheng's points reached 342,000, ranking 7th, while Ni Huang claimed 322,000, standing 9th. The trio had effortlessly amassed points from over 20 warriors throughout the night, resulting in a significant increase. The bewildered expressions of those robbed were palpable. How could the 3 top factions from the upper domains engage in such despicable acts? Did they truly have no sense of shame? As they reflected on the incident, a chill ran down their spines. Of course, some warriors, having learned from their misfortune, began to band together to rob others' points. The most evident case was Man Man. Although his arms lay broken and fractured from Chen Nian's assault, it was merely a temporary setback. After consuming several high-quality elixirs from his spatial ring and recuperating for 2 hours, his arms had nearly healed. Being a physical cultivator endowed with a robust physique, his recovery was remarkably swift. Once his injuries began to mend, Man Man's mindset shifted. Hunting beasts for points? That was too slow. The quickest way to acquire points was through robbery. If he wished to claim the top spot, the fastest route was to seize the points from the current leader. Naturally, Man Man did not dare to target Li Maoxuan's points, though he was uncertain of Li Maoxuan's true strength. He sensed an underlying terror that he knew he could not confront alone. Going solo would likely result in mutual destruction, though the odds were decidedly in favor of his own injury. Thus, he opted against such folly. However, if he could not claim the first position, he could start from the 100th and work his way forward. With the dawn, Man Man embarked on his thieving spree. Meanwhile, Chen Nian and his companions refrained from any activities during the day, instead seeking refuge in a cave to meditate and cultivate. Engaging in continuous robbery day and night was impractical. It was akin to harvesting crops without allowing them time to grow. If they were plundered incessantly, they would inevitably vanish. Chen Nian's strategy was simple. Let others hunt beasts for points during the day, then reclaim those points at night. This way, their scores would persistently rise. The following day passed swiftly. Man Man seemed to have grasped the most effective method for amassing points: robbery. By the end of the day, his score had skyrocketed to 340,000, surpassing his previous total. Certainly, he intentionally steered clear of the area where Chen Nian was located. Swiftly traversing from the west to the east through the forest, eager to avoid encountering Chen Nian, that canine rival. Someone. Having just snatched the points from an exceptional warrior, Man Man was in high spirits when he heard a commotion nearby, instantly invigorated. He chuckled to himself. Chen Nian, wait for me to surpass you. Although he had lost in a contest against Chen Nian, Man Man was confident that his speed in acquiring points would not lag behind. He could tirelessly seize points, and with their scores drawing near, he believed that just a few more successful grabs would propel him ahead of Chen Nian. Stop right there. Hand over your points, damn it. With a sudden leap, Man Man sprang forth, his hefty feet crashing down and creating a deep crater. Clutching his battle axe, he gazed coldly at the man before him. What, do you intend to snatch my points? The frigid tone sent a shiver down Man Man's spine. He turned to look and was taken aback. Li Maoxuan. Swallowing hard, Man Man's disbelief was palpable. Holy hell. The son of the unyielding divine palace, Li Maoxuan. This is a formidable individual. Man Man sensed that the other's prowess might rival that of Chen Nian. He had not anticipated dodging Chen Nian only to encounter Li Maoxuan. Clearing his throat, he averted his gaze. I misspoke, just joking. You carry on. I'll take my leave. With that, Man Man prepared to depart. Suddenly, Li Maoxuan called out to him. Wait. A foreboding sensation gripped Man Man's heart as he coughed awkwardly and turned back, his face a mask of embarrassment. What do you want? Hand over your points. Li Maoxuan's calm words chilled Man Man's heart. Damn. Had he truly stumbled upon a solid wall? He forced a smile. Well, my father is the barbarian emperor. Could you perhaps show some leniency? However, Li Maoxuan remained unfazed. Hand over your points. Damn. It was evident that reasoning was futile. Gritting his teeth, Man Man bolted away. Damn it. He had worked tirelessly all day. He couldn't let anyone take his hard-earned points. Yet, Man Man, being a body cultivator, was not particularly swift. Moreover, he was up against Li Maoxuan. With just one swift movement, Li Maoxuan appeared before him. With a cold sneer, Li Maoxuan unsheathed his icy long sword, and a flash of sword energy sliced through the air, hurtling towards Man Man's physique. Realizing the danger, Man Man hastily halted and retaliated with a powerful axe swing, which met the terrifying sword aura. The clash erupted with a thunderous sound. In the next moment, Man Man felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him hurtling backward, flipping several times in midair before finally crashing to the ground. Damn, Man Man cursed under his breath, forcing himself to rise despite the tumultuous blood surging in his chest. Li Maoxuan's cultivation was astounding. He had been injured by a single strike. Absurd. One last time. Hand over your points, or you shall perish here today. Li Maoxuan's tone was unusually flat, yet within that coldness lay an almost imperceptible murderous intent. Man Man dared not gamble. Although he did not know Li Maoxuan well, he understood that the threat was genuine. He glanced at the token at his waist. His over 3 million points still warm, and now he had to relinquish them. His heart ached. Pain. It was excruciating. However, he had no choice but to comply. With trembling hands, Man Man retrieved his token and tossed it over. Li Maoxuan snorted, glanced at it, and then swiftly transferred the points from Man to himself. In an instant, his original tally of over 6 million points surged past 10 million with Man's addition. 10 million points, nearly 5 million more than the second place, Chen Nian. This was undoubtedly a significant gap. With a cold laugh, he expressionlessly tossed Man's token back at him, filled with disdain. The barbarian clan? Nothing more than that. Without lingering, Li Machuan turned to leave, leaving a solitary Man clutching his token marked with a 0, weeping. Damn, how bitterly disappointing. Chapter 135, the second round concludes. Exiting the Secret Realm, Part 3, time flew swiftly. During these 3 days, the entire Secret Realm was swept up in an astonishing frenzy, instigated by Chen Nian. Initially, everyone diligently hunted beasts. Gradually, a portion of individuals began to steal points from others, even forming small groups to orchestrate point theft. As evening approached, the fierce contest within the Secret Realm was drawing to a close. The past 3 days had been brutally intense. Chen Nian had spent most of his time seizing points. Although it was unethical, he had never been one to adhere to moral standards. As a practitioner of the demonic path, what need was there for ethics? At this moment, a massive screen in the sky displayed the rankings. First place, Li Machuan, 20,320,000 points. Second place, Chen Nian, 20,200,000 points. Third place, Qin Chuan, 19,020,000 points. Sixth place, Lin Qingcheng, 17,430,000 points. Seventh place, Ni Huang, 17,230,000 points. The rankings cascaded downward, and only at the 73rd position did they spot Man's name. At that moment, his heart sank, a dazed expression on his face. Damn, given his speed and strength in hunting beasts, he should have easily secured a top 10 position. Yet, having been robbed by Chen Nian and then by Li Machuan, he found himself languishing in the 70s. A tremendous humiliation. It was an utter disgrace. This was purely an insult. Chen Nian, why not lend me some points so that you can surpass Li Machuan? Lin Qingcheng gently suggested. After all, the point difference between Chen Nian and Li Machuan was negligible, merely 200,000 points apart. Just a little over 20,000 points given to Chen Nian would allow him to surpass Li Machuan. And I Huang chimed in as well. Yes, master, I can give you all my points. And I Huang understood the importance of this second round of assessments. Only the top 100 would qualify for entry into the ancient battlefield. However, she cared not for her own opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield, prioritizing Chen Nian instead. Chen Nian smiled faintly, shaking his head at the two. There's no need. The second round merely selects the top 100. There's no obligation to vie for first place. If one aims for first, it must be earned through one's own strength. Though he walked the path of darkness, Chen Nian possessed a proud heart. He disdained to use Lin Qingcheng and Ni Huang's points merely to surpass Li Machuan. For him, first and second should be determined by strength, not through the gifts and charity of others. Seeing Chen Nian's refusal, the two understood his sentiment and ceased their entreaties. Soon, as a brilliant light emerged, the group felt a sudden wave of repulsion. The 3 days had come to an end. It was time to exit. You two, calm your minds. All right. Lin Qingcheng and Ni Huang nodded. In an instant, the three felt a blinding white light flash before them, and they soon succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by an inexplicable force of repulsion. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves outside the secret realm. Slowly opening their eyes, they were surrounded by fellow exceptional warriors emerging from the secret realm. They too awakened, gazing at their surroundings. In a mere glance, Chen Nian spotted several familiar faces, those from whom he had previously snatched points. Naturally, those individuals took note of Chen Nian as well, yet none dared voice their grievances. Though they were all exceptional, the disparity between them and Chen Nian was vast. Not only did they lack his strength, but their backing paled in comparison to the Chen family, leaving them speechless. Chen Nian flashed a mischievous grin at the group. Turning, he then caught sight of a familiar figure, Man. He stood amidst the crowd, his tall stature conspicuously noticeable. Upon meeting Chen Nian's gaze, Man instantly wilted. His self-proclaimed pride in his physical cultivation was utterly eclipsed by Chen Nian, despite his formidable physical prowess. He found himself unable to best Chen Nian. This realization left him unable to meet Chen Nian's gaze. Although he had also suffered defeat at the hands of Li Machuan, he attributed that loss to his inferior physical cultivation, acknowledging that physical cultivators typically progressed at a slower pace. However, facing Chen Nian, who relied solely on physical strength, he felt a profound sense of dread at his own inadequacy. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, quickly averting his gaze and falling silent. Chen Nian observed the expressions of the crowd, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed them. Esteemed guests, please remove your tokens and place them before me. Following his command, the talented warriors promptly complied, and soon, the rankings of the top 100 were compiled. Despite being robbed twice, Man still secured a spot in the top 100. He dreaded the thought of missing the opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield, as it would surely lead him to despair. With his physical cultivation, he knew the wall would inflict greater pain than his own head. Once the top 100 were confirmed, the remaining 300 warriors departed from the palace under the guidance of attendants. Chen Nian, with a beaming smile, welcomed them. Congratulations on earning the qualification to enter the ancient battlefield. Please follow the second prince into the hall to rest momentarily before we commence the third round of discussion, which will determine the rankings. The third round was crucial, as it would establish the strength rankings of these 100 talented individuals. The reward for the top contender was none other than the legendary artifact, capable of commanding the fortune of an entire realm. It was evident that the Wujishan dynasty had invested heavily in this event, demonstrating their immense value for the ancient battlefield, believing that even a mere 20% of the returns would far exceed the worth of the artifact. Soon, the participants followed Qin Chuan into the grand hall, where an array of spirit wines and medicinal herbs adorned the tables, alongside a plethora of exquisite dishes crafted from heavenly materials. These delicacies were precious, capable of significantly replenishing one's true energy with just a single bite. The warriors eagerly found their seats, indulging in the feast after days of tension in the secret realm. The atmosphere shifted, filled with a joyous ambience as they relaxed and reveled in the sumptuous food and drink. After satisfying their hunger, they felt considerably more at ease, ready for the impending third round of discussions. As the night deepened, the author vowed to strive for more updates the following day, appealing for a wave of 5-star reviews and gifts from the esteemed readers. Chapter 136. Chen Nian makes his entrance in a lofty pavilion. Qin Chuan, Li Mashuan, Chen Nian, and the other top 10 powers of the upper domain occupied the upper seats, while the remaining warriors sat below. Qin Chuan addressed the assembly with a smile. Esteemed guests, this round will be the final competition. The rules are simple. Based on the rankings from the second round, anyone dissatisfied with their position may challenge the individual ranked above them. A successful challenge will allow the victor to usurp the loser's rank, while a defeat will result in a drop of 5 positions. The rules for the third round were straightforward, essentially a free-for-all. Participants would select opponents ranked above them for challenges. As Qin Chuan concluded, the crowd began to stir with anticipation. Since time immemorial, the phrase "there is no first in literature, nor second in martial arts" has driven countless warriors to madness over rankings. Before long, a warrior stood up from the crowd. Chen Nian scrutinized him closely, recognizing a familiar face. Man. In the previous round, he had been stripped of points by both Chen Nian and Li Mashuan, relegating him to the humiliating rank of 73rd. "I'll go first," he declared, stepping into the center as he surveyed the room. When his gaze passed over Chen Nian and Li Mashuan, he shivered, recalling the extraordinary performances of these two prodigies in the secret realm, rendering him unable to meet their eyes. Chen Nian's physical prowess had utterly subdued him, while Li Mashuan's ethereal sword energy could effortlessly slice through his defenses. Faced with such formidable opponents, what could he possibly use to fight back? His life? After glancing past them, his gaze landed on the individual ranked 10th. "You, step forward. This position is not one you deserve." The individual, named Chen, was not affiliated with any of the top 10 powers, but was a disciple of a reclusive cultivator who had reached the threshold of a half-step emperor. Chen had secluded himself in the mountains for over 20 years and had only descended upon hearing of the Wujishan dynasty's grand gathering. In the previous round, he had secured the 10th rank with his late-stage king realm strength, wielding dual swords with impressive skill, showcasing a deep reservoir of power. Chen was a proud individual, and upon hearing the taunt from Man, a flicker of irritation crossed his fair face. Rising slowly, he gripped a heavy black iron sword, contrasting sharply with his delicate appearance. "A mere barbarian dares to be so brazen? I shall teach you a lesson today." With that, Chen swiftly closed the distance, a sinister smile on his lips, captivating the attention of the crowd. Both warriors were of top-tier strength, naturally drawing many onlookers. Man, with a fierce roar, initiated the attack, perceiving Chen as a nameless foe not worth fearing. Barbarian God Fist. A colossal fist shadow surged forth with explosive speed. Chen, undeterred, swung his heavy black iron sword to meet the assault. Though the sword was cumbersome, it moved with surprising agility in Chen's hands. the surrounding spirit energy swirling in response. A thunderous crash resounded as their attacks collided, creating shockwaves that rippled through the air. The spectators felt the force of the clash, but their own cultivation levels allowed them to withstand the resulting pressure. During the struggle, Man sensed an overwhelming force emanating from his opponent, causing his hand to go numb. Chen Nian, too, was taken aback. Man's strength exceeded his expectations. Despite his assumption that a barbarian would be inferior, he quickly realized that Man's physical cultivation was no mere bluff. He felt as though he were lifting a mountain. Sweat beaded on Chen Nian's forehead as he strained against the immense pressure. In a sudden burst of determination, Man shouted and sent Chen Nian flying, causing his heavy sword to spin in the air before crashing to the ground. Chen Nian staggered back, panting heavily, a grave expression on his face as he regarded Man. This barbarian truly possessed formidable strength. With a mocking laugh, Man taunted, "You, boy, are unworthy. In the entire 3,000 domains, there are but a handful of warriors who can defeat me. You are far from my level." The cold derision in Man's voice left Chen Nian blushing with humiliation. To be mocked by a barbarian was intolerable. Yet, despite the harsh words, Chen Nian recognized the truth. He was indeed outmatched. Man had yet to unleash his full power. And if he did, Chen Nian might not even withstand a single blow. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Nian huffed, "I concede." Though conceding was a bitter pill to swallow, it was the wisest course of action. Should he suffer injury at Man's hands, he risked forfeiting his chance to challenge in the future, potentially relegating himself to last place. Seeing Chen Nian surrender, Man grinned widely, casting a disdainful glance at his opponent before cheerfully claiming Chen Nian's 10th position. However, Chen Nian reluctantly found himself in the position originally held by Man, ranked 73rd. Their brief clash revealed the terrifying strength of Man, prompting everyone to contemplate whether they could withstand even a single blow from him. Undoubtedly, most would struggle to do so. The profound strength of the top 10 in the upper realm should never be underestimated. The battle between Man and Chen Nian marked the inception of a series of challenges. Following them, over a dozen martial artists stood up to issue their own challenges, igniting a fervent atmosphere of competition. Lin Qingqing glanced at Chen Nian and softly inquired, "Chen Nian, do you wish to challenge?" Her gaze remained fixed on him, having sensed his desire to stretch his limbs after witnessing his earlier interest. However, as the second-ranked participant, he could only challenge the first, Li Maoxuan. Upon hearing her, Chen Nian smiled slightly, his confident demeanor radiating joy. "Indeed, Li Maoxuan is formidable. I wish to test my mettle against him." The pressure emanating from Li Maoxuan was palpable, leaving Chen Nian intrigued by such a formidable opponent. "Be cautious," Lin Qingqing advised, her expression earnest. "All right." Chen Nian nodded with a grin, gradually rising to his feet, drawing the attention of the crowd. Chapter 137. Falling Shadows. Chen Nian's presence instantly captivated many eyes as he approached the center. All gazes converged upon Li Maoxuan. For Chen Nian held the second position, while Li Maoxuan occupied the first. The prowess of these two individuals ranked among the most elite in the entirety of the 3,000 domains, ensuring their battle would attract countless onlookers. Even Qin Xuan watched with keen interest, a subtle thrill coursing through him. Li Maoxuan, with an air of indifference, slowly rose and stepped forward, his calm demeanor slightly shifting as he regarded Chen Nian. "Are you challenging me?" The simplicity of his words caused the crowd to collectively hold their breath, aware that this duel would be extraordinary. "Indeed. Very well," Li Maoxuan replied coolly, adding, "Your strength is impressive. You warrant my full effort." Although Chen Nian's cultivation was concealed through a spirit treasure, Li Maoxuan could still sense a hint of his formidable prowess. There was an undeniable danger in Chen Nian, which piqued the interest of many. "Hey, Lin Susu, who do you think will prevail?" asked Shen Wanling playfully. Both the Qingzong and Xiandao sects shared a kinship, making these two prodigies familiar with each other. However, Lin Susu was not particularly interested in Shen Wanlang, whose exuberant personality contrasted sharply with her own stoic demeanor. She cast a glance at Chen Nian and Li Maoxuan, pondering for a moment before responding earnestly, "I cannot say. Both possess strength beyond my own, rendering any judgment impossible." Shen Wanling nodded in agreement. While the Chen family's prodigy is indeed remarkable, he is still relatively young. The son of the Wuqing Divine Palace has already reached the pinnacle of his skills. His swordsmanship is such that even I would struggle to evade it. I suspect he has approached the threshold of entering the sacred realm. Lin Susu's expression shifted to one of astonishment at Shen Wanlong's words. Despite his usual levity, he would not exaggerate. If he claimed Li Maoxuan's sword was so powerful that it could not be dodged, it must hold some truth. As for the sacred realm, Lin Susu found it hard to believe. The chasm between the sacred realm and the monarch realm was vast, not something one could easily transcend. The mere mention of the sacred realm signified a monumental leap from the monarch realm. Even she would require years, if not decades, of arduous cultivation or a significant opportunity to approach such a level. The notion that Li Mashuan had nearly reached the threshold of the sacred realm was simply terrifying. In the arena, the two figures commanded the attention of countless spectators who dared not blink, lest they miss the intricacies of their conflict. The battle of masters was a delicate dance. One misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. As they faced each other, their gazes locked, the tension in the air became palpable. Suddenly, Li Mashuan sprang into action. His form vanished in an instant, moving with such speed that even the assembled elite could scarcely comprehend. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist. In the next moment, he materialized above Chen Nian, unleashing a casual sword aura that reverberated through the space. The spectators gasped, their hearts racing. Just as the sword aura was about to descend upon Chen Nian, he too vanished from sight. The lethal arc struck the ground, creating a massive crater within the hall. Before anyone could react, Chen Nian reappeared behind Li Mashuan, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he unleashed a sword aura aimed at Li Mashuan's back. Li Mashuan caught a glimpse over his shoulder, instinctively sensing Chen Nian's presence. He swiftly evaded the attack just as the aura grazed him. The exchange left the onlookers astounded, pondering the prowess of both combatants. If they were to find themselves in such a duel, evading these strikes seemed nearly impossible. The speed exhibited by both was astonishing, rendering their afterimages indistinct. Chen Nian's movements were so quick they resembled teleportation, leaving the crowd in a state of disbelief. Even the elite, including Qin Chuan and Shen Wanlang, found themselves in awe of the spectacle. As the duel progressed, Li Mashuan remained undeterred, countering Chen Nian's attacks with remarkable agility. In mere moments, they had exchanged blows over 100 times, the rapidity of their combat leaving the onlookers struggling to keep pace. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. Although they were both regarded as prodigies, the distinction among the top talents was pronounced. Chen Nian and Li Mashuan operated on a different plane altogether. Your strength is formidable. After a flurry of exchanges, Li Mashuan took a deep breath and adjusted his energy, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Nian. Though he had anticipated Chen Nian's capabilities, this encounter had still taken him by surprise. Few from the younger generation in the 3,000 domains could match him. Chen Nian was a notable exception. You are impressive as well, deserving of my full effort, Chen Nian replied with a broad smile, his blood surging with excitement. To face an equal was a rare fortune for any warrior. In an instant, Chen Nian's aura transformed as he activated the supreme demon body. The air crackled with energy, and the surrounding atmosphere trembled. The martial artists held their breath, sensing a palpable aura of death emanating from his next move, one they could not hope to withstand. Li Mashuan appeared to sense the shift as well, a slight smile gracing his lips as he wiped the frost from his sword. The chilling air became palpable, and the ground began to freeze. This move is called Falling Shadows. You are one of the few who compel me to employ it. Li Mashuan's aura surged dramatically, his hair standing on end, as a terrifying chill enveloped the hall, plunging everyone into a state of icy dread. Yet, this chill is not akin to the ice of nature. It resembles more the cold of the netherworld. Chapter 138. Is it not somewhat absurd how powerful they have become? This technique is named Heaven Slaying. The aura emanating from the two individuals soared boundlessly. The onlookers felt an immense pressure. Even those from the top 10 factions, such as Qin Chuan and Shen Wanlang, sensed the weight of this pressure. In the next instant, boom, a tremendous explosion erupted, the sound of their clash resonating throughout the entire Wuji Divine Dynasty Palace. The massive shockwave knocked down several weaker martial heroes, leaving them dusty and awestruck by the power of the two combatants. Bang! Following the deafening sound, the stone tiles of the hall flew into the air as the two figures were sent flying backward for over 10 meters before they steadied themselves. This exchange ended in a draw. Witnessing this scene, the crowd trembled internally. My heavens, this is the battle of top-tier prodigies. It is utterly terrifying. Hiss. I once believed myself invincible, yet there are indeed greater beings. Under their assaults, I couldn't withstand even a single strike. Some martial heroes whispered amongst themselves in admiration. Shen Wanlang took a deep breath, marveling, his expression grave. This move is formidable. The collision of their techniques showcased their true prowess. Each of them was extraordinary. The onlooking martial heroes widened their eyes, and Li Mashuan felt an even greater astonishment within. A slight smile crept upon his lips. Chen Nian, you are a worthy adversary. Now, Allow me to demonstrate this technique. With that, Li Mashuan's aura transformed once more, rising indefinitely, an enigmatic essence enveloping him. Half a step into the saint realm? Lin Susu gasped, her eyes widening with grave concern. For Li Mashuan had already begun to radiate traces of saintly essence. This aura can instigate a qualitative change in a martial artist's cultivation. If it were an ordinary half-step into the saint realm, they would scarcely be concerned. Even a true saint realm warrior might not necessarily be their match. Yet, Li Mashuan was different. With each breakthrough, such prodigies experienced a dramatic surge in power. Chen Nian also perceived the aura emanating from his opponent. However, this was not the end. In addition to his half-step into the saint realm, a force from the depths of the netherworld surged forth from Li Mashuan. It was a penetrating, heart-stirring power. The abyssal descent into the yellow springs. Li Mashuan bore the netherworld saint body, a formidable and unique constitution derived from the underworld, and having already reached half-step into the saint realm. His mastery over this physique far surpassed Chen Nian's. Upon witnessing this, Chen Nian did not hesitate. His figure flickered, and boundless lightning surged around him. Countless bolts of lightning formed an immense net, enveloping both Li Mashuan and Chen Nian like a domain. The crowd stood in stunned silence. My heavens, what is this? A law? Impossible. Laws can only be grasped by those in the Saint King realm. How could Chen Nian, merely a monarch, possibly wield such power? Yet, if this is not a law, what could it be? Chen Nian's lightning domain left countless spectators in shock. Even Qin Chuan and others nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. What is this, a domain of laws? Such abilities are only attainable by those in the Saint King realm. How can a mere monarch possess them? Despite their incredulity, the terrifying aura could not be denied. The lightning power emanating from Chen Nian surged higher. Naturally, lightning possesses a restraining effect against the netherworld's yellow springs. Countless bolts roiled, and Li Mashuan furrowed his brow, feeling a subtle pulse within. Boom! In an instant, endless lightning cascaded down, and Li Mashuan's sword was drawn. The clash of lightning against the netherworld's power erupted with a deafening sound. The surrounding energies spilled forth uncontrollably. Many martial heroes were forced to retreat several steps, employing all their true energy to withstand the onslaught of this energy wave. Just as the two attacks collided, Chen Nian gazed at Li Mashuan and calmly uttered, "Disperse." The crowd clearly heard Chen Nian's words, yet were bewildered by their meaning. However, in the next moment, they quickly comprehended. Li Mashuan's netherworld power began to leak and dissipate. Some of the escaping energy surged toward the surrounding martial heroes. It was as if the netherworld power heeded Chen Nian's command, dispersing at his will. The crowd was left dumbfounded. My heavens, why is Li Mashuan's netherworld power suddenly directed toward me? Could it be? I have read ancient texts about a divine ability named, words command reality. Is Chen Nian employing that very ability? Hiss, is this truly a battle between monarch realm warriors? Why is it so terrifying? The eyes of the spectators were filled with astonishment. Is such a battle genuinely a contest of monarch realm cultivations? The strength of these two is indeed beyond the absurd. While Shun Wanlang braced himself against the energy, he could not help but express his astonishment to Lin Susu. Although he knew their strength was formidable, there must be limits. This is utterly ridiculous. One wields the essence of the saint and a fully realized netherworld saint body, while the other commands the domain of lightning and the divine ability of words. Is this truly what monarch realm warriors should possess? Lin Susu's heart was also tumultuous. She once believed her talent and cultivation unparalleled, if not first, then certainly among the top three. Yet witnessing the battle between Chen Nian and Li Mashuan today, she realized how far behind she truly was. Indeed, they are remarkably powerful. Lin Susu nodded gravely. In the arena, all eyes were fixated on the two, their gazes unwavering. Li Mashuan's eyes grew cold as he sensed the leakage of the netherworld power, a sense of urgency swelling within him, for he was now at a disadvantage. Moreover, Chen Nian's mastery of lightning inherently countered his netherworld power. Yet, Chen Nian was not without his own challenges. Words command reality demanded immense energy from within. However, in this moment, both had no choice but to endure, fighting until the very last moment. Several breaths passed in silence. Li Mashuan found himself on the verge of collapse, feeling his body reaching its limit. Suddenly, boom, a deafening sound erupted as dust filled the air. The crowd gazed through the haze, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Chapter 139. You didn't think that was all I had, did you? Li Mashuan's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Chen Nian stood firm, panting heavily, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. Everyone present swallowed hard. My heavens, Is this truly a confrontation between top-tier prodigies? As the crowd stared in awe, Li Maoxuan gradually rose to his feet, his eyes turning white, an icy demeanor that appeared quite fearsome. Immediately, a chilling white light emanated from him. All his injuries healed in an instant. Li Maoxuan cracked his neck and took a few deliberate steps forward. The onlookers were left utterly bewildered. What in the world? His injuries have healed? It is known that Chen Nian's previous strike had severely wounded Li Maoxuan, yet he has miraculously recovered. Even Chen Nian was curious. However, he harbored no excessive worry. Healing one's injuries must come at a cost. While he was unclear of the price Li Maoxuan had paid, it was undoubtedly significant. Li Maoxian laughed heartily, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Chen Nian, you are the first to inflict such severe injuries upon me. Among my peers, only you possess such prowess. However, I fear your vital energy is nearly depleted." Despite being gravely wounded by Chen Nian, he had employed a mystical technique to temporarily seal his injuries. Yet, this came with a significant downside. Once the battle concluded, the severity of his wounds would multiply. Nevertheless, he still retained 1/5 of his vital energy, sufficient to sustain him in combat. In contrast, Chen Nian, after invoking the spell of verbal manifestation, likely had less than 1/10 of his vital energy remaining. Therefore, victory in this confrontation was undeniably destined for Li Maoxian. However, as soon as Li Maoxian's words fell, a faint smile crept upon Chen Nian's lips, followed by a cold chuckle. "What? You don't think this is all I am capable of, do you?" The crowd was puzzled. "What does he mean?" wondered Li Maoxian, bewildered at the thought that Chen Nian might have other means at his disposal. Even if he did, what could it matter? With his vital energy reduced to a mere fraction, he posed no threat to Li Maoxian. Everyone believed Chen Nian was merely putting on a brave front, save for Man, who understood the true implication. Aside from his formidable vital energy, Chen Nian's physical prowess was astoundingly powerful. This was a terrifying reality. Simply relying on physical strength, he could potentially defeat Li Maoxian. Li Maoxian scoffed, confidence radiating from him. "Huh, what a joke." With that, he vanished from sight. Appearing directly before Chen Nian, and without hesitation, he swung his sword. In his view, this strike would undoubtedly send Chen Nian flying. After all, how could 1/10 of vital energy withstand his full force attack? Yet, at the moment his sword was about to make contact with Chen Nian's head, an unexpected event unfolded. Chen Nian moved. He unleashed a punch, devoid of any vital energy fluctuations, simply relying on raw physical force. Li Maoxian, witnessing this, smirked coldly, thinking Chen Nian had lost his mind by attempting to withstand his sword strike with mere flesh. Was he courting death? The power behind that sword was enough to shred Chen Nian to pieces. However, when Chen Nian's fist collided with Li Maoxian's sword, the latter's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Boom! With a single punch, Li Maoxian was sent flying. Despite having only 1/5 of his vital energy left, it was clear that Chen Nian's strength was not solely reliant on his physical prowess. Li Maoxian felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him tumbling through the air several times before crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as he gazed at Chen Nian in disbelief. How is this possible? This is pure physical strength, without any vital energy involved. Not just Li Maoxian, but everyone was astounded. Only Man stood up, laughing heartily. The physical prowess of the Chen family's heir surpasses mine. Li Maoxian, did you not expect this? Years ago, when Li Maoxian had robbed him, he had been insufferably arrogant. Now, witnessing Li Maoxian's downfall brought him considerable delight. Moreover, the fact that Chen Nian had injured him using only physical strength gave Man a sense of camaraderie. The crowd was momentarily stunned by Man's declaration. Chen Nian's physical prowess exceeds even Man's? Surely this cannot be true. Though many held disdain for the brutish Man, his strength was beyond question, ranking among the top 10 among the young prodigies. The revelation that Chen Nian's physical prowess surpassed his was hard to believe. If it weren't for Man's own words, they would never have accepted it. Li Maoxian stared blankly, pondering how one could simultaneously cultivate both physical and vital energy prowess to such impressive levels. Everyone recognized the benefits of dual cultivation, yet few dared to pursue it due to its inherent difficulties. Even Li Maoxian would not consider attempting it. What a deeply concealed gem the heir of the Chen family is. I concede. Li Maoxian took a deep breath, a sense of defeat washing over him. He understood that he was no match for Chen Nian today and resolutely chose to surrender. After all, he was well aware of the challenges posed by a practitioner of physical cultivation. Chen Nian smiled gently. "Then, I shall graciously accept." With a glance at Li Maoxian, he slowly returned to his original position. The crowd's gaze remained fixed on Chen Nian, filled with respect. A warrior capable of cultivating physical strength to such heights was indeed a rare specimen. Not only the young prodigies, but even Qin Xuan, Lin Su, and Shun Wanlang exhibited a shift in their expressions, recognizing the formidable nature of this individual. As Chen Nian settled into a meditative state to recover his vital energy, Liu Xian rose from the ground and walked slowly to the position beneath Chen Nian. He cast a deep glance at him before silently taking his seat. Throughout his life, Liu Xian had never tasted defeat until now. This was his first loss, but he was someone who could accept it. Having lost this time, he would strive to win the next. Liu Xian chose not to speak further, closing his eyes to begin healing his injuries. The other young prodigies also began their challenges, but they tacitly avoided confronting Chen Nian and Liu Xian. Even Qin Xuan and Shun Wanlang instinctively hesitated to challenge the two. Although their recent battle had drained them significantly, who could say they didn't have hidden reserves? Moreover, taking advantage of another's misfortune was a mark of a despicable person. Even if one were to win, respect would be lacking. Chapter 140, Divine Artifact. Holy Silkworm Silk Gauntlets. The battle between Chen Nian and Liu Xian was the pinnacle of the entire young prodigy gathering. Following their duel, while challenges continued, none could match the brilliance of their confrontation. Nevertheless, Lin Qingcheng's challenge against Qin Chuan stirred considerable excitement. Qin Chuan, ranked third and a prince of the Wuji divine dynasty, possessed unfathomable strength. Though he might not rival Chen Nian and Liu Xian, there were few in the younger generation who could compete with him. Yet, Lin Qingcheng's strength was not to be underestimated. As the holy maiden of the Zixiao divine sect, she had inherited the legacy of a great emperor. After a decade of honing her skills, she had reached the pinnacle of her abilities, standing toe-to-toe with Qin Chuan. It was only in the final moments of their battle, after Qin Chuan unleashed a divine technique with all his might, that he managed to defeat Lin Qingcheng. Though victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory, as Lin Qingcheng's capabilities astonished everyone. Time swiftly passed, and the young prodigy gathering approached its conclusion. Everyone had gained significantly from the day's events, particularly those who witnessed the clash between Chen Nian and Liu Xian. Observing the battle between two titans up close offered invaluable lessons for these aspiring warriors. Esteemed prodigies, the young prodigy gathering has now concluded. Your rewards will be delivered to your residences by the royal attendants. In 2 days, the ancient battlefield will open. I hope everyone will arrive on time. The ancient battlefield was the very purpose behind the Wuji divine dynasty hosting this gathering. With the event now finished, the opening of the ancient battlefield was imminent. As Chen Nian prepared to depart, Qin Chuan hurried to his side, speaking softly, "Heir of the Chen family, please wait. My father seeks you." Chen Nian was taken aback. Qin Tianyu was looking for him. However, he quickly deduced it was regarding the divine artifact. After all, such an item was not easily handed over. It couldn't be simply delivered to Chen Nian, as it might be stolen en route. This artifact was capable of suppressing the fate of an entire domain. Very well, second prince, lead the way. Qin Chuan smiled slightly and gestured for Chen Nian to proceed ahead. He had always harbored curiosity about Chen Nian, and now that his strength was revealed, his demeanor had naturally become more respectful. This character is no less formidable than his father, Chen Tiandao. Both father and son possess extraordinary talents. Qin Chuan dared not be negligent. Soon, he led Chen Nian through several winding corridors to a palace. The palace was a deep black, lacking in ostentation. It stood out distinctly within the entire imperial complex. "Your Majesty, please enter," Qin Chuan said with a cheerful gesture. Chen Nian, undeterred, strode confidently inside. Upon entering, he beheld a robust middle-aged man clad in a black dragon robe, exuding an air of authority and dominance. This man was Qin Tianyu. Chen Nian, recognizing the weight of the moment, did not falter, for this was a senior figure, a contemporary of his father, undoubtedly possessing remarkable strength. "Greetings to the Emperor Qin." Chen Nian respectfully acknowledged him. Qin Tianyu smiled faintly and replied casually, "Chen family, Emperor need not stand on ceremony. Please take a seat." With a subtle smile, Chen Nian composedly sat down. Qin Chuan, standing at the door, retreated quietly and gently closed the door behind him. "Your father was once as gifted as you are now, but I must say, you surpass him in many ways," Qin Tianyu remarked with a sigh, seemingly lost in memories of his rivalry with Chen Tiandao. That man was truly a paragon of excellence. To coexist in the same era was both a stroke of luck and a source of misfortune for Qin Tianyu. Chen Nian smiled modestly. "Your praise is unwarranted, Your Majesty." Qin Tianyu smiled again, his gaze carrying an inscrutable meaning. Once, he could not best Chen Tiandao, and now, his own son could not surpass Chen Nian. It felt almost like a cycle of fate. The Chen father and son were indeed objects of envy. However, as an elder, Qin Tianyu would never dare to lay a hand on Chen Nian, not out of pride, but fear. Should he even harm a hair on Chen Nian, Chen Tiandao would ensure his entire realm was laid waste. I summoned you, my boy, regarding the matter of the divine artifacts. Since you emerged victorious, I cannot possibly deny you, Qin Tianyu stated, gesturing with his right hand, revealing 3 weapons. He sighed softly. These 3 are divine artifacts accumulated over countless years by my Wuji divine dynasty. With that, he introduced each one in turn. This one is called the Sacred Emperor's Sword, nurtured by the imperial aura of my dynasty for innumerable years, capable of cleaving through all things under heaven. This one, known as the Royal Whip, was forged through the blood, sweat, and tears of a national pillar from millennia ago, transforming a half-step artifact into this divine whip, which has long served as the stabilizing force for our monarchs. Finally, he presented a pair of gauntlets. This last piece, the sacred silk gauntlets, was discovered by one of my ancestors in a secret realm 100,000 years ago. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, yet its quality is exceptional, enhancing the wielder's strength significantly. With a penetrating gaze, Qin Tianyu regarded Chen Nian. Truthfully, these artifacts represented the very foundation of the Wuji divine dynasty. Each artifact could incite a storm of bloodshed in the outside world, and parting with them for Chen Nian caused him considerable pain. Yet, for the sake of the ancient battlefield, he had no choice but to make this sacrifice. Chen Nian pondered for a moment, assessing the 3 artifacts. While the Sacred Emperor's Sword was undeniably powerful, its imperial aura felt incompatible with his own. The Royal Whip, though impressive, seemed rather superfluous to him. However, the sacred silk gauntlets appeared highly beneficial. As a physical cultivator, possessing a divine artifact gauntlet would exponentially enhance his combat prowess and offer substantial protection against harm. Without hesitation, Chen Nian declared, I choose the sacred silk gauntlets. Qin Tianyu was not surprised by this choice. Upon learning that Chen Nian was adept in both qi and martial arts, he had anticipated this decision. Though the gauntlets had long been used in the royal family, they were still a divine artifact, not one to be outdone. Qin Tianyu retrieved the remaining 2 artifacts and presented the sacred silk gauntlets to Chen Nian. As Chen Nian accepted the gauntlets, he felt an immediate sensation of lightness and a smooth texture akin to flowing water. Without hesitation, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of dark golden blood to fall upon the gauntlets. Almost instantly, he sensed a connection forming. The bond was established successfully. He slipped the gauntlets onto his hands, finding them perfectly fitting. As the moment arrived when he donned the gloves, they seamlessly melded into his skin, rendering them invisible. Only the intricate patterns of his skin remained visible, devoid of any indication of the gloves. Chen Nian clenched his fist and struck the air with a powerful blow. Instantly, a deafening sonic boom reverberated through the atmosphere. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Nian's eyes widened in astonishment. What an extraordinary item! This pair of holy silk gloves had amplified his strength 3-fold. Truly a divine artifact. It is worth noting that a 3-fold increase in strength was monumental for him. Previously, Chen Nian's power was comparable to a late-stage sovereign realm warrior, and now, with this enhancement, his prowess rivaled that of a peak sovereign realm fighter. If he were to compete against Man now, he could defeat him within 20 strikes. One cannot underestimate the significant augmentation this artifact provided to his capabilities. System. Display my personal attributes. Ding. Retrieving data. Host. Chen Nian Cultivation. Mid-Sovereign Realm Technique. 9 Transformations of Divine Demons. 9 stars. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. 9 stars. 2000 Dragon Elephant Particles. Martial Arts. Flower Picking Finger. 9 stars. World-Destroying Sword Technique. 9 stars. Illusory Steps. 9 stars. God-Slaying Slash. 9 stars. Life and Death Talisman. 9 stars. Star-Shattering Fist. 9 stars. Physique. Supreme Divine Demon Body Talent. Blessing of the Demonic Path Special Aura. Celestial Immortal Aura Divine Powers. Near World. Verbal Manifestation. Thunder Domain. Soul Binding Artifact. Holy Silk Gloves Companions. Chen Pingan. Shui Luer. Li Kuangdao. Wang Zhan. Wang Tong. Li Jiuan Points. 2. 8 billion. Chen Nian opened his system panel. His gaze fixated on his points. Ever since Wang Tong and Li Jiuan returned from their defeat at the hands of the Buddha domain, his points had not increased. For him, points were of paramount importance. The marketplace was replete with wondrous items. With sufficient points, he could acquire anything, be it a holy body or a spatial holy body. He summoned Wang Tong and Li Jiuan. Greetings, young master. Upon their arrival, both bowed deeply. Rise. Chen Nian said indifferently. I have a task for both of you. The two exchanged glances, then clasped their hands and replied, Please instruct us, young master. Without hesitation, Chen Nian continued, Are you aware of the dust domain, the heavenly sun domain, the purple domain, and the starry domain? They nodded in acknowledgement. These 4 domains were mid-level forces, closely affiliated with the Buddha domain. I need you both to annihilate all 4 of these domains. They were momentarily taken aback. Annihilate the domains? To wipe out 4 domains in one breath was an exceedingly ruthless course of action. Though these domains were merely mid-tier, their combined population exceeded trillions. Such a vast number of lives, and Chen Nian was willing to exterminate them without a second thought. The two exchanged hesitant glances. Chen Nian's gaze turned icy, causing them to shudder and swiftly respond, Yes, we will obey. Though they did not comprehend the rationale behind Chen Nian's orders, they complied without further question. Once completed, do not linger. Proceed directly to the 9 Heavens demon domain and seek refuge in my Chen family estate. My father will ensure your safety. With that, Chen Nian tossed a black token to the two. Chapter 142. Entering the ancient battlefield. Should they venture into the Buddha domain again, it would likely lead to disaster. After all, the commotion caused by Wang Tung and Li Jian during their last encounter was substantial, and it was probable that the entire Great Thunder Sound Monastery was aware of it. The Buddhas might be guarding various checkpoints, waiting for their return. Therefore, Chen Nian directed them to the 4 mid-level domains, which, while close to the Buddha domain, would be easily dispatched by the duo at the Holy King realm. If they swiftly eradicated these 4 domains and then retreated to the Chen family, even if the Buddha domain discovered it, they would be powerless to act. Would the abbot of the Great Thunder Sound Monastery dare confront Chen Tiandao? Preposterous. As for the lives of trillions, Chen Nian deemed them inconsequential. He was, after all, of the demonic path and felt no obligation to concern himself with such trivialities. Lives were merely a means to enhance his own power. Why should he care? Moreover, the 4 domains were affiliated with the Buddha domain, and their extermination would diminish the Buddha's strength and serve as a warning. After receiving their orders, the two departed Chen Nian's chamber, hastening towards the 4 domains. Time passed swiftly, and after a few days of cultivation, Chen Nian felt a noticeable improvement in his prowess, nearing a breakthrough to the late sovereign realm. He had gleaned much from his previous battle with Li Mashuan. There was no doubt that Li Mashuan was formidable. 3 days later, at the entrance to the ancient battlefield's secret realm, hundreds of talented martial artists gathered. Today marked the day of entry into the ancient battlefield, and all were exceptionally excited. This battlefield lay 50 miles beyond the southern gate of the Wujia divine dynasty, hidden within a secluded village. Legend had it that the villagers discovered the entrance while hunting. Qin Tianyu gazed anxiously towards the ancient battlefield. According to calculations, today was indeed the day the battlefield would open, capable of accommodating only 100 individuals. Moreover, this was the first and last opening. Everyone awaited eagerly when suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Look! The ancient battlefield has opened. Before their eyes, the stone gate began to rise slowly, emanating a chilling aura of impending doom that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Even Qin Tianyu squinted, his eyes flickering with intensity as he observed the entrance to the ancient battlefield. Nianer, the perils within the ancient battlefield are likely immense. Exercise extreme caution, warned the 9th ancestor. The guardians present also cautioned their respective young masters, for the ominous aura was palpable even to them. No one could ascertain what dangers lurked within. Understood. Chen Nian nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Tianyu hovered in midair, calling out, Everyone, the ancient battlefield is now open. Please enter swiftly. The stone gate will close in 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated no longer. Those at the front leaped into the entrance, followed by the rest of the martial artists. While the secret realm posed dangers, it also held opportunities. Although these gifted warriors occupied sect resources, without fortuitous encounters, they would likely toil for a lifetime, slowly gaining insights. It was far better to enter more secret realms in search of chances. If they uncovered significant fortunes, their breakthroughs would come faster, perhaps even granting them a glimpse of the Emperor's realm. If they were outmatched and perished within the secret realm, they could hardly blame anyone else. Life and death are fated. Fortune and rank are determined by the heavens. Every martial artist embarking on the path of cultivation should embrace this mindset. Chen Nian glanced at Ni Huang and Lin Qingqing. Let us proceed. It is time to enter. All right. The 3 advanced together, swiftly entering the secret realm. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Chen Nian was overwhelmed by a tidal wave of malevolent energy. In the next moment, he lost consciousness, his body devoid of sensation, as if centuries passed in an instant, long and ethereal. After an indeterminate period, Chen Nian felt a peculiar tugging at his arm, as if something were gnawing at him. He gradually opened his eyes to find himself in a desolate landscape, surrounded by crumbling ruins, withered trees, and dark vines. A black crow was pecking at his arm. However, his arm was harder than an ordinary 7-star weapon, rendering the crow unable to inflict any damage. Upon awakening, Chen Nian swatted the crow away, causing it to faint. He slowly rose, surveying the grim surroundings. As far as his gaze could reach, the land was parched, the structures dilapidated, and the oppressive sky evoked a sense of discomfort. Chen Nian found himself equally repulsed by this atmosphere. After a thorough exploration, he released his consciousness but found nothing of significance. Unperturbed by the perilous nature of the ancient battlefield, Chen Nian summoned his mother insect, which immediately dispatched countless beast insects in all directions. These creatures served as his eyes. Scouting the path ahead, Chen Nian proceeded with utmost caution. He understood that this ancient battlefield was rife with the remnants of battles fought by emperor-level warriors. A moment's carelessness could cost him his life without even a chance to react. After waiting for about 15 minutes, one of the beast insects reported a disturbance. According to the mother insect's description, there lay a massive stone tablet in the southeast, inscribed with something significant. Chen Nian pondered for a moment, then set off toward the southeast with the mother insect in tow. Within a few dozen breaths, he arrived at the location indicated by the beast insect. Before him stood a colossal stone tablet, upon which rested a gigantic human skeleton, impaled by a long spear. The identity of the skeleton's owner was indistinguishable, but it was evident that he had been pierced through the chest and met his demise swiftly and decisively. The stone tablet was densely covered with unfamiliar inscriptions, presumably ancient characters that were vastly different from contemporary script. Just as Chen Nian became engrossed in his observations, a voice resonated from the tablet, aged yet tinged with excitement. After so many years, I have finally laid eyes upon a living soul. Heaven be merciful. The voice was both mournful and exhilarated. In the next moment, an elderly spirit materialized before Chen Nian. With long eyebrows and a beard, his countenance bore a gentle demeanor. Young man, what is the current year? How long has it been since that great battle? Chen Nian furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, It has been over 1,000,000 years. Over 1,000,000 years. The old man murmured, astonished. So much time has passed, alas. He sighed deeply and continued, Young man, would you be so kind as to extract that spear for me? The old man's request was laced with desperation. The spear pinned his corpse to the stone tablet, binding his soul in place and severely depleting its strength. Once a being of emperor-level prowess, his soul now barely retained the power of a saint king. However, Chen Nian hesitated to comply. Despite the old man's corporeal demise, he was still an emperor-level powerhouse, who could ascertain whether he harbored benevolent intentions or nefarious designs. The spear clearly exerted control over his body, and Chen Nian was not willing to relinquish that hold without caution. With a slight smile, Chen Nian inquired, Elder, could you recount the events of that battle over 1,000,000 years ago? The old man paused, then sighed. It was a brutal conflict, claiming countless lives across the 3,000 domains, with scarcely 1 in 10 emperor-level warriors surviving. First, remove the spear, and I shall sit down with you to discuss in detail. I see great potential in you. I could impart all my knowledge and legacy. What say you? The allure of the old man's offer was potent. For an ordinary individual, the prospect of inheriting the legacy of an emperor-level warrior might spur an impulsive agreement. After all, such an inheritance could serve as the key to transcending to emperor-level oneself, an opportunity not easily forsaken. However, to Chen Nian, the offer held little allure. He was already endowed with the legacy of the formidable Zixiao divine emperor and possessed a system of extraordinary capabilities. He had no need for the old man's teachings and found him rather suspect. The urgency and subtle coaxing in the elder's tone led Chen Nian to suspect ulterior motives. The vast expanse of the 3,000 domains harbored various techniques capable of seizing a warrior's body. The old man had once been an emperor. Surely he possessed such capabilities. Shaking his head with a smile, Chen Nian replied, No need for your concern, elder. Your legacy is best kept for yourself. I shall not require it. Since you are unwilling to discuss further, I shall take my leave. Chen Nian's demeanor incited immediate alarm in the old man. Leave? That is not an option. After waiting for 1,000,000 years for someone to arrive, I cannot allow you to depart. Otherwise, I would be condemned to wait eons more, and my soul would dissipate entirely. Wait. The old man suddenly called out, his tone turning cold, the previous warmth vanishing. Young man, think wisely. Now that you are here, leaving will not be so simple. Though I have been imprisoned for 1,000,000 years, my soul still possesses the strength of a saint king. Should you choose to be obstinate, do not blame me for being ungracious. His gaze sharpened, betraying a predatory intent. For a creature that had languished for over 1,000,000 years, the greatest desire was to see the light of day again. This might be his only chance, and he would not relinquish it easily. Chen Nian, however, displayed no fear, a hint of amusement in his voice. Oh, is that so? It seems you intend to act against me? The elder scoffed. I offer you a chance. Remove that spear, and I shall assist you in breaking through to emperor level. A mutually beneficial arrangement, is it not? Mutually beneficial? Chen Nian regarded him as though he were a fool. Am I a simpleton? His words left the old man momentarily speechless. If I release you, you would be the first to consume me. I suspect you possess techniques for body snatching, do you not? The old man's expression faltered at being so easily unraveled, though he quickly regained composure, sneering. Since you have seen through me, I shall abandon pretense. You sought your own demise. Initially, the old man had intended to entice Chen Nian, but now he felt cornered. Yet, he remained unfazed. He had once been an emperor. Although 1,000,000 years had diminished his soul's strength, he still retained the power of an early saint king, far beyond the capabilities of a mere royal realm youth. Chen Nian, however, remained calm, a smirk playing on his lips. Come forth. As soon as he spoke, Wang Jin slowly emerged from his body. The sudden appearance of another spirit astonished the old man. He had not anticipated that Chen Nian harbored another soul, and this one seemed formidable. Old fool, dare to threaten me? Today, I shall extract your soul and send you into oblivion. Soul extraction was a common practice among practitioners of the demonic path. Chen Nian had access to such techniques from the Chen family's library. The old man felt a surge of fear, but maintained a facade of bravado. You are overly confident, young one. I am still a powerful emperor. Chen Nian scoffed dismissively. Emperor? A mere wretched old dog clinging to life. Wang Jun, capture this old rascal. Chen Nian's voice was frigid, yet brimming with confidence. Although Wang Jun's strength paled in comparison to late-stage Saint Kings, he was more than capable of overpowering the old man. After all, what could a creature clinging to life for over 1,000,000 years hope to achieve? Yes, Wang Jun responded, then vanished like a specter, appearing before the old man with alarming swiftness. The old man was taken aback by Wang Jun's sudden advance. The speed of Wang Jun was astonishing, akin to that of a specter. Were it in his imperial era, such an attack would have been utterly inconsequential. However, at present, he possessed merely the initial stage of the Holy King realm and was but a soul entity, rendering him ill-equipped to confront such an offensive. With a thunderous roar, the elderly man was grievously wounded by a single punch from Wang Jun. The disparity between the initial stage and the late stage of the Holy King realm is not negligible. Furthermore, this old fellow had been sealed for over 1,000,000 years. His combat prowess long since faded. How is this possible? You harbor a soul of a holy king within you. The old man's eyes were wide with horror. His misfortune lay in encountering Chen Nian. Had it been any other prodigy, he might have been doomed. Chen Nian let out a cold chuckle. Disregarding the old man and commanding Wang Jun, cripple this old fool and imprison him. Yes, Wang Jun executed Chen Nian's command without hesitation. In mere moments, the old man was confined, his aura sealed, unable to wield any soul power. Chen Nian gazed at him mockingly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. An emperor? What of it? Merely an old dog. At that moment, the elder was in a state of panic, uncertain of Chen Nian's intentions. Young man, shall we have a proper discussion? He stammered. I am an emperor from 1,000,000 years ago, possessing vast knowledge. Rest assured, I will share everything. A smirk curled at the corners of Chen Nian's lips. Begging for mercy? Too late. Had I not known your background, I might have entertained a conversation. But now that you are my prisoner, you have no right to engage in discourse with me. With that, he stepped closer, a mischievous grin gracing his features. The old man, sensing the shift in atmosphere, trembled nervously. You wouldn't dare to search my soul, would you? The old man understood the implications of a soul search. If successful, the subject could suffer severe cognitive damage or even insanity. Chen Nian's smile widened. Clever. Without further ado, he placed his right hand atop the old man's head. Instantly, a dark energy emanated from him, enveloping the elder. Ah! The old man screamed in agony as he felt his soul being invaded, his face contorted in a grotesque expression. Bound by Wang Jun, he was unable to muster even a trace of soul power to escape. Chen Nian, drenched in sweat, focused intently on the soul search. The vast expanse of the elder's past replayed in his mind. Despite the passage of over 1,000,000 years, the remnants of the emperor's soul still held formidable power, warranting Chen Nian's utmost caution. Fortunately, The elder's essence had waned significantly over the millennia. Otherwise, Chen Nian would have found the soul search exceedingly challenging. After roughly half an hour, Chen Nian released his grip, exhaling deeply. His vital energy had been considerably depleted, yet he had gleaned a substantial understanding of the old man's life. However, the elder was merely a fragment of a soul. His memories were incomplete, yet they were still voluminous enough for Chen Nian's purposes. "Young master, are you all right?" Wang Zhen inquired softly. Chen Nian shook his head, casting a glance at the unconscious old man, uncertain if he had become senile. "No matter. This old fellow's origins are quite remarkable." From the soul search, Chen Nian discovered that the old man's name was the Black Mountain Emperor, a formidable figure from ancient times. He was known for his cowardice and lust for beauty. During a great battle, the elder had been a key combatant. After all, an emperor-level warrior is inherently powerful in any era. However, the elder had made a grave mistake. On the eve of battle, he forcefully took a holy king warrior against her will. For an emperor, such an act was not insignificant, especially with impending conflict on the horizon. Yet, he lacked foresight, as the woman he violated was the younger sister of the Heavenly Eye Emperor, a powerful ally of the Purple Sky Emperor. Upon learning of his sister's plight, the Heavenly Eye Emperor was furious. Consequently, the Purple Sky Emperor executed the Black Mountain Emperor before the battle commenced, piercing him with a long spear and sealing his fate in this realm for 1,000,000 years. Unable to be reborn. After absorbing the old man's life story, Chen Nian felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Truly, the audacity was astounding. Nevertheless, this knowledge unveiled certain secrets of the ancient era. Many emperors had perished in that fierce battle, and thereafter, all the emperors of the 3,000 domains vanished without a trace. However, the elder's memories were severely lacking, omitting details about his adversaries and the reasons for the conflict. As if meticulously erased, Chen Nian regarded the Black Mountain Emperor with a strange expression. Who were the foes from over 1,000,000 years ago? Why did all the emperors disappear overnight? These questions lingered as enigmas. Chen Nian pondered for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, recognizing the scarcity of clues. He resolved to explore further within the ancient battlefield, hopeful for answers. "Wang Zhen, at your service." With a glance at the unconscious elder, Chen Nian declared, "Eliminate him. This old fool is not to be spared." Chen Nian harbored no compassion, especially for one who had sought to ensnare him. "Yes." Wang Zhen nodded affirmatively. He then concentrated his energy, unleashing a wave of spirit force that enveloped the elder. In an instant, the old man's soul dissipated into the ether, leaving no chance for rebirth. Chen Nian stepped forward and withdrew the long spear that had slain the emperor. A weapon capable of piercing an emperor's heart was certainly no ordinary item. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a divine artifact. However, due to its prolonged presence in the ancient battlefield, it had lost its spiritual essence. With proper cultivation, it could potentially regain its former prowess, especially since it had been imbued with imperial blood. With a smile, Chen Nian placed the spear into his spatial ring. This endeavor had yielded considerable rewards. Not only had he unearthed ancient secrets from the old man's soul, but he had also acquired ancient texts and techniques. For the elder, despite his diminished essence, retained knowledge of formidable martial arts. Moreover, he had obtained a divine artifact spear. A remarkable windfall indeed. He glanced at Wang Zhen and said, "I shall impart to you a technique known as Holy Soul Art, which is suitable for your soul entity to cultivate." This technique had been retrieved from the elder's soul. Chen Nian had initially intended to cultivate it himself, but the elder had been both physically and spiritually impaled by the spear, leaving him unable to practice, merely witnessing the degradation of his own soul. Initially, one might have thought that their life would remain unchanged, with no hope of advancing their cultivation. Merely surviving was a luxury. Unexpectedly, Chen Nian provided him with a cultivation technique. Without hesitation, Chen Nian recited the technique aloud. Although lengthy, for Wang Zhen, a master at the Saint King level, it was simple to memorize. In less than 15 minutes, Chen Nian finished reciting the technique. This technique was not from the Black Mountain Emperor, but one he had acquired during his youth in a secret realm. At that time, his cultivation was already considerable, so there was no need to switch techniques. Thus, he merely stored it in his memory without practicing it. The origin of this technique was remarkable. Classified as a 9-star technique, mastering it to its fullest might even allow one to break through to the Emperor realm. Regardless, this technique offered Wang Zhen an opportunity for advancement, filling his heart with immense gratitude. "Thank you, young master," Wang Zhen exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement as he knelt before Chen Nian. With a gentle smile, Chen Nian waved his hand. "Rise, there is no need for such courtesies." Despite the previous conflicts between the Nine Heavens Demon Domain and the Scarlet Flame Divine Domain, the latter had become a thing of the past. Under the influence of Chen Nian's soul binding, Wang Zhen's loyalty to him was steadfast. Soul binding was a fearsome ability. It not only controlled the soul, but also subtly instilled enduring loyalty over time. Wang Zhen had been following Chen Nian for some time, and his mind had already been imprinted with unwavering loyalty. Thus, Chen Nian was generous towards him. Furthermore, the stronger Wang Zhen became, the more formidable Chen Nian's hidden cards would be, as Wang Zhen was one of his greatest assets. After imparting the technique to Wang Zhen, Chen Nian summoned him into his spatial realm. He scoured the vicinity, but found nothing. Subsequently, he released the mother insect, allowing countless beast insects to scout ahead. The ancient battlefield was fraught with peril, and Chen Nian prioritized safety. Time passed swiftly. After a full day of searching the ancient battlefield, Chen Nian found nothing. The secret realm was vast yet eerily empty, with only dilapidated cottages, crumbling roads, and a blood-red sunset. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Suddenly, the beast insects transmitted information indicating the presence of a cave in the northeastern direction. Entering the cave seemed to reveal a hidden paradise. Receiving this information, Chen Nian hurriedly followed the insects. Soon, he arrived at the cave, its entrance ensnared by countless vines, effectively sealing it off. Had it not been for the insect's discovery, it might have gone unnoticed for quite some time. Cautiously, Chen Nian approached, using his sword to sever the vines, and then stepped inside. The cave's size was indeterminate, but he soon encountered a winding path. Releasing the beast insects to scout ahead, he proceeded slowly. After traversing several dozen meters, he reached a substantial circular chamber, eerily silent and devoid of decoration, save for an eye-catching crystal coffin. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. What is this? A crystal coffin in the ancient battlefield? His curiosity surged as he approached, his breathing quickening. Upon reaching the coffin, he gasped in astonishment. Inside lay an exquisitely beautiful woman. Chen Nian's breath quickened again, his gaze laden with intrigue. The woman's beauty was extraordinary. Her delicate features and skin resembled fine jade, her eyes exuding a gentle intelligence. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering like golden threads, softly resting upon her shoulders. She was breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even Lin Qingcheng in elegance. Yet, there was no hint of lewdness in Chen Nian's gaze. He recognized that this woman, resting within the coffin, was undoubtedly a figure from over 1,000,000 years ago. After such a span of time, her physical form remained astonishingly pristine, devoid of decay, an unbelievable phenomenon. Who could this woman be? Chen Nian pondered, narrowing his eyes. Uncertain of her identity, he summoned Wang Zhen. After all, he had once been an elder of the Scarlet Flame Divine Dynasty, one of the 10 prominent powers in ancient times with deep roots. Perhaps he had knowledge regarding the woman within the coffin. Greetings, young master. Wang Zhen knelt in respect. Chen Nian nodded and inquired, what can you tell me about this woman? Wang Zhen's gaze shifted to the stunning figure within the crystal coffin. Captivated by her beauty, he inhaled sharply, then furrowed his brow. After a lengthy contemplation, he shook his head, reporting to you, young master, I have never heard of this woman. Records from over 1,000,000 years ago in the 3,000 domains are scarce, and I am unaware of her identity. However, Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. However, what? But I do know something about this crystal coffin, Wang Zhen began slowly. This crystal coffin is an ancient artifact. It is said that at the peak of the sacred mountain, there exists such a crystal coffin, a divine object of the divine realm, unique in the world. A living person who enters this coffin can sleep eternally, remaining youthful, with their cultivation unextinguished, existing through the ages. Understand that the phrase existing through the ages is immensely tempting for cultivators, even for emperor-level beings. Although such powerful individuals possess strength, they are still threatened by the passage of time. They may live for hundreds of thousands of years, but their lifespans will eventually dwindle. Yet, if an emperor were to reside within this coffin, their lifespan would remain intact, allowing them to exist through the ages. What an alluring prospect. Chen Nian listened, incredulous as he gazed at the crystal coffin and the woman within. This indicated that the woman might still be alive, and quite possibly of formidable strength, perhaps even an emperor-level being. Younger master, should we open this coffin? Chapter 146, Divine Race? To open the coffin? Chen Nian pondered momentarily before decisively shaking his head. He was uncertain of the woman's identity, but he was certain that her cultivation background was far from ordinary. After all, this crystal coffin had tempted countless emperor-level beings, attesting to the woman's extraordinary nature. If he were to open it, Chen Nian was unsure if he could contend with this stunning woman. Even with Wang Zhen by his side, victory was not guaranteed. Even if she had been in slumber for 1,000,000 years, Chen Nian felt no assurance. Thus, he did not wish to take this risk. Who knew what kind of identity this woman possessed, and whether she posed any threat to him? All remained unknown. Therefore, he resolutely declared, "Not yet. Let us first place it within the heavenly tower." With that, Chen Nian stored the crystal coffin within the heavenly tower. As the woman was a living being, she could not be placed within a spatial ring and had to be temporarily housed in the heavenly tower. Just as Chen Nian secured her within, a cacophony of immense noise erupted from outside the cave. He frowned and promptly exited with Wang Zhen. Upon emerging, Chen Nian was stunned by the sight before him. The previously dark sky had brightened, a sacred aura erupting from the ground, sweeping across the entire ancient battlefield's secret realm. "What is happening?" Chen Nian inquired, furrowing his brow. Wang Zhen shook his head but focused his gaze toward the northwestern direction, slowly speaking, "Young master, it seems there is an issue over there." The northwestern direction? In that place, an endless aura of sanctity was emerging from the earth, illuminating the entire sky. Yet, this aura instilled a profound discomfort within Chen Nian, who could not precisely discern its nature, only sensing its strangeness and repugnance. "Let us go take a look. There must be an issue over there." The two swiftly maneuvered, hastening towards the source. After approximately 15 minutes of rapid travel, they beheld an unusual phenomenon not far ahead. The ground had split open, resembling a vast chasm, from which countless golden rays emanated, illuminating the entire secret realm. At that moment, dozens of auras surged in from all directions. Chen Nian recognized these familiar presences. They belonged to the prodigious warriors of the 3,000 domains. Soon, he spotted Lin Qingcheng and Ai Huang and several other top-tier prodigies racing towards them. They too had sensed the anomaly and hurried over. "Chen Nian, are you unharmed?" Lin Qingcheng, detecting Chen Nian's aura, rushed to his side. Chen Nian smiled and shook his head, saying, "I am fine, but there seems to be a great terror beneath the ground. We should keep our distance." Unsure of what lay beneath that surface, he instructed the others to refrain from approaching. Lin Qingcheng and Ai Huang exchanged glances and obediently stood beside him. Although the three did not advance, their curiosity was palpable. A few prodigious warriors stealthily approached the edge of the fissure, peering into the abyss. The collective gaze of the crowd followed. However, before anyone could react, 3 of those warriors were suddenly engulfed by a massive tentacle, their screams echoing before silence fell once more. The remaining onlookers exchanged apprehensive glances, their expressions turning grave. Li Mashuan noticed the direction of Chen Nian and hurried over. He spoke plainly, "It seems there is something terrifying within. It cannot be trivial." As he released his spiritual awareness to explore the fissure, he was met with a formidable presence that sent a chill down his spine. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, studying the chasm with a weighty gaze. All eyes converged on this ominous sight. Just as the crowd was gripped by uncertainty, the fissure widened with a thunderous sound, startling everyone. Then, from within the chasm, a resplendent golden figure began to ascend. The onlookers beheld a being clad in golden threads, emanating a soft golden light, wielding a long spear, rising gracefully from the depths. The sacred aura surrounding it seemed to possess an almost divine quality. Not far away, Qin Chuan rushed over, his eyes filled with astonishment. That is a deity." "A deity?" Chen Nian and Li Mashuan were taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Qin Chuan hastily explained. Deities belong to a realm above the 3,000 domains, known as the divine realm. The practitioners within are referred to as the divine clan, radiating an aura of sanctity. In ancient times, there was a passage connecting the divine realm and the 3,000 domains, but for reasons unknown, it has been permanently sealed, and no one can reopen it. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's account, Chen Nian and Li Mashuan displayed expressions of shock. The divine clan. This was a race entirely foreign to them. Even Qin Chuan had only read about them in ancient texts. Encountering such a figure today was a striking revelation. Man stepped forward, scoffing, "What nonsense is this divine clan? Arrogant. No matter how strong they cannot surpass my barbarian clan." His eyes were filled with disdain. In his view, only the barbarian deity could rightfully claim the title of deity. No other race held such a privilege. Chen Nian remained silent, contemplating the information he had gathered. According to Qin Chuan, the passage between the 3,000 domains and the divine realm was once open, but its closure remained a mystery. Furthermore, a cataclysmic battle had erupted in this ancient battlefield, resulting in the disappearance of all emperor-level warriors from the human and barbarian races, along with every species in the 3,000 domains. The existence of the divine clan here suggested a significant connection to that ancient conflict. With this realization, Chen Nian's demeanor shifted, and he muttered, "Prepare to flee." Flee. The others were bewildered by Chen Nian's intent, though they sensed the gravity of his words. This was the foremost prodigy of the younger generation in the 3,000 domains. Contemplating retreat? Man, however, scoffed dismissively. Chen Nian, surely you jest. No matter how formidable this divine clan may be, we are all top-tier prodigies from the 3,000 domains. Is there truly a need to fear them? Chen Nian disregarded Man's remarks, merely rolling his eyes. Not fleeing would be foolish. This is a battlefield. The conflict that erupted in ancient times involved not only emperor-level warriors, but also those of the Saint King realm. Any lesser warriors would simply be fodder. The fact that this divine clan has survived until now suggests they possess at least Saint King-level power, if not emperor-level strength. With that, Chen Nian dismissed Man and began to sprint back with Lin Qingcheng and Inai Huang in tow. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Chuan and Li Mashuan quickly followed suit. While others may have been oblivious, Chen Nian was not one to indulge in theatrics. His retreat signified the seriousness of the matter. The divine clan was undeniably formidable. Wait for me. Don't run off. Man, seeing the others flee, panicked and took off after them. However, as a physical cultivator, his speed was comparatively slow, and his massive frame caused the ground to tremble with each step. Consequently, the gaze of the divine clan fell upon him. The deity's golden eyes brightened, a smirk curling upon his lips as he scoffed, "Human vermin." With that, the divine figure vanished from sight, reappearing in an instant behind Man. Feeling an overwhelming force strike his lower back, Man was sent flying several meters, crashing into a massive tree, which splintered upon impact. He groaned, blood spilling from his mouth, staring in bewilderment at the direction of the divine clan. He had been utterly powerless to resist. Even Chen Nian lacked such overwhelming strength. What is the true strength of this divine race? Weak insects become nourishment for this deity. Michao's pale golden eyes suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, as if they intended to devour Man. His cultivation, suppressed for over 1,000,000 years, left him with barely any divine power remaining, his strength now comparable to that of a mid-stage holy king. However, his mid-stage holy king prowess is not to be equated with the likes of Wang Zhan. The holy king warriors of the divine race are undeniably terrifying. With a mere strike, he could obliterate a soul entity like Wang Zhan, who, despite his original cultivation, would stand no chance against Michao. Michao slowly approached Man. Although this fellow seemed weak, his flesh appeared delectable, and his vitality was robust. Consuming him could restore some of Michao's power. Chen Nian abruptly halted, gazing at the figure of the divine being, declaring, "We cannot allow him to recover his strength. If that divine being devours Man and perhaps some other outstanding warriors, he might regain his previous power, which would be perilous for us. After all, this ancient battlefield is currently a confined space with no means of escape." Li Mashuan and Qin Chuan immediately understood, while Inai Huang and Lin Qingcheng exchanged glances. The four comprehended Chen Nian's intent. Subsequently, the five rushed towards Michao, unleashing their full auras and expending all their true energy. Though they were merely at the emperor level, each possessed strength surpassing that of early-stage Holy Realm warriors. Their combined might was far greater than the mere sum of its parts. Michao sensed a terrifying aura approaching from behind. With a cold smirk, he concentrated, unleashing a torrent of golden divine energy that surged forth. This divine energy carried an enigmatic essence, clashing violently with the true energy of the five, resulting in a cacophony of terrifying sounds. The explosive force flattened the surrounding trees for dozens of meters, sending the five hurtling away, while Michao staggered back a few steps. Intrigued, he regarded them with interest. How fascinating. These five human beings managed to push him back. It was astonishing that these insect-like individuals, merely at the emperor level and not even reaching the Holy Realm, could inflict harm on him, a mid-stage holy king. He sneered at them, "You little human insects. Once I consume this tiny insect, I shall devour you one by one. The talents of the human race should make for excellent supplements." He laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with joy. After being suppressed for over 1,000,000 years, he could feast upon so many of humanity's elites. Their flesh was exquisite, rich in nutrients, potentially allowing him to advance further in his cultivation. However, upon witnessing this scene, Chen Nian's brow furrowed. He knew they could not allow this to continue, otherwise, they might perish here. But, at this moment, they could not rely on Wang Zhan and could only hope for the Tongtian Tower. Yet, it was still in a damaged state, capable of resisting only those below half-step emperor level. If Michao restored his power, they would be doomed. Thus, the only option seemed to be the breathtaking woman within the ice crystal coffin. Although he knew not the identity of this enchanting woman, he was certain she belonged to the human race. Therefore, she should not be allied with the divine race. This was the only solution Chen Nian could conceive. With this thought in mind, he did not hesitate, directly retrieving the ice crystal coffin from the Tontian Tower. Chapter 148. The Moon God Emperor. The group was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the ice crystal coffin beside Chen Nian. Inside lay a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her ethereal beauty surpassing even that of Lin Qingqing. Chen Nian, what? What is this? Lin Qingqing's voice trembled with disbelief. This woman was unknown to her, and no rumors of her had circulated throughout the 3,000 domains. Not just her, the others gazed at Chen Nian with wide-eyed curiosity. Chen Nian took a deep breath and briefly explained, I discovered her in a cave within the ancient battlefield. I hope she can save us. Without hesitation, he opened the ice crystal coffin. As the coffin lid lifted, a chilling aura emanated from its vicinity, releasing strands of terrifying energy. Chen Nian, closest to the coffin, felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him. This oppressive force also affected the others. Meanwhile, Michao sensed something amiss and turned around, his eyes widening in shock upon seeing the woman within the ice crystal coffin, as if he had encountered a ghost. Shock, fear, and disbelief intertwined within him, leaving him momentarily frozen. At that moment, the woman in the ice crystal coffin suddenly opened her eyes. Her stunning visage shifted, and her long lashes fluttered. In the next instant, she fully opened her eyes, which seemed to encompass the entire cosmos, radiating an unfathomable vastness that was hard to behold. She gracefully emerged from the coffin, her delicate feet touching the ground, revealing her exquisite, translucent legs that captivated the gaze of all who beheld her. Moon God Emperor, you are alive. Upon witnessing the emergence of the stunning woman, Michao's eyes filled with panic. How could this be possible? The Moon God Emperor had survived. Yu Ying let out a cold laugh, her gaze distant and aloof as if reflecting moonlight, chilling and detached. Divine race? You all shall perish. As she uttered the word perish, the very heavens seemed to change color. Michao felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as if he would die on the spot if he did not flee immediately. In an instant, his mind was consumed by a singular thought, to run. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing towards the northwest. Perhaps others did not understand, but he was acutely aware of this woman's terrifying nature. He could not fathom how she had survived until now. It was utterly inconceivable. Run? Yu Ying's lips curled into a slight arc, and with a wave of her hand, she invoked the moon god's binding force. The next moment, Michao, who had been fleeing at high speed, was abruptly drawn before Yu Ying by an irresistible force. This terrifying power was something he could not withstand even at his peak, let alone now, as a mere mid-stage holy king. Kneel. Yu Ying's chilling voice resonated, and Michao, as if a puppet on strings, knelt directly onto the ground. Moon God Emperor, spare me. I shall never dare again. Michao, terrified to the point of nearly soiling himself, no longer resembled the proud divine being from before. For him, having survived for over 1,000,000 years, dying now would be a tremendous loss. The dignity of a strong being was no longer of consequence. The others watched in stunned silence, their hearts brimming with curiosity regarding the identity of this woman. Yu Ying wasted no words and directly inquired, what transpired during that great battle? Where did my father and the human race's emperor go? Her voice was clear and resonant, striking Michao's ears like thunder. Michao, unable to meet Yu Ying's gaze, stammered. Moon God Emperor, I am not entirely sure. I only recall that the battle was fierce, involving not only the human race's emperor from the 3,000 domains, but also the majority of our divine race's emperors who suffered heavy casualties. The might of the Lord of the Purple Sky is formidable. He single-handedly battled the two supreme deities of my divine realm without showing any signs of weakness. However, I remain unaware of the subsequent outcome. At that time, although Michao was a powerful emperor, he lacked the qualifications to intervene in such a titanic clash among the pinnacle emperors. He only recalls an unknown warrior who cast him into a rift, after which he feigned death for over 1,000,000 years, only to awaken today. He assumed that in this world, no emperor remained, and with his strength, he could easily dominate. Yet, who could have predicted that upon his first emergence, he would encounter the Moon God Emperor, a figure whose terrifying reputation he had heard of long ago. Damn, it was truly frightening. Upon hearing Michao's words, her brow furrowed slightly. She did not receive the answer she desired, and a flicker of irritation stirred within her. Nonetheless, Mooning understood that Michao spoke no falsehoods. He lacked the audacity to do so. Michao cautiously observed Moon Ying's expression and, clearing his throat, asked in a hushed tone, Moon God Emperor, may I take my leave? Leave? Where to? Moon Ying replied with a cold chuckle, her tone laced with derision. The so-called divine clan was merely a gathering of cowardly souls. Michao found himself momentarily speechless. However, before he could respond, Mooning interjected. How about this? I shall escort you on your way. With that, Moon Ying's right hand coalesced. Countless beams of moonlight converging as if the chilling power of the moon enveloped Michao entirely. Upon witnessing this, Michao panicked. Moon God Emperor, you are not being trustworthy. Untrustworthy? Huh. Trust is a concept reserved for human warriors. You, a member of the divine clan, are unworthy of it. With a wave of her hand, the moon god emperor reduced Michao to mere dust, which promptly vanished into the ether, leaving no trace behind. Her deepest loathing was reserved for the divine clan. Were it not for them, she would not have met such a fate. Damn the divine clan! Mooning scoffed, then turned her gaze toward the crystalline coffin. She gently caressed it. It was the last remnant left to her by her father. Her eyes brimmed with nostalgia. Chen Nian and the others remained silent, waiting quietly at her side. Time passed, and eventually, Mooning stored away the crystalline coffin, inhaled deeply, and fixed her cold gaze upon Chen Nian and the others, making it difficult for them to meet her eyes. What time is it? Chapter 149, Sister. Sister? Upon hearing her words, Chen Nian and the others paused momentarily before responding. It has been over 1,000,000 years since that war. Over 1,000,000 years. The revelation left Moon Ying's eyes clouded with bewilderment. She had not anticipated that she had been in slumber for such an extensive period. 1,000,000 years had transformed the world beyond recognition. Moon Ying murmured softly, then turned her attention to Lin Qingqing. Although the girl lacked high cultivation, she emanated a familiar aura that resonated deeply with Moon Ying. Excuse me, what is your name? Which sect do you belong to? Lin Qingqing was taken aback by the question from the stunning woman before her. She quickly bowed and replied, respectfully, I am Lin Qingqing, the current holy maiden of the Purple Sky Divine Sect. The Purple Sky Divine Sect. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Moon Ying's eyes, and she spoke with palpable excitement. After more than 1,000,000 years, the Purple Sky Divine Sect still exists? Father would surely be delighted to know. Indeed, Moon Ying was the biological daughter of the Purple Sky God Emperor and the first holy maiden of the Purple Sky Divine Sect, her power rivaling that of the strongest 3 deities under her father's command. Lin Qingqing, realizing the significance of Moon Ying's words, cautiously inquired, May I ask who you are? Esteemed elder? Moon Ying's exquisite face displayed a look of reminiscence as she replied softly, I am Moon Ying, the first holy maiden of the Purple Sky Divine Sect and the biological daughter of the Purple Sky God Emperor. The revelation left everyone astounded, including Chen Nian, whose eyes were filled with shock. They could hardly believe that the woman in the crystalline coffin was the daughter of the Purple Sky God Emperor and the first holy maiden of the sect. Lin Qingqing's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. I am Lin Qingqing, paying my respects to the holy maiden. Seeing this, Moon Ying's expression softened slightly. She approached Lin Qingqing, gently lifting her with a smile, saying, there is no need for such formality. She then scanned the faces of Qin Chuan, Li Mo Xian, Man, and Chen Nian. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as her gaze settled on Chen Nian. At that moment, their eyes locked, and Chen Nian sensed her curiosity. It was essential to remember that during the secretive trials of the Purple Sky Divine Sect, Chen Nian had acquired the legacy of the Purple Sky God Emperor, and the Celestial Tower still resided with him. Thus, it was only natural for Moon Ying to detect the aura of the Purple Sky God Emperor emanating from Chen Nian. Esteemed elder, may I have a word with you privately? Chen Nian requested, wishing to keep his connection to the legacy and the Celestial Tower concealed. Moon Ying, discerning his intentions, nodded in agreement. With a slight movement of her eyes, a vast wave of spiritual energy surged throughout the ancient secret realm. In the next moment, all the other aspirants, including Lin Qingqing, vanished, leaving only Chen Nian and Moon Ying in the space, as if the others had never existed. I have created a space using my own laws. There is no one else here, so you need not worry, Moon Ying stated, having recognized Chen Nian's apprehension. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian no longer hesitated and produced the Celestial Tower. As Moon Ying laid eyes upon it, she was momentarily stunned. This is my father's weapon, the Celestial Tower. How could it be in your possession? Her gaze sharpened, and an immense pressure emanated from her, causing Chen Nian to feel the weight of her presence. After all, she was an emperor-level warrior, capable of ending lives with a mere glance. Sensing her doubt, Chen Nian quickly explained, esteemed elder, many years ago, I received the legacy of the Purple Sky God Emperor. This Celestial Tower was bestowed upon me by him. Received my father's legacy? This Celestial Tower was given by him? How can this be? Moon Ying thought, knowing her father was incredibly discerning. During the ancient times, countless talented warriors sought to apprentice under the purple sky god emperor. Some even journeyed from the west to the east, step by step, just to become his disciple. Yet, the purple sky god emperor only took in 2 disciples throughout his life, each exceptional enough to dominate an era. Tragically, both perished in the Great War, and even so, the purple sky god emperor was not one to easily accept apprentices. Could Chen Nian truly be worthy? Feeling the skepticism in Moon Ying's gaze, Chen Nian unleashed his full aura, revealing the supreme demon body. The moment Moon Ying sensed the aura emanating from him, she understood. No wonder my father chose Chen Nian as his disciple. He too possesses the supreme demon body. That explains everything. With the realization that Chen Nian was indeed her father's disciple, Moon Ying's doubts dissipated, and her expression softened significantly. Younger disciple, I apologize, my earlier behavior was uncalled for. Now that he was recognized as family, Moon Ying shed her usual cold demeanor reserved for outsiders. After all, Chen Nian was chosen by her father, and she trusted him completely. Chen Nian, hearing her words, remained calm on the surface while his heart brimmed with joy. Unexpectedly, the divine Emperor Zixiao has acquired a formidable enforcer. While Chen Nian is uncertain of Yu Ying's precise capabilities, she undoubtedly stands among the pinnacle of power across the entire 3,000 domains. Even his own father may not be her equal. If she were to be revealed, she could easily dominate the Buddhist realm. With a smile, Chen Nian remarked, I am unharmed, senior sister. I never imagined that upon entering this secret realm, I would encounter you. It is indeed fate. Yu Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is fate. What brings you to this secret realm? Chen Nian candidly responded, to answer, senior sister, this marks the first and only day the ancient battlefield opens. We, the proud warriors of the 3,000 domains, have come to seek our fortunes. Yu Ying nodded lightly, understanding the implications. Junior brother, I have a favor to ask of you, she said. A favor? A person of such caliber seeks my assistance? Chen Nian, naturally, did not dare to be negligent and promptly replied, please, senior sister, speak. I shall go through fire and water for you. Yu Ying smiled gently and waved her hand. Do not worry, it is not so grave. Use your tower of heaven to take me away, and do not disclose my existence to anyone else. Chen Nian was taken aback, but quickly understood the potential chaos that would ensue should others learn of Yu Ying's presence. She epitomized the highest combat prowess within the 3,000 domains, and her existence would undoubtedly disrupt the existing balance of power. More importantly, she preferred to avoid complications. Having slumbered for over 1,000,000 years, her cultivation was not yet fully restored, necessitating a period of rest. Chen Nian readily acquiesced, nodding with a smile, rest assured. Senior sister. However, he quickly added, but they have just seen you and are aware of your origins. It may be difficult to conceal. Yu Ying smiled lightly, her lips curling in a manner that seemed capable of melting the entire icy world. It matters not. I shall erase their memories of this moment using my divine abilities. Chen Nian had no objections to this. After they had discussed the specifics, Yu Ying swiftly dispelled her divine power, and the two returned to the realm of reality. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the others, Yu Ying unleashed her divine abilities, erasing their memories. In that instant, all warriors in the ancient battlefield, save for Chen Nian, froze in place as Yu Ying obliterated their memories from the moment of her emergence. Without hesitation, she then concealed herself within Chen Nian's tower of heaven. Upon returning to the tower, Yu Ying felt a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of her childhood under her father's indulgence. She communicated through thought to Chen Nian, junior brother. If you seek treasures, head northeast for about 200 miles to a valley where you may find something valuable. The ancient battlefield had endured for over 1,000,000 years. And though Yu Ying was uncertain of all that lay within, she had a general idea. Chen Nian replied, all right. After Yu Ying spoke, those whose memories she had erased began to awaken. Liemo Xian opened his eyes, feeling a slight dizziness, and surveyed his surroundings with a strange sense of familiarity. It felt as if he had forgotten something significant. As a royal realm warrior, he prided himself on his impeccable memory, so this sensation of forgetfulness was perplexing. Not only he, but Qin Chuan, Man Man, Lin Qingcheng, and Ni Huang all awoke, sharing similar sentiments. Chen Nian, did something occur just now? Liemo Xian inquired. Having spotted Chen Nian awake first, Chen Nian feigned ignorance, shaking his head nonchalantly. I do not know. I have just awakened. The others accepted this without suspicion, recognizing that Chen Nian's high cultivation level allowed him to awaken slightly earlier. Goodness, I am in so much pain. Who on earth struck me? Man Man exclaimed, noticing the multitude of injuries adorning his body. Awakening to find himself severely wounded was excruciating. The group began to check for injuries, but fortunately, aside from Man-Man. The others were unscathed. Qin Chuan examined Man-Man's wounds, frowning slightly, but ultimately shaking his head in resignation, unable to draw any conclusions. This place may not be secure. Let us split up, Qin Chuan suggested. Despite not knowing what had transpired, it was evident that they were not safe. They had been rendered unconscious without a sound, and it felt as though a portion of their memories had been deliberately erased. Such a feat could only be accomplished by someone formidable. The group agreed without objection. Lin Qingcheng and Ni Huang followed Chen Nian northeast, heading towards the valley Yu Ying had indicated, while Qin Chuan ventured southwest, and Li Mo Xian headed north. Man, heavily injured and uncertain of his condition, found a small cave to recuperate. Though his physique was robust, he had been attacked by a divine warrior of the sacred king realm, leaving him in a precarious state. The divine power within him continued to wreak havoc, and without timely treatment, it could lead to lifelong complications. As they separated, Lin Qingcheng wore a furrowed brow, a persistent sense of familiarity enveloping her. Yet she could not recall what had just occurred. Young master, look, there is a valley ahead. Ni Huang's voice rang out. The group turned to see a vast valley, lush with flowers and trees, in stark contrast to the overgrown, desolate battlefield. Chen Nian and Lin Qingcheng exchanged glances and quickened their pace towards the valley. Just as Chen Nian was about to step inside, he heard Yu Ying's voice in his mind. Wait, junior brother. Chen Nian halted abruptly, his foot poised in midair, then retreated. What is it, senior sister? He inquired mentally. Yu Ying cautioned him. Junior brother, there is a lethal formation surrounding the valley. Even warriors of the sacred king realm would likely meet a dire fate if they entered. A lethal formation? Chen Nian pondered, realizing that beneath the serene facade of the valley lay peril. Is there a way to dismantle it? Yu Ying calmly nodded. Do not fret. All formations have a focal point. Locate it, and the formation can be easily neutralized. She then surveyed the area and fixed her gaze towards the northeast. Walk 50 steps northeast. There lies a massive boulder. The core of the formation is concealed within it. Shatter that boulder, and the formation will dissipate. Although the formation was intricate, it posed little challenge for Yu Ying. With her current strength, she could dismantle it with relative ease. However, to avoid complications, she chose not to resort to brute force. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian called out to Lin Qingcheng and Ni Huang. Stop. Let us not advance just yet. What is it? They queried simultaneously. Without responding, Chen Nian released a small insect to scout the valley. As the insect flew just a few meters forward, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from within the valley. Instantly, the insect was obliterated by a devastating beam of light, scattering its remnants into the air. Chapter 151. The valley. The two individuals were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sudden surge of spiritual energy. Chen Nian slowly explained. There exists a formidable killing formation surrounding this valley. Even a practitioner at the Saint King realm would likely meet their demise if they were to enter. Indeed, even a Saint King warrior would find little fortune within. Upon hearing this, the pair quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, Chen Nian had called out to them just in time. Otherwise, they might have perished here. Without hesitation, Chen Nian strode toward a massive boulder. He struck it forcefully with his palm, causing it to shatter into countless pieces. Amidst their confusion, Chen Nian elucidated, this boulder serves as the eye of the killing formation. Only by shattering it can the formation be dispelled. The two finally grasped the situation. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, they possessed only a rudimentary understanding of formations. Let us proceed. Very well, they replied in unison, promptly following Chen Nian. Suddenly, the voice of Yu Ying echoed in their minds. Little junior brother, that beast insect you summoned earlier seems somewhat familiar. Could it be a creature nurtured by the Yuhuang mother insect? Yu Ying's knowledge of the Yuhuang mother insect was limited, though she had encountered it during ancient times. This creature was a rare and extraordinary beast, capable of existing only once in an era. Moreover, its method of cultivation was peculiar. It thrived on consumption, growing stronger with each spiritually rich morsel it devoured. However, its combat capabilities were weak. Yet it could summon countless insect warriors to fight on its behalf. In ancient times, a Yuhuang mother insect had reached the emperor realm. Many powerful emperors had attempted to seek out the mother insect, but were devoured by the offspring it had birthed before they could even lay eyes on it. Though the insects cultivated by the Yuhuang mother insect were weaker than practitioners of the same realm, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Chen Nian, acknowledging her insight, nodded and replied. Indeed, during my entry into the Zixiao divine sect's secret realm, I stumbled upon a Yuhuang mother insect and employed some methods to enslave it. This revelation left Yu Ying in shock. To enslave a Yuhuang mother insect? That is an accomplishment beyond the reach of many emperors. Chen Nian had achieved what many could not. If the Yuhuang mother insect were to mature, it would undoubtedly become a significant asset for him. Just imagine. Should the mother insect one day ascend to the Emperor realm, it could summon countless Emperor-level insect warriors. What a terrifying sight that would be. I never anticipated that a mother insect existed within the Zixiao divine sect's secret realm. Junior brother, you are indeed fortunate. Even Yuing could not help but admire Chen Nian's good fortune. Chen Nian smiled modestly, saying nothing further. Unbeknownst to her, he had also planted a tree of life on the 7th level of the Tower of Heaven, which would mature in about a decade. If Yuing were to learn of this, she would likely be left astounded. Before long, the trio entered the valley. Immediately, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped them, nearly palpable in its richness. My heavens, these are all spiritual herbs, Lin Qingcheng exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she surveyed the vast expanse of spiritual flora. These herbs are at least 6 stars in quality, with the majority being 8 or even 9 stars. Some have existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Their medicinal properties surpassing those of similar grade herbs in the 3,000 domains by a factor of 2. The mountains were blanketed with high-tier herbs, at least 50 to 60,000 specimens. The value of these herbs could rival that of the Jiutian demon domain in the Chen family's possession. This is utterly terrifying. If we were to bring all of these back to the Chen family, there is no doubt that their power would ascend several tiers. Coupled with the various martial techniques we acquired from the Qian divine domain, the Chen family's overall strength would surely rank among the top 3 in the 10 upper domains. Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Qingcheng, Nihuang, let us gather all these herbs. After all, this ancient battlefield would only open once. Should they miss this opportunity, these herbs would remain here, reduced to ashes. It would be better to take them all with them. Understood. The two responded eagerly. Nihuang chimed in, but young master, did the Wuji's divine dynasty not say they would claim 20% of the spoils? 20% might seem trivial, yet if the base value was substantial, it would amount to a considerable sum. The herbs, if divided, could even surpass the worth of a divine artifact. However, Chen Nian was not one to easily concede such a significant portion, especially not with so many spiritual herbs at stake. He smiled mysteriously and said, "Do not worry. You shall collect the herbs in your spatial rings. I will handle the remaining matters." With the Tower of Heaven at his disposal, he could store 99% of the herbs within it, leaving only a few behind. At worst, he could share a few with the Wuji's divine dynasty. Chen Nian was quite cunning. Those who sought to take from him would find it nearly impossible. Seeing his determination, Lin Qingcheng and Ni Huang did not hesitate, promptly utilizing their spatial rings to gather the herbs. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass remained. The allure of high-level spiritual herbs was immense for Ni Huang, who, while collecting them, could not resist taking bites out of some. Chen Nian merely chuckled at her antics. The trio spent the entire afternoon gathering herbs, finally concluding as dusk fell. Over 50,000 herbs filled 3 spatial rings to the brim. With a triumphant smile, Yuing remarked, "Little junior brother, your fortune is almost absurd. To stumble upon such an abundance of high-tier spiritual herbs is truly remarkable." Yuing couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy at Chen Nian's luck. Chen Nian grinned, "All thanks to my senior sister's blessings. Otherwise, I would have surely fallen victim to the killing formation, and such a bountiful harvest would have been impossible." Yuing smiled knowingly. She was not foolish. She understood that Chen Nian possessed the Tower of Heaven, and while the killing formation was powerful, it could not thwart the tower's might. As they walked in silence, Lin Qingcheng and Ni Huang handed their spatial rings to Chen Nian. With a smile, he accepted them, saying, "Once we exit, we shall divide the spoils equally." "No need. Keep it all," Lin Qingcheng responded calmly. Chapter 152. The image stone. Lin Qingcheng's voice was steady, as if the 50,000 high-tier spiritual herbs held no significance in her eyes. Chen Nian smiled gently, choosing not to press the matter further. As members of his inner circle, he would never allow them to suffer any loss. The trio continued deeper into the valley. In the center lay a quaint little grass hut. It appeared well-maintained, clean and tidy, as if someone had occupied it just days prior. "Senior sister, what is the origin of this hut?" Chen Nian inquired telepathically. Yuing shook her head. "I cannot say. The battle lasted an extended period, and on the 13th day, my father summoned me, employing secret techniques to seal me within this ice crystal coffin, claiming it was to conserve strength for humanity." Yuing had only participated in the battle's onset and was entirely unaware of its latter developments. She was just as eager as Chen Nian to uncover the battle's conclusion. However, she then continued, "There is a lingering presence of my father within this hut. Despite being sealed within the ice crystal for over 1,000,000 years, she recognized her father's aura well. The presence of the Zixiao divine emperor within the hut indicated that he had once lived here. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian fell silent. 3 individuals gently pushed open the door to the thatched cottage. Before them lay an extraordinarily clean and orderly abode, featuring a bed, a wooden table, a reclining chair, and a palm fan resting upon the chair. As the door creaked open, a gentle breeze wafted through, causing the chair to sway softly. The scene before them was as ordinary as could be. Gazing upon the familiar surroundings, Yu Ying, concealed within the Tower of Heaven, could not help but tremble. She was certain that this place was indeed her father's residence. In years past, her father had confided in her his desire to find a secluded haven, not one of luxury, but rather a simple thatched cottage furnished with a few tables and chairs, surrounded by blooming flowers and trees. This was precisely what her father had once described. Tears welled in Yu Ying's eyes as she felt an echo of her father's presence. "Little junior brother, what is it?" Chen Nian asked, perplexed, communicating telepathically. "Check beneath the pillow on that bed. See if there is anything there," she instructed. Under the pillow? Chen Nian approached the bed, noting that the pillow was rather simple. Adorned with 2 small embroidered ducks, not particularly intricate, yet seemingly lifelike. "All right," he replied without hesitation, lifting the pillow to reveal a black stone glimmering in the light. He picked up the stone, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed, I was not mistaken," Yu Ying murmured. "This object is known as the Shadow Stone." "The Shadow Stone?" Chen Nian furrowed his brow, recalling having encountered this object in some ancient text. The Shadow Stone was a unique artifact, a natural creation that could not be forged. By infusing it with true energy, one could capture a person's voice and image. Understanding Yu Ying's explanation, Chen Nian nodded, grasping the significance. This stone functions similarly to a video recording device from a past life, capable of preserving sounds and images. It was highly likely that it contained the essence of Yu Ying's father, the legendary Zixiao Divine Emperor. If this were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire realm of the 3,000 domains, for he was the most formidable Zixiao Divine Emperor of legend. "Little junior brother, you must first send those 2 girls away," Yu Ying urged. "Understood," Chen Nian responded, then turned to Lin Qingcheng and Ai Huang. "Qingcheng and Ai Huang, it seems there is a cave dwelling 20 miles to the northwest. You 2 should go investigate, and I shall follow shortly." "A cave dwelling?" The 2 girls, upon hearing this, expressed no doubts and nodded in agreement. With that, they activated their movement techniques and departed toward the northwest. Once they had left, Yu Ying emerged from her concealment within the Tower of Heaven. She gazed at the Shadow Stone in Chen Nian's hands, her eyes shimmering with a mix of emotions. "Little junior brother, please infuse it with your true energy," she instructed. "Very well," Chen Nian responded without hesitation, channeling his true energy into the stone. In an instant, the Shadow Stone erupted in a dazzling display of colors, illuminating the entire thatched cottage with its vibrant glow. Soon after, a figure materialized, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, possessing a dignified demeanor, a prominent mustache, and a square face that radiated authority, exuding an ethereal grace. Upon seeing this apparition, Yu Ying could no longer contain herself. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Father, at long last, I have seen you." This was the first time in over 1,000,000 years, since the icy crystal coffin had entombed her, that Yu Ying gazed upon her father's visage. His familiar features were forever etched in her memory. However, the Zixiao Divine Emperor within the Shadow Stone was utterly oblivious to Yu Ying's presence. As if a program had been activated, he began to speak. "Welcome, young ones, to this place. I am Zixiao Divine Emperor, Yu Xingxin, and I wonder if the descendants of the 3,000 domains still remember me." After uttering these words, the Zixiao Divine Emperor sighed deeply, his gaze drifting to the heavens. His hands clasped behind his back. His eyes seemed to penetrate the very fabric of existence, perceiving the essence of humanity. "I was born invincible, having never tasted defeat. Before reaching the age of 400, I ascended to the realm of the great emperor, shattering the cultivation records of the entire 3,000 domains. The realm of the great emperor is not the end. Beyond it lies another world. After a millennium of toil, I transcended to the realm of the divine emperor. It took me an additional 20,000 years to attain the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm. Just a step away from breaking the legendary shackles to achieve the ultimate position." The Zixiao Divine Emperor recounted his experiences with a calm demeanor. From the moment of his birth, he had never known defeat. He had transcended to the great emperor realm before the age of 400. What was a lifelong dream for others was but a stepping stone for him. He spent a millennium transitioning from the great emperor realm to the divine emperor realm. Yet, his journey did not cease there. He continued his ascension, taking another 20,000 years to reach the apex of the divine emperor realm. Merely a step away from breaking free of constraints and attaining the supreme. Such was the grandeur of his existence. merely by recalling a few of his words. Chen Nian could sense the Zhixiao Divine Emperor's unparalleled might and arrogance throughout his life. The Zhixiao Divine Emperor continued. However, on that fateful day, countless warriors from the Divine Realm breached the passageway to the 3,000 domains and launched a massive assault. Although the era in which I lived was one of prosperity, with numerous great emperors and even a dozen divine emperors, our foundation was far too fragile compared to the Divine Realm. The three divine kings of the Divine Realm, like myself, were at the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm, merely a step away from the ultimate realm. To provide the warriors of the 3,000 domains with a chance at survival, I united the forces of all races within the 3,000 domains to resist the Divine Clan. That battle was a matter of life and death for the 3,000 domains. Every quarter hour, countless warriors of the Saint King and Great Emperor realms perished, and those beneath the Saint King suffered grievous losses. From the Zhixiao Divine Emperor's gaze, Chen Nian could sense the terror of that war, an apocalypse, rivers of blood, the fall of countless strong warriors. These past 2 days have been emotionally overwhelming. I will take a moment to recuperate. Normal updates will resume tomorrow, and today we'll have just one chapter. I apologize for the inconvenience. Chapter 153. Little junior brother, are you out of your mind? Chen Nian and Yu Ying were both engulfed in the memory of that monumental battle, where innumerable strong warriors fell. The bloodshed across the 3,000 domains was unfathomable. The once vast population of trillions had dwindled to less than a fraction of 1%. Yu Ying had also participated in that war and was acutely aware of its horrors. The Divine Clan warriors possessed immense depth, far surpassing the foundation of the warriors from the 3,000 domains. Except for the exceptional talents among them, the remaining warriors paled in comparison to their divine counterparts at the same level. The Zhixiao Divine Emperor continued. In that battle, I faced off against the 3 divine kings. Enduring for 10 days and nights, they could not overpower me. As he spoke, the Zhixiao Divine Emperor stood confidently, hands clasped behind his back. What of the 3 divine kings? Combined, they could not defeat me, were it not for the frail foundation of the warriors in the 3,000 domains, who were vastly outnumbered by their divine counterparts. The outcome of that battle might have been entirely different. Alas, the ancient glory of the 3,000 domains was cut short, as the divine realm invaded prematurely. Had we been granted another 20,000 years, perhaps the outcome would have been different. The Zhixiao Divine Emperor sighed, his voice laden with regret. It is a pity that in the end, despite my best efforts, I fell short. Just a step away, I could have triumphed over them. Yet, I drew upon all my blood and energy to grievously wound the 3 divine kings and sealed the entire 3,000 domains. Even if the 3 divine kings united, they could not breach the seal I placed upon the 3,000 domains. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Before that battle, there had been a passage between the 3,000 domains and the divine realm, allowing for travel between the two. However, after that battle, the Zhixiao Divine Emperor sealed and protected the 3,000 domains, rendering it inaccessible to the Divine Clan. It was precisely due to this action that the 3,000 domains enjoyed an additional 1,000,000 years of survival. Chen Nian could not help but admire the Zhixiao Divine Emperor's greatness. In truth, with his strength, he could have easily dealt with the Divine Clan. If he wished to leave the 3,000 domains for the Divine Realm, he could have traversed the void, taking his family with him. Yet, he chose not to flee. Instead, he sacrificed his very life to ensure 1,000,000 years of peace for the 3,000 domains. Such a tragic, yet noble sacrifice. Yu Ying listened, her heart heavy with emotion. She never anticipated that her father would, at the last moment, employ a secret technique, sacrificing all his vital essence to seal off the entire realm of the 3,000 domains. As she gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, Chen Nian found himself at a loss for words, rendered silent. The Purple Sky God Emperor continued, descendants of the 3,000 domains. Your presence here signifies the awakening of the ancient battlefield. I have long foreseen this day. After enduring the glorious era of antiquity, the 3,000 domains shall once again experience a resurgence after several 100,000 years. Albeit on a scale lesser than that of the ancient times, this shall be the Middle Ages of prosperity. However, following this period, the 3,000 domains will descend into a prolonged valley, where no one shall break through to the Emperor realm, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will become exceedingly scarce. Yet, once the ancient battlefield opens, the spiritual energy will return, and the bottlenecks of the Emperor realm will gradually loosen. But remember, when the ancient battlefield opens, the Divine Clan will invade again after 10,000 years. Indeed, the opening of the ancient battlefield serves as a pivotal juncture, a key moment for a flourishing era of cultivation and the resurgence of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, It also marks the point of the divine clan's descent after 10,000 years. Chen Nian listened in silence, without uttering a word. The divine clan. A strange fire flickered in his gaze. Were it not for the divine clan, the 3,000 domains would undoubtedly shine even brighter. The purple sky god emperor's expression grew grave as he locked eyes with Chen Nian. Although it was merely an image, Chen Nian felt an uncanny sensation that the other could truly see him. Descendant. The invasion of the divine clan aims to seize the world's primal energy of the 3,000 domains to aid their 3 divine kings in breaking through to the supreme realm. If that day arrives, the fate of the 3,000 domains shall rest upon your shoulders. With that, the purple sky god emperor's apparition vanished in an instant, leaving the image stone with a few cracks. This item was a one-time use. The image would soon disappear. Chen Nian took a moment to gather his thoughts before returning to reality. Yu Ying, too, retracted her tearful gaze. Perhaps realizing that her father's intent in placing her within the ice crystal coffin was to prepare for the impending invasion of the divine clan over 1,000,000 years hence. Conserving strength for the 3,000 domains. Senior sister, is the divine clan truly formidable? Chen Nian suddenly inquired. Yu Ying was momentarily taken aback, then fell into contemplation before responding gravely, the divine clan. In that battle of yore, they deployed 90% of their strength, featuring 3 divine kings, 36 divine emperors as guardians, and over 1,000 powerful emperors, not to mention countless warriors of the Saint King and Entry Saint ranks. As she recounted the might of the divine clan, a hint of trepidation flickered in Yu Ying's eyes. The divine clan was undeniably a terrifying presence, with their numbers in both the divine emperor and emperor realms vastly exceeding those of the 3,000 domains. Now, over 1,000,000 years later, the current strength of the divine clan remained unknown to Yu Ying. Junior brother, do you have any thoughts? Chen Nian grinned. What thoughts could I possibly have? A span of 10,000 years is ample time. When the moment arrives, I shall march into the divine domain and ride those 3 divine kings like dogs. Yu Ying was taken aback. What on earth? Has junior brother lost his mind? Do you realize those are 3 divine kings? Beings at the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm, comparable in cultivation to your own father? To claim you would storm the divine domain and treat the 3 divine kings with such disdain, are you dreaming? Junior brother, you can't be serious, can you? Chen Nian smiled slightly. Of course not. According to the purple sky god emperor, once the ancient battlefield's secret realm opens, the spiritual energy of the 3,000 domains will begin to revive. At that point, the shackles of the world will weaken significantly, and the number of emperor realm warriors will increase. Moreover, I possess a system, and 10,000 years is more than sufficient for me. However, these matters cannot be disclosed to Yu Ying, so I refrained from elaborating. After a brief silence, sounds emerged from outside the door. Lin Qingqing and Ni Huang had returned. Yu Ying wasted no time, quickly retreating into Chen Nian's Tower of Heaven. The two returned with expressions of delight. Young master, you are incredible. Approximately 20 miles to the northwest, there truly exists a cave. Sister Qingqing and I went inside and discovered over 200 spatial rings, filled to the brim with items, including numerous cultivation techniques and various elixirs. Ni Huan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Over 200 spatial rings, each packed with treasures. Chen Nian gasped. What? Is this for real? I just mentioned it casually. A few days ago, I was feeling down. I appreciate everyone's concern. Primarily, it's due to the upcoming entrance exam for graduate studies. As a 4th-year student graduating soon, I spent the last year preparing for this exam, and my results were fairly good. I studied computer science and applied to a certain 211 university, hoping to rank within the top 10 in the initial examination out of 30 positions. However, this year, the university has become quite competitive, with an overwhelming number of students applying from within the school. The disparity in advantages for home students is substantial once they pass the initial exam. The chances of succeeding in the subsequent interview are significantly higher. It feels somewhat unfair, especially after a year of hard work, knowing that despite outperforming others by several points, they can leverage their connections to gain admission more easily. It's disheartening. Chapter 154. Chen Tianyin emerges from seclusion, mid-Saint King realm. Chen Nian had merely mentioned the cave to distract the two, and he never expected such valuable items to actually exist. Over 200 spatial rings. Just the value of the rings alone was astonishing, not to mention they were filled with treasures. Unbelievable. Yu Ying, hidden within the Tower of Heaven, stared at Chen Nian in disbelief. What kind of luck did this junior brother possess? It was almost otherworldly. The group had spent several days searching the ancient secret realm and had made considerable gains, acquiring not only some elixirs, but also several divine artifacts. All of these treasures were promptly stored within the Tower of Heaven. Time flew by swiftly. 10 days had passed since the opening of the ancient battlefield. During this time, the spiritual energy of the 3,000 domains surged at an alarming rate, with the 10 great upper domains experiencing the most rapid increase. At present, in the 9 heavens demon domain, the Chen family reported, "Master, the concentration of spiritual energy in our 9 heavens demon domain has more than tripled since 10 days ago. Many disciples have broken through, with over a dozen elders advancing from the monarch realm to the entry saint realm. Additionally, both the 3rd elder and 4th elder have ascended to the saint king realm." The grand elder, Chen Nian, reported earnestly. Both elders had previously been at the peak of the entry saint realm, and with their advanced age, along with the resources gained by the Chen family after defeating the Crimson Flame divine domain, their bottlenecks had already begun to loosen. Now, with the spiritual energy skyrocketing and the laws of heaven and earth loosening, breakthroughs for warriors had become increasingly attainable. Currently, the spiritual energy of the 9 heavens demon domain had surged tremendously, leading to rapid advancements among countless disciples, as well as among several elders and stewards, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the Chen family. Listening to the Grand Elder's report, Chen Tiandao nodded lightly, his gaze drifting toward the heavens. The revival of spiritual energy signals the imminent arrival of a new flourishing era for humanity. However, he paused momentarily. Yet after this flourishing period, it is likely that destruction will follow. He sighed, for at his level of understanding, he was aware of more than the Grand Elder, harboring a subtle sense of foreboding. For ordinary individuals, 10,000 years may seem an eternity, spanning countless generations. Yet for a warrior like Chen Tiandao, 10,000 years was but a fleeting moment. He instructed the family disciples to diligently cultivate, for this era of cultivation must not be missed. Understood. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully and readily agreed. As the two conversed, a sudden surge of formidable demonic energy erupted from the ancestral grounds of the Chen family. This terrifying power gradually permeated the entire Chen household, instilling a sense of trepidation even in the elder. "Patriarch, what is happening?" the elder inquired, astonished. Chen Tiandao, with a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, replied, "Tianyin has emerged from seclusion." Chen Tianyin. It was hard to believe that after being cast into the ancestral grounds for over a decade of dedicated cultivation, he had never once been seen. Even the elder had nearly forgotten this fact. To think that as soon as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to awaken and the shackles of power started to weaken, Chen Tianyin would break through. Moreover, this aura seemed to suggest that he was not merely at the initial stage of the Sacred King realm. Before the elder could fully process this revelation, the energy from the ancestral grounds began to dissipate, and in the next moment, a streak of light shot forth. Suddenly, Chen Tianyin appeared before Chen Tiandao and the elder, cloaked in black. After 11 years of arduous training, he had never stepped outside the ancestral grounds. He had journeyed from the sacred realm to the Sacred King realm, continuously seeking enlightenment and discovering his own path of power. For Chen Tianyin, this leap was not insurmountable. In fact, he had grasped the essence of the fire element during his first year in the ancestral grounds. Although the fire element was not weak, it paled in comparison to the power wielded by his elder brother. Thus, for 11 years, he diligently sought deeper understanding, ultimately comprehending a force not inferior to Chen Tiandao's dark element, the law of destruction. The force of destruction was undeniably among the pinnacle of elemental powers. Chen Tianyin had dedicated 11 years to this pursuit and ultimately achieved enlightenment. Observing Chen Tianyin's aura, Chen Tiandao smiled approvingly. "Very good, mid-stage Sacred King realm, with a small mastery of the law of destruction. It seems you have not been idle these past 11 years. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mid-stage Sacred King? Tianyin, weren't you still at the sacred realm before entering the ancestral grounds? To leap 2 levels in just 11 years and break into the mid-stage of the Sacred King realm is an astonishing feat." Chen Tianyin grinned. "Actually, 10 years ago, I gained significant insights into the law of fire, and breaking through was entirely feasible. However, my brother insisted I restrain my cultivation to build a solid foundation while pursuing more formidable laws. I spent a decade refining the law of destruction to a small mastery, which allowed me to leap directly into the mid-stage of the Sacred King realm upon my breakthrough." Indeed, with Chen Tianyin's innate talent, he had touched upon the threshold of the Sacred King realm shortly after entering the ancestral grounds. Yet, the law of fire lacked the potential of superior laws, prompting Chen Tiandao to guide him toward greater understanding. The accumulation of knowledge proved to be the key. Without these years of diligent training, Chen Tianyin would not have been able to make such a significant leap, nor would he have comprehended the law of destruction. With his current cultivation, Bolstered by the law of destruction and various techniques imparted by Chen Nian, even a late-stage sacred king would find themselves at a disadvantage against him. The elder realized this and acknowledged that, despite Chen Nian's talent being lesser than Chen Nian's, he was still among the elite in the entire 3,000 domains. Chen Nian remarked, "The law of destruction is commendable. Continue to cultivate diligently, for with the resurgence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy and the weakening of the law's shackles, strive for an early breakthrough to the Emperor realm." The Emperor realm. Chen Nian's eyes gleamed with ambition. After all, that was the legendary realm of emperors. And he could not help but harbor aspirations. "Rest assured, brother, I will undoubtedly achieve the Emperor realm. I have faith in your abilities," Chen Nian replied. Though his younger brother often appeared foolish, he was undeniably swift in his cultivation. Chen Nian then turned his attention to the elder. "Elder, I entrust the Chun family to your care. Should Nian return, inform him that I have entered seclusion. With the onset of this great era, I must glimpse the Emperor realm." Indeed, Chen Nian's retreat was aimed at attaining the Emperor realm. In truth, he had sensed the bottleneck of the Emperor realm over a decade ago. However, the shackles of the laws of heaven and earth had been formidable, and breaking through required a robust foundation while being wary of potential backlash from the heavens. Now, with the revival of spiritual energy, the path of cultivation had reopened. The weakening of the shackles signified the dawn of his ascension to the Emperor realm. The elder and Chen Nian were elated at this revelation. "I congratulate the patriarch in advance on achieving the Emperor realm, surpassing all in the 3,000 domains. Brother, you're about to break through to the Emperor realm," Chen Nian exclaimed, bewildered. Just as he had achieved the Sacred King realm, his elder brother was set to ascend to the Emperor realm, a disparity that was monumental. Chen Nian smiled gently, advising, "Elder, there is no need for formality. During my absence, feel free to utilize any resources of the Chen family. While managing the family, do not neglect your own cultivation." Chen Nian felt warmth spread through him, tears brimming in his eyes. The authority to use the family's resources was an unparalleled privilege. Only Chen Nian dared to extend such trust. Other sect leaders clung tightly to their power, too fearful to be so generous. "Thank you for your trust, Patriarch. I will serve the Chen family with utmost dedication." With that, Chen Nian smiled faintly before vanishing from sight, entering the ancestral grounds to commence his seclusion. This scene unfolded across other major forces as well. Numerous powerful ancestors and sect leaders delegated their responsibilities to their inner elders, seeking seclusion themselves, drawn by the allure of the Emperor realm. In the ancient battlefield's secret realm, under the guidance of Yuing, the group explored nearly every corner, gathering countless rare resources. After over 1,000,000 years of erosion, the ancient battlefield had undergone a remarkable transformation. With the presence of a deity from the ancient era, they navigated with ease. This place, once a burial ground for gods, was abundant with treasures, including countless artifacts. While most of these artifacts bore varying degrees of damage and loss of spiritual essence, they were once formidable relics. If their materials were melted down and reforged, they would yield extraordinary weapons. Even a top-tier craftsman could potentially recreate these artifacts into new forms. The first level of Chen Nian's tower was filled with treasures, yet it was primarily thanks to Yu Ying's presence. The others had minimal gains, with some triggering ancient mechanisms and facing dire consequences. One day, a palpable wave of repulsion enveloped them, signaling the impending closure of the secret realm. "Chen Nian, is the ancient battlefield about to close?" Lin Qingqing asked, feeling the intensifying repulsion. "Indeed, prepare to exit," Chen Nian affirmed. "Understood." They stood quietly, awaiting the realm's transportation. Meanwhile, Yu Ying, hidden within the tower, felt a surge of excitement. After over 1,000,000 years, she longed to step out of the ancient battlefield and witness how the outside world had transformed, a place fiercely guarded by countless ancient powerhouses. In this present day, Yu Ying is determined to represent the fallen ancient powers and return to that land once more. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washes over the crowd. The next moment, as Chen Nian opens his eyes, he finds himself outside the secret realm. All around him are the elite martial artists of the 3,000 domains, similarly transported from the ancient battlefield. The army of the Wujigod dynasty stands guard outside, while the protectors of the many martial prodigies gather here as well. "Welcome back from the hidden realm of the ancient battlefield," greets Emperor Qin Tianyu of the Wujigod dynasty with a broad smile. Observing the dozens of talented martial artists before him, he feels a sense of satisfaction. Initially, he believed the ancient battlefield to be perilous, and that being able to emerge alive would be a victory in itself. However, he was astonished to discover that 72 martial prodigies had returned. Each additional survivor translates to increased benefits for him, as these prodigies are required to share 20% of whatever treasures they obtained from the ancient battlefield with the Wujigod dynasty. While 20% may seem modest, its true worth is likely to far exceed that of several divine artifacts. With this thought, a glimmer of fervor ignites in Chen Nian's gaze. Please proceed to the right to register your findings from the secret realm, he continues, his demeanor still amiable. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions darken. They had anticipated discovering valuable treasures within the ancient battlefield and endured great efforts to gain entry. Yet, to their dismay, they found little more than scraps, no divine artifacts, nor even high-grade spiritual herbs or techniques. A sense of betrayal washes over them. If not for their awareness of the Wujigod dynasty's integrity, they might have erupted in anger. Reluctantly, they follow the attendants to report their meager findings. As Chen Nian watches the throngs of martial prodigies, a smirk plays upon his lips, as if he holds the key to a brilliant strategy. With a mere artifact and some resources, he has managed to secure 20% of the opportunities from the ancient battlefield. What a profitable endeavor. Before long, a quarter of an hour passes. Chen Nian steps forward and retrieves 5 6-star spiritual herbs from his spatial ring for registration. This calculation was deliberate. 5 herbs yield precisely 1 for the Wujigod dynasty's share. 1 6-star herb could perhaps exchange for a divine artifact. One wonders how Chen Nian would react to this revelation. Meanwhile, Lin Qingqing and Ni Huang each register a 3-star spiritual herb. Soon, all have finished their registrations. However, when the results are presented to Chen Nian, he is left utterly stunned. What on earth? He exclaims. The registration reveals 7 6-star spiritual herbs, 1 7-star spear, and 2 6-star swords. As he processes the information, he nearly chokes on his own disbelief. How could this be? The most valuable items, the 7 6-star herbs and the 7-star spear, along with the 2 6-star swords, are overshadowed by the abundance of worthless items. 3-star herbs and wild grass. What is this? The first and third princes observe the recorded items, equally bewildered. How could this be? There was nothing of value in the ancient battlefield? Chapter 156. Chen Nian's utter bewilderment, unfathomable disbelief, fills Chen Nian's eyes. This is the ancient battlefield, the fabled resting place of deities, where countless powerful beings of the 3,000 domains once battled. How could there be no treasures? Surely, artifacts once wielded by mighty emperors should remain, even if rendered unusable after the passage of over 1,000,000 years. Yet, not even remnants of those materials are to be found. It is utterly absurd. Qin Chuan, too, is at a loss. Since entering the ancient battlefield, he has encountered no opportunities or artifacts, hardly even spotting a few herbs. Countless times, he has questioned whether he had ventured into the wrong realm. Father, I am at a loss. I scoured the secret realm, yet returned empty-handed. Not even low-grade spiritual herbs could I find. Qin Chuan's words cannot be dismissed as lies. Yet, upon hearing them, Chen Nian is rendered speechless. He had invested heavily in this venture, anticipating rewards for the top martial prodigies, all for the sake of seizing opportunities from the ancient battlefield. To find nothing, a complete loss, was beyond his worst fears. If not for the multitude of witnesses, he would have been tempted to weep openly. Qin Chuan sighs internally, realizing that despite all calculations, he had failed to foresee the complete lack of valuable items within the ancient battlefield's secret realm. Observing Chen Nian's crestfallen expression, Chen Nian silently revels in the irony. Chen Nian had intended to exploit the resources of the ancient battlefield, only to lose even his own artifacts to Chen Nian. Who could remain composed in such a situation? Soon after, the crowd, accompanied by their protectors, begins to depart. Chen Nian, Lin Qingqing, and Ni Huang return briefly to the residence of the Wujigod dynasty. Chen Nian, generous in spirit, offers 5,000 high-grade spiritual herbs. Although Lin Qingqing declines, he insists on sharing, recognizing that their growth benefits him as well. He produces 2 spatial rings, each containing 1,000 high-grade spiritual herbs. One must not underestimate the worth of these herbs. Their combined value exceeds that of numerous domains, given their exceptional growth age and the absence of anything below 7 stars. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Wujigod dynasty, Chen Nian's face is a stormy shade of anger. The 3 princes stand silently, heads bowed. The events have inflicted substantial losses upon the dynasty, particularly the artifact that has been taken. The Wujigod dynasty possesses only 3 divine artifacts, and losing one to Chen Nian is a grave misfortune. Chuaner, Chen Nian's voice suddenly breaks the silence. He had instructed Chen Chuan to recount every detail of the events in the ancient battlefield's secret realm. Chen Chuan nods affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, upon entering the ancient battlefield. There was a segment of memory that is undoubtedly absent. Even that day, Chen Nian, Li Mashuan, Man, Lin Qingcheng, and Ni Huang were by my side. Yet none recall how we suddenly found ourselves there. Qingzheng remained silent. He understands his younger brother's formidable power. Even he and several other prodigies could easily have their memories erased by such a being. This indicates the extraordinary strength of the individual involved. Qin Tianyu narrows his eyes, deep in contemplation. Could it be that a powerful entity still exists within the ancient battlefield? Yet, how could this be possible? Over 1,000,000 years have elapsed since the ancient era. Even the mightiest of emperors cannot possess such an outrageous lifespan. Suddenly, Qin Sun speaks, shattering the room's stillness. Father, our immediate concern should be the artifact in Chen Nian's possession. The holy silkworm silk gauntlets are among the 3 sacred artifacts of the Wujigod dynasty. Having suppressed our dynasty's fortune for many years, it is intolerable to allow Chen Nian to carry it away. I propose that we disguise several of our cultivators as thieves to reclaim the artifact from him. No harm to his reputation, just the artifact. The artifacts are scarce. Losing one to Chen Nian would be a significant blow. Qin Tianyu refrains from responding immediately, instead turning to Qin Zheng and Qin Chuan, inquiring, "What do you both think? Do you share this sentiment?" Qin Zheng and Qin Chuan exchange glances. If they could obtain something valuable from this ancient battlefield's secret realm, they would not resort to such a lowly strategy. However, this is indeed a significant loss. Just as the two finished their words, Qin Tianyu let out a cold snicker. "You 3 have greatly disappointed me. I, Qin Tianyu, the emperor of the Wuji divine dynasty, a renowned warrior across 3,000 realms. How could I ever engage in such underhanded schemes? This is against the way of emperors. The path of an emperor should be upright and honorable. Do you 3 understand?" His words resonated deeply, causing the 3 to lower their heads in shame. Indeed, the way of an emperor is precisely this. One's word is one's bond. If it has been stated that it is for Chen Nian, then one must not go back on it. "Father, we were wrong." The 3 admitted their mistakes. Heads bowed in remorse. "Enough. You 3 may leave. I wish to be alone." Qin Tianyu waved his hand, signaling them to depart. The 3 bowed and exited. Once they left, only Qin Tianyu remained, sighing heavily. In truth, he had contemplated the possibility of keeping that artifact from Chen Nian for himself. Yet he dared not. Chen Nian may not be fearsome, but Chen Tiandao certainly was. This individual is not only domineering, but also utterly unreasonable. It would suffice if he were simply unreasonable. His strength is formidable. If the artifact belonging to Chen Nian were to be intercepted by Qin Tianyu's men, Chen Tiandao would undoubtedly investigate until the truth was revealed. If he could not find the truth, he would surely retaliate against the Wuji divine dynasty, forcing Qin Tianyu to compensate him with another artifact. Refuse? Give it a try? Moreover, during this period, the spiritual energy of the world has surged significantly, and the constraints of the laws have begun to weaken. It is likely that a prodigy like Chen Tiandao is bound to break through again. Once he does, he will reach the realm of the emperor. Who could rival him then? Thus, Qin Tianyu resolutely abandoned the thought of seizing anything from Chen Nian. Not only him, but it seems that no one in the entire 3,000 realms would dare to take that artifact from Chen Nian. Though artifacts are precious, one must also have the life to utilize them. Chapter 157. Back to the Chen family, uncle. After spending several days in the Wuji divine dynasty, Lin Qingcheng returned to the Zixiao divine sect to enter seclusion. Originally, Ni Huang was to accompany Chen Nian back to the Chen family. However, representatives from the Phoenix domain arrived, and several elders took Ni Huang back, stating there was urgent business. As for the specific reasons, Chen Nian did not inquire, respecting their privacy and confidentiality. Thus, only Chen Nian and Jiuzhu returned to the Chen family. The two piloted their spiritual vessel, swiftly heading towards the Chen family. The 30,000 high-grade spiritual herbs brought back from the ancient battlefield's secret realm would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of the Chen family significantly. On the spiritual vessel, Jiuzhu was at the helm, while Chen Nian sat cross-legged in the cabin, his consciousness returning to the Tongtian Tower. "Little junior brother, where are we headed?" Yu Ying inquired with curiosity. After spending these days with Yu Ying, Chen Nian gradually understood her personality. Although she appeared quite aloof and cold, she possessed the heart of a young girl. The reason for her cold demeanor stemmed from the admonition of the Zixiao divine emperor during her childhood to refrain from speaking too much with outsiders. This lesson had remained with her until today. Unless with those she considers close, Yu Ying is typically taciturn. However, having grown familiar with Chen Nian, she became more inquisitive, innocent, and easily deceived. Chen Nian chuckled. "Sister, we are going to my home." Oh, Yu Ying responded. her consciousness leaving the Tongtian Tower and extending over tens of thousands of miles. With her cultivation at the Divine Emperor level, she could effortlessly cover such distances. Despite Jiuzhu piloting the vessel outside, he remained completely unaware of Yu Ying's presence, as the disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly vast. To put it bluntly, even if Yu Ying stood still and Jiuzhu attempted to strike, she would emerge unscathed, while Jiuzhu might find it impossible to breach her defenses, risking a backlash. Is this truly the world of the 3,000 realms? A feeling both strange yet familiar. Observing the changes outside, Yu Ying couldn't help but express her sentiments. The transformations over the past million years are overwhelming, making it somewhat hard for me to adapt. Naturally, a profound sense of unease accompanied her unfamiliarity with this current world. Chen Nian smiled gently. Sister, it's all right. You still have me. I am your only kin, and you can rest assured that I would never harm you. His slightly manipulative tone echoed in Yu Ying's ears. Being young, she was unaware of such subtleties and felt warmth in her heart as she nodded. All right, I believe you. Little junior brother. After all, Chen Nian was her father's sole disciple and her only remaining relative in this world, so Yu Ying had no reason to doubt him. Chen Nian felt a surge of satisfaction. Having gained a powerful ally at the Divine Emperor level was more advantageous than many. In the entire 3,000 realms, he could certainly navigate with ease. Oh, by the way, sister, why has the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly increased, and those constraints seem to have diminished significantly, making cultivation much easier? Chen Nian pondered the cause of this flourishing era of cultivation and the origin of the abundant spiritual energy. Yu Ying paused for a moment before saying, I'm not entirely sure either, but I did hear my father mention something. It seems the spiritual energy is related to the world's origin. Those divine clans invaded the 3,000 realms for that very origin. World's origin? Chen Nian had never heard of such a thing and found it exceedingly foreign. However, Yu Ying knew little about it herself. She had only heard the Zixiao Divine Emperor mention it occasionally, and even he did not know where the world's origin resided, having never seen it. Chen Nian chose not to press further. The two engaged in discussions about cultivation. As Yu Ying was well versed in the path of cultivation as a divine emperor, she could even guide Chen Nian's father. Thus, Chen Nian listened intently, deepening his understanding of his own cultivation as they traveled, loosening the bottleneck of his mid-level emperor realm cultivation. Days passed as they continued their discussions on cultivation. One day, they entered the territory of the Nine Heavens demon domain. Chen Nian stood at the bow of the spiritual vessel, gazing into the distance, where he could already see the Chen family. Although Yu Ying's consciousness could cover the entire residence of the Chen family, she refrained from doing so out of respect. As the spiritual vessel descended at the entrance of the Chen family, all the elders, attendants, and numerous disciples gathered to welcome them. Everyone was already aware of the events surrounding the recent gathering of prodigies. Chen Nian has defeated Li Mashuan of the Forgetting Emotions Divine Palace, securing the top spot as the foremost prodigy of the 3,000 realms. Greetings, young master. The crowd bowed in unison, their gazes filled with reverence, including the elders who regarded Chen Nian as the future hope of the Chen family. The disciples' eyes sparkled with admiration. Chen Nian smiled gently. Please rise. Upon hearing this, everyone stood. The Grand Elder stepped forward and said with a smile, Young master, the family head has instructed me to inform you that he is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the Emperor realm. The Grand Elder's voice was not loud, yet every elder present heard him, their eyes filled with awe. At last, the Chen family was set to produce a formidable warrior at the Emperor level. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with joy. He could hardly fathom Chen Tiandao's innate talent and strength and sensed that Chen Tiandao carried secrets as profound as his own. Nonetheless, since he was his father, the stronger he became, the better. Good. Just as Chen Nian expressed his approval, a figure rushed out from within the door. The familiar silhouette brought a wave of warmth to Chen Nian's heart. Nephew, you have finally returned. Chen Tianyin exclaimed, embracing Chen Nian with excitement. Uncle. After not seeing each other for over a decade, Chen Nian's eyes brimmed with joy. After all, his uncle was his closest kin. Such a blood relation cannot be feigned. The two embraced warmly, and Chen Tianyin cheerfully exclaimed, Nianer, quickly behold your second uncle's prowess. With that, Chen Tianyin unleashed his demonic energy. Chen Nian immediately sensed the terrifying aura emanating from him. Midstage Saint King. Chen Nian could hardly believe his eyes. His second uncle had ascended 2 levels within 11 years. Directly breaking through to midstage Saint King, Chen Tianyin leaned in closer, grinning, your second uncle has comprehended the power of the law of destruction. Impressive, isn't it? The law of destruction? Chen Nian was momentarily stunned, then stared wide-eyed at his second uncle. Goodness, who would have thought? His second uncle possessed such talent? The law of destruction was not comparable to the elemental laws of fire or wood. It was intangible, with no concrete manifestation in the world. Moreover, this law wielded extraordinary power, ranking among the top 20 of all laws, truly formidable. My second uncle is remarkable. Seeing his nephew's astonished expression, Chen Nian felt even more delighted, his smile radiant. Come, let us return home. With that, he embraced Chen Nian and brought him back to their residence. Chen Tiandao was sequestered in meditation, leaving family matters to Chen Nian and the elder Chen Nian. However, Chen Nian had little inclination for managing family affairs, so the mundane tasks naturally fell to Chen Nian. Upon returning home, the entire household became immediately bustling. After greeting his mother, Xian Linghua, Chen Nian decorated the place and prepared a grand feast. After all, Chen Nian had secured first place among the prodigies of the 3,000 realms, a ranking that warranted celebration. After the banquet, Chen Nian summoned the elder Chen Nian. Greetings, young master. Upon entering Chen Nian's room, Chen Nian promptly bowed. Logically, as the elder of the Chen family and a formidable saint king, his status was nearly equal to Chen Nian's, and such formalities were unnecessary. Yet, he showed even greater respect towards Chen Nian. With a slight smile, Chen Nian replied, "There is no need for such formality, elder." Nonetheless, Chen Nian remained diligent. Smiling as he inquired, "What business do you have with me, young master?" Not wishing to dilly-dally, Chen Nian produced 2 spatial rings. "What is this?" Chen Nian hesitated upon seeing the rings. Chen Nian chuckled, "Please, have a look." After handing over the rings, the elder released his consciousness into them. Upon discovering the mountains of high-grade spiritual herbs within, he was utterly stunned. What on earth? So many high-grade spiritual herbs? The contents overflowed, filling the spatial rings to the brim, equivalent to 2 rings worth. How could there be so many? Even the entire Chen family could scarcely gather such a quantity in a short time, let alone all being high-grade herbs. "Young master, where did this come from?" the elder asked, bewildered. Chen Nian smiled gently. "There are 30,000 high-grade spiritual herbs, all obtained from the ancient battlefield's secret realm. Please place them in the family treasury and distribute them among the clan's disciples according to their shares. Remember, do not be stingy. The spiritual energy of the world is reviving, and a genuine era of cultivation has begun. The Chen disciples should seize this opportunity to produce more emperor-level powerhouses." Though 30,000 herbs constituted a substantial resource for cultivation, hoarding them without allowing the clan's disciples to cultivate would render them effectively useless. One day, such resources might be seized by others. Just as in the Crimson Flame Divine Realm, once the Chen family breached it, all its cultivation resources would be plundered, serving others as a boon. Chen Nian expressed this with the intent of ensuring the elder did not neglect the herbs. Understanding his young master's meaning, the elder nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, young master, I comprehend." He too sensed the increase in spiritual energy and the weakening of the law's constraints. Even his bottleneck felt somewhat loosened. Surviving a lifetime, he never expected to witness an era of cultivation at his age. It was both a blessing and a curse. Yet, it offered him a glimmer of hope to break through to the emperor realm. After a brief chat with the elder, Chen Nian dismissed him. "Little junior brother, I sense your Chen family is extraordinary." Once elder Chen Nian departed, the voice of Yuing echoed in Chen Nian's mind. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback, somewhat puzzled. "Senior sister, what do you mean by that?" Yuing paused for a moment before responding. "I perceive an unusual aura within your Chen family, teetering on the brink of the half-step emperor state, though it seems poised for a breakthrough." Half-step emperor? Was she not referring to Chen Tiandao? However, even if Chen Tiandao broke through to the emperor realm, it would not pose a threat to Yuing, who was of the divine emperor realm. How could she fear Chen Tiandao? "Senior sister, with your divine emperor cultivation, whether half-step emperor or emperor, they cannot possibly be your match, can they?" Yet, upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Yuing did not rush to reply but remained silent for several moments. Finally, she gravely shook her head. "If he is merely at the half-step emperor realm, I would not fear him. However, should he truly break through to the emperor realm, it becomes a different matter altogether." "What?" Yu Ying's words left Chen Nian astounded. How could this be possible? After Chen Tiandao broke through to the emperor realm, even if he were strong, he could not possibly rival a divine emperor. For warriors, battling across realms was conceivable, but that did not apply to the disparity between emperor and divine emperor. The gap between them was immense. Yuing slowly elaborated, "Little junior brother, you have yet to reach that level, so it is understandable you do not grasp this. Once you break through to the emperor realm, the distinctions of early, mid, and late stages cease to exist. A warrior's strength is primarily determined by their mastery of the law's power. Indeed, after breaking through to the Emperor realm, the metrics for assessing a warrior's strength are twofold. One is the warrior's realm, as is the case now, where Yuing stands as a divine emperor, while Chen Tiandao has yet to break through, remaining at half-step emperor. Thus, Yuing exceeds Chen Tiandao in strength. However, aside from cultivation level, for both emperor and divine emperor warriors, the potency of their law's power is even more crucial. The deeper their comprehension of the laws, the stronger their capabilities. Chen Nian finally began to understand. He had known his father was formidable, with few in the 3,000 realms daring to provoke him. Yet he had not comprehended the reason behind it. Now, he realized that the saying, "I am invincible beneath the emperor and one for one above the emperor," was not mere boastfulness but a genuine truth, perhaps even a touch modest. Above the emperor realm, it was not necessarily a one-for-one exchange. With a sigh, Chen Nian stated, "Senior sister, the person you mentioned must be my father." Yuing responded, "Your father, my little junior brother? So remarkable." A vague sense of apprehension washed over her regarding Chen Tiandao's aura. Who would have thought that after over 100,000 years, someone would possess such talent? This talent was hardly inferior to her own father, the divine Emperor Zixiao. It was evident that had Chen Tiandao been born in ancient times, he would undoubtedly have been a dominant force, perhaps even contending with the divine Emperor Zixiao. Little junior brother, you truly have a remarkable birthright. To be born as the son of such a prodigy as Chen Tiandao was indeed extraordinary fortune. Chen Nian smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, for after all, while his father was strong, he was no weakling either. There exists a system, dear senior sister. Could you elaborate on the influence of the power of laws on combat strength? Chen Nian is indeed quite curious about the impact of this power of laws. After all, if a martial artist of the Emperor realm can defeat one of the God Emperor realm, the power of laws must be extraordinarily formidable. However, Yuing merely shook her head gently, declining to elaborate. It is not the right time yet. I can only tell you once you break through to the Saint King realm. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to you. At present, Chen Nian, being merely at the Emperor realm, has not yet qualified to comprehend the power of laws. Should he attempt to forcefully grasp it now, it would likely lead him to overreach, proving counterproductive to his cultivation. Chen Nian fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. Senior sister, I feel that my bottleneck has loosened somewhat. I plan to enter seclusion for a period. Ever since the shackles of heaven and earth weakened, the path of cultivation has become considerably easier for everyone, especially for prodigies like Chen Nian. Since emerging from the secret realm, he has felt a sense of loosening in his cultivation. Yuing nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall cultivate within the Tower of Ascension and act as your protector. After all, there is no one in the outside world that Yuing cares for. Her only kin is her junior brother, and remaining by Chen Nian's side brings her peace of mind. Excellent. Chen Nian smiled slightly. Having a God Emperor realm martial artist safeguarding him assured Chen Nian immensely. He found a secluded chamber, prepared provisions, and gathered resources for his cultivation before entering. For a martial artist of his caliber, entering seclusion for a decade or so is commonplace. Moreover, this time he intended to break through to the Saint realm in one fell swoop. Entering the Saint realm signifies a genuine step into the realm of cultivation, as one can only comprehend the power of laws from that point onward. Time in seclusion is devoid of years. It passes in the blink of an eye. A decade slipped by unnoticed. During Chen Nian's period of seclusion, significant events transpired in the outside world. Within the Chen family, due to the resources Chen Nian brought back, combined with the techniques and martial arts acquired from the annihilation of the Crimson Flame divine domain, the family's strength surged dramatically, especially among the younger generation. Nearly every individual saw their power increase daily. Presently, the Chen family boasts 10 Saint King realm experts and over 100 in the Saint realm. The numbers of Emperor, Supreme, and King realm martial artists are even greater. Moreover, numerous prodigious martial artists from the younger generation began to emerge, with Chen Ping'an and Xue Luer standing out as the strongest. They had entered seclusion just days after Chen Nian returned from the Wuji divine dynasty and had not seen him since. However, they both emerged from their seclusion 3 years ago, with Chen Ping'an successfully breaking through to the mid-emperor realm and Xue Luer achieving the late emperor realm. They became the new leaders of the Chen family's younger generation. Additionally, other talented martial artists, like Qin Shui, also broke through to the early emperor realm. The changes within the family over a decade have been monumental. Furthermore, the entire 3,000 domains experienced substantial transformations. With the increase in powerful individuals, disputes also multiplied. Particularly for those at the lower levels, the demand for cultivation resources and techniques intensified, leading to frequent occurrences of murder and plunder. However, for a colossal force like the Chen family, such matters are trivial and hardly worth mentioning. Even the mightiest martial artists would not dare provoke the Chen family. One day, within a secluded chamber deep in the Chen estate, countless streams of spiritual energy surged towards that very chamber. Over the past decade, the spiritual energy within the 3,000 domains has grown 7- or 8-fold compared to before, while the concentration within the Chen family has increased more than 10-fold. Yet, such an abundance of spiritual energy was instantly drained. Subsequently, all the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius began to flow towards that chamber. And this range continued to expand, 30 miles, 50 miles. Numerous disciples of the Chen family noticed this change, staring blankly at the center of the spiritual energy, utterly perplexed. Could it be that another elder is about to break through? Some speculated. Indeed, the last time there was such a fluctuation in spiritual energy was a year ago when Elder Lu broke through to the Saint King realm. Yet, it seemed there had been no news of any elder nearing a breakthrough recently. The disciples of the Chen family engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, within a certain courtyard of the Chen family, Chen Ping'an and Xue Luer exchanged glances, their eyes alight with joy. The young master is breaking through, they exclaimed. This is wonderful. The young master is likely to enter the Saint realm. Such a young Saint realm martial artist would surely send the entire 3,000 domains into a frenzy. Chen Nian is only 27 this year. For cultivators, this age is remarkably youthful. Many seasoned Saint King realm experts might spend a decade or two in seclusion, while those of the Emperor realm might retreat for centuries. In truth, Chen Nian could have broken into the Saint realm 5 or 6 years ago. He simply chose to wait. Alongside his cultivation of techniques, he has also been training in the divine elephant suppression technique, with the number of dragon elephant particles soaring from thousands to 999 in just a few years, leaving him only a step away from a breakthrough. As countless streams of spiritual energy surged towards Chen Nian, he sat cross-legged, exhaling clouds of vapor, with the spiritual energy around him nearly becoming liquid. Within the Tower of Ascension, Yu Ying, who had been cultivating, slowly opened her eyes, curiously observing her junior brother. The overwhelming aura emanating from him was truly beyond what one on the verge of entering the Saint realm should be capable of. Remarkably, her junior brother is treading the path of dual cultivation in both martial and body arts, which is indeed remarkable. With Yu Ying's keen insight, she could discern that Chen Nian's physical cultivation had also reached a critical threshold. At such a young age, to combine martial and body cultivation so skillfully, achieving such a level is truly extraordinary. It is something her father had never dared attempt. The aura within Chen Nian continuously intensified. Countless dragon elephant particles surged within him, and at this moment, he felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him. Suddenly, Chen Nian sensed a profound clarity, as if a veil had been lifted. Boom! He has entered the Saint realm. As the energy dissipated, Chen Nian slowly opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a flicker of joy flashing through his heart. He has achieved the Saint realm. For martial artists, breaking through to the Saint realm signifies a true entry into the realm of high-tier combat strength. Attaining the title of Saint is no trivial matter. It is from this moment that Chen Nian has the qualification to comprehend the laws of the universe. System. Display my personal attribute panel. Beep. Accessing now. Host. Chen Nian cultivation. Early Saint realm techniques. 9 transformations of divine demons. 9 stars. Divine elephant suppression technique. 9 stars. 2,000 dragon elephant particles. Martial arts. Flower picking finger. 9 stars. Annihilation sword technique. 9 stars. Phantom steps. 9 stars. God-slaying slash. 9 stars. Life and death talisman. 9 stars. Star-shattering fist. 9 stars. Physique. Supreme divine demon body talent. Blessing of the demon path special quality. Celestial aura divine abilities. Distance of a finger. Words become law. Lightning domain. Soul binding artifact. Holy silkworm silk gauntlets allies. Chen Ping'an, Xue Luer, Li Guangdao, Wang Zhen, Wang Teng, Li Jiuan points. 42. 3 billion congratulations, junior brother. On breaking through to the Saint realm, this marks a significant milestone in your cultivation journey. In his mind, Yu Ying offered her blessings. Achieving the Saint realm at the age of 27 is indeed a rarity even in ancient times. Moreover, Chen Nian's breakthrough is not limited to his martial cultivation. His physical cultivation has also advanced similarly, which is truly remarkable. Historically, the path of body cultivation is the most arduous. Chen Nian smiled slightly and replied, I was fortunate. The timing was just right for my breakthrough. After a brief pause, he continued, by the way, senior sister, during my breakthrough, I felt as if I encountered several kinds of laws. Ying responded, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? You sensed several kinds of laws right after breaking into the Saint Realm? Surely you jest. Her expression was one of incredulity, as it is well known that Chen Nian has only just crossed into the Saint Realm. For a martial artist, acquiring the qualification to comprehend the laws is paramount. Many martial artists find themselves stagnating in the entry-level Saint Realm for years, unable to ascend to the Saint King Realm, not due to insufficient cultivation, but rather because they struggle to grasp the power of the laws. Although the constraints of the laws have diminished in contemporary times, it is still improbable to fully comprehend the laws immediately after breaking into the Saint Realm, let alone perceive several at once. This is rather unusual. Little junior brother, are you speaking the truth? The voice of Ying trembled slightly. Chen Nian nodded affirmatively, replying, Indeed. I have sensed what seems to be the shadow of the spatial law, along with the law of darkness and the law of strength. There is another law that I cannot quite discern. Upon hearing this, Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens! Is my little junior brother even human? The spatial law, the law of darkness, the law of strength, each of these is a top-tier law. How can Chen Nian, having just broken into the Saint Realm, perceive all of them? This implies that if he follows a systematic approach to cultivation, he could completely comprehend these three laws. For him, breaking through to the Saint King Realm poses no challenge whatsoever. Contemplating this, Ying found it hard to accept. Chen Nian's father possesses formidable strength, which is understandable. But for Chen Nian to also be so extraordinary raises questions about their identities. Are they perhaps reincarnated beings of great power? Ying was left speechless by the shock. Chen Nian, however, did not dwell on it. He merely had a superficial awareness of the law's powers, and his understanding was not profound. Yet, having broken into the Saint Realm, he had indeed gained the qualification to comprehend these laws. Little junior brother, now that you have touched upon the power of the laws, I will not conceal anything from you. Ying continued. In this world, there are a total of 3,000 laws. Among these, some are powerful while others are weak. And the three laws you mentioned are indeed top-tier laws, inherently far superior to ordinary ones. However, nothing in this world is absolute. Some individuals may grasp ordinary laws. Yet if their understanding is profound, their power can rival that of the strongest. Ying's words resonated in Chen Nian's mind as he listened quietly, occasionally reflecting on her meaning. The strength of a martial artist wielding the laws is not solely dependent on the laws themselves, such as how top-tier laws surpass ordinary ones, but also on the martial artist's level of comprehension of those laws. Without hesitation, Ying elaborated. The understanding of the power of laws can be categorized into initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, and perfection at the highest level. My years of cultivation have been short, and after being sealed within the ice crystal coffin for over 1,000,000 years without training, my lunar law has only just reached perfection, while my mastery of the other laws is merely at the major achievement stage. Ying has mastered 4 laws, with the lunar law being the most significant, a top-tier law that resonates deeply with her essence. Next is the law of thunder, which, although not as formidable as the elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, remains a top-tier choice. Following that are the laws of speed and ice. Other than the lunar law, she has only reached the major achievement stage in the other 3 laws, which collectively consumed tens of thousands of years of her time. Chen Nian, perplexed, asked, Sister, are you saying my father's law power surpasses yours? The perfection-level lunar law, which Ying cultivated for thousands of years to attain, seems unattainable for Chen Tiandao, who has only trained for a little over 300 years. How could one possibly refine a law to surpass perfection in just over 300 years? Yet, Ying nodded confidently. Indeed, your father's law power is formidable. Although I do not know how he achieved it, it is undeniably powerful. To be honest, I have only witnessed the power of a perfect law in my father, which is why he is revered as the first divine emperor. The Zixiao divine emperor mastered 3 perfect top-tier laws and several dozen perfect-level laws, all of which took him countless years to cultivate. Chen Nian was taken aback. His father, is that strong? However, he did not probe further. After all, no matter how powerful, he is still his father, capable of shielding him. Moreover, Chen Nian understood that his father, much like himself, possesses an air of mystery, undoubtedly harboring extraordinary secrets. After a brief conversation, Chen Nian pushed open the secret chamber door and stepped outside. For the first time in a decade, he beheld the sun and inhaled the fresh air, relishing the moment. Greetings, young master. Chen Ping'an and Xue Luer hurriedly approached, bowing without hesitation upon seeing Chen Nian. Regardless of their exceptional talents and rapid cultivation speeds, they always regarded Chen Nian with the utmost reverence. Chen Nian smiled lightly, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise." After not seeing the two for over 10 years, he felt a sense of nostalgia. They had followed him for many years and had now both broken through to the sovereign realm, proving themselves to be exceptional talents. Chapter 161. Exiting seclusion, imparting knowledge. As they rose, Chen Nian maintained a serious demeanor, while Xue Luer approached with a cheerful smile, radiating charm. After not seeing each other for over a decade, it was undeniable that the young lady had matured significantly. Her exquisite visage and ample assets could easily captivate most men, even without the use of her allure. Many disciples within the Chen family sought her affection, including some direct descendants who harbored deep admiration for her. Yet, everyone recognized her as Chen Nian's attendant, and thus, no one dared to overstep boundaries, relegating themselves to distant admiration. But Xue Luer, with her discerning eye, would hardly settle for anyone less. "Hee, young master. How do you find Luer's strength? I haven't been slacking off, have I?" Xue Luer giggled, her alluring aura radiating around her. Of course, this allure meant little to Chen Nian, who merely waved his hand, dispelling it effortlessly. However, for other martial artists, this could prove to be an insurmountable barrier. Most martial artists below the Saint Realm would likely struggle to withstand such temptation, and even some of the slightly weaker-willed Saint Realm practitioners would find it challenging to resist. Quite impressive indeed. Chen Nian smiled gently, offering his praise. Suddenly, Yu Ying's voice echoed in his mind. "Little junior brother, your attendant appears to be a natural charm demon. Does she not?" Chen Nian replied. "Indeed, her name is Xue Luer, a natural charm demon adept in illusions." Yu Ying nodded. "Yes, her path is somewhat akin to mine. Though her illusions may seem grand, they are rather dispersed, lacking offensive power. If she were to face an adversary, she might find herself at a significant disadvantage. Indeed, Xue Luer's strength relies heavily on her charm and illusions, with her actual combat prowess being rather weak. However, should she encounter resolute and talented martial artists, she would likely face dire consequences. Sister, do you have any solutions?" Yu Ying pondered momentarily before nodding. "Yes, I possess 3 illusionary martial arts techniques, all of which are formidable killing formations. You should have her practice them." Under normal circumstances, Yu Ying would not easily impart her knowledge to others. However, given that Xue Luer is Chen Nian's attendant, she was more than willing to share. A natural charm demon possesses significant potential in illusions, and Yu Ying, being someone who appreciates talent, was eager to help. Should Xue Luer master these illusionary killing techniques, there is no doubt her power would rise significantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian was overjoyed. Immediately, a wealth of information flooded his mind. These were the 3 illusionary martial arts techniques imparted by Yu Ying. Each technique was both offensive and defensive, boasting immense attacking power. While illusions might not inflict physical harm, they can severely impact a martial artist's psyche. For martial artists, especially those who focus on physical cultivation, their spiritual awareness tends to be weaker. Against pure physical cultivators like Man, Xue Luer's attacks could pose a considerable threat. "Thank you, senior sister," Chen Nian replied with a smile. He then turned his gaze to Xue Luer. "Open your mind. I will impart to you 3 formidable illusionary combat techniques." 3 formidable illusionary combat techniques. Xue Luer's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. Although her cultivation was commendable and her skills in illusions considerable, her offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened her mind completely. With Chen Nian, she had no doubts. Even if he were to demand her life, she would harbor no resentment. Soon, Xue Luer felt a torrent of immense information flooding her mind. It was as if something vast was entering her consciousness, causing a sensation of fullness. After a brief moment, she comprehended the entirety of the techniques. She had no time for detailed examination, only a cursory glance at the 3 illusionary arts. Astonishment. Utter astonishment. Each of these techniques was extraordinarily powerful, possessing terrifying offensive capabilities. Should an opponent enter her illusionary domain, if their willpower were even slightly feeble, they would likely perish in an instant. At the very least, they might lose their sanity. The nature of mental attacks is insidious and unseen, making them all the more terrifying. Moreover, one of these techniques, the heavenly seizure illusion, was a collective assault, ensnaring all warriors within several miles in a brief span. The intricacies of these 3 illusionary arts were simply exquisite. "Thank you, young master." Xue Luer expressed her gratitude again, her eyes brimming with delight. Chen Nian smiled and said, "No need for formalities." He then turned his attention to Chen Nian. "Indeed, Nian, you have not been idle over the years. Your strength in the mid-emperor realm, if assessed in terms of actual combat prowess, rivals that of a peak emperor. Even if Xue Luer were to possess slightly greater cultivation, she would still not be a match for Chen Pinyin. Chen Pinyin's sword is remarkably resilient. Furthermore, his willpower is incredibly formidable, impervious to the allure of Shui Luer's beauty. Naturally, after many years of camaraderie, Chen Pinyin and Shui Luer shared a deep bond, akin to that of siblings. Although they occasionally bickered, Chen Pinyin regarded Shui Luer as family. His strength surpassed that of many family stewards, and in certain external sects. He could even be compared to elders or sect leaders, fully capable of establishing his own sect. Thank you, young master. Pinyin shall continue to strive. Chen Pinyin appeared somewhat exhilarated by Chen Nian's praise. Chen Nian chuckled, gently patting his shoulder, before producing a 9-star longsword from his spatial ring and handing it over. This sword, known as Long Yuan, is a 9-star weapon. Use it wisely. Do not squander its potential. A 9-star sword. This is a weapon second only to divine artifacts. In the entirety of the 3,000 domains, 9-star weapons are exceedingly rare. Chen Pinyin felt a surge of excitement, quickly bowing in reverence. Thank you, young master. Chen Nian smiled slightly. No need for gratitude. Focus on your training. I shall visit my mother now. Yes. They both nodded in agreement. After a decade of seclusion, Chen Nian's first visit would be to his mother. Chen Tiandao had been in seclusion for over a decade and had yet to emerge. However, according to Yuing, Chen Tiandao's aura had grown increasingly potent, on the verge of a breakthrough, likely to ascend to the Emperor realm in the coming years. Once he enters the Emperor realm, his status will surely transform. After spending some time with Xian Lingyue, Chen Nian returned to his chamber. With the increase in spiritual energy and the reduction of shackles, Xian Lingyue's cultivation had also advanced significantly, rising from early Saint King to late Saint King. It is worth noting that she had been a top-tier prodigy in her youth. However, after marrying Chen Tiandao, her fame had waned. In just over a decade, she had leaped 2 levels, becoming one of the few late Saint Kings in the Chen family. Chapter 162, The Water of Life, 3,000 words, Nightfall. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Nian suddenly recalled that the life tree he had nurtured was nearing maturity. He had cultivated this life tree on the 7th level of the Tongtian Tower. Considering the time, it had been nearly 10 years. Normally, such cultivation would require at least a century, but Chen Nian had utilized the system's accelerator, drastically shortening the timeline. It was nearly ready. It was time to take a look. The water produced by the life tree is invaluable, capable of extending one's lifespan and containing immense life force. Prolonged consumption not only enhances cultivation but also bears no side effects, potentially allowing one to comprehend the principles of life. The law of life is an exceedingly formidable principle, mysterious enough to rival the laws of time and space. The law of life is a rare phenomenon. Like the laws of time and space, it is intangible yet observable. Every blade of grass and tree possesses life. They sway in the wind, yet one cannot touch their essence. Enigmatic and profound, the water of life is a miraculous remedy for healing and the best medium for understanding the law of life. With a flash of thought, Chen Nian directly entered the Tongtian Tower. Yuing, who was in the midst of her cultivation, noticed Chen Nian's sudden appearance and ceased her practice. Rising with a smile, "Junior brother, what brings you here?" Chen Nian chuckled. "Senior sister, I wish to show you something extraordinary." Something extraordinary? If anyone else had said this, Yuing would have dismissed it entirely. After all, as a deity-level warrior, what could possibly captivate her? Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Yet, Chen Nian was different. Yuing was merely curious about the mysterious allure of Chen Nian's revelation. Celestial materials? She had plenty. Divine artifacts? Even more abundant. Techniques and martial arts seemed improbable. What could it be? Puzzled, she followed Chen Nian without further inquiry. Each level of the Tongtian Tower is isolated. Without the host's permission, one cannot ascend freely. Ascending together, they soon arrived at the entrance of the 7th level. He pushed the door open. Instantly, a wave of life force surged forth. Yuing was momentarily stunned. This is life force. How could this be? Such a dense life force. She had never witnessed anything like it in her life. In her era, the life tree had long since vanished, becoming a legendary relic. Upon entering with Chen Nian, Yuing was captivated, staring in awe at the enormous life tree before her. Frozen in place, this rich life energy emanated from this very tree. "Junior brother, what is happening?" Yuing swallowed hard, looking bewildered at Chen Nian. Throughout her life, she had rarely been so astonished, especially after achieving the deity level. It was nearly impossible for anything to shock her. Yet today, Chen Nian had truly taken her by surprise. "Senior sister, this is the life tree." The moment the phrase life tree left his lips, Yuing was once again rendered speechless. Although she had suspected it in her heart, hearing it from Chen Nian's mouth was an entirely different matter. How could something that had vanished since the dawn of creation be present here? At the dawn of creation, the life tree had already disappeared. In the past, even the esteemed Zixiao divine emperor had expended considerable effort in search of it, ultimately yielding nothing and having to abandon the pursuit. Chen Nian had accomplished what even his father could not. Chen Nian smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, I acquired a branch of the life tree at an auction held by the Wujia divine dynasty and nurtured it for 10 years. Today, it has finally matured. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Yu Ying was initially taken aback, then shook her head. Impossible. Setting aside the materials required to cultivate a branch of the life tree, which are exceedingly rare, likely extinct in the 3,000 domains. Even if you managed to find the necessary items, it would be impossible to complete the cultivation in just 10 years. It would typically require a century. Indeed, even if Chen Nian could gather all the materials he had cultivated, it would be impossible to complete the process within a decade. It would require at least a century. However, Chen Nian mysteriously remarked, take a closer look at the growth rate of the tree of life. Growth rate? Yu Ying's gaze shifted, and she noticed an inexplicable aura flowing within the tree of life. Under that enigmatic essence, its growth was astonishingly rapid, with new leaves sprouting almost every minute, and the condensation of life essence occurring at an equally swift pace. This growth rate is astonishing. I have employed some special means to enhance the tree of life's growth speed, roughly tenfold the normal rate. Special means. Tenfold. Upon hearing Chen Nian's casual words, Yu Ying nearly cried out in excitement. A tenfold increase. What kind of technique could achieve such a feat? It was simply unbelievable. No wonder the tree of life had matured in just about 10 years. So that's it. So that's the case, junior brother. This is truly remarkable. I must admit, Yu Ying was indeed taken aback today. She had initially thought Chen Nian was already quite extraordinary, but he turned out to be even more impressive than she had imagined. Chen Nian smiled faintly, choosing not to respond directly, but instead shifted the conversation. Senior sister, there is a considerable amount of life essence condensed on the tree of life. Let us gather it together. All right. Yu Ying did not decline and accepted the small vial Chen Nian offered. This vial was a special container designed to collect life essence without allowing its vitality to dissipate. The two began their collection within the Tower of Heaven. Although the tree of life had matured, it had only been 10 years, equivalent to 100 years outside, so the quantity of life essence was not abundant. They managed to gather around 52 drops. Nevertheless, this was enough to astonish Yu Ying. Looking at the vial filled with life essence, she had never felt so surreal before. Senior sister, you may take 10 drops for your cultivation. 10 drops? So many? Chen Nian's generosity made Yu Ying feel somewhat uneasy. Junior brother, this seems inappropriate. Chen Nian chuckled. Senior sister, I am your dear junior brother. It is merely 10 drops of life essence. Use it up and come back for more. Although 10 drops of life essence were precious, for a powerful being in the divine emperor realm, it was a bargain. Upon hearing this, warmth surged through Yu Ying's heart. Truly a beloved junior brother. Since that is the case, I shall not stand on ceremony. Do not hesitate to ask for anything you need. Chen Nian was instantly elated at her words. That was precisely what he wanted to hear. While 10 drops of life essence were indeed valuable, building a good relationship with Yu Ying was far more significant. After chatting with Yu Ying in the Tower of Heaven for a while, Chen Nian departed. Yu Ying, however, did not remain idle. As soon as Chen Nian left, she eagerly began her cultivation with the life essence. Although the concentration of spiritual energy in the life essence did not greatly impact her cultivation, such rich life energy was undoubtedly beneficial for her. Furthermore, it might even allow her to comprehend the laws of life, one of the pinnacle laws, which is considered the most precious for martial artists. Unlike the laws of darkness or destruction that Chun Tiandao comprehended, although they were formidable in battle, they lacked the practicality of the laws of life. If she could grasp the laws of life, she would become almost invincible in combat, akin to an indestructible cockroach with terrifying regenerative abilities. Returning to his chamber, Chen Nian sat cross-legged, gazing at the vial of life essence before him. Without hesitation, he extracted 2 drops and placed them on his tongue, savoring them before beginning to refine them. Instantly, a vast aura of life spread throughout his body, causing his cells to become extremely active. Even the divine elephant suppression technique began to operate involuntarily. Time passed, perhaps an hour, when Chen Nian suddenly sensed a profound sensation enveloping him. It felt like a rhythm of life. He could even perceive the life essence of insects and plants within a radius of several hundred meters. After an indeterminate length of time, he opened his eyes once again, and daylight streamed through the window. He felt a bit disoriented as he reflected on everything that had transpired in his mind, turning his gaze toward the large tree outside. in Chen Nian's eyes. He seemed to perceive the very rhythm of life emanating from that tree. Could this be the laws of life? Chen Nian was taken aback, realizing that by merely consuming 2 drops of life essence, he had seemingly brushed against the threshold of the laws of life. Regardless of the law, once one neared its threshold, cultivation would accelerate significantly. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Once one can sense the existence of this law's power, all that remains is to meticulously contemplate it for a while to achieve understanding. Chen Nian stretched and smiled faintly. The laws of life were rather impressive. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Chen Nian cultivated diligently, deepening his understanding of the various laws he had encountered, particularly the laws of life, which he grasped swiftly thanks to the aid of the life essence. In contrast, Yu Ying, while also benefiting from the life essence, progressed much more slowly and had yet to sense any of the life energy. Young Master, the second prince of the Wuji divine dynasty, Qin Xuan, has arrived. One day, while Chen Nian was practicing in his room, he heard the voice of Shui Luer. She hurriedly entered and announced, "Qin Xuan?" Chen Nian paused for a moment, then smiled slightly as memories flooded back. During their time at the Wuji divine dynasty, Qin Xuan had expressed his desire to challenge him. Chen Nian had assumed it was merely a jest, but it seemed he had genuinely come. How intriguing! Just as Chen Nian had recently broken through to the Holy Realm, it was a perfect opportunity to test his strength. "Let us go see." "Yes," Shui Luer replied, and promptly followed Chen Nian as they exited together. Chapter 163. 1 against 3. Chen Nian and Shui Luer stepped out of the courtyard and into the open. Outside the Chen family, Qin Xuan was accompanied by several elders. Almost all the disciples of the Chen family had gathered, encircling Qin Xuan and his companions tightly. "Make way, the young patriarch is coming." A voice thundered from the crowd, and everyone instinctively parted to create a path. Chen Nian walked slowly through the crowd, all eyes converging upon him. "Greetings, young master." The disciples of the Chen family greeted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the air. Qin Xuan and the royal elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowing at the scene. Chen Nian held such immense prestige in the Chen family that his presence could command the respect of all. Indeed, while Qin Xuan was formidable and favored by Qin Tianyu, his status in the Wuji divine dynasty did not compare to Chen Nian's. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, albeit fleeting, as he quickly composed himself. "Young Master Chen, it has been a long time." Qin Xuan smiled faintly and spoke. "It has been over a decade since we last met. What brings the second prince to my 9 heavens demon domain?" Chen Nian's calm voice stirred no ripples. Qin Xuan replied with a smile. "I heard that the young master has emerged from seclusion, and I have come to challenge you, fulfilling a promise from over a decade ago." Back in the ancient battlefield of the Wuji divine dynasty, Qin Xuan had wished to challenge Chen Nian, but the secret realm had closed shortly after Chen Nian's departure. Now, having recently broken through to the Holy Realm himself, he sought to test their strengths against each other. Regardless of the outcome, he simply sought a contest. "Very well, I shall oblige you," Chen Nian said without excessive words. Since his opponent wished to battle, it was an opportunity to stretch his limbs. Just as the disciples of the Chen family cleared a space for the duel between Chen Nian and Qin Xuan, distant voices echoed. "Amitabha, young master. It's good to see you. This monk has come to join the festivities." From the west, several figures of Buddha and Ling Chen approached, their voices resonating with a melodic chant. "In the presence of the esteemed Shanqing sect, I, Shen Wanlang, have come to join the excitement. I trust the imperial sun does not mind my intrusion." From the eastern direction, several venerable elders of the Shanqing sect, all of whom are at the Saint King realm, approached alongside Shen Wanlang, gliding through the air. The Shanqing sect stands as a leading force among the Taoist sects, with an exalted status and formidable elders within. Clad in Taoist robes, one elder wielded a whisk, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Soon, Shen Wanlang and Ling Chen approached with measured steps, leaving the Chen family disciples in a state of trepidation. The 3 individuals who had arrived were none other than the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms, each a prodigy capable of ranking among the top 10. Each had achieved the Saint Realm at a remarkably young age, a testament to their exceptional prowess. Chen Nian was taken aback by their simultaneous arrival, yet found it amusing. A slight smile graced his lips as he remarked, "What a coincidence, esteemed ones, to arrive together." Shen Wanling responded, "Do not misunderstand, Imperial Son, we did not confer beforehand. We merely heard of your emergence, and, longing to engage, I sought the opportunity to spar with you. As for my companions, I was unaware of their intentions, though they had arrived together. It was clear that their meeting was fortuitous." Shen Wanlong's presence was spurred by news of Chen Nian's breakthrough into the Saint Realm, a milestone he had achieved a year prior, prompting his desire for a contest. Chen Nian, unfazed by the circumstances, recognized that their arrival was not premeditated. After all, their camaraderie did not extend to such collusion, and as fellow sons of the sect, it would be beneath their dignity to conspire against him. No matter. All who come are guests, he said with a gentle smile, before continuing, since you all wish to challenge me, I propose a notion, are you open to it? As Chen Nian's words fell, the attention of those present shifted toward him, including Lingchen, Qin Chuan, and Shen Wanlang, who awaited his proposal with curiosity. Pray do tell. They urged, eager to hear his suggestion. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Rather than a drawn-out will battle, why not face me together? Let us conclude this swiftly. The air grew still as his words hung in the atmosphere, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Even the Chun family disciples, who held faith in Chen Nian's strength, were astounded at the audacity of challenging 3 elite warriors of the same realm simultaneously. Heavens, is our young master jesting? To take on 3 at once? Murmured the onlookers. I have heard tales of the Shanqing sect's might, and Shen Wanlong's reputation as formidable, claimed to be the strongest son of the sect in a millennium. Moreover, though the Buddhist realm may not align with our Qin family, Lingchen is no pushover. His prowess is formidable. The disciples of the Chen family exchanged hushed whispers, aware of Chen Nian's terrifying strength, yet cognizant that his opponents were no ordinary contenders. Each was a remarkable talent, among the best of their generation across the 3,000 realms. Even Shen Wanlang, Qin Chuan, and Lingchen stood momentarily speechless, exchanging incredulous glances. The notion that Chen Nian intended to confront all 3 of them alone stirred feelings of humiliation within them. All were peerless beings in their respective ranks. How could he dare to think he could challenge them alone? Qin Chuan's expression darkened as he spoke brusquely, Imperial son. You may be overestimating your capabilities by challenging all 3 of us. Indeed, such audacity is remarkable, Shen Wanlang added, a hint of disbelief lacing his tone. However, Chen Nian merely smiled, his confidence unwavering, and suggested, how about we wager? If I lose, I shall gift each of you 3 9-star weapons. Conversely, should you lose, the same shall apply. The stakes were set, 3 9-star weapons, a significant prize. Should Chen Nian lose, he would relinquish 9 in total. While not as rare as divine artifacts, 9-star weapons were treasures of great worth. Any faction losing 3 would feel the sting of loss acutely. Such a wager was substantial indeed, yet the proud trio believed they could easily overcome Chen Nian, confident in their combined strength. As you wish. If the Imperial Son is eager for such a contest, I shall oblige, Lingchen said, reciting a mantra. Qin Chuan and Shen Wanlang readily agreed, convinced that Chen Nian could not possibly match their collective prowess. As the spectators drew back, the weight of the impending battle hung heavy in the air. Should the young master triumph, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the 3,000 realms. At that moment, dozens of figures appeared in the sky above the Chen family estate. The elders of the Chen family, having gathered, were initially indifferent to what they believed to be a mere contest among the youth. However, upon hearing the news that Chen Nian intended to challenge the 3 prodigies, they could no longer remain idle. The potential peril of their young master was not to be taken lightly. Young master, I implore you to reconsider this challenge, the elder Chen Nian urged, his voice resonating with authority. Chen Nian embodied the future and hope of the Chen family, and his safety was paramount. The assembly of elders bowed in unison, expressing their grave concerns. The combined aura of over a dozen Saint King realm warriors was palpable, leaving the disciples breathless. Even Qin Chuan and the others exchanged glances, astonished by the depth of the Chen family's strength. Yet, in the face of their council, Chen Nian maintained his composure, a gentle smile gracing his features. Fear not, esteemed elders, I have my own plans. Please observe from the sidelines and refrain from intervening. His tone was resolute. The elders, though seasoned in the art of intimidation, found themselves subdued in Chen Nian's presence. They recognized that he was not a braggart, and his confidence signaled a well-founded assurance. The eldest elder, while resolute in his intention to protect Chen Nian in the event of danger, chose to remain silent. Thus, the elders took their positions, prepared to watch. Do take care. Young master, Shui Luer whispered softly, knowing her pleas would fall on deaf ears. Indeed, Chen Nian acknowledged, and Shui Luer stepped back, her gaze fixed upon him, aware that this battle would resonate throughout the entire realm. Are you prepared for this encounter, Imperial Son? Shen Wanlang inquired, drawing his blade with a slight smile. Chen Nian leisurely regarded the 3 individuals before him, unfazed as he spoke. Do not rush. I still possess a sacred silkworm silk gauntlet, a divine artifact. Utilizing it would be an act of dishonor, so allow me to remove it first. With that, Chen Nian unhesitatingly removed the gauntlet from his hand and placed it into his spatial ring. The others were momentarily taken aback. An act of dishonor? Surely you jest. 3 against 1, and even with a divine artifact, no one would dare to speak ill of it. However, Chen Nian's words ignited a sense of humiliation within Qin Chuan and his companions. Very well, let us commence. Chen Nian smiled broadly, his demeanor suddenly shifting. The previously languid gaze transformed into one of piercing intensity, fixated on the trio as a formidable aura enveloped him, exuding an almost imperceptible yet terrifying presence. The third elder couldn't help but click his tongue, murmuring, "Elder, the young master's strength is somewhat terrifying. I can even sense a faint threat." The third elder, having recently breached the Saint King realm, was no weakling, yet Chen Nian instilled in him a subtle sense of crisis. Chen Nian also perceived this, nodding lightly. The young master's prowess is unfathomable. We can only follow faithfully. Perhaps one day, we too may glimpse the realm of emperors. Indeed, Chen Tianan saw this clearly. The Chen father and son were extraordinary beings. Chen Tiandao had elevated the Chen family to one of the 10 great powers, rising with formidable might. Chen Nian, it seemed, was equally remarkable. With the shackles of heaven and earth weakening, there was a chance for all to glimpse the emperor's realm. The third elder, hearing this, felt a surge of joy in his heart and nodded affirmatively. As they conversed, the atmosphere among the four shifted. Suddenly, Qin Chuan made the first move. Locking eyes with his companions, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping them, and the tension in the air escalated sharply. With a cold grunt, Qin Chuan vanished from sight. Reappearing before Chen Nian in an instant, his sword unsheathed, strikes executed with unmatched swiftness and ferocity. Chen Nian remained unfazed. He transformed his fingers into sword energy, directing it towards Qin Chuan, each surge of demonic energy radiating an unmatched might that demanded respect. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of energies, their figures flickering in and out of sight. Within mere moments, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, leaving the onlookers in awe, particularly the younger disciples of the Chen family. Although they were aware of the prowess of the world's top talents, they had never truly grasped its magnitude. The duel between Chen Nian and Qin Chuan served as a profound lesson. Their movements were rapid and fluid, an air of terror swirling around them. The elders activated their true energies, forming a barrier to protect the Chen disciples. Unbeknownst to them, they had already exchanged thousands of blows, leaving the spectators dazzled. It was evident that Chen Nian held the upper hand. After all, it was 3 against 1. He could not afford to hold back. His physical cultivation and true energy erupted simultaneously, swiftly overwhelming Qin Chuan, who was left with no choice but to defend passively. Observing this, Ling Chun and Shun Wanlang exchanged glances and, without hesitation, joined the fray. Chapter 165. The 3 prostrations before the Buddha with Qin Chuan at a disadvantage. Ling Chun and Shun Wanlang entered the battle without a moment's thought. After all, if the 3 of them could not overcome Chen Nian in succession, they would struggle to hold their heads high across the entire 3,000 domains, becoming mere stepping stones for him. Thus, even at the cost of their honor, they resolved to defeat Chen Nian decisively and swiftly. Once they joined the fray, the pressure on Qin Chuan lessened significantly, while Chen Nian felt the weight of their combined might. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of fear, a light smile gracing his lips as he unsheathed his long sword. Amidst the clash of blades, the 4 engaged in a flurry of exchanges, the onlookers captivated by the spectacle. Some of the Chen disciples, already teetering on the brink of breakthrough, found themselves experiencing sudden enlightenment amidst the battle. My heavens, this is the most thrilling fight I have ever witnessed. Indeed, the young master stands his ground against 3 opponents. He lives up to his title. Each move is so swift, I can scarcely follow the combat's flow. It is truly terrifying. The disciples chattered excitedly, their eyes filled with admiration. The prowess of top talents is indeed unparalleled. Nearby, several elders of the Chen family engaged in their own discussions, particularly the elders at the late Saint realm, who, sensing the fluctuations in the battle, felt a twinge of inadequacy. Though they were late-stage Saint realm cultivators, they knew that in terms of true strength, they might not match Chen Nian and his peers. The reputation of top talents is not to be taken lightly. After a series of exchanges, Chen Nian and the trio momentarily separated. After hundreds of clashes, Chen Nian felt the adrenaline surge within him, an aura of terror radiating from his being. The 3 exchanged glances, and Ling Chun clasped his hands together, chanting a Buddhist incantation. The strength of the Emperor's son is extraordinary. I shall hold nothing back. With that, Ling Chun's aura intensified, emanating an endless Buddhist energy. Not only that, but a chorus of sacred sounds surrounded him, reminiscent of ancient Buddhas, as a faint scent of sandalwood wafted about. His eyes transformed into a golden hue, and a soft, golden light illuminated the surroundings. The Chen disciples nearby were left in awe. Goodness, this monk is formidable. Indeed, this monk is Ling Chen, the current Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, rumored to be a reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, possessing remarkable strength and a high status within the temple, rivaling that of the abbot. Will the Emperor's son be in danger? What of an ancient Buddha's reincarnation? The Emperor's son can easily suppress him. The elders of the Great Thunder Sound Temple observed Ling Chen reveal his true strength, their eyes alight with surprise. While they were aware of his abilities, it had been somewhat abstract. Now, feeling the terrifying energy emanating from him, they were filled with joy. Ling Chen murmured, "Emperor's son, this move has not been experienced by anyone but you." Before the Buddha, he prostrated himself. In the next moment, a colossal palm imprint descended from the heavens, aiming directly at Chen Nian. The palm shimmered with a golden hue, spanning the size of dozens of people. And the dense Buddhist energy caused many Chen disciples to feel a shiver of fear. The Buddha's 3 prostrations. Has the Buddha's son even comprehended this technique? An elder of the Buddhist sect's eyes widened in disbelief. This technique, the 3 prostrations before the Buddha, was among the pinnacle martial arts of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, notoriously difficult to master. It was said to have been created by the temple's first patriarch, who was on the brink of attaining Buddhahood. Throughout the history of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, fewer than 20 individuals have managed to master it. Thus, the difficulty is apparent. Yet, Ling Chen had achieved comprehension. The Buddhist sect flourishes. Truly, the Buddhist sect flourishes. Another elder exclaimed excitedly. The eyes of the other elders sparkled with joy, as if they could foresee a prosperous future for the sect. The colossal palm was nearly upon Chen Nian, yet he remained unperturbed. A cold smile gracing his lips as boundless demonic energy surged forth. He stood resolutely, his gaze piercing towards the descending Buddha's palm, as if he could see through it all. Disperse. A single word emerged, heavy as 1,000 pounds. The surrounding space seemed to pause at his utterance. Following that, amidst the perplexed gazes of the onlookers, the once looming massive palm poised to descend upon Chen Nian dissipated into thin air, as if it had never existed, leaving the sky tranquil and serene. The utterance of a command manifested into reality, a demonstration of extraordinary prowess. This was the manifestation of divine ability. The venerable elders of the Buddhist sect, the Qingqing sect, and the elders from the Wujishan dynasty all widened their eyes in disbelief. Chen Nian's move was indeed a display of legendary power, where a single word could invoke countless laws. It was fearsome. No one anticipated that Chen Nian had mastered such profound techniques. He truly deserved the title of the foremost prodigy of the 3,000 realms, a truly terrifying figure. Ling Chen squinted, a hint of surprise in his eyes, yet it fell within the realm of expectation. After all, Chen Nian had previously employed this technique in his battle against Li Mo Xian, making it familiar to Ling Chen. Unperturbed, he clasped his hands once more. In an instant, a surge of energy tenfold stronger than before erupted, causing the robes draped over Ling Chen to flutter, while the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced. The elders of the Buddhist sect immediately sensed something amiss. The aura emanating from Ling Chen was not merely tenfold more terrifying than before, but rather 100-fold. No, this was the second bow of the Buddha. The disciple had actually comprehended the second bow. My heavens! The third bow of the Buddha is the technique closest to enlightenment. For a disciple to grasp such a level is truly remarkable. The elders of the Buddhist sect exchanged incredulous glances. The third bow of the Buddha. It was indeed the technique nearest to the divine, and no one could have anticipated the disciples' extraordinary talent. Just as the elders engaged in conversation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The second bow of the Buddha. As Ling Chen shouted this, dozens of immense palm prints surged from all directions, converging upon Chen Nian's figure. The overwhelming energy sent shivers down the spines of some elder members of the Chen family who had reached the late stages of the Saint Realm. If they were to face this attack, it would be no simple feat beside Ling Chen. Qin Xuan and Shen Wanlang felt increasingly unsettled. Ling Chen's methods proved to be equally formidable as their own. An endless tide of energy rushed towards Chen Nian. Today has been exceptionally busy. I apologize for the delay in updates. Chapter 166. Astonishing. Boundless Buddhist energy surged towards Chen Nian. The terrifying aura caused many around to furrow their brows. Dozens of enormous palm prints descended from all directions, effectively sealing off Chen Nian. These palm prints contained the power to restrict space, resembling a miniature formation. No matter how potent Chen Nian's spatial abilities, escaping was futile. After all, this was the technique closest to the Buddha, and its power was formidable. Yet, Chen Nian remained unfazed. His eyes gleamed with an ominous light, dark golden and akin to a deity, swirling with a dreadful demonic aura. Following this, arcs of lightning danced around him. Unlike the thunderous bolts from the heavens, they were pitch black, spiraling endlessly around Chen Nian. The might of this lightning was overwhelming, as if it contained an essence of utter devastation. Lightning domain. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning formed a colossal barrier around Chen Nian, encasing him within. The black lightning appeared to harbor a sense of annihilation. Boom. Suddenly, countless palms collided with Chen Nian's lightning domain. Waves of true energy erupted outward. Although the disciples of the Chen family were protected by the energy barriers erected by the elders, the sheer force of the attacks from Chen Nian and Ling Chun was too formidable. Even the weaker spots of the barriers began to crack, instilling fear among the disciples. Qin Chuan and Shun Wanlang, positioned beside Ling Chun, were acutely aware of the immense power behind the attacks from both Chen Nian and Ling Chun. At this moment, Chen Nian was intently engaged in battle with Ling Chun. Their eyes met, and they understood each other's intentions. Battles among warriors are often riddled with deception, especially when Chen Nian had chosen to challenge 3 opponents alone. Now, with Chen Nian and Ling Chun locked in fierce combat, should they wait until Chen Nian defeated Ling Chun, the situation would become even more perilous. It was better to act now. After a silent exchange, Qin Chuan and Shun Wanlang felt their energies surge dramatically, boundless true energy swirling around them. Their transformation did not escape the notice of others. Look, are Qin Chuan and Shun Wanlang planning to ambush the young master? Indeed, it seems likely, taking advantage of the battle between the young master and Ling Chun. Their true energies are surging. They must harbor ill intentions. This is bad. It appears the young master is in danger. Worry etched the faces of the Chun family disciples. They had faith in Chen Nian's strength, yet facing 3 opponents, with 2 of them preparing to launch a sneak attack, filled them with dread. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed with concern. After all, Chen Nian was currently embroiled in fierce combat with Ling Chun, and the outcome remained uncertain. If Qin Chuan and Shun Wanlang were allowed to ambush, even if he survived, he would likely suffer grievous injuries, potentially damaging his foundation. Grand Elder, the situation for the young master does not look optimistic. If we allow those 2 to ambush, even if the young master survives, he will likely be seriously injured. The second elder voiced his concerns anxiously. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, surveying the battlefield, and suddenly spoke. Regardless of the outcome, the young master must not come to harm. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. For them, it was imperative that Chen Nian remained unharmed. In that moment, Qin Chuan and Shun Wanlang moved simultaneously. They vanished from their positions and advanced towards Chen Nian. Naturally, Chen Nian sensed this shift. A cold smile spread across his face, his eyes reflecting a detached demeanor. And he remained completely unruffled. The endless demonic energy surrounding Chen Nian began to churn, and in the next instant, infused with this demonic energy, the lightning domain obliterated the dozen or so massive palms conjured by Ling Chun. Ling Chun, who was focusing intently, coughed up blood, severely wounded. That previous move had drawn upon all his strength, only to be effortlessly dispelled by Chen Nian. The power of the lightning domain was simply too overwhelming. Though Ling Chun had only just begun to cultivate the second bow of the Buddha, even in this nascent stage, it was a technique that could challenge even late-stage Saint Kings, potentially inflicting grave injuries or even death. After shattering Ling Chen's attack, Chen Nian did not pause. He charged straight towards Qin Chuan and Shun Wanlang. The lightning domain enveloped him once more, and the boundless field ensnared their figures. Within this domain, their speed and movements were instantly restrained. In a blink, Chen Nian executed a swift maneuver, disappearing from sight, and before anyone could react, he reappeared before Shun Wanlang. A cold smile curling on his lips. With a swift motion, his iron fist struck out, carrying an overwhelming might. Chen Nian's physical cultivation had also ascended to the saint realm. For martial artists, physical cultivation is immensely powerful, often overshadowing those focused solely on martial prowess among peers. However, this was not the case for prodigies like Qin Chuan. It was akin to a powerful beast. While formidable, it was no match for Qin Chuan. Yet, Chen Nian's physical cultivation was unlike that of ordinary warriors. The terror of mastering both body and martial arts is not merely a sum of strengths. The unparalleled iron fist surged forward, imbued with rampant demonic energy aimed at Shun Wanlang. Though it was merely a single punch, it bore down upon Shun Wanlang with immense pressure. His brows furrowed as he swung his long blade to intercept Chen Nian's fist. In that fleeting moment, Chen Wanlang felt an overwhelming force transmit through his wrist, followed by the impact against his hands and chest. Fortunately, he was protected by true energy, which mitigated much of the force, yet his spirit was shaken, leaving him somewhat unsteady. No wonder Chen Nian felt so confident in challenging all three of them alone. His power was indeed extraordinary. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, contemplating whether the three of them together could truly match Chen Nian. However, just as this thought emerged, it was swiftly quashed by Chen Wanlang. No, if they could not even defeat Chen Nian when united, their reputations would plummet, reducing them to mere stepping stones for Chen Nian. This unbearable affront to the proud Chen Wanlang was simply intolerable, absolutely unacceptable. Just as the two were at an impasse, Qin Chuan lunged forward with his long sword aimed directly at Chen Nian's chest. The speed was astonishing, the intent lethal, without a hint of mercy. Such is the nature of combat between warriors. Every move must be executed with full resolve. Chen Nian, however, had anticipated this moment. As the sword neared, his left fist surged forth, meeting the blade midair and halting its advance. In an instant, the spectators were left dumbfounded. Chen Nian's fists, one to the left and one to the right, firmly countered the assaults of both Qin Chuan and Chen Wanlang. Not only did he exhibit no signs of defeat, but he also seemed to hold the upper hand as if experiencing a mild flu, his senses dulled. Chapter 167, Victory. Chen Nian's aura suddenly surged. With a thunderous sound, both Chen Wanlang and Qin Chuan were sent reeling backward, retreating to the side of Ling Chun, who bore significant injuries. Chen Nian's earlier attack had shattered his defenses, resulting in considerable backlash. Yet, he managed to suppress his wounds, regaining some semblance of composure. Nonetheless, the confidence that had previously shone in the eyes of the three was now replaced with sheer trepidation. None had anticipated the extent of Chen Nian's strength. Not only did he face three opponents without faltering, but he also seemed to hold the advantage. Such power was utterly terrifying. "It is my turn now," Chen Nian said, stretching his muscles slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The look in his eyes sent shivers down the spines of the trio. Chen Nian's strength evoked a sense of inscrutability. In an instant, his form vanished from sight. The three of them, backs pressed against one another, formed a protective circle to guard against a surprise attack from Chen Nian. Their senses radiated outward, desperately searching for his presence. However, the technique known as distance like heaven was a pinnacle spatial ability, allowing Chen Nian to meld with the surroundings, rendering their search futile. World-destroying sword technique. Suddenly, Chen Nian reappeared before Ling Chun, unleashing a wave of sword energy imbued with a sense of annihilation, which struck from above. This assault caught Ling Chun completely off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Having already sustained severe injuries from Chen Nian's previous attack, his vital energy was sluggish. However, upon witnessing the approach of Chen Nian's sword energy, he reacted instinctively, summoning the protective barrier of the Buddhist arts, the Golden Bell Shield. Yet, the moment the sword energy collided with the shield, it shattered effortlessly, and the relentless force surged into Ling Chen's body, sending him flying. Already grievously injured, he spewed forth a mouthful of black blood, his aura diminishing to a mere whisper. The injuries he had so valiantly suppressed now resurfaced violently. Ling Chen lay on the ground, unable to move. The elders of the Buddhist sect, witnessing this, rushed to his side, panic etched upon their faces. "Buddhist child, are you all right? Quickly, administer the Great Rejuvenation Pill." Yes, the Great Rejuvenation Pill. The Great Rejuvenation Pill. A legendary elixir from ancient Buddhist times, was a rarity in the world, its formula lost to history, leaving no one capable of crafting it within the sect. Thus, it was exceedingly precious. After consuming a Great Rejuvenation Pill, Ling Chun felt his internal energies stabilize, escaping the clutches of death, yet he had lost his combat capabilities. Now only Qin Chuan and Chen Wanlang remained in the fray. They exchanged glances at the gravely injured Ling Chun, their hearts gripped by fear. Chen Nian's prowess had far surpassed their expectations. Meanwhile, the members of the Chen family looked on in awe and excitement. Truly, the young master had dealt a devastating blow to the Buddhist child of the Great Thundersound Temple, proving himself invincible. Indeed, the foremost genius of the 3,000 domains. The Chen family shall undoubtedly rise. The young master's might is unparalleled. The voices of the Chen family resounded in Chen Nian's ears, prompting a gentle smile as he continued his movements without pause. In the blink of an eye, he vanished once more. Qin Chuan and Chen Wanlang, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, abandoned their earlier nonchalance. Back to back, they expanded their senses, gripping their weapons tightly. Suddenly, they felt the air crackle with electricity, a tremendous lightning web enveloping them completely. "Welcome to my domain," Chen Nian declared, appearing high above them. He lowered his sword, unleashing a torrent of blood energy that saturated the atmosphere. The Chen family disciples felt the overwhelming force of his aura, their spirits wavering. By the heavens, this blood energy is terrifying. The young master must be at the saint level. Both martial and spiritual prowess, unmatched throughout history. Who in the 3,000 domains would dare to emulate such audacity besides the young master? The admiration in the voices of the Chen disciples was palpable. Even the elders floating above widened their eyes in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a formidable display of blood energy in all their years of training. Chen Nian scoffed, his figure flickering, and he suddenly appeared before Shen Wanlang, his fist striking forth without hesitation. There was no flourish. Yet each punch seemed to carry the weight of the world, aimed directly at Shen Wanlang's form. Sensing the impending doom of Chen Nian's strike, Shen Wanlang swiftly altered his position, his long knife drawn. However, as the blade emerged from its sheath, Chen Nian uttered a single word, "Stop." In that moment, Shen Wanlang's knife froze mid-swing, as if an invisible force restrained him. His hands remained suspended in the air, unable to progress. Though Chen Nian's command could not last long. In a battle between warriors, even a heartbeat could shift the tide. Chen Nian's fist landed squarely on Shen Wanlang's chest. Pooh! A spray of blood erupted from Shen Wanlang, and he was sent hurtling over 10 meters away, crashing to the ground. The elders of the Qingqing sect, witnessing this, rushed forward in alarm. Despite Shen Wanlang's protective energies, the sheer strength of Chen Nian's physique had overwhelmed him, leaving him gravely injured. Fortunately, there was no immediate threat to his life, and the elders breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Holy Sun is unharmed, all is well. Should anything happen to Shen Wanlang, it would be a dire matter. At this moment, only Qin Chuan remained on the battlefield. The confidence he once held had evaporated, replaced by a tremor of fear as he gazed upon Chen Nian's imposing figure. Indeed, he trembled. Never had he fathomed that Chen Nian could be so formidable. The three of them combined were no match for him. The chasm between them was unfathomable. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan was not ready to concede defeat. He was aware that surrendering would tarnish the reputation of the Wuji divine dynasty. Wuji 9 slashes. Qin Chuan initiated his attack, hurtling toward Chen Nian with lightning speed. In an instant, countless sword shadows erupted above the Chen family estate. This was Qin Chuan's most powerful technique. Even a typical late-stage saint warrior would struggle against it. Yet, Chen Nian merely smiled, his blood energy surging forth. Let the winds blow from every direction. One punch from this emperor can shatter the world. Chapter 168. The 3,000 Domains in Shock. With a resounding boom, the skies above the Chen family estate erupted in a cacophony of explosions. A massive cloud of smoke enveloped the area, drawing the gaze of all who witnessed, their eyes filled with anticipation. When the smoke finally cleared, a figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star, crashing heavily to the ground. Chen Nian hovered in the air, gazing down at the fallen Qin Chuan, gradually retracting his overwhelming blood energy. As he descended, the elders of the Wuji divine dynasty hurried to where Qin Chuan had landed, anxiously checking on his condition. Fortunately, Qin Chuan emerged unscathed, suffering only a few fractured ribs and a significant depletion of vital energy. For a martial artist, a few broken ribs are but a trifling matter, and with a few days of rest, he shall recover. However, the battle at hand has reached its conclusion. In the contest between 4 individuals, Chen Nian single-handedly overcame 3 opponents, securing a decisive victory. At this moment, the breaths of all the disciples from the Chen family quickened, their gazes towards Chen Nian filled with admiration and awe. He is the scion of the Chen family, their future, the invincible heir. The invincible heir. It is unclear who initiated the chant, but soon, the skies above the Chen family were resounding with such fervor. All disciples of the Chen family were infused with reverence and unbridled enthusiasm. The elders from the Buddhist sect, the Upper Purity sect, and the Wujigod dynasty exchanged worried glances, their hearts heavy with concern. The Chen family has risen to prominence in just a few hundred years, becoming one of the 10 great powers in the 3,000 domains. All due to the emergence of Chen Tiandao. Now, Chen Nian's talents are on par with Chen Tiandao, and the entire family stands united, with countless disciples filled with fervor. Such a force is indeed formidable. The elders of the Buddhist sect felt particularly alarmed, for it is well known that the Buddhist sect and the Chen family have long been at odds. The proximity of the Buddhist domain to the 9 heavens demon domain, coupled with the long-standing animosity between the 2 powers, has led to numerous conflicts over time. If Chen Nian were to rise to power, it would not bode well for the entire Buddhist domain. Thus, the elders of the Buddhist domain were filled with trepidation. Yet they could do little but report today's events to their leader for a decision, for the landscape of the 3,000 domains seems poised for a transformation. Days swiftly passed following the conclusion of the battle between Chen Nian, Qin Xuan, Ling Chun, and Shun Wanlang, stirring a significant wave of discussion throughout the 3,000 domains. Did you hear? The heir of the Chen family faced 3 adversaries and severely injured the holy son of the Upper Purity sect, the second prince of the Wujigod dynasty, and the son of the Buddhist domain. Is this true or mere rumor? It is undoubtedly true, for it emanated from the Chen family. And the other 3 factions have yet to respond. My uncle's son's brother is a disciple of the Chen family. He was present during that battle. And I tell you, it was nothing short of terrifying. The heir of the Chen family faced 3 opponents and emerged unscathed while severely wounding them. The entire 3,000 domains buzzed with discussions about the battle. No one doubted the prowess of those 3 outstanding individuals, as they are renowned as the pinnacle of talent within the 3,000 domains. Chen Nian's ability to contend against 3 adversaries indicates that his talents are truly unfathomable. Some wandering cultivators sense the growing might of the Chen family, even traversing vast distances to ally with them. Though the Chen family may not possess deep roots, the legacies of Chen Tiandao and now Chen Nian are palpable. The rise of the Chen family is evident to any discerning eye. Those who do not seize this opportunity may find themselves too late. To associate with the Chen family now, even as a guest elder, would yield immense benefits when the family truly ascends. Thus, many martial artists were willing to traverse countless miles to seek refuge with the Chen family, further amplifying its strength and reputation. Meanwhile, Chen Nian remained oblivious to these developments, continuing his training diligently. At this moment, in the Buddhist domain, Ling Chun had nearly recovered from his injuries. Thanks to the various elixirs from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, although his wounds were severe, no lasting ailments remained. However, the terrifying strength of Chen Nian left indelible marks upon Ling Chun's heart. "Greetings, master." Ling Chun bowed slightly to the leader, who acknowledged him with a nod as he took his seat upon the meditation mat. Surrounding him, numerous elders sat quietly in attendance. "Buddha child, the elders have informed me of the details of your battle with the heir of the Chen family." The leader spoke suddenly. "It is astonishing that after Chen Tiandao, another prodigy has emerged from the Chen family, and his talents seem to rival even those of Chen Tiandao. Truly fearsome." The leader's voice resonated within the grand hall. The elders kept their heads bowed, refraining from commentary. Ling Chun pressed his palms together in reverence, murmuring a Buddhist chant, his expression grave. While he admired Chen Nian's prowess, he also felt a profound wariness towards his talents. The emergence of Chen Tiandao was already astonishing. The arrival of Chen Nian posed a dilemma for them at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. "Master, Buddha child, I believe we cannot continue to overlook the Chen family. When Chen Tiandao led the family to rise, we in the Buddhist domain did not intervene, allowing them to establish their current position. However, our Buddhist domain and the Nine Heavens demon domain are inherently incompatible. If in a century, the Chen family grows in strength, seeking to obliterate our Buddhist domain, we may well find ourselves powerless to resist." The second elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple sighed heavily. His heart was not without fear. The relationship between the Chen family and the Buddhist domain is known throughout the 3,000 domains. Should the Chen family gain strength, the Buddhist domain would surely be in peril. The second elder's words cast a heavy silence over the hall. Chapter 169, A Decision. The hall fell into a profound silence. What to do? The current situation left no room for advancement or retreat, if they allowed matters to proceed unchecked. In a century's time, or even less, should Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian further fortify their power, who could stand against the Great Thunder Sound Temple? The enmity between the Chen family and the Great Thunder Sound Temple had escalated to a point of irreconcilable discord. After a lengthy contemplation, the elder spoke softly. "Master, I believe we must not remain idle. If this continues, in a few decades, our Buddhist domain may face annihilation. You are aware of Chen Tiandao's character. Should he ascend to the Emperor realm, our Buddhist domain may be on the brink of extinction." The elder's words elicited nods of agreement from the other elders, including the leader and Ling Chun. Indeed, should Chen Tiandao truly break through to the Emperor realm, their Buddhist domain would be doomed. Who could stand against an emperor? The leader nodded thoughtfully, quietly chanting a Buddhist phrase before addressing the assembly. "I understand the concerns raised by the elders. However, if we were to launch a rash assault on the Chen family now, relying solely on the strength of the Great Thunder Sound Temple may prove insufficient. It is essential to recognize that the Chen family has absorbed all the resources of the Crimson Flame Divine Domain. And with Chen Nian bringing back treasures from the ancient battlefield, Their strength has surged exponentially in just over a decade. Within their ranks, there are over a dozen elders at the Saint King level. Moreover, they have attracted several venerable elders who have pledged their allegiance, whose prowess cannot be underestimated. Not to mention the lower-tier martial artists within the Chen family, each of whom has experienced significant growth, compensating for their previous deficiencies. Then, what if we allied with other factions? An elder suggested suddenly. Allied with others? The leader shook his head dismissively. That notion is utterly impractical. The Phoenix domain and the Purple Cloud Divine domain are on amicable terms with the Chen family. The Barbarian domain and Miaojiang are situated too remotely to have any interest in attacking the Chen family alongside us, while the Unfeeling Divine Palace has no disputes with them and thus would not lend assistance. As for the two Taoist sects, Upper Purity and Mystical Gate, they adhere to a philosophy of non-interference, and since there are no conflicts of interest with the Chen family, they too would be unlikely to take action. Regarding the Wujigod dynasty, the leader chuckled coldly, shaking his head. Chen Tianyu, that ambitious individual, how could he possibly conspire with us against the Chen family? To collaborate with him would be akin to courting disaster, as he might well stab us in the back. Indeed, I am well aware of Chen Tianyu's character. He would not hesitate to betray us. Cooperation? Such a notion is impossible. The elders exchanged glances, a sense of despair evident in their expressions. Indeed, the host's words resonate with truth. It is inconceivable that Chen Tianyu would act so readily without substantial benefit, especially when contending with Chen Tiandao. A misstep could lead to a significant predicament. Thus, it becomes apparent that an alliance within the Buddha realm is utterly unattainable. Upon the host's conclusion, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall once more. Indeed, this presents an insurmountable dilemma. Even Ling Chun finds himself at a loss, cursed by fate to confront the formidable duo of Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian in this era. Very well, you may all depart. I shall devise a solution to this matter. After a prolonged silence, the host sighed deeply, casting a contemplative gaze beyond the hall, as if having made a momentous decision. The elders were momentarily taken aback by the host's demeanor, their confusion palpable. How could the host possibly possess a solution to an issue that eluded the entire Thundersound Temple? This seemed implausible. As the elders contemplated voicing further thoughts, the host gestured for them to leave. Recognizing the signal, the assembly fell silent, murmuring a chant before departing in unison. Only Ling Chun remained seated at a distance, observing the host's figure, inhaling deeply and lamenting. Must it truly be this way? Had it been anyone else, they might have struggled to comprehend Ling Chun's cryptic lament. But the host understood all too well. With a pensive gaze, he posed, does the Buddha child possess the confidence to vanquish Chen Nian? To triumph over Chen Nian? In the past, Ling Chun would have harbored confidence, even if victory was not guaranteed. Yet, after encountering Chen Nian, he realized the extent of the latter's terrifying prowess. His capabilities had reached unparalleled heights, leaving the younger generation with virtually no rivals, truly formidable. He shook his head in resignation. No? Amitba. The host intoned a chant and continued. In that case, we are left with no alternative. A certain pallor clouded the hostess' eyes. He understood that should he proceed and fail, the entire Buddha realm would face annihilation, centuries of effort rendered to naught. However, if he refrained from action, in mere decades, the Chen family would rise to prominence once more, leaving the Buddha realm in tatters. Thus, the host was compelled to gamble. He wagered on his ability to prevail. If victorious, the Buddha realm would not only survive, but could also absorb the strength of the Nine Heavens demon realm, leading to a significant augmentation of its power. Yet, the odds of success seemed precariously balanced. Amitba, since you have made a decision, I shall refrain from further counsel, only hoping for your triumph. Ling Chun recognized his inability to dissuade the host and could only wish for his success, for the future of the Buddha realm was intrinsically linked to this endeavor. The host nodded in acknowledgement. Ling Chun performed a respectful bow before withdrawing. Gazing at the sky beyond the grand hall, the host sighed, gesturing with his hand to seal the doors. He then turned and walked inward. The monumental statue of the Buddha radiated a resplendent golden glow, a masterpiece crafted by the Thundersound Temple over countless years, composed of the legendary crimson gold. The host approached the statue, offering a respectful bow, before producing a token from his possession. As he infused it with his vital energy, the hall resonated with a profound aura of Buddhist teachings. Remarkably, the statue began to shift. The host remained unfazed, as if all unfolded according to his expectations. After a brief interval, the stone figure repositioned, revealing a massive iron door. The door bore no keyhole. The host approached and pushed it open. Beyond lay an endless, pitch-black corridor, from which faint sounds emerged. Without hesitation, the host stepped inside, traversing the shadowy passageway. After an indeterminate duration, a brilliant white light pierced through, and upon taking another step forward, he found himself in a serene realm reminiscent of a paradise. In this modest space, flowers and grasses flourished, and a thatched cottage stood prominently. The sky lacked a sun, yet radiated perpetual daylight. You have finally arrived, my friend. I foretold your coming. Chapter 170. Collaborating with the Divine Race. Within the space, a brazen voice echoed from an unknown source, reverberating throughout the chamber. The host clasped his hands in prayer. Amitabha. Upon his utterance, the voice grew even more audacious, erupting into laughter, as the entire space trembled slightly. A colossal figure materialized before the host. He appeared not entirely human, towering at roughly 3 to 4 meters, adorned with 8 golden wings. His elongated visage bore 3 pairs of eyes, a sight that was anything but human. Solanier, it has been a long time, the host murmured. Indeed, the figure before you is no human, but a legendary being of the divine race. The entire 3,000 domains would be astounded to learn that the Thundersound Temple harbored a member of the divine race. Solanier erupted into hearty laughter, his 3 pairs of golden eyes fixed intently upon the host. Yuanjun, after all these years, your cultivation remains unchanged. The human race is indeed an inferior breed. Ha! Enduring Solanier's derision, Yuanjun's calm demeanor flickered with subtle shifts, yet he ultimately regained his composure, stating leisurely, I require your assistance with a matter. The corners of Solanier's mouth curled into a smirk as he inquired, what assistance? I seek the demise of Chen Nian of the 9 Heavens demon realm. Indeed, while the Chen family currently appears formidable, it largely hinges on the strength of Chen Tiandao alone. Should he perish, although Chen Nian possesses tremendous talent, a single Saint King would suffice to subdue him. The remainder of the Chen family would not pose a threat. Thus, the moment Chen Tiandao is eliminated, the Buddha realm could swiftly consume the Chen family, a colossal entity. Upon hearing Chen Tiandao's name, Solanier's interest was piqued. He was aware of this human warrior, renowned as the most terrifying existence among the human race in tens of thousands of years. Remarkably young, having cultivated for merely a few hundred years, he had already breached the threshold of half-step emperor, standing just a step away from the fabled emperor realm. Such a prodigy certainly warranted Solanier's attention. However, he did not hasten to acquiesce, but rather smiled and asked, I might agree, but how have you deliberated on that matter? That matter? Yuanjun's expression flickered between uncertainty and resolve. Yet Solanier continued, Yuanjun, let me be frank, in 10,000 years, the protective barrier of the 3,000 domains will dissipate entirely. At that time, my divine race's army will descend upon the 3,000 domains. Given the current strength of the 3,000 domains, they would be helpless against my divine race's might. It would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Should you align yourself with my divine race, once the 3 divine kings arrive, I can guarantee a path of survival for your Buddha realm. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame my divine race for being merciless. Solanier regarded Yuanjun with a mocking smile. 10,000 years hence, the arrival of the divine race's army would spell doom for the 3,000 domains, whose current strength could not withstand such an onslaught. Listening to Solanier's words, Yuanjun's expression shifted. He was acutely aware that Solanier spoke the truth. However, he had refrained from siding with Solanier for years, fearing that doing so would render him a disgrace to the human race, forever marked in infamy. Yet this time, he remained silent. Solanier said nothing, patiently awaiting Yuanjun's response. Suddenly, Yuanjun lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with determination, and declared, very well. I shall comply with your request. Upon hearing Yuanjun's words, Solanier erupted into uproarious laughter. He had waited for Yuanjun for centuries, tempting him for eons, and had finally succeeded. In truth, Solanier's presence within the Buddha realm stemmed from an unforeseen event. Over 600 years ago, he was a powerful figure within the divine realm, his prowess falling just short of the 3 divine kings, placing him among the elite in the divine domain. Originally, he awaited the dissolution of the 3,000 domains barrier. However, the 3 divine kings discovered a weak point in the barrier, and Solanier was transported here through a secret method, serving as a precursor. Naturally, such transportation came at a considerable cost. The 3 supreme deities expended thousands of years of cultivation to transport Solon, a warrior of the divine emperor realm, into the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains. Not only that, but upon entering this realm, Solon, originally at the divine emperor level, sustained severe injuries, causing his cultivation to plummet to the mid-stage of the sacred king realm. The location of his arrival was fortuitously within the Buddha domain, right beside Yuan Zhen. At that time, Yuan Zhen had yet to assume his role as the presiding figure and had just broken through to the mid-stage of the Sacred King realm, wandering throughout the Buddha domain. Although Yuan Zhen was aware that Solon belonged to the divine race, he refrained from slaying him and instead covertly brought him back to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, concealing him alongside the previous presiding figure. Releasing his mind, Solon chuckled softly. Having chosen to ally with the divine race, Yuan Zhen no longer hesitated and opened his mind fully. Soon after, he felt as though a mark had been inscribed upon his soul, and moments later, Solon's divine consciousness departed. Your soul now bears my divine consciousness imprint. From this day forth, you shall be a servant of my divine race. When my race descends, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. Solon's laughter echoed throughout the space. Yuan Zhen's gaze turned vacant. He remained silent, standing still, for he had no path of retreat, only the singular route leading into darkness. Chen Tiandao, I shall make your acquaintance. With those words, Solon's aura reverberated through the space. That terrifying presence caused the very fabric of the environment to tremble, even making Yuan Zhen shudder involuntarily. He had initially thought Solon to be merely a half-step into the Emperor realm, but was astonished to discover he had already broken through. Originally, the 3,000 domains were bound by the shackles of heaven and earth, which had restrained Solon at the half-step Emperor level. However, with the weakening of these shackles, Solon had seized the opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm without hesitation. With his current strength, dealing with someone like Chen Tiandao or even the Chen family would be a trifling matter. A sense of comfort washed over Yuan Zhen. Chen Tiandao, your demise is assured. Chapter 171. Arrival at the Chen family. Watching Solon depart, Yuan Zhen narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness replacing the kindness once present in his gaze. The thought of surrendering to the divine race had echoed in Yuan Zhen's mind more than once, but he had hesitated until now. After all, betraying the human race was no trivial matter. If discovered, the entire Buddha domain would face annihilation. The risks were substantial. Yet, Yuan Zhen also understood that the divine race's arrival in a millennium was inevitable. Their power was unmatched by the human race. And even combining all the races of the 3,000 domains would not suffice to contend with the divine race. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by the Chen family affair to ally with the divine race was a conclusion Yuan Zhen had contemplated for countless years. The divine race was invincible. Meanwhile, after exiting the Grand Hall, Solon transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the Nine Heavens demon domain. Before his breakthrough to the Emperor realm, he had not dared to venture beyond the Buddha domain, as the characteristics of his divine race were too conspicuous. Exposure could lead to his demise. However, having now broken through, much of his former strength had returned, filling Solon with newfound confidence. As he basked in the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth and admired the breathtaking landscapes, he felt elated, almost compelled to unleash a roar of joy. After all, having concealed himself within the Great Thunder Sound Temple for centuries, the longing for freedom had become unbearable. Time passed swiftly, for a warrior of the Emperor realm like Solon. Traversing the distance from the Buddha domain to the Nine Heavens demon domain, despite spanning billions of miles, was merely a matter of half a day's effort. His 8 wings fluttered lightly, causing ripples throughout the space. The transformation from half-step Emperor to full Emperor was nothing short of remarkable. Upon reaching the skies above the Chen family, he gazed down with a chilling glimmer in his 3 golden eyes. To him, the human race was nothing but ants, a lowly species destined for servitude to his divine kin. Why can I not sense Chen Tiandao's presence? As Solon extended his divine sense to envelop the entire Chen family, he found no trace of Chen Tiandao. What troublesome human insects! If that is the case, I shall annihilate them all. I refuse to believe that Chen Tiandao will not reveal himself. With a cold smirk, Solon descended rapidly, transforming into a beam of light. At that very moment, within the Chen family, Yu Ying, who was cultivating within the sky tower, suddenly sensed a mysterious aura. This presence was formidable, emanating the power of the Emperor realm, and she discerned that it did not belong to the human race, but rather to the divine race. Indeed, the divine race. She abruptly opened her eyes and communicated with Chen Nian, junior brother. There is divine race presence lurking above the Chen family. Chen Nian was taken aback. The divine race? How is that possible? The formations of the 3,000 domains have held them at bay for millennia. How could a divine being appear now? Senior sister, how numerous are they, and what is their strength? Yu Ying shook her head. There is only one, and its strength is considerable, likely at the Emperor realm, though formidable. This being still paled in comparison to Yu Ying, a warrior of the divine Emperor realm. After all, not everyone was as terrifying as Chen Nian's father. Who instilled a sense of danger in Yuing? Chen Nian remained unperturbed. Without hesitation, he swiftly exited his chamber. Above, a golden streak of light descended, accompanied by the flapping of immense wings. The entire Chen family gazed up in astonishment at the sudden appearance in the sky. My heavens, what? What is that? It doesn't seem like a human warrior. Absolutely not. 8 wings and 3 pairs of golden eyes. This is certainly not human. Hiss. I believe I have encountered such a race in ancient texts, but I cannot quite recall. The warriors murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with curiosity. The divine race's arrival in the 3,000 domains had not occurred for over 1,000,000 years. While some ancient texts still contained references, those records had long since faded into obscurity, and few cared to remember. The elders of the Chen family, however, wore grave expressions. The elders and Chen Nian gathered around Chen Nian. Young master, that being is likely formidable. Its intentions towards our Chen family are undoubtedly sinister. You should retreat. We shall hold them off with our lives, the eldest elder, Chen Nian, cautioned, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, young nephew, that creature is no ordinary foe. Though they did not know Solon's true intentions, they could sense that he meant harm. The elders and Chen Nian had no confidence in their ability to overcome him. However, before Chen Nian could speak, Solon erupted into laughter from the heavens. Human insects, Solon has arrived. Prepare to perish. With that declaration, several massive fireballs materialized in the sky, each with a diameter of dozens of meters. The sky became filled with dozens of such fireballs. If allowed to fall unimpeded, the Chen family would face utter destruction. Not only would their structures be obliterated, but countless disciples would also suffer grievous losses. Upon witnessing this, the crowd urged, "Young master, this individual's power is unfathomable. We implore you to retreat. We vow to hold them off." As they spoke, dozens of elders and Chen Nian soared into the sky. Just as Solon prepared to unleash his fireball assault, the elders sprang into action without hesitation. Though the fireballs were incredibly powerful, most of the elders were sacred king realm experts. After coordinating their attacks, they managed to intercept the fireballs, which detonated in midair. The deafening explosion left the disciples of the Chen family momentarily stunned. The shockwaves generated by the blast were overwhelmingly powerful, causing some of the weaker disciples to be knocked to the ground. "Oh, the insects of the Chen family have appeared," Solon sneered, his indifferent gaze flickering with an endless chill. "The small pests of the Chen family are truly laughable." With that, dozens of elders from the Chen family encircled Solon, their expressions tense and vigilant. Solon strolled leisurely through the air, as if walking on solid ground. The human race is nothing but a group of worthless beings. Do they truly think they can obstruct me? With that declaration, Solon's aura erupted forth, an overwhelming imperial pressure instantly enveloping the entire Chen family estate. Countless disciples trembled involuntarily, and even the eyes of the dozens of elders and Chen Nian were filled with gravity. Before them stood an alien being, a formidable warrior of the imperial realm. No one anticipated that this alien was a being of such power. The elders were thrown into a state of panic. After all, Chen Tiandao had been in seclusion in the ancestral land for over a decade, and no one knew his current state or if he had broken through to the imperial realm. If he had indeed made that breakthrough, there might still be hope. But if not, the entire Chen family could face utter annihilation. The elders immediately formed a human barrier, standing resolutely. Behind them stood Chen Nian. "Young master, you must flee. We shall hold the line." All the elders were prepared to sacrifice themselves for Chen Nian, for he was the future of the Chen family. Their lives were inconsequential. But if Chen Nian were to perish, the family would lose its chance for vengeance. Chen Tianyin also shielded Chen Nian, whispering, "Nephew, run quickly. I will hold them off." Damn it, these vile insects are indeed formidable. Chen Tianyin cursed, and Solon's eyes gleamed, a slight smile playing on his lips. Having spent considerable time in the 3,000 domains, he understood Chen Nian's identity well, the young master of the Chen family, son of Chen Tiandao. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Young master of the Chen family, I shall eliminate you first, then your father." With that declaration, the 8 enormous wings on Solon's back suddenly stirred, propelling him past the elders and directly towards Chen Nian. Though these elders were powerful in their own right, to Solon, they were merely insignificant beings. "Human pests, prepare to meet your end." Solon sneered, brandishing his scythe, which had inexplicably materialized from its sheath. Meanwhile, within the Tontian Tower, Yuing was poised to intervene when she sensed a terrifying force of pressure approaching. Realizing the intention behind it, she refrained from acting. To her astonishment, Solon's scythe did not descend upon Chen Nian, but was instead repelled several steps back by an overwhelming force. After retreating, Soul One gazed at Chen Nian with a mix of fear and confusion, furrowing his brows. How is this possible? Someone has actually repelled me. It was crucial to note that he was a being of the Imperial realm, and in the entire 3,000 domains, there were likely no other Imperial warriors. Where did this rodent come from? If you have the audacity, step forward. His booming voice reverberated throughout the Chen estate, infused with an Imperial aura that could incapacitate most disciples. Yet, as if guided by an unseen force, the oppressive energy dissipated. A voice emerged from the void, resonating with quiet fury. You dare insult the Chen family and threaten my son, as if I do not exist? The calm words were charged with intense anger, igniting fervor among all the members of the Chen family. The disciples' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The patriarch has emerged, they exclaimed. With the patriarch here, that alien is merely a fish in a barrel. Not only the disciples, but even the elders and Chen Nian were swept up in excitement. The patriarch is invincible. He has emerged, ha ha ha. Brother, this wretched creature dares to attack me and threaten my nephew. I'll take care of him. With the elders' confidence, Chen Nian let loose, expressing his unabashed arrogance. Damn, this monstrosity is truly hideous. Brother, capture him quickly. I want him fried. Soul One was immediately enraged. To him, humans were nothing more than insects, yet their audacity was beyond comprehension. He snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura toward Chen Nian. As the Imperial pressure bore down on him, Chen Nian let out a cry of despair. However, Solon's attack was thwarted mere meters away by Chen Tiandao, the divine clan, truly ignorant. With that, a figure erupted from the ancestral land of the Chen family, landing above the estate in an instant. Clad in a billowing black robe, surrounded by endless demonic energy, he resembled a sovereign of the night. You are Chen Tiandao? Indeed, Soul One smirked, his lips curling into a mocking grin. A lowly human has actually produced an Imperial warrior. It seems you've just made a breakthrough. However, you are unfortunate to cross paths with me. Despite Chen Tiandao's recent elevation to the Imperial realm, Soul One dismissed his power as insignificant. He had once been a godly emperor, seasoned by countless battles, equipped with innumerable secret techniques, and his comprehension of the laws remained intact. How could a newly ascended human warrior possibly contend with him? Yet, Chen Tiandao merely smiled, remaining silent, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding indifference. Only Yuing, within the Tongtian Tower, recognized Chen Tiandao's true strength. She transmitted to Chen Nian, little junior brother. Your father is truly remarkable. At such a young age, he has achieved the Imperial realm, and the dark law he wields appears to be perfected. Moreover, he possesses several other formidable laws. Unbelievable. Even Yuing, a being of the divine emperor realm from ancient times, was astonished by Chen Tiandao's prowess. Should this news spread, it would likely shock the entirety of the 3,000 domains. Yuing smirked. That divine being is still provoking us. TSK, 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 I must say, they truly have a lot of gall. Your father is not someone to be trifled with. Chen Nian smiled slightly, observing the unfolding drama. Given Yu Ying's remarks, it was clear that Chen Tiandao's strength was beyond question. Suddenly, Soul One bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming imperial pressure towards Chen Tiandao. But to Chen Tiandao, such pressure was utterly inconsequential. In an instant, the energies of the heavens and earth surged. Mysterious forces emanated from Soul One, and radiant domains of golden light descended between Chen Tiandao and Soul One. To his surprise, Soul One had grasped the principle of light, yet his soul strength suggested he was more than just an imperial being. Interesting, Yuing remarked leisurely. Under her perception, she could sense that Solon's soul strength transcended the imperial realm. However, to Chen Tiandao, Solon's power was still inadequate. With a slight smile, Chen Tiandao retorted, "Just as I break through, you'll serve as my trial." In the blink of an eye, Chen Tiandao's figure moved with astonishing velocity, so swift that even Chen Nian struggled to perceive it. As a formidable warrior of the imperial realm, each of his movements contained terrifying might. Chen Tiandao seemed to vanish entirely, his presence undetectable in the space around him, leaving Soul One momentarily bewildered. His consciousness spread outward. Yet he could not detect the presence of Chen Tiandao. Had he truly vanished into thin air? Before he could process this, the surrounding sky suddenly darkened. An endless darkness crept in like a corrosive poison, refusing to dissipate, wildly expanding throughout the space. In a radius of several thousand meters around Solon, there was nothing but darkness. Instinctively, he attempted to use his own divine energy to dispel this darkness. However, this darkness was not merely a gas. It could not be dispersed. Even his law of light was significantly constrained within this void, illuminating only himself, yet failing to reveal anything in the obscurity. How could this be possible? A mere human could wield such formidable power over the laws, and yet, he was merely a newly ascended emperor-level warrior. It was simply unfathomable. Solin's heart was filled with disbelief. How could a human be so terrifying? But in the next moment, Chen Tiandao imparted upon him a lesson he would never forget. Shadow strangulation. A soft sound echoed, yet to Solin, it was jarringly harsh. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as though someone had launched an unseen attack against him, but he could not perceive the assailant. Almost immediately, pain coursed through every part of his body, as countless wounds opened, golden blood gushing forth. The blood of the divine race was indeed golden, and their divine essence was a potent elixir, capable of transforming an ordinary warrior into a monarch or even a saint. However, for Chen Nian and the others, this essence was of no use. Rather, it was tainted and impure. In a fleeting moment, Solin found himself gravely injured, his complexion pale, warily bracing for further attacks. Yet here, in the darkness, was Chen Tiandao's domain. The perfected law of darkness was not so easily resisted. Even a divine emperor like Yu Ying would struggle against Chen Tiandao's onslaught, likely only managing a 50-50 chance. In the dark, the onlookers could not discern what transpired, only hearing Solin's anguished cries. After enduring a series of inexplicable assaults, Solin finally erupted in fury. He bellowed, "You lowly human insect, do not let Solin the Great catch you, or I shall crush you." With that, Solin unleashed his divine energy, radiating it outward. In the next moment, he seemed to catch sight of Chen Tiandao, grinning maniacally as he charged forward with his scythe. The excitement gleamed in his 3 golden eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a wicked smile. Prepare to die, Chen Tiandao. Divine wrath, godly descent. A terrifying divine might descended upon Chen Tiandao, pressing down on him as if a mountain had fallen, immensely terrifying. The overwhelming pressure sent shivers down the spines of the elders nearby. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the true weight. If confronted directly, one could only imagine its horror. However, to Chen Tiandao, these attacks were akin to child's play. He smirked coldly, effortlessly lifting Solin's weapon with one hand, then suddenly vanishing from his position. Solin's scythe fell through empty air. As cold sweat broke out on his brow, Chen Tiandao appeared behind him. A lightning kick propelled Solin's body several dozen meters away. The strike landed squarely in his groin, igniting a searing pain that left Solin writhing in agony, hands clutching his lower body as he emitted a tremendous scream. The pain, it was unbearable. Regardless of race, the groin has always been the most vulnerable area. Chen Tiandao's kick left Solin questioning his very existence. Clutching himself, his mouth formed an A shape in shock. Chen Tiandao chuckled darkly, transforming into a shroud of night. And in an instant, he was once more at Solin's side, delivering a thunderous punch straight to his chest. The terrifying iron fist struck down. Already severely wounded, Solin was sent plummeting uncontrollably to the ground. A resounding crash echoed as the earth was dented, creating a massive pit. The Chen family members turned their gazes toward the crater, where Solin lay like a lifeless fish, barely clinging to consciousness. Chen Tiandao descended slowly, approaching Solin. The onlookers of the Chen family erupted into fervent cheers. "The master is invincible. The master is invincible." The deafening shouts resonated throughout the Chen family territory. It was known that Solin was a powerhouse at the emperor level, yet before Chen Tiandao, he was as defenseless as a chick. Chen Tiandao smiled faintly, making his way toward the pit. With a mere gesture of his right hand, Solin's body was drawn toward him. At this moment, Solin had already lost consciousness. Chen Tiandao's 2 strikes had been overwhelmingly powerful, particularly the one aimed at his groin. Though somewhat unorthodox and beneath his dignity, being of the demonic path, Chen Tiandao paid little heed to such considerations. Holding Solin aloft, he called out to Chen Tianan, "Elder, disperse the crowd. Let everyone focus on their cultivation." "Yes." The elder's eyes gleamed with fervor as he promptly responded. "Ninner, Tianin, follow me to the ancestral grounds." With that, Chen Tiandao led the way, and Chen Nian and Chen Tianin exchanged glances before following suit. The eyes of the Chen disciples were filled with ardor. Before long, the trio arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Chen family. Chen Tiandao unceremoniously tossed Solin onto the ground, then invoked a secret method to seal Solin's cultivation. He did not hasten to awaken Solin, instead turning his attention to Chen Nian and Chen Tianin. "Are you both familiar with the divine race?" Chen Tianin shook his head in response. "I believe I have heard of them, but do not recall much." Chen Nian, however, nodded lightly. Among the 3,000 realms, Chen Nian possessed considerable knowledge about the divine race, having received the legacy of the Zixiao divine emperor, and with Yu Ying, an ancient divine emperor, present within the Tontian Tower. Chen Tiandao wasted no time and began recounting the tales. Chapter 174. Discussion. Chen Tiandao spoke eloquently, while Chen Nian and Chen Tianyin listened intently. Chen Nian was already familiar with much of what Chen Tiandao recounted, particularly the invasion of the divine race that began from the ancient war. However, regarding specific details, Chen Nian's understanding did not reach the depth of Chen Tiandao's. Even Yuing remained silent, attentively listening. Chen Nian and Yuing were relatively composed, but Chen Tianyin was visibly stirred. From the onset of the divine race's invasion to the formation of a united front by all warriors of the 3,000 realms to repel them, culminating in the Zixiao divine emperor sacrificing himself to forge a barrier that halted the divine race for a millennium, Chen Tianyin listened with tears welling up, fists clenched, her eyes glistening, moved, utterly moved. Brother, I don't know why, but I feel like crying. Chen Tiandao, Chen Nian, Yuing, the three exchanged glances, exasperated. Chen Tiandao chose to ignore his foolish younger sibling, narrowing his eyes at the fallen Solon with a grave expression. Though this divine being possesses merely emperor-level cultivation, their soul strength is already at the divine emperor level, and their origins are undoubtedly extraordinary. I wonder what brings them to the 3,000 realms. During his battle with Solon, Chen Tiandao had already sensed something amiss. Although of emperor level, Solon's soul strength and law power were nearly on par with those of a divine emperor. Moreover, the appearance of this divine being was decidedly peculiar. Normally, even if the divine race were to invade, it would be after a millennium. He pondered no further, swiftly delivering 2 resounding slaps to awaken Solon. In a state of despair, Solon opened his eyes, gazing in confusion at the 3 individuals before him: Chen Tiandao, Chen Tianyin, and Chen Nian. The trio regarded him with malevolent intent, causing Solon to feel a pang of panic. You insignificant human beings, what do you want? Release me at once, or I shall ensure that when the divine army arrives, you will all meet a gruesome end. Despite his arrogance, Solon was still grappling with his current predicament. He believed that in 1,000 years, the divine army would descend, and all the human warriors of the 3,000 domains would become mere specters of the divine. However, instead of cowering before his threats, the 3 displayed no signs of fear, particularly Chen Tianyin, who was visibly irritated. With a disdainful snort, he delivered a swift kick. How dare you threaten me? Do you believe I want to be the first to flay your skin and fry you in oil? At these words, Solon felt a chill run down his spine. Flaying? Frying? Though he belonged to the divine race, he was still a living being, and the thought of such a demise filled him with dread. Yet, he suppressed his fear, clinging to a shred of pride inherent to his kind. Humph, insignificant human insect. If you have the capability, come at me. I have never feared anyone. As Chen Tianyin prepared to strike, he was halted by Chen Tiandao, whose calm voice penetrated Solon's mind. Tell me how you arrived in the 3,000 domains, and who sent you to kill me? Despite the gravity of the situation, Solon maintained a defiant demeanor. A mere human insect dares to question me? What a joke. He raised his head, his eyes filled with contempt. Chen Tiandao responded with a serene smile, unperturbed, and placed his hand upon Solon's forehead. Instantly, Solon froze in shock. Was he about to undergo a soul search? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt an immense force drawing upon his consciousness. Chen Tiandao began to absorb Solon's memories. Having lived for many years, Solon's recollections were vast. If someone of Chen Nian's caliber attempted to perform a soul search, it would likely result in dire consequences for him. However, Chen Tiandao's strength was formidable, and he faced no such fears. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he withdrew his hand, having completely assimilated Solon's memories. Chen Tianyin, brimming with impatience, inquired, Brother, what is the situation? How did this divine race manage to infiltrate? Chen Nian and Yuing were equally curious, listening intently. The emergence of the divine race was shrouded in mystery. How could they have stealthily sent a member of their kind into the 3,000 domains? Chen Tiandao narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. There is no need for excessive concern. The 3 divine kings discovered a weakness in the formation and spent thousands of years of cultivation to send him here. He was originally at the emperor level. Yet upon entering the 3,000 domains, he was reduced to the Saint King level, and he has labored for hundreds of years to regain his former strength. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. Since his entry was not arbitrary, there seemed to be no immediate danger. After all, it took the 3 divine kings thousands of years to send Solon, and the costs to him were substantial, suggesting that further divine beings would not easily breach this realm. The likely motive behind sending him was merely to gather intelligence. However, Chen Tiandao suddenly paused, causing Chen Tianyin and Chen Nian to direct their attention toward him. The divine race descended upon the Buddhist realm hundreds of years ago, and Yuan Zhen brought them back, nurturing them in secrecy for years. His intent to kill me was instigated by that old bald donkey, Yuan Zhen. As he spoke, a flicker of fury ignited in Chen Tiandao's gaze. The bald monks of the Buddhist realm not only sought to undermine him, but had also betrayed the future of the 3,000 domains by aligning with the divine race. Their professed compassion was nothing more than a facade for betrayal. Chen Tiandao harbored a deep-seated hatred for traitors, especially when the Buddhist realm's betrayal threatened the entirety of the 3,000 domains. A grave sin indeed. Chen Tianyin and Chen Nian were taken aback by this revelation, while Yu Ying remained unfazed. She recalled how, during ancient times, when the divine race invaded, many had defected, but her father had dealt with them decisively. Chen Tianyin glared, his voice filled with disdain. These traitorous monks truly deserve a reckoning. Rather than merely discussing it, we should take this fellow and storm the Buddhist realm, eliminating those bald donkeys once and for all. The thought of the Buddhist realm filled Chen Tianyin with indignation. Chen Tiandao narrowed his eyes, contemplating the proposal. It was evident he shared the sentiment. Yet, just then, Chen Nian's voice interrupted the silence. "Father, uncle, I have an idea." Hearing Chen Nian, both Chen Tiandao and Chen Tianyin turned their attention to him. "There is no need for you to personally confront the Buddhist realm, with billions of beings residing there. Leading the Chun family disciples into battle would likely result in severe losses. Furthermore, the other major powers would not permit you to easily annihilate the Buddhist realm. Despite its flaws, it remains one of the top 10 powers. If you were to destroy it with ease, wouldn't the other factions feel threatened? After all, if you can obliterate the Buddhist realm today, who has to say you won't target them tomorrow? Everyone understands the principle of mutual destruction." Chen Tiandao nodded silently at this reasoning. Although he was unafraid of the other factions banding together, a civil war among the 3,000 domains would only deplete their strength unnecessarily. Such a scenario would undoubtedly delight the divine race. A subtle smile crept onto Chen Nian's face as he continued. "Therefore, we could have him eliminate the Great Thunder Sound Temple for us." Chen Tianyin was taken aback. "Are you suggesting we have Solonai eradicate the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Has my nephew lost his mind?" However, before he could voice his concerns, Chen Tiandao chuckled and nodded in agreement. "Nianer makes a valid point. If we were to have this divine being destroy the Buddhist realm and spread the word of the divine race's impending invasion, it could foster unity among all factions within the 3,000 domains." Chen Nian's strategy was astute, a clever ploy to pit wolves against tigers while inciting vigilance against the divine race. Yet, Chen Tianyin remained bewildered. "Brother, nephew, have you both lost your senses? Can he even be trusted to follow instructions?" It was common knowledge that divine beings were notoriously obstinate. Nonetheless, Chen Tiandao merely smiled. "Leave that to Nianer. Now, let us depart." There were matters he could not disclose to Chen Tianyin directly. Taken aback yet intrigued, Chen Tianyin observed his brother's unwavering confidence, sensing that his nephew might possess some remarkable means to control the divine being. With a faint smile, Chen Nian turned his gaze back to the incapacitated Solonai, lying on the ground. "Insignificant human insect, what do you truly intend to do?" For reasons unknown, Solonai felt a sense of dread at Chen Nian's smile, his heart trembling. This human seemed far from ordinary. However, Chen Nian offered no response, instead retrieving a 9-star longsword from his spatial ring and placing it against Solonai's neck. Before he could utter a word, Chen Nian decisively made the cut. As Solonai breathed his last, Chen Nian wasted no time activating his soul-binding skill. Observing this from the celestial tower, Yu Ying felt a surge of curiosity. She had never witnessed such a method before. Moments later, a ghostly figure began to materialize from Solonai's lifeless body. The ethereal shadow began as a mere wisp, gradually swelling into a formidable form. Soranai gazed at the unfolding scene in bewilderment. It seemed he had not perished. "Ha ha ha, you insignificant human, I am still alive. And you dare to think you can vanquish me? What a farce." Chen Nian remarked. "It appears the deity is rather foolish. No, you are indeed dead. Dead. Impossible." Yet, upon observing his own form, Soranai was struck dumb. Was this a soul form? How could this be? His physical body lay quietly beside him. Separated from the corpse, he was undeniably dead, utterly lifeless. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You human insect dare deceive me. I shall devour you whole." With that, Soranai fixed a furious gaze upon Chen Nian and approached, ready to strike, when an inexplicable pain coursed through him. This agony was terrifying, piercing to his very soul. Yet, in the next moment, he was seized by a maddening itch. Soranai collapsed, rolling on the ground, consumed by an unbearable itch. Moments later, He experienced an alternating sensation of heat and cold, the relentless torment driving him to wail in despair. It hurts. It hurts too much. Help! Help me, I was wrong. Rolling on the ground, Sorenai cried out for mercy. The anguish emanating from the depths of his soul made every second feel like an eternity. Observing this from within the towering tower, Yu Ying was taken aback. She had never witnessed such a technique before. Junior brother, your method is indeed extraordinary. Able to control even those of the Emperor realm. One could only imagine the horror of such suffering that even an emperor could not endure. Chen Nian smiled faintly, remaining silent. The true terror of this divine ability lay in its lack of limits. Not only could it subdue those of the Emperor realm, but even those of the divine emperor could be similarly bound. His gaze fell upon the writhing Sorenai, and without hesitation, he retracted his divine power. Instantly, Sorenai felt a wave of relief wash over him, a sensation of unprecedented ease. The previous pain had truly pierced his heart. After years of cultivation, he had never encountered such immense suffering that left him utterly defenseless. Chen Nian smirked, stepping closer. He looked down at Sorenai and said coolly, "So, how was that experience? Would you like to try it again?" "Try it again?" Sorenai panicked. He dared not endure that torment once more. The pain had yet to dissipate. "And no need." Chen Nian sneered. "Remember, with a mere thought, I can make you wish for death. Similarly, a single thought can scatter your soul, leaving you eternally unable to transcend. If you disobey, you may weigh your own fate." Sorenai trembled at his words. Were the Chen family truly devils? Each one more terrifying than the last. Although Chen Tiandao's strength was formidable, Chen Nian's methods were shrouded in mystery, capable of controlling his very soul. If this technique were to spread, even the three divine kings would surely tremble. "Why, yes, I understand." Sorenai no longer exuded the arrogance he once held, nodding vigorously. Seeing this, Chen Nian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Remember, from now on, you shall address me as your master." "Understood, a master?" Such a humiliating title, especially directed towards a human, was unbearable for Sorenai. Yet, he recognized he had no alternative. Otherwise, Chen Nian's bizarre methods would once again plunge him into indescribable agony. I understand, master." His voice was barely a whisper. Chen Nian smiled softly, choosing not to press further, and commanded, "I have a task for you. Go to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the Buddhist realm and annihilate it. Remember, if a single person escapes, you shall face a quarter hour of punishment." Sorenai shivered at the mention of a quarter hour of punishment. He had barely survived the previous torment, feeling as though he were on the brink of death. No, that sensation was worse than death itself. "Do not worry excessively. I will arrange for 3 Saint King Realm warriors to accompany you." Chen Nian referred to Wang Zhen, Wang Teng, and Li Jian. With an Emperor Realm warrior and 3 Saint King Realm warriors, eradicating the Buddhist realm would pose little challenge. Sorenai nodded obediently and followed Chen Nian as they exited. Upon witnessing his nephew and Sorenai emerge together, especially in Sorenai's current soul form, Chen Tiannin's jaw dropped in disbelief. How is this possible? Chen Nian's actions had truly opened Chen Tiannin's eyes. Indeed, it was a revelation. Under the gazes of Chen Tiandao and Chen Tiannin, Sorenai unfurled his enormous wings and vanished from sight, racing towards the Buddhist realm. "Nephew, your abilities are nothing short of astonishing," Chen Tiannin remarked, swallowing hard in astonishment. "Uncle, these are merely minor techniques." With a slight smile, the three conversed for a moment before Chen Nian retreated to his chamber to meditate. Time was of the essence. With the impending arrival of the divine clan in a mere 1,000 years, failure to vanquish them could lead to the destruction of the 3,000 realms. In the Buddhist realm, night fell. "Abbot, are you troubled by something?" Lingchen inquired softly, approaching Yuanjin. Yuanjin turned, looking at Lingchen with a heavy sigh. "Ba, it is nothing, merely a sense of unease." The unease undoubtedly stemmed from Sorenai's journey to the Nine Heavens demon domain. Yuanjin was acutely aware of Chen Tiandao's terrifying prowess. Even a half-step into the Emperor realm could render him invincible. Frankly, he was uncertain whether Sorenai could contend with Chen Tiandao. Ling Chun, sensing Yuanjin's concern, recited a Buddhist chant and reassured him, "Do not worry, Abbot. No matter how strong Chen Tiandao is, he is still merely half a step into the Emperor realm. Sorenai is an Emperor realm warrior himself, previously even a divine emperor. With his strength, he is virtually invincible within the Emperor realm and should have no trouble against Chen Tiandao." As the son of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Ling Chun held equal status with the abbot and was well aware of Sorenai's situation. In truth, both he and Yuanjin harbored hesitations regarding the divine clan behind Sorenai. On one hand, they understood that betraying the 3,000 realms would invite contempt, Yet they also recognized that this war was unwinnable for the 3,000 realms. Thus, they had chosen to let events unfold. That makes sense, Yuanjun nodded slowly. Although he spoke those words, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Just as the two exchanged words, Yuanjun sensed a familiar aura in the air, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. This presence was unmistakable. Sorenai had returned. Yuanjun felt a surge of joy. The earlier ominous feelings dissipated. The fact that Sorenai had returned unscathed indicated that Chen Tiandao must be dead, thus neutralizing any threat from the Chen family. Moments later, Sorenai descended before them, clad in a long black robe that elegantly concealed his form. Yuanjun had no doubts. He smiled faintly and said, "It seems Chen Tiandao has perished, and the Chen family no longer poses a threat." However, Sorenai remained silent, standing still. Ling Chen, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow. In an instant, Sorenai, concealed within his black robe, lunged forward, seizing Yuanjun by the throat and lifting him slightly. The divine energy enveloping Sorenai swiftly suppressed Yuanjun's true energy. In that moment, Yuanjun felt an overwhelming force constricting him, rendering him breathless. Chapter 176. The terror of Sorenai. Yuanjun's neck was abruptly lifted, his feet dangling off the ground, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. How could this be possible? Sorenai had no reason to kill him. After all, he had already allied with the divine clan. With the arrival of the divine army, he posed no threat whatsoever. Yuanjun simply could not comprehend it. Beside him, Ling Chun was suddenly alarmed. His first instinct was to flee. Yet, barely a few steps into his escape, he felt an immense pulling force that rendered his body uncontrollable, as Sorenai ensnared him tightly. Sorenai was a formidable emperor-level warrior, although he was merely a spirit now. His strength was still considerable compared to ordinary emperors. Ling Chun, a mere entry-level saint warrior, regardless of his talents, stood no chance against Sorenai, let alone escape. It was utterly impossible. Sorenai, what? What do you mean by this? Yuanjun gasped, each word struggling to escape his lips as Sorenai tightened his grip around his throat. Hearing this, Sorenai let out a cold laugh. If it weren't for Yuanjun, he would never have gone to confront Chen Tiandao at the Chen family. Without that confrontation, he would not have been controlled by Chen Nian. From this moment forward, his life and death rested entirely in the hands of Chen Nian. If there was hatred, it was a profound loathing for Yuanjun. Naturally, there was also the matter of Chen Nian's orders. For both personal and professional reasons, Sorenai could not let Yuanjun escape. With a disdainful huff, he said, "There are certain things you need not know. As one about to die, you should depart peacefully." With that, Sorenai twisted his right hand, and Yuanjun instantly lost his breath, lifelessly succumbing. Typically, despite not being Sorenai's match, Yuanjun would not have died so swiftly. However, caught completely off guard, Sorenai had sealed off his true energy with divine force, leaving Yuanjun as helpless as meat on a chopping block. Ling Chun, witnessing the demise of the host, was engulfed by overwhelming fear. The host, a half-step emperor-level warrior, had perished so easily? How could this be? Sorenai sneered, his piercing gaze from beneath the black robe chillingly settling on Ling Chun. The cold glint in those 3 pairs of eyes sent a shiver down Ling Chen's spine. "It is your turn." With no hesitation, Sorenai coldly commanded, brandishing his scythe directly at Ling Chun. Boom! With a deafening crash, Ling Chen's form was cleaved apart. His body reduced to a bloody pulp, utterly lifeless. In the final moments of his existence, fear filled his gaze, a terror of death. He had not even glimpsed the Emperor realm before meeting his end. Yet, Sorenai was indifferent. He knew that if any survivors remained from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, he would face dire consequences. The pain brought by Chen Nian's powers still lingered in his mind. The explosive chaos within the hall quickly attracted numerous elders. When the elders arrived, they were greeted by the sight of the lifeless host sprawled on the ground, alongside Ling Chun, whose remains were a gruesome sight. All stood frozen in shock. Fear and panic began to spread among them. Why? They realized that if a half-step emperor-level warrior could be slain by this cloaked figure, how could they, mere saint-level elders, stand a chance? Flee. They exchanged glances, collectively deciding to escape. However, just as they prepared to do so, they sensed an inexplicable wave enveloping them. Upon closer inspection, they discovered countless bright yellow particles had emerged, surrounding them. These particles seemed to harbor a terrifying energy, instilling dread. This is a realm of laws. We are trapped. An elder suddenly shouted. The others quickly realized that these particles were indeed manifestations of a law's domain. They frantically attempted to break free, but this was the domain of an emperor-level warrior, and their combined assaults were utterly futile. Sorenai sneered, casually uttering, "Come forth." At that moment, Three figures clad in black robes stepped out, standing behind Surname. These were Wang Zhen, Wang Teng, and Li Jian, Chen Nian's subordinates, all of whom were formidable saint-level warriors. You three, slaughter the monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Leave these old geezers to me. Surnai's disdainful glance swept over the elders. Remember, not a single soul from the Great Thunder Sound Temple is to be spared. Otherwise, the young master's wrath is not something we can withstand. Regardless of their prowess, they all feared Chen Nian's soul-binding abilities. Surname had no inclination to resist. His words were laced with fear of Chen Nian. The three men understood well, nodding in agreement, understood. With that, they swiftly departed, and soon, the temple was filled with the sounds of slaughter. The elders could hardly spare a thought for their own safety, let alone concern themselves with the disciples of the Buddhist sect. As they exchanged glances, they recognized that breaking through the law's domain was futile. They quickly devised a plan. For now, we must eliminate this foe before us. Only then can we hope for survival. Indeed, the second elder speaks truth, another elder affirmed. Let us strike together. As they conspired and prepared to attack in unison, the combined might of over a dozen saint-level warriors was considerable. In any other circumstances, it would have created quite a stir. Yet, to Surname, it was of no consequence. He scoffed, merely a bunch of chickens and dogs. While saint-level warriors held notable power in the outside world, to Surname, they were hardly more than insects. With a disdainful grunt, he raised his colossal hands from the sky, crashing down upon the gathering of elders. Boom! Following the thunderous sound, several entry-level saint elders were instantly obliterated. The remaining saint-level elders, though alive, were grievously injured. Their true energies churning chaotically, their gazes towards Surname laden with terror. Yes, terror. The might of an emperor was utterly horrifying. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Surname coldly whispered, "Wrath of the gods, divine punishment." A resounding roar echoed through the hall, and in the next instant, countless scythe phantoms manifested before the elders. These scythes plunged straight into their chests. Chapter 177, Annihilation of the Buddhists. Bang, bang, bang. With successive impacts, each scythe pierced the chests of the elders, and the hall was instantly awash in a spray of blood. One by one, the elders fell, their eyes vacant, succumbing to death. Within mere moments, the hall was devoid of life. Gazing upon his handiwork, Surname sneered, the three pairs of golden eyes glimmering with contempt. Though enslaved by Chen Nian, his inherent pride remained intact. He held humanity in utter disdain, convinced that they stood no chance against the divine clan. Inferior races were nothing but that. With a snap of his fingers, a golden flame ignited. He cast it onto the fallen elders, and soon, the flames began to consume them. This fire burned rapidly, not only engulfing the bodies of the elders but also transforming the entire hall into a sea of flames. Amidst this inferno, Surname strolled leisurely out, unbothered. Outside the hall, the vast Great Thunder Sound Temple faced a similar fate. The saint-level elders had been slaughtered, and the remaining disciples, whose highest cultivation did not exceed entry-level saint, were no match for Wang Zhen and his companions. It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, effortlessly done. The entire Great Thunder Sound Temple was enveloped in a ghastly aura, transforming the ground into a veritable pool of blood. It is noteworthy that the Great Thunder Sound Temple, having developed over the years, boasts numerous temples and occupies an extensive area. One single temple is even larger than several cities combined. Within its confines, there are well over 100,000 disciples. Such a colossal number would require an extensive duration for mere slaughter. However, for those of the Saint King realm, the pace of such carnage would be significantly accelerated. As Surname ascended slightly into the air and witnessed the rampant massacre perpetrated by Wang Zhen and his companions, a cold smirk graced his lips. He transmitted a message, "Your speed is too slow. Allow me to take over. You three proceed to the scripture repository and the treasure vault, and gather everything into spatial rings. Leave these monks to me." Upon hearing Surrone's voice, the three halted momentarily and responded in unison, "Understood." Although all four were subordinates of Chen Nian, their strengths varied immensely. Surname, being a formidable figure of the Emperor realm, instilled a sense of trepidation in them. Furthermore, prior to their arrival, Chen Nian had instructed that all items from the scripture repository and treasure vault must be retrieved, particularly from the treasure vault, which held the accumulated wealth of the Buddhist sect over countless years, far surpassing even the recently fallen Crimson Flame divine domain. Wang Zhen made his way to the scripture repository, while Wang Ting and Li Jian hastened towards the treasure vault. At that moment, the Buddhist domain resembled a succulent piece of meat, utterly devoid of guards. Observing the multitude of Buddhist disciples, some were engaged in formation battles, while others, including fledgling monks, scattered in panic. Saroni let out a derisive laugh, unleashing boundless divine energy, which coalesced into a colossal formation that enveloped the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple. After all, this was an order from Chen Nian. No one was to escape the Great Thunder Sound Temple, or he would certainly face dire consequences. The golden formation flickered above the temple, leaving the Buddhist disciples bewildered. Some disciples who had barely reached the edges of the formation, attempting to flee, were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere specks of dust upon the ground. Witnessing this, the surrounding disciples were engulfed in terror, beholding the Great Thunder Sound Temple as a city of death. And panic spread among them. Foolish monks, Saroni sneered, delivering a punch infused with endless divine energy that struck the ground, shattering the surrounding disciples within a radius of several dozen miles, causing numerous structures to collapse into ruin. Saroni concealed none of his strength. After numerous assaults, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was swiftly transformed into a desolate wasteland. Moments later, Wang Zhun and the others emerged from the scripture repository and treasure vault, their spatial rings brimming with an array of rare treasures and martial arts techniques. Meanwhile, Saroni had accomplished his task, having left not a single survivor within the Great Thunder Sound Temple. On that day, the lives of hundreds of thousands of Buddhist disciples were extinguished. Under the illumination of the moonlit night, the Great Thunder Sound Temple appeared terrifyingly ominous. The phrase blood flowed like rivers might seem lighthearted, yet witnessing it firsthand revealed a starkly different reality. The blood was thick and horrifying. These hundreds of thousands were not mere untrained civilians, but warriors. Let us depart, Saroni uttered calmly, before snapping his fingers. A small flame ignited in his hand, which he tossed onto the ground of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. In an instant, flames erupted, consuming the temple entirely, transforming it into a world engulfed in fire. The four of them then soared back to the Chen residence. Far away, Chen Nian observed the points on his score and surmised that the four had likely succeeded. System: Display Personal Attribute Panel. Beep: Retrieving. Host: Chen Nian Cultivation. Early stage of the Saint Realm Techniques. 9-turn Divine Devil Technique. 9 stars. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength. 9 stars. 2000 Dragon Elephant Microparticles. Martial Arts. Flower Plucking Finger. 9 stars. Annihilation Sword Technique. 9 stars. Mirage Step. 9 stars. Godslaying Slash. 9 stars. Life and Death Talisman. 9 stars. Star-Shattering Fist. 9 stars. Physique: Supreme Divine Devil Body Talent. Blessing of the Demon Path Special Aura. Celestial Immortal Aura Divine Abilities. Distance is but an instant. Words manifest the law. Thunder and Lightning Domain. Soul Binding Artifact. Holy Silkworm Silk Gauntlets Followers. Chen Pingan, Shui Luer, Li Kuangdao, Wang Zhun, Wang Tung, Li Jiuan. Saroni Pet. Ghostly Huang Mother Insect Points. 92. For billion Chen Nian S points, surged from over 400 billion to over 900 billion. All acquired at the cost of the lives of the Great Thunder Sound Temple S disciples. Nevertheless, he felt no pity for these lives. The Buddhist sect's monks had brought this upon themselves, setting aside their allegiance to the divine clan. The grievances accumulated over the years between them and the Chen family were sufficient to warrant Chen Nian's ire. Although the higher-ups from both sides had not engaged in battle, the casualties among the disciples were significant, with many of Chen family's disciples being slain by these monks during their training excursions. System: Open the shopping panel. Beep. A resounding chime heralded the appearance of a vast shopping panel before Chen Nian, revealing an array of enticing items. What is this? Law Power Exchange? Chen Nian noted a section for Law Power Exchange on the shopping interface, likely becoming available only after his breakthrough into the Saint Realm. Chapter 178. Exchange, Power Surge. Chen Nian accessed the Law Power module. Before him lay a plethora of law powers, including Time Law, Space Law, Power Law, Dark Law. Countless law powers of varying strengths, each with a corresponding price. Entry-level Space Law, 1 billion points. Entry-level Time Law, 1 billion points. Entry-level Dark Law, 1 billion points. Entry-level Power Law, 1 billion points. Entry-level Life Law, 1 billion points. Numerous laws, with top-tier entry-level laws requiring 10 billion points, while others ranged from 1 to 9 billion. After entry-level, they progressed to minor proficiency levels, which could not be exchanged until one possessed the corresponding entry-level law power. Gazing at the dazzling array of law powers, Chen Nian contemplated for a moment and formulated a plan. He was determined to exchange for law powers, but first, he would access the physique interface. Why? For martial artists, a space saint body-wielding space law power is inherently more potent than that of an ordinary individual, allowing for more fluid use and cultivation. Thus, Chen Nian resolved to exchange for various physiques. After all, the pinnacle physiques required merely 100 billion points, and with his current total of over 900 billion points, it posed no issue. Although points might appear abundant within the system, if they cannot be transformed into strength, they are ultimately futile. System, exchange for, space saint body, time saint body, Pangas saint body, dark saint body, life saint body. Chen Nian silently uttered these names in his mind, all of which were top-tier physiques. The time and space saint bodies needed no elaboration. The Pangas saint body is among the world's finest physiques, focusing on strength and greatly benefiting from power law. Both the dark saint body and life saint body are similarly esteemed. The 5 top-tier physiques instantly consumed 500 billion points. Beep. Exchange successful. In the next moment, Chen Nian felt an immense surge of energy enveloping him, a vast spiritual essence coalescing around him, akin to being immersed in a gentle ocean. He felt an exhilarating lightness. Uncertain how much time had passed, Chen Nian's gaze became profound, and the inexplicable sensation dissipated. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the immense power coursing through him. The time saint body, space saint body, dark saint body, Pangas saint body, life saint body, alongside his innate supreme, divine devil body. A person possessing 6 unparalleled physiques would undoubtedly astonish the entire realm of the 3,000 domains if such news were to spread. Throughout history, no martial artist has ever achieved such a remarkable feat while cultivating within the Celestial Tower. Yue seemed to sense something amiss about Chen Nian, as if an enigmatic force emanated from him. However, she could not determine its nature and chose not to inquire further, for the secrets surrounding Chen Nian were numerous, rivaling those of his father, the divine Emperor Zixiao. After exchanging for the 6 supreme physiques, Chen Nian found himself with a remaining balance of 42 billion points. His gaze shifted towards the interface for exchanging the powers of the laws. Without hesitation, he silently commanded the system, exchange for the beginner-level time law, beginner-level space law, beginner-level force law, beginner-level darkness law, and beginner-level life law. In an instant, he successfully exchanged for all 5 fundamental laws, and the system responded promptly, ding. Congratulations on your successful exchange. Immediately, an aura of profound law emanated from Chen Nian. The energies of the beginner-level time law, space law, force law, darkness law, and life law spread freely within his chamber. Yue, sensing the disturbance, widened her eyes in disbelief as she absorbed the presence of these laws. Time, space, force, darkness, and life? How is this possible? How could my junior brother master these 5 laws in an instant? Her eyes were filled with incredulity, for the aura of these 5 laws had materialized around Chen Nian in a fleeting moment. Although their energies were still somewhat weak, indicating recent comprehension, they were indeed remarkable, all being supreme laws. Before Yue could voice her questions, Chen Nian's attention returned to the law exchange interface, which now displayed the small achievement level space law, small achievement level time law, small achievement level force law, small achievement level darkness law, and small achievement level life law. Each of these small achievement laws required 5 billion points for exchange. After spending 5 billion points on the 5 beginner-level laws, Chen Nian had 37 billion points remaining, ample to exchange for the small achievement laws. Without hesitation, he declared, system, exchange for the small achievement level space law, small achievement level time law, small achievement level force law, small achievement level darkness law, and small achievement level life law. Ding, exchange successful. Subsequently, a more formidable aura of law enveloped Chen Nian. The strength of the small achievement level laws surpassed that of the beginner level laws by more than tenfold. A peculiar thought surged within his mind, as if he had been innately endowed with the knowledge of how to wield these laws. Moments later, the system completed the exchange. Feeling the overwhelming power of the laws coursing through him, a smirk crept upon Chen Nian's lips. Although his cultivation level remained unchanged, his strength had escalated geometrically. Indeed, facing his former self, he could effortlessly contend with 100 of his past selves. The intricacies of the law were astonishing. No wonder Yue had previously remarked that Chen Tiandao, at the emperor level, was no less formidable than her at the divine emperor level. However, at this moment, Yue, hidden within the celestial tower, was utterly stunned, her eyes brimming with disbelief. She could affirm that she had never experienced such astonishment in her life. Even during the ancient era, when countless prodigies emerged, none matched the terrifying prowess of Chen Nian. This, junior brother, have you attained small achievement in your laws? Yue could not contain her astonishment, swallowing hard. Chen Nian, unreserved, responded with a smile. Indeed, the time, space, force, darkness, and life laws have all reached small achievement. Chapter 179. How to Enter the Divine Realm. Chen Nian's casual words struck Yue with immense impact. a moment she would never forget. My goodness. The 5 supreme laws have all reached small achievement within mere moments. What kind of talent is this? Even his father, the divine Emperor Zixiao, would likely be left speechless. Truly terrifying. After a prolonged silence, Ewing finally managed to utter, "Junior brother, are you a reincarnated great being?" Yet, even as a reincarnated being, could anyone possess such terror as Chen Nian? With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Nian replied, "No, sister, I am merely an ordinary person." An ordinary person? Do you even believe that yourself? Ewing did not press further, acknowledging that it was reasonable for such prodigies to harbor some mystery. Chen Nian estimated that his current strength surpassed that of an average early-stage Saint King. After all, the 5 supreme laws were all at the small achievement stage. While many Saint King experts might possess only a few laws at that level, let alone the fact that Chen Nian's laws were all of the highest caliber. As Chen Nian and Ewing fell into silence, he detected several familiar auras approaching his chamber. A slight smile graced his lips. It seems Solon and the others have returned. Sure enough, moments later, 4 individuals entered Chen Nian's room, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to the young master. The entire Buddhist domain has perished, leaving no survivors. Herein lies everything from the Buddhist domain's scripture repository and treasure vault." With that, Solon presented several spatial rings, filled to the brim with treasures and martial arts accumulated over countless years in the Buddhist domain. Chen Nian accepted the rings, probing them with his consciousness and smiling in satisfaction. While the martial arts contained within were of limited use, the myriad treasures were indeed substantial, providing significant benefits to the Chun family's disciples. The resources available to the Chun family had increased several-fold, especially after their extermination of the Crimson Flame divine domain and their acquisition of numerous rare materials from the ancient battlefield. Compared to the resources possessed by disciples from other major factions, the Chun family's disciples were in a position of extreme abundance. In fact, a disciple at the emperor level could possess resources exceeding those of some practitioners at the saint level, inevitably inciting jealousy. Of course, while the Chun family's disciples ventured out, no other rogue cultivators would dare to seize their belongings, for the Chun family's fearsome reputation was well known throughout the 3,000 domains. "Well done, you have worked hard," Chen Nian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Solon felt relieved, grateful to avoid punishment. "Solon," Chen Nian's voice rang out again, startling him. He promptly bowed, "Please. Young master, instruct me." It was undeniable that under Chen Nian's guidance, Solon had become much more respectful. Though he still harbored disdain for human martial artists within, he dared not show it to Chen Nian, for the consequences of disobedience were too painful. "Tell me about the layout of your divine realm and the strength of the divine clan warriors." Solon, a former divine emperor-level expert, was well-versed in the secrets of the divine realm, ranking just below the 3 divine kings. Solon hesitated, caught off guard. Chen Nian smiled lightly. "Speak the truth. I can sense whether your words are genuine. Should you utter a single falsehood, do not blame me for being ungracious." Chen Nian's calm words startled Solon. The terror of punishment still loomed vividly in his mind. He quickly reassured, "Rest assured, young master, I shall speak without reservation and divulge everything." With that, Soren began his narration. The divine realm encompasses an immeasurable expanse, far surpassing the entirety of the 3,000 domains, with an abundance of spiritual energy approximately thrice that of the current state of the 3,000 domains. 3 times. It is worth noting that while the spiritual energy in the 3,000 domains has revived, it has yet to achieve the primeval condition, but it is not far from it. The richness of the divine realm's spiritual energy, exceeding even that of the current 3,000 domains by threefold, is indeed formidable. The vast territory of the divine realm is governed by the 3 great divine kings, who maintain a tenuous relationship primarily driven by mutual interests, such as the joint assault on the 3,000 domains, motivated by the desire for its world essence. I serve under one of these kings, King Poseidon, and among the many divine emperors, my strength is considered moderate. Listening intently to Soren's account, Chen Nian grasped the power dynamics within the divine realm. The expanse of the divine realm is significantly greater than that of the 3,000 domains. Each of the 3 great divine kings commands a division of the divine realm, with each king overseeing numerous divine emperors, akin to territorial lords, while beneath them are many powerful emperors, resembling lesser noble domains. Although the relations among the 3 great divine kings are strained, large-scale conflicts are rare, yet minor skirmishes are inevitable. However, the quest for the world essence of the 3,000 domains has compelled the 3 great divine kings to unite and form a coalition. This coalition, however, is merely a partnership of convenience, lacking durability. Soren proceeded to divulge several secrets of the divine realm, including the characteristics of the three great divine kings, particularly King Poseidon, his former master, whose prowess is unparalleled and who wields a formidable trident. Nevertheless, the martial prowess within the divine realm is not excessively potent. While there are numerous divine emperors and emperor-level warriors, not every warrior possesses such strength. Most of the divine warriors are below the sanctified realm. Chen Nian and his companions listened in silence, for Soren, once a divine emperor, held a status of prominence and possessed considerable knowledge. After several moments, Soren concluded his exposition, stating that this was the extent of his knowledge. Chen Nian nodded, acknowledging that Soren spoke the truth. Do you know of any means to enter the divine realm? Upon hearing Chen Nian's inquiry, Soren was taken aback. Did Chen Nian intend to venture into the divine realm? It is known that the auras of divine warriors and human warriors are fundamentally different. If someone like Chen Nian were to enter the divine realm, he would likely be recognized immediately. Chapter 180. You overthink it, however. After a moment of contemplation, Soren replied earnestly to answer the young master. There is indeed a place that can lead to the divine realm. Chen Nian felt a surge of joy. He did not expect such a passage to exist within the 3,000 domains. Where is it? The far north. The far north? Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of this region. The far north lies at the extreme northern part of the 3,000 domains, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, with frigid temperatures that even ordinary monarch-level warriors would struggle to endure. Additionally, the far north is home to many formidable beasts. Chen Tiandao once recounted his experience of venturing there, where he encountered several half-step emperor-level beasts. Given the current surge in spiritual energy and the weakening of the laws, those beasts might soon break through to the emperor level. Thus, for lower-tier warriors, the far north is a perilous zone, and even those of higher tiers, such as the Sacred King realm, dare not venture too deeply. It is said that at the center of the far north lies a teleportation formation leading to the divine realm, allowing passage from the 3,000 domains, albeit randomly teleporting to any location within the divine realm, and it operates unidirectionally, meaning one cannot return to the 3,000 domains from the divine realm. Upon hearing Soren's explanation, Chen Nian grasped the concept. In the heart of the far north exists a teleportation formation that can transport individuals randomly to any location in the divine realm. Despite the inherent risks, being teleported directly before one of the three great divine kings would undoubtedly spell disaster. This remains the sole method of reaching the divine realm. Noticing Chen Nian's contemplation, Soren grew anxious and cautioned. Young master, I believe safety should be paramount. If you intend to utilize that teleportation formation to enter the divine realm, the uncertainty of the destination poses significant risks. If you were to arrive before a divine emperor or even a divine king, it would be a matter of life and death. Even if you were fortunate enough to be sent to an uninhabited area, the disparity between human and divine auras is too great. The moment you appear before divine warriors, you would be recognized at once. Soren's warning was sincere. The difference between the auras of divine and human beings is stark. Should Chen Nian reveal himself, he would undoubtedly be discovered first. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Chen Nian solemnly replied, No, you are overthinking it. I have no intention of going. What does the young master mean? Soren inquired, perplexed. I intend for you to return. Soren was taken aback. What? You want me to go back? This could be a trap. If Soren were discovered and word reached the divine kings about his allegiance to humans, it would be disastrous. No, this was too perilous. At that moment, Soren wished to slap himself for his careless chatter. Young master, this may not be feasible. It is too dangerous. If I am discovered, the consequences could be dire. Chen Nian smiled gently. Do not worry. How could I send you to your doom? With that, Chen Nian produced a rune from his robe. Upon seeing the rune, Soren was momentarily stunned. Although he had never delved into the art of runes, he was aware of its complexity. And those who achieve mastery are rare. This is a subrune. Once you tear it, you can return to the mother rune side, no matter where you are. As he spoke, Chen Nian handed the subrune to Soren. This subrune was distinct from those previously given to Wang Teng and others. It could transcend realms, even functioning in other worlds. Upon tearing it, one could instantly vanish from their location and return to the mother rune, making it an exceptional means of escape. Naturally, such a powerful rune would not come cheaply. This single rune was valued at 500 million points. Although it pained Chen Nian to part with such a fortune, he saw no other option. He had to provide Soren with a means of survival. Staring at the rune, Soren was momentarily speechless, then asked, Young master, may I inquire what business requires me to venture into the divine realm? While Soren did not know the origins of the subrune, He understood its immense value and potential. Chen Nian's decision to bestow it upon him indicated that his mission to the divine realm was of significant importance. Chen Nian smiled faintly. Your journey to the divine realm is, of course, to hunt the gods. Hunt the gods? At Chen Nian's words, Soren was left dumbfounded, staring at him in disbelief. Young master, you cannot be serious. To hunt the gods is an open declaration of war against the divine realm. If anyone discovers this, it would spell doom for me. Chen Nian coldly smirked, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Soren. Do you think I jest? Seeing the intensity in Chen Nian's eyes, Soren shrank back, deflated. Indeed, Chen Nian's demeanor did not suggest levity. The reason for sending Soren to the divine realm was clear, to assist him in accumulating points. In contemporary times, the Great Thunder Sound Temple has been eradicated, leaving the entire Buddhist realm in shambles, with scarcely any points to be gained. Should Soren be dispatched to assault other forces within the 3,000 realms? Although Chen Nian's points would surge in the short term, it would ultimately weaken their overall strength. Such a self-destructive act is beyond Chen Nian's character. However, the divine realm presents a different scenario. As Chen Nian's adversary, sending Soren to the divine realm for point accumulation would not only enhance Chen Nian's power, but also undermine the divine realm. Despite Soren currently being at the emperor level, he was once a formidable deity-level warrior. In terms of strength, he could be regarded as invincible among the emperor-level practitioners, barring prodigious exceptions like Chen Nian. Thus, sending Soren to the divine realm would be discreet, given their shared divine lineage. Moreover, accumulating points for himself is a worthwhile endeavor. Upon hearing Chen Nian's indifferent voice, Soren fell silent, too intimidated to retort. After all, Chen Nian held his fate in his hands, and he wished to avoid experiencing the torment again. Furthermore, Chen Nian had provided him with a mother-son talisman, which could be utilized for survival in critical moments. Consequently, Soren gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Your command is my will. Excellent. Chen Nian responded with a slight smile. Glancing at Wang Jun, Wang Tong, and Li Jian, he added, you three should accompany him as well. I will grant each of you a mother-son talisman, and with a secret treasure, I shall transform your auras to resemble that of the divine race, ensuring you remain undetected. All three, being of the Holy King realm, are not considered weak within the divine realm, and it would be beneficial for them to accumulate points. After all, with the presence of a deity-level powerhouse like Yu Ying beside Chen Nian, the trio's capabilities were not required. Understood, they replied without hesitation. Chapter 181. The elders were stunned. Chen Nian did not rush to the extreme north, but chose to address matters concerning the Chen family first. The extreme north was quite distant from the Chen residence, and even with the use of a spirit boat, it would take several days to reach. The following morning, Chen Nian arrived at the entrance of the Chen family main hall. At this moment, Chen Tiandao, Chen Tianin, and a multitude of elders above the Holy King realm had gathered there. This assembly represented the pinnacle of the Chen family's current combat strength. As Chen Nian entered, the elders all bowed in respect. Greetings, young master. No need for such formalities, esteemed elders, Chen Nian replied with a slight smile, casually waving his hand. He then approached the front of the hall, taking a seat in the first position to the left of Chen Tiandao. Nianer, what has prompted you to summon the elders? Chen Tiandao inquired calmly. While he had a general idea of Chen Nian's intentions, he still sought clarification. Chen Nian smiled slightly, gazing at the elders before producing several spatial rings from his robe. The assembly fell silent, all eyes widening in astonishment. Only the Grand Elder seemed to have an inkling of what was unfolding. In previous returns, Chen Nian had always brought back several spatial rings filled to the brim with various rare treasures, countless in number. Could it be that this time was no different? After all, those resources could sustain the Chen family for centuries. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Nian declared, these contain all the resources and martial arts from the Buddhist realm. While the martial arts may be of little use, you may find them insightful for your own enlightenment. As for the resources, I entrust the Grand Elder to distribute them. Upon hearing Chen Nian's light-hearted words, all the elders stood frozen, their expressions blank. What? All the resources and martial arts from the Buddhist realm? The young master has actually pilfered everything from the Buddhist realm? How is that possible? They were aware that the Buddhist realm had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, accumulating a wealth of treasures. It seemed inconceivable that Chen Nian could have absconded with so much under the watchful protection of the realm. You jest, young master, surely? Indeed, those monks, while detestable, are not easily trifled with. The elders exchanged incredulous remarks, unable to believe their ears. Chen Nian smiled calmly, tossing the spatial rings to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, upon receiving the 5 rings, sent his consciousness into them. What followed was sheer astonishment. An overwhelming accumulation of resources appeared before him, an abundance of elixirs and various rare treasures. There was simply too much, reaching a level of horror. The years of accumulation from the Buddhist realm had resulted in a terrifying wealth. Furthermore, another spatial ring was brimming with various martial arts, with 8-star and 9-star techniques displayed as if they were mere trinkets. It was common knowledge that these cultivation techniques were foundational to the Buddhist realm, never meant for external dissemination. My heavens, young master, have you truly stripped the Buddhist realm of its very essence? The Grand Elder's voice trembled, his eyes wide as if he had encountered a ghost. The others, hearing the Grand Elder's words, were equally dumbfounded. Is it true? Has the young master truly laid waste to the Buddhist realm? How terrifying! They could hardly fathom that the monks would not seek out Chen Nian for retribution. Yet, observing the shock in their eyes, Chen Nian merely smiled lightly, unperturbed, and remarked, "The Buddhist realm? No, it seems that name shall no longer exist." His nonchalant words struck the elders like a thunderclap, leaving them reeling. However, they had yet to fully grasp the implications of Chen Nian's statement. What? What do you mean? Just then, a Chen family disciple rushed in, sweat pouring down his face. The elders recognized him as Chen Gong, a direct descendant of the Chen family, who had achieved the late supreme realm at a young age. He had been guarding the border with the Buddhist realm and had returned unexpectedly. "Greetings, Patriarch, young master, esteemed elders. I have urgent news to report." Seeing Chen Gong's frantic demeanor, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow and said, "Chen Gong, take your time. There's no rush." Chen Gong swallowed hard and spoke urgently. "Today, while stationed at the border with the Buddhist realm, I noticed a large number of impoverished citizens fleeing. Upon capturing a few for inquiries, I discovered that the Great Thunder Sound Temple had been annihilated overnight, with no survivors left. Seeking the truth, I brought several Chen family disciples to investigate and found the situation to be as reported. The temple was destroyed, leaving a scene of utter devastation." What? Chen Gong's words ignited an explosion of shock within the hall. The Great Thunder Sound Temple, an entity with a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, had been obliterated overnight. What sort of individual could execute such a horrifying massacre? Suddenly, the elders seemed to come to a realization, their gazes shifting toward the spatial rings in the Grand Elder's hands, sinking into contemplation. Even the Grand Elder himself began to ponder rapidly, staring at the rings. Chen Nian smiled slightly and said, "Chen Gong, you may take your leave to rest." Upon hearing this, Chen Gong did not dare to object, hastily bowing, "Yes, I take my leave." He quickly exited, leaving only the Chun family high-ranking members in the hall. Chen Nian smiled and asked, "Elders, do you believe now? Is the evidence not clear before your eyes?" The elders, still in shock, nodded in bewilderment. Though they did not comprehend how Chen Nian had brought about the downfall of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, they wisely refrained from pressing for details. Chen Nian, observing their expressions, cheerfully stated, "What has transpired today must remain confidential, and the origins of the contents within those spatial rings should not be disclosed." Understood. The elders responded in unison, bowing in agreement. Chen Tiandao looked on with satisfaction at Chen Nian's handling of the situation, while Chen Tianyin beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Those monks have met their deserved end. Damn it, I have always loathed those wretched beings." The conflict between Chen Tianyin and the Great Thunder Sound Temple is quite significant, and he harbors a deep aversion towards those bald monks. Chen Nian smiled and said, "Second uncle, the destruction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple has nothing to do with our Chen family. It was the divine clan that obliterated it. I propose that father take the lead in announcing this matter to the world, and also inform the entire 3,000 domains about the impending invasion by the divine clan in 10,000 years. It is worth noting that very few are aware of the divine clan's invasion after 10,000 years. Even the elders of the Chun family present here are oblivious. Thus, when Chen Nian spoke of the divine clan's invasion a millennium hence, the eyes of the elders were filled with astonishment. Chapter 182. Breakthrough, Journey to the Far North. Immediately, Chen Tian spoke to the elders about the divine clan's invasion 10,000 years hence. Although the elders are advanced in age and may not survive to see that time, they do have descendants. Moreover, if Chen Nian were to break through to the Emperor realm, or even higher, they too might have the chance to advance further. Therefore, the impending invasion of the divine clan is a matter of great concern for their own interests. The family head, if the divine clan invades, this matter must be announced to the world at once, allowing all major forces to prepare in advance. After all, we are all in the same boat. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before speaking. Once the divine clan invades, the 3,000 domains will be a unified entity. No one will be able to escape. If we continue to fight among ourselves, none will benefit. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Nian responded, Indeed, I have long held this intention. Grand Elder, you shall extend invitations to all forces of the central domain and above, stating that I, Chen Nian, invite everyone to the Chun family on the 5th day of next month to discuss matters concerning the fate of the 3,000 domains. Gathering all forces of the 3,000 domains at the central domain level and above would not be an easy feat for anyone else, but Chen Nian was different. His illustrious reputation was earned through merit. Furthermore, this matter pertains to the life and death of the 3,000 domains. Understood, I shall take my leave at once. The Grand Elder nodded in affirmation and swiftly departed the Great Hall to notify the various factions. Within the hall, the elders did not engage in further discussions and returned to their duties. Time passed swiftly. Over the course of several days, various powerful factions received invitations from the Chen family. Meanwhile, in the barbarian domain, the barbarian emperor gazed thoughtfully at the letter in his hand. His civil and military officials were quick to voice their opinions. Your Majesty, could this be a scheme by Chen Nian, luring the major factions of the 3,000 domains to the Chen family only to ensnare and eliminate them? Hiss, the left prime minister makes a valid point. I too believe that Chen Nian seeks to bait and annihilate the major factions, aiming for unification, another official concurred. Indeed, I agree, an elder added. The officials continued to voice their concerns, and the barbarian emperor, nodding, replied, Father, the ministers are correct. You must not visit the Chen family. It could be a den of danger. The barbarian emperor smirked lightly, shaking his head with calm assurance. No, you are all mistaken. Chen Nian is a person of extraordinary talent and ambition. He would not resort to such schemes of deceit and murder, despite his formidable strength. I know him well enough to understand that he is not the type to employ crafty plots against the powerful factions. His pride prevents him from engaging in such tactics. Enough talk. I wish to see what Chen Nian is truly planning. During my absence, Prince Man shall govern. With that, the barbarian emperor issued a decree to dismiss the court. This sentiment echoed across the Taoist sects as well. In the Qingshan sect, the discussion hall was abuzz. Sectmaster, Chen Nian is certainly up to something. The sectmaster Su Tiandao squinted, shaking his head lightly. To be honest, he too was uncertain of Chen Nian's true intentions and objectives. Yet, due to his understanding of Chen Nian, he felt an underlying sense of unease. Perhaps the situation was more complex than it appeared. Enough of this chatter, elders. We shall depart in 2 days, and during this time, the Qingshan sect will be temporarily managed by the Grand Elder. Yes, the others dared not speak further. Such scenes unfolded across the various factions in the 3,000 domains. Some factions of central domain level, reluctant to attend, felt compelled by the weight of Chen Nian's authority. In an instant, the entire 3,000 domains stirred with undercurrents due to a single letter from Chen Nian. On this day, within Chen Nian's chamber, an immense surge of spiritual energy suddenly rushed towards him as he sat cross-legged on his bed. The influx of energy enveloped his body, imparting a tingling sensation, while the aura within his dantian surged dramatically. In the Tongtian Tower, Yuing observed Chen Nian's figure with astonishment. In such a short time, Chen Nian is on the verge of another breakthrough. His cultivation speed is astonishing. However, Yuing had grown accustomed to Chen Nian's extraordinary feats and remained unfazed. After all, this individual could comprehend all 5 pinnacle laws in mere moments. In the annals of the 3,000 domains, none had ever achieved such a feat. As Chen Nian's aura intensified, after just a few breaths, he exuded an overwhelming presence. Slowly opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of stale air, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had reached the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. With his current strength, despite only being at the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, he felt no fear even against mid-stage Saint Kings. The outcome was uncertain. After all, he had numerous hidden trump cards. System, check personal attributes panel. Ding accessing. Host, Chen Nian cultivation. Mid-stage Saint Realm techniques. 9 transformations of the Divine Demon, 9 stars. Divine Elephant suppression technique, 9 stars. 10,032 Dragon Elephant particles. Martial arts, flower plucking finger, 9 stars. Annihilation sword art, 9 stars. Phantom footsteps, 9 stars. God-slaying slash, 9 stars. Life and death talisman, 9 stars. Star-shattering fist, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine demon body, time sacred body, space sacred body, Panga's sacred body, dark sacred body. Life sacred body talent. Blessing of the demon path special aura. Celestial immortal aura divine powers. Reach for the heavens. Words manifest law, thunder domain. Soul binding divine artifacts. Sacred Silkworm Silk Gauntlets followers: Chen Pingan, Shuai Luer, Li Guangdao, Wang Zhun, Wang Tung, Li Jiuan. Sulani Pets: Yu Huang Mother Worm Laws, Time Law, Minor Completion, Space Law, Minor Completion, Life Law, Minor Completion, Power Law, Minor Completion, Dark Law, Minor Completion. Points: 1. 2 billion. Gazing at his attributes panel, a broad smile spread across Chen Nian's face. Although his points were not substantial, they had all been converted into strength, leaving him quite satisfied. Junior brother, your strength must already be comparable to that of a Saint King, Yu Ying's voice echoed in the Tongtian Tower. Chen Nian confidently smiled. Although I have not fought against a Saint King, I am certain I am not inferior to them. I plan to journey to the far north, where I can test my skills against some demonic beasts. The far north is a well-known gathering place for demonic beasts, a region where few dare to tread, thus making it a paradise for such creatures. Excellent. When shall we depart? Tomorrow, Chen Nian replied without hesitation. Having spent several days at the Chen family, he had nearly concluded all matters and was ready to set off. He was eager to see the path leading to the divine clan. Chapter 183, Summoning the World. Although Chen Nian's current cultivation is impressive, it remains insignificant within the divine clan. The risks of venturing into the divine clan with his current strength are formidable. The aura of the human race is far too conspicuous. He might be detected immediately upon entering the divine clan's territory, even though he possesses the mother and son talisman, a divine artifact that can teleport him back. If he were to encounter a being as powerful as a divine king, he might not even have the chance to activate the talisman. Thus, he is not inclined to take such a risk at this time. As for whether Solani would be able to return alive after encountering a deity-level powerhouse, Chen Nian remained indifferent. Death was merely a trivial matter. It held no significance for him. What he truly sought was points. Chen Nian was of the demonic path, not some saintly figure. There were hierarchies even among his subordinates. Solani's allegiance was solely due to Chen Nian's methods, devoid of any genuine loyalty, unlike Chen Pingan and Shuai Luer. Thus, Chen Nian paid no heed to the other's life or death. The following day, a spirit vessel ascended from the Chen family estate, speeding towards the northernmost realms. Initially, Chen Tiandao intended to have Jiuzhu accompany Chen Nian, considering the perilous nature of the extreme north. However, Chen Nian declined. Although Jiuzhu was formidable, being at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, there remained a considerable gap when facing the emperor-level beasts of the extreme north. Chen Nian chose not to mention the matter of Yu Ying to Chen Tiandao, who did not inquire further. It was evident that Chen Nian had his own means of safeguarding himself. On the spirit vessel, Chen Nian was accompanied by Shuai Luer and Chen Pingan. Both had made rapid advancements in their abilities. Chen Pingan had reached the early emperor realm, while Shuai Luer was at the mid-emperor realm. Such prowess was commendable among the ranks of exceptional martial artists. This journey to the extreme north served as an opportunity for them to gain experience and broaden their horizons. Chen Pingan remained consistent, finding a corner on the spirit vessel to practice his swordsmanship. His swift progress stemmed from two primary factors. Firstly, his innate talent was exceptional, boasting a 9-star talent, further accelerated by the e-sword body that Chen Nian had bestowed upon him. Secondly, the Chen family provided ample training resources, and as a direct descendant of Chen Nian, he had access to more resources than some of the family elders. Thirdly, his relentless dedication was paramount. Aside from eating and sleeping, nearly all his time was devoted to cultivation. It could be said that his success was purely a product of his diligence. Young master, please try the tea brewed by Luer, Shuai Luer said, her eyes sparkling as she approached with a cup of tea. The fragrant aroma wafting from the blue and white porcelain cup was exceptionally refreshing. Chen Nian smiled slightly as he accepted the tea and took a gentle sip. Delightful. Well brewed, he remarked with a light chuckle. Shuai Luer giggled, leaning forward, revealing a glimpse of her fair bosom. It must be noted that the girl's allure was considerable. Her figure was undoubtedly striking. Even without employing any charm, it was difficult to remain unaffected. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a display, they might be overwhelmed. Chen Nian chuckled softly and shook his head. Such a young age and already misbehaving, daring to tempt me. You ought to be reprimanded. Shuai Luer was unperturbed by his words. Instead, she playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled. Young master, that's an unjust accusation. How could I dare to tempt you? With her large, tearful eyes, she appeared particularly endearing. Chen Nian, amused, chose not to dwell on the matter. To him, it was a trivial occurrence. Even if Shuai Luer were to use her charm, it would not sway his thoughts, for he was mindful of the emperor and divine emperor, as well as the legendary supreme realm that lay ahead. Time passed swiftly as the spirit vessel sailed through the skies. Meanwhile, the Chen family was bustling with activity. In recent days, forces from all the domains above the central regions had begun to arrive at the Chen estate, drawn by the significant event mentioned in Chen Tiandao's letter. Today marked the 5th day of the month. Within the grand hall of the Chen family, several domain lords from the central regions were seated. As time progressed, a disciple of the Chen family suddenly announced from outside, the Wuji divine dynasty, Qin Tianyu has arrived. The Qingyun sect's leader, Su Tiandao has arrived. The lord of the barbarian domain, Barbarian Emperor, has arrived. Following this, a series of names echoed, all belonging to prominent figures among the top 10 forces. Qin Tianyu, Su Tiandao, Barbarian Emperor, as well as the leader of the Xianmen, Xianjin Daoist, and the lord of the Miaozhong divine domain, Miao Xingxue, among others. All 10 of the major forces had gathered, except for the Buddhist domain. When these leaders appeared in the grand hall, the previously seated lords from the central regions rose in unison, feeling an overwhelming pressure wash over them. Despite the absence of any display of true energy, an intangible weight instilled a sense of trepidation in all present. Once the 10 upper domain lords took their seats, the central domain lords dared to settle down. Chen Tiandao surveyed the room and smiled faintly. Indeed, everyone is present. The lords understood well the respect demanded by Chen Tiandao's authority and dared not to be absent. The barbarian emperor glanced at Chen Tiandao in the main seat and snorted coldly. Chen Tiandao, what is the purpose of summoning the myriad forces from the 3,000 domains? His inquiry echoed the thoughts of many, drawing all eyes towards Chen Tiandao. However, Chen Tiandao remained unfazed, smiling lightly, and replied nonchalantly, "Do not rush. Since I have called you here, it is certainly not for trivial matters." Upon hearing this, the attendees fell silent, intrigued. Chen Tiandao continued, "Do you all remember the divine realm?" The mention of the divine realm elicited a muted response. For most, the term had faded from memory, and many had never even heard of it. Yet, as leaders of the top 10 forces, they were well aware of its significance. Particularly, the lord of the Phoenix domain, who had lived the longest, possessed greater knowledge. The divine realm once waged a war of survival against the major forces of the 3,000 domains over 1,000,000 years ago, the lord of the Phoenix domain remarked. Some domain lords from the central regions were momentarily stunned. 1,000,000 years ago, a battle for survival? The atmosphere shifted as they listened intently to Chen Tiandao's narrative. Even the usually impatient barbarian emperor fell silent, fixated on Chen Tiandao. Over 1,000,000 years ago, the divine race within the divine realm led an invasion against the 3,000 domains, aiming to seize the world's essence and break through to the supreme realm. Chen Tiandao's voice resonated, drawing the audience into a vivid recollection of a time long past. Chapter 184. The war of 1,000,000 years ago. Most were unfamiliar with the war that transpired over 1,000,000 years ago. Even among the leaders of the top 10 upper domains, many had only gleaned fragments of information from ancient texts, lacking profound understanding. Yet, Chen Tiandao painted a rich and grand picture of the conflict. In that battle, the divine race's million-strong army invaded the 3,000 domains, and within mere days, vast swathes of land had succumbed. Countless martial artists and beasts were ruthlessly slain. The remaining warriors banded together, determined to defend the 3,000 domains. Led by the Xianjun divine emperor, accompanied by countless strong allies. Who would have thought such a terrifying battle occurred in ancient times, completely unbeknownst to us? The barbarian emperor remarked, a hint of respect in his gaze. Chen Tiandao smiled faintly, undeterred, and continued, "Yet, in that battle, the strength of the 3,000 domains paled in comparison to the divine race. Not only did the divine race possess 3 divine kings, but they also had dozens of divine emperors and hundreds, if not thousands, of emperor-level beings." As Chen Tiandao detailed the disparities in strength, a collective breath was held in the room. They were all aware that above the emperor realm lay the divine emperor realm. With such an insurmountable gap in power, victory seemed impossible. Chen Tiandao narrowed his eyes, his gaze drifting towards the heavens as he spoke softly. The 3,000 domains were on the brink of destruction. Yet the Xianjun divine emperor sacrificed all his essence to form a grand array, sealing the realms for over 1,000,000 years. Indeed, it was this very reason that the 3,000 domains ultimately evaded invasion by the divine clan. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd finally comprehended why they had managed to survive for over 1,000,000 years. It was due to the purple sky divine emperor who, by sacrificing his own essence, had forged an immensely powerful formation that steadfastly protected the 3,000 domains. At this revelation, the audience's spirits dimmed, their hearts weighed down by the gravity of this hidden truth. "Lord Chen, what does this have to do with our summons?" inquired a domain lord from the central region. Chen Tiandao replied coolly, in 10,000 years, the formation of the 3,000 domains will falter, and the divine clan will invade. His words struck the assembly like a thunderbolt, eliciting gasps of disbelief. Are you serious? In 10,000 years, the divine clan will invade? This cannot be true. One exclaimed. Indeed, this matter is of utmost importance, as it pertains to the future of the 3,000 domains. Others echoed, their voices thick with incredulity. Yet, Chen Tiandao merely scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the assembly. Do you think I have any reason to deceive you? His disdainful tone resonated in their ears. Indeed, Chen Tiandao was the apex of power within the 3,000 domains. There was little cause for him to fabricate such claims. The lords of the central region were more inclined to fear him. In contrast, those from the 10 great upper domain powers remained notably composed, for they understood Chen Tiandao's character and recognized the veracity of his assertions. The sect leader of the upper clear sect, Su Tiandao, stroked his beard with a troubled expression. If this is true, then in 10,000 years, the 3,000 domains are likely to face an unprecedented calamity. The divine clan's might is formidable, and this could spell disaster for us all. From the crowd, a central region lord cleared his throat and spoke hesitantly. In ancient times, we could not prevail against them. Now, the 3,000 domains are far too weak, lacking even a single emperor-level warrior. Perhaps surrendering would be better. The divine clan, no matter how powerful, might spare us if we concede and offer them what they desire. In his view, the essence of the world was a mystery, but if the divine clan sought it, then why not relinquish it, as long as it ensured survival? However, Chen Tiandao's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing through them. With a swift motion, he conjured a blade of demonic energy that pierced through the air. Bang! The sound of a tremendous impact echoed, and in the next instant, the lord who had suggested surrender lay lifeless, his body brutally severed. The crowd gasped, shock rippling through them. No one had anticipated that Chen Tiandao would resort to violence so readily. With a single stroke, he had dispatched a lord of the central region. The display of power was terrifying, instilling fear in the hearts of weaker lords who trembled in trepidation. Chen Tiandao snorted disdainfully, short-sighted and cowardly, utterly foolish. After uttering this, he surveyed the room, his piercing gaze causing unease even among the other domain lords of the 10 great upper domains. Do you understand the essence of the world? Should the 3,000 domains lose it, even if the divine clan withdraws, we would gradually become a desolate wasteland. Do not think that mere survival is assured. Within a century, countless lives within the 3,000 domains would be extinguished. Indeed, without the essence of the world, the entire realm would perish within a century. Even if the divine clan does not attack, we cannot sustain ourselves for long. The crowd finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It became clear that the divine clan sought not just the essence of the world, but their very lives. Chen Tiandao continued, moreover, do you truly believe that surrendering would earn you any respect from the divine clan? It is a laughable notion. Do you know why the Buddha domain was annihilated? At the mention of the Buddha domain, the crowd's hearts raced. As one of the 10 great powers, it had been obliterated overnight by a mysterious force, a fact well known throughout the 3,000 domains. It was not just the 10 great powers. Other central regions had sent emissaries to investigate. Yet no one had uncovered the truth. The demise of the Buddha domain was gruesome, and the methods employed by their assailants were foreign to the warriors of the 3,000 domains. The crowd looked at Chen Tiandao in confusion as he slowly elaborated. The monks of the Buddha domain allied themselves with the divine clan hundreds of years ago. However, a month ago, due to disputes over interests, the divine clan turned against them and executed them in a single night. The assembly was astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Buddha domain had allied with the divine clan hundreds of years ago, and they were utterly slaughtered? Chen Tiandao, how could this be? Did they not say that the divine clan could only invade after 10,000 years? The barbarian emperor expressed his incredulity. After all, if the divine clan could annihilate the Buddha domain, they could easily eradicate their own barbarian domain. Others began to feel the weight of apprehension as well. Chapter 185. Who agrees, who disagrees? Chen Tiandao narrowed his eyes and gazed skyward. The 3 divine kings of the divine clan collaborated to find a weakness in the formation of the 3,000 domains. They expended a millennium of cultivation to send a divine emperor-level warrior into our realm. However, upon entering, he was restrained by the laws of the 3,000 domains and fell to the Saint King level. Only recently, as the shackles of heaven and earth weakened, did he barely break through to the emperor level. The revelation that the divine clan had produced an emperor-level warrior sent waves of trepidation through the assembly. The 3,000 domains had not seen an emperor-level warrior emerge in countless years. The prospect of facing an opponent who had once been a divine emperor was daunting. Their power was undeniably formidable. It was likely that even without a full-scale invasion by the divine clan, this single warrior could bring ruin upon the present-day 3,000 domains. After all, few in attendance could withstand even a few strikes from an emperor-level adversary. The emperor level is indeed a formidable challenge, mused Li Wanji, the leader of the unfeeling divine sect. Moreover, this individual once possessed the strength of a divine emperor. How shall we contend with such a being? We are utterly powerless against even this one emperor-level threat. Indeed, echoed the others, lamenting their plight. The divine clan possesses countless emperor-level warriors, not to mention the divine emperors and the 3 supreme divine kings. How can we hope to compete? A collective sigh of despair swept through the assembly, their expressions clouded with confusion. Surrender? They would be disregarded and still face obliteration. Yet to fight? The disparity in strength was overwhelming, rendering them incapable of mounting a defense. In that moment, the assembly found themselves ensnared in a web of indecision. Observing the tumult, Chen Nian did not hesitate. He unleashed his formidable aura, causing the entire hall to fall silent as countless eyes widened in astonishment at the display. Was this the might of an emperor? Weaker lords felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before him, for the aura emanating from him rendered them powerless. Even the other domain lords of the 10 great upper domains looked on in disbelief. Among so many, Chen Nian, the youngest, had astonishingly become the first to breach the emperor level. Such innate talent and ability were nothing short of terrifying. Lord Chen Yu, you have achieved the emperor level? Stammered the barbarian emperor, swallowing hard in astonishment. For him, reaching the emperor level was a dream beyond reach, a seemingly insurmountable challenge. Indeed, Chen Nian replied with a slight smile. I have ascended to the emperor level, and the divine clan warrior responsible for the annihilation of the Buddha domain has been slain by my hand. With a grand gesture, he summoned the body of Soul One, presenting it before the assembly. After Chen Nian had vanquished Soul One, he had preserved the body for Chen Nian, intending to inspire confidence in the crowd. And indeed, it had worked. When all eyes fell upon Solan's body, even those who previously harbored doubts could not help but believe. After all, this was the corporeal form of a divine race, undeniably authentic. The faint imperial aura emanating from the body only reinforced their astonishment. The domain lords of the 10 supreme domains rose to encircle the divine body, witnessing for the first time in many years the actual remains of a divine being. Although it lay lifeless, their shock was unmistakable. I never imagined it to be true. I have only encountered the divine race in ancient texts, exclaimed Elder Su Tiandao, his face a mask of astonishment. Beside him, the leader of the Xiamen, Xuanjin Daoist, mirrored his amazement. Indeed, had it not been for Lord Chen, I would never have witnessed this. The divine race. How does it compare to my own physical form? The prominent figures could hardly tear their gazes away from Solan's corpse. Chen Tiandao smiled slightly, observing the expressions of those around him, and then spoke earnestly. Esteemed guests, in 10,000 years, the divine race will launch a massive invasion. While it may seem insurmountable, our 3,000 domains possess untapped combat potential. At these words, the crowd's attention shifted towards him, disbelief etched on their faces. Could there truly be the strength to fight back? However, Chen Tiandao was not jesting. With a serious demeanor, he continued, you are all aware that spiritual energy is now reviving, and the constraints of the laws are diminishing. The number of martial artists within the 3,000 domains has surged dramatically, with even those entering the Saint Realm and Saint King Realm increasing in number. The gathered lords nodded in tacit agreement, having sensed this shift themselves. They had felt their own cultivation levels becoming increasingly pliable. According to my knowledge, the current revival of spiritual energy is extraordinarily formidable, surpassing even that of ancient times, with nearly no restrictions from the laws. It can be said that the barriers to breaking through to the Emperor realm have significantly weakened. Each of you possesses the potential to ascend to Emperor status. Upon hearing Chen Tiandao's declaration, the eyes of the assembly glimmered with fervor. The potential for all present to achieve the Emperor realm? Each of them harbored aspirations to reach such heights. The Emperor realm, with its longevity spanning hundreds of thousands of years, boasts unparalleled power. In 10,000 years, the martial artists of our 3,000 domains will undergo a qualitative leap in strength. At that time, whether in the Emperor realm or the Divine Emperor realm, if we consolidate all resources within the 3,000 domains, the number of warriors could rival that of the Divine realm. As for the 3 Divine Kings, Chen Tiandao scoffed. Leave them to me. Such confidence in facing the 3 Divine Kings? It was remarkable. Yet, despite seeming boastful, in the present state of the 3,000 domains, there appeared to be no one besides Chen Tiandao capable of such prowess. The assembly felt invigorated by his words. Indeed, with 10,000 years ahead, if the 3,000 domains united, they might have a fighting chance. After all, during ancient times, martial artists of the 3,000 domains were disunited and caught off guard by the sudden invasion of the divine race, only forming alliances in hindsight. Had they formed an alliance sooner and trained their martial artists, perhaps they could have succeeded. I believe Lord Chen's words hold merit. Indeed, I concur, another elder chimed in. We must form an alliance. One by one, the attendees voiced their agreement, eager to pool resources to break through to the Emperor realm and to thwart the impending invasion from the divine realm, for they were all interconnected in fate. Chen Tiandao smiled subtly, recognizing that this meeting had achieved an 80% success rate. With that, he proposed that he serve as the leader of the alliance. Asking for approval, the room fell silent. If this had been before, there would have certainly been dissent. However, with Chen Tiandao having reached the Emperor realm and being the first in the 3,000 domains to do so, none dared to voice opposition. Moreover, his unparalleled talent was evident to all. Only he could contend with the three divine kings. Seeing the silence, several lords loyal to the Chen family stepped forward, proclaiming, "We support Lord Chen as the leader of the 3,000 domains martial alliance. We, too, are in agreement." As their voices rose, the hall echoed with affirmations. For to disagree now would imply opposition. Even the lords of the 10 supreme domains joined in support. Chen Tiandao surveyed the scene with a slight smile, satisfaction evident in his gaze. As the leader of the 3,000 domains martial alliance, his influence swelled. Esteemed guests, I vow to unite all resources within the 3,000 domains to strive for parity with the divine race within 10,000 years, and I hope for your cooperation. We shall comply. The assembly chorused, united in purpose. Chen Tiandao smiled, having successfully initiated the first step of the alliance. The next task was to establish communication throughout the 3,000 domains, ensuring the alliance's influence grew. After all, while many voiced their agreement, if tangible benefits were not provided, some might resort to duplicity. Quickly, the contents of the Chen family meeting spread across the 3,000 domains. The formation of the 3,000 domains martial alliance and Chen Tiandao's leadership were monumental news. The impending arrival of the divine race posed the greatest calamity for the 3,000 domains. This series of announcements caught the martial artists off guard, each revelation more shocking than the last. However, for many, the reality was that they might not survive for 10,000 years, leading them to be more intrigued by the formation of the alliance and the news of Chen Tiandao's ascendance. The restructuring of power dynamics within the 3,000 domains would lead to significant upheaval for many factions. Meanwhile, Chen Nian, on the brink of reaching the extreme north, remained oblivious to these developments. Even if he were aware, he would not be surprised, as these matters had been discussed with Chen Tiandao beforehand. Thus, today's situation was the result of their joint efforts. Young master, is that not the extreme north? Snow Lure pointed ahead. Before them lay a vast expanse of snow. With towering glaciers and frozen rivers, the ground encrusted in ice, a stark contrast to their previous surroundings. Chen Nian smiled slightly, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, that is the extreme north. After traveling for over 10 days, they had finally arrived at this remarkable place, perpetually blanketed in ice and snow, with few inhabitants. Deep within, powerful beasts roamed. The group looked ahead to see several white bears pursuing a snow-white deer. The bears, formidable in strength, were already at the supreme realm. How fascinating. I have never encountered such beasts before, Snow Lure mused, experiencing the extreme north for the first time. Chen Nian remained silent, while Chen Pingan was equally captivated by the icy landscape, feeling a sense of awe. As they sped deeper into the snowy realm, a sudden, piercing cry shattered the silence, sending flocks of birds soaring from the ice, fleeing in haste. Chen Nian and his companions sensed the ominous presence. Squinting, he calmly regarded the enormous iceberg before them, casually remarking, "It seems we have encountered something significant." In this icy expanse, the number of beasts was plentiful, for without human presence, they had thrived. Just as Chen Nian finished speaking, a new development began to unfold. The glacier before them suddenly erupted, shattering into countless fragments, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene where the heavens and earth seemed to collapse. Yet, these icy shards were utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of the spiritual vessel. As the debris settled, the onlookers beheld a colossal titan concealed within the glacier. Its snow-white form towered over 100 meters high, casting an immense shadow that blotted out the sun. With a fierce glare directed at Chen Nian's vessel, it let out a derisive snort, unleashing a powerful gust that rocked the entire craft precariously. "Humans dare to intrude upon my domain. They truly seek death." The Titan intoned coldly, its gaze radiating an infinite malevolence. The enmity between humanity and these beasts was well known, and it was astonishing that, after years of slumber, a member of the human race had the audacity to trespass on its territory. However, Chen Nian's eyes betrayed no hint of fear. Rather, an exhilarating thrill coursed through his veins. The mid-stage of the Sacred King realm. How splendid. Just the opportunity one need for some practice, he declared, surveying the Titan's imposing figure. You too, maneuver the vessel to the side. I shall confront this creature. Without awaiting a response, Chen Nian's silhouette flickered, and he ascended into the air. A mere insect from the human race, seeking its own demise, the Titan sneered, dismissing him entirely. Yet, Chen Nian wasted no words. He merely smirked before launching a powerful punch directly at the Titan. The Titan scoffed internally, thinking it absurd that such a diminutive human would dare to strike him. With a thunderous fist, he retaliated, the two fists colliding. The size disparity was glaring. In comparison, Chen Nian's punch appeared almost toy-like against the Titan's massive extremity. With a resounding boom, Chen Nian was sent hurtling backward several meters, yet astonishingly, the Titan was also forced back by half a step, each of its strides spanning nearly 20 meters. The force of their confrontation revealed an unexpected parity in strength, eliciting a flicker of seriousness in the Titan's eyes. How intriguing. It appears I underestimated you. Human, Chen Nian replied with a slight smile. The Titan's fury ignited, fueled by his lowly intellect, and he bellowed, shaking the surrounding glaciers to their core. Can our young master truly contend with this beast? Snow Lure asked anxiously, glancing at Chen Pingan. The latter, familiar with Chen Nian's prowess, reassured her, I have faith. He would never place himself in peril. While the Titan may appear formidable, Chen Nian is clearly unfazed. As they watched from the sidelines, Chen Nian's demeanor shifted, his expression hardened, exuding an aura of formidable power. The Titan unleashed a furious roar, its massive hands lunging toward him, enveloping Chen Nian in an attempt to crush him. The Titan, reveling in his apparent superiority, was taken aback when he felt an unexpected emptiness in his grasp. Looking up, he found Chen Nian mere meters away, having evaded his clutches with ease. Thanks to his mastery over spatial loss, allow me to demonstrate the might of my loss, Chen Nian proclaimed, channeling the formidable power of his enhanced physical strength. As he unleashed a devastating punch aimed at the Titan's forehead, the impact sent the colossal creature crashing to the ground, momentarily dazed. The Titan, though formidable in his own right, was left stunned by the sheer power of Chen Nian's strike, realizing that the human before him was not to be underestimated. In the midst of this clash, the Titan's fury soared, igniting a primal force that sent nearby beasts fleeing in terror. You have successfully provoked my wrath, it roared, rising to its full height, its aura intensifying dramatically. Chen Nian smirked, noting the Titan's newfound strength. The creature vanished from sight, reappearing behind him with astonishing speed. Yet, Chen Nian, unfazed, merely adjusted his stance, employing the power of temporal manipulation to slow the Titan's assault. As the Titan's punch descended in what felt like slow motion, Chen Nian easily evaded the attack, leaving Snow Lure and Chen Pingan bewildered by the spectacle before them. How could the Titan's speed diminish so drastically? They wondered. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Nian had merely harnessed the laws of time, altering the flow of the Titan's movements, showcasing the true extent of his capabilities. The power of this maneuver is nothing short of terrifying. In a life-and-death battle, if one were to engage another, this manipulation of time could decisively alter the course of the conflict. Chen Nian gazed with a smile toward the Titan, acknowledging that this creature indeed served as an excellent tool for testing his own strength. Suddenly, the Titan found itself enveloped in a shroud of inky darkness. The endless void clung to it like a venomous poison, refusing to dissipate. What was happening? Why had the sky darkened so abruptly? Confusion flickered in the Titan's eyes as it surveyed its surroundings, now engulfed in an impenetrable blackness. Chen Nian's figure materialized before the Titan, cloaked in swirling shadows, exuding the air of a dark monarch, casting a disdainful glance at the Titan. With a cold smirk, he summoned a surge of black energy in his hand. Let me test this technique on you. Shadow Legion. As his words echoed, from the depths of the darkness emerged countless dark warriors armed with long spears. Each warrior, while humanoid, was composed of dark matter, their strength formidable. Soon, an army of these spectral warriors materialized, arrayed before Chen Nian like loyal sentinels guarding their sovereign. The Titan trembled at the sight, overwhelmed by an unsettling chill. This young man was far too formidable. Despite being merely at the Holy Realm, he was significantly stronger than this mid-stage Holy King beast, and his methods were so bizarre that they defied defense. The Shadow Legion advanced without hesitation, forming a formation that seemed to resonate with some arcane array. With a synchronized thrust, all spears lunged forward, coalescing into a massive shadowy spear directed at the Titan. Yet, the Titan remained undaunted. With a sneer, he clenched his fist and struck the dark spear. However, to his astonishment, the spear did not shatter. Instead, it pierced through his fist, creating a gaping wound from which blood dripped steadily. In disbelief, he stared at the scene, anger flaring within him. With a grunt, he surged forward, unleashing a powerful punch that shattered several of the dark figures. Yet, these entities were not of human origin. They were composed of dark matter. For each one he obliterated, an endless tide of shadows reformed in their wake. Exhaustion set in as the Titan fought on, but the darkness showed no sign of abating. The dark figures once again reassembled, standing resolutely before him. At that moment, the Titan felt a sense of despair wash over him. Disbelief etched across his features. This was truly horrifying. What kind of technique was this? He had never witnessed anything like it before. Just then, Chen Nian reappeared before the Titan, waving his hand to disperse the darkness and allowing sunlight to flood back into the Titan's eyes. How about it? Shall we continue? Chen Nian's light-hearted query startled the Titan, who immediately sprang to his feet, shaking his head fervently. No. No more. I concede. He recognized that continuing the fight would yield no possibility of victory. It was wiser to surrender outright. Chen Nian's power was simply too formidable. Hearing this, Chen Nian smiled faintly, his aura dissipating as he descended gracefully before the Titan. Since you are wise enough to concede, assist me, and I shall let you go. At this, the Titan's eyes brightened, and he quickly replied, What would you have me do, my lord? I will certainly comply. Though he appeared somewhat dull-witted, he was far from foolish, especially when faced with the threat of life and death. Chen Nian possessed the power to control his very existence. With a slight smile, Chen Nian instructed, Take me to the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain, as described, lay deep within the extreme northern region, a place that Solon indicated was a conduit to the divine realm. However, the passage could only transport one from the 3,000 domains to the divine domain, not vice versa. Yet, upon hearing Chen Nian's request, the Titan shuddered, hesitating momentarily. My lord, you wish to go to the sacred mountain? Chen Nian's tone turned icy. Is there a problem? The Titan quickly shook his head, stammering, No, of course not. At that moment, he resembled a sycophant, hastily adding, There are 3 great demon kings guarding the foot of the sacred mountain. I am no match for them. At the base of the sacred mountain, 3 powerful demon kings stood sentinel. Each one was a half-step into the realm of the emperor, and with the restoration of spiritual energy in the world, the constraints of the laws had weakened. These demon kings might have even broken through to the emperor realm. The Titan, fully aware of his own limitations, spoke with utmost reverence for the 3 demon kings. However, Chen Nian remained unperturbed. Even if the 3 demon kings had indeed ascended, he had Solon as a formidable ally and the presence of Yueying, a mighty being of the divine realm, within the Tower of Heaven. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Nian cast a glance at the Titan and coldly declared, I have instructed you to lead the way. The rest is not your concern. I am eager to discern what these 3 demon kings truly are. The Titan, feeling the weight of Chen Nian's commanding presence, became increasingly anxious. This human was indeed a force to be reckoned with, yet he understood that he could not contend with Chen Nian. Reluctantly, he nodded in compliance, affirming, Why yes. With that, he turned towards the sacred mountain and said, My lord, please follow me. The Titan's massive form began to stride towards the sacred mountain. As he moved through the extreme northern lands, birds and fish alike fled in terror, and even the lesser beasts along the way were crushed underfoot. Chen Nian swiftly mounted his spiritual vessel and instructed Chen Pinyin, Set sail, follow closely. Yes, Chen Pinyin replied, promptly navigating the vessel in pursuit of the Titan. In a short time, they beheld the outline of the sacred mountain. Unlike the distant view, standing at the base of the mountain left them all awestruck. The peak towered into the clouds, seemingly endless. Even with Chen Nian's keen eyesight, the summit remained obscured. The mountain was impossibly high, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, resembling a realm of frost. Pointing ahead, the Titan remarked, My lord, that is the sacred mountain. Beyond it lies the territory of the 3 demon kings. He gestured towards the expanse. Among demon beasts, the concept of territory was held in the utmost regard. This vast land was dominated by the 3 demon kings, their presence palpable in every corner. Ordinary beasts dared not tread there, for to do so would be tantamount to declaring war on the demon kings, a price that could very well be one's life. Just as the Titan concluded, a heavy voice reverberated through the air. Titan, do you dare to trespass in my domain? You truly do not know the meaning of danger. The voice boomed like a thunderclap, yet it was crystal clear to all present. The Titan trembled at the sound. But before he could respond, a massive figure emerged from the icy expanse, a colossal white bull, towering roughly 30 meters high, resembling a small iron tower. With a bellow, it raised its head towards the heavens and slowly approached Chen Nian and his companions. Behold, the lord of the sacred ice blue bull. Titan's expression instantly turned as sour as a bitter melon, an extreme display of discomfort, and his heart raced with panic. This was none other than one of the three great demon kings, the sacred ice azure bull, a celestial anomaly that had transcended to the realm of semi-emperorship a millennium ago. And now, with the weakening of the heavenly shackles, it was uncertain what kind of strength this sacred ice azure bull possessed. However, one thing was certain, its power far surpassed his own. It could likely crush him with a mere flick of its hand. Yet, instead of directing its attention towards Titan, the sacred ice azure bull focused on the spiritual vessel where Chen Nian stood. With a disdainful snort, it exhaled a gust of air through its enormous nostrils. How audacious! Leading the human race. Anger brimmed in the words of the sacred ice azure bull. The human race. For countless millennia, they had maintained a relationship that was exceedingly hostile. Throughout the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains, the majority of territory was claimed by humans, while this extreme northern land was one of the few places entirely occupied by demons. Moreover, this region was notoriously frigid, a desolate area shunned by humans. Thus, the sacred ice azure bull's gaze towards humans was filled with loathing. Upon hearing this, Titan became anxious and hastily knelt, repeatedly bowing his head, pleading, "Forgive me, O Demon King, forgive me." Though Titan was not weak, compared to the sacred ice azure bull, he was vastly inferior. The two were not even in the same league. The sacred ice azure bull merely snorted, ignoring Titan, and slowly approached the direction of Chen Nian's vessel. Chen Nian smiled faintly, his figure soaring into the air, his gaze locking onto the opponent. "What does the human race seek upon my sacred mountain?" The voice of the sacred ice azure bull echoed in Chen Nian's ears. Without hesitation, Chen Nian replied straightforwardly, "I seek to utilize the teleportation array of the sacred mountain. Surely the Demon King is aware of it?" The teleportation array? The sacred ice azure bull had guarded this place for many years, so it was impossible for it to be unaware. It narrowed its eyes, a murderous aura enveloping it. To think that this human dared to desire the use of that teleportation array. It was known that the matter of the teleportation array was hardly known throughout the 3,000 domains, yet this human was aware of it. However, it sneered, shaking its head, "I will give you one chance. Either return whence you came, or die." Upon uttering these words, the sacred ice azure bull's gaze turned icy, and its aura erupted. The overwhelming imperial might enveloped a radius of 100 miles around Chen Nian. Weaker demon beasts were immediately forced to the ground, too frightened to dare move. Even Titan was left in shock. He never expected the sacred ice azure bull had truly broken through to the imperial realm. Its speed was astounding. This was an emperor. For demon beasts, once they ascended to emperor status, their lifespans would dramatically increase, potentially living for another 1,000,000 years. The sacred ice azure bull regarded Chen Nian with ill intent. Had it been anyone else, it would have long since swatted them dead without a second thought. However, it sensed a familiar aura emanating from Chen Nian. A century ago, a fearsome man named Chen Tiandao ascended the sacred mountain alone with his sword, defeating the three great demon kings and leaving it severely wounded. This incident had left a shadow in the sacred ice azure bull's mind. Today, it felt that familiar aura from Chen Nian. Hence, it chose to dissuade him rather than simply striking him down. But Chen Nian had come for the teleportation array atop the sacred mountain, and there was no way he would retreat now. He smiled slightly, maintaining his composure. "An imperial realm, is it? How unfortunate, for I possess the same. Apologies to all. A few days ago, I was preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, and today the examination has concluded. Regular updates will resume as the author diligently types away. I humbly request encouragement for updates, 5-star reviews, and gifts. The author is profoundly grateful." Chapter 189. The three great demon kings appear as the sacred ice azure bull gazed in astonishment. A figure clad in a black robe suddenly appeared before it. The figure radiated an aura of terror, the black robe billowing in the wind. Although the true strength of the figure was unknown, the sacred ice azure bull sensed that the opponent was likely no weaker than itself. Moreover, the appearance of this figure instilled an extremely unpleasant feeling within it. However, at that moment, it could not retreat. "Human, if you seek to ascend the sacred mountain, you must first step over my dead body." The sacred ice azure bull growled, its roar echoing around. Chen Nian's gaze turned frigid as he regarded the sacred ice azure bowl, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Is that so? Then I shall tread over your corpse. With that, Chen Nian coldly commanded, Solon, eliminate it. Upon hearing this, Solon respectfully saluted Chen Nian and replied, as you wish. Young master. In an instant, Solon's figure vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of the sacred ice azure bowl with a terrifying speed that even the sacred ice azure bowl, an imperial being, could not react to in time. It is worth noting that Solon's true form was that of a divine emperor, possessing unparalleled understanding of the laws of power and control over oneself. His figure appeared suddenly before the sacred ice azure bowl, followed by a colossal fist crashing down. The fist, infused with a hint of law power, reverberated through the surrounding air. The sacred ice azure bowl, witnessing this, let out a muffled grunt and thrust its massive horns upward to meet the blow. The collision of fist and horn revealed the might of both their imperial realms. Countless gusts of air surged wildly, leaving Titan dumbfounded on the sidelines. It was important to note that, with its mid-stage sacred king strength, Titan was considered quite formidable among demon beasts. However, compared to these two, it was utterly negligible. The mere airflow generated from their clash was enough to leave Titan struggling to withstand it. One could only imagine if such a blow landed upon Titan. It would have no chance to resist. Terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. Chen Pingan and Shui Luer also stared in shock at the battle unfolding before them. The confrontation between two imperial-level powerhouses was undoubtedly a dazzling spectacle. In just a few breaths, the two had exchanged over 100 blows. However, it was evident that Solon held the upper hand. After all, the sacred ice azure bowl had only just broken through to the imperial realm, its foundation still unsteady. Furthermore, Solon was a member of the divine race, having once been a divine emperor, thus extraordinary in comparison. Suddenly, Solon grinned ominously, and countless particles of light enveloped the sacred ice azure bowl. In the next moment, as Solon clenched his right hand, countless particles surged toward the sacred ice azure bowl. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. In the following instant, the particles detonated against the sacred ice azure bowl, sending it flying several dozen meters away. As the dust settled, it slowly rose to its feet, its body marred with injuries. Gazing at Solon, cloaked in black, the sacred ice azure bowl felt an inexplicable sense of fear. It cautiously regarded Solon, its aura somewhat weakened. Yet, Solon paid no heed to the sacred ice azure bowl's state, slowly advancing toward it before landing directly in front of the demon. With a wave of his hand, he coldly remarked, "It was unnecessary to kill you. But since the young master has given the order, please embrace your demise." With that, a massive golden beam shot forth from his hand, aimed directly at the sacred ice azure bowl. If this strike landed, the sacred ice azure bowl would surely face severe injury, if not death. However, a thunderous sound erupted in midair. Boom! As the light and mist dissipated, the sacred ice azure bowl stood unscathed. Beside it appeared two enormous demon beasts, both of whom were the other two great demon kings of the extreme north, the ice lion leopard and the sacred origin snow wing. Both were ancient and unique species of exceptional strength. Upon seeing the ice lion leopard and the sacred origin snow wing, the sacred ice azure bowl's eyes gleamed with joy. Eldest brother, second brother, you have come. Indeed, the three great demon kings do not embody an antagonistic relationship, but rather one of brotherhood. For countless millennia, they have guarded the sacred mountain in this frigid northern land, their prowess far beyond the ordinary. Third brother, who dares to lay a lethal hand upon you? The second brother, the ice lion leopard, squinted with hostility toward the direction of Solon. I know not why these humans have suddenly intruded into the sacred mountain's domain, claiming they wish to utilize the teleportation array. Naturally, I could not allow them to employ it unchallenged, and thus, conflict ensued. The sacred ice blue ox briefly recounted the recent events, fully aware that Solon genuinely intended to see him dead, and with his strength, he was entirely capable of such a feat. What? Upon hearing the sacred ice blue ox's words, the two exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with gravity. Although their power slightly surpassed that of the sacred ice blue ox, they both felt an immense pressure emanating from Solon. This pressure was far from trivial. Gentlemen, I merely wish to borrow the array. I suggest you be prudent. Chen Nian's voice floated through the air, his words landing in the ears of the sacred ice blue ox like a mockery. Perhaps he had felt some fear moments ago, but now that both his elder brothers had arrived, how could three powerful emperors possibly be outmatched by a single adversary? Such a notion was preposterous. However, the ice lion leopard and sacred yuan snow wing did not share this sentiment. Solony's strength was formidable should a confrontation arise. Even their combined might not suffice against him. Thus, the elder brother, Sacred Yuan Snow Wing stepped forward, gazing at Chen Nian. Do you truly only wish to borrow the array? Chen Nian offered a slight smile and nodded. Indeed. Upon hearing Chen Nian's affirmative reply, the Ice Lion Leopard and Sacred Yuan Snow Wing began to formulate their own plans. They were aware of the array in question, a random teleportation array leading to the divine realm. They dared not use it for teleportation, knowing certain secrets from ancient times that revealed the divine race to be far from benevolent. Then let us proceed together, the Ice Lion Leopard declared, turning to ascend the sacred mountain, leaving the sacred ice blue ox bewildered and stunned. Wait, are we not fighting? So my injuries were for naught? Chapter 190, Journey to the Divine Realm. However, with both elder brothers having spoken, the sacred ice blue ox dared not voice further objections and obediently followed behind. After all, Solony's power was excessively overwhelming. He was no match. The group followed the Ice Lion Leopard and Sacred Yuan Snow Wing, with Titan trailing closely, his expression rife with anxiety. In the presence of such formidable beings, even a mere finger could extinguish his life. He dared not even breathe too audibly, fearing to disturb the others. Soon, under the guidance of the Ice Lion Leopard and Sacred Yuan Snow Wing, the group began their ascent to the summit of the sacred mountain. Though the mountain rose high into the heavens, they reached the pinnacle in a mere quarter of an hour. The summit towered so high that one could almost touch the clouds with a raised hand. Looking down, the human cities appeared as mere specks, exceedingly small. We have arrived, Sacred Yuan Snow Wing announced, glancing around before turning to address the others. Chen Nian surveyed the scene before him, where a massive array was inscribed with countless runes. Though he had encountered some knowledge of arrays, he had not delved deeply into the subject, rendering him unfamiliar with the inscriptions. Yet, the atmosphere surrounding the array brimmed with an enigmatic essence, as ethereal energies were subtly absorbed by it. Is this the teleportation array? Chen Nian inquired, turning to Soloni. Soloni nodded reverently. Yes, young master, this is the teleportation array that leads back to the divine realm. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. It had been centuries since he had arrived in the 3,000 domains, spending every day concealed within the secret chambers of the Buddha realm. His former status as a divine emperor had vanished, leaving him in stark contrast to his previous life. Reflecting on his past existence, Soloni felt a deep yearning for the divine realm, yet he harbored intentions far from noble. His return was meant to incite destruction. However, Soloni paused, his expression darkening. However, what? Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. Soloni, sensing the urgency, quickly replied, however, young master, the array is ancient. Many of the runes are now damaged, making successful teleportation a formidable challenge. Indeed, the array was established long ago, even before the ancient era. After millions of years atop this sacred mountain in the frigid north, some of the engraved inscriptions had eroded significantly. While it had not entirely lost its efficacy, it was no longer fully operational. To force its use would be to gamble with uncertainty. Chen Nian understood this and asked, can you repair this array? Soloni shook his head. I cannot. I have not studied this field. Arrays, in comparison to martial arts, were deemed a lesser path, and thus Soloni had never ventured into it. Chen Nian comprehended this and immersed his consciousness, reaching out to his sister. Sister, can you repair this array? Within the celestial tower, Yuying sensed Chen Nian's voice and slowly opened her eyes, calmly nodding. I can. The art of arrays was particularly mastered by the Purple Cloud Divine Emperor, renowned as the foremost authority on arrays in the 3,000 domains. As the daughter of the Purple Cloud Divine Emperor, she naturally possessed some knowledge. Excellent. I entrust this matter to you, sister. Understood. Without hesitation, Yuying agreed and, with a swift motion, emerged from the celestial tower. The surrounding figures gasped in astonishment. It was known that 4 powerful emperors were present, yet someone had appeared before them without a sound. Moreover, she was an extraordinarily beautiful human woman. Among those present, Soloni was the most astonished. Since aligning himself with Chen Nian, he had remained by his side, yet had never encountered this woman. He could not perceive her aura. But one thing was certain, her strength surpassed his own. He could hardly fathom that such a formidable individual existed alongside Chen Nian. It was utterly incredible. Yuying approached the array, observing it closely. In an instant, countless ethereal energies swirled around her. With a subtle gesture, runes began to materialize from her being, and soon, the inscriptions upon the array emerged as well. The energy emanating from Yuying caused Solony's eyes to widen in disbelief. He gazed at her, mouth agape. Hey, Divine Emperor? While the Ice Lion Leopard, Sacred Yuan Snow Wing, and Sacred Ice Blue Ox might have been unaware of Yuying's strength, Soloni, as a former Divine Emperor, recognized that aura all too well. The divine emperor realm. Moreover, the power she radiated surpassed even his peak form. He could hardly believe that Chen Nian had such an extraordinary figure by his side. It was nothing short of remarkable. In no time, countless runes fell upon the array under Yu Ying's guidance, and the array began to emanate a dazzling purple light. With a resounding boom, the attention of all present was drawn to the spectacle. "It is complete," Yu Ying remarked nonchalantly, her gaze shimmering with an indescribable light as she regarded the array. This array led to the divine realm. Deep within her heart, a desire to venture into the divine realm stirred. For her father had perished at the hands of the three great demon kings. She yearned to tear them apart. Yet, she also recognized that with her current strength, such a journey would be tantamount to seeking death. Upon finishing her words, Yu Ying did not hesitate. Her figure flickered and she entered Chen Nian's Tower of Heaven. Her silent disappearance left everyone momentarily stunned. The Saint Ice Blue Bull, who had previously been somewhat unconvinced, now stared blankly in Chen Nian's direction. At that moment, he felt a twinge of relief for not continuing to engage in battle with Chen Nian. Otherwise, the three brothers would undoubtedly have met their doom. Following this, Chen Nian wasted no time in summoning Wang Zhen and the others, instructing Solon, "Take these three to the divine realm. Remember, if any danger arises, immediately tear apart the rune I have given you 4. Chen Nian provided each of them with a rune that, when torn, would allow instant teleportation to his side, disregarding any spatial distance. This was their final means of escape. Understood. The 4 responded eagerly, nodding in agreement. Without delay, Solon led Wang Zhen and the others to the array. Soon, a bright light shone as countless natural energies converged, and the 4 vanished from their location. Chapter 191. A fortuitous encounter with 3 emperor beasts in the divine realm. Despite the abundance of powerful beings, most warriors were of lower tiers. After all, the divine clans within the divine realm were merely a different race compared to the human race across the 3,000 domains, compounded by the disparity in the spiritual energies of their respective worlds. Yet, lower-tier warriors constituted the majority. Thus, Chen Nian chose to send Wang Zhen and the others to the divine realm, for they were souls and bore no human scent, making them less likely to be discovered. Once the 4 were transported away, the Ice Lion Leopard, Saint Yuan Snow Wing, and the Saint Ice Blue Bull, 3 beasts of extraordinary might, obediently regarded Chen Nian's direction, refraining from any misbehavior. Although Solon had departed, the woman who had just emerged from Chen Nian was imbued with an aura far more terrifying. Such an existence was assuredly beyond their capabilities to contend with. Consequently, the 3 beasts exhibited remarkable compliance, resembling well-behaved children. This scene, witnessed by Titan, was akin to encountering a ghost. It was utterly unbelievable. "You 3 have cultivated here for countless years and achieved the rank of emperor. Your talents are indeed extraordinary," Chen Nian remarked coolly to the 3 beasts. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged glances and replied with a smile, "Your praise is unwarranted. It is merely luck." In the presence of Chen Nian, they appeared rather reserved. Chen Nian smiled slightly, unfazed, and continued, "However, are you aware that 10,000 years hence, the divine clans will descend upon the 3,000 domains? At that time, it will be nearly impossible for any living beings within to escape death." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 beasts changed instantaneously as they exchanged worried glances. They were well aware of the implications of the divine clan's arrival. Even as emperors, they would likely find themselves in peril. After all, the divine clans were filled with formidable warriors. "What plans do you have, esteemed one?" the Ice Lion Leopard inquired. Without hesitation, Chen Nian smiled lightly and replied, "Your strength is commendable. However, if you continue to cultivate at your current pace, it will be impossible to break through to the divine emperor realm within 10,000 years. Indeed, while the trio had attained the emperor realm due to the increase in spiritual energy, the transition from emperor to divine emperor was notoriously arduous, and relying solely on themselves would be futile. The 3 beasts recognized the truth in Chen Nian's words, exchanged glances, and nodded in agreement. The eldest, the Saint Yuan Snow Wing, asked, "What guidance do you offer?" Chen Nian, noticing their interest, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. "If you 3 accompany me, I guarantee you will break through to the divine emperor realm within a millennium." A millennium? The divine emperor realm? How is that possible? They knew that while the gap from emperor to divine emperor seemed narrow, the reality was that the 2 realms were vastly different, akin to clouds and mud. To claim that one could break through to the divine emperor realm within a millennium was practically laughable. The Ice Lion Leopard, Saint Yuan Snow Wing, and Saint Ice Blue Bull were initially skeptical, but Chen Nian's unwavering confidence, combined with the visage of the stunning woman who had just emerged from him, unexpectedly stirred something within them. Could this truly be possible? Esteemed one, while we are indeed beasts, we understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What must we offer in return? The ice lion leopard articulated. Their intent was clear. If Chen Nian was making such a promise, he must undoubtedly have demands of his own. Indeed, Chen Nian had such intentions. He smiled slightly and said, "Correct. What I require is your allegiance. If you submit to me, I will assist you in breaking through to the divine emperor realm within a millennium." Submit to Chen Nian, a mere human warrior at the entry level of the saint realm. Previously, the three beasts would have dismissed such a notion outright. However, the prospect of breaking through to the divine emperor realm made them reconsider. It was a legendary realm, and with their innate talents, they doubted they would ever have the chance to attain it in their lifetimes. The allure of such a mythical level was undeniable. Yet, they were not foolish. If Chen Nian failed, they would waste a millennium of precious time and remain bound to him. How can we be sure you are not deceiving us? The Saint Yuan Snow Wing queried. Chen Nian grinned and proposed, "I can swear an oath to the heavenly Tao." How does that sound? The heavenly Tao oath held considerable weight in the 3,000 domains. Should a warrior fail to fulfill it, they would be subject to the heavenly Tao's backlash. The three beasts exchanged glances, finding merit in Chen Nian's proposition. "If you can truly help us break through to the divine emperor realm, then we shall submit to you." Though yielding to Chen Nian would mean sacrificing their freedom, it paled in comparison to the opportunity to attain the divine emperor realm. Freedom? What worth does freedom hold? It is akin to being offered $1 billion for labor versus receiving nothing while enduring hunger. Most would undoubtedly choose the former, for the temptation was simply too great. The divine emperor realm was an even greater allure than a mere $1 billion. Seeing the three beasts readily agree, Chen Nian did not hesitate and directly addressed the heavenly Tao. "I, Chen Nian, vow to ensure that the Ice Lion Leopard, Saint Yuan Snow Wing, and Saint Ice Blue Bull break through to the divine emperor realm within a millennium. Should I fail, may my cultivation be in vain, and my meridians flow backward, leading to my demise." As soon as Chen Nian finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, as if to bear witness to his oath. For warriors, especially those of higher cultivation, the binding force of such a heavenly Tao oath increases correspondingly. Should Chen Nian truly fail to uphold his vow, the heavenly Tao would indeed ensure his demise. The three beasts observed this and saw Chen Nian's sincerity, prompting them to make their own oaths. "From this day forth, we pledge to follow Master Chen Nian. Should we betray this oath, may the heavens strike us down." As the three beasts concluded their vows, the sky resonated with thunder once more. Given that they were all emperor-level beasts, the weight of their oaths would be even more profound. Titan, witnessing this, was nearly blinded by disbelief. My heavens! The three emperor-level beasts of the extreme north have actually submitted to a mere human warrior at the entry level of the Saint Realm. If this were to spread, it would surely leave the world in shock. You three need not worry. This is undoubtedly the wisest decision you will ever make. Chen Nian remarked with a slight smile, his lips curling upward. The fortunate acquisition of 3 emperor-level beasts was indeed a remarkable gain. Thank you all. I have returned to shore. A certain 211 University, majoring in computer science. Chapter 192. The initial battle in the divine realm. Chen Nian effortlessly subdued 3 emperor-level beasts. If others were to learn of this, they would likely be left in utter astonishment. These were not mere trifles. They were 3 emperor-level beasts. Upon witnessing the scene, the Titan's jaw nearly dropped, its expression one of utter bewilderment. These were the 3 mightiest demon kings of the extreme northern lands. However, being able to cultivate to the sacred king realm, it was not a fool. It understood that Chen Nian's ability to command the 3 demon kings to submit was indicative of extraordinary talent. Moreover, it harbored aspirations of glimpsing the emperor realm. Before encountering Chen Nian, such aspirations seemed rather distant, given its innate talent, which made breaking through to the emperor realm in this lifetime a daunting task. Yet, upon seeing Chen Nian, it felt a flicker of hope. Without hesitation, the Titan knelt on one knee and bowed towards Chen Nian. Young Master Chen, though my strength is somewhat lacking, I vow to follow you to the death, offering my life and soul. With that, the Titan bowed deeply once more. Observing this, Chen Nian smiled slightly, intrigued by the Titan. Despite having just fought, he held no resentment towards it. Furthermore, given the Titan's mid-level sacred king prowess, with proper guidance, a future breakthrough to the Emperor realm would be relatively easy, akin to gaining an additional combatant at the Emperor level. Chen Nian would naturally not refuse. He nodded with a smile. In that case, you may accompany us. The Titan's joy was palpable as it bowed deeply once again. Thank you, young master. The Titan's demeanor shifted quickly, its face beaming with a near obsequious smile. The other demon kings, Holy Ice Green Bull and the three demons said little, for it was a common truth that all actions in this world are motivated by gain. Let us return to the nine heavens demon domain. You four shall take on human forms. For them, transforming into human shape was a trivial matter. However, for demon beasts, this transformation could affect their combat capabilities, which is why most would choose not to. Nevertheless, since Chen Nian had made the request, the four demons complied without hesitation, swiftly transforming into human forms. In a flurry of radiant light, all four demons transformed. The leader, Holy Yuan Snow Wing, became a suave middle-aged gentleman, with snow-white hair and dressed in white, his handsome features resembling that of a celestial being. The second, the Ice Lion Leopard, took the form of a young man clad in fur, exuding a roguish charm that was somewhat intimidating. The third, Holy Ice Green Bull, appeared as an ordinary young man, bearing a simple countenance that seemed almost rustic, reminiscent of a simpleton from a wealthy family. Titan transformed into a muscular man with stubble. This transformation left both Xuelu and Qin Pinyin in stunned disbelief. Until now, they had only seen Ni Huang and had never witnessed the transformation of other demon beasts, especially those at the Emperor realm. Chen Nian smiled faintly and spoke. Let us board the spirit vessel and prepare to depart. Yes, the four demons readily complied, boarding the spirit vessel as instructed. Soon, the vessel sped towards the Qin family. While Chen Nian's points rapidly increased along the way, he could sense that after Solon and the others reached the divine domain, they would be accumulating points for him. At that moment, in the divine domain, upon opening their eyes, Solon and the others found themselves outside a city on the outskirts. The power of the formation had torn through space and time, transporting them from the 3,000 domains to the divine domain. Where's this? Wang Zhen inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings. Solon squinted at the horizon, a slight smile playing on his lips as he exhaled. We are quite fortunate, if I am not mistaken. This should be a small city in the southernmost part of the divine domain, named Zihua City. The city's lord is not particularly strong, merely a half-step emperor, and there are not many experts within. As he spoke, Solon felt a sense of relief. The transportation through the formation was random. Had they been unfortunate enough to land before one of the three great divine kings, they would have had no time to even shatter the runes before being imprisoned in an instant. Their arrival in this remote southern city truly counted as good fortune. Let us go and raise a city, Solon declared, leading the way. Although this was his territory in the divine domain, his loyalty at this moment lay with Chen Nian. The command to attack the city was given by Chen Nian, and he dared not oppose it. For the terrifying nature of Chen Nian's secret techniques left him unwilling to ever experience such terror again. The three followed without hesitation, rising into the air and swiftly heading towards Zihua City. Their overwhelming aura was unmasked, prompting the city's lord to notice their approach, accompanied by several subordinates at the Sacred King realm, who emerged to confront them. Upon seeing the four clad in black robes, the city lord realized they were not to be trifled with. However, the honor of the divine race prevented him from begging for mercy. Who are you? And what brings you to Zihua City? Although the city lord ranked low among the higher echelons of the divine race, being a city lord required some capability. His 6 eyes swept over the group, trying to discern their strengths with his divine sense. Yet, the black robes provided by Chen Nian were exceptionally effective, rendering even those at the Emperor realm unable to pry into their essence, let alone a mere half-step emperor. Without hesitation, Solon replied coolly, for no reason other than to take your life. With that, a golden blade of energy erupted from Solon, striking the city lord before he could react, severing his neck instantly. Wang Zhen and the others wasted no time, charging towards the divine warriors present. Having followed Chen Nian for so long, although they were spirits, they had received significant benefits and treasures from him, making it easy for them to contend with the Sacred King realm warriors. Solon, meanwhile, sealed the entire city, an overwhelming aura beginning to spread throughout. In less than 2/4 of an hour, Zihua City had transformed into a hell's cape, with no survivors left. The vast city had been effortlessly annihilated by the four. Chapter 193, Emergence. Days later, Chen Nian returned to the Chen family with everyone in tow. The Chen family had undergone tremendous changes. Following Chen Tiandao's call for all warriors of the 3,000 domains to convene, an alliance was formed. With Chen Tiandao as the leader's authority was supreme. The Chen family's stronghold had been revamped and fortified with countless formations, while numerous disciples accelerated their cultivation. With the divine race's impending arrival in 10,000 years, there was no time to waste in strengthening themselves. Both they and their descendants would face extinction otherwise. All resources of the Chen family were supplied in abundance, albeit contingent on contributions to the clan. The elders had also commenced rapid cultivation. And with the vast resources of the Chen family at their disposal, coupled with the diminishing constraints of the laws governing the 3,000 domains, their cultivation speeds had notably increased. The 9 ancestors had broken through from the peak of the Sacred King realm to half-step Emperor realm, merely a step away from achieving the Emperor realm. Greetings, young master. As Chen Nian's spirit vessel descended into the courtyard of the Chen family, all the elders and disciples gathered to welcome him. The Grand Elder, Chen Tianan, approached with a beaming smile, addressing Chen Nian, young master. The family head has become the leader of the alliance in the 3,000 domains and is currently at the Zixiao divine sect. At this moment, Chen Tiandao was not in the Chen family, with Grand Elder Chen Tianan temporarily overseeing affairs. However, Chen Tianan had also seen a significant rise in power, having broken through to the late Sacred King realm. Chen Nian smiled slightly and nodded, good. Upon finishing his words, he continued, Elder, please arrange rooms for the 4 of them. As he spoke, Chen Nian gestured towards the Ice Lion Leopard and the Holy Origin Snow-Wing Beasts. The elder followed Chen Nian's direction and immediately discerned the presence of the Ice Lion Leopard and the Holy Origin Snow-Wing Beasts. Notably, the auras of the Ice Lion Leopard, Holy Origin Snow-Wing, and the Sacred Ice Blue Bull remained completely concealed. Even the elder, utilizing his divine sense, could not uncover their true strength. The only entity detectable was the Titan, a formidable being at the mid-level of the Sacred King realm, radiating a terrifying vitality. However, he surmised that the strength of these 3 was likely even more formidable than that of the Titan. After all, if he could not perceive a late-stage Sacred King, how fearsome must that power be? It was likely at least half a step into the realm of the Great Emperor. Yes, he replied respectfully. Chen Nian nodded with a smile. This return to the Chen family was intended for a period of quiet cultivation. With the assistance of the system and the Tree of Life, he aimed to accelerate his cultivation pace. With his current prowess at mid-sacred realm, he could unleash his full strength, rivaling even mid-stage Sacred Kings, possibly surpassing them slightly. Yet, with the impending arrival of the divine race after a millennium, Chen Nian felt a sense of urgency. Thus, upon returning to the Chen family, he entered the ancestral grounds to commence his training. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. During this period, the 3,000 domains had undergone significant changes. The conflicts among warriors had lessened, with everyone diligently focusing on their cultivation. Coupled with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the rapid growth of myriad spiritual herbs, and the opening of various secret realms, a new generation of prodigies emerged, evoking a sense of a new era of talents. The Chen family had evidently become synonymous with the foremost power in the 3,000 domains. Countless warriors revered the name of the Chen family, and disciples traveling beyond their borders faced no opposition, whether from rogue cultivators or members of other sections. The Chen family's might was unparalleled, and their unity was formidable. Even if a distant relative were to perish outside, they would investigate thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Furthermore, the reputation of Chen Tiandao soared throughout the 3,000 domains. Particularly in recent years, the tale of Chen Tiandao single-handedly battling 5 great emperors spread far and wide, garnering immense respect. The 5 great emperors, initially reclusive figures within the 3,000 domains, broke through to their realm when the restrictions of the laws weakened. Following their ascension, they coveted the position of leader from Chen Tiandao. Thus, they united to confront the Chen family, attempting to compel Chen Tiandao to relinquish his title. That battle attracted the attention of all the prominent figures across the 3,000 domains, with many predicting Chen Tiandao's inevitable defeat. Yet, the outcome astonished everyone. Chen Tiandao fought against the 5 great emperors with remarkable prowess, astonishingly overpowering them. Within mere thousands of exchanges, he grievously injured them, forcing them to kneel and beg for mercy. After all, these 5 veterans had just attained the great emperor status and were still reeling from their newfound power when Chen Tiandao dealt them a crushing blow. It was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow, especially for these old-timers who valued their lives immensely. Chen Tiandao had no intention of slaying them, as they were all human warriors, vital to the strength of the 3,000 domains. However, he could not allow them to escape unscathed. Firstly, these old men were not to be trusted. Their lust for power could lead them to betray the Chen family at any moment. Secondly, their fear of death meant that if the divine race invaded, they would likely be the first to surrender. Consequently, Chen Tiandao utilized Chen Nian's life and death talisman to control them. This talisman, crafted by an unknown mighty figure, possessed the power to easily bind even great emperors, rendering any attempt at escape futile. The talisman fused with the soul, and unless the soul dissipated entirely, it was impossible to break free from its control during their lifetime. Thus, through the talisman, Chen Tiandao completely subdued the old men. That battle also revealed Chen Tiandao's combat prowess to all within the 3,000 domains. A single individual vanquishing 5 great emperors was nothing short of extraordinary. Consequently, there was no dissent regarding Chen Tiandao's leadership, and the Chen family's influence continued to flourish. On this day, within the ancestral grounds of the Chen family, the sky suddenly erupted with thunderous roars. The booming thunder roused countless disciples from their slumber. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura enveloped the ancestral grounds, and within moments, a significant portion of the spiritual energy surrounding the Chen family seemed to be drawn away, swirling around the ancestral grounds. Witnessing this, the disciples were momentarily taken aback, though a few elders had an inkling of what was transpiring. The young master is about to break through. Elder Chen Tiandao exclaimed excitedly. Observing Chen Nian's momentum, it seemed he was on the verge of ascending to the sacred king realm. If it were anyone else, the elder would not have been so elated. But this was Chen Nian. Chapter 194. Comparable to half-step great emperor, the sky gradually darkened, and the thunder continued to rumble. All the disciples of the Chen family turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion, while a group of elders had already gathered at the entrance of the ancestral grounds. Chen Pingyan and Xue Luer stood at the forefront, anxiously awaiting the moment. During the young master's 2 decades of seclusion, both had made significant strides in their cultivation. With the Chen family's abundant resources, they had both reached the mid-level of the sacred realm. With their innate talents and unique physiques, they faced even the peak sacred realm warriors without fear, earning their place among the upper echelons of the Chen family. Additionally, the ice lion leopard and holy origin snow-winged beasts had also made considerable progress over the past 20 years. Before entering the ancestral grounds, Chen Nian had bestowed upon the 4 beasts some life water. It is worth noting that this life water was something they had never encountered. Not even the ancient purple sky divine emperor. It not only contained an astonishing life force, but also abundant spiritual energy, greatly benefiting warriors' breakthroughs and even aiding those at the great emperor level. The 4 beasts, infused with a hint of the power of life laws, experienced significant advancements in their cultivation, leading them to trust Chen Nian even more. Big brother, the young master's aura is truly extraordinary. The sacred ice blue bull whispered to the holy origin Snowwing. Over the years, their interactions with Chen Nian had been few, leaving them with an unclear understanding of his extraordinary capabilities. Nevertheless, they could sense the terrifying energy emanating from him. The holy origin Snowwing nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, the young master is remarkable. I have always had a feeling that this may be our wisest choice." Absolutely. The other 3 beasts nodded vigorously in agreement. Soon, the surrounding aura began to dissipate, and the stone door of the ancestral ground swung open. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where a young figure stepped forth. Clad in a black robe, his handsome features exuded an air of leisurely confidence, akin to an immortal wandering through the world. "We greet the young master." Upon the young man's emergence, everyone present knelt without hesitation, paying their respects with utmost reverence. The younger disciples, in particular, regarded Chen Nian with profound respect, mirroring the elders' sentiments. "Please, there is no need for such formality. Rise," Chen Nian said with a gentle smile, addressing the crowd. "Thank you, young master," they replied in unison. Rising to their feet, Chen Nian approached Chen Pingyan and Xue Luer, nodding approvingly. "Well done, I see you have not been idle." Chen Pingyan, upon hearing this, allowed a faint smile to break through his usually stern demeanor. "Thank you, young master." Xue Luer, radiant with joy, chimed in with a bright smile. "Hee, thank you, young master." With that, Chen Nian turned his gaze towards the 4 beasts. Titan has ascended from the mid-stage of the sacred king realm to the late stage, experiencing a remarkable surge in power. As for the other 3 demons, being already at the emperor realm, their enhancements were not as pronounced. But the life water that Chen Nian provided them has granted them a significant boost in strength. Thus, a flicker of excitement graced the faces of the 4 demons, and their previous distrust towards Chen Nian dissipated entirely. "We pay our respects to the young master," they exclaimed, their voices laced with joy. Chen Nian offered a gentle smile and a slight nod, choosing not to elaborate further. After welcoming Chen Nian, everyone returned to their respective quarters, and he too retreated to his room. System, check personal attributes panel. Ding, accessing now. Host, Chen Nian cultivation. Mid-stage sacred king techniques. 9 transformations of the divine demon art, 9 stars. Divine elephant suppressing prison technique, 9 stars. 999. 999 dragon elephant particles, martial arts. Finger of flower picking, 9 stars. annihilation sword technique, 9 stars. Illusory steps, 9 stars. God-slaying strike, 9 stars. Life and death talisman, 9 stars. Star-shattering fist, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine demon body, time sacred body, space sacred body, Panga's sacred body, dark sacred body. Life sacred body, innate talent. Blessing of the demon path special aura. Celestial immortal aura supernatural powers. Reach the sky in an instant. Speak the law into existence. Thunder domain. Soul binding artifact. Sacred silkworm silk gloves followers. Chen Pingan, Shualuer, Li Kuangdao, Wang Zhan, Wang Tong, Li Jiuan, Soul One pets. Yu Huang mother bug laws. Time law, minor achievement. Space law, major achievement. Life law, major achievement. Power law, major achievement. Dark law, minor achievement. Points. 6 billion over the past 20 years. Soul One and the others have diligently assisted Chen Nian in accumulating points within the divine realm. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Nian's progress has been exceedingly rapid. In just 2 decades, his power has escalated from the mid-stage of the sacred realm to the mid-stage of the sacred king realm. Furthermore, his mastery of the space law, life law, and power law has all reached a major achievement. It is critical to note that while the difference between minor and major achievements in the law's power may seem minuscule, the reality is that they are worlds apart. However, ascending from minor to major achievement requires 500 billion points. Over these 20 years, Chen Nian has only barely managed to elevate his space law, life law, and power law to major achievement, while the time law and dark law remain at minor achievement. Nevertheless, even so, Chen Nian's current prowess is undeniably formidable. His cultivation allows him to face even those at the half-step Emperor realm without trepidation, and he could potentially contend with true Emperor realm beings. It should be noted that Chen Nian is still merely a junior at the mid-stage of the Sacred King realm. If others were to learn of his capability to battle Emperor realm cultivators, many would surely be left astounded. However, upon emerging from seclusion, Chen Nian is destined to once again astonish the entirety of the 3,000 domains. Chapter 195, The Divine Realm's Wrath. After spending a few days within his family, Chen Nian suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy. In the next moment, several beams of white light materialized before him. He beheld Soul One and the others, their hair disheveled, their black robes tattered, each kneeling on one knee before Chen Nian, greeting him. "We pay our respects to the young master." Seeing their disheveled state, Chen Nian was taken aback. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What transpired?" Without hesitation, Soul One replied, "Young master, just moments ago, after we had finished slaying a remote small city within the divine realm, we were unexpectedly confronted by 3 divine emperor realm warriors. 3 divine emperors were certainly a formidable challenge for the 4 of them. Had Soul One retained his previous cultivation level, he might have stood a chance, but now, with only the strength of the emperor realm, he was no match for those 3 divine emperor warriors. In a single exchange, they nearly met their demise. Fortunately, they hastily tore apart the runes, allowing them to traverse the time-space continuum back home. Of course, their identities were now exposed to those 3 divine emperor warriors. Listening to their account, Chen Nian began to comprehend the situation. Over the past 20 years in the divine realm, while they had been cautious and only occasionally targeted smaller towns, they had nonetheless slain a significant number of divine warriors, mostly of low rank. Such actions would inevitably draw attention. Thus, the 3 divine emperor warriors had been dispatched by the 3 divine kings to investigate the cause. "This matter is not your fault. It is fortunate that you all returned alive," Chen Nian consoled them. He bore no ill will towards them. Surviving an encounter with 3 divine emperor warriors was commendable, especially considering that outside of Soul One, the others were merely at the Sacred King realm. Thanks to Chen Nian's guidance, Wang Zhan and the others had made significant progress over the years. Wang Tong had advanced from the early to the mid-stage of the Sacred King realm, while Li Jiuan had ascended from mid to late stage. Wang Zhan, on the other hand, had stepped into the half-step emperor realm some time ago. Each had experienced notable growth. Moreover, over the course of 20 years battling in the divine realm, they had gained valuable experience and grown familiar with the strength of their adversaries, instilling in them a degree of confidence against divine warriors. "Very well, you all should focus on your cultivation. Strive to advance to the emperor realm soon," Chen Nian instructed as he handed each of them a vial of life water along with several sacred soul herbs. These sacred soul herbs, being 9-star spiritual medicines, would greatly benefit their cultivation as soul bodies. Upon receiving these items from Chen Nian, the 4 were filled with excitement. Such treasures were virtually impossible to find in the outside world, as both the life water and sacred soul herbs had long been extinct in the 3,000 domains. The group was overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, young master. Wang Zhen and the others knelt in gratitude, their faces alight with delight. Chen Nian smiled gently and waved his hand, nodding. All right, you may go. With that, the three vanished from sight, each returning to their cultivation. Only Soul One remained. You have worked hard over these 20 years, Chen Nian acknowledged, recognizing Solon's relentless efforts in slaying divine warriors, as evidenced by the points he had accumulated. You flatter me. Young master, Soul One replied humbly. Pleased with Solon's demeanor, Chen Nian smiled and produced a bamboo slip, tossing it into Solon's hands. This technique is called the Great Dream Sacred Soul Art. It will enable you to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. As he spoke, Chen Nian tossed a spatial ring to Soul One, filled with spiritual medicines for cultivating soul bodies. Take these and cultivate diligently to expedite your breakthrough to the Divine Emperor realm. It is crucial to understand that, in his current soul body form, Soul One would have found it nearly impossible to achieve the Divine Emperor realm without Chen Nian's assistance. Upon receiving the Great Dream Sacred Soul Art and probing its contents with his consciousness, Soul One was momentarily stunned. The technique he had previously practiced was no longer suitable for him, but this new art felt as though it had been tailor-made for him, strikingly compatible. Furthermore, the spiritual medicines would greatly enhance his cultivation. In an instant, Soul One felt a rush of excitement. With Chen Nian's gifts and his previous experience in breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm, he was now closer than ever to achieving that pinnacle. Thank you, young master, Soul One exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Chen Nian smiled and nodded. Go now, and cultivate diligently. You must break through to the Divine Emperor realm within 50 years. 50 years may seem like a long stretch for an ordinary person, perhaps a lifetime, but for a martial artist, especially one of Solon's caliber, it is a mere moment. A single retreat could easily last a century. However, with the techniques and medicines provided by Chen Nian, breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm within 50 years is well within reach. Yes, I shall obey. As he spoke, Solon deeply bowed towards Chen Nian. Under the subtle influence of the soul binding, Solon felt nothing but loyalty towards Chen Nian, devoid of any other emotions. After delivering his words, Solon's figure vanished from the spot, retreating into seclusion. He aimed to break through to the Divine Emperor realm within 50 years. Meanwhile, in the Divine Domain, the three Divine Emperors, upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the four figures, hastily returned to report to the three Divine Kings. At that moment, the Divine King's hall was filled with the three Divine Kings. Where are they? Poseidon, seated on the left, suddenly inquired. His massive form, adorned with azure skin, wielded a trident, and his calm voice bore a hint of anger. The three Divine Emperors below trembled at his tone, aware of his fury. Despite their own status as Divine Emperors, they felt utterly insignificant before Poseidon. Cautiously, the trio responded, reporting to the Divine King. Upon our arrival, we encountered those four cloaked individuals. We utilized our powers to severely injure them. However, they produced a rune, shattered it, and managed to escape. Our attempts to confine the space with our powers were futile. As soon as the last word left their lips, the three Divine Kings exchanged glances, their expressions filled with concern. Poseidon snorted coldly, his tone growing increasingly frigid. For 20 years, they have slaughtered over 300 cities of our divine race, taking the lives of countless warriors. This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 196. The Divine Army. It is imperative to understand that during these 20 years, those four cloaked figures have mercilessly killed innumerable warriors of the divine race, razing over 300 cities, which is an immense disgrace for us. Although most of those cities were relatively remote, lacking in powerful warriors, primarily inhabited by the lower echelons, it is still a significant blow to our race, as countless warriors, numbering in the hundreds of billions, have perished without reason. Reporting back, among the four, there was only one warrior at the emperor level, yet there was something familiar about that emperor's subordinate, one of the Divine Emperors stammered. Familiar? The three Divine Kings exchanged glances, and one of them pressed for details, elaborate. The Divine Emperor, hearing this, promptly replied, the martial arts employed by that emperor-level warrior are all techniques of our divine race, reminiscent of a certain Divine Emperor's aura. A Divine Emperor of our race. The three Divine Kings furrowed their brows. Could it be that these four are individuals from within the Divine Domain? And perhaps one of them is a Divine Emperor? This is impossible. All Divine Emperors of our race are recorded, and we are well aware that none would dare to so brazenly massacre our cities. Such a notion is unfathomable. Yet, Brooke has mentioned this, and the other two Divine Emperors share similar sentiments. It may indeed hold some truth. Is it possible that we have an undercover agent within our race, masquerading as an Emperor-level warrior to obliterate our cities? This is utterly preposterous. This matter must be investigated. You three, go and summon all divine emperors to the divine hall at once. Move swiftly. Poseidon snorted, his voice icy. The three divine emperors dared not hesitate, nodding quickly before hastily departing the divine hall, as if fleeing. Once they left, the three divine kings exchanged glances, each lost in thought. The barrier of the 3,000 domains is nearing its opening, isn't it? Suddenly, the voice of Satan echoed. Within the grand hall, both Poseidon and Hera nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is still a millennium left. It will come swiftly. To them, a millennium was but a fleeting moment. The thought of the barrier of the 3,000 domains shattering in a millennium, allowing the essence of the world to return to them, was intoxicating. This essence is the quintessence of a world. Without it, a world teeters on the brink of collapse. The three of them require the essence of the 3,000 domains to break through to the legendary supreme realm. Once they achieve that, they would become eternal, existing alongside their own will and the will of the heavens. The allure of such power was immense for the three divine kings, and the prospect of a millennium only heightened their urgency. However, with the revival of the spiritual energy in the 3,000 domains and the weakening of the laws, if another purple sky divine emperor were to emerge after a millennium, we might have to wait another 100,000 years. If it weren't for the emergence of the purple sky divine emperor in the 3,000 domains, they would have already seized the essence of the world. There would have been no need to endure this prolonged wait. Upon hearing this, Poseidon and Hera fell silent, the atmosphere in the hall becoming somewhat tense. Satan, do you have any plans? Hera inquired, drawing the attention of Poseidon as well. Satan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the heavens. At this moment, he revealed a small iron sword from his robe, its size akin to that of a palm. What is this? Both Poseidon and Hera were taken aback at the sight of Satan's iron sword. Satan, with his eyes half closed, stated calmly, "Do you remember when we fought against that purple sky divine emperor? The short sword he possessed was the reason we were locked in a stalemate." Indeed, the purple sky divine emperor was formidable, yet 1 against 3 could not be his match. It was precisely due to the existence of that short sword that they managed to hold their ground against him. Later, the purple sky divine emperor self-destructed, channeling all his power into a formation that prevented the divine race from entering the 3,000 domains. However, in that moment, Satan had swiftly seized the short sword. Yet, this sword had remained an enigma for over 1,000,000 years, yielding no results in his research. Recently, however, as the laws of the 3,000 domains weakened and spiritual energy surged, the sword began to stir. It can carve a small opening in the barrier of the 3,000 domains, enabling the teleportation of our divine race's million-strong army inside. What? Upon hearing this, both Poseidon and Hera were astonished. You can teleport 1,000,000 soldiers of our divine race inside. Why didn't you bring this up sooner? Satan leisurely elaborated, explaining that after 1,000,000 years of fruitless research, the sword had finally revealed its potential. It could indeed create an opening in the barrier, allowing warriors below the divine emperor level to be transported within. Upon hearing this, Poseidon and Hera's eyes gleamed with excitement. Transporting warriors below the divine emperor level inside would be a significant advantage. The spiritual energy in the 3,000 domains had only recently begun to recover, and compared to ancient times, its strength was drastically diminished. There were hardly any divine emperors left, and those who did exist were mostly newly ascended, lacking the battle-hardened experience of their divine race's formidable emperors. This could potentially allow them to acquire the essence of the world a millennium ahead of schedule. Even if they did not retrieve the essence in advance, it would suppress the cultivation of the warriors within the 3,000 domains, rendering it a move that would yield nothing but benefits. Then let us gather our divine army and half of the emperor-level warriors to invade the 3,000 domains and crush those insects. The three divine kings exchanged a glance, followed by a hearty laughter, their eyes alight with joy. The forces of the divine race, comprising half of the emperor-level warriors, seemed poised to render the entire 3,000 domains barren. In just a few short days, the divine army had gathered. This expedition into the 3,000 domains was bolstered not only by 1,000,000 strong from the divine race, but also by over 300 emperor-level warriors. It is noteworthy that this 1,000,000-strong army was no mere rabble, as not a single individual fell below the rank of king. Each warrior was an elite among elites, the finest troops under the command of the three divine kings. Among the 300 emperor-level warriors were several of formidable strength, their prowess rivaling that of half-step divine emperors. Such warriors were scarce within the entirety of the divine realm. The emperor-level combatants deployed represented half of all emperor-level warriors in the divine realm. The reason for this grand mobilization was to decisively conquer the 3,000 domains. At this moment, the three divine kings loomed in the void above, surveying the million-strong army beneath them. With a swift toss of the short sword in his hand, Satan gestured towards the 3,000 domains. The blade emitted a series of peculiar glimmers in the air. "Brothers, let us strike together," Satan proclaimed loudly. In the next instant, the three divine kings unleashed their might simultaneously. Thunder rumbled through the skies, and a terrifying wave of true energy swept across the divine realm. Cracks began to appear on the protective barrier of the 3,000 domains, growing larger until they formed a substantial chasm. The divine kings beheld this with delight. For once the rift was opened, the million-strong divine army and the emperor-level warriors could surge into the world of the 3,000 domains. Seizing the moment while the 3,000 domains were still weak, they aimed to sever their roots and seize the source of the world. "Divine army, heed my command," came the resounding order. "March forth to the 3,000 domains and obliterate those human insects." Yes, with that command, the divine army and over 300 emperor-level powerhouses surged forth towards the rift. Meanwhile, within the 3,000 domains, countless warriors gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. A rift had indeed appeared in the heavens. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come, as a multitude of beings poured forth from the rift, rapidly filling the sky. At this moment, the Chen family stood at the forefront of the gathering of all major forces within the 3,000 domains, representing the strongest combat strength of the human race. Though the number of emperor-level warriors in the 3,000 domains was limited, those present were all exceptionally powerful. Beyond the Chen family, which included Chen Tiandao and the three fierce beasts tamed by Chen Nian, there were also Solon and Yuing. In total, this assembly comprised 9 emperor-level warriors, alongside 2 who stood at the divine emperor level. In addition, the other 8 major forces in the 3,000 domains, excluding the already obliterated Buddhist domain, still remained. Among these, the Zixiao divine sect had 2 emperor-level warriors, the Wangqing divine palace had 4, the M domain had 1, the Xianmin had 3, the Shanqing sect had 2, the Huang domain had 3, the Wujixinshou had 3, and the Miaojian divine domain had 2. Together, these forces accounted for a total of 19 emperor-level warriors. Moreover, within the 3,000 domains, there were 6 reclusive emperor-level cultivators who had emerged from their seclusion to lend their aid. With all accounted for, the 3,000 domains could mobilize 34 emperor-level warriors, while Chen Tiandao could rival divine emperor-level beings, and Yu Ying was himself at the divine emperor level. Additionally, there was Chen Nian, who, although currently only at the mid-stage of the Saint King realm, possessed strength comparable to that of an emperor-level warrior, owing to his mastery of 3 top-tier laws of power. Such prowess was rare, even among typical emperors. Though their adversaries had dispatched over 300 emperor-level powerhouses, the 3,000 domains were not without the means to resist. As they gazed towards the distant sky, a sense of tension and vigilance enveloped the crowd. After all, they faced the divine race, whose might far surpassed that of the human race. Chen Tiandao floated in midair, drawing the attention of all present, from the disciples of the Chun family to those of various sects and factions across the 3,000 domains. This battle had mobilized nearly 80% of the combat strength available in the 3,000 domains. Alas, the spiritual energy of the area had only recently begun to revive, leaving many warriors still somewhat lacking in strength. However, after decades of cultivation, most had achieved significant breakthroughs. Everyone, Chen Tiandao's voice resonated across the sky. Countless gazes converged upon him. The divine warriors seek to invade the 3,000 domains to slaughter you, your wives, children, friends, and parents. Are you willing to stand idly by? His words clearly echoed in the ears of every listener. In the next moment, a tremendous roar erupted across the heavens. "We will not stand for it. We will not." The fervent cries of the crowd filled the air. The divine race regarded human warriors with disdain, viewing them merely as insignificant insects to be trampled upon. Yet, within the heart of each human warrior burned a resolute conviction. They vowed to protect their homeland and their loved ones. "All human warriors, heed my command. March forth and slay the divine race. Kill, kill." The cacophony of battle cries reverberated throughout the sky. Countless human warriors followed Chen Tiandao, charging toward the divine forces. Meanwhile, Chen Nian felt a surge of inexplicable excitement coursing through his veins. He gazed coldly towards the direction of the divine race, devoid of any emotion. The divine race sought to invade the 3,000 domains and destroy his homeland. Chen Nian would show no mercy. He transmitted a message: "Sister, the divine race has invaded." Within the Tongtian Tower, Yuing nodded, a cold smile gracing her lips. These divine beings, though they have used some secret method to breach a rift, The strongest among them is merely at the level of emperor. Today, let us show them the might of human warriors. With that, Ying transformed into a streak of light, swiftly exiting the Tongtian Tower. Junior brother, follow closely. I shall teach these divine beings a lesson, so they may witness the majesty of our human race. Yes, Chen Nian responded, swiftly pursuing Ying, who dares to claim that there are no emperors among the human race. Chapter 198. Engaging in battle from within the heaven's rift, countless divine beings surged forth, darkening the sky. The 300 emperor-level warriors descended upon Mangdang Mountain, surrounded by a vast army of divine soldiers, stretching for miles around. The million-strong army encircled Mangdang Mountain, while countless divine warriors hovered above in the sky. Krieg, the human insects have arrived, remarked one of the commanders, named Svet. Krieg, one of the three main commanders leading the expedition into the 3,000 domains, was an emperor-level warrior, his strength rivaling that of half-step divine emperors, making him a top-tier emperor. Humph, these mere humans are unaware of their impending doom. They dare to declare war upon my divine race. What folly! Krieg scoffed, his gaze indifferent and laced with disdain. What storm can mere human insects stir? I intend to obliterate the entire human race in this battle. At that time, there was no need for the three divine kings to descend. They could directly seize the primordial essence of the 3,000 realms, which would indeed be a remarkable achievement. Transmit my command. The divine army shall set forth. I want every last human left behind. Craig's voice resonated throughout Mangdang Mountain. Countless divine warriors echoed this call, and in the next moment, they surged forward like ravenous wolves towards the humans. Soon, the warriors of the divine and human races converged on the battlefield at the foot of Mangdang Mountain. Attacks erupted in every direction, resulting in numerous casualties within an instant. The struggle between the divine and human races was a fight to the death, with both sides launching lethal strikes from the very beginning. Chen Nian, without hesitation, wove through the throng, effortlessly eliminating dozens of divine warriors. Given his current strength, these ordinary divine warriors posed no challenge. He could dispatch them with a mere flick of his hand. Even divine warriors at the Saint King level were no match for him, falling within just a few moves. Not only Chen Nian, but also the young prodigies from the 3,000 realms participated in this battle. Nearby, many contemporaries of Chen Nian had also reached the Saint King level. Observing the dense mass of divine troops, Chen Nian snorted coldly, wielding his longsword without mercy. The sheer number of divine forces was terrifying, all at or above the king level. Although the human army appeared substantial, it was primarily composed of lower-tier warriors. In reality, those at the king level among the human warriors numbered less than 500,000, creating nearly a 2-to-1 ratio. Moreover, divine warriors of the same rank were inherently stronger than their human counterparts due to racial differences. Thus, within the initial moments of the battle, human warriors suffered heavy casualties, with multiple human warriors required to take down a single divine warrior. Even among the Chun family disciples, dozens had fallen in battle. Witnessing this, Chen Nian summoned Wang Zhun and the others, including Salonai, to join the fray. Furthermore, he concealed himself in a corner and summoned the Yuhuang mother bug. After years of relentless cultivation and an unrestrained investment of resources, its power had rapidly advanced to the early Saint King level. Although this was insufficient for Chen Nian, the strength of the summoned insect warriors was formidable. In an instant, hundreds of Saint King level insect warriors, thousands at the entry saint level, and tens of thousands at the king, supreme, and emperor levels surged forth. While these insect warriors may not have matched the divine warriors of the same rank, an entry saint insect was still stronger than a king level insect. Furthermore, the sheer number of insect warriors was overwhelming. As long as Chen Nian provided resources, they could be summoned in endless waves. It should be noted that the resources at Chen Nian's disposal were indeed formidable, and these insect warriors were produced as if they were war machines. Countless insect warriors poured into the battlefield, charging towards the divine army. The divine warriors were momentarily stunned by the sheer mass of insect troops, and even many human warriors were left bewildered. The sudden appearance of these insect warriors seemed to reverse the tide of battle. The human warriors, previously at a disadvantage, began to gradually gain the upper hand. Although the origin of these insect warriors was unknown, it was clear to all that their targets were the divine warriors. In an instant, the morale of the human warriors soared as they brandished their weapons, joining forces with the insect warriors to strike at the divine foes. It was evident that, amidst the skirmishes of lower-tier warriors, the humans began to seize the advantage. However, the battlefield of the emperors was far more treacherous. Despite the presence of Chen Tiandao, comparable to a divine emperor, and Yu Ying, a true divine emperor, who battled against hundreds of divine emperor warriors. The divine forces had dispatched over 300 such powerful beings. In contrast, the human side had only a few dozen emperor warriors, rendering the disparity insurmountable. Two slightly weaker emperors among the human ranks had already fallen, and blood rained down from the heavens. Observing this, Chen Nian resolutely joined the imperial battle. Although his strength could have made a significant impact on the battlefield below, he understood that the true determinant of victory lay within the emperor-level combat. If they lost the imperial battle, the 3,000 realms would have no hope of resurgence. Although Chen Tiandao and Yu Ying were formidable, they were up against 300 divine emperors, each a formidable opponent, making a swift victory impossible. Chen Nian's figure darted towards the imperial battlefield. As he did so, Yu Ying and Chen Tiandao, engaged in fierce combat, felt a surge of alarm. "Little junior brother, hurry back. This is not a place for you." Yu Ying's voice rang in Chen Nian's ears. Having known him for years, she was aware of his strength, but he was still merely a Saint King warrior. How could he possibly partake in battles of the emperor level? Not only Yu Ying, but Chen Tiandao was also alarmed upon witnessing this. "Nian, retreat. This battle is beyond your capability." After saying this, he swiftly dispatched a divine emperor with a single strike and disappeared into the shadows. However, Chen Nian had no intention of retreating in the face of their pleas. At that moment, a crimson-skinned divine warrior with wings charged towards him. As the divine warrior approached, Chen Nian remained unperturbed, his gaze calm as he observed the approaching threat. Just as the divine warrior's blade was about to make contact with Chen Nian's body, it seemed as though he melded with the fabric of time and space, vanishing from sight. The divine warrior was momentarily taken aback, but being a powerful emperor-level being, it quickly released its divine sense, easily locating Chen Nian hiding behind it. With a cold smirk, the divine warrior taunted. "A mere human insect dares to seek death at the hands of Palmer. How truly foolish. Allow me to devour you whole." With that, Palmer vanished from sight, leaving behind a sea of flames in front of Chen Nian. The intense heat seemed capable of scorching the very air. This was Palmer's law of fire, a manifestation of his mastery over the fire element, making him a terrifying figure akin to a fire king. Chen Tiandao and Yu Ying, witnessing this, felt a sense of dread wash over them. However, surrounded by dozens of divine emperor warriors and several leaders on the brink of divine emperor level, they had no opportunity to assist Chen Nian. Initially believing that Chen Nian was doomed, they watched as the endless sea of flames surged towards him. Just then, an enigmatic barrier appeared before Chen Nian, imperceptible yet omnipresent. As the flames threatened to engulf him, they halted mere meters away, and the barrier morphed into a passage that devoured the flames entirely. Everyone present was left in stunned silence at this spectacle. Even Chen Tiandao and Yu Ying were taken aback, not to mention the surrounding human and divine emperors. This was an emperor-level law attack, executed with full force. Yet it had failed to harm Chen Nian in the slightest. While the onlookers were left bewildered by the means through which Chen Nian had achieved this, a sly smile crept onto his lips, a hint of wicked charm surfacing. With a wave of his hand, he directed a horrific inferno towards the divine army, instantly engulfing over 10,000 divine soldiers. That very flame was the manifestation of Palmer's law of fire. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left speechless. Suddenly, a divine emperor exclaimed, "This is bad. This kid has mastered the law of space and has achieved great mastery. I never anticipated such a talent among the humans." Upon the conclusion of the divine emperor's remarks, the assembly finally grasped the situation. It became evident that Chen Nian wielded the formidable power of spatial laws, which elucidated his effortless evasion of Palmer's recent assault. It is well known that spatial laws rank among the pinnacle of all 3,000 laws. The adage time reigns supreme. While space commands respect is not merely rhetoric, it is a truth forged through undeniable might. Despite the presence of over 300 emperor-level warriors from the divine race, none possess the mastery of spatial laws. Those capable of harnessing such power are invariably extraordinary prodigies. Palmer, upon hearing this revelation, cast a baleful glance in Chen Nian's direction, his intent laced with a hint of murderous intent. How could the human race have produced such a talented individual? If he were to survive, he would undoubtedly become a formidable menace to the divine race. What does spatial law matter? You are merely a warrior of the sacred king realm, and today, I, Palmer, shall slay you, returning to the divine king to claim my reward. Should I succeed in eliminating this warrior who possesses the perfected spatial laws, it would surely be a grand achievement. With that, Palmer swiftly invoked his fire laws to seal off the entire space. An endless sea of flames enveloped the area, and he sneered, "I have sealed the space with my laws. Let us see how you escape." This flame has transformed into true samadhi fire. Once it touches you, you shall not perish unscathed. It is important to note that Palmer had cultivated fire laws for many years, achieving great mastery. The flames he commanded had become true samadhi fire, and unless one could control it, they would burn indefinitely, suffering grievous harm. He was convinced that Chen Nian would not dare traverse this fiery domain. Yet, Chen Nian remained unfazed. With a cold laugh, he disdainfully retorted, "When did I ever claim that I possess only spatial laws?" With that declaration, an immense darkness emanated from Chen Nian, swiftly engulfing both him and Palmer. This dark law is one of the most formidable, and despite Palmer's fire laws sealing the space, it could not contain the essence of darkness. Within this realm of shadows, Palmer's strength diminished significantly, while Chen Nian appeared to revel in his surroundings. In this darkness, every inch served as his eye, allowing him to perceive every movement of his opponent. Hidden within the shadows, Chen Nian smirked, biding his time. Although Palmer projected his consciousness outward, it was thwarted by the dark laws and could not penetrate to ascertain Chen Nian's position, rendering him akin to a headless fly in disarray. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition stirred within him, a sense that Chen Nian was not to be underestimated. Yet, he quickly suppressed this thought. Suddenly, a thunderous sound shattered the air around him. Palmer caught a fleeting glimpse of countless black spears hurtling towards him from all directions. Each spear radiated a terrifying aura, as if emerging from the abyss, instilling fear. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the dark spears surged towards Palmer. Though he evaded several, a few pierced his body. Such injuries, however, were not fatal for a warrior of the Emperor realm. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Chen Nian let out a cold laugh, his figure vanishing in an instant. Bang! Palmer's pupils dilated in shock as he realized Chen Nian had inexplicably appeared before him. Law of power, life deprivation. Chen Nian's lips curled into a sinister smile. The moment his hand made contact with Palmer, the latter was engulfed in panic as he sensed his life force rapidly waning. The velocity of this life drain instilled profound terror within him. He yearned to flee desperately, but Chen Nian's grasp was unyielding. After all, Chen Nian's mastery of the laws of strength had reached remarkable heights, unleashing a power beyond imagination. Palmer felt an unprecedented dread wash over him. In mere moments, he aged significantly. Trembling, he gazed in shock at Chen Nian. Without hesitation, Chen Nian unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! The catastrophic impact pierced through Palmer. The divine Emperor Palmer had fallen. As the darkness receded, the assembly was left in utter astonishment at Chen Nian's victory over Palmer. Whether it was Chen Tiandao, Yuing, or the multitude of warriors from the 3,000 domains, all gazed at Chen Nian in sheer disbelief. Palmer, while of middling strength among the divine emperors, was undeniably an emperor-level warrior. In contrast, Chen Nian was merely at the sacred king realm, specifically in the mid-stage of that realm, a stark contrast akin to that of clouds and mud. In the eyes of the spectators, an emperor-level warrior could effortlessly slay a sacred king-level warrior, and even a half-step emperor would present a significant gap in power. Such an outcome was deemed impossible. Yet, the events of the day shattered their preconceived notions, leaving them reeling. The top 10 prodigies engaged in battle were equally bewildered. They were contemporaries of Chen Nian, some even older, yet their sacred king-level prowess paled in comparison to his. Shen Wanlang, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, "My heavens! How can a sacred king like Chen be so formidable?" The emergence of such a terrifying figure among the 3,000 domain prodigies was nothing short of astonishing. With such might, who among the younger generation could rival him? The prodigies whispered among themselves, their gazes tinged with awe. While they may have once stood on equal footing, the chasm between them had now widened, a divide that might never be bridged in their lifetimes. Chen Tiandao and Yuing were equally taken aback, recognizing that this was beyond anything they had witnessed in their youth. "Blake, Aoyun, Mook, go and eliminate that human prodigy. We must not allow him to grow further." They understood the grave threat posed by Chen Nian, who, even at the sacred king realm, could vanquish emperor-level warriors. Should he ascend to the emperor or divine emperor realm, his power would be unfathomable. This cannot be allowed to happen. "Yes, we shall obey." With that, the three figures swiftly advanced towards Chen Nian. "Nianer, if you cannot prevail, retreat immediately. Do not force yourself." Chen Tiandao transmitted a warning, finding himself besieged by a multitude of emperor-level warriors and unable to assist Chen Nian. He urged him to escape, believing that with his mastery of spatial laws, he could evade capture. "Understood," Chen Nian assured him. Yet, he remained unperturbed, murmuring to himself, "System, elevate the laws of time and darkness to mastery." He was aware that the countless beastly armies he had summoned to the battlefield had already claimed numerous divine warriors. And with the recent slaying of an emperor-level adversary, his accumulated points were sufficient to elevate the remaining 2 minor laws to mastery. Of course, if he could elevate one to perfection, the resulting power would be even more formidable. However, his current points were insufficient for that endeavor. Thus, he resolved to elevate both to mastery. Ding. Elevation successful. Host. Chen Nian cultivation. Mid-stage Saint King realm technique. 9 transformations of divine demons. 9 stars. Divine elephant suppression technique. 9 stars. 999 dragon elephant microparticles. Martial arts. Flower plucking finger. 9 stars. Annihilation sword technique. 9 stars. Phantom steps. 9 stars. God slaying strike. 9 stars. Life and death talisman. 9 stars. Star shattering fist. 9 stars. Physique. Supreme divine demon body. Time saint body. Space saint body. Pengu saint body. Dark saint body. Life saint body talent. Blessing of the demon path special aura. Celestial exile aura divine powers. Within arm's reach. Words manifest law. Lightning domain. Soul binding artifact. Holy silkworm silk gauntlets followers. Chun Pingan. Shui Luer. Li Kuangdao. Wang Zhun. Wang Tong. Li Jiuan. Solan pets. Ethereal mother worm laws. Time law. Great accomplishment. Space law. Great accomplishment. Life law. Great accomplishment. Power law. Great accomplishment. Dark law. Great accomplishment. Points. 200 million upon elevating the time law and dark law to great accomplishment. Chen Nian found himself with merely 200 million points remaining in his system. However, this was of little concern to him. The 3 emperors before him represented a substantial accumulation of points. Without hesitation, Blake and his companions soared toward Chen Nian, encircling him. Each of these 3 possessed formidable strength, with Blake ranking among the elite among emperors, wielding fully realized lightning and wind laws. The synergy between these 2 forces amplified his power to terrifying heights. "You must be commended for your extraordinary talent, but today marks your demise," Blake proclaimed, vanishing in a flash to appear directly before Chen Nian. Although the wind law did not enhance speed to the extent of the space law, Blake was still an emperor-level warrior, and in an instant, he stood before Chen Nian. The sheer velocity startled Chen Nian momentarily, but he merely smirked. As Blake unleashed a powerful punch, Chen Nian softly intoned, "Time lock." In that instant, Blake felt as though he were ensnared by an invisible force. His once lightning-fast fist now moved in slow motion, akin to frames of a film. With such a pace, Chen Nian effortlessly evaded the attack and retaliated with a punch. His iron fist struck Blake with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. Chen Nian's physical prowess was fearsome, augmented by the fully realized power law, rendering even an emperor-level warrior like Blake incapable of withstanding such a blow. Blake was propelled over 10 meters, clutching his chest in pain, bewildered as he gazed toward Chen Nian. "What foul trick did you just employ?" he gasped, feeling an unseen force binding him, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, Chen Nian merely smiled faintly. "Would you like to know? I prefer not to share." With that, Chen Nian's figure vanished, reappearing behind Blake. "This punch is your send-off to the afterlife." Chapter 201. Slaying 3 Emperors. While all were oblivious, Chen Nian had materialized behind Blake, an occurrence even Blake himself failed to perceive. Despite employing divine senses, he detected nothing. In that fleeting moment, Chen Nian harnessed the dual might of the time and space laws. To master both simultaneously is an unfathomable terror. Boom. Chen Nian unleashed the power law, striking Blake's form with a force that could alter the very heavens. The punch pierced through Blake's body. Though divine warriors are known for their resilience, particularly those of Blake's caliber, they are not invulnerable. The strength of Chen Nian's power law was such that even a warrior of the divine emperor realm would find it grievous. Though Blake was gravely injured from the strike, he managed to escape to the shelter of the other 2 emperors, Aoyun and Mook, who were equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. However, they quickly regrouped, encircling Blake to shield him from further harm. "Mook, this young man is truly astonishing," Aoyun remarked gravely. "I never anticipated a human warrior could possess such strength. It is nothing short of terrifying." Mook nodded in agreement, cautioning, "We must remain vigilant." The memory of Blake's experience loomed fresh in their minds. This youth was no simple opponent. As they took heed, Chen Nian smirked, a dark mist emanating from him. This dark law was formidable. Any within its grasp would find their divine senses rendered ineffective and their power diminished. Yet, for Chen Nian, this mist was akin to his eyes. Within it, he perceived all. Sensing the encroaching dark mist, the 3 warriors braced themselves. Yet their efforts were futile. Hidden within the darkness, Chen Nian murmured, "Dark spear." In an instant, innumerable spears erupted from all directions. Far beyond mere hundreds or thousands, they were countless. Chen Nian had recently amplified the dark law from minor to great achievement. Though it seemed a modest enhancement, the difference was monumental. The countless dark spears radiated a terrifying aura. Ao Yun and Mook, now acutely aware of the impending danger, summoned their powers to shield themselves. Boom, boom, boom. In a heartbeat, the myriad dark spears surged toward them. Each impact against their protective barrier sent tremors through their defenses. Stunned, they beheld the endless barrage of spears with trepidation. Suddenly, one spear penetrated their barrier, and that single breach led to a catastrophic chain reaction. Countless spears cascaded toward Blake and his companions. Blake, already severely wounded, was besieged by the onslaught. With a thunderous crash, Blake was vanquished. Ao Yun and Mook, witnessing Blake's demise, were instantly engulfed in panic. Yet, there was no time for shock. They fought to retreat from the endless dark abyss. However, the darkness was inescapable, impervious to even the mightiest of divine powers, as it was not composed of tangible particles that could be dispelled. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the chaos, Ao Yun and Mook could not evade the onslaught, each pierced by the relentless spears. With the first breach set a precedent for the second and the third. Soon they were riddled with countless spears. Without hesitation, Chen Nian appeared before them, his sword cleaving through Ao Yun and Mook, ensuring their demise. As the darkness receded, the lifeless forms of the three divine emperors lay bare before all. Shock, utter disbelief. Multitudes gazed upon the scene, jaws agape, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. Three divine emperors, one of whom ranked among the strongest, had been slain by a mere mid-stage Saint King. Who would dare believe it had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? All the emperor-level warriors of the divine race gazed incredulously and fearfully in the direction of Chen Nian. How could this be? This human lad is merely a Saint King. Blake's strength surpasses mine by a considerable margin, and even he was slain. This is utterly astonishing. My heavens, what is the true origin of this human warrior? Even the three great divine kings in their youth could not achieve such terrifying feats. In an instant, the morale of the divine race warriors plummeted, and a sense of retreat began to envelop their hearts, especially among the emperor-level fighters. They were already disheartened by their struggle against Chen Tiandao and Yu Ying, whose terrifying prowess forced them to rely solely on their numerical advantage to wear them down. Yet, they had not anticipated the emergence of such a formidable young warrior from the human race. Lo and behold, the young master is so powerful, single-handedly slaying three esteemed emperors. Heaven bless the Chen family. The Chen family shall rise. Long live the young master. Long live the young master. The elders and disciples of the Chen family were overwhelmed with joy upon witnessing this. Such strength surpasses even that of Chen Tiandao in his prime. Even Chen Tiandao himself was momentarily taken aback by Chen Nian's display of power, but he quickly donned a proud smile. After all, he was his son, and as a father, he could not contain his excitement. Nianer, let us together slay these divine warriors and ensure none escape. Chen Tiandao proclaimed loudly, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield, easily heard by the 3,000 domain warriors below, igniting their enthusiasm and hastening their actions. Yes, Chen Nian affirmed. And then he charged towards the group of divine emperors. Meanwhile, Chen Tiandao and Yu Ying seized the opportunity to swiftly eliminate several divine emperors while their adversaries were distracted. Despite the seemingly overwhelming presence of over 300 divine emperors, the tide of battle began to turn with the arrival of Chen Nian and the efforts of Chen Tiandao and Yu Ying. Time passed, and although the 3,000 domain warriors faced a notable disparity in both number and quality compared to the divine race, the victory scale began to tilt in their favor as the beast army led by Chen Nian joined the fray. The strength of these beast soldiers was formidable. There were over 100 at the Saint King level, not to mention thousands at the entry saint and tens of thousands at the monarch level. In the ensuing chaos, the morale of the divine army began to wane, while the 3,000 domain warriors remained invigorated, relentlessly pursuing their foes. In the midst of the battle, Chen Tiandao found himself locked in combat against over 50 divine emperors, some of whom were formidable enough to rival half-step divine emperors. Yet, Chen Tiandao's own strength was akin to that of a divine emperor, if not superior, rendering him an unstoppable force amidst his adversaries. Within mere moments, the number of divine emperors dwindled from 50 to merely 20 as Chen Tiandao ruthlessly dispatched nearly 40 of them. This display of power instilled fear in the hearts of the remaining divine emperors, while Yu Ying, a divine emperor herself, adeptly navigated the fray, managing to eliminate more than half of her assailants within the same time frame. combined with the efforts of Chen Nian and the other warriors. The divine race had lost a staggering 100 divine emperors, a truly terrifying figure. It is essential to recognize that these were not mere beasts. They were 100 divine emperors, each having cultivated their powers for thousands of years. Although the 3,000 domain warriors also suffered losses. With at least 10 divine emperors falling, Chen Nian's personal tally stood at an impressive 8 slain emperors. After each victory, he secretly employed the soul-binding technique, capturing the spirits of those he felled, though he refrained from releasing them on the battlefield to avoid chaos. Nianer, let us dispatch these divine warriors together. Chen Tiandao's voice resonated in Chen Nian's ears, prompting him to respond affirmatively. With their eyes locked in a determined gaze, an immense surge of dark power emanated from the duo. Although Chen Nian had achieved mastery over the dark laws, his strength paled in comparison to that of Chen Tiandao, whose perfect mastery unleashed a fearsome force. The combined dark powers enveloped the 20 or so divine emperors, rendering them stunned as the sky transformed into an eternal night, obscuring their vision and comprehension. Shadow prison, shadow spear. The voices of father and son resonated lowly, and soon, the divine warriors found themselves ensnared within impenetrable cages. Despite their attempts to break free, they realized the futility of their struggles against such a formidable confinement. Before they could even comprehend the situation, dark spears emerged around them, exuding an ominous aura that instilled a chill in their bones. As the onslaught began, many divine emperors succumbed to Chen Nian's relentless assault, with Chen Tiandao readily following up with lethal strikes. In a matter of mere moments, the duo successfully vanquished all 20 divine emperors before them. As the darkness lifted, the divine warriors plummeted from the sky, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief. My heavens! These were over 20 divine emperors, each an exceptionally powerful entity, having cultivated for thousands of years. Yet today, they were effortlessly slain by the father-son duo, Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian. Such prowess is truly terrifying. The leaders of the 10 great forces gaped in astonishment. It was one thing for Chen Tiandao to possess such strength, but the fact that his son, Chen Nian, demonstrated such extraordinary capabilities at such a young age, having trained for less than a century, was utterly staggering. The remaining divine emperors, already intimidated by the prolonged struggle against Chen Tiandao and Yuing, now recognized that their defeat was all but inevitable. Thus, one by one, they mentally prepared to retreat. At that moment, an unknown voice shouted, "Run!" Immediately, as if a switch had been flipped, the remaining emperors in the vast sky dashed towards the rift. Each one desperately sought escape, fully aware that remaining in this place would inevitably lead to their demise at the hands of Chen Tiandao, his son, and Yuing. The army of the divine clan, witnessing the emperors fleeing, became anxious. The more powerful Saint Kings surged forward, while those of lower cultivation, like the sovereigns, were not so fortunate. Just as they attempted to flee, they were slaughtered by the 3,000 domain warriors and a host of beasts. Chapter 203. Return to the divine realm in an instant. The entire army of the divine clan was in disarray. Countless warriors of the divine clan scattered in all directions. And the human clan warriors roared, "Kill them! Let these ignorant fools pay the price." They charged with fervor towards the divine clan warriors. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, numerous divine emperors began to flee towards the rift. At that moment, Yuing flashed before the rift and waved his hands, conjuring a barrier that shimmered like moonlight. This barrier appeared thin and fragile, easily pierced. However, when the emperors attempted to breach it, they found it impenetrable. It should be noted that Yu Ying's mastery of formations was extraordinary, and as a deity-level warrior, his barrier could not be easily shattered by the divine emperors. Seeing this, the remaining over 100 divine emperors frantically attacked the barrier with all their might. Yet, the formation merely trembled, showing no signs of cracking. At this moment, Chen Tiandao and his son did not hesitate, charging towards the group of emperors, accompanied by over 20 human clan emperors. The divine emperors, now terrified, yearned to escape the territory of the 3,000 domains, neglecting the approaching foes. Chen Tiandao and his son had already formed a pincer movement against these divine emperors. Darkness law. In the next instant, the sky before the over 100 emperors turned pitch black, engulfing them in darkness. This time, there was no defiance among them. Only boundless fear gripped their hearts. They were acutely aware that just moments ago, over 20 emperor-level warriors had perished in this darkness. Here, their divine senses could not extend. In essence, they were blind. This was the terror of the darkness law, capable of obscuring the perception of other warriors. Boom, boom. The sounds echoed as divine emperors fell one after another in the darkness. The remaining warriors dared not hesitate, fending off Chen Nian's assaults while attempting to breach Yu Ying's barrier. Approximately 15 minutes passed, and in that time, over 20 divine emperors had perished. The remaining emperors continued their relentless assault on the barrier. Though formidable, Yu Ying's barrier could not withstand the overwhelming power of so many divine emperors attacking simultaneously. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. The formation began to crack, and after enduring another assault, the barrier crafted by Yu Ying shattered. Upon hearing the sound of the barrier breaking, the divine emperors surged towards the rift as if reborn. The warriors of the 3,000 domains seized the opportunity to attack. Boom, boom. The sound of divine emperors falling echoed as their corpses struck the ground. Yet, the desire to escape back to safety overpowered them. After slaying several dozen emperors, the remaining 20 or so finally broke through the encirclement and escaped through the rift into the world of the 3,000 domains. Although the others could follow through the rift, they understood that once outside, they would be like lambs to the slaughter, with countless deity-level warriors and 3 great kings awaiting them. Thus, watching the 20 fleeing divine emperors, they had no choice but to turn their attention to the remaining tens of thousands of divine clan soldiers below. With the addition of human clan emperors to the battlefield, the divine clan army was swiftly eradicated without resistance. In an instant, the human warriors gazed upon the countless bodies of the divine clan littering the ground, their faces alight with smiles, for they knew they had emerged victorious in this war. The divine clan's million-strong army and 300 emperor-level warriors had been defeated. This was undoubtedly a war that would be etched into the annals of history for the warriors of the 3,000 domains. Moreover, this conflict would invigorate the cultivation fervor of all warriors within the 3,000 realms. After all, they understood that there were still 10,000 years before the divine clan could invade again. Having triumphed in the first battle, they would assuredly prevail in the second. Everyone, Chen Nian stood at the center of the universe, with his son Chen Nian by his side, both exuding an aura of terrifying bloodlust, their bodies stained with the blood of foes. Their murderous presence sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld them. Upon hearing Chen Nian's voice, the crowd halted, turning their gazes towards him. Even those who previously held disdain for Chen Nian now revered him. One man, single-handedly battling against dozens of emperor-level warriors and slaying many, exhibited strength that was truly formidable, commanding respect from all. We have won this battle. Those divine clan warriors are nothing more than that. There are still 10,000 years ahead. All warriors must diligently cultivate. After 10 millennia, we shall make the divine clan pay in blood, honoring the spirits of our fallen warriors. Chen Nian's voice resounded throughout the realm of the 3,000 domains. Naturally, his words also reached the divine realm. Countless warriors reacted to Chen Nian's proclamation, each with their own thoughts. The warriors of the 3,000 domains were deeply stirred. Blood for blood, blood for blood. Countless voices echoed across the skies of the 3,000 domains. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, when the 20 emperor-level warriors returned, covered in dirt and shame, the divine realm warriors were left bewildered. These were warriors of the divine clan. How could they appear in such disarray? Even the 3 great kings were taken aback. Poseidon scoffed, questioning, "What transpired? Why are you in such a state? Where is our million-strong army? Where are the 300 emperors?" Faced with Poseidon's barrage of questions, the crowd was momentarily stunned, glancing around, stuttering, unsure how to respond. "Answer me." The command sent a shiver through the crowd, and one finally spoke up. Reporting to the divine king, the million-strong army of the divine clan has been completely annihilated by the human clan warriors. The over 200 emperor-level warriors have all perished in the 3,000 domains. Only we managed to escape. What? Chapter 204, Shocked. Upon hearing this response, everyone was left in a daze. The eyes of the divine clan warriors were filled with disbelief. How was this possible? A mere group of weak human clan warriors could not possibly defeat their million-strong army. Moreover, with over 300 divine emperors in tow, how could it be that not only had their million-strong army been lost, but the over 300 emperors had been reduced to these pitiful few? What on earth had happened? Poseidon's voice dripped with anger as he narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort. The 300 emperors represented a significant fighting force for their entire divine realm. Yet, in merely half a day, they had all remained in the 3,000 domains. It is utterly preposterous. A multitude of formidable emperors trembled as they attempted to explain. They recounted the events that had just transpired, listening to the occurrences in the 3,000 domains, whether it be the 3 divine kings or the various divine emperors, and even the other divine warriors, all exhibited a degree of disbelief. Are you saying there are more than 30 human emperors? Yes, indeed. One emperor responded. Satan scoffed disdainfully, stating, "You truly are a bunch of worthless beings if more than 30 human emperors can exterminate over 300 of you." The divine kings, enraged, caused the entire divine realm to tremble. Meanwhile, the 20-some emperors present were also feeling quite apprehensive, although they possessed extraordinary strength compared to ordinary mortals. In the face of beings like the three divine kings, a mere sneeze from them could spell doom. The disparity in power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Nay, that is not the case. Among the human warriors, there are several exceedingly formidable beings. One of them is a female at the divine emperor level, wielding the laws of the moon and life, truly fearsome. Moreover, there is a middle-aged man whose mastery of the dark laws has reached perfection. Though merely an emperor, he can contend with 5 or 6 of us without faltering. We are utterly helpless against him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others softened somewhat. Yet their hearts brimmed with skepticism. When did human warriors become so formidable? Not only had a divine emperor emerged, but also an emperor who had perfected the dark laws. Especially the latter, it was truly remarkable. A being capable of mastering a law to perfection at the emperor level, particularly one of the top laws like the dark law, was unprecedented in the entire divine realm. This undoubtedly posed a grave threat. The 3 divine kings exchanged glances, narrowing their eyes, hints of murderous intent flickering within. The human warrior must be eliminated. Otherwise, a millennium hence, he would become a dire threat to their divine race. After all, 1,000 years may not seem long to these warriors, but for a prodigious human, it would be ample time for growth. However, even the 3 divine kings found themselves at a loss regarding how to eliminate Chen Nian. After all, more than 300 of their divine warriors had perished. Even sending more would be futile. For a warrior of Chen Nian's caliber, dispatching another 300 would only lead to their own exhaustion. As the 3 divine kings pondered their strategy, one emperor cautiously spoke up. "Your Majesty, there is another human warrior who warrants our utmost attention. Another to be wary of?" The eyes of the 3 divine kings and the divine emperors were instantly drawn to him. This was a human prodigy, appearing no more than 100 years old, with cultivation reaching the mid-stage of the Holy King realm. The mid-stage of the Holy King realm? Under 100 years old? Although such talent was astonishing, it held little weight against the divine emperors and the 3 divine kings. After all, rapid cultivation speed does not equate to all-encompassing strength. This human warrior, despite his swift progression, was still merely a holy king, likely to struggle to break through to the emperor or divine emperor realm in his lifetime. Thus, they did not regard Chen Nian seriously. Yet, the emperor seemed to sense their skepticism and continued, "Your Majesty, although this human warrior is merely a mid-stage holy king, his strength surpasses that of divine emperors. In the battle of the 3,000 domains, he has slain at least 20 divine warriors." What? Upon hearing this, the 3 divine kings and the divine emperors were momentarily rendered speechless, their eyes gleaming with incredulity. To be merely at the holy king level, yet comparable to divine emperors, and to have slain over 20? This was utterly inconceivable. Even the 3 divine kings had not been so formidable in their youth. Satan narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon him, and spoke. "Bolo, is what you say true? Should you utter even a half-truth, I shall ensure your annihilation." Bolo hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, I speak only the truth. They have all witnessed it." The other 20 or so emperors chimed in, affirming, "Indeed, such a person exists. I distinctly remember that individual. He was the one who slayed Sieg. Yes, I recall him possessing mastery over spatial, dark, and life laws, all seemingly at the pinnacle of their potential." As the crowd exchanged affirmations, the 3 divine kings and the divine emperors furrowed their brows. The mastery of spatial, dark, and life laws at their pinnacle was simply unfathomable. A human warrior under 100 years old, and merely a holy king at that? If they had known these individuals would not deceive them, the 3 divine kings might have doubted the authenticity of this intelligence. After all, such a terrifying human warrior would have outstripped even their youthful selves. And the distance was vast. They never anticipated the emergence of such a prodigy among humans. It was indeed alarming. The 3 divine kings exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with shock. "Enough, let this matter rest. You may return to recuperate." Poseidon waved his hand dismissively. The 20 or so emperors, upon hearing this, instantly felt relief, bowing in gratitude before hastily departing, fearful that the divine king might retract his words. Naturally, the 3 divine kings refrained from pursuing accountability, knowing well that this incident was not their fault. The 3 human warriors spoken of were indeed formidable. Whether they sent 300 or 600 divine emperors, the likelihood of a successful return was slim. One divine emperor mastering two top laws, another emperor achieving perfection in a top law, and a holy king human warrior capable of slaying emperors. Each one was extraordinary. Chapter 205. The Human Warriors from the Divine Realm. What shall we do about those human warriors? After the 20 or so divine emperors had distanced themselves, Poseidon suddenly spoke. It is imperative to note that there remains a millennium before the barrier of the 3,000 domains vanishes. Should a multitude of human prodigies emerge during this millennium, it would spell disaster for the divine race. However, his words left the other two divine kings and the divine emperors at a loss. At present, the world of the 3,000 domains is still protected by a barrier, allowing only those beneath the emperor level to enter. Given the current situation, even if more emperors were to enter, it would be futile. After all, the deaths of over 300 emperors were still fresh in their minds, with only over 20 surviving. Moreover, had those 20 not fled swiftly, they too would have faced demise. Silence ensued once more. After a long pause, Satan finally spoke. Hera, have you not fashioned a little trinket over the years? Do not think I am unaware. A little trinket? Upon hearing Satan's words, Hera immediately understood. He had not anticipated that his well-concealed secret would be uncovered by Satan. It must be said that this individual was far from simple. Nevertheless, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. After pondering for a moment, he replied nonchalantly, "Very well, let us give it a try." With that, he coldly commanded, "Step forth." Immediately, amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, a young figure slowly emerged. The newcomer did not appear to belong to the divine race, but rather was unmistakably human, devoid of any divine aura. He was unequivocally a human. However, this human possessed formidable strength, having reached the emperor level, exuding a terrifying aura of spiritual energy. A human? One divine emperor exclaimed warily. Yet, the human warrior bowed respectfully to Hera, stating, "I pay my respects to the divine king. Arise." Hera smiled faintly and spoke nonchalantly. Although the crowd was perplexed about the origins of this human, they understood that it must be the work of the god king Hera. Hera explained with a smile, "His name is Yangqing, a human from ancient times." From ancient times? How can that be? They pondered, considering that it had been over 1,000,000 years since the divine race invaded the 3,000 domains. This meant that this young human must be at least 1,000,000 years old. Yet, judging by his appearance and aura, he certainly did not seem so. Hera gradually elaborated, revealing that during the divine invasion of the 3,000 domains, the divine army was on the verge of conquering it. It was during this tumultuous period that Hera discovered an abandoned human infant, lying in a small crystal coffin, ensconced in eternal slumber. Thanks to the crystal coffin, even after 1,000,000 years, the infant remained unchanged. Moreover, Hera realized that this infant possessed an extraordinary spatial sacred body, one of the rarest forms of physique, ranking among the top 3. With such a sacred body, the infant was destined to reach the realm of a divine emperor, potentially rivaling the 3 god kings. At that moment, Hera recognized the infant's potential. Although this child was a member of the human race, an enemy to the divine beings, his infantile state made it easier to indoctrinate him. Thus, Hera decided to keep the child close. Later, when the divine forces suffered defeat and retreated to the divine realm, Hera chose not to awaken him immediately. Instead, he waited a full 1,000,000 years to do so, intending to prepare for this very moment. Now, Yangqing had achieved the cultivation of a great emperor, which, while not exceptionally high, was undoubtedly adequate for use. Upon hearing Hera's explanation, the crowd finally understood that this young human was indeed cultivated by the god king Hera. From a young age, he had been indoctrinated, and with Hera's natural ability to manipulate hearts, they felt no concern that Yangqing would betray them. Consequently, they began to flatter Hera profusely, praising his foresight and planning that had begun 1,000,000 years prior. Indeed, the god king possesses remarkable foresight. As they lavished compliments, Hera's mood improved significantly. He looked at Poseidon and Satan with keen interest and inquired, "Gentlemen, I plan for Yangqing to disguise himself as a hermit prodigy, infiltrate the human ranks, and seek opportunities to assassinate their prodigies. What do you think?" Poseidon and Satan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting satisfaction. It was indeed a feasible plan, and they had no objections. However, Hera was not one to be outdone. He smiled and added, "Yet, Yangqing lacks some means and protective treasures. Might I request your support, esteemed god kings?" Upon hearing this, both Poseidon and Satan inwardly cursed Hera as a cunning fox. However, they knew they could not escape the request. After all, Hera had sent his carefully nurtured great emperor warrior, Yangqing, into the 3,000 domains. A being endowed with a spatial sacred body, whose mastery over the laws of space had already reached perfection. Though merely a great emperor, His strength was not vastly inferior to that of a divine emperor. Even if he faced defeat, he could still put up a fight. Thus, they could not afford to be stingy. Poseidon pulled out a fitted inner armor and a long sword. This armor can withstand 3 attacks from a divine emperor and can be used in critical moments. The sword is a top-tier emperor weapon. Take it and make good use of it. Seeing Poseidon's generosity, Satan also offered a gift. This jade bottle contains a branch of willow that has existed since the dawn of creation. Each year, it produces a droplet of essence beneficial for cultivation. There are 50 drops in this bottle. Use them wisely. Clearly, both god kings were offering their prized possessions. Not only were the armor and top-tier weapon valuable, but that single willow branch was worth its weight in gold. The essence it produced was immensely beneficial, even for those at the divine emperor level. Observing this, the gathered divine emperor warriors could not help but feel envious. Thank you, god kings. Yang Qing smiled and accepted the gifts. His gaze calm as he awaited Hera's next command. Hera, satisfied with the proceedings, smiled and instructed Yang Qing, in a few days, you will enter the 3,000 domains through that rift. At that time, the 3 of us will assist in concealing your aura, preventing the warriors of the 3,000 domains from detecting your presence. Understood. For the divine warriors, Yang Qing was a dagger embedded deep within the hearts of the 3,000 domain warriors. His mission was to sow discord within their ranks while secretly assassinating any human prodigies that posed a threat to the divine race. Chapter 206, Submission. At this moment, within the Chen family, the victorious warriors of the 3,000 domains were brimming with excitement. Over 300 great emperor warriors, alongside a 1,000,000-strong divine army, had been vanquished by them. This was a monumental achievement. This battle would bring peace to the warriors of the 3,000 domains for a millennium and instill a glimmer of hope. In Chen Nian's room, only Chen Nian and Yu Ying remained. This battle had also brought Yu Ying into the public eye. However, no one was aware of her connection to Chen Nian. As soon as the battle concluded, Yu Ying vanished from sight. Perhaps only Chen Tiandao could vaguely suspect something. Yet, even if he had an inkling, he would not speak of it nor inquire with Chen Nian about Yu Ying's whereabouts. Junior apprentice brother, your strength truly exceeds my expectations. Despite spending many years with Chen Nian, Yu Ying was astonished by his frightening power. With mid-level Sacred King strength, he had managed to defeat a dozen or so great emperor warriors, all of whom were from the divine race. Their cultivation levels were by no means weak. Chen Nian smiled gently and replied, "Oh, just good fortune." Good fortune? If luck alone could slay so many divine emperors, the divine race would have perished long ago. Junior apprentice brother, to what level have you cultivated your laws? Chen Nian, hearing this, did not hide the truth and replied with a smile, to perfection. Perfection? Given that Chen Nian is currently only at mid-level Sacred King and has been training for just a few decades, how could he possibly cultivate a top-tier law to perfection? This is simply hard to believe. That doesn't seem right. Junior apprentice brother, which law have you perfected? Each one. Seeing the calm demeanor of Chen Nian, Yu Ying suddenly froze in place, utterly bewildered, unable to regain her composure. Wait, what? Each one? Is that for real? It was well known that Chen Nian grasped 5 top-tier laws: time, space, darkness, life, and power. Mastering any one of these to perfection was an arduous task. Even for prodigious warriors, achieving perfection in a single law typically required a century of effort. Yet Chen Nian had managed to perfect all 5 within just a few decades. If this were to be known, who would believe it? Had it not been for hearing Chen Nian's confession, Yu Ying would never have guessed. It was simply astounding. Junior apprentice brother, honestly tell me, are you even human? Chen Nian. Observing Yu Ying's serious expression, Chen Nian was utterly perplexed. What do you mean? Not human? Yu Ying was not joking. She genuinely questioned what Chen Nian was. Was it even possible for a normal person to achieve such feats? After conversing with Yu Ying, who seemed to be struck by Chen Nian's overwhelming prowess, she left his room rather decisively and returned to the Tongtian Tower to cultivate. Chen Nian, this fellow, was simply too monstrous. Even Yu Ying, who had seen countless prodigious warriors during the ancient times, couldn't help but feel inadequate in comparison. After Yu Ying departed, Chen Nian smiled slightly, unperturbed. He shifted his gaze and then transformed, summoning countless souls before him. During the battle against the divine emperor, Chen Nian slew numerous members of the divine race, capturing the souls of these emperors without exception, absorbing them into his own being. It is important to note that although these divine warriors were no match for Chen Nian, each was an emperor in their own right and could prove to be quite useful under his command. Moreover, the 3,000 domains are currently facing a shortage of divine warriors, making these 18 divine emperors particularly valuable. Upon awakening, these 18 divine emperors found themselves gazing at Chen Nian, who sat calmly on a bed, their expressions one of utter bewilderment. They recognized Chen Nian as the very being who had dealt their demise. Yet, how could they be here if they were dead? A few of the emperors, sensing Chen Nian's murderous intent, immediately lunged towards him. However, before they could reach him, their bodies seemed to be seized by an invisible force, crashing to the ground in a contorted heap as waves of excruciating pain surged through them, alternating between icy cold and searing heat. They felt as if countless insects were crawling over their skin. The agony was unbearable. Witnessing the torment of their comrades, those who had previously contemplated rebellion grew subdued, staring blankly at Chen Nian, perplexed. Chen Nian remained unperturbed as the struggling emperors writhed on the floor. After a quarter of an hour, the divine emperors could hardly withstand the suffering any longer and began to plead for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. These warriors were imbued with pride. Under no circumstances would they have begged a human warrior for clemency. Yet, the punishment Chen Nian inflicted was more terrifying than death itself, a pain that pierced to the very core of their beings. Chen Nian chose not to hastily retract their suffering. He waited another quarter of an hour until the emperors could bear it no longer before finally lifting the torment. As they looked at their suffering companions, the other emperors exchanged glances filled with fear. Chen Nian's methods were undeniably frightening. "You are already dead," he stated bluntly, then added with a smile. "However, your souls remain intact. You are now merely soul bodies. In other words, your souls belong to me." His voice resonated like thunder in their ears. Though incredulous, the expressions of the divine emperors betrayed their disbelief. Chen Nian smiled slightly, as if their reactions were entirely anticipated. "Of course, you may choose not to submit and may resist. But know this, your fate will be far worse than theirs." With that, the gaze of the crowd shifted towards the writhing emperors on the ground, still trembling in fear. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, these emperors sprang up like springs, prostrating themselves before him. "We are willing, we submit," they exclaimed, their voices filled with urgency, fearing the return of that immense pain. Observing this, the other divine emperors extinguished any thoughts of resistance and knelt before Chen Nian, proclaiming, "We too are willing to submit. Today has been exhausting. I hastily penned this chapter, and I shall strive to do better tomorrow." Chapter 207. Allocation. Although the others did not endure the same torment as the previous divine emperors, they could still sense the extreme anguish emanating from their expressions. None dared to experiment with such pain. Moreover, in their current state as soul bodies, their existence hinged on Chen Nian's whims. They were not foolish, recognizing that resistance was futile. "Come forth," Chen Nian commanded. In the next moment, the figure of Soul One appeared before them. The sight of Soul One left everyone in stunned silence, for they were all familiar with him. In the divine race, there are few divine emperors, and each one is recognized to avoid inadvertently provoking a powerful figure. Soul One, the divine emperor? A few of the emperors exclaimed in disbelief. They had not anticipated that even Soul One had fallen into Chen Nian's grasp. Soul One displayed no particular emotion in response to their exclamations. After spending years by Chen Nian's side, his mind had been thoroughly reshaped by the art of soul binding, leaving only loyalty within him. His former life as a divine emperor held little significance now. "From now on, these 18 will follow you." "Yes," Soul One answered unconditionally to Chen Nian's command. 18 divine emperors represent a formidable force in any realm. Chen Nian then turned to Soul One and inquired, "You still have some distance to cover before reaching the divine emperor realm, do you not?" Although Soul One had once attained the divine emperor realm, breaking through again would present considerable challenges, as he was currently but a soul body. "Yes, it will take me at least 20 years, he replied. 20 years, Chen Nian mused. Not too long, yet not trivial either. "I expect to see you break through within a year." Saying this, he produced a dark purple fruit from his robe. "What is this?" Soul One gazed at the fruit in awe. Chen Nian smiled. "This is the dream soul fruit, a creation from the dawn of time, now long lost in both the divine realm and the 3,000 domains. This fruit is highly beneficial for soul bodies. Take it and cultivate." The dream soul fruit, a rare treasure from the beginning of creation, is invaluable for enhancing the strength of the soul. Chen Nian acquired it through the system. Soul One felt a wave of gratitude as he beheld the fruit, aware of its immense rarity and its potential to elevate his soul's strength. For a warrior, enhancing the soul is a formidable task. Such a treasure that could alter its potency is indeed scarce in this world. "Thank you, young master," Soul One exclaimed, bowing deeply as he accepted the dream soul fruit, excitement radiating from him. The other divine emperors looked on with envious eyes. They had heard of the dream soul fruit, but such a treasure was likely unseen even by the 3 great divine kings, making it all the more coveted. The thought that this fruit could enable Soul One to elevate his cultivation to the divine emperor realm was an irresistible temptation for all present. Envy. Extreme envy. Of course, Chen Nian was aware of this reaction. He understood the principle of balancing reward with punishment. Having dealt with the divine warriors, it was only fitting to present them with some benefits, demonstrating that serving him would yield rewards. Soul One served as the perfect catalyst to evoke the envy of the others. Clearly, Chen Nian had succeeded in his aim, as each divine emperor cast envious glances at Soul One. "All right, you may all leave," he concluded. With that, everyone nodded in agreement before vanishing from sight. In the room, only Chen Nian remained. This battle had yielded significant gains for him. After all, each exchange with dozens of divine warriors provided him with profound insights, loosening the shackles on his cultivation bottleneck. For Chen Nian, the cultivation realm itself was of little consequence. He was now beyond the reach of even divine warriors. However, the enhancement of his cultivation would certainly bolster his strength. In the chamber, Chen Nian once again immersed himself in cultivation, aiming for a breakthrough to the late stage of the Holy King realm. Meanwhile, the outside world erupted in joyous celebration. For the corpses of 100,000 divine soldiers lay piled high, blood flowing like rivers. Yet this was not regarded as a misfortune. It is essential to understand that the physique of a divine warrior is of greater value than that of a demonic beast. Every part of their being is akin to a treasure. For instance, the horns atop the heads of some divine beings can be ground into powder for the concoction of elixirs, or forged into weaponry that surpasses the power of weapons of the same rank. Moreover, the skin of divine warriors should not be underestimated. Its remarkable hardness makes it an excellent material for crafting impenetrable protective armor, offering formidable defense. Thus, while the scene may appear to be one of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, it is, in fact, a veritable treasure trove. The entirety of a divine warrior is a bounty. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Chen family, various factions from the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains engaged in fervent discussions regarding the distribution of these divine corpses. Particularly, the smaller factions were salivating at the prospect of acquiring the remains of these divine beings. Leader Chen, our Xianting domain has suffered casualties in the tens of thousands. Is it unreasonable to request 3,000 divine corpses? One voice clamored. Oh, but our Xiling domain has lost over 20,000 warriors. Surely we deserve at least 10,000? Another argued. Nonsense. Your Xiling domain's warriors are weak. How dare you demand divine corpses? Came the retort. The hall descended into a cacophony of disputes. After all, the divine corpses represented a substantial fortune. Seated at the head of the hall, Chen Tiandao narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort. Instantly, the hall fell silent. Even the leaders of the top 10 factions became markedly subdued. They had witnessed the might of Chen Tiandao firsthand and dared not provoke him. Were it not for Chen Tiandao's formidable strength, the assistance of that mysterious woman, and the prodigious talent of Chen Nian, the outcome of this conflict might have been quite uncertain. Thus, the crowd held not only admiration, but also a healthy measure of trepidation towards Chen Tiandao. With fear gripping their hearts, the lesser factions remained silent, not daring to utter a word lest they incur Chen Tiandao's wrath. What are your thoughts, Leader Chen? We shall abide by your decision, one of the domain leaders ventured. Indeed, we shall comply, echoed another. Inside the grand hall, a multitude of voices arose, all expressing their acquiescence to Chen Tiandao's authority. He smiled faintly, satisfied with their response. The distribution of the divine corpses would be commensurate with the strength and contributions of each faction. For those participating in the battle from the central domains, those with over 10,000 casualties would each receive 10,000 corpses of divine beings below the rank of emperor, while those with fewer than 10,000 casualties would receive 5,000. For the lower domains, those with over 10,000 casualties would receive 6,000 corpses, while those with fewer than 10,000 would receive 3,000. Upon hearing Chen Tiandao's allocation, dissent among the factions dissipated. His approach was deemed reasonable. And though there were some emperor-level corpses, the assembly dared not harbor any expectations, as most of them were slain by Chen Tiandao, the mysterious woman, and Chen Nian, leaving little to no involvement from the others. Thus, they resigned themselves to accept this distribution. Seeing no objections, Chen Tiandao smiled, feeling increasingly secure in his position as leader. This was a testament to his power. Just as the allocations were concluding, a series of sonic booms pierced the air. A terrifying sound reverberated as if it were tearing through the fabric of space, boldly challenging the Chen family. Chen Tiandao extended his consciousness to discern the intruders, detecting that their strength was not to be trifled with. How audacious, daring to fly at such speed above the Chen residence. This is akin to declaring war against my Xiling domain. Another leader exclaimed. Indeed, I, from the Yin domain, am also willing to engage. All the domain leaders began to rally around Chen Nian, eager to showcase their loyalty and perhaps gain favor. Let us go and see for ourselves, Chen Nian declared calmly. The assembly agreed, and he led the way, with the others following suit. Upon exiting the grand hall, they beheld a young figure hovering in the sky. The youth regarded the crowd below with an expression devoid of emotion, as if he were a soulless automaton. This demeanor incensed the domain leaders. Who are you? Daring to cause trouble at the leader's estate? One shouted. Indeed, you are courting death. Watch as I, Zhu, teach you a lesson. With that, a mid-stage Saint King from the central domain unleashed a massive blue laser beam towards the young man. The terrifying energy surged forward, yet the youth did not flinch. Instead, a smirk played on his lips as he stood unyielding, seemingly unaffected by the imminent assault. With a thunderous explosion, smoke enveloped the area. The Zhu domain leader laughed heartily. I expected a formidable foe, but it turns out to be a mere fool. However, as the smoke cleared, the youth stood unfazed. A mocking expression etched upon his face, one of utter disdain. Pathetic, he remarked coolly. The Zhu leader's expression shifted from arrogance to shock. He had not held back with his attack, yet the youth remained unscathed. This indicated the young man's strength was undoubtedly above that of a half-step emperor, potentially even at the emperor level. The realization sent chills down Zhu's spine, prompting him to attempt an escape. However, the youth's eyes glimmered with a fierce purple light, and in an instant, Zhu found himself propelled backwards, blood spurting from his mouth, gravely injured. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. After all, Zhu was a mid-stage Saint King. How could he be so severely wounded by a single strike, and one that appeared so bizarre? Could it be that the youth was also a warrior of emperor rank? When did the human race give rise to such a formidable emperor-level warrior, so youthful that he appears significantly younger than Chen Tiandao? What brings you to my Chen family? Chen Tiandao's voice suddenly echoed. The young man shifted his gaze to Chen Tiandao. Not daring to be arrogant, he landed directly on the ground. Standing face to face with Chen Tiandao, I have come here for the sake of the 3,000 domains. For the 3,000 domains? The crowd fell silent, quietly listening to their exchange. The young man continued without hesitation. I was originally an isolated practitioner in the mountains, training under my master for many years, and I recently broke through to the emperor realm. However, upon learning of the impending invasion of the divine race into the 3,000 domains, we warriors must respond to the call of duty. Thus, I emerged from seclusion to lend a helping hand to the 3,000 domains. After speaking, the young man's emperor-level cultivation was fully revealed before everyone. What is your name? Yangqing. Chapter 209. Battle. Yangqing's words resonated among the crowd. An isolated practitioner from the mountains, breaking through to the emperor realm and coming out of seclusion. Hearing this, the crowd nodded slightly. After all, there are countless reclusive experts within the 3,000 domains, and it is impossible to ascertain which mountain peak might be the training ground of a master. The young man before them, despite his youth, had already attained the emperor realm, undoubtedly a prodigious figure among the human race. The addition of such a powerful prodigy was indeed beneficial for the entire human race. Even Chen Tiandao harbored no suspicions. After all, Yangqing bore no aura of the divine race. He was not a disguised divine being. In that case, allow me to welcome you on behalf of the 3,000 Domains Alliance. Chen Tiandao wasted no time and directly accepted the young man's request. After all, having an additional emperor-level combatant was advantageous for the 3,000 domains. Thank you. Yangqing smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. However, he suddenly shifted his tone and spoke. I have long heard that Alliance leader Chun's strength is unparalleled. I would like to have a spar with the leader, if you would be so kind as to offer guidance. With that, Yangqing clasped his fists. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd became intrigued. They were well aware of Chen Tiandao's strength, having challenged dozens of divine race emperors and emerged victorious. As for this young man, Yangqing, his true strength was unknown, but he was certainly not ordinary. The clash of two tigers promised to be a spectacular event. Chen Tiandao narrowed his eyes, gazing at Yangqing, and calmly exhaled. Since young Master Yang wishes to test his skills, I, Chen Tiandao, shall oblige. With that, to avoid damaging the surroundings, the two figures flashed and ascended into the air. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the two in the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Nian, who had been in meditation, opened his eyes and inquired of Ying to understand what transpired. Chen Nian stepped out of the room and looked up at the sky. There, he saw Chen Tiandao and Yangqing poised for battle. Yangqing wielded a large broadsword adorned with dragon patterns. Junior brother, That individual is extraordinary. Merely that broadsword is an imperial weapon, and the aura he emits is scarcely weaker than that of a divine emperor. How could such a prodigious figure appear again in the 3,000 domains? Yu Ying's words echoed in Chen Nian's ears. He never expected that the 3,000 domains would again host such a monstrous warrior. Though his power was merely at the emperor realm, it rivaled that of an ordinary divine emperor. He was undoubtedly a terrifying existence. Chen Nian's gaze remained fixed on Yang Qing's direction. Boom. In an instant, the battle between Chen Tiandao and Yang Qing erupted. Yang Qing, holding the large broadsword, instantly appeared before Chen Tiandao, bringing the broadsword crashing down with blinding speed. To the onlookers, his rapid movements left behind only a series of afterimages, visible only to a select few powerful individuals, including Chen Nian. Yet, facing Yang Qing's ferocious attack, Chen Tiandao did not evade. He merely unsheathed his long knife slightly, effortlessly blocking the incoming assault. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds resonated as Yang Qing attacked while Chen Tiandao defended. Neither of them had unleashed their full power yet. They were merely probing each other. In a mere few breaths, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows, each one executed with lethal intent. Suddenly, observing the clash, Yu Ying felt a sense of unease. What is it, senior sister? Noticing the unusual tone in Yu Ying's voice, Chen Nian inquired. Without hesitation, Yu Ying voiced her thoughts. Junior brother, there is something off about that man's aura. Something off? Chen Nian's eyes flickered as he released his divine sense, yet found nothing amiss. What could be wrong? That aura is certainly not of the divine race. Chen Nian was well acquainted with the auras of a dozen or so divine emperors, and he recognized that Yang Qing bore no trace of the divine. However, Yu Ying shook her head, narrowing her eyes. No, that is not what I mean. He is indeed a human warrior, but he does not belong to this era. Chen Nian was taken aback. Not of this era? Could it be? Upon seeing the look in Chen Nian's eyes, Yu Ying nodded and continued. Indeed, he carries an ancient aura. I suspect he, like me, hails from ancient times. Humans from ancient times could not possibly survive to the present unless they were divine emperors. Yet, the young man before us has only recently broken through to the emperor realm, and with the lifespan of an emperor, it is impossible for him to have transcended over 100,000 years. Hearing Yu Ying's assertion, Chen Nian's suspicions were aroused. Ancient human race. However, he chose to remain silent for now, quietly observing the battle between the two. After exchanging thousands of blows with Chen Tiandao, Yang Qing no longer concealed his power. Countless sword shadows flickered behind him, each resembling a massive broadsword. Alliance leader Chen, allow me to demonstrate my sword principles. With that, an infinite array of sword shadows manifested before their eyes, leaving the onlookers in awe. The complete mastery of sword principles. It is known that even ordinary divine emperors might struggle to comprehend the power of perfected principles. Moreover, the sword principles Yang Qing grasped were among the pinnacle of techniques. Sharp and unyielding, cutting through all. Go. With that, the myriad sword shadows surged toward Chen Tiandao from all directions, densely packed. Should an ordinary person witness this spectacle, they would likely be overwhelmed with dread. Even a typical emperor-level warrior would find themselves at a disadvantage against such an onslaught. Yet, Chen Tiandao simply smiled faintly, and in an instant, his entire being transformed to black. A colossal force of darkness surged forth, swallowing the countless sword shadows, which then plunged into the abyss, seemingly vanishing. However, Yang Qing furrowed his brow, realizing that once the sword shadows entered the darkness, he could no longer sense their presence, as if they had dissipated entirely. Before he could react, countless sword shadows erupted from the darkness, soaring toward him. Faced with this, Yang Qing was immediately alarmed and hastily shifted his position to evade the incoming onslaught. However, the sword shadows proved even more potent than those Yang Qing had unleashed. He could not escape in time, and two sword shadows struck him, sending him staggering back several steps, blood spewing forth. Observing this, Chen Tiandao lifted the veil of darkness, casting a glance at Yang Qing with a hint of a smile. The onlookers erupted in excitement. My heavens, the alliance leader's strength is truly terrifying. It is no wonder he can single-handedly battle dozens of divine race emperors. He truly is remarkable. Nevertheless, that young emperor is equally impressive, managing to exchange so many blows with the leader. The murmurs of discussion surged. Yang Qing, however, was straightforward, clasping his hands and conceding. Alliance leader Chen, I have lost. Chapter 210, Trying to leave? Although Yang Qing was defeated, this did not imply a deficiency in his strength. On the contrary, it only served to illustrate his exceptional prowess. After all, who is Chen Tiandao? The fact that Yang Qing could engage in thousands of exchanges with him without succumbing, and given the current circumstances, it seemed the two could continue their duel. Such strength is undoubtedly formidable. Even Chen Tiandao regarded Yang Qing with a touch of admiration. The young man possesses remarkable strength. Although he may not match my prowess, he is already capable of acting independently. I never anticipated that there were such formidable experts among the human race. Yang Qing, is it? You are indeed impressive. Welcome to the alliance of the 3,000 domains. Chen Tiandao smiled gently, his expression imbued with a hint of kindness. After all, with an additional force, the 3,000 domains would grow stronger. As the two descended to the ground, a gathering of domain masters surrounded them, offering their congratulations to Yang Qing. Congratulations, young hero Yang. Your strength is truly unparalleled. Indeed, young hero Yang displays exceptional prowess. We are all in admiration. The crowd clasped their hands in reverence, recognizing the immense benefits of fostering a good relationship with such a powerful figure. Yang Qing returned their gestures with a warm demeanor. However, at that moment, a voice broke through. I am Chen Nian, and I have a few matters I wish to inquire of you. The crowd turned to see Chen Nian stepping forward. All eyes focused on him, for in the current 3,000 domains, who was unaware of the renowned Chen family's heir. Chen Nian, his reputation stemmed not from Chen Tiandao's renown, but from his own formidable strength. He had slain nearly 20 divine emperors, all while being merely in the mid-stage of the Holy King realm. Such a terrifying existence. His talent even surpassed that of his father, Chen Tiandao. After all, in the millions of years within the 3,000 domains, there had been no record of a warrior in the Holy King realm capable of reversing the odds against 20 emperors. Such news was simply too astonishing, leading to the saying, a son should be like Chen Nian. Thus, upon Chen Nian's arrival, the crowd was taken aback, and Yang Qing regarded Chen Nian with a hint of solemnity. He was well aware of Chen Nian's formidable reputation. After all, he was the #1 adversary in the eyes of the 3 divine kings. Such a figure could not be underestimated. Although Chen Nian was a Holy King realm warrior, Yang Qing maintained his vigilance throughout. Yet, upon their first encounter, he realized that his caution had been insufficient, as Chen Nian emanated an aura of formidable threat. What can I do for you, young Master Chen? Yang Qing inquired, his demeanor remaining composed. Chen Nian, unhurried, smiled and asked, you claim to be a reclusive warrior? Is that so? Indeed, Yang Qing affirmed, having long established this persona for himself. Then may I ask where you reside in the mountains and who your master is? At this question, Yang Qing furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback. Given his hasty arrival, he had not arranged such details, and his fabricated master could not be the divine king of the divine realm. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. My master cherishes solitude and prefers not to be disturbed, thus his whereabouts cannot be disclosed. As for his name, I am unable to fully divulge that either. Yang Qing's response was logical and presented no significant flaws, as many reclusive masters indeed preferred their residences to remain unknown, desiring minimal attention from the world. Chen Nian smiled slightly, not pressing on this issue, but continued, then may I inquire about your year of birth and your current age? Upon hearing Chen Nian inquire about age, Chen Tiandao hesitated. He was well aware of his son's nature and the thoughtfulness behind his actions. Was it possible that the individual before him posed a problem? Chen Tiandao remained silent, listening intently. Yang Qing replied nonchalantly, I have practiced for over 150 years to attain this level of cultivation. Is that so? Are you certain it has been 150 years? Chen Nian's lips curled upward slightly, his gaze locked onto Yang Qing. Yang Qing felt a flicker of trepidation under Chen Nian's scrutinous glare, though he did not outwardly show it. The other domain masters were equally perplexed by Chen Nian's line of questioning. What significance does age hold, young Master Chen? Regardless, Yang Qing is a member of our human race in the 3,000 domains. The more individuals we have, the stronger our resistance against the divine race. Indeed. The crowd expressed their support for Yang Qing. Chen Nian smiled faintly, disregarding their sentiments, and commanded, Second Elder, bring forth the Chen family's bone age testing stone. No sooner had Chen Nian spoken than Yang Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Why? Because he was not a product of this era, but rather an infant born in ancient times. Should a bone age test be conducted, it would undoubtedly reveal his true age. Chen Nian had only considered this method upon Moon Wind's suggestion. After all, anyone who had survived from ancient times must have relied on some form of celestial treasure, yet such items would not alter one's bone age. Consequently, Yang Qing felt a surge of panic. What do you mean by this, young Master Chen? Is it necessary for me to deceive you about my age? Are you perhaps envious of my capabilities? Yang Qing's words were sharp, and the onlookers regarded Chen Nian with expressions of disbelief. Was it possible that the Chen family's heir truly harbored jealousy? However, Yang Qing's ruse held no weight against Chen Nian. He chose to ignore Yang Qing and awaited the arrival of the testing stone. Moments later, the second elder approached, cradling the bone-age testing stone. Chen Nian received the stone and instructed, "Second elder, place your hand upon it." Yes, the second elder acquiesced and placed his hand on the stone, which promptly displayed the number 1324, representing his true age. "Everyone, the testing stone is accurate. Now, please, young hero Yang, place your hand upon it, so we may ascertain your true age." Chen Nian's eyes narrowed with a smile, his gaze causing Yang Qing's scalp to prickle. Yang Qing remained rooted in place, locking eyes with Chen Nian, one wearing a broad smile and the other furrowing his brow. The gathering of domain masters, seasoned and perceptive. Sensed something was amiss with Yang Qing's demeanor. "Must it be so, young Master Chen?" "Absolutely," Chen Nian retorted with a cold laugh. Yang Qing wrestled internally for a moment before declaring, "It seems the threshold for the alliance of the 3,000 domains is too high for me to cross. If that is the case, let us part ways, for our paths do not align." With that, Yang Qing turned to leave. However, Chen Nian was not about to let him depart so easily. "Stop!" Chen Nian's voice echoed, and in an instant, the laws of space activated, obstructing Yang Qing's path. The onlookers found themselves at a loss, silently observing. "Young Master Chen, do you not think you are being overly oppressive? I, Yang Qing, am not one to be trifled with." Yang Qing's voice was laced with anger as he glared at Chen Nian, who merely chuckled coldly and clarified. "If I am not mistaken, you must be a remnant of the ancient human race, correct?" "The ancient human race." The crowd gasped in disbelief. "Young Master Chen, surely you jest. That era was over 1,000,000 years ago. How could anyone possibly survive such a span of time?" "Indeed, it is utterly implausible," they murmured in astonishment. The passage of over 1,000,000 years had rendered survival an impossibility except for those of the divine emperor realm. Yet, Yang Qing was merely a newly ascended emperor. How could he possibly be a remnant of the ancient human race? The incredulity was palpable, yet Chen Nian's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Meanwhile, Chen Tiandao's gaze sparkled with insight as he fixed his eyes intently on Yang Qing, lost in thought. Yang Qing, however, was engulfed in panic, realizing that he had been discovered on the very first day of his arrival in the 3,000 domains. In such circumstances, the undercover mission had yet to commence, but was already on the verge of conclusion. Chen Nian cast a cold glance at Yang Qing, who, fully aware that he could no longer conceal the truth, decided to speak candidly. "Indeed, I hail from the ancient era." Upon hearing Yang Qing's proclamation, everyone was momentarily struck dumb. A being from the ancient era of humanity? Had he truly traversed a span of 1,000,000 years? How could this be possible? If he were not a divine emperor, how could he possibly live for such an extended period? Yang Qing continued, "Upon my birth, I was placed within a crystalline coffin, a vessel that halts the passage of time and severs all connection to the external world. Within that coffin, my physical form remains stagnant, as if everything has been frozen. Theoretically, without external interference, one could survive for 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, or even attain immortality. Indeed, the capabilities of that crystalline coffin were remarkable. Without outside influence, it could sustain life for 1,000,000 or even 10,000,000 years, reaching the threshold of eternal existence. However, such survival was akin to a form of death. One could not exit the coffin, and thus remained oblivious to all occurrences beyond its confines. This paradox of immortality possessed both advantages and disadvantages. As Yang Qing spoke, the crowd was left in a state of astonished silence. They could scarcely fathom that someone could truly survive from the ancient era until the present day. Even Chen Tiandao was taken aback. The crystalline coffin was familiar to him, yet he had never witnessed its effects firsthand. Its efficacy was simply unbelievable. "Chen Dizi, are you satisfied now?" Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding Chen Nian. He had not intended to divulge the existence of the crystalline coffin or his origins from the ancient era, for such revelations would inevitably attract the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. This could lead to constant surveillance, jeopardizing his plans. However, under Chen Nian's pressure, he had no alternative but to reveal this information, at least ensuring that his identity as an undercover agent of the divine clan remained concealed. The crowd turned their gazes toward Chen Nian, who smiled faintly, a hint of mockery gracing his features. "Not enough, certainly not enough." His calm voice caught everyone off guard, including Chen Tiandao, who was now curious about what Nian intended to convey. Although Yang Qing's origins from the ancient era would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the 3,000 domains, It was hardly a matter of great concern for either Chen Tiandao or Chen Nian. The talents of this father-son duo were unparalleled, not only in the ancient times, but also throughout the history of the 3,000 domains. Upon hearing Chen Nian's taunt, Yang Qing felt a flicker of unease. What did this young man mean? Chen Nian stepped forward slowly, speaking languidly. Your true energy, your martial arts, and even your weaponry, all belong to humanity. Yet, you have overlooked one crucial detail. Within your soul lies a trace of divine clan essence, marking you as an undercover agent of the divine clans. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the domain lords present, and even Chen Tiandao was taken aback. The human emperor, Yang Qing, was indeed an undercover agent of the divine clan? This was inconceivable. His true energy and martial arts were distinctly human, with no apparent connection to the divine clan. Yang Qing's expression shifted dramatically, yet he feigned composure, stating, Chen Dizi, you must be jesting. How could I possibly be an undercover agent of the divine clan? I have come to assist the martial artists of the 3,000 domains in combating the divine clan. At this moment, the domain lords remained silent, standing behind the two men, awaiting the unfolding of events. Chen Tiandao squinted, his gaze wary as it swept over Yang Qing. Though he could not ascertain whether Yang Qing was indeed an undercover agent of the divine clan, his son's assertion could not be dismissed. Chen Nian smiled subtly, responding calmly. I have delved into the study of the soul, and have long recognized the divine essence residing deep within yours. This is something you cannot alter. However, I possess a method to dispel your suspicions. My family possesses a soul-searching technique that guarantees no harm will come to your essence, merely an examination of your soul. What say you? The mention of the soul-searching technique caused Yang Qing's demeanor to shift dramatically. He was well aware of the implications should Chen Nian employ the technique. His secrets would be laid bare, including all matters concerning the divine realm. Raised by the god King Hela, his loyalty to the divine realm was indelible. Realizing he was on the brink of exposure, Yang Qing let out a cold snort, his gaze sharpening into a lethal glare directed at Chen Nian. Indeed, you live up to your reputation, Chen family's young master. Since you have seen through my facade, I shall no longer conceal the truth. I am of the ancient human lineage, taken in by the god King Hela. I had intended to lie low within the human alliance, awaiting my opportunity to act. Yet I did not foresee being discovered. However, I am intrigued. How is it that your soul power can detect the divine mark deep within my essence? It is worth noting that Yang Qing's infiltration was a scheme meticulously orchestrated by the god King Hela over many years. His cultivation, martial arts, and everything in between had been tailored to align with the path of human cultivation, and even Chen Tiandao had noticed no anomalies. Chapter 212. The ultimate objective, not only Yang Qing, but also those present were filled with curiosity. How had Chen Nian discerned that the other was a divine clan warrior? The ability to probe another's soul was a terrifying power. However, in the face of Yang Qing's inquiry and the crowd's confusion, Chen Nian simply laughed heartily and replied nonchalantly, I was just teasing you, fool. Yang Qing. The crowd? Teasing? I only know you come from the ancient era. I cannot definitively say whether you are an agent of the divine clan. My earlier statement was merely a ploy to elicit a response, and I did not expect you to reveal yourself so easily. Yang Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an answer. The onlookers were equally astonished. Observing Chen Nian's self-assured demeanor, they had presumed he possessed irrefutable evidence, only to discover it was a ruse. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as the devilish young master, cunning beyond measure. Chen Tiandao, standing nearby, wore a satisfied smile, surprised by his son's unexpected performance. What if I had chosen not to reveal myself? Yang Qing pressed on, unwilling to concede defeat. Of course, Chen Nian replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, an air of mockery in his gaze. As the saying goes, distrust those who inspire suspicion. Since I harbor doubts about you, I cannot employ you. This concerns the future of the 3,000 domains. Unless I conduct a soul search to assuage my concerns, there is no way I would allow you to join. Indeed, the enigmatic nature of Yang Qing made it impossible for Chen Nian to easily accept him. Regardless of Yang Qing's immense power, Chen Nian would not permit him entry into the alliance unless a soul search was conducted to eradicate any doubts. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to allow him access to the governing body of the 3,000 domains. Having heard this, Yang Qing finally acquiesced. Chen Nian was not only ruthless but also possessed a keen intellect. He had not anticipated that humanity could harbor such formidable talents. Chen Nian, it is no wonder the three divine kings regard you with great esteem. You are even more formidable than they imagined. Should you remain, it may pose a threat to my divine realm. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Yang Qing's eyes. As long as Chen Nian lives, the divine kings shall not find peace. With that, Yang Qing's expression abruptly shifted, his true energy surging toward Chen Nian. The sheer magnitude of his imperial-level true energy could rival that of a divine emperor. During his earlier skirmish with Chen Tiandao, he had refrained from exerting his full strength. After all, Yang Qing had been nurtured by the god King Hela for over a century. Aside from mental conditioning, his power was indeed terrifying. Yet, Chen Nian had long anticipated this maneuver. Employing the principles of spatial manipulation, he deftly evaded Yang Qing's assault. Boom! Yang Qing's true energy surged forth, forcing the domain lords to stagger back several steps. Some of the weaker domain lords were even blasted away, while Chen Tiandao remained steadfast, unmoving amidst the chaos. Chen Nian, today I have come to understand you and sever the future of the 3,000 domains. With that, Yang Qing drew forth a golden longsword, a magnificent weapon gifted by the god King Poseidon, capable of slicing through the fabric of time and space. Should this sword strike Chen Nian, it would instantly corrode his flesh and blood, a truly terrifying prospect. Even if Chen Nian were to conceal himself within the folds of space, this sword could still rend through dimensions. Chen Nian's expression grew grave, and he dared not let his guard down. Yang Qing shouted with fervor. In that instant, the very space around them trembled. Chen Nian sensed a subtle shift in the environment. Beside him, Chen Tiandao seemed to notice the anomaly as well, his brow furrowed, and he directed a surge of true energy towards Yang Qing, only for it to be inexplicably devoured mid-flight, vanishing without a trace. This is bad. Chen Tiandao's expression shifted dramatically. Yang Qing, noticing the change in the expressions of Chen Tiandao and the others, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, humanity. Did you ever imagine that the true purpose of the God King sending me here was to eliminate Chen Nian? To ensure his demise, Hera, the God King, specially bestowed upon me a Tao artifact, cultivated over 1,000,000 years. This object can rend the very fabric of time and space. At this moment, only I and Chen Nian remain here. Outsiders cannot intrude. Indeed, although discovered by the others, his true objective was to eliminate Chen Nian. The rift he had created in space was meant to counteract Chen Nian's spatial powers. Within this realm, Chen Nian's spatial abilities were utterly constrained, significantly limiting his strength. Yet, sensing the changes in the surrounding space, Chen Nian remained unperturbed. The restriction of spatial powers mattered little. He still wielded the might of four supreme laws. Not to mention, within the Tower of Heaven on his person, the presence of Yu Ying lingered, a secret weapon unknown to all. Outside, Chen Tiandao and the elders of the Chen family observed the unfolding scene with mounting tension. Master, could it be that our combined efforts will be futile? Inquired the second elder. Chen Tiandao shook his head slowly. This space has been severed by a Tao artifact. Even a divine emperor would be helpless against it. Unless Nian can seize the artifact from his grasp, this rift shall remain. Indeed, the perceived proximity was a mere illusion. The distance greater than that between the 3,000 domains and the divine domain. The elders, upon hearing this, were instantly at a loss. They could only place their faith in Nian. In this dire situation, Chen Tiandao felt powerless, praying for Chen Nian's victory. Observing Yang Qing's exuberance, Chen Nian smirked, speaking slowly. You seem quite pleased. Do you truly believe my demise is inevitable today? Isn't it so? Yang Qing replied coldly, his aura shifting dramatically. The great broadsword in his hand manifested, and countless sword shadows filled the air. I merely held back when facing your father. Now, let me show you my true strength. With that, an endless tide of sword energy surged towards Chen Nian, fierce and unrelenting. Is that so? Yet you underestimate me, Chen Nian retorted coolly, standing calmly at a distance. Time exile. In an instant, as the sword energy neared him, it vanished entirely. This spectacle left not only the onlookers outside dumbfounded, but even Yang Qing in shock. How could this be? Chen Nian's spatial powers had been restricted. How could he still wield such terrifying might, causing Yang Qing's sword energy to simply dissipate? What kind of power was this? Chapter 213. My time law is impressive too. Chen Nian stepped forward slowly, a hint of mirth in his eyes. You are aware of my mastery over spatial laws, but you are oblivious to the fact that my understanding of time laws is equally formidable. With those words, an enigmatic aura erupted from him, stretching through the ages. As if capable of reaching the other shore, Yang Qing, witnessing this, was filled with astonishment, disbelief flooding his features. How is this possible? The law of time. To say that time reigns supreme while space is revered is not mere rhetoric. The powers of time surpass those of space, rendering it immensely formidable. He never anticipated that Chen Nian could master the power of time, a talent so formidable it was beyond comprehension. In an instant, Yang Qing's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Yet it only solidified his resolve. Chen Nian, you must die? Chen Emperor, it appears I cannot spare you. With that, Yang Qing's aura surged violently, an overwhelming force radiating from him. This is bad, Chen Tiandao murmured, sensing the ominous shift. What is it, master? What has transpired? The elders questioned, their concern palpable. Yang Qing seems off, one remarked. The elders of the Chen family, along with the domain lords of the 3,000 domains, gazed intently at Yang Qing, uncertain of the unfolding events. Chen Tiandao squinted, worry etched across his face. Yang Qing is enveloped in a terrifying aura. It must be the remnant energy of a god king. With this power, he has transcended the realm of the great emperor and ascended to that of the divine emperor. Indeed, at this moment, Yang Qing had been granted a fragment of a god king's soul, allowing him to temporarily surpass the great emperor realm and break into the divine emperor realm. However, this breakthrough was ephemeral, lasting no more than 15 minutes. Any longer, and his mortal form would collapse. Yet, for warriors of their caliber, even a few moments could determine the outcome of a battle. Chen Nian, merely a holy king, could hardly hope to contend with Yang Qing, a divine emperor. Even Chen Nian wore a grave expression, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Yang Qing. Little junior brother, do you require my assistance? Came Yu Ying's voice from within the Tower of Heaven. Chen Nian shook his head. Not yet. I shall first gauge his strength. After all, it was best to keep Yu Ying's identity concealed for now, preserving her as a trump card. As for Yang Qing, despite his temporary elevation to the divine emperor realm, his internal energies were unstable, swirling chaotically, only subdued under the pressure of the god king's remnant. Thus, Chen Nian saw no need for a direct confrontation. He merely needed to engage in guerrilla tactics, buying time. With his myriad laws at his disposal, sustaining himself for 15 minutes should pose no challenge. By then, Yang Qing would meet his end. Stealing his resolve, Chen Nian focused intently on Yang Qing's form. Yu Ying, understanding, nodded in agreement. Very well. Should you falter, I shall intervene. Agreed. Meanwhile, Yang Qing's aura stabilized, and as he reveled in his newfound power, a sense of unprecedented satisfaction filled his eyes. The difference between the divine emperor and the great emperor realms was vast, despite their apparent proximity. Even previously, with all his law powers and supreme weapons, Yang Qing could barely match a half-step divine emperor. He was incapable of standing against a true divine emperor. Among both the divine and human races, only a handful could rival a divine emperor while still in the great emperor realm, no more than 3. Such rarity underscored the might of the divine emperor realm. Chen Nian, your fate is sealed, Yang Qing proclaimed, a sinister smile spreading across his face. His gaze ablaze with fervor. Freeze, he uttered, and Chen Nian found himself ensnared, motionless under an overwhelming dread. Perish. With that, Yang Qing swung his great broadsword, unleashing a torrent of power that reverberated throughout the very fabric of space, causing the rift to shudder violently. At this moment, Chen Nian found himself firmly constrained, surrounded by an endless expanse of lethal blade energy. He held nothing back, fully aware that any hint of arrogance could lead to his demise. Law of power. Break from me. The terrifying force of the law of power erupted instantly, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Nian finally shattered his opponent's restraints. He swiftly enacted a temporal banishment, sending a portion of the blade energy into the chaotic currents of time. Simultaneously, he evaded the remaining blade attacks with deft movements. It must be said that Yang Qing's prowess was indeed formidable. Despite his evasive maneuvers, Chen Nian was still struck in several places by the blade energy, resulting in 7 or 8 wounds, from which blood flowed profusely. His blood shimmered like molten gold, dripping steadily onto the ground. Yang Qing, witnessing this, wore a smirk of satisfaction. Chen Nian, my original blade energy is far from simple. It will traverse your body freely, leading you to your untimely end. Seemingly envisioning Chen Nian's demise, Yang Qing was quite pleased. However, Chen Nian steadied himself, waving his hand, and astonishingly, the 7 or 8 wounds began to heal instantaneously. This display left Yang Qing utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Wounds healing out of thin air. Even the blade energy that had previously invaded those wounds vanished without a trace. Shock. Utter disbelief. This cannot be. Yang Qing's expression shifted, his incredulity palpable. Chen Nian, however, merely smiled faintly and advanced, his voice resonating throughout the space. Who told you I possess only the laws of time and space? My mastery of the law of life is quite commendable as well. The law of life? Yang Qing stammered, struck speechless. Not only did Chen Nian master the two supreme laws of time and space, along with the laws of darkness and power, but he also wielded the law of life with considerable expertise. Who would believe such a thing? Furthermore, he was yet to reach the age of 100. Even among the three divine kings, such an anomaly was unheard of. Chen Nian continued with a cheerful demeanor. My mastery of the law of life is already profound. As long as I do not perish, I can restore myself to full form in an instant. What do you have to contend with me? Although the law of life was indeed fearsome, its effects were not so extraordinary unless one reached a state of perfection or completeness. However, at this moment, Chen Nian merely exaggerated to disrupt his opponent's composure. Fully aware that Yang Qing, lacking knowledge of the law of life, could not discern the truth. Chapter 214. Yang Qing, Death. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Yang Qing's demeanor shifted, losing its composure. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the law of life, he recognized it as one of the pinnacle laws, a force capable of controlling life itself, a terrifying existence. Not only could it strip ordinary beings of their life force, but it could also heal warriors, embodying the essence of both offense and defense. Such a supreme law was beyond the comprehension of even the most formidable beings like the three divine kings. The revelation that Chen Nian not only grasped the law of life, but had cultivated it to great heights left Yang Qing reeling. Humph. So what if that is the case? I can crush you with a single punch. With that, Yang Qing's massive blade surged forth again, a torrent of lethal energy sweeping across the space. Chen Nian felt an overwhelming aura of death enveloping him, as blade energy surged from all directions. Yang Qing's figure vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, Chen Nian unleashed the power of the law of darkness. In an instant, the entire space transformed into a shroud of darkness, obscuring the events within from external observers. Within this darkness, Chen Nian's senses and strength were enhanced, while Yang Qing found himself considerably weakened. Nevertheless, he did not remain static, and Chen Nian cautiously tracked his opponent's movement. Suddenly, Chen Nian felt an instinctive jolt. Endless blade energy surged from all directions, prompting him to transform the darkness into long spears that pierced outward. The spears clashed with the blade energy, momentarily stalling its advance. But the lethal forces seemed intent on shattering everything in their path, obliterating the dark spears and hurtling toward Chen Nian. Yet amidst this chaos, Chen Nian keenly detected Yang Qing's silhouette. Undeterred, he smirked coldly. In the next instant, life burgeoned forth around him. Before long, massive trees erupted from the ground, encircling Chen Nian's form protectively. The blade energy collided against the towering trees, producing a cacophony of sound. One by one, the waves of blade energy dissipated. And although the summoned trees began to vanish, new giants sprouted in their place. This demonstrated the might of Chen Nian's law of life. These towering trees could withstand any assault. Yang Qing, witnessing this, was filled with fury. He realized that his current strength could not sustain the battle for long. If he could not subdue Chen Nian within a short period, not only would his mission fail, but he would also face his own demise. This was intolerable to him. Thus, he blinked, positioning himself before the colossal trees. Blade energy, break for me. With a thunderous roar, Chen Nian felt an immense force surge against him, as the trees that shielded him fell like dominoes. In that moment, Chen Nian wasted no time, activating the law of time. Waves of temporal energy flowed around him. Temporal banishment. Countless streams of blade energy vanished just as they were about to reach him. Without hesitation, Chen Nian darted toward Yang Qing. Time accelerate. The power of time surged through him, propelling Chen Nian's speed to its zenith. Although the space was sealed by some artifact, rendering his spatial abilities unusable, his manipulation of time allowed him to quicken his personal time flow, enhancing his speed. The application of the law of power depended on one's understanding of its nuances to unleash maximum potential in combat. In an instant, Chen Nian's speed surged, evading Yang Qing's relentless assaults as the latter roared in frustration, his attacks unceasing. After a deft dodge, Chen Nian halted abruptly and unleashed a counterattack. Temporal seal. In that moment, Yang Qing felt as though an unseen force had bound him, rendering his movements sluggish. Each step he took, every strike he attempted, required enormous effort to overcome this hindrance. Even so, to Chen Nian, Yang Qing's attacks appeared to unfold in slow motion, while Chen Nian temporarily sealed his opponent. He felt his own energy depleting rapidly. After all, he faced a warrior of divine caliber, and maintaining a temporal seal on such a being consumed energy at a far greater rate than it would against a Saint King. After sustaining the seal for several breaths, Chen Nian relinquished his hold, and Yangqing immediately sensed a rush of relief. However, this back and forth left Yangqing acutely aware of his dwindling strength. His power, borrowed from a fragment of a divine king's soul, was ultimately a debt that required repayment, and the cost was not insignificant. In this world, every action has its consequences, and borrowed strength must be returned with interest. Yangqing sensed this clearly, intensifying his attacks against Chen Nian with renewed urgency. Chen Nian, recognizing this shift, remained composed, using the power of darkness for concealment while employing the law of time to hasten his retreat. If struck, he would utilize the law of life to heal. For Chen Nian, the strategy was simple: outlast. If he could endure for just a few moments longer, Yangqing would exhaust himself, rendering him powerless without Chen Nian needing to lift a finger. As Chen Nian sensed the weakening force of Yangqing's attacks, he remained unhurried in his defense, refraining from initiating any strikes. Before long, a quarter of an hour passed. Suddenly, Yangqing's body slackened, and a significant portion of his strength evaporated. The power that had once belonged to the divine king had dissipated entirely, leaving him weak and collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Nian also recognized the peculiarities of his opponent's physique, a faint smile gracing his lips. He withdrew the power of the dark laws, allowing the onlookers to perceive the situation clearly. Chen Nian slowly approached Yangqing. "Unfortunately, you have lost," he stated, a glimmer of joy evident in his gaze. "Whether you wish to kill or maim, feel free to proceed. Once the God King enters the 3,000 domains, you shall all accompany me to the grave." Yangqing's face bore a cold smirk, as if he had already envisioned Chen Nian's demise. Yet, Chen Nian remained unfazed, responding with a smile, "We shall meet again." Yangqing, taken aback, clearly did not grasp the meaning behind Chen Nian's words. Without hesitation, Chen Nian drew his sword, and a large head soared into the air, subsequently rolling aside. "Yangqing is dead." Chen Nian wasted no time, searching Yangqing's body until he uncovered a spatial ring and a pitch-black orb. Chapter 215. The God King's Mark. Gazing at the items extracted from Yangqing, Chen Nian discerned that the black orb was indeed a legendary artifact capable of rending space. However, with Yangqing's death, the connection he had with the artifact was severed, causing the space that had been torn asunder to revert to its original state. Chen Nian did not rush to examine the orb. Instead, he stored it away and exited. The crowd's expressions varied upon seeing Chen Nian emerge: shock, joy, disbelief. After all, Yangqing, who had battled Chen Nian, possessed the power of a god emperor. That Chen Nian had emerged unscathed after enduring a quarter of an hour in such a realm was a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Coupled with the earlier battle, the crowd no longer dared to regard Chen Nian as a mere junior. The son of the Chen emperor was indeed unparalleled in the annals of history. Indeed. I believe the talents of the Chen emperor's son are truly one of a kind in the lengthy history of the 3,000 domains, one of the domain lords remarked. "Exactly. I share this sentiment," another elder chimed in. Domain lords and elders alike lavished praise upon Chen Nian, their words rife with flattery. Even the lords from the top 10 domains regarded Chen Nian with newfound respect, no longer seeing him as a junior. The lord of the Phoenix domain approached with a smile, saying, "Chen Nian, I did not anticipate your strength to be so formidable. Entrusting Ni Huang to you was indeed a wise decision. Ni Huang is currently in seclusion, but she is expected to emerge soon. If you have the time, please accompany me to the Phoenix domain." Currently, Ni Huang was undergoing a transformative experience in the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix domain, which had thrived for over 1,000,000 years, undoubtedly possessing its own unique legacy. "Very well," Chen Nian replied with a slight smile, seeing no reason to decline. After decades of seclusion, Ni Huang was sure to emerge significantly stronger and would undoubtedly become a valuable ally. The two exchanged smiles, words unnecessary between them. Chen Nian accepted the accolades from the crowd with a smile. That night, back in his chamber, Chen Nian retrieved the orb he had acquired from Yangqing. This black orb, a true artifact, was indeed remarkable. After scrutinizing it for a while, he found no discernible differences and remained uncertain of its usage. "Senior sister, do you know what this object is?" Chen Nian inquired telepathically. Meanwhile, in the Tongtian Tower, Yuing opened her eyes, her gaze fixed intently on the orb in Chen Nian's hand. She had noticed it earlier, but had not had the opportunity to examine it closely. Now, upon closer inspection, her expression shifted slightly. TSK. "Junior brother, your fortune is truly extraordinary," she remarked. Chen Nian was momentarily puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yuing elaborated. "This orb is known as the Chaos Pearl, a legendary artifact, once belonging to Hera, one of the three God Kings. This artifact is no ordinary item. It can not only rend space, but also create a small world. Furthermore, the Chaos Pearl is both offensive and defensive, its quality comparable to that of a small world. If one were to master it completely, they could wield it to harm others. As for its other functionalities, I am not entirely certain. Ewing only had a general understanding of the orb's capabilities, as she recalled Hera using it during the Celestial Clan's assault on the 3,000 domains, which had provided her with insights into its remarkable uses. However, she had not anticipated that it would come into Chen Nian's possession. Your fortune is indeed unparalleled. Chen Nian's eyes lit up at this revelation, a wave of joy washing over him as he beheld the orb. Senior sister, how does one utilize this orb? Ewing replied, this orb, being Hera's personal artifact, is undoubtedly complex. It must bear Hera's soul imprint. Indeed, Chen Nian acknowledged. This orb is undoubtedly inscribed with some form of imprint by Hera. While it may not manifest in daily use, if someone attempts to erase this imprint, that soul imprint will fight fiercely in retaliation. This explains why, despite the orb's terrifying power, Yangqing did not unleash its full potential. He simply had not mastered its true strength. Contemplating this, Chen Nian once more gazed at the Chaos Pearl. Senior sister, with our current soul strength, can we erase the God King's imprint from the Chaos Pearl? Ewing, hearing this, materialized from the Tongtian Tower. Junior brother, have you lost your mind? The God King's imprint is something even your father would find impossible to eliminate. The imprint left by a God King is not something that could be easily dispelled, not even by the combined efforts of the two of them and Chen Nian's father, Chen Tiandao. The chasm between their strength and that of a God King was insurmountable, a reality that Ewing deeply understood. Chen Nian, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation, his mind delving into the system. System, is it possible for you to remove the God King's imprint from the Chaos Pearl? Beep. The host may spend 4 billion points to erase it once. 4 billion points? Chen Nian was taken aback. While the cost was considerable, the value of the Chaos Pearl as an artifact was immense. Exchanging 4 billion points for an artifact of such worth was indeed a worthy investment. Thus, after a moment of deliberation, he resolved to proceed. Very well. Having made his decision, he focused his mind, plunging it directly into the Chaos Pearl. The orb reacted as if stimulated, activating the God King's imprint. In the next moment, a terrifying force surged forth, and a colossal phantom materialized before him. This is not good. Junior brother, how did you awaken the God King's soul? Although the phantom before them was merely a projection of the God King, it was still formidable. Given their current capabilities, they were certainly no match for it. Yet, Chen Nian remained calm and composed, his gaze steady upon the figure. Human, I did not expect you to awaken me. It seems Yangqing has fallen at your hands. Today, I shall eliminate this threat. As Hera's gaze sharpened, she prepared to strike, only to find herself suddenly restrained by an overwhelming force. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free. Soon, a black hole appeared before her, exuding an insatiable pull that drew her closer to its maw. Hera fought desperately to escape, but against the black hole's terrifying suction, she was powerless. No, cursed human, await the day I descend in my true form. It shall be your demise. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Hera was swallowed by the black hole. Chapter 216. The stunned God King witnessing this spectacle, Ewing, who had initially been alarmed, stood frozen in place. Junior brother, what? What just happened? It was crucial to note that this was the God King's imprint. They were certainly no match for it, yet it had been so effortlessly consumed by a black hole. If others were to learn of this, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. It was utterly terrifying, beyond comprehension. Chen Nian smiled faintly, choosing not to continue the conversation initiated by Ewing, for the method discussed was indeed too terrifying. Instead, he shifted the topic and asked, Sister, can you directly inscribe my soul mark? Upon hearing this, Ewing understood Chen Nian's intentions. Aware of the mysterious origins and significant secrets surrounding her junior disciple, she refrained from probing further and simply nodded in agreement. Indeed, junior brother, you can inscribe your own soul mark. Chen Nian nodded silently, then divided a fragment of his soul power and inscribed it upon the Chaos Pearl. Instantly, the pearl erupted with an otherworldly brilliance, and Chen Nian felt a connection forming between himself and the Chaos Pearl, a smile creeping onto his lips. He had successfully claimed an artifact as his own. As he examined the Chaos Pearl closely, he discovered its profound secrets. This artifact not only could isolate space, but also control the flow of time within that space, with the maximum rate of acceleration being 5 times. This was merely a fundamental function. Moreover, the Chaos Pearl served as a formidable defensive treasure. If one were to engage in battle with a martial artist and found themselves outmatched, they could seek refuge within the Chaos Pearl, which even a God Emperor level warrior would struggle to breach. Furthermore, the pearl could be wielded to inflict harm upon enemies, as Chen Nian could easily command it to strike foes. Do not underestimate this pearl. Its weight is comparable to half of the entire 3,000 domains. Should it fall upon someone, they would either perish or sustain grievous injuries, with a high likelihood of being crushed into a pulp. Such a fearsome item delighted Chen Nian immensely. Beside him, Ying also felt a surge of joy. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Nian's acquisition of this pearl had bolstered his strength while simultaneously diminishing that of the divine domain. After toying with the pearl for a while, Chen Nian's gaze shifted toward Yangqing's spatial ring. After all, he had been nurtured by the God King for many years, so it was only natural that he possessed numerous valuable items. Without hesitation, Chen Nian erased Yangqing's soul mark and opened the spatial ring. He was immediately astonished by the sheer volume of items within. The ring encompassed roughly 10,000 square meters, nearly filled to the brim with various objects. As Chen Nian's divine sense swept through the contents, he realized that none of the items were trivial. Whether pills or weapons, their quality was notably high. Suddenly, Chen Nian's attention was drawn to two particular items. One was a jade bottle, which lay serenely within the spatial ring, adorned with a willow branch, containing a small amount of liquid. Chen Nian promptly retrieved the jade bottle and curiously inquired of Ying, "Sister, what is this?" Ying was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the jade bottle. "Junior brother, although this jade bottle is merely a 9-star weapon, the willow branch is extraordinary. Legend has it that when the heavens first opened, a willow tree grew in the southeast. Its properties, while not comparable to that of the tree of life, are still divine. Each year, the willow branch produces a small amount of sap. A single drop can enhance a martial artist's constitution, integrating into their very being and significantly benefiting their innate talent. The liquid within this jade bottle is precisely that sap." Upon hearing Yu Ying's explanation, Chen Nian understood. The willow branch, akin to the tree of life, was a product of the primordial world. The branches could be forged into weapons or nurtured within the jade bottle, with the sap produced enhancing a martial artist's cultivation and innate abilities. Chen Nian comprehended this and took a drop of the sap into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of potent spiritual energy coursed through him. In the next moment, he felt warmth enveloping his entire being, a peculiar stirring sensation as though he were being cleansed. It was an exquisite feeling of bliss. After approximately 15 minutes, Chen Nian sensed a slight increase in his true qi cultivation, though it was a modest enhancement. For someone of his level, such progress was no trivial feat. He temporarily stored the jade bottle, intending to plant the willow branch within the Tower of Ascension that night, much like the Tree of Life. Next, Chen Nian's gaze fell upon a supreme imperial artifact, the very one bestowed upon Yangqing by the God King. As he lifted the sword, its weight was formidable, exuding an aura of terrifying power. It was important to note that such top-tier imperial artifacts were exceedingly rare within the 3,000 domains. With a grin, Chen Nian reveled in his spoils. Meanwhile, within the divine domain, panic had taken hold. In the God King's hall, the three God Kings had gathered. "Hera, what is the purpose of this summons?" The God King Satan inquired. Poseidon, standing beside him, also appeared puzzled, sensing a sense of urgency in Hera's call, as though a significant crisis had emerged. Hera's expression darkened as she responded, "The connection with the Chaos Pearl has been severed." Her simple statement sent waves of terror through the other two. They were well aware of the Chaos Pearl, Hera's personal artifact, renowned for its formidable power. The pearl bore Hera's mark. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person, let alone a God Emperor level warrior, to sever that bond. Observing the disbelief etched on their faces, Hera explained slowly, before Yangqing ventured into the 3,000 domains. "I had lent him the Chaos Pearl, intending for him to eliminate that newly risen human youth, Chen Nian. However, unexpectedly, Yangqing's life lamp shattered, and the connection to the Chaos Pearl was lost." "What?" The two exchanged incredulous glances. They were acutely aware of Yangqing's strength. As a being of the Emperor realm, augmented by the Chaos Pearl and the gifts from the other God Kings, he was virtually invincible within the 3,000 domains. Moreover, the mission was to have him concealed within the human realm. How could he have been eradicated so swiftly, and how could the Chaos Pearl have been seized? If this were to be spoken of, no one would believe it. My projection was drawn away by a great terror. In an instant, the connection was severed. As Hera spoke of this great terror, a trace of fear flickered in her eyes. This was a presence that even the God Kings feared, a force within the 3,000 domains that posed a threat to them. Upon hearing Hera's words, Poseidon and Satan exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Is there truly something within the 3,000 domains that could threaten us? How is that possible? Unless the legendary Purple Sky God Emperor has returned, which is utterly implausible. The Purple Sky God Emperor is assuredly dead, and even if a fragment of his soul miraculously survived, it would be of no consequence. It seems the 3,000 domains cannot be entered for the time being. We must wait for a millennium until my true form descends, at which point the entire 3,000 domains shall be laid to waste. Indeed, hearing Poseidon's words, both Hera and Satan nodded in agreement. To allow the divine clan's emperor-level warriors to enter now would be tantamount to delivering them into the jaws of death. It was imperative to conserve the strength of the divine clan. Such a course of action was unequivocally unwise. For the moment, the only option was to wait. In the 3,000 domains, within Chen Nian's chamber, after meticulously sorting through the items in Yangqing's spatial ring, Chen Nian smiled faintly and summoned Yangqing's soul. Upon beholding the unfamiliar surroundings, Yangqing felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Suddenly, he caught sight of Chen Nian's enigmatic smile, and a shiver ran down his spine. Was it possible that he had not perished? In an instant, he attempted to launch an attack at Chen Nian, only to realize that his hands had transformed into a soul form. His entire being had similarly dissipated. His corporeal body vanished. What is happening? Yangqing exclaimed in shock. Do not look anymore. You have already perished. What remains is merely your soul. Chen Nian replied with a smile. I told you. We would meet again. Staring at Chen Nian's smiling visage, Yangqing stood rooted in place. I am already dead. Now I exist in a soul state. Chen Nian, what sorcery have you employed? After the act of murder, the notion of seizing another's soul was foreign to Yangqing. Even the three great divine kings did not possess such terrifying abilities. Chen Nian, upon hearing this, merely smiled in silence. This does not concern you. You must understand your position. You are my servant. With that, Chen Nian focused his thoughts, and instantly, Yangqing was engulfed in agony. His entire being contorted in pain, an overwhelming torment enveloping him. The shrill cry that erupted was deafening, but thanks to Chen Nian's spatial power sealing the room, the sound could not escape. Otherwise, the entire Chen family would have heard Yangqing's screams. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely in Yangqing's perception, as if a century had passed. The pain was excruciating, and suddenly, he sensed it begin to wane, his consciousness gradually returning. Gazing at Chen Nian's face, an involuntary shiver ran through him. His instincts warned him that the man before him was utterly terrifying, akin to a demon. A quarter of an hour. You are tougher than those fellows, Chen Nian remarked, referring to the divine emperors of the divine clan. The fact that Yangqing endured for a quarter of an hour without begging for mercy indicated his formidable willpower, truly impressive for someone trained by a divine king for over a century. However, Yangqing was teetering on the brink of collapse. Chen Nian, what do you want from me? His voice trembled, rife with fear and countless negative emotions swirling in his mind. Chen Nian smiled faintly. I want your submission. Submission? A hint of derision flickered in Yangqing's eyes. Impossible. Is it? Chen Nian's smile remained, unconcerned. With a mere thought, Yangqing was plunged into pain once more. Refusal to submit? Then let us continue this torture. No one can withstand such suffering. It is a torment that reaches into the depths of the soul. It was worth noting that Salonai, previously at the divine emperor level, had a soul far stronger than that of an emperor warrior, yet even he had begged for mercy under Chen Nian's soul-binding technique. As predicted, after another quarter of an hour, Yangqing's body began to convulse, muttering, I was wrong, I submit. His voice was barely audible, but Chen Nian's keen ears caught it. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he eased Yangqing's pain, allowing him to regain his senses. Once he sensed Yangqing's lack of resistance, Chen Nian felt content. After providing Yangqing with some soul-replenishing elixirs and a cultivation technique for soul enhancement, he retracted him into his spatial realm. In the room, Chen Nian gathered his thoughts, sitting cross-legged to meditate. The death of Yangqing would inevitably be known to the Death God clan, and having severed the connection between the Divine King and the Chaos Pearl, they would surely act with caution. Thus, the 3,000 domains could enjoy a period of stability for 1,000 years. However, Chen Nian did not intend to remain idle. With the Divine Clan's impending invasion a millennium away and the slow pace of cultivation, he needed to amass a significant number of points to expedite his progress. The best method was to slay Divine Clan warriors and swiftly acquire points. Therefore, Chen Nian planned to allow the soul bodies of those divine emperors to enter the divine realm, to wreak havoc and simultaneously gather points for himself. Chen Nian entered the Tower of Heaven, ascending to the top floor alongside Yuang. The tree of life thrived there, having grown into a towering giant, with life-giving water cascading daily. Chen Nian did not hoard this life-giving water for himself. He shared some with the Chen family, providing it to several elders and promising disciples, aiming to cultivate more exceptional talents. Little disciple, if the divine realm were to learn that you possess a complete tree of life, they would surely be ecstatic. Yuying remarked in awe. Chen Nian chuckled in response. Sister, soon we shall also have a complete willow tree. This willow tree was a product of the primordial chaos, with sap capable of enhancing a warrior's innate talent, especially beneficial for infants. It was easy to imagine that once this willow branch grew into a towering tree, the next generation of the Chen family would all possess extraordinary talents, leading to a formidable era of cultivation. Yuying could not help but express her admiration upon hearing this. The mysteries surrounding her little disciple were too numerous for even her to decipher. But this was ultimately beneficial for the 3,000 domains. Without hesitation, Chen Nian took out the willow branch and exchanged it for a handful of 9 heaven soil in the marketplace, intending to plant the willow. He sprinkled several drops of the life-giving water onto the willow branch, which instantly erupted with a more vibrant green radiance. The life-giving water, imbued with a formidable life force, would greatly aid the willow's growth. In approximately 10 years, it would reach the same stature as the tree of life. The top floor of the Tower of Heaven accelerated the flow of time, making it 10 times faster than the outside world. The next chapter unfolds silently through the night. The following morning, Chen Nian ordered Salonai to accompany the 18 divine emperors from the sacred mountain to the divine realm. Before their departure, Chen Nian bestowed upon each a talisman. When torn, it would instantly transport them back to Chen Nian's side, a vital safeguard for them. The timing of their journey to the divine realm was strategic, as Chen Nian knew that half of the divine emperors had perished, leaving them vulnerable. Furthermore, the 3 divine kings would not attack the 3,000 domains anytime soon, nor could they fathom Chen Nian's audacity to send a dozen divine emperors to the divine realm. Having arranged for Salonai and the others, Chen Nian then accompanied the Phoenix Domain Lord, Feng Jiahuang, to the Phoenix Domain. In the current landscape of the 3,000 domains, the Chen family held supremacy. Given Chen Nian's relationship with the Phoenix Domain, Feng Jiahuang treated him with utmost respect. Soon, Chen Nian, along with Chen Pinyin and Shueluer, arrived in the territory of the Phoenix Domain. The Phoenix Domain occupied a vast expanse, yet the Phoenix clan had neither cities nor walls, only countless forests and canyons. The entire domain was devoid of human presence, populated solely by the Phoenix clan and various avian creatures. As rulers of the skies, the Phoenixes commanded numerous bird species, their status exceedingly noble. Before long, they arrived at a massive canyon, the abode of the Phoenix clan. In the sky, numerous Phoenix soldiers patrolled, and upon the return of Feng Jiahuang, they all saluted. The soldiers of the Phoenix clan were formidable, each having at least reached the king realm. Unlike humans, the Phoenix clan possessed an immense bloodline, granting them significant power merely through their lineage. However, as the saying goes, bloodlines can be both a blessing and a curse. Although the Phoenix clan's bloodline accelerated their cultivation, breaking through to the higher realm of the Divine Emperor required transcending bloodline limitations. Following Feng Jiahuang, Chen Nian entered a grand hall. Chen Dizzy, Huanger has been in seclusion within the ancestral grounds of my Phoenix clan for several decades. It may take some time before she emerges. You may cultivate here in the Phoenix domain for a while. With this token, you may traverse freely throughout the domain. With that, Feng Jiahuang handed Chen Nian a token of the highest order, a purple gold insignia, granting him status equal to that of the domain lord, allowing access to all areas of the Phoenix domain. Chen Nian smiled and replied, "Thank you, domain lord." Feng Jiahuang smiled back, "You are too modest, Chen Dizzy. Without you, Huanger would never have achieved the 9-colored bloodline. You are a great benefactor to my Phoenix domain. Had it not been for Chen Nian, although Ni Huang's talent was commendable, she would never have reached 9 colors. A 9-colored phoenix had a high probability of ancestral return, achieving the status of Phoenix Ancestor, presenting a tremendous opportunity for the Phoenix domain." In response, Chen Nian said, "You flatter me, domain lord." After a brief conversation with Feng Jiahuang, Chen Nian was led to his quarters. In a vast courtyard, rich in the essence of heaven and earth, Chen Pinyin and Shueluer resided nearby. Over the years, both Chen Pinyin and Shueluer had made remarkable progress in their cultivation, successfully breaking through into the Saint Realm. Thanks to Yangqing's space ring, which contained numerous treasures and weapons, Chen Nian selected an imperial weapon for Chen Pinyin. With this imperial weapon and the initial strength of the Saint Realm, he was capable of rivaling most practitioners at the late Saint Realm. "Pinyin, Luer, come here," Chen Nian called out as the two were cultivating in the courtyard. Young master, what is it? Chen Ping'an and Shui Luer replied respectfully. Chen Nian smiled as he produced 2 small vials from his robe and handed them over. These contain the essence extracted from the first willow branch of heaven and earth. It can enhance your talents and improve your cultivation. Take them. Such a substance significantly boosts a practitioner's abilities, especially for those using it for the first time, where the effects are particularly pronounced. Thank you, young master. The two's eyes brightened instantly, recognizing the value of this gift, which could rival the water of life. Their expressions radiated joy. Chen Nian smiled slightly, providing them with some spiritual herbs, then instructed them to continue their training. Both possessed extraordinary strength now, although they were only at the initial stage of the Saint Realm. They could already compare to those at the late stage. After completing these tasks, Chen Nian secluded himself to cultivate. After about a year of training in the Phoenix domain, his cultivation had risen from mid-Saint King to late Saint King, significantly enhancing his power. One day, a piercing sound erupted from the entire Phoenix domain gorge. Immediately afterward, boundless spiritual energy surged forth from a certain location, transforming the sky into a kaleidoscope of colors. Observing this, Chen Nian stepped out of the courtyard. Feng Jiuhuan hurriedly approached, her face alight with joy. Chen Dizzy, Huaner is about to emerge from seclusion. Indeed, Anai Huan had been cultivating in the ancestral land for several decades and was finally set to emerge. Judging by the current aura, her cultivation was likely formidable. Just as Feng Jiuhuan finished speaking, a figure streaked across the sky. Endless flames engulfed the heavens, but these flames were not red, they were black, reminiscent of an apocalypse, casting a shadow over the gorge where the Phoenix clan resided. A terrifying aura descended, causing the Phoenix clansmen to tremble involuntarily, instinctively wanting to kneel. Some of the weaker practitioners even fell to their knees. The overwhelming power of the bloodline was palpable, instilling a sense of reverence deep within even Feng Jiuhuan's soul. My heavens! Feng Jiuhuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the black golden figure above. Huaner has returned to her ancestral lineage. Heaven blesses us, and I am grateful to Chen Dizzy for your assistance. My Huaner has reclaimed her bloodline. The Phoenix domain shall flourish. Feng Jiuhuan's voice trembled with emotion. After so many years, a phoenix of ancestral lineage had finally emerged in the Phoenix domain, and it was her own offspring. The significance of an ancestral phoenix for the Phoenix domain was immeasurable. One could say that even the combined strength of all the Phoenix clan members would pale in comparison to this single ancestral phoenix. Watching the figure above, Chen Nian also felt a glimmer of joy. After all, Anai Huan was his own, and her growing strength would only benefit him. As Anai Huan spotted Chen Nian and Feng Jiuhuan, she let out a cry and dove towards them, her speed tearing through space and bringing her before the gathered crowd. You've come, young master. Anai Huan's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Chen Nian. To her, he felt even closer than Feng Jiuhuan. You're already at the Emperor realm and have reclaimed your bloodline. Splendid. Chen Nian praised, and Anai Huan beamed with childlike excitement. Chapter 219. Anai Huan emerges He. Anai Huan transformed into human form, her face radiant with joy, especially after hearing Chen Nian's commendation. In the ancestral land, I encountered a fragment of the ancestral phoenix's consciousness and accepted her legacy. After decades of cultivation, I fully embraced her teachings, which is why I possess this strength. That ancestral land was left behind by the ancestral phoenix, intended for the bloodline awakening of the Phoenix clan's descendants. Only one phoenix could enter this land each generation. Yet, for countless years, no phoenix had returned to ancestral lineage. Anai Huan was the first in several 100,000 years, a momentous occasion in the history of the Phoenix clan. Chen Nian nodded with a smile. Junior disciple, your phoenix is extraordinary. In his mind, the voice of Yuing echoed, filled with astonishment. She had been born in ancient times and had witnessed many powerful beasts and prodigies, but upon seeing Anai Huan, she was left speechless. Among the myriad ancient beasts, none could compare to Anai Huan. Is the ancestral phoenix bloodline truly that formidable? Chen Nian inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Yuing nodded solemnly. Indeed, it is essential to understand that in the primordial era, every being was favored by the heavens. However, there were distinctions in the levels of favor. Among the creatures, 2 were exceptionally blessed, the ancestral dragon and the ancestral phoenix. These 2 primordial beings were born as kings, endowed with the vast luck of the heavens. Yuing gradually recounted some secrets of the primordial era, knowledge that Chen Nian had not previously understood. Although it was merely a brief explanation, he grasped the terrifying nature of the ancestral phoenix bloodline. Born with immense luck, it was undoubtedly a child of destiny. possessing a formidable bloodline power even stronger than that of the three great kings of the divine realm. If Inai Huan continued to grow, she would undoubtedly become a powerful ally by Chen Nian's side in the future. Junior disciple, I never anticipated your luck to be so extraordinary. Even my father had never encountered a beast of ancestral lineage, let alone as a mount. A beast of ancestral lineage as Chen Nian's mount was a privilege that even the former Zixiao divine emperor had not received. Chen Nian smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, "It's merely good fortune." Good fortune? Ying found this hard to believe. Chen Nian seemed to carry an incredible mystery about him. Nevertheless, this made her more confident in the outcome of the impending conflict with the divine realm. After their conversation, Inai Huan and Feng Jiuhuan concluded their discussions. Shortly thereafter, Feng Jiuhuan arranged for a feast to celebrate Inai Huan's return to her ancestral bloodline and her breakthrough into the emperor realm. The entire Phoenix clan was engulfed in a joyous celebration. With Inai Huan's current strength, not only Feng Jiuhuan, but even the entire Phoenix clan combined would likely struggle to match her power. The return to ancestral lineage was no trivial matter. Inai Huan's bloodline power now rivaled that of the Phoenix progenitor, rich and potent. Currently, Inai Huan had mastered two major laws, the law of fire, an innate talent of the Phoenix clan, which had reached perfection after her return to ancestral lineage, just one step away from achieving absolute perfection. Once attained, her strength would undergo a tremendous transformation, enabling her to contend with deities. The second was the law of darkness, a result of Inai Huan being influenced by Chen Nian's unparalleled demonic physique. After decades of arduous training in the ancestral land, her mastery of the law of darkness also approached perfection. With her current power, she was on par with Chen Nian. Such rapid advancement was astonishing. Coupled with her ancestral bloodline power, she was even capable of challenging those at the divine emperor level. At the banquet, Feng Jiuhuang sat at the head of the table, flanked by Inai Huang and Chen Nian on either side. Behind them were the elders of the Phoenix clan. After the resurgence of spiritual energy in the world, these elders had made significant advancements in their cultivation. Among them, there were 7 or 8 at the late stages of the Saint King realm. After all, the Phoenix clan had existed for over 1,000,000 years, boasting an extraordinary foundation. Esteemed guests, today my daughter has broken through to the emperor level and has returned to her ancestral bloodline. Let us raise a toast to the Chen family's heir. Feng Jiuhuang lifted her wine cup and toasted Chen Nian, then drank it down in one gulp. Chen Nian, without hesitation, smiled and followed suit. Jiuhuang, now that your daughter has reached the emperor realm, there is likely no opponent in the entire Phoenix domain. Looking at the vast 3,000 realms, she has few rivals. I wish to pass the position of Phoenix domain lord to you. What say you? Feng Jiuhuang's voice echoed, and an immediate silence fell over the hall. It was known that Feng Jiuhuang had been the Phoenix domain lord for many years, and everyone had grown accustomed to her reign, never considering her abdication. However, if it were to be passed to Inai Huang, no one would object, as she had also reached the emperor realm with astonishing talent, rivaling even Chen Tiandao. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, Inai Huang shook her head resolutely. Mother, I prefer to remain by the side of the young master. I do not wish to take the position of Phoenix domain lord. Inai Huang's words left the elders in the hall momentarily stunned. Inai Huang had actually declined the title of domain lord? Feng Jiuhuang sighed softly, realizing she could not change her daughter's mind. Very well, then. After spending a fortnight in the Phoenix domain, Chen Nian and Inai Huang had engaged in friendly sparring, their strengths evenly matched. Although neither had exerted their full power, they could sense each other's prowess. In the skies above, Chen Nian rode on Inai Huang's back, the immense black phoenix soaring through the heavens. Initially, Chen Nian intended to return to the Chen family via a spirit vessel, but Inai Huang insisted on carrying him, insisting that he ride her. Chen Ping and Shui Luer also enjoyed the ride, experiencing the breathtaking speed of an emperor-level phoenix. The velocity was nothing short of space-shattering. Had Chen Nian not used his true energy to shield them, they would have struggled to withstand the turbulent winds. For the speed that tears through space is no mere boast. Having been out yesterday, I apologize for the lack of updates. Today, I'm feeling a bit stuck. I'll regain my momentum by evening and strive to update tomorrow. Chapter 220. The massacre riding on Inai Huang's back. Her speed was astonishing. The journey from the Phoenix domain to the Chen family would have taken at least 2 days on a spirit vessel, yet with Inai Huang, they arrived above the Chen family in just an hour. Such swiftness would allow one to circle the 3,000 realms in merely a few days. In the entirety of the 3,000 realms, few could surpass this speed, not even Chen Tiandao. Upon returning to the Chen family, Chen Nian proceeded to the ancestral grounds for seclusion. He resolved not to leave until he had broken through to the Emperor realm. Meanwhile, in the Divine Realm, Solon and his companions utilized the Holy Mountains array to teleport directly into the Divine Realm. He led 18 emperors, constituting a formidable force. With Solon on the verge of breaking into the Divine Emperor realm, even a Divine Emperor would find it challenging to contend with their combined might. As they re-entered the Divine Realm, the group felt a mix of emotions. Solon, are we truly going to slay the Divine Clan warriors? Indeed. But if the 3 Divine Kings learn of our actions, we may face dire consequences. The 18 emperors exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with hesitation. They understood that if the 3 Divine Kings discovered their assault on Divine Clan warriors, it would spell disaster for them. However, Solon's loyalty to Chen Nian far outweighed his allegiance to the Divine Realm. In his mind, his loyalty to the Divine Realm had long since warped, and his emotional ties to the Divine Clan had diminished significantly. This was the terrifying power of Chen Nian's soul-binding abilities, capable of silently altering one's loyalty. Everything you perceive, the young master is aware of. If you wish to avoid living a lifetime of torment, behave yourselves. Solon snorted, his gaze laced with murderous intent. Should these individuals defy him, he would show no mercy. In that moment, he resembled Chen Nian's most devoted follower. Upon hearing his words, the others shrank back, silenced by fear. They had experienced that kind of torment and had no desire to endure it again. It was a level of suffering beyond human comprehension. Seeing no opposition, Solon began assigning tasks. Our return to the Divine Realm serves 2 purposes: to slay Divine Clan warriors and to sow chaos within the Divine Realm. Therefore, we shall split into 2 groups. I will lead 8, while the remaining 10 will form another team. Remember, we shall only target smaller cities in the Divine Realm. We must avoid larger ones. Furthermore, should you find yourselves in a situation where escape seems impossible, be sure to tear apart the talisman given by the young master. That talisman can ensure your survival. Once Solon finished his instructions, the group nodded in understanding. Acknowledging their intelligence, Solon ceased speaking. After organizing the groups, he led his 8 companions east while the remaining 10 ventured west. At this moment, the Divine Clan was still reeling from setbacks in their assaults on the 3,000 realms, with countless casualties among their emperor-level warriors. Even the 3 Divine Kings held a degree of caution towards the 3,000 realms. Thus, the Divine Clan was not united internally. With a significant number of Emperor warriors slain and the Divine Emperor warriors already few in number, the Divine Realm was particularly vulnerable. No one could foresee that Chen Nian would dare to send over a dozen Emperor-level warriors into the Divine Realm to massacre Divine Clan warriors, leaving the defenses of the Divine Realm alarmingly weak. Solon and his 8 companions infiltrated a medium-sized city. Originally, this city was protected by 2 Emperor-level warriors. However, after the death of one who had gone to the 3,000 realms, only one remained to guard the city. The city was expansive, rivaling the great cities of the 3,000 realms. Solon and his companions swiftly entered the city, using true energy to form a barrier that sealed off the entire city, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Not even a hint of energy could escape. Meanwhile, within the city lord's estate, the remaining Divine Emperor sensed something was amiss. The Divine Emperor rushed out to investigate. However, upon exiting the estate, Solon and his 8 Emperor-level companions surrounded him. The Divine Emperor's pupils constricted, his expression filled with shock. Who dares to cause trouble in my Sand City? I am an emperor under the command of the Poseidon Divine King. Are you seeking death? Seeking death? The group stood silently, cloaked in black robes, their auras concealed. The Saiyan Emperor couldn't even discern their identities. Attack! With Solon's command, the 8 emperors sprang into action. Though their powers had diminished in their soul forms, they remained formidable. 8 emperors acting in unison overwhelmed their opponent. After a desperate defense, Solon unleashed a burst of true energy, swiftly delivering a fatal blow to the throat. Dead. His eyes were cold, having slain many Divine Clan warriors over the years. His heart was now as tranquil as still water. Go massacre the city. In 15 minutes, I do not wish to see a single survivor. With the mightiest Emperor warrior slain, the remaining defenders in the city, though capable, were no match for the 8 Emperor-level warriors. Understood. The others nodded in agreement. Immediately, the 8 individuals took their positions and commenced a relentless massacre. The sounds of destruction reverberated throughout the city of Sane. However, prior preparations had established protective barriers, preventing any hint of the bloodshed from escaping the city. Inside the fortress, cries for mercy echoed incessantly, yet the assailants showed no mercy. Within a quarter of an hour, the slaughter concluded, leaving not a single survivor in the once thriving city, now rendered a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. Onward, to the next. At this moment, Solon resembled a merciless executioner, dispatching lives with an expressionless visage. Indeed, the other emperors were gradually being assimilated by Solon. In a similar vein, the divine emperors faced a comparable fate, as their previous memories remained intact, rendering them acutely aware of the circumstances within the divine realm. 10 emperors collaborated, annihilating a medium-sized city in a mere 15 minutes, a speed that left onlookers astounded. Following their conquest, they wasted no time and swiftly sought their next target. Meanwhile, Chen Nian, engrossed in seclusion, sensed the rapid increase in points within the system, a smile gracing his face. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 50 years had elapsed. Chen Nian had diligently cultivated within his ancestral land for a full half-century. During this period, the 3,000 domains experienced minimal change, apart from a notable increase in spiritual energy and a surge in high-tier warriors. However, the 18 emperors who had entered the divine realm alongside Solon had sequentially returned to the 3,000 domains through Chen Nian's runes. Yet, amidst this, one emperor's soul was captured by the divine king and failed to shatter the rune in time. Without hesitation, Chen Nian decisively controlled the soul to self-destruct, leaving no trace for the 3 divine kings of the divine realm. One day, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted within the ancestral land. Above the Chen family, thunder and lightning erupted, with dragon-like roars echoing as the sky darkened, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Countless disciples of the Chen family gazed up, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. What is happening? Elder Chen Nian trembled, sensing the overwhelming aura. Despite having reached the half-step emperor level, the terrifying energy still filled him with awe. Beside him, brothers Chen Tiandao and Chen Tianyin turned their gazes skyward. Brother, could it be that our nephew is about to break through to the emperor realm? Chen Tianyin's face lit up with excitement. 10 years prior, he had already attained the half-step emperor level, just a step away from the emperor realm, and had hoped to surpass his nephew. Now, it seemed he was a step behind. Chen Tiandao smiled slightly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it must be Nian striving for a breakthrough. Once Chen Nian ascended to the emperor realm, his power would undoubtedly soar, rivaling even the divine emperor level. Perhaps he would not be overshadowed by his father. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Chen Tiandao's eyes. Having a son like Chen Nian was a blessing for him and the entire Chen family. Let us head to the ancestral land. Yes, Chen Tianyin and the elders exclaimed excitedly, swiftly making their way to the entrance of the ancestral land. There, a stream of light surged forth from within the ancestral land. The figure ascended rapidly, soon reaching the heights of the heavens. Countless gazes turned skyward as the diminutive figure settled upon the firmament. Hooray! The young master is finally emerging. And Ai Huang's eyes were fixed on Chen Nian's silhouette, brimming with joy. During Chen Nian's seclusion, she had little opportunity to accompany him in the ancestral land. Chen Ping'an and Xue Luer stood beside her, the 3 sharing a bond forged through time. The young master's progress is truly formidable. Chen Ping'an's gaze was filled with fervor. Over the course of 50 years, he and Xue Luer had advanced to the mid-stage of the Saint King realm, a rapid pace by external standards. Yet it paled in comparison to Chen Nian's ascension. The young master's brilliance is beyond our comprehension, Xue Luer marveled sincerely. As they conversed, Chen Nian's figure became increasingly visible against the backdrop of the heavens. Countless bolts of lightning descended upon him, yet he remained unfazed, as if merely experiencing a gentle tickle. With a resounding roar, an endless surge of true energy erupted from him, causing the very heavens to tremble. The lightning that had once darkened the sky dissipated instantly. Chen Nian stood suspended in midair, akin to a divine being, his long hair billowing, the darkened tips dancing in the wind, and his golden eyes radiating authority without the need for anger. The phrase "like a god," akin to a demon, aptly described Chen Nian. Long live the young master. The young master is invincible. Not only the Chen family, but also the surrounding warriors of the 9 heavens demon domain and lower realms affiliated with the Chen family bowed respectfully to Chen Nian. In this moment, all regarded him with the utmost reverence. The young man, embodying both divinity and demonic prowess, had returned. The voices of countless beings resonated like a tidal wave across the 3,000 domains, reaching even the farthest corners of the south and north. Feeling the fervent cheers of the multitude, a smile graced Chen Nian's face. He had attained the position of emperor. With this ascension, Chen Nian experienced a tremendous surge in power. As he entered the emperor realm, his entire being transformed dramatically. He controlled his descent, gradually landing as Chen Tiandao, Chen Tianyin, and the elders of the Chen family approached him. And Ai Huang, Chen Ping'an, and Xue Luer hurriedly joined them. The entire Chen family surrounded Chen Nian in joyous celebration. Dear nephew, achieving the emperor realm so swiftly. I shall never catch up to you in this lifetime. You surpass even your father. Chen Nian lamented with a hint of frustration. This father-son duo was indeed extraordinary. Congratulations, young master, on becoming an emperor. Our Chen family shall flourish in this generation. Indeed. The elders gathered around, their faces alight with joy. Chen Nian greeted each of them with a smile. Soon, after a lively exchange outside the ancestral land, the elders instructed their subordinates to prepare a grand feast to welcome Chen Nian. For 3 consecutive days, the Chen family and the 9 Heavens demon domain celebrated with lavish banquets, with both warriors and ordinary citizens alike reveling in joyous spirits. As night fell, Chen Nian returned to his chamber. System, display my personal attributes. Ding, retrieving data. Host, Chen Nian cultivation level, Emperor realm technique. 9 transformations of divine demons, 9 stars. Divine elephant prison suppression technique, 9 stars. 10,000 Yuanxiang microparticles, martial arts, flower plucking finger, 9 stars. World extinction sword technique, 9 stars. Phantom step, 9 stars. God slaying slash, 9 stars. Life and death talisman, 9 stars. Star shattering fist, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine demon body, time sacred body, space sacred body. Pangu sacred body, dark sacred body, life sacred body talent. Blessing of the demon path special quality, celestial exile aura divine powers, distance of 1,000 miles, word of law. Lightning domain, soul binding artifact, holy silkworm silk gloves followers, Chun Pingan, Shualuer, Li Kuangdao, Wang Zhun, Wang Tung, Li Jiuan, Sulanai. Pet, dark radiance mother bug laws, time law, perfection, space law, perfection, life law, perfection, power law, perfection, dark law, perfection, points, 7. 8 billion after Chen Nian broke through to the emperor realm, his divine elephant prison suppression technique experienced a significant enhancement. The original dragon elephant power transformed into Yuanxiang power, resulting in a tremendous increase in strength. Furthermore, Chen Nian's 5 supreme laws all advanced from the great achievement realm to the perfection realm. In these 50 years, Chen Nian did not remain idle. Not only did he break through to the emperor realm, but he also elevated his 5 supreme laws to the perfection realm. Although the transition from great achievement to perfection seems like a minor leap, the disparity between the 2 realms is akin to the difference between clouds and mud. To be frank, even if only one of Chen Nian's 5 supreme laws transitioned to the perfection realm, his strength would increase by more than 3-fold. The cumulative effect of all 5 laws achieving perfection is beyond simple addition. With his current cultivation, he would not fear even warriors at the divine emperor realm. In fact, few divine emperor warriors could withstand even a few moves from him. It was evident that Yu Ying had sensed the terrifying power of Chen Nian, leaving her filled with astonishment. She had witnessed Chen Nian grow stronger step by step. From an initial stage of holy entry to the current emperor realm, he accomplished this feat in less than 100 years. Moreover, Chen Nian's emperor realm could rival that of divine emperor warriors. Such rapid progress left everyone in awe. Yu Ying knew that even her father, the Zixiao divine emperor, did not possess such an astonishing cultivation speed. Junior brother, you are indeed the most formidable prodigy I have ever encountered. Though Chen Nian had been out of seclusion for some time, Yu Ying still found it difficult to accept the astounding leap in his strength. Chen Nian smiled and said, "It's merely good fortune." Good fortune? Yu Ying nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You call this good fortune? Senior sister, how is your understanding of the life law coming along? At the mention of the life law, Yu Ying's face brightened as she nodded. I have reached the great achievement realm. This was one of the few matters that brought her joy. Despite the difficulty in comprehending the life law, Yu Ying had been practicing beneath the tree of life with Chen Nian's permission. The top floor of the Tongtian Tower constantly radiated a terrifying vitality. In such an environment, it could be said that even a pig could gain some insight into the life law, let alone a prodigy like Yu Ying. Although her talent does not match Chen Nian's, she undoubtedly ranks among the top in the historical continuum of the 3,000 domains, which is exceedingly formidable. Hence, over the years, Yu Ying's understanding of the life law directly progressed to the great achievement realm. Additionally, her fire law and wind law, both at the great achievement realm, ascended to the perfection realm within these decades. Coupled with her originally perfected moon law, Yu Ying's strength now ranks among the top in the divine emperor realm. Aside from figures as terrifying as Chen Nian and Chen Tiandao, she has virtually no rivals in the 3,000 domains. Her power would undoubtedly place her among the top 10 among the numerous divine emperor warriors in the divine realm. After all, The combination of three perfected laws alongside a formidable life law is no simple existence. Indeed, within 10,000 years, senior sister's moon law will surely reach perfection, and the life law will also attain completeness. At that time, your strength will experience another significant surge, making a breakthrough to the Divine King realm a distinct possibility. Divine King realm? Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Ying shook her head and sighed. The Divine King realm is exceedingly difficult, not to mention 10,000 years. Even 100,000 years, I have no confidence in breaking through. It wasn't that Ying lacked confidence. She simply understood too well the challenges of reaching the Divine King realm. Her father, the strongest Divine Emperor in the history of the 3,000 domains, had only reached the Divine Emperor realm, leaving the legendary Divine King position tantalizingly close yet out of reach. Of course, although the Zixiao Divine Emperor had not achieved the Divine King realm, his strength could rival that of the three Divine Kings. Chen Nian, hearing her words, smiled and said, "Success is determined by effort. If one lacks even this small amount of confidence on the path of cultivation, progress in this lifetime will be exceedingly difficult." Ying pondered this, realizing Chen Nian's wisdom. Indeed, every step on the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty, but without the courage and desire to break through, one might as well abandon the path altogether. Cultivation is largely about refining the heart. Enlightenment dawned upon Ying, and her aura subtly shifted. "I understand now, junior brother. You are right. I have been cultivating in this Tongtian Tower for so long without encountering any dangers or trials, and my desire to strive has diminished significantly." With that, Ying appeared before Chen Nian. She solemnly declared, "Now that your strength has surpassed mine, I must seek my own path." Chen Nian was taken aback that a single remark from him prompted Ying to contemplate leaving. Nevertheless, it was for the best. Ying needed to forge her own path. "In that case, senior sister, I shall not dissuade you. Should you encounter any dangers, feel free to contact me." As he spoke, Chen Nian produced a communication talisman from his robe. This talisman had cost him a staggering 3 billion points from the system, an object of considerable value, capable of covering the entire 3,000 domains. Without hesitation, Ying accepted the talisman and smiled. Good. She understood that Chen Nian harbored many secrets, and it was natural for her to be unaware of such things. Before departing, Ying reiterated a few important points. "Junior brother, there are a few things I need to remind you of once more. Please, senior sister." Chen Nian respectfully stood aside. "I know your strength is advancing rapidly, both in laws and cultivation, making you arguably the strongest in the 3,000 domains. But this world is not as simple as it seems. The 3,000 domains are not as weak as they appear." Chen Nian was taken aback. He had not expected Ying to express such sentiments. "The 3,000 domains are not as weak as I imagined. Could there be other forces?" Ying paused and continued, "According to my father, in the far eastern region of the 3,000 domains, there lies an eastern sea. Beneath the sea, there is said to be another world where the legendary dragon clan resides. Due to the depths of the ocean, my father, who is not well versed in the water laws, could not enter, but ancient texts contain records of it. Moreover, during the initial invasion of the Divine Clan, the Dragon Clan was not affected, and with the decline of spiritual energy in the 3,000 domains and the constraints of the laws, the Dragon Clan has also remained largely unscathed. Therefore, their current strength is likely exceedingly formidable." Listening to Ying's words, Chen Nian felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He had never anticipated that in that far eastern region, there existed an eastern sea, and beneath it dwelled legendary creatures such as the Dragon Clan. It is worth noting that the Dragon Clan had vanished from the 3,000 domains for countless years, and even the Zixiao Divine Emperor had never encountered them. Chapter 223, Marriage. Moreover, the Dragon Clan itself possesses a terrifying bloodline talent. Moreover, devoid of the ancient cataclysmic conflicts and the subsequent invasion of the divine lineage, as well as the waning of spiritual energy and the weakening of the laws, the might of the Dragon Clan is undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps they may not rival the divine beings, but the disparity is likely negligible. It was precisely due to the awareness of the Dragon Clan's existence that the Purple Cloud Divine Emperor sought to invite them to join the battle against the divine lineage. However, they never managed to infiltrate the depths of the East Sea, let alone locate the Dragon Palace. The fact that even the Purple Cloud Divine Emperor could not uncover its whereabouts speaks volumes of the palace's profound secrecy. Once Ying had conveyed this, there was little left to say. After bidding farewell to Chen Nian, he vanished from the room. Watching Ying's departing figure, Chen Nian felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, they had shared countless days and nights together for over a century, becoming both teacher and friend, inevitably forming a bond. Nevertheless, Chen Nian understood that Ewing needed to pursue his own path. With a sigh, Chen Nian settled on his bed, crossed his legs, and began his cultivation. A night passed in silence. The following morning, as Chen Nian emerged from his chamber, news of his breakthrough to the Emperor realm had spread throughout the 3,000 domains in the span of a single day. After all, Chen Nian was unlike any ordinary individual, having slain several beings of the Emperor realm even while still at the Saint King level. Now that he had ascended to the Emperor realm, no one could fathom the extent of his newfound power. One thing was certain: within the confines of the Emperor realm, he was invincible. Even Chen Tiandao might not possess such strength. However, after stepping out of seclusion, Chen Nian sensed that his father's strength had significantly increased, seemingly approaching the divine Emperor realm. This was indeed a terrifying advancement. His father remained the only person Chen Nian could not see through. Young master, envoys from the Purple Cloud Divine Sect have arrived. After finishing his meal, Chen Nian was in the courtyard, enjoying the gentle massage from Enai Huang while guiding Chen Ping and Shui Luer in their cultivation. Just as he was relishing this joyful moment, a servant from the Chen family came to deliver the message. Chen Nian rose, already suspecting the purpose of the Purple Cloud Divine Sect's visit. Previously, he had declared in the Chen family hall that upon breaking through to the Emperor realm, he would marry Lin Qingcheng. Although years had passed and he had not seen her often, he had no intention of refusing the union. First, he had known Lin Qingcheng for a long time and was well aware of her feelings. Second, Chen Nian harbored no aversion to marriage. Lin Qingcheng was exceptional in talent, appearance, and character, with few in the 3,000 domains who could rival her. Coupled with his prior promise, he could not renege on his word. Cultivation did not necessitate suppressing one's heart. Rather, it should flow naturally. With a smile, he said, "Pingyan, Lu Er, and I Huang, accompany me to the hall." "Yes. All right, young master." The group followed Chen Nian to the grand hall. Inside, Chen Tiandao and Xian Lingyue occupied the main seats. Xian Lingyue had already reached the cusp of the Emperor realm, and with the resources provided by Chen Nian, she was but a step away from achieving it. With assistance from the life water and willow juice, Xian Lingyue's beauty had blossomed even further. Seated below were the elders of the Chen family, all at least mid-level Saint Kings. On the other side sat the elders led by the Grand Elder of the Purple Cloud Divine Sect. Upon Chen Nian's arrival, smiles graced the faces of many. "Nian, come to your mother." Xian Lingyue beamed with joy. Chen Nian had been in seclusion for decades, leaving her with few opportunities to see him. Nonetheless, she understood the burdens he carried and held no grievances, although at times she felt a tinge of boredom and even contemplated having another child. Hearing her words, Chen Nian smiled gently and approached, calling out, "Father, mother." Xian Lingyue replied with a smile, "The elders of the Purple Cloud Divine Sect have come to discuss your marriage and wedding date with that girl, Qingcheng." Chen Nian was not surprised by this and responded with a smile, "The arrangements for the marriage and the wedding date are entirely at my mother's discretion." "Excellent." Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, smiles spread across the faces of those present, especially the elders from the Purple Cloud Divine Sect, who felt honored to forge a connection through this marriage. "Since Nian has spoken, I shall take charge of the arrangements. The 5th of next month is an auspicious day. I believe the wedding should be held on that date, and I will send invitations to the entire realm." Given the current strength of the Chen family, even without invitations, many leaders of significant powers would vie to establish relationships. As the might of the Chen family was evident to all, Chen Nian had no objections and nodded in agreement, his demeanor cheerful. The grand hall buzzed with joyful conversation. After a lengthy discussion, the elders of the Purple Cloud Divine Sect departed with the joyous news, while the Chen family commenced preparations. With 10 days remaining until the 5th of next month, the entire Chen household was set to celebrate in grand style. And even the entire Nine Heavens Demon Domain would partake in the festivities. The wedding of the Chen family's young master could not be a simple affair. Soon, news of Chen Nian's impending marriage to the saintess of the Purple Cloud Divine Sect spread throughout the 3,000 domains, igniting a wave of excitement. Many expressed envy, though most directed their admiration towards Lin Qingcheng. After all, the strength of Chen Nian and the Chen family was beyond question. Chen Nian's prodigious talent surpassed that of all the other geniuses across the 3,000 domains combined. To ally with such a formidable force was a dream come true for countless individuals. Yet, Lin Qingcheng was no slouch. She had already reached the brink of the Emperor realm, and despite being some distance from it, she stood among the top tier for her age, even surpassing several of her contemporaries in cultivation speed. The others were still in the late stages of the Saint King realm. With the legacy of the Emperor lineage and the resources provided by Chen Nian, along with her own diligent cultivation. She had successfully broken through to the semi-emperor realm 3 years prior. Her relentless efforts stemmed from a desire to better match Chen Nian. When the news reached the Purple Cloud Divine sect, all disciples were filled with envy, for Lin Qingcheng was their sole saintess, an object of desire for countless men. Yet, their admiration was tempered by the understanding of the vast chasm between themselves and Chen Nian. In the eyes of many, the young master of the Chen family was the only one worthy of Lin Qingcheng. At this moment, on the back mountain of the Purple Cloud Divine sect, the sunset bathed the mountaintop in golden light. Lin Qingcheng's hair danced in the wind, her eyes glistening with tenderness as she gazed into the horizon. Her heart filled with contentment. Has the day finally arrived? She mused, the corners of her mouth curving into a warm smile. Chapter 224. The phoenix draws the carriage. Time flowed steadily, and the 5th day had arrived. Today marked a grand occasion for the Chen family and the entire 3,000 domains. The young master of the Chen family, also the young leader of the 3,000 Domains Alliance, was getting married. Countless warriors were abuzz with excitement. After all, Chen Nian was the foremost genius of the 3,000 domains, such a prodigy marrying none other than Lin Qingcheng, one of the most exceptional talents in the realm, could not help but attract attention. At this moment, within the Purple Cloud Divine sect, the entire sect was festooned with decorations, red paper cuttings, and lanterns hung high. Lin Qingcheng sat quietly in her room, patiently awaiting Chen Nian's arrival. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look! What is that?" Everyone turned to see a blaze of crimson in the sky. A phoenix! It's a phoenix! As they beheld the multitude of phoenixes soaring through the air, the crowd fell silent in awe. Countless phoenixes were drawing a magnificent carriage, their fiery plumage illuminating the sky, while the golden carriage was a sight to behold. Adorned with exquisite decorations and high-tier protective ornaments, it was enormous. My heavens! How could so many phoenixes come to our Purple Cloud Divine sect? Look, the one in the carriage is the young master of the Chen family. He has come to fetch his bride. Wow! Riding on 100 phoenixes to collect his bride is unprecedented in the entire 3,000 domains. Goodness, this is simply incredible. At this moment, the entire Zixiao sect was engulfed in a frenzy of celebration, with all eyes turned towards Chen Nian, their expressions filled with disbelief. It must be noted that Chen Nian was riding a phoenix, one of the dominant powers among the 3,000 realms. Over the years, there had been no reports of anyone arriving to propose while mounted on over 100 phoenixes. This was undoubtedly a groundbreaking event in the history of the 3,000 realms. For an ordinary person, not to mention riding 100 phoenixes, even capturing a single phoenix would be an act of utmost daring, as the terror of the phoenix domain was beyond the imagination of common folk. Suddenly, the voices of Chen Pinggan and Xue Luer resonated through the sky. The Chen family prince has come to propose. The Chen family prince has come to propose. The resounding announcement echoed through the heavens and the earth, igniting an inexplicable excitement among the crowd. The reputation of Chen Nian was indeed overwhelming. He could easily be deemed the foremost prodigy in the 3,000 realms. Inside the chamber, Lin Qingcheng was filled with uncontainable joy upon hearing the news of Chen Nian's arrival to propose. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks, and her heart raced with exhilaration. She quickly turned to her maid. "Xiao Yu, is my makeup all right? Does my attire look appropriate?" Fearing that Chen Nian might be displeased with her appearance, Lin Qingcheng eagerly sought the maid's reassurance. Xiao Yu, who had served Lin Qingcheng for many years, had never seen her mistress in such a state. With a smile, she replied, "Miss, you are the most beautiful woman in the 3,000 realms. Your makeup today is the finest I have ever seen. Rest assured, your fiancé will surely be pleased." Reassured by Xiao Yu's words, Lin Qingcheng calmed herself, a smile gracing her lips. The phoenix carriage gently descended from the sky, landing before the grand hall of the Zixiao sect. Countless disciples gathered around, quietly witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, one that they would likely only see once in their lifetimes. Yet, this singular moment was enough for them to boast about for half their lives. Pay your respects to the Chen family prince. The disciples of Zixiao sect did not dare to delay, hastily bowing to Chen Nian. With a gentle smile, he replied, "You are all too courteous. Please rise." Once the disciples stood, the elders of Zixiao sect, along with Xian Qianxiu, approached with broad smiles. "Grandfather," Chen Nian respectfully bowed. "Ah, my dear Nian, I never imagined I would witness your marriage one day." Xian Qianxiu beamed, his face radiant with joy. For an elder, this was a true generational bond, and his affection for Chen Nian was selfless and devoid of expectations. Moreover, his grandson was the foremost figure among the younger generation in the 3,000 realms, excelling in both talent and appearance. The elders, too, wore smiles, each offering a respectful gesture towards Chen Nian. Go on, Nian. That girl Qingsheng is waiting for you in that room, Xian Qianqiu chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian did not hesitate, responding with a smile. Grandfather, I shall go now. With that, he quickened his pace towards the room. Gently pushing the door open, he was immediately captivated by the sight before him. Dressed in a flowing red gown, adorned with delicate makeup, her exquisite features resembled that of a princess, radiant and breathtaking. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. Lin Qingsheng, upon seeing Chen Nian enter, felt a blush of shyness wash over her. It was this very shyness that added a unique charm to her beauty. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Chen Nian finally regained his composure. Laughing as he announced, I have arrived. I know, she replied, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding. Then, Chen Nian took Lin Qingsheng's hand, and together, they strolled towards the outside. Xiao Yu followed closely behind, her face filled with envy. The couple appeared as a perfect match, with Chen Nian's hand clasping Lin Qingsheng's, which felt smooth and cool to the touch. The onlooking disciples of Zixiao sect were enveloped in admiration, having never encountered someone as beautiful as Lin Qingsheng, yet feeling it was beyond their reach. As Chen Nian and Lin Qingsheng settled into the carriage, the 100 phoenixes took flight, soaring into the sky. The fiery red phoenixes illuminated the heavens, casting the sky in a crimson glow. Everyone present watched in awe, swallowing hard at the spectacle. Good heavens! Is this the grandeur of the Chen family prince? Incredible, lamented one. What a pity. I wonder when I might have such a display at my own wedding. Not in this lifetime, another scoffed. The Chen family prince is the unrivaled prodigy of the 3,000 realms, capable of defeating numerous emperor-level warriors with his Saint King cultivation. Indeed, after Chen Nian's departure, the Zixiao sect was abuzz with legends about him. Whispers spread that the Chen family prince had once resided in the Zixiao sect, that he had occupied this very room, and even that he had used this restroom. At that moment, Chen Nian and Lin Qingsheng were embarking on their journey to the Chen family in the Phoenix carriage. Initially, Chen Nian had no intention of using the Phoenix carriage, but Feng Jiahuang had insisted, claiming that his status must not diminish. This was, after all, a first in the history of the 3,000 realms. Unable to refuse, Chen Nian acquiesced. Indeed, being pulled by phoenixes was an overwhelming display of magnificence, drawing envious gazes along the way.